So, the upcoming monster taming test in a few days is very important. Each one of you must be fully focused. On the podium, Cui Xiao was speaking tirelessly. Even though these words had been said many times before, the students below still listened very attentively. At this moment, Lu Zhe also had a serious expression as he stared at the class teacher on the podium, but his mind was no longer here. He wasn't actually from this world. In his previous life, when he went to sleep at night, he suddenly opened his eyes and found himself transformed into a newborn baby. And as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw himself lying alone on the ground, with no one around. In the end, fortunately, a kind-hearted person found him and sent him to an orphanage, or else he would have to reincarnate again. Not long after crossing over, Lu Zhe accepted the fact that he had transmigrated, and as time passed, he realized that this world was different from his previous one. This world was not an ordinary world. On the contrary, it possessed a kind of magical energy, spiritual energy. Spiritual energy could make the creatures that absorbed it become stronger, and the strongest among them could even possess the power to move mountains and fill seas. However, it was a pity that humans had a very weak ability to absorb spiritual energy, far less than other creatures. So for a long time, humans lived in fear of demon beasts. That era was the darkest and most hopeless time for humanity. However, among such a large number of creatures, there would surely be some who were different. They were born with exceptional talents, far surpassing ordinary people, true geniuses. These geniuses were like stars in the night sky, though rare in number, they emitted dazzling light, impossible to ignore. A long time ago, there was such a genius. He tried countless times to make humans better at absorbing spiritual energy. But he failed, and upon realizing that humans truly couldn't improve their ability to absorb spiritual energy, he decided to take a different approach. In the end, he developed a completely new path. He formed a contract with a demon beast and became the first monster tamer. From that moment on, a truly suitable path for humans was born. Though humans' ability to absorb spiritual energy was poor, by forming contracts with demon beasts, the spiritual energy within the demon beasts could be transferred to the contracted human. Though still not comparable to the demon beasts, it was already a significant improvement. Moreover, the demon beasts that contracted with humans back then were often very weak and had difficulty surviving in the wild. After forming a contract with humans, these demon beasts would often get a much better environment to grow in. Therefore, this kind of contract could be said to be a win-win solution. Since then, through the monster tamers, humans began to rise rapidly and eventually managed to firmly establish themselves in the world. Pulling his thoughts back, Lu Zhe refocused his attention on what the class teacher was saying. At this moment, the class teacher was still speaking tirelessly about the importance and precautions of the monster taming test. The monster taming test was specifically designed to test if a person had the qualifications to tame monsters. After all, to become a monster tamer, the first thing needed was enough spiritual strength. Only with that could one successfully form a contract with a demon beast. So, according to the rules of the Azure Blue Kingdom, everyone could only start taming monsters at the end of their sophomore year. Because by this time, a human's spiritual power had fully developed. And if someone failed the monster taming test, it meant they had no talent for taming monsters and could only remain an ordinary person. Each of you should understand the importance of the monster taming test. But I still have to remind you all. Cui Xiao paused for a moment before speaking up. These next few days, make sure to get plenty of rest. Do not do anything that could affect your mental state. Do not have any sense of false hope. Don't think that if the impact seems small, it won't matter. What if it's just that little bit? Alright, that's all I have to say. For the next few days, stay at home and properly prepare for the upcoming Beast Master test. If anyone has any questions, you can stay and ask me now. After finishing, Cui Xiao signaled the students that they could leave. Immediately, the classroom became noisy, with students gathering in pairs, packing up their things, and then leaving the classroom. Of course, some of them approached the class teacher, Cui Xiao, clearly wanting to ask more about the Beast Master test. Lu Zhe quietly packed up all his things, said a few words to his deskmate Wang Tao, and then turned to leave the classroom. Whether in his past life or now, his personality was quite introverted. He didn't like to interact much with others, so naturally, he didn't have any particularly close friends in the class. He pushed open the slightly old door and sat down on the sofa, relaxing. Now 17 years old, he had already moved out of the orphanage. According to the laws of the Azure Blue Kingdom, when one reaches 15, they must leave the orphanage. The country's subsidy for this was 4,000 source coins per month. But this subsidy only lasted until they turned 18. After that, they had to solve their own basic living needs. This room was rented by him, costing 2,000 source coins a month. It had only one bathroom, one living room, and one bedroom. Though small, it was still spacious for Lu Zhe to live alone. No matter how small, it was still better than the large dormitory in the orphanage. Lu Zhe closed his eyes, and soon, a light screen appeared in his mind. Host, Lu Zhe. Level, none. Cultivation level 0, 27/100. Activated talents, none. That's right, Luce had a golden finger, which only appeared a few days ago. Through his exploration, Luce discovered that this golden finger only had one function: to help improve his cultivation level. As long as he kept learning about beast cultivation, his cultivation level would increase, and with each improvement, the system would reward him with some talents. A beast cultivator, this was a profession similar to a beast doctor, but their tasks were not limited to healing beasts. Their work also included improving the beast's strength and exploring their evolution routes, among other things. If I stay at home these next few days and spend all my time learning about beast cultivation, I should be able to raise my cultivation level to level 1. Luce thought to himself, then walked into his bedroom and picked up a book from the bedside table. Beast Cultivator Basic Introduction. Since discovering the function of his golden finger a few days ago, Luce had immediately bought a book on beast cultivation from a bookstore. Although beast cultivators were rare and becoming one was difficult, basic books on beast cultivation were still plentiful, and they were cheap. Of course, the useful knowledge inside was limited. Sitting back down on the sofa, Luce leaned back and opened the book, focusing on reading. In the living room, the sound of pages turning could be heard from time to time. As time passed, it quickly became dark outside. Chapter 2, Departure. In the following days, Luce continued to flip through the books he bought. Aside from essential needs, all his time was spent on this. Finally, on the noon of the day before the Beast Master test, Luce's cultivation level finally reached level 1. Congratulations, host. Through continuous learning of cultivation knowledge, cultivation level successfully reached level 1. Reward, host talent, beast affinity, can increase beast's favorability towards the host. At the same time, a wave of information about cultivation kept flooding into Luce's mind. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Luce smiled, then opened the system panel. Host, Luce. Level, none. Cultivation level, 1, 0/100. Talent, beast affinity. Finally reached level 1. Luce put down the book in his hand. He had been reading intensively for the past few days, and his brain felt particularly exhausted. He had already changed several books, mainly because the knowledge in these basic books was too limited, but that was normal. After all, you get what you pay for. Cheap books being of this quality was already good, and the expensive ones, he couldn't afford. Spending half of his living expenses just on buying books these days. Beast affinity? Increase the beast's favor towards me? After reading the description of the beast affinity talent, Luce's face lit up with joy. This is so useful. The Beastmaster test tomorrow involves getting close to beasts and forming a contract with them. The contract first requires both parties to agree. If either party refuses, the contract fails. And the stronger the beast, the stricter the requirements for the contractor, and the more difficult the contract. So, this talent directly increases Luce's ability to contract beasts. Of course, the premise is that Luce's mental strength can hold up. Suppressing his inner joy, Luce rubbed his stomach. It's time to eat. Luce stood up and went to a corner of the living room, where simple kitchenware was placed. This room didn't have a separate kitchen, so Luce could only divide a small corner in the living room to act as a makeshift kitchen. After quickly preparing lunch, Luce enjoyed it with satisfaction. Since moving out of the orphanage, every meal was made by himself. After all, eating out was too expensive, and cooking at home was more affordable. Over time, Luce's cooking skills weren't perfect, but they weren't bad either. After finishing lunch, Luce went straight to his bedroom to rest. The past few days of reading had worn him out mentally, and tomorrow was the Beastmaster test. He needed to rest well. Otherwise, he could get the beast's approval but fail due to mental strength issues, and that would be a huge loss. The next day, Luce woke up early and glanced at the time on his phone. Still early. Luce smiled. He quickly washed up, prepared breakfast, ate it, and then left, heading towards the school. The Beastmaster test was not at the school, but the students had to first gather at the school before being taken to the test location. Arriving at the classroom, Luce directly sat at his seat. All the students around him were discussing excitedly, clearly eager about the upcoming Beastmaster test. Gee, Luce, what beast are you planning to contract? At this moment, Luce's deskmate Wang Tao had already sat down and was curiously asking. Although Luce was a bit introverted, he had a good relationship with the students around his seat. After all, he was just shy, not socially anxious. After a brief hesitation, Luce gave his answer. I've decided to contract the Frost Wolf. The test location had many beasts, and to make things easier, the school had distributed information about all the beasts early on. After careful consideration, Luce decided to contract the Frost Wolf. Name, Frost Wolf. Quality, low earth grade. Description, snow white all over, with a shoulder height of 2 meters when fully grown, ice blue vertical pupils, breath condenses into frost, and every step brings cold. Once fully grown, it can instantly unleash extreme cold breath, freezing a 3 zhang, roughly 9.9 meters, radius of water. When gathered together, they resonate with the snow song, weaving the snow prison cage. With a proud and solitary nature, they reside in the cracks of snowy cliffs, drinking cold springs, eating icy scaled fish, and their tail tips, made of ice crystals, can be used as advanced ice materials. Is that true? You want to contract a beast of the earth rank? At this moment, two classmates ahead of them, upon hearing the conversation between Lu Zhe and the others, also turned around to join the discussion. The rank of demonic beasts is clearly divided, from low to high, mortal, earth, heaven, spirit, general, emperor, saint. The quality of demonic beasts is essentially their talent. Those with higher talent can cultivate to higher ranks. Therefore, the highest rank that a demonic beast can cultivate to is used to define their quality. However, not all demonic beasts of the same species have the same quality. Occasionally, there are rare demonic beasts that break through the species' limitations, and their quality is even higher. But this is still rare, so the official classifications for demonic beast quality correspond to the majority of the species. The rank of Beast Masters corresponds to this as well: Beast Master Apprentice, Beast Master Soldier, Beast Master, Grand Beast Master, Beast Master General, Beast Master Emperor, Beast Master Saint. However, despite having so many ranks, most Beast Masters can only reach the level of Beast Master Soldier at most. So what? Anyway, we can contract 3 times. What's wrong with trying? Upon hearing Lu Zhe's answer, Wang Tao was not surprised and, with a face full of excitement, said, I'm also planning to directly contract a rock-armored rhinoceros on my first try. Name, rock-armored rhinoceros. Quality, lower earth rank. Description, a giant rhinoceros of gray-black rock color, with a shoulder height of 1.8 meters and weighing over 2 tons, its back is covered in cracked turtle-like armor with glowing red fissures between the plates. When enraged, steam bursts from the armor cracks, increasing its charging speed by 30%, capable of smashing through earth-rank shield walls head-on. It lives in lava caves and gnaws on iron or to supplement calcium. The fragments of its armor can be used to forge rock armor. The rock-armored rhinoceros is also a demonic beast of lower earth rank quality. Upon hearing Wang Tao's answer, the two classmates also became somewhat tempted. They had originally planned to contract a mortal rank demonic beast, but after hearing that Lu Zhe and Wang Tao both intended to contract earth rank beasts, they also started considering contracting earth rank beasts. Come on, although there are 3 chances, each failure will cause mental damage. Upon hearing the conversation, another classmate joined the discussion. After Lu Zhe expressed his opinion, he remained silent and quietly sat to the side, listening to Wang Tao and the others debate. Not long after, the class suddenly quieted down. Lu Zhe looked up and saw the class teacher, Cui Xiao, walking from the door to the podium. Looking at the eager eyes of the students below, Cui Xiao's heart was suddenly moved, as if he saw his younger self from back then. Back then, he too was filled with excitement and endless hope for the future, but Cui Xiao quietly sighed. Every year, there are many failures in contracts, and among those who succeed, a large portion can only stop at the lowest rank, Beast Master Apprentice. However, such discouraging words were not something he would say now. Alright, now come downstairs with me. With Cui Xiao's voice falling, the classroom immediately erupted into cheers, and everyone excitedly followed him. At this moment, Lu Zhe's heart also burned with passion as he followed among the crowd. When they reached downstairs, dozens of buses were already parked there. Lu Zhe and the others followed Cui Xiao onto one of the buses. After everyone had seated, Cui Xiao turned around and once again seriously reminded them. Remember, although there are 3 contract opportunities, if you feel something is wrong, don't try again. Because each failure in contracting causes mental damage, the country has strictly regulated the number of contract attempts, with a maximum of 3. If mental strength is severely damaged and one attempts to contract again, the best outcome is becoming useless. However, this is not fixed. Some people might naturally have stronger mental strength. There can be more contracts, and some are weak and can only make 1 or 2. But for most people, 3 is the limit. Also, never be too stubborn, don't aim too high, and don't just blindly chase high-quality demon beasts. The one that suits you best is the best. After seeing everyone nodding, Cui Xiao turned his head. Soon, as everyone got on the buses, dozens of buses headed towards the Demon Beast Contract Test Place, Jinghuai City's Demon Beast Center. Chapter 3, Demon Beast Contract Test. Creak. As the buses stopped, many students couldn't wait to rush out from the doors. When all the students had gotten off, Cui Xiao said to everyone, Now, you can go ahead and contract your demon beasts. Everyone cheered, and seeing this, Cui Xiao wanted to say something, but in the end, he only moved his lips and didn't say anything more. He looked at his students with a face full of emotion. I hope they can all succeed. Lu Zhe, I'm going to contract the rock-armored rhinoceros first. Wang Tao excitedly said to Lu Zhe, clearly unable to wait to make his contract. Before Lu Zhe could respond, Wang Tao had already jogged off. Lu Zhe just smiled and said nothing, because he was also eager to go and contract the frost wolf. Since the location of the demon beasts was already provided in the materials, Lu Zhe went directly to the place where the frost wolves were located. Soon, Lu Zhe arrived at the place for contracting the frost wolves. At this moment, it was already crowded with students who had come to make their contracts, and the frost wolves were surrounded by a layer of glass, with only one entrance. A long line had already formed at the entrance. Lu Zhe looked inside through the glass and saw that someone was already trying to make a contract. But Lu Zhe's attention was not focused on that person at all, and instead, it was completely on the few white pups lying not far from him. So beautiful. The pups were not very large, only about the size of an adult ordinary cat, and their fur was not pure white but a very light frost blue, like the faintest layer of sky before dawn. Each of their 4 little short legs had a line of ice patterns, and their eyes were like 2 clear ice lakes, with pupils of soft silver-white crescents. The most striking feature was their foreheads, where there was a tuft of soft fur shaped like an inverted triangle. The color of the fur was lighter than the rest of their bodies, and from a distance, it looked like a small snow crown. The reason Lu Zhe chose to contract the frost wolf was not just because it was a low-tier demon beast, as there were many demon beasts at that tier. The most important reason was that the frost wolf was not only powerful but also very beautiful, and Lu Zhe just happened to be someone who cared a lot about appearance. And because the frost wolf was so beautiful and powerful, many people chose to contract it every year. However, the difficulty of contracting a frost wolf was very high, as they were naturally very proud, so it was extremely hard to form a contract with them. But Lu Zhe believed that with his talent for demon beast affinity, he could definitely succeed. At this moment, the person inside who was attempting to contract the beast was nervously approaching the nearest pup. When the pup sensed someone approaching, it opened its closed eyes, and its clear eyes looked at the approaching contractor. Seeing this, the contractor immediately stopped, biting his lip and trembling with nervousness. But the pup just flicked its tail and closed its eyes again. The contractor was overjoyed and hurried over, trying to reach out and touch the pup. But just as he got closer, the pup suddenly opened its eyes wide, glaring at him and letting out a low growl. Tiny ice crystals formed an icy mist that sprayed from its mouth, looking very beautiful. But the contractor felt no joy in this beautiful scene at all. But right now, he was pale, his hands trembling, because he knew this contract was most likely a failure. But he wasn't willing to give up, gritting his teeth, and directly tried to send a contract request to the young wolf ahead. His mental energy spilled out from his forehead, entered the young wolf's mind, and sent a request to form a contract. Oh whoa! The young wolf's howl was very clear, with the unique tone of a cub, sounding extremely cute to others, but to this contractor, it was like a nightmare. In an instant, his mental energy was torn apart. The contractor took a few steps back, letting out a painful whimper. Contract failed, you can come out now. A person guarding the door said. To ensure safety, there were specialized personnel guarding every beast's location. The contractor stumbled out, soul lost, but the others didn't care, and immediately another person excitedly entered. And so, Lu Zhe quietly queued up, also observing the contract attempts with the frost wolves. After the failure of that contractor, more than 10 others tried to form a contract, but all failed without exception. But this did not extinguish the excitement of the crowd around them. After all, they already knew the difficulty of contracting the frost wolves. Besides, what if others failed? Could it mean they would fail too? People who haven't faced reality's harshness are always so confident. And soon, reality was going to teach them a lesson. Next, one by one, students walked in, trying to form a contract with the frost wolves. But without exception, each one failed, walking out dejectedly. Soon, the line reached Lu Zhe. The guard looked at Lu Zhe, then spoke. Student ID. Lu Zhe took out his student ID and handed it over. The guard took it, registered it in the computer in front of him, and returned the student ID. This was also to prevent students who had already used up their 3 attempts from trying again. Although this kind of behavior was very dangerous, basically gambling with their own life, every year there were people like that, and quite a few. Remember, no matter if the contract succeeds or fails, don't lay hands on them. The guard warned. Lu Zhe nodded, took his student ID, and entered. As soon as he entered, Lu Zhe felt a chill all over his body. He frowned slightly, then walked briskly toward his already chosen target. It was a young wolf lying on the edge, and Lu Zhe, based on the knowledge he learned as a breeder, judged that this young wolf was the strongest one among them. At that moment, the young wolf was staring at the other wolves, watching them play with each other, a trace of envy in its eyes. Suddenly, its ears twitched, and it looked at Lu Zhe, who was walking toward it. Its tail wagged happily, but then froze. Strange, why does seeing this human make me so happy? The young wolf looked at Lu Zhe, who was drawing closer, with a bit of suspicion, but didn't make any other movement. When Lu Zhe reached in front of the young wolf, he slowly squatted down, his eyes meeting the young wolf's gaze. So beautiful. When Lu Zhe saw the young wolf's eyes, he momentarily lost focus. But soon, he snapped back to reality, knowing that now was the time to do serious business. As long as he succeeded in the contract, not only could he look, he could touch it at will. Lu Zhe reached out his hand, trying to get closer to the young wolf. The young wolf instinctively wanted to back away, but the sense of warmth from Lu Zhe made it not move, instead tilting its head obediently. Finally, Lu Zhe's hand successfully touched the soft fur on the young wolf's head. Success! Lu Zhe's face was filled with excitement, seeing the young wolf's obedient behavior. He just knew that this contract was almost a sure thing. Immediately, Lu Zhe began attempting the contract, his mental energy spreading from his forehead into the young wolf's mind. Sensing the request for a contract in its mind, the young wolf hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed. Chapter 4, Contract Success. Crack. With the young wolf's agreement, a cracking sound echoed simultaneously in both of their minds. Lu Zhe immediately felt a new connection between himself and the young wolf, and a cold, yet not unpleasant energy slowly flowed through this connection. It was a success. Lu Zhe couldn't hide the joy in his heart and reached his hands out toward the young wolf on the ground. Sensing the joy and closeness coming from the contract in its mind, the young wolf didn't hesitate and obediently jumped up. He did it! Seeing this, the crowd of onlookers erupted in excitement. Although the successful contract wasn't theirs, everyone had seen the previous failures of all the others. Despite believing in themselves, there was always some unease. Now, seeing someone finally succeed, their confidence in their own success grew even more. Lu Zhe held the young wolf with one arm and kept stroking its body with the other. Feeling the softness in his arms and the obedient sensation under his hands, Lu Zhe felt an immense sense of satisfaction in his heart. Not bad, very few people are able to successfully contract with a frost wolf. As he walked to the door, the guard said enviously to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe smiled and didn't answer. After nodding, he walked out holding the young wolf. Gee, bro, can I touch it? Let me touch it too, I'll pay you. Seeing Lu Zhe come out, the crowd of onlookers rushed over. Some came to congratulate him, while others requested to touch the wolf. Lu Zhe naturally accepted the congratulations and returned the well wishes, but of course, he refused the requests to touch the wolf. However, not everyone was happy about this, especially those who had failed. It's just luck, said a boy who had failed in his contract attempt earlier, his voice filled with jealousy. A companion beside him quickly pulled him aside and said, Stop talking, let's go contract other beasts. As Lu Zhe walked further away, the guards made a note on the computer and then spoke to the next person. Student ID. On the way back, many people gasped in surprise when they saw Lu Zhe holding a frost wolf. After all, frost wolves were famous beautiful beasts, but they were also known for the difficulty of their contracts. So when they saw that Lu Zhe had successfully contracted a frost wolf, they couldn't help but be amazed. Outside the Beast Master Center, Cui Xiao was leaning against the bus, waiting for his students. Old Cui, how many do you think will succeed from your class this time? Cui Xiao looked over at the voice and saw Lu Rui, the head teacher of the neighboring class. Hard to say, I think at least 50 or so. Hearing this, Lu Rui was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. You little guy, I remember your class has only about 50, right? Yeah, I think they all will succeed. Cui Xiao said with a smile. Cui Xiao was about to say something else when he was suddenly distracted by the sounds of astonishment at the door. He turned around and saw a young man carrying a white young wolf walking out, clearly the one causing the crowd's amazement. Frost wolf. Lu Rui couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Unlike Lu Rui's loud exclamation, Cui Xiao was unusually quiet. He stared at the boy carrying the young wolf, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Then, his pupils slowly widened, and his mouth began to tremble. What? Wasn't that Lu Zhe? Old Cui, what's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Lu Rui noticed something was wrong with Cui Xiao and quickly tugged at his sleeve. But Cui Xiao did not react, still lost in the shock. Lu Zhe had contracted a ground-rank beast? You must know, in Green Locust No. 7 High School, more than 3,000 students took the beast taming test every year, but the number who successfully contracted a ground-rank beast was less than 10. Not to mention, Frost Wolf was not an ordinary ground-rank beast, even among the ground rank, it was one of the hardest to contract. Teacher. While Cui Xiao was still in shock, Lu Zhe had already walked up beside him. Ah. Only then did Cui Xiao come back to himself, the shock fading from his heart, replaced by endless joy. A student in his class had contracted a ground-rank beast. He had been teaching for more than 20 years, and this was the first time he had taught such an outstanding student. Lu Zhe, you really succeeded in the contract. Cui Xiao said excitedly. Lu Zhe looked at Cui Xiao strangely, thinking this was no different from a master. What's your job? Look at me, I'm so excited I can't even talk straight. Realizing what stupid words he had just said, Cui Xiao quickly waved his hands, but his face still could not hide the joy. I didn't expect you to actually succeed in contracting a frost wolf. I was just lucky, Lu Zhe replied with a smile. At that moment, the teachers guarding by the bus came crowding around. Not only because Lu Zhe was the first to come out, but also because of the frost wolf cub in his arms. After learning that Lu Zhe was Cui Xiao's student, the looks in those teachers' eyes toward Cui Xiao became completely different. This guy really stepped in a pile of dog luck. But no matter what they thought in their hearts, on the surface, those teachers still praised Cui Xiao's excellent teaching, though most of the praise was for Lu Zhe. Facing the compliments from so many teachers, Lu Zhe was clearly a bit uncomfortable. The little wolf cub in his arms, however, did not react at all, still curled up cozily against him. All right, that's enough, everyone disperse. Seeing the strange look on his precious student's face, Cui Xiao quickly said to the surrounding teachers. The teachers reluctantly left, and after saying a few words to Cui Xiao, Lu Zhe got on the bus early. Being an introverted person, he didn't like such lively situations. Old Cui, didn't expect it, huh? You really stepped in dog luck this time, a ground rank beast in your class. Looks like next year's excellent homeroom teacher award is definitely yours. Lu Rui said with a face full of envy. Cui Xiao didn't answer, just chuckled there happily. On the bus, Lu Zhe played with the wolf cub in his arms, lovingly stroking its smooth fur. The young wolf made a low, comfortable sound. After a beast master successfully contracted a beast, they could open acupoints within their body for the beast to dwell in. But since Lu Zhe had just finished the contract, this was not urgent for now. Lu Zhe hadn't waited long on the bus before a group of girls came up. They were chatting and laughing with each other, and each one held a different baby beast in her arms. It seemed they had all succeeded. Gee, Lu Zhe, you're back too. How was it, did you succeed in your contract? One girl suddenly saw Lu Zhe sitting in the back and asked curiously. Lu Zhe didn't answer directly. He revealed the wolf cub that was hidden by the seat and said proudly, of course. Wow! The moment they saw the wolf cub, the group of girls cried out together and hurried over. That's a frost wolf. So beautiful, one girl said dreamily, then looked down at the yellow turtle sleeping in her own arms, her eyes filled with obvious dislike. Can I touch it? Another girl asked expectantly, her hand already itching to reach out. Oh whoa! Before Lu Zhe could answer, the wolf cub in his arms opened its eyes, showing what it thought was a fierce expression. Thin mist of frost puffed out from its mouth, shining brightly under the sunlight. The young wolf had thought to scare away this group of girls, but... wow, it became even cuter. What a beautiful mist, can you blow out some more? The fierce look on the young wolf's face froze at once, then it pulled back its head, twisting its body, and pointed its butt toward everyone. Chapter 5, Return. Seeing the little wolf's movement, Lu Zhe felt it was very funny, and reached out a hand to stroke its back to comfort it. You all saw it, it seems it doesn't quite agree. The girls pulled back their eager hands in disappointment, but their eyes still looked at the young wolf full of longing. Feeling those burning gazes, the young wolf moved again, curling itself even tighter. So it was you who made a contract with the frost wolf, no wonder the homeroom teacher's smile was crooked down there. One girl spoke while looking with envy at Lu Zhe's hand stroking the young wolf. Damn it, I really want to touch it too. After that, the group chatted while waiting for the others to come back. Of course, the topic of the talk was always about the frost wolf. Later, others came back one after another, some also carrying young beasts happily, but some, though holding beasts, did not look happy. At a glance, one could tell that the beasts they contracted were not what they had hoped for, especially when Lu Zhe saw a few people who had contracted low-grade ordinary green leaf bugs. He knew they must have failed many times. Otherwise no one would ever choose to contract such beasts that are only useful for farming and nothing else. But even though they had succeeded in contracting, it was still of little real use. Unless they could later contract a beast of higher quality, their chance of passing the college entrance exam was very low. But even that was not the worst were those who came back empty-handed. Empty-handed meant their contracts failed, and they didn't even manage to bond with the lowest level beast. After this, they could only live as ordinary people. And in this extraordinary world, ordinary people almost had no way to rise up. They waited until everyone came back, and only then did Cui Xiao step up from outside the bus. He looked around inside the bus and showed a satisfied smile. This year, his class had 56 people in total, and 41 had succeeded in contracting. That was much better than last year. More importantly, there was also Lu Zhe, who had contracted a ground-rank beast. But when his eyes moved to those who had failed, the bright smile on his face faded away at once. As a responsible teacher, he truly wished every student could succeed in their contract, but that was nearly impossible. In the end, he only shook his head and said nothing more. When all the other buses had gathered, the convoy finally started to move slowly. Inside the bus were still the same people as before, but compared with when they came, the mood inside was clearly much lower now. Those who had succeeded in contracting couldn't help but suppress their joy when they saw those who had failed. Back at the school, before Lu Zhe even sat down in his seat, a familiar voice called out to him. Lu Zhe, you really contracted the frost wolf? Lu Zhe turned his head and saw it was Wang Tao. Wang Tao looked at the young wolf in Lu Zhe's arms with a face full of envy. Lu Zhe then glanced at what Wang Tao was holding, a palm-sized light green hedgehog. Name, Green Thorn Hedgehog. Quality, ordinary grade, high. A small grass-green hedgehog, its back spines are jade-hard needles. When frightened, its muscles tighten and the spines explode into short scattered needles. It loves rolling in moss after rain, and eats tender sprouts and dewdrops. When I went to make a contract with the rock armor rhinoceros, they just started chasing and ramming at me, Wang Tao continued, his face showing a trace of fear. Damn it, they were just a bunch of cubs, but how could they be so strong? The classmate next to him immediately turned his head after hearing this. You didn't get hit, right? Otherwise, how would you know they're so strong? Wang Tao's face immediately turned red. You talk too much. He then sat down on the chair, but instantly, his body stiffened, and his facial expression twisted. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. Even those who had failed their contracts now showed smiles. At this moment, the class advisor, Cui Xiao, walked in. He stood at the podium, looked at his students below, full of emotion, thinking that some of these people he would probably never see again. So, next, all the students who succeeded in their contracts can go home and come back to school tomorrow. As for those who failed the contracts, stay here for now. Hearing the teacher's words, Lu Zhe and Wang Tao exchanged a glance, then stood up and prepared to leave. After all, they had already moved their things home earlier, and now they just needed to leave directly. Walking down the corridor, there were others heading home as well. Lu Zhe, my dad is here to pick me up today, so I'll leave first. Wang Tao said to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe nodded, watching Wang Tao's figure fade away, then he hugged the little wolf in his arms and headed home. In the classroom, Cui Xiao let out a deep breath and then said to the remaining students. Failing the contract doesn't mean failure in life. Later, the principal will give a speech downstairs, and then you'll be assigned to a new class. Don't think too much about it. Life has many opportunities. He pushed open the old door again and returned to the familiar place. The same place, the same people, but at this moment, Lu Zhe's mind was completely different. Ah whoa. At this moment, the little wolf in his arms began to squirm. It had fallen asleep during the car ride. After all, it was still a cub, so being sleepy was quite normal. The little wolf raised its head and glanced around the room. At first, it was a bit lazy from just waking up, but then, it instantly became fully awake. It scanned the room again and then suddenly turned its head to look at Lu Zhe, with eyes full of doubt and disbelief. It seemed to be saying, "Is this the place you gave me to live in?" Lu Zhe smiled slightly and gently stroked the little wolf's back. Don't rush. Although the place we live in now is a bit shabby, it won't be long before we can move to a better place. In the evening, Lu Zhe was in the kitchen preparing his dinner and Bai Shuang's dinner. Bai Shuang was the name Lu Zhe gave to the little wolf. Bai was taken from the purest, coldest color, symbolizing an endless snowfield, untainted by dust. Shuang was the frost that forms in the night, cold and noble. That's right, Bai Shuang was female, and Lu Zhe was very satisfied with this name. And Bai Shuang? Lu Zhe thought she seemed to be quite satisfied with it too. At this moment, Bai Shuang was pacing around inside the room, howling, feeling like she had been tricked. Earlier, she had agreed to be this person's spirit beast due to some inexplicable attraction, but now she was doubting whether this person could even feed her. Alright, Bai Shuang, it's time to eat. Lu Zhe's voice came. Bai Shuang lifted her head and looked, seeing Lu Zhe bringing a plate. Lu Zhe placed the plate on the table, then picked up Bai Shuang and set her on a chair. Bai Shuang looked at the plate. It contained some sticky food. She hesitated for a moment, then stretched out her nose to sniff. It smelled so good. Immediately, Bai Shuang started eating eagerly. After all, she had been hungry for quite some time. Looking at Bai Shuang eating so happily, Lu Zhe smiled with joy. He had at least learned some knowledge about raising spirit beasts, and he had already prepared to contract with a frost wolf. So, he had specially prepared the kind of food frost wolves like to eat, along with his own understanding. Now it seems the effect is quite good. Lu Zhe returned to the kitchen, picked up his dinner, and then sat down at the table to eat. After finishing the meal, Lu Zhe cleaned up everything and then helped Bai Shuang take a bath. Bai Shuang initially resisted, but later, under Lu Zhe's skillful hands, she finally gave in. Bai Shuang lay in the bathtub, her body covered in bubbles, enjoying Lu Zhe's massage with a contented expression. Note, it took me half a day to write 10,000 words. I admire myself. Chapter 6, Creating the Monster Beast Space. After taking a bath, Lu Zhe picked up Bai Shuang, who had dried off, and sat on the bed. Let's sleep here tonight. Lu Zhe said to Bai Shuang. Since he had not yet developed his spiritual space, he couldn't store Bai Shuang inside his body, so he had to do it this way for now. Owl Bai Shuang seemed a little tired, and after a weak cry, she climbed into a corner of the bed and lay down to sleep. Lu Zhe reached out and stroked her soft fur, leaning back against the headboard of the bed. He did not plan to sleep yet, as it was still early, so he decided to take this time to see if he could develop a spiritual space. Lu Zhe closed his eyes and focused his mind. Creating a spiritual space is actually not that difficult. As long as the contract with the monster beast is successful, it becomes easy. With his own mental power and the spiritual energy transferred from the contract, it was easy to open up a space for the monster beast. As Lu Zhe continued to sense, the connection with Bai Shuang in his mind became clearer, and a stream of faint cold spiritual energy continuously flowed into him from the connection. To open up the space, the first step is to determine the position of the acupuncture points on the body. The human meridians are like a star map, and through long exploration, humans have now discovered the complete set of acupuncture points on the human body. There are 360 acupuncture points on the human body that can be developed into spaces for monster beasts to reside, so in theory, humans can store up to 360 monster beasts inside their bodies. However, this still depends on one's mental power. As long as the mental power is strong enough, one can contract as many monster beasts as one wants. For Bai Shuang, Lu Zhe had selected the Laogong acupuncture point on the palm of her right hand. Of course, these names don't have much practical meaning, they are just labels. This was found online, and it may not be the same as in reality, but there's no need to worry about it, it doesn't affect the story. After an unknown amount of time, a hum sound was heard, and Lu Zhe's body trembled. He felt an intense cold at the Laogong acupuncture point on his right hand. Lu Zhe took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and then slowly gathered his mental and spiritual powers together. He focused carefully, cautiously controlling these two forces, allowing them to gradually approach each other. The moment the mental power and spiritual energy came into contact, Lu Zhe felt a strange reaction. Lu Zhe dared not slack off for a moment. He continued using his mental power to tightly wrap the acupuncture point, as if putting a protective layer around it. This process required intense focus and patience. A slight mistake could lead to energy loss and uncontrollability. Finally, Lu Zhe successfully wrapped the acupuncture point completely. He let out a small sigh of relief, but immediately, he began to activate the contract with Bai Shuang. This was a crucial step, and the most challenging part of the entire process. Lu Zhe needed to connect the energy wrapped around the acupuncture point with Bai Shuang's power using the strength of the contract. Time passed by, and Lu Zhe was completely immersed in controlling the energy, not daring to get distracted for even a moment. Suddenly, he heard a faint hum sound. Though very weak, it flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Lu Zhe's body trembled violently, and he felt a powerful force coming from the Laogong acupuncture point on his right hand. This force was exceptionally cold. It was as if it came from a land of extreme cold, instantly piercing through his body. Done. Lu Zhe raised his right hand, his face full of joy as he looked at it. Although it seemed exactly the same as usual, the cold air from the acupoints made him feel incredibly excited. Immediately, Lu Zhe looked towards Bai Shuang, who was sleeping soundly, and a thought to try something crossed his mind. Slowly, he raised his right hand towards Bai Shuang, while his mind activated the contract. Bai Shuang, who had been soundly sleeping, suddenly felt the contract stir, instantly waking up. But before she could react, she turned into a white light and flew into Lu Zhe's right hand. This is really amazing. Seeing this, Lu Zhe was extremely shocked by this miraculous scene in his heart. But right after, an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction from Bai Shuang came rushing through the contract in his mind. Lu Zhe's thoughts moved, and a white light flew out of his right hand, finally turning into Bai Shuang. Awu. At this moment, Bai Shuang was standing on the bed, constantly howling at Lu Zhe to express her strong displeasure. She had been sleeping so well, but now she was inexplicably woken up. Does she really have no temper? Looking at the dissatisfied Bai Shuang, Lu Zhe did not panic, but instead extended both hands to gently hold her, continuously rubbing her back. Alright, I was wrong, forgive me, okay? In no time, Bai Shuang's displeased expression faded and gradually turned into a relaxed one. Damn it! Bai Shuang wanted to resist, but Lu Zhe's hands were so comfortable that her body couldn't move even an inch. Alright, go back to sleep. It's already late, and we need to go to school tomorrow. After glancing at the time on his phone on the nightstand, Lu Zhe turned off the light, lay down on the bed, and continued to rub Bai Shuang. Soon, both the boy and the beast fell into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, Lu Zhe woke up early, and after storing Bai Shuang in his right hand, he set off for school. In the classroom, quite a few people had already arrived, and Lu Zhe sat at his desk. Lu Zhe, where's your frost wolf? As soon as Lu Zhe arrived, a girl sitting next to him immediately brightened up and hurriedly walked over to ask. I've already stored her in my body. We stayed up late last night, and she's still sleeping. Lu Zhe smiled slightly. He understood the girl's curiosity but politely declined. After all, there was no need to keep bothering himself and his beast just to satisfy someone else's curiosity. All right. Hearing this, the girl returned to her seat a little disappointed but didn't continue asking. After a while, the homeroom teacher, Cui Xiao, finally arrived. Ahem, quiet down. Seeing the noisy classroom, Cui Xiao said loudly. The ones still in the classroom today are all those who have contracted a beast. According to our school's tradition, in order to better train your beasts, you have two options. The first option is to stay in the school, where teachers will be arranged to guide you. The second option is to go home and train your beast by yourself. After finishing, without waiting for the students in the classroom to react, Cui Xiao continued. So, if anyone wants to leave school and train their beast at home, please write the application and hand it to me today. Personally, I would suggest you stay at school, but if you think you can train your beast better at home, that's also fine. This mainly depends on your personal situation. After hearing this, Wang Tao, who had just sat down beside Lu Zhe, curiously asked him. Lu Zhe, what are you going to choose? To train at home or stay at school? I'll probably train at home. Lu Zhe had already made up his mind. After all, this choice was made every year. If it were before awakening his golden finger, he would have definitely chosen to stay at school. Unified cultivation. After all, being an orphan, how could I have any resources to independently cultivate a demon beast? But now I have the golden finger, and I can completely learn cultivation knowledge and then create my own cultivation plan. The school is good, but after all, it has to consider the situation of most people, so it's better to cultivate independently. I should be the same. My dad has already contacted a beastmaster, specifically to teach me and my thorny hedgehog. Lu Zhe nodded. Although the cost might be high, Wang Tao's family is not an ordinary family, he is a rich, old money type. You want to apply to go home? In the office, Cui Xiao looked at Lu Zhe, puzzled. You see, the second choice is usually given to those from rich families. After all, the school is nurturing all students, and the quality is of course not as good as private tutoring. But I clearly remember that Lu Zhe's file said he was an orphan? Thinking of this, Cui Xiao decided to persuade him again. This isn't just because Lu Zhe contracted a low-level demon beast, but also because she cares about her students. I've already decided, teacher. All right. After multiple attempts to persuade him, Cui Xiao looked at Lu Zhe, unmoved, with a headache, and finally agreed helplessly. If you encounter any problems, you can always come to the school and ask me. Although I'm not an outstanding beastmaster, I at least understand a little. Hearing Cui Xiao's caring words, Lu Zhe was still a bit moved in his heart. Cui Xiao is usually a teacher who cares a lot about her students, so these words seemed very sincere here. Oh, by the way, this is the reward the school gives to students who have contracted low-level demon beasts. Cui Xiao took out 5 small bottles from the cabinet. This is cultivation fluid? Having learned some cultivation knowledge, Lu Zhe immediately recognized what the items in front of him were. Cultivation fluid is a resource that promotes the growth of demon beast cubs, and each bottle is worth 50,000 source coins, extremely precious. Chapter 7, Buying Books. Thank you, teacher. Lu Zhe solemnly took the bottles and then expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me, this is all the school's arrangement. Cui Xiao waved her hand and explained. So, goodbye to the college entrance exam. Goodbye to the college entrance exam, everyone. Lu Zhe walked to the school gate, looked back at the high school where he had studied for 2 years, and listened to the various sounds around him, feeling a little emotional inside. Leaving today, he wouldn't return until the college entrance exam. Although Cui Xiao said he could come to her for help, Lu Zhe felt he probably wouldn't bother her. After all, Cui Xiao is just an ordinary beastmaster. When it comes to cultivation knowledge, she is at most a little better than he is now. So from now on, it's all up to me. After returning home, Lu Zhe first let Bai Shuang out. As soon as Bai Shuang came out, it started running around wildly, obviously feeling frustrated. In response, Lu Zhe smiled and didn't bother it, instead sitting on the sofa, taking out paper and pen, and starting to make plans for the future. There is still a whole year of senior year plus a summer vacation. Although it seems like a long time, the longer the time, the more detailed the planning needs to be. Otherwise, it will be easy to waste away. After careful thought, Lu Zhe slowly wrote down his plan on the paper. At noon, Lu Zhe was in the kitchen preparing lunch. The first thing he needed to do was prepare Bai Shuang's lunch. Bai Shuang's lunch is a specially prepared nutritious meal, made by mashing the flesh of low-grade ice lake silver fish, and then adding some seasonings. This way, a meal that promotes the growth of the frost wolf is ready. Alright, Lu Zhe suddenly remembered the cultivation fluid that Cui Xiao gave him this morning. He could add that in too. Lu Zhe quickly picked up a bottle of nutrient liquid from the table, the glass bottle containing a colorless liquid. Although it looked unremarkable, Lu Zhe knew very well the value of this bottle of nutrient liquid. First-tier nutrient liquid, specially used to promote the growth of cubs, the market price fluctuates around 50,000, even though Lu Zhe usually has the habit of saving money. But now, he could only afford to buy 1 bottle. He twisted off the cap and poured a third of the nutrient liquid into it. Compared to Bai Shuang's lunch, Lu Zhe's was much simpler, just a few random dishes would do. Alright, Bai Shuang, stop playing, come eat. Hearing Lu Zhe's shout, Bai Shuang, who had been rolling on the bed, immediately stopped and quickly walked with her short legs to the dining table. Smelling the delicious aroma of the food on the plate, Bai Shuang's tail behind her unconsciously wagged. It smells so good, it smells so good. Although this human's living place isn't great, he is still very nice to me. Bai Shuang thought this, then began to eat in big bites. In the afternoon, Lu Zhe decided to first go buy some books on cultivating beasts. Becoming a cultivator was difficult because it required so much knowledge. If it weren't for Lu Zhe having a cultivation panel, he would never even think about such a thing. Not to mention anything else, just remembering most of the detailed information about the magical beasts would be enough to make many people give up. And most of the current cultivators only started learning this knowledge after they became strong, because with the enhancement of their own strength, their ability to learn would rapidly increase. At that time, while ordinary people might read one book, they could read 100 books. It was not even in the same league. In Lu Zhe's plan, in the more than a year to come, he needed to spend a lot of time learning about cultivating beasts, then make Bai Shuang grow rapidly into her young adult stage. Only after that would he focus on training Bai Shuang's combat skills, because after all, it wasn't suitable for cubs to engage in excessive exercise. He had to first lay a solid foundation. Walking down the street, Lu Zhe noticed that there were quite a few people, and most of them had magical beasts of various appearances by their sides. Although many ordinary people had not succeeded in making a contract, they could still buy harmless magical beasts as pets. Gaga gaga. Lu Zhe's attention was immediately drawn by the gaga sound, and when he looked closely, a palm-sized green parrot was standing on a little girl's shoulder, opening its mouth to make gaga duck sounds. Name: Green Speech Parrot. Quality: Ordinary Tier Middle. Introduction: A palm-sized green parrot, good at mimicking musical instrument sounds rather than human speech. It can blow out clear flute sounds. Its pitch is comparable to that of a tuner. This is a green speech parrot. Because of its good looks and its talent for mimicking musical instrument sounds, as well as the fact that it poses no danger, it is widely loved. Many people would buy one to keep as a pet, but this one, for some reason, had learned to quack like a duck. The gaga duck sound attracted the attention of many people, and the little girl's face turned red. Little Ching, stop making sounds, you are not a duck. But the parrot didn't respond at all. Instead it made the sound even louder, even spreading its wings, with a look of what can you do about it? Seeing this, the little girl angrily stomped her foot, grabbed the parrot's body with one hand, and pinched its beak with the other, and only then did it quiet down. Seeing this amusing scene, the crowd burst into laughter, and Lu Zhe also showed an amused smile. After walking a few more steps, Lu Zhe arrived at the entrance of a bookstore. Yo, student, you're here again. Line, the owner, sitting next to the door, greeted Lu Zhe as he entered. Lu Zhe smiled and nodded, walking into the bookstore. The bookstore was small but cozy, with bookshelves lining the walls and the smell of paper filling the air. He walked directly to the section with books about cultivating magical beasts and began browsing. There were many books, some simple and others more complex, but all filled with essential knowledge for those wanting to become cultivators. Lu Zhe picked up a thick book titled The Fundamentals of Beast Cultivation and began flipping through the pages. It was a guide for beginners, covering everything from basic knowledge about different magical beasts to more advanced techniques for their cultivation. He skimmed through the pages, finding useful information that would help him in his quest to raise Bai Shuang properly. After spending some time choosing books, Lu Zhe approached the counter to pay. I'll take these, he said, placing the stack of books on the counter. The shopkeeper smiled and nodded. Always a pleasure, young man. You're really dedicated to your studies. Lu Zhe smiled back. I'm just trying to do my best for Bai Shuang. After paying for the books, he left the shop and continued his walk through the bustling streets, feeling more confident in his plan to become a skilled cultivator. He looked up at the sky, thinking about the future, about Bai Shuang, and the challenges ahead. It was going to be a long journey, but Lu Zhe was ready. He had a purpose, and nothing would stop him from achieving it. Lu Zhe previously bought several books here, and because he bought many beast tamer books at once, the boss curiously asked him about it. Naturally, the boss also recognized Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe nodded and then directly went to look for books about beast tamers. Introduction to the Frost Wolf Tribe. 100 low-cost feed recipes for young beastlings. For convenience in the future, Lu Zhe picked dozens of books, saving time to avoid running errands again. In addition to these, Lu Zhe also bought a book called 1,000 Ways to Enhance Bonding with Your Beast. After all, a beast tamer and their beast are not in a master-servant relationship but more like partners, so it's necessary to maintain a good relationship between them. Wow, you're buying so many this time. Seeing the huge stack of books Lu Zhe was carrying, the boss was visibly taken aback. Yes, buying more at once also saves me from making multiple trips, Lu Zhe explained. That makes sense. The boss nodded and began to calculate the price of the books. Watching the numbers steadily rise on the screen, Lu Zhe's eyelids twitched noticeably, but he still maintained a calm expression on the surface. This is way too expensive. Total is 23,700 source coins. The boss smiled happily at the big customer in front of him. In recent years, Lu Zhe had been frugal and had saved nearly 50,000 source coins, but this time he spent half of it. Card swipe. However, compared to the pain in his heart, Luce still appeared generous on the surface. Although it's expensive, it is necessary. Beep. Luce took the card and quickly left the bookstore with a big bag of books. Behind him, the boss watched with a smile, thinking how nice it would be if more big customers came like this. By Shuang, I'm back. Luce pushed the door open, slightly out of breath. Carrying dozens of books was indeed heavy, and even though the bookstore wasn't far, he was quite tired. But thankfully, as Bai Shuang continued to grow stronger, the spiritual power transmitted through the contract would increase as well. And his physical fitness would also become stronger under the influence of the spiritual power. Even in the future, there was a chance he could have earth-shattering abilities like those legendary strong individuals. Awu. Hearing Luce's call, Bai Shuang immediately appeared at the door, her eyes wide open as she stared at Luce. Although he could store Bai Shuang in his body, she seemed to dislike staying inside. So, Luce left Bai Shuang in the room, hoping she wouldn't cause any ruckus at home. Chapter 8, Beast Tamer. Awu. The moment Bai Shuang saw Luce, she excitedly yelped a few times. Not paying attention to the jumping Bai Shuang beside him, Luce placed the huge stack of books on the table and took a deep breath. I'm exhausted. He collapsed onto the sofa and relaxed as he spoke. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang noticed Luce was ignoring her. She hurriedly ran in front of him and called out a few more times. What's wrong? Seeing Bai Shuang's actions, Luce was first puzzled, but then the information transmitted from the contract surprised him. You're hungry again? Bai Shuang nodded, her expression very serious. Didn't you just have lunch 3 hours ago? How could you be hungry again? Luce sharply sensed something was off. Based on what he learned, young frost wolves like Bai Shuang shouldn't get hungry so quickly without strenuous activity. And the lunch he made for her couldn't possibly be short on quantity. Suddenly, Luce thought of a possibility and scanned the room without noticing anything unusual, but his heart remained uneasy. He then walked to the bedroom door and saw the situation inside, and his worries instantly vanished. Inside the bedroom, he saw a mess lay scattered. The neatly folded blankets on the bed had been thrown to the floor, and there were ice crystals of various sizes all over the bed. The walls were also covered in ice crystals, some large and some small, some thick and some thin, with a few even slowly melting, forming tiny streams of water flowing down the wall. Luce suddenly turned to look at Bai Shuang behind him, only to see her staring at him with wide innocent eyes. Seeing that Luce hadn't prepared any food for her but was instead staring at her, Bai Shuang frowned and opened her mouth to call out a few times. Go cook, I'm hungry. Looking at Bai Shuang's complete lack of awareness that she had done something wrong, Luce helplessly patted his forehead. It's my fault for not considering everything. Bai Shuang was a frost wolf, who naturally loved cold environments, so it was perfectly normal for her to blow out a few breaths to feel comfortable. And since he hadn't mentioned it to her in advance, how could she have known she had done wrong? It's no wonder she was hungry again so quickly. After all, she was just a cub, and the energy spent on her breath was still too much for her. In the end, Luce had no other choice. He couldn't blame Bai Shuang. So after preparing food for Bai Shuang, Luce could only go clean up by himself. Bai Shuang ate the food from her plate while watching Luce busying himself in the bedroom. This human is really strange. Why is he cleaning all that ice when everything is just so comfortable? She tilted her head, unable to understand, shook her head, and continued to eat. After a long while, Luce finally cleared all the ice in the bedroom. He took out a few tissues to wipe the sweat off his forehead and gasped for a few breaths. Carrying a big pile of books back was already tiring enough, and before he could rest, he had to cook and then immediately clean the bedroom. This had exhausted him. Lying on the freshly changed blanket, Luce closed his eyes, wanting to rest for a while. But soon after, he felt a weight on his chest. Luce frowned and opened his eyes, only to see an extremely beautiful eye and a fuzzy wolf head. Ah whoa! Bai Shuang called out, then stretched her tongue to lick her left front paw. Seeing the adorable Bai Shuang in front of him, Luce instantly felt all his exhaustion fade away. He lifted Bai Shuang up with both hands and pressed her against his face, rubbing her vigorously. Ah whoa! No, let me go! Bai Shuang struggled continuously, trying hard to lift her head to escape, but unfortunately, she couldn't get away. Luce suddenly lifted Bai Shuang and buried his face in her belly, taking a deep breath. A cold, yet fragrant scent came, mixed with the scent of shower gel. How soothing! Luce loosened his grip with satisfaction, and Bai Shuang quickly jumped down. She hurriedly left the room, still making awo sounds from her mouth. Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang sat on the sofa, looking at Luce, who was squatting in front of her, with a puzzled expression. From now on, you can't cause trouble in the house. Do you understand? Bai Shuang initially didn't care at all, even turning her head away. Luce reached out to turn Bai Shuang's head back, staring directly into her eyes. Woof. After staring at each other for a while, Bai Shuang finally relented and muttered a reply. Luce showed a satisfied smile. This was one of the benefits of taming demons. Through the contract, although they couldn't understand each other's words, they could still communicate. Looking at Bai Shuang, curled up on the sofa, sulking, Lu Zhe reached out his right hand to comfort her. Actually, the responsibility wasn't entirely on Bai Shuang, it mainly stemmed from his own poverty. This place was too small, and the environment was not suitable for a frost wolf to live in. It seemed he had to quickly find a way to make money and move to a better place. Living alone in this room was more than enough. But it was obviously not enough with just Bai Shuang. Moreover, taming monsters requires enough space for growth and development. 3 days later, Lu Zhe sat on the sofa holding a book, the title boldly read Breeder, From Beginner to Master. Lu Zhe leisurely flipped through the book, clearly immersed in it. Beside him, Bai Shuang leaned against Lu Zhe, engrossed in the animated show playing on the TV. That's right, after trying for a few days, Lu Zhe finally found a way to keep Bai Shuang quiet for a while. That was watching cartoons. Yes, Bai Shuang loved watching cartoons. Because most monster beasts' intelligence is only slightly lower than that of humans, there emerged a good market tailored to the needs of taming monsters. Thus, animated series aimed specifically at monster beasts began to appear. For example, the current animated series is designed for monster beasts, called Wolf Howls Under the Sky. At this moment, a line from the TV suddenly rang out. 100 years in the east, 100 years in the west, do not bully the young wolf when it's poor. Upon hearing this line, Bai Shuang's eyes brightened noticeably, and its previously sprawled body stood upright. Lu Zhe looked up and saw a white wolf on the TV screen, surrounded by a pack of wolves, saying this line. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe couldn't help but show a helpless expression. This animated series tells the story of a genius wolf demon who, for some unknown reason, experiences a decline in strength and later discovers that this decline is caused by the remnant soul of a great demon. Thus, the protagonist takes this great demon as a master, and from then on, their strength skyrockets, smashing faces all the way, ultimately becoming a demon emperor. The scene currently showing on the TV is where the protagonist, after experiencing a decline in strength, faces a cancelled engagement and boldly declares during the engagement ceremony. In Lu Zhe's eyes, this trope is too old, but Bai Shuang seems to really enjoy it. Extending his right hand, Lu Zhe grasped Bai Shuang's swaying tail, and Bai Shuang merely glanced back before continuing to immerse itself in the plot of the cartoon. With a casual stroke along Bai Shuang's tail, Lu Zhe showed a hint of satisfaction on his face. These past few days, Lu Zhe has been continuously reading books about breeders, and he has already figured out how to make money. His current goal is to go to the Monster Tamer Association and successfully pass the first-level breeder exam, becoming a first-level breeder. After passing, he could not only work part-time in those shops but also open his own store. The most crucial point is that the breeder profession is very lucrative, whether part-time or running a shop, the earnings are absurdly high. This is also because becoming a breeder is quite difficult. In the Blue Country, only about 60% of people can successfully form a contract and become monster tamers. Among these monster tamers, only about 3% can become breeders, which shows how rare breeders are. The role of the breeder is extremely important, whether for treating injured monster beasts or nurturing them, these are all tasks of a breeder. So all this makes breeders incredibly significant. In these past few days, Lu Zhe has also gathered some information about the breeder exam and learned that it consists of 3 parts. The first part is knowledge about monster beasts, the second part involves preparing some simple medicines or enhancing pills. The final part requires the examinees to diagnose the causes of injuries in some injured monster beasts accurately and to provide appropriate treatments. As for the promotion of monster beast grades, that is not part of what a first-level breeder covers. Just as Lu Zhe was pondering, the animation before him had finished, and Bai Shuang evidently seemed unsatisfied. Looking back at Lu Zhe, it found him still reading the book. Without disturbing, it crawled directly over Lu Zhe's leg and arrived at the other side. Found it. Bai Shuang wrapped the remote control with its tail, then tapped a button with its paw, and the advertisement that was playing on the TV disappeared. Then it switched to another cartoon, and a clear smile appeared on Bai Shuang's face, so it simply lay down right there and continued watching the cartoon. Chapter 9, Changes in a Month. 1 month later. Lu Zhe was lying on the sofa with Bai Shuang in his arms, and the atmosphere felt very cozy. Suddenly, Lu Zhe said, Bai Shuang, have you gained a lot of weight? Bai Shuang, who was comfortably lying in Lu Zhe's arms enjoying his massage, suddenly perked up upon hearing this. Ah. Bai Shuang turned its head, looking at Lu Zhe with an unhappy expression. Okay, you haven't gained weight, you've grown up. Lu Zhe hurriedly smiled and patted Bai Shuang, explaining. Upon hearing this, the expression on Bai Shuang's face finally softened, and it lay back in Lu Zhe's arms. At the same time, its tail lifted, pointing to a spot on its back, signaling Lu Zhe to massage that area. You are comfortable, but you are exhausting me. Although he said this, Lu Zhe did not stop his hands. This massage technique was customized by Lu Zhe himself based on the knowledge he gained from breeding. It not only promotes her growth and development but also relaxes her spirit. Lu Zhe carefully observed Bai Shuang in his arms. Bai Shuang had already changed quite a bit compared to a month ago. At first, Bai Shuang was only the size of an ordinary adult cat, but after a month of Lu Zei's careful nurturing, its shoulder height had grown to 45 centimeters, and its body length had reached 75 centimeters. Its fur, at this point, did not look as fluffy as before, although from a distance, Bai Shuang appeared to be a white wolf. However, if one looked closely, they would find that the edges of its fur had a very faint icy blue halo. It really hasn't been easy. Seeing Bai Shuang's changes, Lu Zei couldn't help but sigh. In this month, Lu Zei had completely used up the 5 bottles of nurturing liquid provided by the school, which was the main reason Bai Shuang had changed so much in a month. In addition, he also spent nearly more than 10,000 source coins purchasing raw materials to prepare Bai Shuang's daily food. Lu Zei casually opened a can on the table in front of him, which was filled with a large pile of wolf-shaped biscuits. These were made by Lu Zei himself, with the main ingredients being the meat of small silver fish ground into powder, frozen sweet potato puree, and, most importantly, ice marrow crystal. Name: Ice Marrow Crystal. Quality: top grade of ordinary level. Effect: promotes the growth and development of ice attribute demon beasts and improves the quality of spiritual power. Long-term use can also slowly enhance the bone strength of demon beasts. Ice Marrow Crystal isn't cheap. It was the most expensive among the materials bought in this month, using just 5G cost nearly 10,000 source coins. Adding to the 4,000 source coins just issued this month, Lu Zei only had just a little over 10,000 source coins left. He grabbed a handful of biscuits from the box, and before Lu Zei could speak, Bai Shuang saw his movement and had already opened its mouth by itself. So delicious, Lu Zei smiled. Bai Shuang chewed the biscuit in its mouth, with a face full of comfort and satisfaction, while its mind began to recall the life of the past month. In this month, it could be said that it had lived very comfortably. Although the environment was a bit poor, the other treatment could completely make up for it. Not only was there delicious food, but every day also had several comfortable massages, and most importantly, it could watch TV for as long as it wanted every day. So relaxing, it thought. After chewing the biscuit in its mouth, Bai Shuang lazily turned over, exposing its belly. Ah! Lu Zei reached out, massaging Bai Shuang's abdomen while looking at his own panel in his mind. Host: Lu Zei. Level: Beast Tamer Trainee Small Achievement. Cultivation Level: 4, 12/100. Talent: Beast Affinity, True Eye, can see the level and quality of beasts, and also see the advanced forms of beasts and the materials needed for advancement. In this month, Lu Zei discovered that simply reading related books would not be enough to improve cultivation levels. When he massaged Bai Shuang and prepared growth-promoting foods like cookies, he could also raise his cultivation level. So within just a month, Lu Zei's cultivation level had reached level 4, and the True Eye was a talent he received when he broke through level 4. Lu Zei looked at Bai Shuang in his arms, and with a thought, he activated the True Eye, instantly revealing a light screen before him. Name: Bai Shuang. Race: Frost Wolf. Level: Low-grade Mortal. Quality: Low-grade Earth. Although Bai Shuang's cultivation had not raised its level in this month and remained a low-grade mortal, from Lu Zei's perspective, it should be soon. If he continued to cultivate at this pace, Bai Shuang might be able to raise its level to high-grade mortal by the time of the college entrance examination. There is even a great possibility of growing into a low-grade earth beast. But now, the biggest problem troubling Lu Zei was that he was running out of money. The various materials he purchased to make food for Bai Shuang had basically run out, and if he wanted to buy more, given Lu Zei's current financial situation, he simply could not afford it. Moreover, the cultivation books he bought were also finished, and he urgently needed to buy more. Adding these up, with just over 10,000 source coins in his pocket, it was simply not enough. But fortunately, he had already found a solution. He had signed up for the level 1 Beast Tamer examination, and it would take place tomorrow. As long as he passed, he could become a level 1 Beast Tamer. At that time, he could work part-time at a beast cultivation shop. Lu Zei was very confident about whether he could pass the examination. The level 1 Beast Tamer exam was not confidential, as the questions changed every year. From the information Lu Zei gathered, the knowledge needed to pass the level 1 Beast Tamer exam was about the same as when he was at cultivation level 3. Now, having reached level 4, passing the Beast Tamer exam was completely within his grasp. The next day, Lu Zei put Bai Shuang into his right hand and went early to the Beast Tamer Association to prepare for the exam. As Lu Zei walked into the hall, he found it already packed with many people, all apparently there to take the Beast Tamer exam. After scanning the room, Lu Zei noticed the participants varied greatly in age, the youngest of which seemed to be around his age, 17 or 18. The oldest appeared to be at least 40 or 50 years old, but the majority were in their 20s and 30s. Since the Beast Tamer exam had not yet started, Lu Zei decided to wait and listen to the conversations around him. Old Gao, you're here too. Yeah, I wonder how difficult it will be this year. Hopefully, it won't be too high. I've been attending for 7 years, and I still haven't passed. Sigh. Who isn't? This is my 6th year. The two speakers were not far from Lu Zei, both looking to be in their 30s, chatting with furrowed brows, looking lacking in confidence. However, there were also extremely confident ones, like the two in front of Luze. I tell you, this exam is mine for the taking. The speaker was a boy about the same age as Luze, looking very confident. Others nearby also heard the confident boy's words, and strange expressions appeared on their faces. Such a bold young person was indeed a rare sight. Though there weren't many people of Luze's age, they weren't non-existent. But most were simply there to give it a try. Whether one can pass is entirely up to fate. It wasn't long before the cultivation master assessment began. Following the guidance of the staff, the crowd in the hall gradually lined up into several queues, and Luze casually chose the nearest one. Not long later, it was already Luze's turn. When the examiner received the exam materials handed over by Luze, he looked at Luze's youth and examined him a bit more, but didn't say much. Exam location, room 216 on the second floor. After receiving the materials, Luze headed toward his exam location. The cultivation master assessment is divided into 3 stages, the first stage being a theory exam. Luze quickly arrived at his exam room, room 216 on the second floor. He pushed open the door, and the space inside was small, containing only a computer. After sitting down at the computer, suddenly, an electronic voice sounded. Ding, candidate 516 Luze, identity confirmation in progress. Confirmation successful, welcome to the first stage cultivation master assessment. The current test has not yet begun, please wait patiently. Next, we will broadcast the exam rules. 1. What followed was a long list of rules, similar to those for school exams. Luze looked around the room for a long time but didn't find where the voice was coming from. With nothing else to do, and electronic products like phones not allowed, Luze simply closed his eyes to rest. After waiting for a while, finally, the quiet electronic voice sounded again, and the computer screen in front of Luze lit up. The cultivation master assessment is now starting, and this exam room is under full surveillance. Please answer carefully, do not engage in any cheating or attempt to cheat. Candidate 516 Luze, you may begin answering questions. Wishing you success in your assessment. Chapter 10, Cultivation Assessment. Luze looked at the computer screen in front of him, where the questions had already appeared. When he saw the first question, Luze raised his eyebrows. Question 1, the phenomenon of ice breath rebound appears in frost wolf cubs. What is the most likely cause? A. Feed calorie too high. B. Environmental humidity below 20%. C. Insufficient ice element intake. D. Mental threshold overload. Unexpectedly, the first question was about frost wolves. Wasn't this a perfect match? Luze decisively chose D, it was too easy. Next question. Question 2, the main function of the copper bell squirrel tail shell at the low classes? A. Storing nuts. B. Sound interference against enemies. C. Heat dissipation. D. Absorbing iron element. After answering, Luze clicked the submit button and waited for the exam result to appear. There were a total of 100 questions in the theory exam, and overall it wasn't difficult. Luze analyzed simply and felt he should answer at least 80 correctly. Before long, Luze's score appeared on the screen. As expected, it was not beyond his expectation. 89 points. For the first round assessment, a score of 60 was needed to pass, and he could proceed to the next round. At the same time, the electronic voice sounded. Congratulations, candidate 516 Luze, you have passed the first round assessment. Now you have 10 minutes to rest, the second round assessment will begin in 10 minutes. After speaking, the voice fell silent again. Luze leaned back in his chair to rest, and 10 minutes passed quickly. Now starting the second round assessment. Assessment content, within 1 hour, produce the corresponding spirit medicine. 3 options are provided for you to choose from. First, produce ice spirit hemostatic bomb. Second, produce emerald feather vitality pill. Third, produce ice mist protective liquid. 3 choices, Luze pondered for a moment, and finally chose ice spirit hemostatic bomb. I choose ice spirit hemostatic bomb. As soon as Luze's voice fell, the computer in front of him slowly sank with the table, and then another table floated up from the ground. 3 sets of materials are provided. Standard, produce a complete ice spirit hemostatic bomb. Luze looked at the table in front of him, which displayed the materials and necessary instruments for production. The production process for ice spirit hemostatic bomb is not complicated. The most crucial step is to fuse all the materials together using one's own spiritual energy. Luze took a deep breath and began to crush the required materials, adding them into a glass container. Then came the key moment. Luze placed his hands beneath the container and immediately, flames ignited on his hands. These flames were like the breath of ice, merely the most basic application of spiritual power. Though Bai Shuang provided him with ice-type spiritual energy, spiritual power is not so easily restricted. Even Bai Shuang, as a frost wolf, could spit out flames using spiritual energy, but it consumed much more than usual. Inside the container, various medicinal herbs gradually melted, ultimately forming a thick, viscous liquid. The medicinal properties of these herbs began to merge and penetrate each other, creating an entirely new power. At this moment, Luce needed to focus all his attention on controlling the flames, ensuring their temperature and intensity were just right. Not only did he have to keep the flames steady, but he also had to adjust their size and direction according to the changing medicinal power. This required immense skill and experience. A small mistake could lead to an imbalance in the medicinal properties, ruining all his efforts. Meanwhile, Luce also needed to use his own spiritual energy to guide these medicinal powers. He channeled his spiritual energy into the container, directing the medicinal power to flow along specific paths to fully fuse together. This process consumed a great deal of Luce's spiritual energy, especially since he had just broken through to the stage of controlling demons, and his inner energy was not abundant. Before long, Luce's face began to pale slightly, beads of sweat gathering on his forehead, and his breathing became a bit hurried. However, he did not stop his work. Instead, he gritted his teeth and continued persevering. Fortunately, crafting this kind of pill was still within Luce's capabilities. Though the process was difficult, he successfully completed this step. As time passed, the herbs in the container continuously melted and merged, ultimately transforming into a thick, black, pasty liquid. It's done! Noticing the change within the furnace, Luce's face lit up, and the flames in his hands vanished instantly. After the joy, Luce suddenly felt dizzy, using his hand to support himself on the table to regain his balance. Luce sensed the spiritual energy within his body and realized he had used up more than half of it. At that moment, Bai Shuang in his right hand sensed Luce's condition through their contract and blinked a few times. Then, a surge of spiritual energy poured into Luce's body from the contract. Luce's complexion improved significantly at this point. Thank you, Bai Shuang. Luce expressed his gratitude to Bai Shuang through the contract, then opened the lid of the container, releasing a special herbal aroma. It seemed he had succeeded. Smelling this fragrance, Luce felt confident that his refining was a sure win. After pouring out the contents and inspecting them, it was indeed a success. Testing. Ordinary quality ice spirit hemostatic ointment. Evaluation, level B. Congratulations candidate 516 Luce, successfully advanced to the second round of the assessment. Next, you will have 10 minutes to rest. Is that all? Luce initially thought he would need to use all the materials, but it turned out he did not have to. But this was fine, it saved him some trouble. Luce sat back down in his chair, slowly beginning to restore his spiritual power, while Bai Shuang continually transmitted spiritual energy to him through their contract. 10 minutes later. The third round of assessment is now starting. Next, 3 injured demon beasts will be provided. Please assessors, identify the cause of their injuries and the corresponding treatment plan within 1 hour. A table in front of Luce slowly descended, ultimately delivering an injured demon beast. A green-blue insect crawled slowly on a leaf. This is a green leaf bug. Luce leaned closer to observe and found that the edges of the green leaf bug's back had obvious brown spots, and it seemed very weak while crawling. From time to time, it would stop and curl up into a ball, looking like it was in great pain. Watching the unusual green leaf bug, Luce began to compare its symptoms with his own memories, and soon he got the answer. He spoke up and said, this green leaf bug must have eaten too much of some ice attribute food, leading to a buildup of ice element power in its body, causing cold toxin spots. The treatment plan is to stop feeding it ice attribute food and soak it in warm water for 10 minutes each day, twice a day. In this way, it should recover in about 7 days. The second treatment is to apply warm sungrass balm, which can heal in just 2 days. After a while, the electronic voice sounded again. Correct answer. Evaluation, B grade. Then, the green leaf bug disappeared, and another kind of monster appeared on the table. It was a dark gray lizard, with protruding scales on its back that glimmered with a metallic sheen. When this dark gray lizard saw Luce, it suddenly curled up tight. An ironback lizard? Name, ironback lizard. Quality, mid-tier ordinary. Description, a dark gray lizard with slightly protruding iron scales, loves to eat steel, curls into a ball when startled. He noticed that part of the lizard's back scales had cracked open, and blood was seeping from the cracks. After examining it for a long time, Luce frowned. It seems like just a simple impact injury. No, it can't be that simple. He didn't believe the breeding assessment would have such an easy question. Then, Luce checked the entire body of the ironback lizard again, and finally, he discovered something was wrong in its mouth. Extending his hand, Luce pried open the lizard's mouth to observe closely. The ironback lizard's pupils suddenly contracted, and its tail began to thrash, as if wanting to attack Luce. Noticing this, Luce gently pressed down on the wriggling tail. At the same time, he comforted, "Don't move, I'm here to help you." Whether it was because of Luce's tone and actions, or the monster's natural affinity, somehow the ironback lizard relaxed and even started cooperating with Luce's examination. Sure enough, After inspecting for a while, Lu Zei's lips curled up. He had finally found the true cause of the iron-backed lizard's illness. Chapter 11, Assessment Passed. Lu Zei found obvious traces of blood inside the iron-backed lizard's mouth, and most importantly, there was a strong smell of rust. Based on the knowledge Lu Zei had learned, he inferred that this iron-backed lizard had contracted a special disease. Rust poison. Because the iron-backed lizard loved to eat steel, sometimes they would mistakenly eat rusty metal. Even though they could digest the rust, if it accumulates over a long time, it would still affect them negatively. This led to the cracking of the lizard's backplates. Lu Zei reached in to look at the lizard's tongue root. As expected, there were some dark red rust spots, which is also one of the signs of rust poison. This iron-backed lizard has rust poison. The treatment method is to use cold smoked grass and snow lotus to make a Qing frost detoxification soup and give it to them, and it will recover. Lu Zei said confidently. Evaluation, B grade. As the iron-backed lizard descended with the table, it stared at Lu Zei with wide eyes, seeming a bit reluctant to part. Lu Zei felt a strange sensation, making it develop a fondness for him. The third monster was the green parrot Lu Zei had met when he went to buy books. This green parrot's feathers were disheveled, and its two claws underneath were scratching around wildly, completely losing its grace. Lu Zei carefully examined its exterior and found no other abnormalities, even wounds were absent. Yaya the green parrot croaked with a hoarse voice. He looked at Lu Zei with a pleading expression. There are no external injuries, so it seems there must be an issue inside. Lu Zei thought to himself, while also checking the mouth of the green parrot. Upon closer inspection, Lu Zei noticed a problem. The inside of the green parrot's mouth was now red and swollen. It looks like it might have eaten something wrong? Lu Zei thought, while extending his right hand to press on the green parrot's belly. Don't move around, let me see what's wrong with your body. Once he said this, Lu Zei took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and gently placed his palm on the green parrot. He concentrated, slowly gathering his spiritual energy into his palm, and then carefully transmitted that energy into the green parrot's body through his palm. As the energy flowed, Lu Zei was able to clearly sense the condition inside the green parrot. His spiritual energy seemed to transform into an invisible hand, wandering within the green parrot's body, meticulously exploring every corner. Before long, Lu Zei noticed something unusual. There was a strange object in the green parrot's stomach. Yaya, the green parrot cried out in pain once again. Finding the cause of the illness makes things easier. Lu Zei smiled, then laid the green parrot flat on the table, with its head facing down. Then his hands began to massage its belly ceaselessly. This green parrot must have eaten some sharp foreign object, which then cut into its throat or intestines, and since it couldn't be digested, it had turned into its current state. As Lu Zei continued to massage, the green parrot began to tremble all over, finally vomiting some things out of its mouth. Looks like these are what you mistakenly ate. Lu Zei looked at what the green parrot had vomited out and found that they were fragments of the shell of a bell squirrel's tail. How did you end up eating these? Lu Zei watched as the green parrot rubbed its head against his hand on the table, feeling somewhat confused. Name, bell squirrel. Quality, low minor tier. Description, its tail tip has a hollow hard shell that makes a dingling sound when running, which disrupts the auditory positioning of small predators. In the autumn, it stuffs dried tree fruits into the shell as a piggy bank, taking them out to crack when hungry. Those fragments were the empty shells from the tail of the bell squirrel. No wonder the green parrot couldn't digest them. Lu Zei recalled that he was still in the assessment, and hurriedly spoke out the cause of the green parrot's illness and treatment plan. After removing the foreign object, you need to take some anti-inflammatory medicine, and in at most 3 days, you'll be healed. Rating, B+. An electronic voice sounded, accompanied by the disappearance of the green parrot, announcing Lu Zei's total score. Candidate 516 Lu Zei, your total evaluation for the third assessment is B level. After a brief silence, the voice sounded again. Congratulations, Candidate 516 Lu Zei, you have successfully passed the first level of the breeder's assessment. Next, please go to the hall to receive your certificate. After saying this, the originally locked door suddenly opened with a bang. Lu Zei walked out of the door and found that there were others who had also come out at the same time. Among them were some who, like Lu Zei, wore joyful expressions, but there were also a few with bitter faces. Damn it, the second round of the assessment was too difficult. A person with a bitter expression said with some frustration. It seemed he was eliminated in the second round of the assessment. Each participant's assessment was separate. Therefore, the times used for the assessments were not the same. This led to Lu Zei already having passed the assessment, while this person was still only in the second round and had failed. Bro, which round of the assessment did you get eliminated in? A boy who looked to be about the same age as Lu Zei came up beside him and asked with some hope on his face. His name was Qian Hai, and he had come to participate in the breeder's assessment this time. Like many of his peers, he came to try his luck, not holding any hope. However, he was eliminated in the first round of the assessment. Though he had no hope of passing, it still felt somewhat unpleasant. At this moment, seeing Luze, who was the same age as him, he couldn't wait to get the same answer from Luze. To comfort himself. Me? I passed. Luze spoke in a calm tone, but if listened to closely, a hint of pride could be heard. Passed? How is that possible? Luze ignored the stunned Shanhai. He still had to go to the hall to collect his breeder's certificate. Bai Shuang had begun to protest, not knowing why. She really did not like staying in the monster den. However, according to Luze, the monster den was very suitable for monster taming and staying in it was beneficial for monster taming. But since Bai Shuang did not like staying, then they would not stay. In the hall, it was still the same inspector. He took the materials from Luze and looked at Luze with a hint of disbelief. After glancing at the name on the materials, he searched for his name in the system and saw the success prompt. Only 17 years old, and he passed the breeder assessment? The inspector couldn't help but sigh, although there had been others of the same age as Luze who passed the assessment before, even younger ones too. But hearing about it was one thing, and seeing this genius in reality was his first time. This is your certificate, please take care of it. Of course, if you lose it, you can come here to reissue it with relevant documents. The inspector operated on the system for a moment, then the printer beside him printed out a certificate. Luze took the certificate that was handed over. The certificate had a photo of Luze, stated his name, acquisition time, and breeder level. On the upper right corner, there was a star drawn, representing a first-level breeder. Thank you. Luze politely expressed his gratitude, then turned and left. Chapter 12, Whisper Pavilion. Stepping out of the Monster Tamer Association's gate, Luze felt light all over. With the certificate in hand, things would be easier. Alright, I got it, I will go buy it for you now. Luze said helplessly. Just now, Bai Shuang expressed her request through their contract. Because the food at home was almost finished, and many of Bai Shuang's snacks had not been made for a long time due to a lack of materials. That's right, the food Bai Shuang ate before was basically all made by Luze himself. After all, this not only improved his breeding level but also allowed him to freely adjust the ingredients according to Bai Shuang's taste and needs. This not only let Bai Shuang enjoy delicious food but also benefited her development. And it saved money. Luze looked up at the name of the shop. Whisper Pavilion. It looked quite big from the outside. Luze walked in and found that the shopkeeper was a middle-aged woman. Although she wasn't very beautiful, she was pleasant to look at, with the charm of a mature woman. Seeing a customer come in, the middle-aged woman looked up and revealed a smile but said nothing. Luze also returned a smile, then began to look for what he wanted. This was a breeding shop, but the services provided were not only for healing monsters, it also sold medicinal materials and elixirs that promoted monster cultivation. Breeders covered almost all aspects related to monsters, which is also the reason why becoming a breeder is difficult, because there is so much to learn. Cold jade grass, frost sprout grass, spirit grain ice thorn root. Luze picked a big pile of things, all materials for making Bai Shuang's food. As for the finished elixirs, although their effects were better than what Luze made himself, he could only say they were too expensive. Too costly, any one of them would cost tens of thousands, and he was too poor right now. Even the materials purchased were of a rather low grade. Boss, it's time to check out. Carrying a large pile of items, the middle-aged woman approached the counter and discovered that Luze had bought only materials, then noticed Luze's young face. She felt a bit puzzled but didn't ask out loud. After all, she was in the business and didn't need to pry too much. Hello, that's a total of 5,700 source coins. The middle-aged woman said with a smile. Ding. After Luze paid, he intended to leave directly, but after walking just a few steps, he stopped. Seeing Luze turn around, the middle-aged woman curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Suddenly, Luze realized he was looking for a part-time job at a breeding shop. Why not consider this place? He had glanced around the shop and noticed it was large and looked rather prosperous. Moreover, it seemed that the middle-aged woman was the only one in charge here, perhaps they were short-handed. Thinking of this, Luze made up his mind. Luze returned to the counter and asked, "Boss, can I ask if you need any help here?" "We do need help, but..." The middle-aged woman looked at Luze, then smiled and said, "What we need are breeders, not other positions." "I'm sorry. I am a breeder." After saying that, Luze pulled out the certificate he had just received and placed it on the counter. Staring at the information on the certificate, the middle-aged woman was a bit shocked and raised her head to compare it with the photo on the certificate. She found that the certificate indeed belonged to Luze himself. "So, can I work part-time here?" Luze asked again. "Of course you can." After a brief pause, the middle-aged woman spoke again, her smile now obviously more sincere, and her tone warmer. Then, Luze and the middle-aged woman had a series of conversations, and Luze shared his basic information with her. He explained that he was a sophomore student and would take the college entrance examination in a year. Finally, Luce and the middle-aged woman agreed on the salary, which was a base salary of 10,000 source coins per month, and 20% from the money paid by clients for solving beast problems. This treatment was quite good. So, when can I start working, Sister Lin? After agreeing on the salary, Luce couldn't wait to start working. During their previous conversation, Luce also learned that this middle-aged woman's name was Lin Qingyu and that this store belonged to her. She was not only a beast master but also a tier 2 breeder. You can start tomorrow, if it's convenient for you. Sister Lin smiled as she concluded that Luce was definitely a genius after knowing his age and that he had just passed the breeding certification. How could she refuse someone like him wanting to work part-time? Sister Lin, can my salary be paid daily? Luce asked a bit shyly. Why? Sister Lin seemed a bit surprised. I'm a bit short on money right now, Luce answered honestly. You don't have to worry about that, I'll give you a month's salary up front. After saying that, before Luce could react, Sister Lin directly took out her phone and transferred 50,000 source coins to him. During their conversation, they had already exchanged contact information. How can this be right? What's wrong with it? Just take the money and come to work tomorrow. After speaking, without waiting for Luce to respond, Sister Lin pushed him out. She was joking. If he got paid daily, what if he ran away? If paid daily, she genuinely feared Luce would leave after a few days, and then how would she build a good relationship with him? Outside the shop, Luce chuckled as he watched the boss closing the store door. He understood why she did it. It was simply because she thought he was a genius and wanted to build a good relationship with him. Though he indeed considered himself a genius, proudly. Luce had no objections to this. It was impossible for someone to be kind to you for no reason. If they were, there must be some situation you did not know about. As long as it was good for him and not with some bad motives, he would not see anything wrong with it. Smiling, Luce prepared to go home. However, thinking about the distance from here to his home, he frowned a bit and decided to take a taxi. But he really needed to move out early, not only for his own convenience for work but also to give Bai Shuang a better environment. You should know that in his current home, Luce even required Bai Shuang not to breathe too freely, and she had not practiced her magical skills. After all, she was too small and had no space to practice. After placing an order on his phone, Luce waited for a moment and got into the car, feeling somewhat emotional. Indeed, he had fallen. If it weren't for Sister Lin giving him 50,000 source coins, he would not be taking a taxi. Suddenly, Luce felt a connection in his mind stirring, and then he said indulgently in his mind. Got it, I will make you your favorite pork chops when we get home. Chapter 13, Moving. After returning home, Luce thought for a long time and still sent Sister Lin a message. He asked Sister Lin to help him see if there were any houses for rent next to her shop, as she should be quite familiar with that area. It didn't take long for Luce to get a reply from Sister Lin. You want to rent a house? How coincidental. There happens to be a room for rent nearby. Not only is it spacious, but the price is also cheap. I can take you to take a look tomorrow? Luce was overjoyed. He didn't expect such a coincidence. After replying to Sister Lin that he would go see the house tomorrow, Luce happily put down his phone and picked up Bai Shuang beside him. Bai Shuang, if we are lucky, we can move to a new home tomorrow. How about that? Are you happy? Bai Shuang looked at her excited master but did not show much reaction. She raised one of her front legs to her mouth and licked it slowly a few times with her tongue. However, although Bai Shuang appeared indifferent, the tail that kept wagging behind her revealed her true feelings. He. Looking at the proud Bai Shuang, Luce hugged her tightly and rubbed his face against hers. Indeed, contracting with Bai Shuang was absolutely the right choice. If he had contracted with something like a rock-armored rhinoceros, he wouldn't be enjoying himself like this now. Ah whoa. Bai Shuang let out a sound of resistance, but her body did not move, and upon closer inspection, a slight smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. The next day, Luce arrived early at the entrance of Qingyu Pavilion. You're here too early. After waiting for a while, Lin Qingyu finally appeared, somewhat surprised to see Luce already waiting there. It's nothing, I was just too excited. Since you can't wait, let's go. Sister Lin smiled slightly, signaling Luce to follow her. What about the shop? Luce looked at the still unopened shop door, a bit confused. Sister Lin waved her hand. The shop will open later, it will be fine, no one has made an appointment for today. All right. Luce followed Sister Lin for a while and arrived outside a house. How does it look? This house looks pretty good from the outside, right? Luce looked at the 3-story building in front of him and hesitated as he said. Is the rent here too expensive? It was not surprising that he asked this question. Who would have thought that the house Sister Lin introduced was an entire independent building? Moreover, from the outside, the decoration of this house was very exquisite, making Luce feel like his wallet was shrinking. You should go in and see if you like it, the rent is easy to talk about. Saying this, Sister Lin stepped forward to open the front door, gesturing for Lu Zhe to go in and take a look. Lu Zhe hesitated but walked inside, discovering that not only was there ample space, but the furniture was also in good condition. "Aren't you going to let your spirit beast out to take a look?" Seeing Lu Zhe look surprised, Sister Lin said with a smile. Lu Zhe stretched out his right hand, and with a burst of blue icy mist, Bai Shuang appeared in his embrace. "This is the Frost Wolf," Sister Lin exclaimed with some surprise as she saw Bai Shuang in Lu Zhe's arms. She really liked these creatures, and even tried to contract a frost wolf herself after becoming a beast master. But the result was a failure. She never expected Lu Zhe's first spirit beast to be a frost wolf. As soon as Bai Shuang was summoned, it immediately looked around, taking in the vast space and complete furniture of the house. It instantly became excited. Eagerly jumping down from Lu Zhe's arms, it began to run around the house, looking this way and that. "Looks like your spirit beast really likes it." Sister Lin walked over and said, "I never thought your spirit beast would be a frost wolf. It's just luck." Hearing Sister Lin's exclamation, Lu Zhe replied humbly, "Does she have a name?" Looking at the white figure wandering around the house, Sister Lin's eyes were filled with envy and affection. "Bai Shuang. That's a lovely name. So, what do you think? Do you want to rent this house?" Taking her gaze away from Bai Shuang, Sister Lin asked Lu Zhe, "Can I ask how much the rent is here?" Lu Zhe intended to inquire about the rent before deciding. If it wasn't too expensive, he would still consider renting. The monthly rent is 8,000. 8,000? Lu Zhe looked at Sister Lin in disbelief. Such a large house, with all this furniture, how could it only be 8,000? The house he rented before was about the size of just the kitchen here, and even that cost 2,000 source coins. "Sister Lin, don't joke with me." "I'm not joking," Sister Lin said with a smile. "This is also a bargain for you. This house belongs to one of my previous clients. She just finished renovating it, and all the furniture is brand new. She planned to move in this year. However, she got married this year, and her husband is from another city, so she decided to move to her husband's city. This house was entrusted to me to help her rent out." Seeing Lu Zhe entranced by the story, she continued, "How about it? This is also a benefit for your employees, 8,000 rent per month. Will you rent it?" "Rent." Upon hearing Lu Zhe's answer, Sister Lin pulled out 2 copies of the contract from her pocket. "Why are there 2? Noticing Lu Zhe's confusion, Sister Lin explained. "One is the rental contract, and the other is your employee contract." "What, you don't want to sign the employee contract?" Sister Lin's tone had a hint of playfulness. "Of course not," Lu Zhe said a bit embarrassedly, as he had forgotten about the employee contract. Taking the 2 contracts, Lu Zhe glanced over them briefly and found no issues. Taking the pen, he quickly signed his name. "Then, congratulations on your induction. Here is the key to the house. Take your time to look around. You don't have to come to work today, so take your time moving." After speaking, Sister Lin left, leaving Lu Zhe and Bai Shuang in the house. Holding tight to the key, Lu Zhe called Bai Shuang over through their contract. "Let's go. We're moving." Though they were moving, Lu Zhe didn't have much to take. After all, the new home was furnished. He only needed to take some of his personal belongings. Just a few of Lu Zhe's clothes, some food supplies for Bai Shuang, but organizing still took a lot of time. After all, he not only had to pack, but also clean up. He couldn't just leave a mess behind after moving. Lu Zhe didn't contact the previous landlord, as his rent term was about to end, so he could just wait for the rent term to finish. Standing at the doorway, Lu Zhe looked at the familiar room with mixed feelings. This should, without a doubt, be his last visit here. After all, having lived here for a few years, Lu Zhe had developed some feelings for this place. Just as Lu Zhe immersed himself in the farewell to his old home, he felt someone tugging at his pant leg. Looking down, he saw Bai Shuang. At that moment, Bai Shuang was biting the hem of Lu Zhe's pants. As soon as she noticed him looking, she quickly let go and ran to her little bag of snacks, calling out to Lu Zhe. Hurry up, I want to go to the new home." "Alright, let's go now." Lu Zhe crouched down and lovingly patted Bai Shuang's head. Bang! As the door closed, Lu Zhe's voice and Bai Shuang's calls faded farther away, eventually falling into complete silence. Chapter 14, The First Day of Work. Opening the door to his new home, Lu Zhe walked in with 2 big bags, while Bai Shuang, with a little bag in her mouth, excitedly rushed inside. You could tell she was genuinely thrilled. Finally done. Lu Zhe wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the now organized bedroom, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Even though the furniture was complete, the bedroom still needed a bit of personal arrangement. However, it is worth mentioning that because the house is large with many empty rooms, Lu Zhe had initially planned to give Bai Shuang a separate room. But unexpectedly, Bai Shuang firmly refused, insisting on staying in the same room as Lu Zhe. This made sense, as Bai Shuang had just been born shortly after the contract and had always stayed by Lu Zhe's side, being taken care of by him. It was normal for her to feel dependent on Lu Zhe. In fact, it would be strange if she wanted to be separated from him. Lu Zhe checked the house from top to bottom. The decoration was intact, with nothing odd about it. What made Lu Zhe most satisfied and pleasantly surprised was the large backyard at the back of the house. This backyard could serve as Bai Shuang's training ground. Previously, there had been no place for her combat training. Although there was no rush now, having this backyard still made Lu Zhe feel thrilled. In the evening, Lu Zhe was preparing the first meal in the new home, while Bai Shuang was sitting on the living room sofa, watching TV. Thinking of this, Lu Zhe felt a bit of a headache. He felt Bai Shuang had completely fallen in love with watching TV. Whenever she had free time, she would watch TV, and Lu Zhe was now truly unsure if it was right or wrong to let Bai Shuang watch TV before. He thought he would have to control Bai Shuang's TV time more strictly. To be honest, Lu Zhe increasingly felt like a parent managing a child. After dinner, as usual, Lu Zhe gave Bai Shuang a massage. Once everything was done, Lu Zhe lay down on the new bed, while Bai Shuang lay beside him as usual. On the first night in the new home, Lu Zhe thought, and then gradually drifted into sleep. The next day, Lu Zhe arrived at Qingyu Pavilion, this time not particularly early. Sister Lin was already inside. "You're here." Sister Lin smiled and spoke. "So, are you satisfied with your new home?" "Thank you, Sister Lin." Lu Zhe thanked her. "It seems you are very satisfied. So, are you ready for your work today?" "What do I need to do?" Lu Zhe asked curiously. "Today is your first day at work. You will first follow me and learn about the products in the store." Then, Lu Zhe began his work, primarily familiarizing himself with the store's situation. As time passed, Lu Zhe gradually understood the work content. The customers of Qingyu Pavilion mainly fall into two categories. The first type is those who come to buy materials or elixirs. For this, Lu Zhe only needs to be a good cashier. The second type is those who come to heal magical beasts. These are customers from whom Lu Zhe can earn a 20% commission as stated in the contract. After sending off another customer, Sister Lin let out a relaxed sigh. Running such a big shop all by herself is indeed a bit tiring, which is why she wanted to hire more help. "Lu Zhe, how about letting me check on Bai Shuang?" Lin Jie, sitting, spoke to Lu Zhe, feeling a bit bored. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe thought for a moment and summoned Bai Shuang. Sister Lin is a second-stage beast nurturer. Her knowledge of nurturing is surely better than his, so it wouldn't hurt to let her check. As the icy mist appeared, Lin Jie looked at Bai Shuang, who was lying in Lu Zhe's arms, and her eyes instantly filled with longing. "Can I touch her?" she couldn't help but ask. "Ow." Seeing Lin Jie's movement, Bai Shuang's eyes immediately turned fierce. Not feeling embarrassed by Bai Shuang's obvious rejection, Lin Jie instead smiled slightly and took out a small, semi-transparent ice blue crystal. "Ice marrow crystal. How about it, Bai Shuang? If you let me touch you just a bit, I'll give you this ice marrow crystal." Sister Lin smiled brightly, shaking the ice marrow crystal in her hand. The moment she took out the crystal, Bai Shuang's eyes were completely drawn to it, her gaze following the shimmering crystal as it moved. Lu Zhe conveyed Lin Jie's intentions to Bai Shuang, and after hearing this, Bai Shuang showed clear hesitation. Of course, she wanted the ice marrow crystal, but she had just rejected it. If she gave in now, it would be too shameful. Having watched so many cartoons, Bai Shuang had long learned from the beast protagonists in those stories. Bai Shuang felt as if two small versions of herself appeared in her mind. The one on the left said, "What are you hesitating for? Quickly agree. That's an ice marrow crystal." After hearing this, Bai Shuang felt a bit swayed. But then the one on the right said, "You are going to become a beast emperor wolf. How can you bow down for a small ice marrow crystal? What about your dignity?" Hearing this, Bai Shuang hesitated again. Just as the two little wolves were arguing, suddenly another version of herself showed up and kicked the previous two away. "It's simple, I want both dignity and the ice marrow crystal." Bai Shuang came back to her senses, her eyes clearly showing excitement. She knew what she needed to do. Bai Shuang, still hesitating, suddenly turned her head and gave Lu Zhe a wink. Noticing that Lu Zhe wasn't moving, she hurriedly blinked again. "Why is this master so slow? I'm dying from anxiousness." Noticing Bai Shuang's movements and the information in his mind, Lu Zhe looked at her in confusion, but eventually moved when he saw her satisfied expression. Lu Zhe extended one hand to pet Bai Shuang's back while saying, "Alright, Bai Shuang, look, Sister Lin gave us such a big room to stay in, let's let her touch you a little, okay?" Upon hearing this, Bai Shuang reluctantly nodded, then lifted her head to signal Lin Jie that it was okay to touch her. However, her gaze remained focused on the ice marrow crystal in Lin Jie's hand. Lu Zhe looked up and met Lin Jie's gaze, finding surprise in her eyes. Bai Shuang thought she was being very discreet, but Lin Jie herself was a second-stage beast tamer. Besides, her full attention was on Bai Shuang, so there was no way she wouldn't notice. Lin Jia couldn't help but laugh as she took Bai Shuang into her arms. She truly didn't expect a young magical beast to have so many thoughts. One hand held her while the other kept petting Bai Shuang, and Lin Jia's face showed a look of contentment. After petting for a while, only after White Frost let out an impatient whine did she finally stop. Reluctantly returning White Frost, she then saw White Frost's piercing gaze. "Alright, your ice marrow crystal won't disappear." Sister Lin smiled as she handed the ice marrow crystal to Lu Zhe, saying, "You've raised your frost wolf well." Just now, she wasn't merely petting the wolf. As a tier 2 breeder, she quickly analyzed White Frost's condition. The fur was smooth and shiny, and the muscles were firm, clearly well cared for. In the following time, no matter what, White Frost refused to return to Lu Zhe's body, clutching that ice marrow crystal tightly. "You must not let White Frost eat the ice marrow crystal directly, she can't digest it." Seeing White Frost's eager look as if she wanted to swallow it whole, Sister Lin reminded him. Lu Zhe nodded. Of course he wouldn't let White Frost eat it directly, but no matter what, White Frost refused to let go, and he tried everything to persuade her to agree. Then, it was time to get off work. White Frost lay in Lu Zhe's arms, desperately hinting for him to hurry home. Lu Zhe gently patted her, then spoke to Sister Lin. "Sister Lin, I'll leave first." You can go first, remember to come to work at the same time tomorrow." She was still quite satisfied with Lu Zhe. Throughout the day, she had asked him some questions about monster beasts. It wasn't that she didn't trust Lu Zhe. After all, a breeder's certification had no room for discredit, but she simply wanted to understand Lu Zhe's level better. To that, Lu Zhe answered fluently. "It seems I can take it easy for a while now." Sister Lin stretched lazily, then promptly closed the door and shut down the shop. Chapter 15, Monster Skill Ice Crystal Bullet. White Frost, use Ice Crystal Bullet. In the backyard of a house, a young boy spoke to a beautiful white wolf. However, the white wolf didn't move at all, instead continuing to sit quietly in place. Looking at White Frost's innocent expression, Lu Zhe couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, more than a week had passed since Lu Zhe's first day at work, and today happened to be his day off. Lu Zhe's work hours were quite flexible, working only 5 days a week out of 7, he had 2 days off. At this time, Lu Zhe was training White Frost in monster skills. Previously, due to various restrictions, Lu Zhe couldn't train White Frost, but now that conditions were right, this aspect naturally needed to catch up. Monster Skill, Ice Crystal Bullet. Grade, Common Mid-Grade. Description, spits out a series of ice crystal bullets that explode into mist upon impact, inflicting decent damage and somewhat affecting visibility. This monster skill was carefully chosen by Lu Zhe. Its grade was neither too high nor too low, perfectly matching White Frost's current situation. "White Frost, come here." Once White Frost came to his side, Lu Zhe took out a tablet, showing a video of a frost wolf using Ice Crystal Bullet. Roar! In the video, a tall frost wolf let out a roar, then a series of ice crystals shot out like bullets, hitting a large tree ahead. Bang bang bang! A loud noise echoed as the big tree was enveloped in icy mist, then began to slowly topple over. When the mist completely dissipated, the large tree had already fallen to the ground. Wow! Seeing the video on the tablet, White Frost couldn't help but exclaim. After that, Lu Zhe explained the main principles of Ice Crystal Bullet and the details of how to release it to White Frost. Of course, these could only be seen after purchasing it. "Alright, White Frost, try again." White Frost stood on the ground, brewing a bit, then called out with a fierce look. "Awah!" Opening her mouth wide, her posture was exactly the same as in the video. Lu Zhe nodded. Then, under Lu Zhe's eager gaze, she sprayed out some ice mist from her mouth, but nothing more happened. Not only Lu Zhe. Even Bai Shuang was a bit stunned, and with disbelief, she tried once more, but still, she could only spit out some icy mist. Lu Zhe wasn't too disappointed. After all, mastering demon techniques wasn't that easy. Bai Shuang, don't be discouraged, keep going. After being stunned for a while, listening to her master cheer her on, Bai Shuang's eyes were filled with determination. "I must succeed." Ah whoa. Thus, for a whole day, Bai Shuang kept practicing the Ice Crystal Bullet. Until nightfall. At this moment, Bai Shuang was standing with difficulty, her eyes full of defiance. How is it possible? I am going to become the Demon Emperor's wolf demon. How could I not learn the Ice Crystal Bullet? Thinking this, she immediately prepared to try again. Alright, Bai Shuang, stop practicing. We'll continue tomorrow. Seeing Bai Shuang, who was almost unable to stand, Lu Zhe hurried over to support her. In fact, Lu Zhe had wanted Bai Shuang to rest for a while, but for some reason, Bai Shuang was just unwilling to stop. So she had practiced until now, and it was also thanks to Lu Zhe's good care that her spirit energy was much more abundant than other frost wolves of the same age. Otherwise, she would have been lying on the ground long ago. But even Bai Shuang had reached her limit now. Lu Zhe reached out, picked up Bai Shuang, and she was swaying, seemingly wanting to keep trying, but she had exhausted too much energy, and couldn't struggle free at all. Alright, be good. We'll practice again tomorrow. After comforting her for a while, Bai Shuang finally settled down, closed her eyes, and lay in Lu Zhe's arms. Lu Zhe, with a pained heart, gently rubbed Bai Shuang, then took out a glass bottle. Inside the bottle was a kind of icy blue liquid. The ice essence crystal that Sister Lin had given was too large, so Lu Zhe divided it into 2 portions. One portion was used to make the cookies that Bai Shuang loved to eat, and the other was mixed with other materials by Lu Zhe to create this medicine. Lu Zhe named this medicine Frost Water Liquid, and its effect was to quickly restore the spirit energy of ice attribute demon beasts. After Bai Shuang drank the Frost Water Liquid, she immediately felt much more comfortable all over, and the feeling of depleted spirit energy eased significantly. She gently called out and rubbed against Lu Zhe's chest. Lu Zhe carried Bai Shuang back to the living room, and after placing her on the sofa, he began to give her a gentle massage. This massage would help Bai Shuang absorb the Frost Water Liquid and quickly restore her spirit energy. In the living room, aside from the sound of Lu Zhe's massage, only the sounds of Bai Shuang's comfortable murmurs remained. Bai Shuang, Ice Crystal Bullet. Hearing Lu Zhe's command, Bai Shuang was highly focused, her eyes resolute. She slowly opened her mouth, and icy spirit energy quickly condensed in her mouth into crystal clear ice crystals. In an instant, a series of ice crystals filled with piercing coldness flew out from her mouth. She succeeded. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe excitedly clenched his fist. The ice crystal bullet sped forward and finally hit a big tree in the yard, the sandbag hanging from its branches. Lu Zhe wouldn't be foolish enough to use the big tree in the yard as a target. What if it got damaged? He would have to deal with it. The ice crystal bullet exploded into a mass of icy mist, covering the entire sandbag. Seeing this, Lu Zhe excitedly rushed over to hug Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang, we did it! Bai Shuang raised her head, her expression proud as if to say, how could this possibly be difficult for me? Lu Zhe carried Bai Shuang over to the sandbag, and by now, the icy mist had already dispersed. In the center of the sandbag, there was a tear revealing the sand inside. However, the sand did not spill out, the damaged area was covered by a layer of crystal clear ice. This layer of ice was like a natural seal, tightly locking the sand inside the sandbag. And this layer of ice did not only cover the crack, the entire front of the sandbag was wrapped in a thin layer of ice. Lu Zhe extended his hand to touch. The chill was not bone-piercing, but the temperature was indeed very low. The power is quite impressive. Lu Zhe was pleasantly surprised by the power of the ice crystal bullet. He didn't expect that Bai Shuang could successfully release the ice crystal bullet for the first time and have such power. Truly worthy of my Bai Shuang. Lu Zhe lifted Bai Shuang high, joyfully holding her close in his arms. After that, Bai Shuang tried several more times, and each time she succeeded without exception. This means that Bai Shuang had completely mastered the ice crystal bullet technique. Of course, the technique's power could be improved through continuous practice. Let's go, Bai Shuang, I will make a big meal to celebrate you. Ah whoa. Okay, I'll make you some little dried fish later. How much do you want? I have as much as you need. Ah whoa woo. Lu Zhe hugged Bai Shuang and left the backyard, while Bai Shuang lay in Lu Zhe's arms, hidden from his sight. She showed a look of pride and excitement. I really am amazing, I mastered it so quickly. Chapter 16, Healing the Shadow Butterfly. Inside the Whisper Pavilion. Lu Zhe sat behind the counter. After a period of practice, he could handle the whole shop's business on his own. And Lin Xingyu was probably still asleep at home. A few times Lu Zhe wanted to talk to her, but when he called, she was sleeping. He really didn't understand how she could sleep so much. Lu Zhe shook his head, and while reading a book, he reached out to pet Bai Shuang who was lying on the counter. At this moment, at Lin Xingyu's home, Lin Xingyu suddenly sneezed and sat up straight from her bed. Who was scolding me? The first thought that came to Lin Xingyu's mind was who was scolding her, but no matter how she thought, she couldn't remember offending anyone, so she simply decided not to think about it. However, she soon thought of Lu Zhe. She couldn't help but smile. Ever since Lu Zhe started handling the shop's business on his own, she had been much easier. Unless there was something Lu Zhe couldn't handle, she could just stay at home and rest. So comfortable. Indeed, I made the right choice in hiring him. Lu Zhe played with Bai Shuang for a while and then saw an 11 or 12-year-old girl hurriedly walk in holding something. Sitting up straight, Lu Zhe thought, here comes a customer. How can I help you? As the girl got closer, Lu Zhe spoke while looking at what she was holding. It was a purple butterfly with wings that were a deep purple and semi-transparent, covered with starlit phosphorescence. The beautiful appearance even made Lu Zhe take a second glance. Name, Shadow Butterfly. Quality, common grade high quality. Description, wingspan 3 inches, wings deep purple and semi-transparent, covered with starlit phosphorescence. Flapping its wings releases very fine scale powder that condenses into shadow mist upon encountering air, obscuring vision and weakening mental probing. Active during the night, it enjoys dancing around campfires and is called the night spirit by travelers. The girl was immediately attracted by Bai Shuang lying on the counter. Her beautiful appearance truly caught her attention for a moment. But then she quickly reacted and anxiously said, "Big brother, Xiaozi is sick." The girl's voice was filled with urgency, almost in a crying tone. "Don't panic, let me take a look first." Lu Zhe hurriedly comforted her, and after calming down a bit, the little girl placed the shadow butterfly on the counter. "Little sister, can you tell me what happened to your Xiaozi?" Lu Zhe asked while carefully examining the shadow butterfly. "Xiaozi was fine last night, but when I woke up this morning, I found her lying on the table, looking very weak. She flew all crooked and would fall down after flying for a little while." As she spoke, the girl's eyes began to water again, as if the tears were about to fall any second. Lu Zhe comforted her while beginning to analyze the situation based on the girl's words and the condition of the shadow butterfly. The flight was shaky, and it couldn't fly for long. After careful examination, Lu Zhe found that the pupils of the shadow butterfly were slightly dilated. Combining all the symptoms, Lu Zhe reached a conclusion. This shadow butterfly must be poisoned, which led to the imbalance of its shadow. However, it seemed that the poison wasn't severe. If this shadow butterfly remained still, it only appeared somewhat listless. But if left untreated, the symptoms would likely worsen. "Bai Shuang, go get me some frosty tobacco, edelweiss, and spring water," Lu Zhe said softly to Bai Shuang beside him. Bai Shuang slowly stood up and quickly jumped off the counter, soon returning with the materials Lu Zhe requested, amidst the little girl's startled exclamations. "Big brother, how is it? Is there hope for Xiaozi?" Looking at the worried little girl, Lu Zhe showed a gentle smile and reached out to pat her head. "Don't worry, I will fix your Xiaozi right away." Bai Shuang saw Lu Zhe patting the little girl and flicked her tail anxiously, but made no other moves. "Really? Thank you, big brother." Upon hearing this, the little girl cheered with delight. Lu Zhe smiled and withdrew his hand, then began preparing the antidote. The poison in the shadow butterfly wasn't severe, so a simple antidote would suffice. The frosty tobacco detox soup would be perfect. Lu Zhe picked up a piece of frosty tobacco and edelweiss, then placed them on a special pot for brewing medicine. A flame suddenly erupted in his hand, surprising the little girl. Bai Shuang had no extreme reaction, she just glanced over and continued to lie down. Under the high temperature of the flame, the frosty tobacco and edelweiss quickly released the necessary medicinal liquid. Lu Zhe poured the liquid into a small cup and then added the spring water. As the two liquids mixed together with Lu Zhe's shaking, he only stopped when they completely combined. "Bai Shuang." Lu Zhe placed the cup in front of Bai Shuang's mouth, and Bai Shuang took a gentle breath. The boiling liquid instantly cooled down. "It's ready." Lu Zhe slowly poured the liquid into the mouth of the shadow butterfly. Then, under the surprised gaze of the little girl, the shadow butterfly stirred and took flight. "All right, Xiaozi is better. Thank you, big brother." The shadow butterfly flew into the little girl's hand, and as she looked at the restored Xiaozi, she happily thanked Lu Zhe. "When you go back, let your Xiaozi rest more, that's the fastest way to get better," Lu Zhe advised. The little girl nodded vigorously, her small face full of seriousness. "So, how much do you charge for medical fees, big brother?" Hearing the little girl's question, Lu Zhe considered for a moment and then stated the price. 5,000 source coins. This was not a random price. A frosty tobacco detox soup has a market price of about 5,000 source coins. After hearing this, the little girl took out her phone. Ding! Using her phone, she scanned the 5,000 source coins without even blinking. So she's a rich girl. It makes sense, at such a young age, having a shadow butterfly as a pet means her family is well off. After paying, the little girl didn't leave immediately. Instead, as if gathering courage, she said, "Big brother, can I touch your wolf?" "You have to ask her yourself." Hearing Lu Zhe's answer, the little girl looked at Bai Shuang. "Is it okay?" Bai Shuang lifted her head, her two eyes staring directly at the little girl. The little girl met her gaze with excitement all over her face. In the end, Bai Shuang lay down again, flicked her tail, and extended it out. The little girl happily reached out, stroking Bai Shuang's tail, her face glowing with a satisfied smile. After a few strokes, the little girl let go. Then he asked Lu Zhe, "Big brother, what kind of monster is the wolf?" "She is a frost wolf." "Frost wolf? Then I want to contract a frost wolf in the future," the little girl said confidently and excitedly. "Then brother wishes you success in your contract." "Thank you, brother." After thanking him again, the little girl hopped away holding the shadow butterfly. What a polite little girl. If only all the future customers were like her. "Don't you think so, Bai Shuang?" Bai Shuang did not reply, but ran straight into Lu Zhe's arms, curling her tail around Lu Zhe's hand, placing it on herself. Chapter 17, Breakthrough to Mid-Level in the Ordinary Rank. Lu Zhe sat on the sofa, flipping through a book about nurturing trainers. After browsing for a while, a rush of knowledge poured into his mind. At the same time, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Nurturing level has increased. Current nurturing level, level 5. Finally promoted. Lu Zhe stretched his arms and relaxed his slightly stiff back. Putting down the book, Lu Zhe picked up a cup from the coffee table in front of him, filled with a frozen drink. After taking a sip, Lu Zhe let out a long breath. Ever since contracting by Shuang, the ice cubes at home had never been lacking. Thinking about it, should he contract a fire or light-type monster in the future? That way, he wouldn't need to turn on the lights. This thought made Lu Zhe chuckle at his strange idea. Laughing, Lu Zhe got up and walked into a room. As he entered the room, a cold breath hit him in the face. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the walls and ceiling of the room were covered with a thick layer of ice, like a snow world. These ice crystals were clear and translucent, bringing a mysterious and cold atmosphere to the entire room. In the center of the room stood a huge water bucket filled with ice-blue liquid. This liquid rippled slightly in the bucket, emitting a faint chill that contrasted with the surrounding ice walls, creating a stunning scene. Bai Shuang lay quietly inside, eyes closed and humming contentedly. Noticing someone had come in, Bai Shuang slightly opened her eyes, saw it was Lu Zhe, and closed them again. Bai Shuang was about to break through to mid-level in the ordinary rank, so Lu Zhe had requested a few days off from Lin Xingyu. Bai Shuang was soaking in a potion brewed by Lu Zhe, rich in ice spiritual power, which was very beneficial for her. The materials used were abundant, and of course, very expensive. Thanks to Bai Shuang's upcoming promotion, Lu Zhe was able to afford this expense. Bai Shuang, how are you doing? Lu Zhe asked Bai Shuang. Woo. Bai Shuang indicated that she felt she could break through today. Good. Lu Zhe nodded, looking at Bai Shuang in the bucket, feeling a bit dazed. Thinking back to when he first contracted her, Bai Shuang was so small. Now she had changed so much and was about to break through to mid-level in the ordinary rank. It had only been a short 2 months, summer vacation wasn't even over yet. With this thought, Lu Zhe couldn't help but recall the classmates left in school, wondering how their monster nurturing was going. At this moment, Qinghai 7 Middle School. In the classroom, Wang Tao sat at his desk, attentively listening to Cui Xiao speaking on the podium. Although Wang Tao told Lu Zhe that he would go home to nurture monsters, he suddenly received news that the school had specially invited a monster tamer this year. The reason was that there were as many as 17 students who had contracted Earth-grade monsters, including Lu Zhe, this year. This was almost double the past years. Thus, the school spent a lot of money to invite a monster tamer for guidance. And the other ordinary students staying in school would also benefit from it. After hearing this news, Wang Tao specifically informed Lu Zhe, but Lu Zhe refused, as Cui Xiao had already told him earlier. Even the principal of the school had come to persuade him, but he still refused. Wang Tao listened to Cui Xiao's words while secretly calculating in his heart. This year has truly been a stroke of luck, he actually encountered a beast master to teach him personally. Originally, he could only train the thorn hedgehog to a mid-level in the mortal stage, but now, under the guidance of the beast master. He even felt that it was very likely he could successfully raise the thorn hedgehog to a high level in the mortal stage before the college entrance examination. It should be known that even though the thorn hedgehog is classified as a high level in the mortal stage, it does not mean it can necessarily grow to that level. Because the classification represents the highest level the beast can reach, not the level it will definitely reach when it grows up. Suddenly, Wang Tao's desk moved, and a blue hedgehog crawled out. At this moment, the thorn hedgehog had already undergone significant changes. The biggest change was its size. It was initially only the size of a palm, but now the thorn hedgehog was as big as half a large watermelon. He teased the thorn hedgehog for a bit, then Wang Tao continued to listen to Cui Xiao's speech. After guarding Bai Shuang for a long time, finally, just before dark, Bai Shuang's aura finally changed. Her aura started to become chaotic, her body began to tremble slightly, and the color of the liquid in the basin faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. This meant the spiritual power inside was being rapidly absorbed. At the same time, a large amount of chaotic spiritual power was also transmitted to Lu Zhe from the contract. Ignoring the changes in his own body, Lu Zhe nervously watched Bai Shuang. Although he knew this breakthrough was almost a sure thing, he still felt a bit worried. After a while, Bai Shuang's trembling body finally calmed down. A strong, ice-cold spiritual power formed an icy wind that suddenly spread outward from Bai Shuang. Even the medicinal liquid in the basin began to freeze, however, just as the icy wind was about to reach Lu Zhe, it suddenly dissipated. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe showed a joyful smile on his face. Looking towards the center of the room, indeed, Bai Shuang had successfully broken through. Bai Shuang slowly stood up, and the ice in the basin shattered like a mirror. Ah, whoa! Bai Shuang suddenly exerted her strength and jumped in front of Lu Zhe. Looking at Bai Shuang, who had successfully leveled up, Lu Zhe showed a satisfied smile. At this moment, Bai Shuang had obviously changed. Her height increased from 45 centimeters to 65 centimeters, growing a full 20 centimeters. Her body length had reached 1.2 m, and with her tail, it even reached 1.5 m. The ice crystal on her forehead changed from light blue to crystal blue and was now emitting a faint blue glow. Woo! Bai Shuang approached Lu Zhe, affectionately rubbing against him a few times. Lu Zhe squatted down, and the Bai Shuang in front of him was even able to look him in the eye. You really have grown up. Lu Zhe sighed, I can barely hold you now. You're lying. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuang clearly expressed her displeasure, directly squeezing into Lu Zhe's arms. Lu Zhe was both amused and helpless, and had to lift Bai Shuang up. It was just a bit strenuous but very inconvenient. After all, Lu Zhe was no longer an ordinary person. How could he not be able to lift her? What was said earlier was just a simple joke. Wu Awo. Bai Shuang acted like a spoiled child in his arms as usual, and when she noticed that her usual comfortable embrace was a bit cramped, she frowned and started moving more vigorously. Seeing Bai Shuang still acting like a cub, Lu Zhe felt it was very interesting. It was like watching an adult make childlike movements, but Bai Shuang was obviously much cuter. Even her cub-like actions were so delightful. Alright, get down, I made some delicious food for you, it's on the table in the living room. Upon hearing there was something delicious, Bai Shuang's eyes lit up. Then hurriedly jumped down. With bright eyes watching Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe chuckled softly, then took Bai Shuang out. Chapter 18, Beast Tamer Showdown. At night. Lu Zhe leaned against the head of the bed, constantly absorbing the massive spiritual power transmitted from the contract. When Bai Shuang first broke through, the spiritual power transmitted was abundant but still within his limits. However, as time passed, the transmitted spiritual power increased significantly, to the point where he had to actively guide and absorb it. Lu Zhe furrowed his brow, fully immersed in absorbing the spiritual power. Bai Shuang lay beside him, looking at Lu Zhe with a worried expression. She had tried her best to control the transmitted spiritual power, but after all, she had just broken through. She still couldn't control her spiritual power well, plus, she had already broken through to the mid-tier of the mortal stage, while Lu Zhe was still at a minor accomplishment as a beast tamer. So naturally, Lu Zhe felt somewhat overwhelmed by the transmitted spiritual power. Lu Zhe's forehead gradually oozed small beads of sweat. Upon seeing this, Bai Shuang furrowed her brow. She then waved her tail, gently wiping away the sweat for Lu Zhe. No one knew how long it had been. Lu Zhe's aura shifted, and then he slowly opened his eyes, his face filled with surprise. Great success as a beast tamer. Lu Zhe sensed the spiritual power within him, which was now several times more than before the breakthrough. Humans foster the advancement of beast spirits by providing resources and better environments. After a beast spirit breaks through, it can in turn promote human breakthroughs. This is the essence of being a beast tamer, a win-win for both humans and beast spirits. Then, Lu Zhe looked at Bai Shuang beside him, a smirk of affection appearing on his face. He certainly knew that ever since his breakthrough, Bai Shuang had been by his side. He reached out to stroke her fluffy head, and Bai Shuang obediently lowered her head, then slowly leaned against Lu Zhe. The next day, in the Lingyu Pavilion. Lin Xingyu had arrived early, propping her chin on her hand, when suddenly her eyes brightened. Lu Zhe was just pushing the door in. How is it? Did Bai Shuang successfully advance? Nodding with a smile, Lu Zhe replied. She has succeeded, thank you for your concern, Sister Lin. After that, Lu Zhe slightly raised his right hand. Accompanied by the spread of icy mist, a figure faintly appeared before Lin Xingyu's eyes. It was a strong yet elegantly proportioned white wolf. Upon closer inspection, the white fur glimmered with a frost blue halo. It looked extremely beautiful. So beautiful. Admiring this stunning sight, Lin Xingyu couldn't help but exclaim. Sure enough, this is the frost wolf, one of the most beautiful beast spirits at the earth level, and it already has such grace being a mid-tier in the mortal stage. If it were to break through to the earth tier, how beautiful would that be? After her admiration, Lin Xingyu began to carefully examine Bai Shuang, becoming more amazed as she looked. This body size was definitely much larger than the same level of frost wolves. If it weren't for having seen Bai Shuang a few days ago, she absolutely would not believe this was a frost wolf that had just broken through to the mid-tier of the mortal stage. You have really cultivated her well, not only advancing her to the mid-tier of the mortal stage so quickly but also making her much larger than other frost wolves of the same period. I have to say, your cultivation knowledge is definitely more than most first-tier cultivators. Lin Xingyu couldn't help but praise. This is all thanks to you, Sister Lin, for giving me the ice marrow crystal before, otherwise, Bai Shuang wouldn't have advanced so quickly. Lu Zhe didn't deny having extensive cultivation knowledge. Lin Xingyu smiled, not speaking. She understood that even if the ice marrow crystal was effective, it couldn't directly allow a low-tier beast spirit to break through to the mid-tier of the mortal stage. At most, it could only improve the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy. However, since you have already cultivated Bai Shuang to the mid-tier of the mortal stage. So, do you want to have a real fight? A real fight? Yes. Lin Qingyu slightly curled her lips. I think you have never fought against a beast master before, and you have never faced a demon beast either. That's true. Lu Zhe had nothing to hide about it. After all, he had only contracted with Bai Shuang for just 2 months, and aside from letting Bai Shuang practice her skills, he hadn't asked for much more. But now that he had broken through, it was indeed time to try a duel. Follow me. Lu Zhe followed Lin Qingyu to the back of the shop, where there was actually a large courtyard. Don't be too surprised. Most beast masters' houses will have a specially designated large space for the demon beasts to be more convenient. Seeing Lu Zhe's surprised expression, Lin Qingyu explained. She waved her hand, and a gigantic lizard appeared before them. The lizard was entirely icy blue, with a row of crescent-shaped ice blades on its back. Information about this demon beast instantly appeared in Lu Zhe's mind. Name, Frostblade Dragon Lizard. Level, Low Earth Grade. Description, entirely icy blue, with a row of crescent-shaped ice blades on its back, and it sends ice flakes flying when running. It can spit out extremely cold dragon breath, instantly freezing a radius of 30 feet. I have contracted a total of 3 demon beasts, and this one is my 3rd beast, Frostblade Dragon Lizard. Currently, its strength is better placed in the mid-low mortal grade, just perfect to be a match for Bai Shuang. Lin Qingyu explained, reaching out to stroke the head of the Frostblade Dragon Lizard. So, do you want to have a beast master duel? Lu Zhe pondered for a moment and looked at Bai Shuang, who had come over. Ah. Bai Shuang called out, looking a little impatient. I agree, Sister Lin. Lu Zhe said. Then, get ready. Lin Qingyu took Frostblade Dragon Lizard to the other side of the courtyard. Lu Zhe looked at Bai Shuang, who was eager to try, and felt a rush of nerves. After confirming Lu Zhe was ready, Lin Qingyu counted down from 10. 10, 9. 1. Start. As soon as the words fell, Lin Qingyu immediately shouted. Frostblade Dragon Lizard, Iceblade Tail Slash. When commanding a demon beast to fight, the beast master doesn't need to use words, they can simply command through their mind via the contract. But Lin Qingyu considered that it was Lu Zhe's first battle, while she was already a beast master. So this was just her way of making it easier for him. The Frostblade Dragon Lizard's powerful tail suddenly swung, creating a howling wind. A massive ice blade was instantly flung out, drawing a white arc in the air, and quickly charging toward Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang, dodge. Lu Zhe, tensed up, immediately gave the command as the ice blade was about to form. Bai Shuang focused her eyes on the ice blade and swiftly dodged to the side before it could strike her, easily avoiding the attack. Bang! The ice blade hit the ground, creating a deep pit in the grass. Bai Shuang, ice crystal shot. Without hesitation, Bai Shuang opened her mouth, and a series of ice crystals shot out like cannonballs at extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, they reached the front of Frostblade Dragon Lizard. She was about to hit. Lu Zhe clenched his fists in excitement. Noticing the excited Lu Zhe and the dragon lizard that was about to be hit, Lin Qingyu remained calm. Too inexperienced. Cold armor, solid scales. Roar. The dragon lizard roared, and an instant thick layer of ice armor formed on its surface, then the ice crystals crashed onto its body. The ice mist exploded, enveloping the entire dragon lizard. Chapter 19, Victory in Battle. Lu Zhe nervously stared at the ice mist, wanting to see the Frostblade Dragon Lizard's next move. Swift Shadow Slide. Lin Qingyu commanded coldly. Hearing Lin Qingyu's words, Lu Zhe's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly commanded Bai Shuang in his mind. Quick, dodge. Sure enough, where the icy mist shrouded, the Frostblade Lizard was charging out from the lingering fog. At this moment, it was twisting its body, sliding rapidly on the ground, rushing toward Bai Shuang. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's command, Bai Shuang immediately began to evade. But the Frostblade Lizard was too fast, there was no way to escape. Snow Screen. Lu Zhe made a quick decision, instructing Bai Shuang to use its defensive skill. Skill, Snow Screen. Grade, Mid-Level Common. Description, a translucent snow shield appears around the body to withstand a certain level of attack. Bang! With the impact of the Frostblade Lizard, Bai Shuang was directly knocked away. Woo! Bai Shuang whimpered in pain, but under the protection of the snow screen, it did not suffer serious injuries. Instead, Bai Shuang was glaring angrily at the Frostblade Lizard ahead. Seeing that Bai Shuang was fine, Lu Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Shuang, use Ice Spike Thrust. Skill, Ice Spike Thrust. Grade, Mid-Level Common. Over the past month, Bai Shuang had learned these 3 skills. All were mid-level common, and their proficiency had reached the minor accomplishment stage. Skills are divided into 4 levels: beginner, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and peak, based on mastery. Bai Shuang slammed both palms on the ground with great force, unleashing a powerful chill from her hands. The chill surged like a torrent, rapidly spreading across the ground. Wherever this cold current passed, a thin layer of frost formed on the ground, racing straight toward the lizard. Hiss hiss hiss. A series of sharp piercing sounds rang out as several cold, glimmering ice spikes suddenly shot up from beneath the lizard's feet. Although the lizard sensed danger and desperately tried to dodge, its previous skill had already exhausted a lot of stamina. Even though it attempted to evade, the ice spikes still pierced through its skin. Roar! The lizard let out a pained roar. Baishuang, charge in. Lu Zhe's gaze sharpened. The lizard was clearly in a weak state now, making this the perfect time to attack. However, Baishuang had already used multiple skills in a short time, so her internal spirit energy was running low. Therefore, engaging in close combat was the best approach right now. Aoo! Baishuang roared angrily and then pounced fiercely toward the lizard. The lizard opened its massive jaws, unleashing a chilling blast of icy breath toward Baishuang, sweeping in her direction. But Baishuang quickly dodged with a swift movement. Then, she swiped her claws, leaving several deep scratches on the lizard's body. The lizard cried out in pain, making a terrible noise. It suddenly whipped its thick tail, like a whip aimed at Baishuang. But she skillfully evaded it. Seeing this, Lu Zhe smiled. The frostblade lizard, though it and the frost wolf were both low-tier ground beasts. But the frostblade lizard was more of a tank, tough and sturdy, but its speed was its weakness. The frost wolf, on the other hand, clearly resembled an assassin, excelling in speed and agility far above the frostblade lizard. This difference meant that in long-range skill exchanges, the lizard had the advantage, but in close combat, the frostblade lizard might not even touch a single hair of the frost wolf. Thus, under Baishuang's continued assault, the wounds on the frostblade lizard multiplied, and its mood grew increasingly frenzied. Lin Xingyu watched the crazed attacks of the frostblade lizard, yet it couldn't even strike Baishuang. But she remained calm, saying lightly, "Frostblade lizard, snow trample." With eyes reddening slightly, the lizard immediately lifted its foreboding upon hearing her. Its 2 feet stomped hard on the ground, suddenly unleashing a strong shockwave mixed with ice attribute spirit energy. However, this attack did not hit Baishuang. White Frost jumped lightly and landed on the back of the dragon lizard. The dragon lizard fell into a frenzy, starting to shake its body wildly, trying to throw off White Frost. However, White Frost had already dug its 4 sharp claws deeply into the dragon lizard's back. No matter how violently the dragon lizard moved, it could not shake it off. Only when the dragon lizard's strength was almost exhausted did White Frost end the battle with a breath of frost. What a wonderful battle, isn't it? Lin Xingyu came over with a smile, facing Lu Zhe's awkward smile. He understood in his heart that his commanding was completely terrible, and the final victory was entirely due to brute force. Also, Lin Xingyu only gave simple commands throughout, clearly showing leniency. Isn't it still Lin Jie letting you off the hook? Although it's quite good for a novice beast tamer to have such commanding ability, you really need to improve your commanding skills. Lu Zhe nodded and the 2 of them each carried their own beasts back to the shop. Gently touching the injured area of White Frost, Lu Zhe asked with concern, "Does it hurt?" White Frost shook its head and bumped against Lu Zhe gently with its head a few times. The Frostblade dragon lizard was hurt much worse than White Frost. But mainly because it was exhausted, and with Lin Xingyu and Lu Zhe, 2 nurturers around, there wouldn't be any serious issues. After applying the healing medicine to White Frost, Lu Zhe pulled out a bottle of potion, frost water solution. To be safe, Lu Zhe always carried a few bottles with him when going out, and now it just happened to be used to restore White Frost's exhausted spirit. He opened the bottle and made White Frost drink the frost water solution. After finishing drinking, White Frost licked its lips, indicating that it wanted to go back to its cave to rest. After retracting White Frost into his body, Lu Zhe looked up to meet Lin Xingyu's curious gaze. "What did you feed White Frost?" "I've never seen it before." As a second-class nurturer, Lin Xingyu was certain that she had never seen the spirit medicine in Lu Zhe's hand, nor did it seem to be recorded in her memory. "Oh, that's something I made myself. It can restore the spirit of ice-type beasts." Lu Zhe explained. "Can I see it?" Lu Zhe didn't hesitate and took out another intact frost water solution to hand over. After receiving it, Lin Xingyu opened the cap and first smelled it, then poured it into a large plate. After carefully examining it, she dipped her hand and put a bit in her mouth. After closing her eyes and savoring it, Lin Xingyu asked Lu Zhe with some surprise, "What are the raw materials you used to make it?" After asking, Lin Xingyu seemed to feel it was inappropriate and quickly added, "I mean, what is the cost of the raw materials you used?" Lu Zhe, without much thought, directly stated the raw materials. Hiding it is not very meaningful. This is just a first-level spirit medicine. Higher-level nurturers can easily deduce the raw materials from the finished product if they want to. After hearing this, Lin Xingyu pondered for a moment and then said to Lu Zhe, "Lu Zhe, are you interested in selling this spirit medicine?" Then, Lin Xingyu shared her ideas with Lu Zhe. She could provide the materials for making it, and Lu Zhe would sell the frostwater solution in the shop as a product. The profit from the sales would be split 50-50. Lu Zhe weighed this proposal for a moment and then agreed. Then, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Chapter 20, Extreme Frost Wolf. The next day. Lu Zhe arrived at Qingyu Pavilion. You're here, I've prepared all the materials for you. Lin Qingyu was sorting some herbs, smiling and greeting as she saw Lu Zhe come in. After helping Lin Qingyu move the herbs, Lu Zhe asked her. Lin Jia, where should I go to make the frost water solution? Is it here? Lu Zhe scanned the shop with his eyes. Of course not. Do you like being watched like a monkey? Lin Qingyu said with a light laugh, then waved her hand to signal Lu Zhe to follow. Lu Zhe awkwardly smiled, then followed Lin Qingyu to the second floor of the shop. It was Lu Zhe's first time on the second floor, and he saw that besides a hall, there were also 4 or 5 rooms. Lin Qingyu pushed open one of the room doors, revealing many instruments inside. This is the room where I usually make spirit medicines, you can make them here, Lin Qingyu said as she turned back to Lu Zhe. After that, Lu Zhe and Lin Qingyu brought some necessary materials upstairs, and after a few simple instructions, Lin Qingyu went downstairs. Lu Zhe looked at the instruments in the room and at the raw materials piled on one table, rubbing his hands together with excitement. Normally, he wouldn't dare to make so many frost water liquids at once. If he turned all these materials into frost water liquids, he could only imagine how much his cultivation level would improve. Making spirit medicines and cultivating monsters could increase Lu Zhe's cultivation level. Moreover, the higher the difficulty, the greater the progress each time could be. The whole day, Lu Zhe was making frost water liquids in the room. And the cultivation level in his mind was slowly rising. Lu Zhe stretched lazily, easing his slightly sore body. Finally made all these materials into frost water liquids. Lu Zhe looked at the table beside him, which was filled with bottles of frost water liquids. At that moment, Lin Qingyu happened to push the door open and walked in. Seeing the full table of frost water liquids, she also showed a bit of surprise on her face. Tired out, huh? Here, drink this medicine. Walking in front of Lu Zhe, Lin Qingyu handed him a bottle of potion. The spirit medicines made by cultivators were not only for monsters but also for humans. After all, the techniques were quite similar. As a result, Lu Zhe directly downed the liquid in the bottle. Instantly, he felt much better. Thank you, Sister Lin. You should go home and rest. I will clean up the rest, Lin Qingyu said with a somewhat concerned tone. Lu Zhe nodded and planned to go home to rest. After Lu Zhe went downstairs, Lin Qingyu looked at the frost water liquids on the table, increasingly unable to contain her excitement inside. She never expected Lu Zhe could make so many frost water liquids in one go, she truly didn't misjudge him. After her excitement, Lin Qingyu began to organize the frost water liquids on the table, then started to consider where to place them in the shop downstairs. At home, Lu Zhe lay on the couch to rest. Bai Shuang was still eagerly watching television at that moment. Lu Zhe closed his eyes and opened the system panel. Host, Lu Zhe. Level, Great Achiever of Beast Tamer. Cultivator level, level 5, 7/100. He never expected that in just one day, the progress of cultivation level would increase by 7 points, which truly surprised Lu Zhe. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it becomes to improve again. And it turned out to increase by 7 points today, but it should only be for today. The more of the same spirit medicine made, the less the increase in cultivation level. However, there was no need to rush, his current level was already enough to handle the college entrance exam. Moreover, Lu Zhe's eyes flashed as he looked at Bai Shuang beside him. True Eye. Name, Bai Shuang. Race, Frost Wolf. Level, Common Grade Middle Class. Quality, Earth Grade Lower Class. Possible evolution forms. 1. Extreme Frost Azure Wolf, Heaven Grade Lower Class. 2. Frost Shadow Phantom Wolf, Earth Grade Upper Class. 3. Profound Ice Battle Wolf, Earth Grade Upper Class. 4. Monsters can evolve continuously to become higher grade monsters, thereby improving their quality. And now, in the Azure Blue Country, there were only 2 evolution forms for Frost Wolves, which were Frost Shadow Phantom Wolf and Profound Ice Battle Wolf. But unexpectedly, Lu Zhe's True Eye saw more than a dozen evolution forms. In the many advanced forms, Lu Zhe has already chosen an upgraded form for Bai Shuang. Extreme Frost Wolf. This is the advanced form of the Frost Wolf, which not only retains the beautiful appearance of the Frost Wolf but also ranks among the upper tier of dozens of advanced forms in strength. To evolve into the Extreme Frost Wolf, Bai Shuang needs the following materials. 1 Ice Spirit Crystal Core, 5 drops of Extreme Cold Dragon Blood, and 100 G of Ice Marrow Essence. Seeing these advanced materials, a wry smile appeared on Lu Zhe's face. The easiest one to obtain among them is the Ice Marrow Essence. Ice Marrow Essence, the higher form of Ice Marrow Crystal, is a second-tier spiritual material and is quite pricey. The ice spirit crystal core is also particularly hard to get. Even though it's a second-tier spiritual material, it is an advancement material for many first-tier cold attribute monsters and can be said to be priceless in the market. But the hardest to obtain is the extreme cold dragon blood. Extreme cold dragon blood, as the name suggests, is the heart's blood of cold attribute dragons. Dragons, from just a glance, are known to be extremely powerful. However, it's fortunate that this can be replaced with the heart's blood of an extreme cold dragon lizard, as the dragon lizard also carries some dragon bloodline. But even the extreme cold dragon lizard is a low-grade heavenly beast, let alone it also has a dragon bloodline. Its strength is not comparable to other monsters of the same level. Still, these materials can be gathered slowly. After all, Bai Shuang is currently just a mid-tier mortal. Reaching out to gently stroke Bai Shuang's back, Lu Zhe began to think about how to train Bai Shuang's combat skills. After all, the college entrance exam tests the combat ability of monsters, not just their levels and qualities. After pondering for a long time, Lu Zhe finally thought of a good place to train combat ability. That is the Monster Tamer Association, which provides combat services to cultivate the combat skills of monster tamers. As long as you fill in your information and the monster's level, the Monster Tamer Association will automatically match you with an appropriate opponent. Every year, a large number of low-tier monster tamers go to the Monster Tamer Association to train their combat abilities through this method. Moreover, each battle only requires a fee of 200 source coins, which serves as a venue usage fee. Of course, the key point is that the Monster Tamer Association is very close to the Qingyu Pavilion and where I live. I can completely practice my combat ability without delaying my shop work. With this in mind, Lu Zhe decided that he would go to the Monster Tamer Association to try after getting off work tomorrow. Looking at Bai Shuang lying beside him, enjoying the television while being stroked, Lu Zhe thought, "Bai Shuang, your good days are coming to an end." Bai Shuang suddenly shivered all over, feeling like something bad was about to happen. Turning back to look at her master, she didn't sense anything wrong. Confused, Bai Shuang turned her head back and continued to focus on watching television. Chapter 21, The Monster Tamer Association. After explaining the situation to Sister Lin, Lu Zhe got off work an hour early today and prepared to head to the Monster Tamer Association. Returning to the Monster Tamer Association, Lu Zhe couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Last time he came, it was to participate in the Tamer's assessment. However, thinking about it, the time that has passed is actually not long. Not delaying for too long, Lu Zhe stepped inside. Casually finding a front desk staff member, Lu Zhe spoke up. "Hello, I'm here for a monster battle." The front desk staff looked up at Lu Zhe, then revealed a slight expression of surprise. "You?" Lu Zhe also recognized this front desk staff as the same person from the previous Tamer assessment. "It's you, uncle." Hearing this, the front desk staff felt a bit embarrassed, thinking, "Do I really look that old?" "My name is Lu Jiming, you can just call me Brother Lu." "Brother Lu." Brother Lu nodded, then took out a piece of paper. "You're here for the monster duel, so please fill out your basic information first." Receiving the paper and pen, Lu Zhe took a look. Just fill in Lu Zhe's level and your own beast master level. After filling it out, Lu Zhe handed it to Brother Lu. "Frost Wolf?" Brother Lu looked at the information filled out by Lu Zhe with some surprise, and then operated on the computer for a while. "Matched successfully, your opponent is in battle room 216. After speaking, Brother Lu stood up. "I'll take you there, it's your first time, so you might not know the way." "Thank you, Brother Lu." Lu Zhe replied. Lu Zhe followed Brother Lu to the battle area, which was actually separated off. Each place was closed off to avoid interference during battles. "Here we are." Lu Zhe looked at the number 216 on the door and thanked Brother Lu again, then pushed the door open and walked in. The scene inside the room was very different from the room Lu Zhe was in during the breeding assessment last time. The space was very large. Moreover, the walls of the room seemed to have undergone special treatment, looking very solid. At this moment, there was already a person inside, looking around the same age as Lu Zhe. Seeing Lu Zhe come in, he nodded but said nothing, clearly someone who also didn't like to talk. Suddenly, an electronic voice echoed. "Battle rules. 1. In beast battles, do not attack the beast master. 2. Do not use lethal force on the beasts. Once they lose the ability to resist, you must stop immediately." The electronic voice announced some battle rules, and then the match began. Both summoned their beasts. White Frost appeared, stepping onto a patch of icy mist, while the opponent summoned a gray-black furred cheetah. Name, Thunder Pattern Cheetah. Grade, upper grade of the mortal class. Introduction, entire body covered in dark silver fur, with flowing lightning patterns, arcs of electricity jumping with each stride, capable of unleashing powerful lightning attacks. The opponent's eyes narrowed sharply upon seeing White Frost. It's actually an Earth-class beast. White Frost, Ice Crystal Blast. As soon as the match began, Lu Zhe immediately commanded White Frost in his mind. White Frost roared, cold air spilling from her mouth, and several ice crystals quickly formed, rushing towards the thunder-patterned cheetah. Thunder-patterned cheetah, dodge quickly! The boy yelled loudly in his mind. The electric current on the thunder-patterned cheetah's back crackled ominously, its muscles tensing under the electric light. It suddenly turned sideways, its front paws carving 4 charred cracks into the ground, its body almost scraping the ground as it moved. The ice crystal blast skimmed past its flank, instantly coating its fur with a layer of white frost from the cold air. A series of ice crystals shattered against the ground, creating a burst of icy mist, with shards flying everywhere like countless tiny blades. The thunder-patterned cheetah's pupils contracted, letting out a low growl, the electric current crackling at its claws, clearly enraged. Good, lightning wave! After dodging, the boy waved his hand and decisively issued the order. Hearing the command, the thunder-patterned cheetah opened its mouth, emitting a series of crackling sounds. Then, a ball of pure lightning energy, trailing electric tails, quickly flew towards White Frost. To this, White Frost simply smiled disdainfully. She raised her 2 claws and slammed them heavily on the ground. Instantly, a thick layer of solid ice formed on the ground, creating an ice wall in front of the electric ball. Boom! The moment the electric ball touched the ice wall, it exploded, creating a resounding blast. The ice wall was blasted to pieces, shattered ice flying everywhere, but still held strong. The boy looked at this scene with a somewhat ugly expression, not expecting his strongest attack to be blocked so easily. Lu Zhe noticed this and was initially surprised. Though both were mortal-class beasts, the thunder-patterned cheetah was far inferior to Sister Lin's frostblade dragon lizard. Just now, White Frost even blocked the attack without using any beast skills. However, think about it, Sister Lin is after all a second-tier beast master, and she is also a second-tier nurturer. Even if the nurtured beasts are of the same level, their combat power cannot be compared at all. After blocking the attack of the thunder-patterned leopard with an ice wall, Bai Shuang quickly charged towards the thunder-patterned leopard, so fast that the leopard could not dodge. Damn it, thunder-patterned leopard, lightning claw! Seeing Bai Shuang rushing over, the boy also knew there was no way to dodge, so he simply ordered the thunder-patterned leopard to charge forward and confront Bai Shuang. The thunder-patterned leopard roared, its claws instantly surrounded by circles of lightning. Wielding its claws, the thunder-patterned leopard tried to hit Bai Shuang, but unfortunately, Bai Shuang's speed was clearly above that of the leopard, evading each attack with ease. Thus, Bai Shuang didn't attack, just kept dodging the thunder-patterned leopard strikes, and it seemed she was quite enjoying this feeling. Lu Zhe smiled helplessly and quickly instructed Bai Shuang in their contract to stop playing. After hearing her master's command, Bai Shuang finally put away her playful thoughts, her eyes turning cold. After dodging a claw, she charged straight at the thunder-patterned leopard, then suddenly used her strength to flip the leopard onto the ground. One claw violently stepped down on the struggling thunder-patterned leopard, and Bai Shuang opened her mouth, releasing a breath of frost. After struggling for a while, the thunder-patterned leopard gradually stopped, as if it had fainted. Thunder-patterned leopard! The boy rushed towards the fainted thunder-patterned leopard, while Bai Shuang swayed her tail, leisurely walking towards Lu Zhe. Her face was full of pride. After reaching Lu Zhe, Bai Shuang raised her head, looking like she wanted praise. Seeing this, Lu Zhe chuckled softly and scratched Bai Shuang's chin. Then, Lu Zhe turned to look at the boy, who was now staring in panic at the injured thunder-patterned leopard. It was his first time participating in a beast battle, and he was completely unprepared. Now, looking at the unconscious leopard, he had no idea what to do. Please have the losing side exit quickly, there is a special treatment room outside for healing. A camera inside the room flashed slightly, as the front desk staff Lu Jiming spoke into the screen. The screen displayed the battle room of Lu Zhe and the boy. Such beast battles were benefits provided by the Beast Master Association for low-tier beast masters. Of course, they would not let the beasts suffer real harm, so every battle arena is monitored in real time. After hearing this, the boy hurriedly recalled the thunder-patterned leopard into his body and quickly left the battle room. The battle is over. Do you wish to continue? An electronic voice inquired whether Lu Zhe wanted to continue the battle. Lu Zhe looked at Bai Shuang next to him, her condition was very good, and she had hardly used any energy in the recent battle. Continue. Chapter 22 Bai Shuang. Another month later. In the Beast Master Association's battle arena. Bai Shuang, ice spike puncture. Bai Shuang shouted, a thick layer of ice spreading from under her claws towards the enemy in front of her. The enemy was an ice-spiked porcupine. Name, ice-spiked porcupine. Quality, common upper grade. Level, common middle grade. Roar. The ice-spiked porcupine could not dodge in time, its limbs were already frozen in thick ice. At this moment, it could only watch in fear as the ice spread towards it. SSSS. The sharp ice spikes pierced through the porcupine's abdomen, causing it to let out a painful cry. Blood dripped from the wound, flowing on the ice beneath, appearing particularly bright red under the illumination of the ice. It was also very beautiful. Bai Shuang walked over to Lu Zhe's side and nudged him with her head. As Lu Zhe petted Bai Shuang, he observed the situation across from him. For the past month, Lu Zhe and Bai Shuang had been coming here almost every day to participate in beast battles. And most of the opponents encountered in a month were completely no match for Bai Shuang. Of course, there were a few times Bai Shuang lost. Especially that one time, Lu Zhe still remembered, the opponent's monster was a high-quality soul-catching crow of Earth level. Although it was the same level as Bai Shuang, being of medium quality among mortal ranks, the gap was still too big. And the soul-catching crow itself was a mental-type monster. Bai Shuang had no ability to resist at all. Alright, Bai Shuang, that's it for today, let's go. After saying this, Lu Zhe took Bai Shuang into his body and left. When he arrived at the front desk, after saying a few words to Brother Lu, Lu Zhe headed to the Light Whisper Pavilion. Oh, you're back. Lin Xingyu, who was watching the shop, greeted Lu Zhe as he returned. Okay, Sister Lin, I'll take over the shop from here. Then I'll go take a break. After saying this, Sister Lin yawned and went upstairs. Upstairs, in addition to the alchemy room, there was of course a dedicated resting place. Lu Zhe had also rested there several times. Summoning Bai Shuang, Lu Zhe took a bottle of frost water liquid from the shelf and fed it to her. After all, these frost water liquids were made by himself, taking a few bottles wasn't a big deal. Watching Bai Shuang drink all the frost water liquid, Lu Zhe patted her head and began to search for monster skills on the shop's computer. Bai Shuang had learned a total of 3 monster skills so far: Ice Crystal Bullet, Cold Shadow, and Ice Spike Strike. Among these 3 monster skills, Cold Shadow and Ice Spike Strike were still at the minor success level due to being used less frequently. Whereas Ice Crystal Bullet was often used by Bai Shuang, so it had reached the major success level. After a month of battles, Lu Zhe also discovered the shortcomings of the monster skills. Bai Shuang lacked a high-output monster skill. Just like in a previous battle, the opponent was a middle-quality Jade Tortoise of the mortal rank, an opponent with not much attack but absolute defense. At the start of the battle, the Jade Tortoise directly retracted into its shell, refusing to come out no matter how Bai Shuang tried. And all of Bai Shuang's attacks were firmly blocked by the shell, leaving only a few cracks at most. Like this, it stayed in its shell until Bai Shuang exhausted her strength, and then the Jade Tortoise leisurely crawled out. Then the Jade Tortoise easily won the match. After that match, Bai Shuang was so angry that she was half dead, still cursing when she got home, continuously saying how shameless that tortoise was. So, Lu Zhe decided to choose a few more monster skills for Bai Shuang. Lu Zhe browsed the website and finally selected 2 monster skills. The first skill was a high-quality Snow Shadow Raid of the mortal rank, and the second was a high-quality Extreme Cold Breath. Snow Shadow Raid used spiritual power to give the user greater speed, and after use, it would leave an afterimage at the original location. Extreme Cold Breath was a breath-type skill with extremely high damage. This was different from Bai Shuang's regular breath, which simply compressed and expelled ice attribute spiritual power. The power was completely incomparable to Extreme Cold Breath. Bai Shuang, come here. Hearing Lu Zhe's call, Bai Shuang slithered to Lu Zhe's side. You are so lazy. Lu Zhe playfully scolded and then gently patted Bai Shuang. I really don't understand why Bai Shuang is quite proactive during battles, but she is so lazy during normal times. Bai Shuang casually swayed her tail, with an indifferent expression. Study hard, these are carefully selected monster skills for you. Finally, the day's work was over. Lu Zhe took home some ice soul crystals and other herbs. Of course, he had paid for them. Employee price. A woo. The moment he entered the door, Bai Shuang couldn't contain her joy and hurriedly ran in front of the television. Sitting on the sofa, she used her tail to turn on the television. Howl of the Wolf finally comes to an end. Lu Zhe just smiled after watching, not caring at all. After watching TV for a while, Bai Shuang suddenly got up and hurried to the fridge. Then she lifted half of her body, supporting herself with her back legs, and opened the upper fridge door with her claws. She took out a big box from the fridge, and Bai Shuang wrapped the big box with her tail as she returned to the sofa. Opening the box, what was inside were the cookies made by Lu Zhe using ice crystal essence. Just like that, Bai Shuang watched TV while munching the cookies from the box. After eating for a while, feeling a bit thirsty, she wrapped a pink big basin with her tail, which had Bai Shuang exclusive written on the outside. After filling the big basin with a large amount of drink, Bai Shuang gently exhaled, and the drink, which was originally at room temperature, instantly turned into ice drink. Seeing this, Bai Shuang finally stopped with satisfaction. When Lu Zhe came out, what greeted his eyes was such a scene. Bai Shuang lay lazily on the sofa, with a big box of cookies on the table in front of the sofa, and a large basin of drink. On the TV, it was playing Bai Shuang's favorite cartoon, Howl of the Wolf. The picture on the TV had stopped at the scene where the main character, Wolf Tsungsong, finally breaks through and becomes a legendary demon emperor. Then, the ending song began to play. Bai Shuang stuck out her tongue and licked the outside of her mouth, clearly feeling unsatisfied. Wrapping the remote with her tail, she planned to see if there were more cartoons to watch. However, the remote was suddenly grabbed by Lu Zei's hand. Ow. Bai Shuang looked over, a bit unhappy, locking eyes with Lu Zei. What are you doing? Let me watch TV. Looking at Bai Shuang before him, Lu Zei didn't indulge her anymore. He directly snatched the remote away and said in a slightly serious tone. Alright, no more watching. You've been watching for 3 hours. Hearing Lu Zei's words, Bai Shuang glanced at the time on the TV and realized it was indeed as Lu Zei said. Her confidence suddenly weakened, but she still argued. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong with me watching TV? Seeing Bai Shuang still wildly arguing, Lu Zei remained silent and just kept staring at her until she could no longer bear it. Ow. Bai Shuang's tone dropped. Okay, I know. Then, Bai Shuang walked glumly towards the backyard, preparing to practice her demon skills. Seeing this scene, Lu Zei finally let out a sigh of relief. Bai Shuang is getting lazier. If I hadn't forced the TV off today, I don't know how long she would have watched. It seems I must come up with a good way to change Bai Shuang. I've thought about changing her before, but every time Bai Shuang acts cute, I give in. This time, I must not give in. Thinking this, Lu Zei straightened his face and went to the backyard to supervise Bai Shuang's practice. Chapter 23, Extreme Cold Breath. Ow. In the backyard of Lu Zei's home. Bai Shuang stared at the sandbag in the distance, slightly opening her mouth to reveal her shining white teeth. Hiss. Streams of ice air began to seep from Bai Shuang's teeth, and then the muscles along her back suddenly tensed, as if a cold wave were rolling beneath her snowy fur. The next moment, Bai Shuang's front body sank slightly, her front paws carving 2 white marks on the ground, and her chest suddenly contracted. Boom. Accompanied by a low beastly roar, a breath of extreme cold, as thick as an arm, erupted from her mouth. The breath was made up of pure ice attribute spiritual power and countless tiny hexagonal ice crystals mixed together, spinning in a spiral at the front, wrapped in fine cold light. In the sunlight, it refracted a rainbow-like colorful halo. The extreme cold temperature caused countless ice beads to form along the way, like a necklace of frost strung together by an invisible hand. In the blink of an eye, the cold wave brutally hit the sandbag. Bang! The surface of the sandbag was first frozen into a shimmering blue crystal, then the ice crystals caved inward, and tiny ice shards shot out like bullets. In less than half a breath, the entire sandbag was completely frozen, and a visible ring of cold mist spread out from the sandbag, covering even the blades of grass 3 meters away with a layer of white frost. The sandbag was sent flying by the powerful shockwave of breath, and then heavily slammed into the wall. Crack! In the moment the sandbag hit the wall, it shattered like a mirror, with pieces dropping to the ground. The extremely low temperature of the shards caused a bit of frost to form on the ground upon contact. Seeing her masterpiece, White Frost felt a bit proud inside, but when her gaze shifted to a large pile of sandbags nearby, her previously slightly raised eyebrows immediately drooped. After Lu Zei made up his mind, to prevent himself from being soft-hearted again, he quickly made a plan for White Frost. Every day, only if White Frost completed all the tasks Lu Zei set would she be allowed to watch television. Today, to help White Frost practice her extreme cold breath, Lu Zei's plan for her was to shatter all those sandbags with her extreme cold breath. What a detestable master, I should be lounging on the sofa comfortably watching TV right now. White Frost kept grumbling about Lu Zei in her heart, then looked over at Lu Zei, not far away. At this moment, Lu Zei was lying on a reclining chair, in front of him was a huge pool with many fish swimming inside. Beside the pool was a fishing rod, with the fishing line extending from the top of the rod all the way into the water. Lu Zei was actually fishing. This pool was specially dug out by Lu Zei, not only for aesthetics, but also to satisfy the potential needs of a water attribute beast he might contract later. Lu Zei lounged leisurely on the reclining chair, then picked up a cup of milk tea from a small table beside him. Seeing that White Frost was looking over, Lu Zei raised the milk tea towards her before starting to drink it. At this sight, White Frost began to tremble all over. What a detestable man! White Frost really wanted to rush over and guzzle down the milk tea, but after hesitating for a moment, she still didn't move. She knew that everything Lu Zei did was for her own good, but it absolutely did not include deliberately drinking milk tea and fishing right next to her. Suddenly, White Frost's eyes shifted, and she thought of a good idea. So, she once again pretended to exhale, then secretly glanced at Lu Zei, finding him still lying on the reclining chair with his eyes closed. With a sudden turn, she released a tiny breath towards Lu Zei's side. Bayou. The mini breath accurately hit the grass in front of Lu Zei, the explosion sound startling him. He momentarily lost his grip on the milk tea, which spilled onto the ground. My milk tea! Even the pool stirred with waves, and one fish after another jumped out of the water, apparently scared out of their wits. White Frost displayed a joyful expression of vengeance, happily wagging her tail, bouncing over to pick up a nearby sandbag. Then she froze the sandbag directly under a branch. After completing everything, White Frost returned to her spot and began practicing extreme cold breath once again. Bang! Bang! The yard was filled with explosive sounds, as one sandbag after another crashed against the wall and shattered. After being startled by White Frost, Luze stopped fishing and instead sat nearby, watching White Frost practice. Noticing that Luze was staring at her, she felt a little shy. Bai Shuang pouted on the surface, but inside, she was very pleased. Her movements became even stronger. Until all the sandbags were used up, Bai Shuang took a slight breath, clearly feeling a bit tired. Luze noticed this and picked up a bottle of cream liquid, walking towards Bai Shuang. On the nearby table, several empty bottles of cream liquid were already placed. Still in the yard, the fragments of the sandbags had been cleaned up by Luze and Bai Shuang. At this moment, Luze was bathing Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang lay in a huge bathtub, while Luze sat on a stool, applying a kind of ointment on her. This ointment was made by Luze himself, which not only could clean well but also promote the absorption of spirit energy by the beast. As Luze focused on applying the ointment on Bai Shuang, her tail suddenly flicked. The water in the bathtub splashed directly onto Luze, soaking more than half of his clothes. Seeing Luze in such a sorry state, Bai Shuang revealed a playful smile on her face. Luze looked at Bai Shuang helplessly yet fondly, continuing to apply the ointment. In the evening, Luze sat on the sofa reading a book, while Bai Shuang rested her head on his chest, comfortably watching the TV in front of them. While reading, Luze opened a box of cookies, ate a few himself, and then fed a few to Bai Shuang. Although these cookies were made for Bai Shuang, he could also eat them. In fact, many spirit medicines used by beast could be directly used by humans. After a long while, Luze closed the book he was reading, looked at the time, and said to Bai Shuang, "Alright, it's already quite late, it's time to sleep." Bai Shuang looked reluctantly at the TV but finally obediently turned it off and followed Luze into his bedroom. Luze lay down on the bed, while Bai Shuang jumped onto the bed just like when she was a little cub. "How big are you now, still acting like a child?" Luze joked while looking at Bai Shuang, who was rolling around on the bed. At this time, Bai Shuang would completely reveal her childish habits. In other places, although Bai Shuang would occasionally act cute, she was usually quite restrained. Especially when there were strangers around, Bai Shuang would act very aloof. After petting Bai Shuang as usual before sleep, Luze turned off the bedroom lights, and the room instantly fell into darkness. Luze lay on the bed, while Bai Shuang still nestled closely next to him like a cub. Chapter 24, The Beast Taming Competition. This day, after completing his daily battles, Luze went to the front desk of the hall. Brother Lu noticed Luze come out and smiled, saying, "Luze, are you interested in participating in the beast taming competition?" After speaking, Brother Lu took out a large sheet of paper and handed it to Luze, signaling him to take a look. "Beast taming competition?" Luze curiously took it, discovering that the paper contained information about a beast taming competition. This competition was officially hosted by the Beast Tamer Association and only allowed beast tamers who were still in the apprentice level to participate. And the participating beasts could only be of the ordinary level. This competition was just decided today, and it will be announced shortly. "I think you can participate, the rewards are quite generous," Brother Lu said with a smile. "Rewards?" Luze quickly read through the information on the paper, committing all about the competition to memory. The competition limited registrations to 3,000 participants, with the event set to take place in 10 days. The top 100 places would receive rewards. Luze glanced at it, and indeed, the rewards were very generous. The first place reward was even a piece of ice soul crystal core, yes, the advancement material that Bai Shuang needed to upgrade. Seeing this, Luze's heart instantly burned with excitement. "Lu Ge, I want to participate." Lu Ge smiled lightly and said, "Then you wait a moment. Once the competition is announced, you can sign up." Luze nodded and sat for a while in the seats in the hall. Then, at Lu Ji's call, Luze filled out the registration information needed. Buzz. Luze's phone vibrated slightly, and he picked it up to take a look. A text message had been sent to his phone. "Congratulations on successfully registering for the competition. The competition will be held in 10 days. Location, 3rd floor of the Beast Master Association." Back at the Qingyu Pavilion, Luze planned to ask Sister Lin for a few days off to participate in the competition. Competition? After hearing this, Lin Qingyu also took out her phone and searched, successfully finding the competition information. The Beast Master Association holds various competitions every year, so it is not surprising to have one now. "Approved," Lin Qingyu said with a smile. "You don't have to come in these few days. Just prepare well for the competition." In the following days, Luze kept preparing for the Beast Master competition. After all, this was his first time participating in a competition, so he was a bit nervous. Once the list of all contestants was released, Luze immediately began to look through it. Among 3,000 participants, the vast majority of the beastmen were of mid-level ordinary quality. But there were also very few at the upper ordinary level, and these were mostly older ones. These were people with very poor beast taming talent, so they had never broken through to become beast tamers. However, they should not be underestimated, as they had rich combat experience. Aside from that, Luze also saw some familiar names on the contestant list. They were the ones he had battled in beast master duels a month earlier. Especially one person, Luze's gaze became serious as he looked at a name. Su Shiryao. The beast she had contracted was the soul-devouring crow, the very same beast that had swiftly defeated Bai Shuang. After looking through all the names and all the participating beasts, Luze couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. It seemed that the first place in this competition was out of reach, but he had to squeeze into the top 100. There was determination in Luze's eyes. Finally, the day before the competition, the specific matchups were finally announced. Luze's number was 2416, and he looked at the information about his opponent. Huang Renzong, also a student like himself. His beast for the competition was the Rock Fist Ape. Name, Rock Fist Ape. Quality, upper ordinary level. Description, entire body gray-brown, arms petrified, fists like heavy hammers capable of smashing huge rocks. When roaring, its rocky armor shatters, and stones rain down like a storm. Prefers to dwell on rocky cliffs and feeds on iron and stone, has a fiery temper. Its level is the same as Bai Shuang, at mid-level ordinary. It seemed that victory in this match was assured. Luze's lips slightly curled up, revealing a relaxed smile. In contrast, Huang Renzong looked at his phone screen with a face full of unwillingness. Number, 2416. Name, Luze. Participating beast, Frost Wolf, mid-ordinary level. Huang Renzong was a student from Qinghai No. 1 High School, and upon learning about the competition held by the Beast Master Association, he immediately signed up. He believed his beast was quite strong, as the Rockfist Ape is also among the top in power among ordinary beasts. Therefore, he thought he could at least make it into the top 100. But to his surprise, he encountered a beast of higher grade in the first round. Huang Renzong clenched his fists, his eyes full of unwillingness. So what if it's a ground-level beast? Its quality is only one level higher than the Rockfist Ape, it might not even be able to beat me. And so it went until the day of Luze's competition arrived. Have a good match, I'll cheer for you in the stands. Lin Xingyu encouraged Luze. I say, Sister Lin, for this match, I won't say I'll win 100%, but... That was probably a sure thing, no need to be like this. Luze smiled helplessly. No matter what, you have to be fully focused, to treat the match seriously. No matter who the opponent is, you must put away your contempt. Lin Xingyu reminded Luze seriously. It's almost time, let's go in first. After chatting for a while, Luze glanced at the time and hurriedly said. Then, the two went up to the third floor of the Monster Tamer Association together. The third floor of the Monster Tamer Association was a huge arena, with a wide space in the middle serving as a battlefield. Surrounding it were the stands, densely packed with seats, and there were at least a few thousand seats that were mostly filled. Let's go, we'll sit in the stands first. Your match should still be a while. Luze nodded and followed Lin Xingyu to the stands. Today was the third day of the competition, and Luze's match was the 12th of the day, so there was still plenty of time. The two sat in the stands and waited for a while, and then the match began. On the referee's platform, Chen Qiming said to the man next to him. President Su, it's almost time. Hearing Chen Qiming's words, the man opened his tightly closed eyes. Director Chen, you can decide. I'm just here to watch the kids compete. Understood. Chen Qiming nodded, but his tone was full of respect for the man. The person in front of him was indeed a genuine Tier 4 Great Monster Tamer, Sui Feng, the president of the Monster Tamer Association in Qinghai City, a truly big figure. It was hard to believe such a big man would come to watch this kind of competition. Chen Qiming mobilized his spiritual energy, and his voice instantly spread throughout the arena, silencing the noisy crowd. Now, the competition officially begins. Because it was already the third day, there was no need for complex opening words. The first match begins. Contestants He Junyao and Chen Jingxi, please enter the arena quickly. Chapter 25, Soul-Absorbing Crow. In the center of the arena, a cracked rockhound and an ironback lizard were fiercely entangled in battle. Around them, the cheers and shouts of the audience echoed throughout the arena, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. Suddenly, the cracked rockhound seized an opportunity, opened its sharp fangs, and bit down hard on the ironback lizard's hind leg. The ironback lizard immediately felt a surge of agony and struggled desperately to break free from the cracked rockhound's grasp. However, the bite force of the cracked rockhound was extraordinarily strong, its teeth deeply embedded in the ironback lizard's skin, blood gushing out like a fountain, instantly staining the ground red. The ironback lizard was enraged, letting out a furious roar, and then suddenly whipped its tail. This swing was tremendously powerful, the tail zoomed through the air with a whoosh, as if to tear the air apart, sweeping straight towards the cracked rockhound. A middle-aged man in the distance saw this scene and laughed mockingly. They are indeed a bunch of kids who have never experienced anything, their attacks are so naive. Cracked rockhound, earth wall. With the middle-aged man's furious shout, the cracked rockhound's eyes instantly flashed with a yellowish light. In the blink of an eye, a thick earth wall appeared in front of the ironback lizard, firmly blocking its fierce attack. Bang! With a loud crash, the ironback lizard's sturdy tail struck the earth wall like a steel whip. However, this seemingly impregnable earth wall only trembled slightly, leaving just a few small cracks on the surface. Rock spike. Seeing this, the middle-aged man did not hesitate to give another command. The cracked rockhound moved as it heard the command, striking the ground hard, sending a powerful force through the ground. In an instant, a massive earth spike made of dirt suddenly shot up from beneath the ironback lizard. At this moment, the ironback lizard was immersed in pain, completely unaware of the approaching danger. By the time it reacted, it was already too late. The earth spike pierced its body at lightning speed, nailing it firmly to the ground, leaving it utterly unable to move. The match is over. The referee immediately announced the outcome of the battle, declaring the winner to be the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man retrieved his beast, casting a disdainful glance at his opponent. That opponent was a not-so-old boy, his face still carrying the innocence unique to students. At this moment, he was staring panic-stricken at the bloodied ironback lizard, unsure of what to do. It wasn't until the medical personnel arrived that he followed them over to the side of the ironback lizard. On the high platform, Chen Qiming frowned as he watched all of this unfold. After the match began, the boy was initially calm, and his commands were not lacking. But once the ironback lizard was injured, he began to panic, and eventually, he could hardly issue any effective commands. This led to the ironback lizard being constantly suppressed and beaten by the rock-splitting hound, with no effective counterattack at all. Chen Qiming shook his head slightly and stole a glance at Sui Feng beside him, finding him still tightly shut-eyed. In the audience, Lu Zhe was talking to Lin Qingyu, analyzing the recently concluded match. Both were trainers, naturally understanding more than others. If we only consider combat power, that ironback lizard is a little stronger than the rock-splitting hound. Lu Zhe analyzed. It's mainly because the one giving commands wasn't capable, they were getting hit the whole time. I really don't know why someone like this would sign up for the match. Lin Qingyu responded as well. The next match is about to begin, please prepare Su Shiryao and Huang Yiran to enter. Su Shiryao? Hearing this name, Lu Zhe's expression suddenly became strange. What's wrong? Noticing Lu Zhe's oddity, Lin Qingyu asked curiously. Lu Zhe wasted no time and said. I've fought against Su Shiryao, her beast is the soul-snatching crow, very strong. Lu Zhe told Lin Qingyu everything he knew about Su Shiryao. After hearing this, Lin Qingyu's face also showed a look of surprise. The soul-snatching crow, that's a top-quality Earth-level beast. The very first contracted beast being top-quality Earth-level surely indicates that her family is very wealthy. Because the beasts provided to beginners by the Beast Herding Center won't exceed low-quality Earth-level. Besides being wealthy, one also needs strong mental power, otherwise, the gap would be too big, and even if the beast agreed, a successful contract would be impossible. What's the background of that little girl? Lin Qingyu asked Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe shook his head, he had only crossed paths with Su Shiryao and had no other connections to her. Then, the two turned their gaze back to the arena. Su Shiryao was a beautiful girl, yet no one was focusing on her, all eyes were on the creature on her shoulder. There was a black crow standing on her shoulder, its surface adorned with some bronze rings. Name, Soul-Snatching Crow. Quality, top-quality Earth level. Description, black feathers with bronze ring patterns, its cry sounds like a broken bell, its eyes red as rubies, a wingspan of 3 feet, and its claws are sharp. A rare spiritual-type beast, capable of capturing the souls of living beings. I can't be mistaken, that's the Soul-Snatching Crow. What kind of person is that girl? She looks just like a student, yet she can contract a Soul-Snatching Crow. The audience erupted into a clamor, each person expressing their excitement and confusion. Simultaneously, every one of them looked at that jet-black crow with envy. On the high platform, Chen Qiming also looked at Su Shiryao in surprise, as if he had thought of something. Su Shiryao, with the surname Su? Chen Qiming's body stiffened, he seemed to realize why Sui Feng, the president, would come to watch this baby match. Su Shiryao is my daughter. Noticing Chen Qiming's movement, Sui Feng spoke faintly. Oh, so she's President Su's daughter. Truly a talented young lady. Chen Qiming hurriedly praised her. But Sui Feng ignored him, sweeping his gaze over the noisy audience. The sound from the audience had grown so loud that it began to affect the competition. Buzz. In an instant, an overwhelmingly suffocating spiritual energy spread from his body, enveloping the entire arena. Everyone in the arena felt a chill run through their bodies, and their hearts were filled with a deep sense of oppression. At once, the noisy arena fell silent. Please try to control your voices so as not to interfere with the competition. Now, let the competition continue. After speaking, he returned to his seat, and the arena gradually began to make noise again, but it was very faint and would not affect the competition. On the field, Su Shiryao slightly pursed her lips. Lu Zhe stared in shock at Sui Feng, who was seated at the judges' table, his eyes filled with astonishment. The immense pressure from the spiritual energy just now was something he had never felt before. He is Sui Feng, the president of the Qinghai City Monster Tamer Association. He is a grand monster tamer. Lin Xingyu introduced him to Lu Zhe. Grand monster tamer? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe's shock deepened. He never imagined he would encounter a grand monster tamer in such a small monster tamer apprentice competition. The hierarchy of monster tamers is monster tamer apprentice, monster tamer, monster master, grand monster master, monster general, monster emperor, and monster saint. The vast majority of monster tamers in the world remain at the monster tamer level for their entire lives, and for most people, becoming a monster master is an unattainable dream. The strongest fighting force in the Kanglan Kingdom consists of 7 monster emperors, and the next level, monster generals, is also extremely rare. This shows just how powerful and rare grand monster masters are. While Lu Zhe was staring at Sui Feng, suddenly, Sui Feng turned his head sharply, and their eyes met. Chapter 26, The Competition Begins. The moment their eyes met, Lu Zhe felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. This was not something Sui Feng did on purpose, but pure suppression of life levels, the instinctual fear that the weak feel toward the strong. Fortunately, Sui Feng looked away in an instant. Lu Zhe, feeling as if he had survived a calamity, patted his chest. It was so terrifying. Beside him, Lin Xingyu also breathed out a sigh of relief. She, too, had been frightened by Sui Feng's gaze. After a moment, both of them refocused their attention on the battlefield. Huang Yaran was still a woman in her 30s, her appearance was quite outstanding, and her demeanor was usually very calm. However, at this moment, she was completely unlike her usual self. Her eyes were nervously focused on the black crow hovering in the air. After some thought, she summoned her beast. A low-grade red flame bird. Name, red flame bird. Quality, low-grade. Description, its feathers resemble fire, when it flaps its wings, flames fall, burning plants. It lives near volcanoes and feeds on lava worms. Its flames can ignite anything flammable. A low-grade red flame bird was definitely among the upper tier of creatures in this competition. But unfortunately, she had the bad luck to face Su Shiryao. Even though the soul-devouring crow was of medium quality among low-grade beasts, Huang Yaran did not think she could win this match. The difference in quality was too great. It was like an adult rabbit facing a juvenile tiger, there was no comparison. Now, her only hope was to last a bit longer. The competition begins. Seeing that both participants had summoned their respective beasts, the referee gave the command, and the competition began. Red flame bird, fire feather shield. Immediately, Huang Yaran used a defensive beast technique. She never considered attacking the soul-devouring crow. Ah! Along with the screech of the scarlet flame bird, its enormous wings suddenly flapped like a disturbed swarm of bees. With every flap, countless sparks flew up, drawn by some mysterious force, quickly gathering around its wings to form a dazzling cloud of sparks. The cloud of sparks accumulated more and more, colliding and merging with each other, gradually forming a huge spherical shield. This shield was entirely fiery red, seemingly composed of flames, tightly enveloping the scarlet flame bird within. However, facing this defensive tactic from the scarlet flame bird, Su Shiryao showed no hint of surprise. She calmly commanded, "Soul-devouring crow, cry of the soul." The soul-devouring crow opened its mouth and let out a piercing cry. Hiss! This cry felt as though it came from the netherworld, chilling to the bone, as if it could penetrate a person's soul and directly attack their innermost being. Upon hearing this cry, the scarlet flame bird felt as if its mind had been struck hard by some sharp object. A violent pain surged through its head in an instant. It shrieked in agony, trying to struggle away from this terrifying sound, but found its body completely out of control. In the end, the scarlet flame bird could only let out one last tragic cry, like a bird with broken wings, falling straight down from the sky. Wow! The audience erupted with shocked and excited exclamations. Lu Zhe focused intently on the circling soul-devouring crow that let out triumphant cries. This was the move. The very technique that had instantly defeated Bai Shuang was this, the cry of the soul. This was an attack on the spirit, particularly effective against low-tier demon beasts. Unless it was also a spirit-type beast, it would be impossible for any low-tier demon beast to withstand this kind of attack. Because low-tier demon beasts could hardly learn spirit-type techniques and could only rely on their own mental strength to resist it forcibly. Despite Lu Zhe's efforts in the past few days to find a way to counter this move, he had failed. He had no confidence in being able to block this technique at all. At the judging table, Chen Qiming saw Su Shiryao easily secure victory and hurriedly congratulated Sui Feng. "President Su, your daughter is truly remarkable. At such a young age, she has contracted a soul-devouring crow. She will surely achieve greatness in the future." Hearing Chen Qiming's congratulatory words, a smile appeared on Sui Feng's face. When the next match began, Chen Qiming proposed to Sui Feng, "President Su, I have some things to ask you. Could we discuss them elsewhere?" Sui Feng thought for a moment and then politely declined. Forget it, since he was already here, he might as well just watch today's matches. No need, Director Chen. Just say whatever you need to say here. Ah. Seeing that Sui Feng had no intention of leaving, Chen Qiming's expression remained unchanged. He certainly didn't have any actual questions for Sui Feng. He knew Sui Feng was here purely to watch his daughter's match. Now that Su Shirya's match was over, Chen Qiming thought Sui Feng might want to leave, hence he used the pretense of asking a question to let him go. However, since he had no plans to leave, it was fine too. A few more matches took place, but none featured demon beasts that could shock the audience. Finally, it was time for Lu Zhe's match. The next match is about to begin. Contestants Lu Zhe and Huang Renzong, please prepare. It's my turn. Lu Zhe stood up from his seat in the audience and walked onto the battlefield below. Please summon your demon beasts. Lu Zhe nodded, and as the icy mist dissipated, the white frost slowly appeared on the ground. On the opposite side, Huang Renzong gritted his teeth and also summoned the rock-fist monkey. Is that the frost wolf? Sure enough, as soon as the white frost made its appearance, it shocked the crowd of onlookers. Today's match is truly worth it. First, a soul-devouring crow appeared, and now a frost wolf has come. One spectator said with a hint of emotion in his voice. However, thanks to Sui Feng's earlier reminder, the commotion quickly settled down this time. Sui Feng, sitting at the referee's table, opened his eyes and glanced at Lu Zhe a few more times. The match begins. With the referee's shout, White Frost charged ahead, directly rushing towards the rock-fist monkey. Now, Lu Zhe was no longer a battle rookie like he was a month ago. He had already made a battle plan based on his opponent before the fight. The rock-fist monkey had tough skin and thick meat, but its speed was indeed a shortcoming, so the best strategy was to wear it down through entanglement. White Frost instantly reached the side of the rock-fist monkey, its sharp claws leaving deep scratches on its body. Roar! The rock-fist monkey roared in anger, raising its fist to counterattack. The sound of wind from the swinging fist rang in White Frost's ears, the strong sound signifying the power of that punch. But it was too slow, unable to even touch White Frost. Bang! 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 The rock-fist monkey's fist smashed violently into the ground, creating a deafening explosion. Rock-fist monkey, harden stone skin. Huang Renzong ordered. The rock-fist monkey slammed its fists against its chest, producing a dull thudding sound. Accompanied by the rock-fist monkey's roar, a layer of pale gray light began to form around its body. White Frost's attacks, which could originally leave deep scratches, now only produced painful grinding sounds against the rock-fist monkey's skin. Seeing White Frost's attacks lose effect, Huang Renzong finally revealed a smile. This is an Earth-tier monster, it looks like it's not that impressive. However, before he could enjoy his happiness for long, he saw White Frost jump to a distance not far from the rock-fist monkey, opening its mouth as icy breaths began to emanate. The low temperature caused the ground around White Frost to form thin layers of frost. Chapter 27, the match continues. Get out of the way. Huang Renzong urgently shouted at the rock-fist monkey, but it was already too late. This breath shot out like a massive white lightning bolt, rushing towards the rock-fist monkey at incredible speed. Huang Renzong's eyes widened in shock. Watching this scene, he could even hear the sound of water droplets in the air instantly freezing into ice. Boom! With a loud bang, the breath sprayed by White Frost harshly collided with the rock-fist monkey. The rock-fist monkey's body was knocked away by the powerful force, instantly enveloped in a thick mist of ice. In the ice mist, the rock-fist monkey let out a painful roar, a sound that was particularly jarring in the silent environment. Huang Renzong's heart raced. He anxiously watched the rock-fist monkey in the ice mist, unsure if it could withstand such an attack. Suddenly, Huang Renzong felt a chill on his cheek and instinctively reached out to touch it, only to see his hand stained with bright red blood. Evidently, when the breath hit the rock-fist monkey, shattered ice crystals had scraped across his face, leaving a small wound. But he had no time to care about himself. Instead, he nervously looked towards the mist of ice. The entire audience was also fixated on the ice mist. Roar! Finally, the rock-fist monkey's voice rang out again. Although it was filled with weakness and pain, it still allowed Huang Renzong to relax. At least it wasn't eliminated in one blow. Having witnessed the power of White Frost's breath, Huang Renzong no longer hoped to win. Instead, he hoped to lose with a bit of dignity. As the ice mist gradually dispersed, revealed the figure of the rock-fist ape inside. At this moment, the rock-fist ape was no longer as it used to be, its body covered in wounds of various sizes, and the most terrifying was the large hole in its chest. It even faintly revealed its eerie white bones. Fortunately, the rock-fist ape was a tough-skinned and strong beast. If it were any other monster, this blow would have knocked them out cold. However, when Huang Renzong saw the figure of the rock-fist ape, his expression darkened, and he thought, this is bad. The eyes of the rockfist ape had turned crimson, and it had fallen into a frenzied state. Huang Renzong desperately tried to communicate with the rockfist ape through their contract, but sure enough, there was no response at all. Roar! The rockfist ape pounded the ground with its fists, letting out an angry roar. Then, it swung its fists and charged toward Baishuang. Seeing the rockfist ape charging at her like a madman, Baishuang revealed a scornful smile. What a big fool! Its claws struck the ground as lightly as feathers, but right after the seemingly insignificant action, a crystal-clear ice spike appeared like lightning in the path of the rockfist ape. Without a doubt, the rockfist ape was tripped by this sudden ice spike and crashed heavily to the ground, producing a muffled thud. However, this was just the beginning. As the rockfist ape fell, more ice spikes emerged all at once. They raced toward the rockfist ape's limbs with incredible speed and strength. These ice spikes seemed to have been given life, piercing the rockfist ape's limbs accurately and ruthlessly. In an instant, blood splattered, and the rockfist ape howled in pain, but its body was firmly pinned in place, unable to move. Letting out a painful roar, the rockfist ape struggled to break free, but any movement brought intense tearing sensations in its limbs. The severe pain caused the crimson color in its eyes to fade significantly. I concede. Seeing the rockfist ape's pitiful state, Huang Renzong hurriedly raised his hand to concede. At the same time, he bitterly smiled, realizing that he had indeed overestimated himself. Wanting to defeat a level earth beast was simply delusional. Before the match started, he thought that even if he couldn't win, at least it should be after a fierce battle before he lost unwillingly. But in reality, from the start, the rockfist ape was being suppressed by the opponent and was directly heavily injured in one blow. The entire battle didn't even last 3 minutes. Nodding towards Huang Renzong, Lu Zhe withdrew Baishuang and left the arena. Back in the audience, Lu Zhe met Lin Qingyu's delighted gaze. Let's go, I still need to go back to the shop. After saying that, Lin Qingyu stood up and left with Lu Zhe. On the way, Lin Qingyu asked Lu Zhe, "When's your next match?" Lu Zhe glanced at his phone and replied, "The second match is in 5 days." Lin Qingyu nodded, remaining silent. "You don't need to come for the second match, Lin Jie, there are still many more matches ahead." "Alright then, I'll wait until the finals to watch." Lin Qingyu smiled and said in a joking tone, "If I win first place, can you give me a little reward, Lin Jie?" Lu Zhe joked back. After spending some time together, and with Lin Qingyu intending to build a good relationship with Lu Zhe, their bond was already better than that of a simple shop owner and employee. Though not quite best friends, they were certainly closer than ordinary friends. 5 days later, Lu Zhe visited the Beast Master Association's competition arena once again. This time, Lin Qingyu did not come alone. Lu Zhe looked at his opponent and felt a quiet resolve within. A middle-aged man, the same one that Lu Zhe faced on his first competition day. At this moment, the middle-aged man nervously licked his lips. He had, of course, watched Lu Zhe's match. His memory of Lu Zhe's Frost Wolf was fresh, and facing Lu Zhe now, he had no confidence in defeating him. Both summoned their respective spirit beasts, and the referee loudly announced, "The match begins. Rock Breaker Dog, Rock Break Charge." The middle-aged man decided to strike first, immediately commanding the Rock Breaker Dog to unleash its spirit skill. With a low growl, the Rock Breaker Dog emitted a faint yellow glow all over its body and lowered itself. In an instant, it charged towards Baishuang like an arrow released from a bow, leaving deep claw marks on the ground behind it. Snow screen. Lu Zhe instantly reacted. The Rockbreaker Dog was not like the Rockfist Ape, its speed was not slow and had surpassed Baishuang with the boost of its spirit skill. Ow. Baishuang lifted its head in a long howl, layers of snowflakes appeared around Baishuang, completely enveloping it. Under the tense gaze of the middle-aged man, the two finally collided. Then, he watched in surprise as Baishuang was knocked away, but immediately, his expression darkened. It turned out Baishuang was not knocked away but had used the force of the Rockbreaker Dog's impact to dodge back. Before it even landed, Baishuang opened its mouth in the air, preparing to unleash its extreme cold breath. The Rockbreaker Dog stood there panting, hearing its owner's panicked shout. It hurriedly lifted its head, but it was already too late. A cold breath magnified in its pupils, eventually striking directly at it. Bang! Accompanied by scattering ice crystals and ice debris, the Rockbreaker Dog was completely covered in solid ice and flew out. The match is over. The referee immediately declared the result of the match. Though the middle-aged man felt a lot of unwillingness inside, he could only accept this result in the end. Looking at the slightly desolate figure of the middle-aged man, Lu Zhe shook his head and said nothing more. Such middle-aged men were those with very poor talent, their realm could only remain as spirit beast apprentices. Thus, to rise to a higher level, they had to find resources themselves to train their spirit beasts. In the avenues of obtaining resources, the low-level spirit beast competitions held from time to time were their best way to acquire materials. The resources obtained in the competitions were not only precious, but most opponents were also students or people similar to themselves. However, if they couldn't continuously obtain resources to train their spirit beasts, their chances of breaking through would decrease. But they couldn't blame others, they could only blame their poor talent. Chapter 28, Defeating a Strong Opponent. Afterward, Lu Zhe participated in several matches one after another. Fortunately, he did not encounter any tricky opponents and successfully entered the top 100 in the competition. However, it seemed his luck had run out. At this moment, Lu Zhe calmly looked at the opponent in front of him. Almost simultaneously, both summoned their respective spirit beasts. Baishuang was still as beautiful as ever, while the opponent summoned a fine grade earth-tier crack-toothed boar. Name: crack-toothed boar. Quality: low-grade earth-tier. Description: wild boar shape, with steel spines on its back. When charging, its bristles explode into sharp shards, specializing in breaking shields. Its tusks have spiral cracks, capable of crushing mysterious iron. This was definitely the strongest opponent Lu Zhe had encountered since participating in the competition. Watching the crack-toothed boar digging into the ground, he couldn't help but feel a bit of worry. Not only was its quality the same as Baishuang's, its level was also higher by one level than Baishuang's. The match starts. Baishuang, Extreme Cold Breath. Crack-toothed boar, Savage Charge. Both commanded their spirit beasts almost simultaneously. Roar. The crack-toothed boar shook its body, large nostrils spewing a massive amount of white gas. Then with a roar, it charged towards Baishuang like a tank. Baishuang exhaled its extreme cold breath, rushing towards the charging tusked boar. The tusked boar did not dodge, or rather, it did not want to dodge at all. The breath crashed onto the tusked boar, and its frenzied charge suddenly halted. In fact, under the continuous wash of the breath, the tusked boar gradually formed layer upon layer of ice. Finally, the frost stopped its relentless breath, eyes fixed on the tusked boar, now completely encased in ice. Suddenly, both Baishuang and Lu Zhe's pupils shrank sharply. The ice covering the tusked boar began to crack, and soon, more and more cracks appeared. Crack. Roar. In the end, accompanied by the tusked boar's roar, the ice shattered completely, revealing the body of the tusked boar. The body of the tusked boar was covered in wounds, but most were very shallow, with only a few deep enough to reach the flesh. This is trouble. Lu Zhe thought, not expecting the tusked boar's defense to be so high. Even Baishuang's strongest attack technique, the extreme cold breath, only caused it light injuries. The opponent's expression also stiffened. He initially thought he could end the battle with a single blow, taking advantage of being at a higher level. It seems he underestimated his opponent. He grinned, but that was fine, it could make the battle even more exciting. Then, he yelled in his mind towards the tusked boar. Tusked boar, continue the berserk charge. Roar. So, in the shocked gazes of everyone present, the tusked boar charged forward again. Not to mention others, even Lu Zhe was stunned. After all, the berserk charge consumed a huge amount of stamina, let alone using it twice in a short time. But, is this underestimating me too much? Baishuang, Snow Shadow Assault. Awu. Baishuang let out a long howl, turning completely into a streak of white lightning, swiftly dodging the tusked boar's charge. Following this, after dodging, Baishuang did not stop. Instead, she made a sharp turn and charged back towards the tusked boar. What? The opponent looked on in horror at this scene, while the spectators gasped in shock. Because of Baishuang using ice spirit power, her movement left a series of frost trails behind her. 2 frost trails appeared, standing out as 2 straight lines, without a single curve, together forming a V shape. Lu Zhe's lips curled into a smile. The Snow Shadow Assault skill seemed particularly suited for Baishuang. So, without training for long, this technique had been mastered by Baishuang. Just after the tusked boar finished its berserk charge and was still panting in place, it used the berserk charge twice in a row. It exhausted it greatly. However, the sound of something slicing through the air and the reminder from its master rang alarms in its mind. As it slightly turned its head, it felt as if it had been hit by a speeding car, and with a bang, it was sent flying. The powerful impact made it feel as if its bones were breaking inside. Baishuang, Extreme Cold Breath. Lu Zhe seized the opportunity and hurriedly commanded Baishuang to use Extreme Cold Breath. At that moment, Baishuang had not fully landed, still in the air, her claws sank deep into the tusked boar's body. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's voice, her claws struck down fiercely, leaving deep bloody marks on the tusked boar. Then, she opened her mouth and unleashed an extreme cold breath. Bang! Roar! With the tusked boar's terrified roar, the breath hit it hard, and once again the powerful impact combined with the original force, slamming it against the wall at the edge of the arena. It made a tremendous crashing sound. Baishuang lightly landed on the ground, yet her mouth did not stop, still spewing forth powerful breath. Not enough. Baishuang. Hearing Lu Zhe's voice, Baishuang's eyes suddenly hardened, and the breath she exhaled became even stronger. The impact even caused Baishuang's body to continually move backward, leaving 4 deep scratches on the ground. Seeing this, the opponent's face turned pale. Frantically commanding the crack-toothed pig in his mind, there was initially a faint response, but it quickly disappeared. It's over. The opponent thought, and his emotions instantly fell. Boom. 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 A series of explosion sounds rang out, and it continued until Bai Shuang completely exhausted her internal spiritual energy. Bai Shuang's steps were somewhat unsteady, but in the end, she still held on, standing in place with a cold expression looking at the direction of the cracked tooth pig. Under the gaze of all the spectators present, the cracked tooth pig was completely turned into a mass of ice, frozen against the wall just like that. Through the crystal clear ice mass, people discovered that the cracked tooth pig had a terrified expression, with many deep wounds all over its body. The match is over. Seeing the horrible state of the cracked tooth pig, the referee immediately announced the result. The winner of this match is Lu Zhe. Wow! Lu Zhe, Lu Zhe. The entire arena instantly boiled over, and all the spectators collectively witnessed this exhilarating battle. And after witnessing Bai Shuang win against a higher-level opponent, everyone became excited. It felt as if they themselves had won this battle. Ignoring the passionate crowd, Lu Zhe quickly ran to Bai Shuang's side, wrapping his arms around the already wobbling Bai Shuang. Feeling Lu Zhe's embrace, Bai Shuang relaxed and slumped into Lu Zhe's arms. Hastily taking out a bottle of frost water, Lu Zhe fed it to Bai Shuang with concern. After drinking, Bai Shuang affectionately licked Lu Zhe, letting out a sound. Oh. Am I strong? Of course, you're strong. My Bai Shuang is the strongest. Lu Zhe stroked Bai Shuang, his face showing a mixture of concern and fondness. Hearing Lu Zhe's answer, Bai Shuang finally felt satisfied and fell asleep. Bai Shuang had exhausted too much energy and spiritual power, she urgently needed rest. After returning Bai Shuang to his body, Lu Zhe stood up, nodded to the opponent and the referee, and left the arena. Chapter 29, Breakthrough. Superior rank of common level. After leaving the arena, Lu Zhe encountered Lin Qingyu who was rushing towards him. How is Bai Shuang? Is there anything wrong? Lin Qingyu asked anxiously. Just now, she had also seen Bai Shuang lying in Lu Zhe's arms due to exhaustion. Lu Zhe shook his head, Bai Shuang is fine, she just consumed too much spiritual energy, and now she's resting inside my body. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu's tense expression eased slightly. Then I'll head home first, Sister Lin. Lin Qingyu nodded. Once home, Lu Zhe released Bai Shuang and was surprised to discover that she was still asleep. Moreover, a large amount of cold air was radiating from her body, and just a short while after Bai Shuang appeared, a thin layer of frost had already formed on the nearby floor. At a glance, Lu Zhe realized that Bai Shuang was breaking through because she looked just like she did when she broke through to the middle rank of common level before. After being surprised for a moment, Lu Zhe felt relieved. He fed Bai Shuang large amounts of food daily to promote the absorption of spiritual power, treating her much better than most same-level beasts. And today, after facing a tough battle, her physical and spiritual powers were completely drained. So under the double stimulus, Bai Shuang finally began her breakthrough to the superior rank of common level. Hurrying to return Bai Shuang back into his body, Lu Zhe methodically prepared the medicine to aid her breakthrough. Soon, Lu Zhe took out most of the materials from his home to make a large pot of spiritual medicine. After pouring the medicine into the pink bathtub specially used by Bai Shuang for bathing, Lu Zhe summoned Bai Shuang out. With both hands, Lu Zhe gently lifted Bai Shuang and placed her into the bathtub. At the moment she entered the bathtub, the originally ice-blue liquid began to fade at a visible speed. At the same time, the liquid in the bathtub began to spin, with Bai Shuang at its center. The color of the liquid quickly disappeared, and the massive spiritual power within also vanished, turning back into plain water. It seems not enough. Seeing this, Lu Zhe was shocked. Although it had been a while since they bought materials at home, these should be enough to help the beast break through the top rank of mortal level. Without thinking too long, as the most important thing now was to help Bai Shuang break through. Then, Lu Zhe used all the remaining materials at home to make a potion and added a large chunk of ice marrow crystal. He hurried to Bai Shuang's side and quickly replaced the potion. Lu Zhe nervously watched Bai Shuang, seeing the potion in the bathtub being slowly absorbed. Huff! Only then did Lu Zhe let out a long breath. He moved a small stool and sat beside Bai Shuang, ready to respond at any moment if anything unusual happened. He waited until nightfall, when Bai Shuang finally began to stir. The potion in the tub started to rotate again, but this time Lu Zhe showed a smile instead of earlier shock. He knew that Bai Shuang was about to succeed in her breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, the potion in the tub faded completely, as if an invisible giant mouth had instantaneously drained all its essence. In an instant, the entire potion made a crisp snap sound, spreading spiderweb-like ice patterns from the bottom of the tub upward. Where the ice patterns passed, the liquid solidified into sparkling cold ice, and cold air surged, forming a half-inch thick ice shell at the edge of the tub. At the same time, Bai Shuang's chest heaved violently, with the muscles beneath her fur surging like waves. Her figure began to visibly rise and stretch, her shoulder blades protruded, and her limbs made low creaking noises as if the ice crystals were reshaping within her. The previously smooth fur stood on end, and the tips crystallized into fine ice spikes, reflecting a ghostly blue light under the lamp. Huff! A fierce cold wind exploded from her center, like an invisible giant hand sweeping across, freezing the curtains into hardboards, even the air making fine crackling noises. Where the frost wind passed, thick ice armor covered the floor, walls, and ceiling, glistening as if one was instantly placed in an ice cellar. However, just as the cold wind was about to reach Luze, all the icy flows seemed to be suddenly severed by an invisible hand, instantly disappearing without a trace. The temperature rose sharply, leaving only the scattered ice crystals to prove that the extreme cold was not an illusion. A whoa! Accompanied by a clear and long wolf howl, Bai Shuang broke through the ice. She leapt gently, and the icy bathtub shattered into countless ice flakes, bursting like a snowstorm beneath her feet. As she landed, the ice flakes scattered and sparkled with rainbow light, resembling a mini aurora blooming around her. Luze looked at Bai Shuang, whose form had greatly changed, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He saw that Bai Shuang's height had increased from 0.65 m to 1 m, a significant transformation. The halo emanating from the edges of her fur had also completely changed from light blue to crystal blue. Bai Shuang, come here and give me a hug. Hearing Luze's words, without any hesitation, Bai Shuang rushed into his embrace, her fluffy head nuzzling against him. So comfortable. It feels even better than before. Luze petted Bai Shuang's fur, feeling it was smoother than before the breakthrough. Holding Bai Shuang, Luze remembered what the book said. The book stated, as a beast's power increases, it is likely to become more indifferent to its master. But looking at the cuddly Bai Shuang in his arms, Luze felt that what the book said wasn't entirely correct. Of course, it's also possible that Bai Shuang is that very small exception. Let's go, Bai Shuang, let's test how much stronger your demon skill has become after your breakthrough. The power of demon skills is not only affected by proficiency, but also by the strength of the user. For example, when Bai Shuang was at the low-grade common level, her extreme cold breath could only freeze a small pond. However, a celestial-grade demon beast using the same skill could completely freeze a flowing river. Awo, Bai Shuang happily agreed, she wanted to see just how much she had improved. In the backyard, Luze hung a sandbag under the branches of a big tree as usual. Alright, Bai Shuang, use your extreme cold breath on that sandbag. Bai Shuang nodded seriously. Bai Shuang just took a light breath, and the air within half a meter around her seemed to have its temperature sucked away. The grass was instantly covered with a layer of eerie blue frost, and the bricks made a cracking sound, as cracks spread at a visible speed. In the next second, a point of ice blue light glowed between her slightly parted teeth, the light suddenly expanded, forming an ice blue beam as thick as a fist. The front of the beam spun rapidly, producing a piercing screech, like thousands of ice blades cutting through the air at the same time, creating a deep sound explosion. The ice blue breath shot straight towards the sandbag, carving a gleaming trench into the ground, with ice spikes rising up on both sides like the suddenly rising spine of an ice dragon. Boom! The sandbag didn't even have time to struggle and exploded into a cloud of ice crystals the moment the beam touched it. Before the ice crystals could scatter, they were swept back by the subsequent cold wave, condensing into small frost balls the size of fingernails, pounding against the courtyard wall like a heavy rain. The blue bricks of the wall were first covered with frost, then made a heavy crack sound as they could no longer bear the weight. Suddenly, the entire wall cracked and collapsed, the shattered bricks being swept into the air, forming a half-meter-high ice crystal hillock. In the center of the hillock, there were still holes where the breath had pierced through, the edges of the hole smooth as a mirror, as if cut by a laser. As the cold mist dissipated, the courtyard was left with only a ground of crushed ice and rising white steam. Luze stood in place, ice remnants still clinging to his fingertips, as the sound reminiscent of an avalanche ringing in his ears. He stared blankly at the sunlight streaming through the gap in the wall, the sunlight falling on the ice, refracting a rainbow of colors, as if coating the ruins with a layer of dreamlike frost armor. And Bai Shuang simply exhaled a breath of cold air, as if she had just finished a trivial warm-up. This power is too great. After the shock, there was an uncontrollable excitement. Luze truly didn't expect that after Bai Shuang broke through to the high-grade common level, the power of her demon skills had increased so much. In this way, could he compete for the championship in the competition? Thinking of this, Luze excitedly hugged Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang proudly raised her head, a smile of unstoppable pride on her face. Awo, awo, awo. Chapter 30, Instant Kill. A few days later, it was time for Luze's competition again. But compared to the nervousness of the last competition, Luze seemed to be more confident this time. In the audience seats, a group of girls were chatting and laughing as they took their seats. If Luze were here, he would have recognized that these girls were the same ones who had boarded the bus after he got on. Not far away, Wang Tao and a few male classmates also found their seats and sat down. Since today was the weekend, and although Wang Tao and the others stayed at school, it was still a much more relaxed time than usual. So, their weekends were always a time for rest. And today's competition just happened to fall on the weekend, so some classmates in their class agreed to come and watch the demon taming competition together. After all, this is an official organization of the Demon Tamer Association, and its reputation is quite high. Since that group of girls sat down, they have been chatting continuously. One girl felt a bit thirsty and turned her head to take a sip of water. Then, she noticed Lu Zhe on the battlefield below, and her drinking motion suddenly stopped. She reached out and poked the girl next to her who was talking, and the girl who was poked turned her head in confusion. The other girls who were chatting also stopped, looking at her with the same puzzled expression. What's wrong? The girl drinking water didn't speak. Instead, she trembled her finger and pointed at Lu Zhe below. The girls followed her finger and looked down, seeing Lu Zhe who was waiting for his opponent. One girl couldn't help but exclaimed, that's Lu Zhe." The girls exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. But then the judge's announcement completely left them frozen in place. "The match is about to begin, please prepare," contested Lu Zhe and Liao Wei. Not far away, Wang Tao had been chatting with his classmates from the very beginning, and none of them had looked at the battlefield. Hearing the judge's voice, Wang Tao froze for a moment, then smiled and said, "I didn't expect there would be someone with the same name as Lu Zhe here. I need to take a picture and send it to him." Saying that, Wang Tao took out his phone and aimed it at the two in the arena, then he stopped. "What's wrong?" Seeing Wang Tao freeze, his companions thought something had happened, and they leaned over to take a look, then they all stood still. That is Lu Zhe, right?" A boy swallowed hard, speaking with a slight tremor in his voice. "And no, not necessarily. It might just be a similar name, they might even look somewhat alike." Another boy said, but as he spoke, his voice grew smaller, clearly even he had trouble convincing himself. In the end, several of them simply fell silent. "I remember this is a competition for the top 50 rankings, right?" One boy said softly. They became even more silent. In the arena, Lu Zhe and his opponent summoned their respected demon beasts. The opponent was the first to summon his tamed beast, a top-quality steel scythe mantis of the ordinary level. Name, Steel Scythe Mantis. Quality, Low Earth Stage. Description, its body is entirely azure, with its forelimbs transformed into two azure steel scythes. With astonishing slashing speed, it enjoys snipping off its opponent's limbs to build its nest, and its blade winds can cut gold and jade. Now it was already a competition for the specific names within the top 50 rankings, and those who made it here were all strong. Naturally, the quality of the demon beasts was all at the earth stage. The opponent, Sun Yu, looked at Lu Zhe with full confidence. Before each match, the battle information was made public in advance. So upon learning that his opponent was Lu Zhe, he collected some information about him. He learned that Lu Zhe's tamed beast was a mid-grade frost wolf of the ordinary level. Although in the last battle he had defeated a top-grade splitting tusk pig. But in his view, that was completely a narrow win. If it weren't for Lu Zhe's opponent inexplicably making a mistake, giving Lu Zhe the opportunity, how could he have won? And he would never give Lu Zhe such an opportunity. Thinking of this, he became even more confident. At that moment, Lu Zhe had already summoned his frost. Large plumes of icy mist appeared in front of Lu Zhe, and then, a frost wolf slowly walked out from the mist. So beautiful. After winning the match, I must talk to Lu Zhe and let him allow me to pet it, Sun Yu thought while marveling. But then, his pupils constricted, sensing something. And no, this is wrong. Why is that frost wolf so big? Then, under Sun Yu's terrified gaze, Frost fully emerged from the icy mist, revealing her huge yet slender body. Top ordinary level. Sun Yu said word by word, his tone filled with disbelief. How is this possible? A few days ago, wasn't it just a mid-level ordinary stage? How did it suddenly break through to the upper level of the ordinary stage? Some people in the audience expressed their confusion. They were present during Lu Zhe's last match. Gee, wasn't Lu Zhe's frost wolf a mid-level ordinary stage? How did it become an upper-level ordinary stage now? Do I need to say? It's definitely advanced. I didn't need you to say that. What I mean is, how come it was a mid-level ordinary stage just a few days ago, and now it's suddenly advanced to an upper-level ordinary stage? How would I know? FW. After the shock, Sun Yu quickly calmed down. So what if he broke through to upper-level ordinary stage? It's still only the same level as his Steel Scythe Mantis. Moreover, his Steel Scythe Mantis had already broken through to upper-level ordinary stage for some time. He had more advantages. Thinking of this, Sun Yu's initially panicked heart also calmed down. The match begins. With the referee's order, Sun Yu was about to command his Steel Scythe Mantis to attack when he suddenly felt the surrounding temperature plummet. After hesitating for a moment, that hesitation completely cost him his chance. Sun Yu looked up at White Frost. He knew the drop in temperature was likely caused by her, and he became startled when he looked. He saw a bright ice blue core glowing deep in her throat, and the core suddenly expanded between her fangs, as if compressing the cold air of the entire snowy field into a single line. The next instant, she opened her mouth wide. Boom! The air was instantly sucked out, and a beam of ice blue light roared out, spinning rapidly at the front, creating a deep sound explosion, like thousands of ice blades tearing through the sky. The ground along the way cracked open with spiderweb-like ice patterns. The steel-scythe mantis barely managed to raise its forelimbs when the ice blue breath collided. Bang! The explosion sounded like thunder rolling across the arena, and the frost storm erupted with the steel-scythe mantis as its center, sending shockwaves that overturned debris within 3 meters. Ice crystal fragments shot out in a fan shape, cutting the air with sharp howls. The steel-scythe mantis was completely blown away, crashing heavily against the protective wall 10 meters away, instantly coating the wall with a layer of ice and creating numerous cracks. It struggled a couple of times, foam spilling from its mouthparts, ice blue frost seeping from the cracks in its shell, and then it rolled its eyes back and fainted completely. The broken ice and cold mist slowly fell. In the center of the arena, only a half-foot deep ice ravine remained, its walls smooth as mirrors, as if cut by lasers. Not only Sun Yu, but even the surrounding audience was shocked by this powerful attack. Instant kill? After an unknown amount of time, an audience member finally stammered out. Chapter 31, Shocked Students. After the silence, the audience erupted again as if it had exploded, producing intense noise. No way, one move and it's over? Isn't it because the opponent was too stupid to even dodge? Dodge? Tell me how to dodge. It was less than 1 second, how do you dodge? I'll tell you how to dodge. If you can't do it, don't criticize others. Come on, let's hear your so-called good method. Isn't it simple? First do this, then that, finally do this again, wouldn't that be enough? What are you even talking about? In the audience, after a brief shock, the girls quickly accepted the fact of Luce. At this moment, seeing White Frost directly take down her opponent, they excitedly discussed among themselves. Wow, did you see that? Luce's Frost Wolf actually took out her opponent in an instant. That was so beautiful, how could it be so stunning? Some girls were immersed in the beauty of the Frost Wolf. I really didn't expect, Luce actually cultivated the demon to upper-level ordinary stage in such a short time. Some were astonished by Luce's speed of cultivation. In short, there was a flurry of praise for Luce and White Frost. Meanwhile, on Wang Tao's side, a group of people remained quiet, feeling out of place with the excited crowd around them. Actually, they hadn't been quiet for long. After all, the fight ended too quickly, taking only a few seconds. A few of them exchanged glances. Everyone could see the shock in the eyes of a few people. This is actually not their fault, after all, Luce and they are all boys and spend more time together. So, it was a bit hard to accept all of a sudden. Can you understand the feeling when your brother, who used to eat instant noodles and play games with you, suddenly becomes a billionaire? It's pretty much like Wang Tao. First, he was shocked to the point of speechlessness, and then, after the shock, he was excited. Wang Tao and the others' faces quickly flushed red, and then they burst into frantic shouting. Wow, so Luce is this impressive. After easily defeating his opponent, Luce absorbed Bai Shuang into his body and left the battlefield directly. As soon as he came out, he saw Lin Qingyu waiting beside him. You really made a big splash this time. Lin Qingyu said with a face full of surprise, then marveled. I never expected that after Bai Shuang broke through to the high quality of the ordinary level, her strength increased so much, just like breaking through to the low quality of the earth level. Isn't that all thanks to you, Sister Lin? Without all the materials you provided, how could Bai Shuang have broken through to the high quality of the ordinary level so quickly? Luce said sincerely. Sister Lin had always taken great care of him, not only providing him a place to refine medicine but also giving him many benefits. It can be said that the reason he could cultivate Bai Shuang to this point so quickly, aside from his own cultivation system, was largely due to Sister Lin's extremely important role. Hearing Luce's words, Lin Qingyu's smile became even brighter. While the two were talking and walking away, Luce was suddenly called by a girl. Luce! Luce turned his head in confusion, wanting to see who called him. Turning around, he saw a group of girls, also showing surprised expressions. It's you guys, Chen Tian. You also came to watch the match. After such a long time, seeing his former classmates suddenly made Luce a bit excited. Especially when he saw these female classmates looking at him with admiration, it felt even better. Yeah, we just happened to have a weekend break today. Chen Tian stepped closer with a face full of admiration. But what about you? How did you suddenly become so powerful? Just as Luce was about to speak, he was interrupted again. Luce! Who else is it? Luce turned his head again and saw Wang Tao and the others walking over. Luce, it really is you? Wang Tao hurried forward, taking Chen Tiantian's place, and Chen Tian stepped back a few steps, looking at Wang Tao with an annoyed expression. But Wang Tao was completely oblivious. When I first heard your name, I thought it was someone with the same name. I didn't expect it to really be you. Wang Tao said with joy on his face. Yeah, Luce, how did you suddenly become this amazing? Another male classmate spoke up, his tone also filled with envy. Hey! Wang Tao, aren't you going to step aside quickly? Who is speaking? Wang Tao turned his head in confusion and saw the girls beside him staring at him. Oh, Chen Tian, you are also here. We got here before you. Chen Tian said angrily, and you took my spot. Wang Tao awkwardly took a few steps back and said. I guess I was too excited to see Lu Zhe and didn't notice you. Humph. Chen Tian snorted, then looked at Lu Zhe with admiration on her face. Lu Zhe, I didn't expect you to be so amazing, can you sign for me? Sign? Lu Zhe also started to feel a bit awkward, declined a few times, but still couldn't resist Chen Tian and the other girls. He signed for each of them, while Wang Tao and the others watched all of this with confusion. Put. Seeing this scene, Lin Qingyu, who had been silent all along, finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. What's this? Chen Tian and Wang Tao then noticed Lin Qingyu beside Lu Zhe. Wang Tao asked with some confusion. Oh, I am currently working part-time at a shop, and this is my boss, Lin Qingyu. Lu Zhe introduced to the crowd. Hello everyone, I am Lu Zhe's boss, Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu greeted with a smile, while Chen Tian and the others responded nervously. Especially Wang Tao and his group of boys, their faces turned red. Afterward, Lu Zhe chatted with his classmates for a while before planning to leave. Then I will take my leave, we can talk more when there's time? After saying this, Lu Zhe said goodbye to Chen Tian and the others and left with Lin Qingyu. Your classmates are quite interesting. Lin Qingyu said with a smile. They are okay, after all, they are more lively than I am. Lu Zhe explained. Why do you want Lu Zhe's autograph? Once Lu Zhe and Lin Qingyu walked away, Wang Tao curiously asked Chen Tian and the others. What do you know? Chen Tian shot Wang Tao a glance. It's just that with Lu Zhe's strength, he will definitely become famous during the college entrance examination. By then, these signatures will have great collectible value. The girls began to talk one after another. This is called investment, do you understand? Forget it, the more we say, the less they will understand. Let's hurry and go back to tell others about Lu Zhe, I can't wait to see their shocked expressions. After that, the girls ignored Wang Tao and the others, chattering as they left. Wang Tao and his group scratched their heads and finally left together as well. Chapter 32, Lu Yu. Has your next opponent for the competition been announced? Inside the Qingyu pavilion, Lin Qingyu asked Lu Zhe. It should be out, let me check. Saying this, Lu Zhe took out his phone and looked up his opponent. ID, 756. Name, Lu Yu. Participating Demon Beast, Shadow Pattern Wolf Spider, Common Level, High Quality. Shadow Pattern Wolf Spider? Related information immediately surfaced in Lu Zhe's mind. Name, Shadow Pattern Wolf Spider. Quality, Earth Level, Low Quality. Description, the charcoal gray body is covered with dark blue spider patterns, and its 8 legs resemble scythes, capable of instantly weaving a 3-zhang poison net. The poisonous thread carries paralyzing electricity, trapping prey as they struggle. It likes to dwell in damp caves and feeds on phantom moths. I found this Lu Yu's battle video, do you want to watch? Lin Qingyu clicked on the computer and said. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe leaned in, and the two watched the screen together. On the screen, a shadow pattern wolf spider was attacking an ice spike porcupine. Name, Ice Spike Porcupine. Quality, Earth Level, Low Quality. Description, entirely frosty white, with half a foot long ice crystal spikes covering its back, each one transparent and sharp as a knife. When facing an enemy, the porcupine shakes its body violently, and the ice spikes instantly shoot out, turning into a storm of cold blades that can pierce armor of the same level. Shadow Pattern Wolf Spider, Shadow Threads Entangle. A boy was commanding the Shadow Pattern Wolf Spider. Clearly, he was Lu Yu. As soon as the ice spike porcupine took a step, the abdomen of the shadow pattern wolf spider suddenly bulged. Hiss. With a light sound, a line of dark blue sticky thread shot out, carrying slight electric patterns, instantly ensnaring the porcupine's front leg. As soon as the thread touched the skin, white smoke began to rise, the ice crystals and the sticky liquid intertwined, giving off a pungent corrosive smell. The porcupine roared in anger as the ice spikes exploded, yet they shattered against the thread, the fragments immediately melted into droplets by the shadow poison. The wolf spider's 8 legs moved slightly, its whole figure seemingly merging into the shadows. Shadow Blade Thread. Its abdomen bulged again, this time the thread it spewed was finer and brighter, like 3 dark blue arcs slicing through the air. The ends of the threads condensed into sharp blades, emitting a piercing whistle as they stabbed toward the porcupine. The ice spike porcupine twisted madly, trying to use its back spikes to cut the thread, but the thread clung on like a living creature, tightening more and more. The blades easily pierced through the icy armor, deeply embedding themselves beneath the skin, and ice blue blood instantly splattered, condensing into tiny ice beads in the air. Corrupted by the ghostly poison into mist, it emitted a sizzling corrosive sound. The porcupine let out a heart-wrenching scream, its voice echoing in the arena, as if not only its flesh and blood but also its soul was being burned by the ghostly poison. The spider silk continued to tighten, each contraction bringing forth new wounds, the ice blue blood pooling on the ground to form a dark little stream, slowly flowing towards the feet of the ghost-patterned wolf spider. The wolf spider's ghostly green compound eyes shimmered coldly, as if waiting for the prey's final struggle. In the end, the ice-spiked porcupine, bound by the spider silk, fell helplessly, leaving only weak gasps and a floor covered in ice-blue blood frost. "I concede." A voice filled with urgency came from another boy, presumably the beast master of the ice-spiked porcupine. "The video ended here." After watching, Lin Qingyu said with a serious expression. "This opponent looks very strong, you must be careful." Lu Zhe nodded, his face also filled with seriousness. That Lu Yu had effortlessly defeated the ice-spiked porcupine with just a few casual strikes. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have such an easy time. The ice-spiked porcupine was also a defensive-type beast, unlike the previous steel-sickle mantis, which had weak defenses and was swiftly eliminated by the white frost. "Whoa. Don't worry, I will definitely win." Noticing his master's worried expression, Bai Shuang wrapped her tail around Lu Zhe's hand and comforted him. "Of course, I believe you." Lu Zhe gently stroked Bai Shuang's head, and she let out a comfortable hum. But despite saying this, Lu Zhe's heart couldn't relax at all. If he didn't prepare thoroughly, the next match could be his last match. Thus, the day of the match arrived. Lu Zhe stepped into the competition arena and instantly noticed Lu Yu not far away. Lu Yu looked average in appearance but had a somewhat gloomy aura. At that moment, upon seeing Lu Zhe looking over, he nodded towards him. In response, Lu Zhe didn't say much, quietly staying in place waiting for the match to begin. The match begins. Without much introduction, the referee announced the start of the match after confirming both sides were ready. Lu Zhe summoned Bai Shuang, while Lu Yu summoned the ghost-patterned wolf spider. Seeing the ghost-patterned wolf spider in front, Bai Shuang's face showed obvious disgust. "This one looks way too ugly." "Ghost-patterned wolf spider, ghost silk entangle." Lu Yu calmly commanded the ghost-patterned wolf spider. The wolf spider howled, its voice hoarse like rusty iron scraping against glass. It suddenly raised its head, its mouthparts splitting into 4 sections, drops of ghostly blue liquid dripped from its fangs, and as they hit the ground, they sizzled and evaporated into white smoke. In the next moment, 3 strands of spider silk shot out, straight towards Bai Shuang with a sharp whistling sound. Bai Shuang, snow shadow ambush. Before Lu Zhe's voice fell, Bai Shuang's figure had transformed into a white flash of lightning. She exerted her limbs fiercely, causing the ground to explode with a circle of frost, leaving her a blur in the air, as the spider silk brushed past her tail, the resulting wind making her back fur stand on end. The spider silk mist, embedding itself in the ground, emitting a sizzling corrosive sound. Lu Yu's expression showed no change, he didn't expect this attack to hit Bai Shuang. Extreme cold breath. Lu Zhe's gaze sharpened, deciding to test the waters first. Bai Shuang suddenly stopped, her front claws heavily stomping the ground, cracking the ground with spider web ice patterns. She opened her mouth, and a pillar of ice blue light burst forth, spinning rapidly at the front, rolling up fine ice crystals like a roaring ice dragon. Wherever it went, the air was instantly sucked empty, even the light was distorted. Shadow escape. The ghost-patterned wolf spider let out a low, hoarse cry, its 8 legs suddenly pushing off, its figure seemingly dissolving into the darkness like ink. The ice blue light pillar slammed down where it had originally stood, with a loud bang, exploding into a crystal lotus of ice with fragments of ice scattering everywhere. Countless tiny ice blades shot out. Ice crystal fragments refracted a rainbow of colors in the air, yet failed to capture a trace of the dark wolf spider. Only an outline of a web, frozen in ice, remained, quietly telling the story of the earlier danger. Lu Zhe frowned, scanning the battlefield in an instant, but found no sign of the wolf spider. This is troublesome, Lu Zhe thought. Bai Shuang anxiously looked around, trying to find the silhouette of the dark-patterned wolf spider. However, just as Bai Shuang searched cautiously, a flicker of dim light suddenly flashed behind her. Crackling silk blade. Immediately, the dark wolf spider appeared, silently spitting out several strands of silk. But Bai Shuang was already prepared. At the moment the spider appeared, she turned sharply and unleashed the breath she had been preparing. Boom! The wolf spider vanished again, but left behind a pool of blood. Lu Yu frowned, but his expression remained calm. Bai Shuang continued to guard her surroundings, with fresh blood seeping from her right leg. Just now, in facing the dark wolf spider's silk, Bai Shuang had been unable to avoid it completely due to her counterattack. Suddenly, Lu Zhe furrowed his brows and looked at Bai Shuang's wound, noticing the blood had a strange, faintly dark color. The spider silk is poisonous. It seems we must finish this quickly, we can't drag it out any longer. Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang nodded, let out a long howl, and with her claws, struck the ground hard, unleashing a powerful force of cold ice. The cold ice spread instantly around, rapidly covering the entire battlefield. Chapter 33, Frost and Snow Explosion. Watching the change in the arena, Liu frowned. He realized Lu Zhe's plan: if they covered the entire area with ice, the dark wolf spider's movements would be severely restricted. Its stealth would be useless, as any movement would be detected. Thinking of this, Liu no longer allowed the dark wolf spider to remain hidden. Crackling silk blade. With the dark wolf spider's silent roar, the air suddenly distorted, and a dark shadow flickered out of the gloom. The dark wolf spider landed on its 8 legs, its abdomen glowing with dark blue poison, its mouthparts splitting into 4. Several strands of silk shot out like lightning. The speed of the silk was extreme, reaching Bai Shuang in the blink of an eye. Bai Shuang's pupils narrowed, but she did not retreat, maintaining her stance and coldly watching the oncoming silk. Then she lifted her hands, and transparent ice walls rose from the ground. However, the silk, imbued with deadly poison and sharpness, pierced through the ice walls like they were made of paper. The edges of the holes were corroded by poison, quickly expanding with a hissing sound. The ice walls melted at a visible rate. Snow curtain. Bai Shuang growled, and snowflakes around her suddenly gathered, forming a semi-transparent ice crystal shield that enveloped her completely. The surface of the shield glimmered with a faint blue light, but the silk was incredibly sharp, easily piercing through the snow curtain, making a muffled puff sound. At the critical moment, Bai Shuang slightly turned her body. The silk grazed past her, leaving deep wounds down to the bone. The edges of the wounds quickly darkened with blue poison, spreading like a living thing, causing the skin to turn black and blue as blood froze into beads before it could even flow out. Poisonous spider kiss. Seeing this, Luyu's calm expression finally revealed some fluctuation, urgently speaking to the dark wolf spider. Hiss. The dark wolf spider's mouthparts split into 4, a mass of black poison rolled between its fangs, continuously emitting hissing white smoke. It pushed off with its 8 legs, cracking the ground into a web of fissures, rushing towards Bai Shuang with a foul wind, and the nearby air filled with a stinging rotten smell. However, at that moment, the entire ground of the battlefield was finally sealed in ice. Ah! Bai Shuang let out an angry howl, her eyes slightly red as she stared at the charging dark wolf spider. The limbs suddenly exerted force, and countless cracks appeared around. Buzz! A powerful force radiated from Bai Shuang. Frost explosion! With the furious shout, the solid ice in the arena emitted dense cracking sounds, countless cracks spreading like lightning. In the next second, the frost shattered abruptly, and millions of ice crystal fragments were lifted by an invisible force, transforming into a violent blizzard. The cold wind howled like a dragon's roar, and ice crystals collided at high speeds, splattering tiny ice shards. Name: Frost Explosion. Quality: Low-tier Earth grade. The shadowy wolf spider, which had been rushing forward, suddenly slowed down, and layers of white frost began to form on its body. Frost lines crawled up its legs like living creatures, and with every inch they climbed, they left spiderweb-like cracks. In the cold mist, an ice-blue core above the wolf spider's head rapidly expanded, first to the size of a fist, then like a grinding disc, and finally transforming into a giant ice block, its surface shimmering with a ghostly light, resembling frozen auroras. At last, the ice crystal seemed to have reached its limit, and suddenly exploded. Boom! At the moment the crystal core burst, the entire arena felt as if it had been struck by a giant hammer. Countless ice crystal shards transformed into stormy spears, piercing from above. When the ice spears hit the ground, the surface instantly cracked, and tiny ice crystal dust spewed from the fissures. The shadowy wolf spider's pupils dilated in panic, struggling desperately to shatter the frost on its body, trying to dodge this attack. But just as it shattered one layer of frost, another layer quickly formed again. Moreover, the entire arena was shrouded in icy frost. Where could it possibly run? In the blizzard, the wolf spider's shell was cut by the ice blades, emitting a metallic-like wail. Its joints were frozen into brittle porcelain by the frigid air, and each struggle was accompanied by cracking sounds. Ice crystal fragments embedded in the wounds, and as blood seeped out, it was frozen into ice beads, which were then shattered by new ice blades, turning into dark red ice mist. The blizzard, composed of countless ice crystals, completely enveloped the battlefield, visibility extremely low. Apart from the combatants Lu Zhe and Lu Yu, no one could grasp the situation in the arena. After a dozen breaths, the storm subsided. Once the blizzard had completely dissipated, the audience could finally see the situation in the arena. They saw the shadowy wolf spider lying miserably in the center of the ice field, its shell covered in spiderweb-like cracks, its 6 legs twisted at bizarre angles. Beneath it lay a pool of solidified dark red ice, with shattered spider legs still visible within the ice. Its weak breaths condensed into white mist on the ice surface, each rise and fall causing the embedded ice fragments to emit tiny cracking sounds, as if they would shatter into ice debris at any moment. Quick, get help! The judge shouted loudly, and soon, someone ran to the side of the shadowy wolf spider and began to treat it. I didn't expect the power of frost explosion would vary so much in different environments. Lu Zhe was also a bit amazed by the power of frost explosion. Earlier, Bai Shuang had also used frost explosion, but it was only tried in her own backyard, and its power was much weaker than now. And this time, the battlefield, enveloped in icy frost, greatly enhanced the power of frost explosion, which truly surprised Lu Zhe. The match is over, the winner is Lu Zhe. As the judge declared the result, Lu Zhe hurried to Bai Shuang's side. Winning this match was not easy, the wolf spider's poison was indeed terrifying. In just a short while, the poison had already spread halfway. A faint black toxic gas enveloped Bai Shuang's body. Taking out a specially made antidote from his pocket, Lu Zhe quickly fed it to Bai Shuang. After taking it, the toxic gas on Bai Shuang's body dissipated at an astonishing speed, visible to the naked eye. This antidote was made by Lu Zhe himself, specifically designed to counter the shadowy wolf spider's poison. Looking up at the shadowy wolf spider not far away. Besides the healers, Lu Yu was also quietly standing beside. Her face remained calm, as if the wounded monster was not her own. Noticing Lu Zhe's gaze, Lu Yu turned her head, the two exchanged glances for a moment, and Lu Yu nodded to Lu Zhe. What a strange person. Lu Zhe thought to himself, it was the first time he had seen someone remain so composed in the face of their monster's severe injuries. Not panicking, there should be at least some basic concern, right? But he saw no relevant expression on Lu Yu's face at all. Lu Zhe shook his head and did not think too much about it. After all, it was none of his business. Even though the dark wolf spider looked very miserable, as if it was about to die. However, treatment was still quite easy, as long as it wasn't a truly fatal attack. Advanced healing techniques could restore injured monsters, a privilege only the human beast masters enjoyed. If the current dark wolf spider were thrown into the wild in this state, it would not last long at all. Patting Bai Shuang, Lu Zhe drew her back into his body. Just using an antidote was not enough to fully detoxify. Next, Lu Zhe needed to go back to the shop for further detoxification. Leaving the Beast Master Association with Lin Qingyu, they arrived at Qingyu Pavilion. Lu Zhe first checked on Bai Shuang's condition. It was quite good, the toxin had been suppressed and had not spread. Whoa. Lu Zhe, it hurts so much. Bai Shuang looked at Lu Zhe pitifully, though the toxin was not fatal, the pain was very real. At this moment, she felt a burning sensation all over her body, making the cool-loving Bai Shuang very uncomfortable. Okay, don't worry, I will help you expel the poison right away. Lu Zhe said, feeling a bit heartbroken. It was Bai Shuang's first time being hurt so badly. Her body was covered in bloodstains, some deep enough to see the bone, while others were merely shallow scratches. Even her fur had become a tangled mess. Noticing Lu Zhe's gaze, Bai Shuang also looked at her own body. Woo. So dirty. So dirty. I want to take a bath. Clearly, Bai Shuang could not accept her disheveled appearance. Even ignoring the pain from the poisoning, she immediately insisted that she needed to wash up first. Don't be naughty, listen to me. After forcefully calming Bai Shuang down, Lu Zhe hurriedly prepared the complete detox potion. Bai Shuang gulped it down eagerly and then dragged Lu Zhe to help her take a bath. Chapter 34, the competition ends. A few days later. Lu Zhe furrowed his brow as he looked at the battle information on his phone. Number, 0001. Name, Su Shiryao. Competing monster, soul-capturing crow, common grade high tier. Looks like my next match will be my last match. Lu Zhe sighed and said helplessly. After watching Su Shiryao's match videos over the past days, Lu Zhe felt even more desperate. Because in these matches, Su Shiryao had directly defeated her opponents in seconds. No one could withstand even one strike. The soul-capturing crow was simply too overpowered in this low-tier competition. The soul-capturing crow is a spiritual-type monster, and its mental strength is much stronger than that of monsters of the same level. So, in this competition, where the highest is only common grade high tier, there could be no monster stronger than the soul-capturing crow. So, unless something unexpected happens, the final champion of this competition will be Su Shiryao. Bai Shuang also walked over. Upon seeing the soul-capturing crow on the screen, she instantly became excited. Oh whoa! That's it, that's the damned crow. Bai Shuang remembered that when she had battled the soul-capturing crow, it had just stared at her, and she had immediately blacked out. Directly fainted. When I woke up again, I was already lying in Lu Zhe's arms. What a great humiliation. Ow! Lu Zhe, I want to win. I want to win. Looking at the constantly shouting Bai Shuang, Lu Zhe helplessly touched her. Of course, Lu Zhe also wanted to win, but the key was how to win. He really couldn't imagine a reason to win the next match. However, seeing the fighting spirit of Bai Shuang beside him, Lu Zhe hesitated for a long time and did not say anything to discourage her. Soon, it was the day of the competition. Lu Zhe stepped onto the competition field with an extremely heavy heart. Bai Shuang, on the other hand, was extremely excited, already thinking about how to take revenge. In the audience, Lin Qingyu sat in her seat, and although she was worried, when she saw Lu Zhe's peculiar expression, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Zhe looked at the beautiful Su Shiryao opposite him and the black crow on her shoulder, feeling a surge of nervousness in his heart. Bai Shuang was full of fighting spirit, staring at the soul raven. The match begins. Bai Shuang, extreme cold breath. Although he didn't have much hope for victory, Lu Zhe immediately commanded. Ice blue breath erupted from Bai Shuang's mouth, like a roaring icy dragon, sweeping towards the flocks of soul ravens swirling in the air. Where the breath passed, the air was instantly drained of temperature, leaving behind long crystal trails that refracted biting cold light under the sun. Su Shiryao's eyes widened slightly in surprise, but soon she lowered her eyelids and quietly ordered in her mind. Soul Raven, Phantom Split. Caw! The soul raven let out a hoarse and eerie cry, its wings flapping violently, releasing billowing ghostly mist. In the next moment, two indistinguishable illusions split out from its body. The three soul ravens scattered in the air, their feather edges glowing with an eerie green phosphorescence, even their wing flaps were completely synchronized, making it impossible to tell them apart. Lu Zhe looked up, his expression solemn. His pupils reflected three pitch-black silhouettes, but he couldn't tell which one was the real soul raven. Bai Shuang's breath was halfway there but suddenly lost its target. She squinted her ice-blue eyes, the cold light in her throat trembling slightly, finally locking onto the soul raven on the far left that flapped its wings a bit larger. The ice-blue light column roared forward. Boom! The breath struck the target, the ice exploded instantly, and the cold air roared like waves. However, the soul raven that was hit shattered into a twisted illusion, breaking into countless black light spots, dispersing with the wind. It was obvious that Bai Shuang had chosen wrong, this was just a false clone. Lost, Lu Zhe thought in his heart. If they could have hit the soul raven at the start, they might have had a chance. Sure enough, after Bai Shuang's strike missed, Su Shiryao ordered. Soul's Call. Eek. In the arena, the left soul raven suddenly turned into a wisp of black mist, silently dispersing. The real body suddenly spread its wings high in the sky, its crimson pupils igniting ghostly flames. It let out a cry that did not resemble a bird's song, more like iron chains from the underworld dragging across stone steps, piercing souls with a sharp trembling sound. A sudden, painful sound resonated deep in Bai Shuang's mind, like thousands of steel needles scraping against her bones. Ow! Her pupils shrank suddenly, letting out a piercing scream from her throat, which was abruptly cut off, turning into a trembling whimper. The pain surged like a wave, the cold mental blades wildly stirred in her consciousness. Bai Shuang's limbs began to twitch uncontrollably, her snow-white fur bristling, the ice-blue halo flickering violently, as if it would explode at any moment. Woo! Finally, a low, hoarse lament spilled from her lips. Bai Shuang's body seemed to be drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground, and directly fainted. The match is over. Su Shiryao waved her hand. The soul-devouring crow flew back to her shoulder. Lu Zhe walked over to Bai Shuang, looking at her fainting with rolled-back eyes, and sighed helplessly. However, occasionally letting Bai Shuang taste the bitterness of failure isn't a bad thing for her. Contestant Lu Zhe, your match has ended. Please patiently wait for the remaining matches to finish, and the prizes will be awarded according to the rankings after the competition ends. Lu Zhe sat on the sofa, pulling his gaze back from his phone, looking worriedly at Bai Shuang lying on the floor. Since Bai Shuang woke up, she has been like this, lying there in a daze, not even watching TV. Could it be that this failure hit her too hard? Thinking of this, Lu Zhe couldn't sit still. Physical injuries are easy to heal. But if there are problems with her spirit, that would be a big trouble. With this thought, Lu Zhe quickly hugged Bai Shuang in his arms, repeatedly comforting her. Alright, Bai Shuang, don't think about it anymore. Isn't it just losing? We can win it back next time. Bai Shuang still remained silent because she felt very sad inside. The main reason for her sadness was that she lost, and Lu Zhe couldn't get the championship. Having always been with Lu Zhe, Bai Shuang naturally understood his yearning for the championship. And this time, losing made her feel that she disappointed Lu Zhe, which is why she had remained silent until now. According to research, the emotions of demon beasts are often quite delicate, so a slight action from their master can lead to wild thoughts. And this is also the reason for the limitation on beast masters contracting demon beasts, even though a beast master can contract any number of demon beasts as long as their mental power is sufficient. However, considering the interaction issues between demon beasts and the resources for training, the recommendation from the official Kanglan Kingdom is, whenever a beast master breaks through a major stage, it is best to contract only 1 or 2 new demon beasts at most. Returning to the present. Bai Shuang always understood that since their contract, Lu Zhe had been doing things for her, always worrying about how to make her stronger. Every single thing Lu Zhe did, Bai Shuang saw and remembered deeply. So, she also wanted to do something for Lu Zhe, but she didn't expect to lose like this. And it was such an easy defeat. This made Bai Shuang begin to question herself instantly. Lu Zhe also didn't understand what Bai Shuang was thinking because the Beast Master contract can't peer into both sides' hearts. He could only keep comforting Bai Shuang, while she occasionally let out pitiful sounds. After a few more days, the Beast Master competition finally completely ended. And the champion, as expected, was Su Shiryao. For this, Lu Zhe felt no bitterness, as the gap was too large. It was purely about numbers, with no strategies involved. A single move led from start to finish. Only the top 100 contestants would be invited back to the arena to receive their respective prizes. First place Su Shiryao. Let's give her the warmest applause to congratulate her on winning the championship of this competition. In the arena, Chen Qiming was hosting the award ceremony. He picked up an ice soul crystal core. With a beaming smile he handed it to Su Shiryao. "This is your prize, please take it." Su Shiryao nodded and accepted her prize. Although she didn't really need this prize, it was still something she earned. Smiling, watching Su Shiryao receive her prize, Chen Qiming began to announce the next name. Second place, Chen Ziming. Let's give him the same warm applause to congratulate him. Chen Ziming was a student the same age as Lu Zhe, with a hint of arrogance on his face. It is worth mentioning that the vast majority of the top 100 contestants were students just like Lu Zhe. Only a few of them were older adults. Third place. Finally, the name Lu Zhe was called. 17th place, Lu Zhe. Hearing his name, Lu Zhe hurriedly stepped forward from the side where he had been waiting. Chen Qiming smiled warmly and said, "You are Lu Zhe, here is your prize, please take it." Lu Zhe took the prize, a small piece of ice essence. He didn't expect that he wouldn't get the ice core, but instead received another material needed for Bai Shuang's evolution. Although ice essence is not as good as the ice core, it is still a precious second-grade material. After thanking Chen Qiming, Lu Zhe returned to his seat. He weighed the ice essence in his hand and guessed it was only about 50 grams. Although it wasn't enough for Bai Shuang's evolution, it was still a pleasant surprise. In his mind, Lu Zhe spoke to Bai Shuang, saying he had gathered a bit of her evolution material. After a while, Bai Shuang slightly responded. Since that day, Bai Shuang quickly recovered, which relieved Lu Zhe. However, there was a change. Bai Shuang was obviously working much harder than usual, even watching her favorite cartoons much less. So, this year's beast taming competition has come to an end. After a long while, the award ceremony finally concluded. It was really long, Lu Zhe thought. Besides awarding the top 100, before and after the ceremony, Chen Qiming said a lot of formalities. Lu Zhe felt sleepy listening to it, and now finally hearing the end, he let out a long sigh of relief. Rejecting other people's invitations and small talk, Lu Zhe directly left the place. "How is Bai Shuang?" As soon as he walked out, Lin Qingyu came over and asked Lu Zhe. "Much better, thank you for your concern, Sister Lin." After Bai Shuang's condition became strange, Lu Zhe immediately told Lin Qingyu and sought her help. After all, Lin Qingyu was a second-grade cultivator, having seen many more beasts than he had, and her experience far exceeded his. So, she should know how to handle such matters. Lin Qingyu nodded and said. The reason why a tamed beast becomes depressed after losing a battle mainly has two reasons. The first reason is that they faced a powerful opponent and couldn't accept it for a moment, starting to doubt their own abilities. This is the main reason for most tamed beasts' depression. And the second reason? Lu Zhe asked curiously. The second reason is that the tamed beast might feel they have let down their tamer's expectations and then begin to feel down. But this is very rare, only a few tamed beasts that have deep feelings for their tamers will exhibit this. Which one do you think Bai Shuang is? Lin Qingyu paused before discussing the second situation. Hearing Lin Qingyu's question, Lu Zhe thought for a while. He felt that Bai Shuang was highly likely to be the second type. This was truly not his narcissism, as it was evident from her usual behavior that she was very attached to him. So Lu Zhe believed it was likely the second situation. Seeing Lu Zhe silent, lost in thought, Lin Qingyu spoke again. No matter which one it is, you need to comfort Bai Shuang, and this is not entirely a bad thing. When a beast experiences this, it shows the beast is ambitious, and after going through it, they often become more determined than other beasts. Lu Zhe nodded, then followed Lin Qingyu and left together. Chapter 35, The Pinnacle of Beast Tamers. Lu Zhe tightly shut his eyes, his expression seeming somewhat painful. Now, more than 10 days have passed since the competition ended, and after receiving spiritual energy from Bai Shuang for so long, Lu Zhe finally started to break through the pinnacle of beast tamers today. Because the current human cultivation essentially relies on the spiritual energy transmitted from their tamed beasts through the contract. The demon tamer and his own demon's realm are not equally advanced. Just like Lu Zhe now, it has been a while since Bai Shuang broke through to the top tier of the mortal rank, but he only started to break through to the peak of the demon tamer disciple now. As the level increases, the delay between breakthroughs becomes even longer. Not long after, an invisible wave of energy spread out from Lu Zhe, sending ripples in all directions. Bai Shuang squinted her eyes and noticed her fur fluttering in the air under the blowing energy wave. Slowly opening his eyes, Lu Zhe sensed the spiritual power within him, feeling the surge of strength bubbling inside. He now felt particularly invincible. With a muffled sound, Bai Shuang pressed him down onto the bed with a paw, proving that this was just an illusion. Bai Xuan comfortably rubbed her head against Lu Zhe's chest, finally half-laying her entire body on him. Lu Zhe felt a hint of helplessness, as humans can hardly absorb spiritual power on their own, relying entirely on the power from their demons. Thus, humans of the same level are much weaker than demons of the same level. Therefore, the greatest strength of a demon tamer still comes from their own demon. But this does not mean that demon tamers have no power at all, or can completely rely on their demons to ensure safety in battle. After all, only during demon battles between demon tamers do the demons refrain from attacking their tamers. In the wild, those demon beasts will absolutely charge towards the demon tamer first. After all, demon beasts are not fools, they can definitely tell who is strong and who is weak. And this requires demon tamers to have a certain degree of self-defense ability. It seems like it's time to practice my combat ability, Lu Zhe thought, feeling the spiritual power within him, which had calmed down from its previous boiling state. Awu! Bai Xuan gently called out. Lu Zhe patted Bai Xuan's smooth fur, while his mind began to ponder how to improve his combat strength. Lu Zhe walked into the whispering pavilion and found Lin Qingyu chatting with a stranger. Seeing Lu Zhe walk in, Lin Qingyu's eyes lit up, and she waved her hand to invite him over. Come here, Lu Zhe, let me introduce you. This is my client and also my good friend Su Manqi. When Lu Zhe approached, Lin Qingyu enthusiastically introduced him to Lu Zhe. Miss Su, hello. Although a bit dazed, Lu Zhe still greeted the stranger kindly. The unknown woman before him was quite beautiful, and her attire exuded an air of nobility, clearly not an ordinary person. Manqi, this is my newly hired employee, Lu Zhe. Noticing the look of confusion on Su Manqi's face, Lin Qingyu continued to introduce Lu Zhe to her. Lu Zhe, how does your name seem familiar? Hearing Lu Zhe's name, Su Manqi was momentarily stunned. She felt that this name sounded somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Where could it be? Oh, I remember now. Were you the one who won an award at the competition held by the Demon Tamer Association a few days ago? Suddenly, Su Manqi exclaimed in surprise. Manqi, didn't you just arrive a few days ago? Before Lu Zhe could answer, Lin Qingyu spoke up in confusion first. The competition held by the Demon Tamer Association? Of course, there were live streams online. I was bored on the way and watched the entire competition. Hearing this, Lin Qingyu revealed an understanding expression, then smiled and said. You're right, Lu Zhe indeed won an award at the competition a few days ago. Lu Zhe listened to Lin Qingyu praising him but did not speak. Lu Zhe. Your competition was so exciting, especially the frost wolf you contracted, it was simply beautiful. It was the perfect familiar in my dreams. Su Manqi said with bright eyes. Oh, come on. You really think you can contract a frost wolf? Before Su Manqi could dream too long, Lin Qingyu cruelly interrupted her. You really talk too much. With a fierce glare at Lin Qingyu, Su Manqi turned back to Lu Zhe. Manqi is here to discuss cooperation with me, we were just talking about the details. Lin Qingyu explained to Lu Zhe about her conversation with Su Manqi. Cooperation? Lu Zhe said with some confusion. Exactly, I plan to hold a familiar competition in the name of Qingyu Pavilion while the one organized by the Familiar Association is still ongoing. This can greatly increase the fame of Qingyu Pavilion. So that's how it is. The Familiar competition is not exclusively owned by the Familiar Association. As long as it passes the official review, any organization or individual can hold a competition. Therefore, Lin Qingyu wanting to hold a competition while the official event's popularity is still high is indeed a good idea. So what is Sister Lin and you cooperating on? Lu Zhe was still a bit confused about the cooperation. Manqi and her husband have a beast cultivation base, which is a major client of mine. So, she wants to use this competition to raise the reputation of her own base. Speaking of this, Lin Qingyu added. The house you are currently living in belongs to Manqi. The beast cultivation base, as the name suggests, is a place for cultivating beasts. Because the demand for beasts is extremely high nowadays, both ordinary people and familiar masters have a need for them. At first, beasts were managed by the official authority. Anyone wanting to buy new beasts had to go to the official place to purchase them. However, capturing beasts is not difficult. One can randomly encounter many beasts in the wild, and the profits from beasts are huge. So, private trading of beasts was rampant despite the ban. In the end, the official decided it was better to open up rather than block, and allowed private cultivation and sale of beasts. But there are strict requirements. Every so often, the official sends people to check for abuse of beasts and other behaviors. Once discovered, not only is the offender permanently banned from selling beasts, but they also have to go to prison. Because the reason human beings can stand firm in the world actually relies on the beasts, yet you still abuse them, isn't that asking for death? Beast contracts are also not mandatory. There have been cases of familiars rebelling and retaliating against familiar masters. Note, I only have one update today due to an issue, and probably only one tomorrow as well. I really don't know why the school keeps doing this, summer practice is so troublesome. There are just too many university matters. If things go smoothly, there may be 2 or 3 updates tomorrow. Chapter 36, Competition tentatively set. So that house is the one you are renting. Sumanchi smiled lightly at Lu Zhe. In that case, let that house be my gift to you, I won't be living here anymore. Ha! Lu Zhe was suddenly dizzy from this huge surprise, rendering him momentarily speechless. Though he wanted to agree, Lu Zhe still waved his hand. No, this gift is too valuable. You should accept it, this amount of money means nothing to Manchi. Lin Xingyu chimed in from the side. You should know, what she lacks right now is not money. No, let's forget it, thank you, Sister Su, for your kindness. Lu Zhe still felt a bit embarrassed. Just take it, after all, I won't be staying here, and it's just sitting empty. In the end, Lu Zhe accepted it, while secretly deciding. Afterward, he must repay Sister Lin well when he becomes successful. Then, Lu Zhe took over the task of managing the shop from Lin Xingyu, while Lin Xingyu and Su Manchi went upstairs to continue discussing their collaboration. After a long time. Hello, welcome to come again next time. After sending off another customer, Lin Xingyu and Su Manchi finally came down from the second floor. I'll leave first, Xingyu. After saying goodbye to Lin Xingyu, Su Manchi also said goodbye to Lu Zhe and turned to leave. Sister Lin, how did your discussion go? Lu Zhe asked curiously. It's settled. We decided to hold the competition in half a month. During this time, we will post information online to spread the competition's notoriety as soon as possible. We will try to get ahead of other people's competitions. Have the prizes for the competition been decided? Lu Zhe asked again. Lin Xingyu glanced at Lu Zhe and smiled, saying, Oh, are you going to participate again? Lu Zhe smiled, he certainly wanted to participate. Bai Shuang had now broken through to the top grade of the mortal stage, and it was time to consider advancing. However, he had only collected half of the ice soul essence, and he hadn't seen any trace of the other 2 materials, the ice core and the extreme cold dragon blood. The ice core, in fact, was available online, but the price. Lu Zhe could only say he couldn't afford it even if he sold himself, it was too expensive. As for the extreme cold dragon blood, he hadn't found a purchasing channel yet. If you want to participate, no problem, but you must first help me organize the competition's information and post it online. I guarantee I will complete the task. After that, Lu Zhe listened to Lin Xingyu as she spoke about the details of the competition, while he operated on the computer. Soon, the promotional poster for the competition was completed by Lu Zhe. At least I can barely consider myself a computer expert. Lu Zhe thought smugly in his heart. Lin Xingyu looked at the promotional poster with satisfaction and then published it immediately. Although the rewards were not yet sorted out, there was still some time, so it was better to send it out for a preliminary warm-up first. After finishing, Lin Xingyu looked at Lu Zhe again. Nicely done. Next, Lu Zhe exchanged ideas with Lin Xingyu for a while, discussing knowledge about beast cultivation together. Because he had been training Bai Shuang's combat abilities before, Lu Zhe had no time to improve his cultivation level. So now, Lu Zhe's cultivation level was still only level 5. Exchanging with Lin Xingyu, a level 2 cultivator, had its benefits. Chapter 37, Opening up a herb field. Sister Lin, I'll leave first. Lu Zhe waved at Lin Xingyu, then left with a big bag of herb seeds from Qingyu Pavilion. As mentioned before, Lu Zhe's cultivation level was still at level 5. Cultivating herbs could also raise Lu Zhe's cultivation level. Therefore, whether for leveling up or for convenience in making spirit medicine in the future, Lu Zhe decided to purchase some herb seeds to plant in his own backyard. After returning home, Lu Zhe took the big bag of herb seeds to the backyard. Bai Shuang, dig a patch for planting herbs over there. Lu Zhe showed Bai Shuang the herb seeds in his hand and said to her. Bai Shuang hesitated for a moment, looking at her clean paws and fur, her eyes revealed clear hesitation. Seeing this, Lu Zhe patted Bai Shuang. Don't worry, after you finish digging the ground, I will definitely wash you clean all over. Ah whoa. Although still somewhat reluctant, Bai Shuang began to move, slowly heading to a corner of the yard, quickly digging with her 2 paws. Watching Bai Shuang working passionately, Lu Zhe nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this kind of labor is best left to Bai Shuang. In just a little while, almost half was already done. If I were to do it myself, I would be busy for a long time. Oh woo oh woo oh woo. After a while, Bai Shuang had completely finished a large piece of land, but at a cost. Bai Shuang's 4 paws were now covered in dirt, and even the snow-white, flowing fur on her paws was dull and gray. Disgustedly glancing at her own paws, Bai Shuang hurried to Lu Zhe's side. Oh woo oh woo oh woo. Hurry up and give me a bath. Lu Zhe stopped his movement towards the medicinal field, put down the herbs he was carrying, and kept his promise to wash Bai Shuang first. Happily stirring in the bathtub, Bai Shuang raised her two front paws towards Lu Zhe, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Zhe began to wash Bai Shuang's extended paws, and soon, her fur and claws returned to their originally clean state. But Lu Zhe didn't immediately let go of her paws. Instead, he reached out to massage Bai Shuang's soft paw pads. Woo woo. Bai Shuang made a comfortable sound, her tail swishing back and forth in the bathtub. All done. Lu Zhe patted Bai Shuang's dry and smooth fur, smiling as he spoke to her. Bai Shuang turned her head to sniff herself, and upon smelling the fragrant shower gel, a satisfied expression appeared on her face. Ah woo. Bai Shuang leaned against Lu Zhe, rubbing against him vigorously. Then I will go plant those herbs first. Bai Shuang, you can play by yourself for a while. After saying this, Lu Zhe patted Bai Shuang's head and returned to the backyard. Picking up the herb seeds that had been set aside, Lu Zhe paused for a moment in thought before he began to plant the herb seeds into the medicinal field. Herbs are also classified by levels, and all the herbs Lu Zhe bought were first-tier herbs. There are two reasons for this. The first is that higher-tier herbs have more demanding environmental requirements. For now, he only plans to plant in the backyard, so he can't meet those harsh conditions. The second reason is that since this is Lu Zhe's first time planting herbs, he should start with some low-tier ones to practice a bit. Otherwise, what if due to his inexperience, all the planted herbs died? If they were all high-tier herbs, wouldn't that be a huge loss for him? Lu Zhe carefully planted the herb seeds in the medicinal field while Bai Shuang curiously watched him from the side. She occasionally tilted her head, raising a paw to take a look. Phew, finally all planted. Lu Zhe looked at the medicinal field. Although the land was still bare of any herbs, he felt quite accomplished inside. Tomorrow I'll go buy some green leafworms. Name, green leafworm. Quality, low-grade common. Introduction, a jade-green soft worm about the length of a finger, resembling a tender leaf, with faint veins on its back. When encountering enemies, it curls into the shape of a green leaf, blending seamlessly with fallen leaves in the forest. It leaves a light grass scent in its wake to mask human presence. It often lurks among herbs, feeding on morning dew and tender leaves without harming roots. Although the green leafworm is a low-grade common beast and has no combat ability, it has a significant catalytic effect on herbs and plants. The liquid it leaves behind as it crawls slowly seeps into the soil, enhancing the spiritual power contained in the ground. Even though green leafworms will gnaw on tender leaves, they never harm the herbs, but rather benefit them. This is because when they chew on tender leaves, they secrete a liquid called green spirit liquid, which not only promotes the growth of herbs but also gradually increases their quality. Let's go, Bai Shuang, it's time to go back and cook. Calling to Bai Shuang, who responded and glanced at the medicinal field before walking over to Lu Zhe. The man and the wolf returned to the house together. The next day, Lu Zhe went to a beast center. The beast center, a place specifically providing services for purchasing magical beasts. Hello, welcome. How can I help you? As soon as Lu Zhe entered, a young woman came up to him, greeting him warmly. I plan to buy some green leafworms. Lu Zhe expressed his desire to buy green leafworms, and the young woman quickly led him to a glass cabinet. Inside the glass cabinet were many emerald young worms crawling on green leaves. How many do you need? The shop assistant asked. Lu Zhe thought for a while. Although the scale of his medicinal garden was not large, it would surely expand in the future. So in the end, Lu Zhe decided to buy 10 green leafworms for now. Alright, please wait a moment. The shop assistant said and began choosing green leafworms for Lu Zhe. After a while, the shop assistant handed Lu Zhe a small glass box, which contained 10 green leafworms. After paying, Lu Zhe took the box back to his home. When he arrived in the backyard, Lu Zhe gently tapped the head of White Frost, who was resting next to the glass box. Stop looking, see what you've scared them into. Inside the glass box, the 10 green leafworms, under White Frost's gaze, had crowded into the corner of the box, not daring to move. Humph. White Frost snorted, lifted her head, and lay down to the side, but her eyes were still fixed on this side. Lu Zhe opened the glass box and poured all the green leafworms onto the medicinal ground. After being watered with plant cultivation liquid yesterday, the medicinal ground had already sprouted some tender leaves. The green leafworms were initially a bit flustered, but soon calmed down. Looking at the green leafworms that had crawled onto the tender leaves, Lu Zhe showed no panic in his eyes. Because he knew that the green leafworms would not eat this freshly sprouted herb. Not only would they not eat it, but they would also promote the growth of the herbs. After staring at the medicinal ground for a while, Lu Zhe called White Frost to go back, but White Frost shook her head in refusal. Her eyes curiously staring at the green leafworms that kept crawling in the medicinal ground. Seeing that White Frost was unwilling to leave, Lu Zhe did not insist but gave a few instructions. Just watch, don't touch them. White Frost did not reply, flicking her tail to show she understood, and then Lu Zhe went back inside his house. Chapter 38, Lynching Use Magical Beasts. A green leafworm crawled among the herbs that had already sprouted roots and leaves, comfortably taking a bite from a nearby tender leaf. Another green leafworm crawled over, the two exchanged a glance and gently swayed their bodies. This was the unique way of communication for green leafworms. At the same time, a pair of eyes, huge in the eyes of the green leafworms, were staring at them. White Frost lay quietly near the medicinal field, silently observing the behaviors of the green leafworms. As soon as Luce arrived in the backyard, he saw White Frost, just like a few days ago, lying next to the medicinal field. Ever since Luce placed the green leafworms into the medicinal field, White Frost had dedicated some time each day to observe them. For this, Luce felt quite puzzled. Could she be feeling lonely? Luce thought. But that shouldn't be the case. There were also fish in the pond that he had previously put in for fishing. Yet he hadn't seen White Frost observing them. After thinking for a long time, Luce couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it anymore. He had directly asked White Frost, but she only said she was curious about the green leafworms. Maybe that was really it. White Frost was completely focused on watching the green leafworms in the medicinal field, and her gaze kept switching among them. It seemed she wanted to find something different. The reason White Frost did this was mainly because of an anime she had watched before. The main character is an ordinary-looking green leaf bug, but in reality, it contains an ancient and mysterious bloodline. After a twist of fate, the main character activated the hidden bloodline within itself, soaring into the sky from that moment on. The protagonist transformed from a weak green leaf bug, overcoming various hardships and constantly evolving. In the end, it successfully became a legendary demon emperor. So, Bai Xuan was also thinking about whether the 10 green leaf bugs that Luce bought would also hold this hidden bloodline. This one looks very similar, its crawling movement almost identical, Bai Xuan thought to herself. No, the one next to it looks even more alike. Gee, I feel that one looks even more like it. Bai Xuan repeatedly selected among the green leaf bugs in the medicinal field, always feeling each one looked like the one she saw on TV. But somehow, she felt that each one did not resemble it at all. The green leaf bug on TV awakened its hidden bloodline after being attacked by an iron feather chicken. Does it mean these green leaf bugs also need to be attacked to awaken? The more Bai Xuan thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and her whole body began to stir. But thinking of Luce's words, she still held back. Let's go, Bai Xuan, we should head to the store. Whoa. Bai Xuan stood up, taking a few more glances at the green leaf bugs in the medicinal field before walking towards Luce. Outside the Qingyu pavilion, a large banner was already hung at the store entrance. It wrote some information about the competition. Sister Lin, how is it? How many people have signed up so far? Luce asked Lin Qingyu behind the computer. Lin Qingyu cheerfully raised her head. More than 600 people have signed up. This competition hosted by Lin Qingyu has a limit of 800 people. After all, it is just a breeding store holding the competition, so the prizes cannot compete with the official ones. It surely wouldn't attract that many people. Moreover, the more people there are, the greater the pressure, so a limit of 800 seems quite high. Luce walked over to Lin Qingyu's side, checking the registration information. Among the registrants, the vast majority of participating monsters were of ordinary middle grade, with even a small portion being of ordinary lower grade. Only 2 were of ordinary upper grade, which is a huge gap compared to the previous official competition. This was not just because of the prize difference, but also because now, apart from their competition, other places were also holding various competitions. It seems the champion of this competition is none other than you, perfectly making up for the regret of not winning the last time. Lin Qingyu said with a smile. The prize for this competition has been set, with the champion receiving a first-grade spiritual item, the wood spirit fruit. Soon, the day of the competition arrived. The competition venue was also at the Beastmaster Association, but the arena was not the previous one. Instead, it was another smaller arena. In fact, the officials were quite encouraging of privately held competitions. Thus, they only needed to pay the venue fee and relevant management fees, and the officials would provide the competition venue and management staff, which was quite convenient. At this moment, inside the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this Beastmaster competition, hosted by Qingyu Pavilion and the Qingshui Beast Cultivation Base in collaboration with the Beastmaster Association. A host and referee stood on the high platform, speaking loudly into the microphone. Listening to this with some boredom, Luce patted Bai Xuan beside him. Sitting next to him were Lin Qingyu and Su Manqi. As the organizers of this competition, they had some privileges. So, the three of them were sitting on the high platform, right next to the host who was speaking. Bai Xuan opened her mouth, comfortably stretching her body. Looking down at the audience and the vast competition arena, a proud expression appeared on Bai Xuan's face. So this is how it feels to look down from the high stand. Bai Xuan happily wagged her tail, and Luce, feeling a bit restless, reached out and grabbed it directly. Seeing Luce continuously petting Bai Xuan beside her, Su Manqi's eyes were full of envy. Qingyu, do you think my breeding base can also raise a group of frost wolves? Hearing Su Manqi's question, Lin Qingyu showed a hint of helplessness on her face. Manchi, you've already asked many times, it's impossible. I'm just asking. Su Manchi mumbled a few words. Even a beast breeding base cannot raise whatever they want. First, it must pass official inspections, only after the official confirmation that the breeding base has sufficient conditions can it qualify. But this is just the first step, and right at this first step, Su Manchi's breeding base cannot meet the requirements. Because frost wolves are also one of those ground-level beasts with very strict environmental demands, not to mention there are other conditions. As Lin Xingyu and the others chatted, the competition soon began. Now, the competition officially begins. Hearing this, Lu Zhe finally perked up, his eyes looking towards the competition arena below. Today there was no competition for him, so he could watch the match as well. After all, it was a done deal that he would win the championship. At first, Lu Zhe watched the matches below with enthusiasm, but soon lost interest. Because the beasts in the competition seemed too weak to him, and the entertainment value was lacking. Lu Zhe glanced at the few people beside him. Lin Xingyu, like him, was watching the competition somewhat bored. But Su Manchi and Bai Shuang seemed quite interested. Sister Lin, what kind of contracted beasts do you have? Lu Zhe started chatting with Lin Xingyu, and he was indeed curious about her contracted beasts. All this time, he only knew that Lin Xingyu's third beast, Frostblade Dragon Lizard. My beasts? Lin Xingyu was a bit surprised by Lu Zhe's sudden question. Is it inconvenient? Lu Zhe felt a bit awkward, wanting to say something else to change the topic. No, it's nothing. I was just surprised by your question. Lin Xingyu explained. My first beast evolved from the shadow butterfly into the starlight butterfly, now it has middle-tier ground-level strength. The second beast is a frost snow ferret, also middle-tier ground-level, and the third one is the frostblade dragon lizard you've seen before. Name, starlight butterfly. Quality, middle-tier ground-level. Description, can evolve from the shadow butterfly, its entire body is dark purple, wing veins are silver-white star patterns, and when it flaps its wings, debris-like phosphorescence falls. It hides during the day and comes out at night, roosting on high mountain cliffs, feeding on moonlight. Its wing light can refract ambient light, making it momentarily invisible. When flying in groups, the starlight intertwines like the auroras in the night sky. Name, Frost Snow Ferret. Quality, upper tier ground level. Description, entirely snow white, with a hexagonal ice crystal embedded at the tail end, leaving a sparkling icy trail when it runs. It inhabits the extreme northern ice valley, drinks cold springs, eats snow hares, prefers solitude, and howls long at night, with tail eyes capable of refracting auroras. Chapter 39, Green Leafworm. Next, Lu Zhe chatted with Lin Xingyu while watching the competition below. From time to time, Su Manchi's cheers were heard in his ears, clearly very absorbed in the matches. Manchi is an ordinary person, and since she hasn't successfully contracted a beast, she gets really excited seeing beast competitions. Lin Xingyu explained to Lu Zhe why Su Manchi was so excited. Just like that, a whole day's worth of matches quickly came to an end. Sister Lin, let's divide the competition areas like the previous official matches. Lu Zhe frowned, seeing that only dozens of matches had been completed throughout the day, and suggested to Lin Xingyu. The previous official matches also started with one match at a time. But later, to save time. And the venue was large enough, so multiple competition areas were directly divided, greatly speeding up the matches. Of course, when it came to fighting for the top positions, it was still a contest by contest. After all, the matches at that time were even more exciting. That's fine, Lin Xingyu thought for a moment and then nodded. After she spoke to Su Manchi nodded in agreement, and Lu Zhe saw Lin Xingyu stand up to communicate with the officials sent over. Before long, Lin Xingyu returned. Its result, they will transform the competition area tonight, and tomorrow we can hold multiple matches at the same time. Then Sister Lin, I will leave first. After chatting a few more words with Lin Xingyu and Su Manchi, Lu Zhe took Bai Shuang and went home. When they got home, Bai Shuang lay on the sofa watching TV as usual. Lu Zhe then began to prepare two kinds of medicinal liquids, one to promote herb growth, and the other was a spirit medicine that helps the green leaf insect level up. Although the green leaf insect only has the role of farming, its advanced form possesses great ornamental value. The advanced state of the green leaf insect has only one form, the emerald butterfly. Name, Emerald Butterfly. Quality, common grade high class. Description, entire body is jade green, with wing veins resembling carvings of emerald, scattering speckles of blue light when flapping its wings, as if flowing starlight. Resides in morning mist flower valley, feeds on dew, does not gnaw the roots of herbs, and simply touching the petals makes the flower colors more vibrant. Due to its gorgeous plumage and graceful movements, it is often raised by nobles as a garden treasure. The emerald butterfly also has no combat ability and has lost the ability to catalyze herbs and other plants. But it has gained a beautiful appearance, and because the evolution of the green leaf insect is difficult, the original emerald butterfly is quite rare. Thus, each emerald butterfly is highly valuable, even surpassing the value of most low-ranked earthly beasts. A few days ago, Lu Zhe checked the green leaf insect through the eye of truth and discovered an exciting piece of information. Species, green leaf insect. Strength, common grade low class. Quality, common grade low class. Advanced forms. 1. Emerald butterfly, common grade high class. 2. Spirit leaf envoy, common grade high class. Indeed, the eye of truth revealed that the green leaf insect has 2 advanced forms. Moreover, the spirit leaf envoy, which is particularly emphasized, improves the catalytic ability for herbs and other plants, which Lu Zhe highly values. Name, spirit leaf envoy. Quality, common grade high class. Description, evolved from the green leaf insect, with leaf vein patterns on its back, and a completely emerald green body. It secretes emerald dew liquid while crawling, which seeps into the soil, shortening the growth cycle of medicinal materials by 10% and purifying their efficacy. It hides in medicinal fields by day, absorbing moon dew at night, protecting plants. To evolve the green leaf insect into the spirit leaf envoy, the required materials are emerald dew crystals, spirit field essence, and moonlight grass. Upon learning that the green leaf insect can evolve into the spirit leaf envoy, Lu Zhe decided to cultivate all the green leaf insects in his medicinal field into spirit leaf envoys. This would greatly benefit his medicinal field and might significantly improve his cultivation level. After a long time, Lu Zhe finally prepared both types of medicinal liquids. Carrying 2 bowls of medicinal liquid, he came to the backyard beside the medicinal field, and first poured the liquid promoting herb growth into the field. Then, he placed the portion for the green leaf insects on the ground. The green leaf insects were attracted by the medicine and climbed out of the medicinal field one after another. The green leaf insects rushed into the bowls, greedily drinking the liquids inside. Lu Zhe quietly observed from the side, and only after all the liquid was consumed did he begin to observe the situation of these green leaf insects. The green leaf insects, having been nurtured by Lu Zhe for these past few days, had changed somewhat from when they first arrived. The emerald green on their bodies had become more radiant. Even its size has grown a bit. After observing all the green leaf insects, Lu Zhe estimated that at best, he would need to continue feeding them for dozens of days. In order for the monsters to advance, in addition to specific advancement materials, they must also grow to a sufficient level. At the very least, they need to be able to withstand the tremendous energy brought by those advancement materials. Otherwise, if they try to advance forcibly, not only will there be a 100% chance of failure, but it will also cause great harm to the monster. The worst outcome might even be that they get directly blown apart by the overwhelming power. Back inside the house, Lu Zhe sat on the sofa, holding Bai Shuang's head. He held a book in his hand but didn't flip through it right away. Instead, he opened his personal panel in his mind. Host, Lu Zhe. Level, Peak Beast Tamer. Breeder level, level 5, 79 out of 100. Talent, Beast Affinity, Eye of Truth. The difficulty of leveling up the breeding level has truly increased, from initially being able to raise a level in just a few days, to now over 2 months without breaking through to level 6. Although during this time, Lu Zhe has spent a lot of time training Bai Shuang's combat ability. Training combat abilities does not affect the breeding level, but this certainly shows how hard it is to improve the breeding level. Lu Zhe shifted his focus to the book in his hand while reaching out to pat Bai Shuang. Don't look too long, finish it and train properly. Woo. Got it. Bai Shuang whimpered a bit discontentedly, wriggling in Lu Zhe's arms, making it hard for him to focus on reading. Seeing Bai Shuang acting up in his embrace, Lu Zhe pretended to be angry and gave a light pat. Bai Shuang quickly quieted down but still flicked her tail, the soft and fluffy fur brushing against Lu Zhe's nose. The ticklish sensation made Lu Zhe feel a bit uncomfortable, but seeing Bai Shuang calm down, he didn't do anything further and gently massaged her while reading the book. Bai Shuang let out a comfortable murmur, her gaze somewhat dazed as she sprawled in Lu Zhe's arms. Even the tail that had been swaying behind her now drooped down, the whole wolf enjoying Lu Zhe's massage as if utterly exhausted. Chapter 40, Easy Solution. In the next few days, Lu Zhe occasionally went with Lin Qingyu to watch the competitions at the venue. But sometimes he would go to Qingyu Pavilion alone to help out, like today. Lu Zhe sat behind the counter, watching Bai Shuang pacing around the store. Why do I feel like I'm not an employee anymore? Actually, Lu Zhe's statement wasn't entirely mistaken. Compared to a mere employee, he now seemed more like a partner. During his time at Qingyu Pavilion, besides the frost water potion he created at the beginning, Lu Zhe had also made over 20 types of spiritual medicines, and he reached suitable profit-sharing agreements with Lin Qingyu. It can be said that with just the profits from these spiritual medicines, Lu Zhe could already be considered quite wealthy. Moreover, Lu Zhe discovered something peculiar. Every time he elevated his breeding level, the knowledge he gained was comprehensive. Because breeding knowledge involves so many areas, it's nearly impossible for someone to understand everything. But after Lu Zhe improved his breeding level, the knowledge that flooded his mind covered all aspects. It's fair to say that most breeders excel in a few areas while being lacking in others. However, Lu Zhe was always versatile, which allowed him to create numerous spiritual medicines that even Lin Qingyu, a second-tier breeder, couldn't make. While Lu Zhe was pondering, a middle-aged man came in, holding an injured monster. "Quick, help me take a look at what's wrong with it." The middle-aged man's expression was tense. Lu Zhe simply touched it and, after probing with his spiritual energy, understood the cause of the beast's illness. Quickly stating the treatment plan, Lu Zhe fed the corresponding medicine to the beast under the astonished gaze of the middle-aged man. "Is it done?" The middle-aged man's voice came with surprise. "Remember when you go back." Lu Zhe instructed the middle-aged man a few more times while handing him the subsequent medicine. After paying, the middle-aged man left, and the entire treatment process only took a few minutes. Next, Lu Zhe welcomed several more guests, glanced at the time, and chose to close the door. On this day, it was finally Lu Zhe's turn to compete. "Sister Lin, Sister Su, I'm going to compete now," Lu Zhe said to Lin Qingyu and the others, then walked toward the competition venue below. Bai Shuang followed closely behind him. Ow! At the bottom of the arena, more than a dozen individual stages had already been set up. Lu Zhe's stage was number 6, and he quickly found his competition area. On the stage was already a middle-aged man, with a wind bell cat sitting at his side. Name, Wind Bell Cat. Quality, superior grade of common level. Description, gray and white fur, with a ring of small bell bone pieces hanging around its neck, making a crisp ringing sound with every step, which can disrupt the hearing of similarly leveled beasts. It lives alone in Wind Valley, feeding on wind bell grass, and its sound can mislead pursuers in the canyon. Lu Zhe used the true eye to check the wind bell cat's strength, which was superior grade of common level. This middle-aged man was one of the only 2 participants using a superior grade common level beast in the competition. At this moment, many spectators had already turned their attention to Lu Zhe. After all, Lu Zhe had previously achieved a high ranking in the official competition. That's Lu Zhe, right? That frost wolf beside him is really beautiful. Who says it's not, and he seems to work in that Qingyu pavilion hosting the competition. The middle-aged man nervously watched Lu Zhe, while Lu Zhe appeared much more relaxed. The competition begins. After confirming both were ready, the referee announced loudly. Without even needing Lu Zhe to give a command, just as the referee's voice faded, Bai Shuang dashed out like a white lightning bolt with astonishing speed. "Wind Bell Cat, dodge!" Seeing this, the middle-aged man's face changed drastically, frantically directing. Upon hearing its master's call, the Wind Bell Cat immediately reacted, quickly stepping aside to avoid Bai Shuang's attack. However, Bai Shuang's speed was simply too fast. With a swoosh, Bai Shuang's sharp claws sliced through the Wind Bell Cat's body like a blade, leaving deep scratches behind. Blood immediately gushed from the wound, staining the Wind Bell Cat's fur red. Meow! The Wind Bell Cat let out a miserable cry, clearly in great pain from the attack. Bai Shuang, seeing this strike did not end the battle directly, focused its gaze and launched another attack without hesitation. With both front paws on the ground, it leveraged its momentum to lift its entire body and rammed fiercely toward the Wind Bell Cat. Bang! A loud sound echoed. The Wind Bell Cat was knocked away by Bai Shuang, crashing heavily onto the ground. Before the Wind Bell Cat could get back up, Bai Shuang surged forward like a shadow. It pressed the Wind Bell Cat down with one sharp claw, and the powerful force and intense pain left it unable to move. Meow meow! The Wind Bell Cat repeatedly cried out in pain, desperately struggling under Bai Shuang's pressure, but it was no use. The middle-aged man looked pale as he watched this scene, full of unwillingness in his heart. But no matter how he thought, the referee announced the result of the match directly. The winner is Lu Zhe. At this moment, Bai Shuang lifted the front paw that had pinned down the Wind Bell Cat and shook it a few times to the side. Then, she slowly walked over to Lu Zhe. Whoa! She walked quickly. Lu Zhe brought Bai Shuang back to the high platform, and what welcomed him was Su Manchi's admiring expression. Wow! Bai Shuang, you are amazing, you actually defeated your opponent Ji in an instant. Su Manchi quickly stood up, came to Bai Shuang's side, and said in a tone of awe. Hearing Su Manchi's praise, Bai Shuang raised her head expressionlessly, seemingly unimpressed. But the fact that she stayed in place accepting Su Manchi's compliments and the slightly swaying tail indicated that she was actually very happy and proud inside. Bai Shuang has been raised better and better by you, she can actually defeat a beast of the same level without using any skills. Lin Qingyu said to Lu Zhe, who had sat back down, with a hint of surprise in her tone. Compared to her impressive speed, the Frost Wolf's physical strength was not strong among beasts of the same level. But unexpectedly, Lu Zhe's Bai Shuang could take down her opponent solely with physical strength. Isn't it because of the things I feed Bai Shuang usually? Lu Zhe was very clear about the reason in his heart. It wasn't because he was particularly good at training beasts. It was because he would feed Bai Shuang a lot of food and spiritual medicine he prepared himself every day. Of course, some of it was to increase physical strength. Lu Zhe could even confidently say that Bai Shuang he raised definitely surpassed most beasts of the same level. Chapter 41 Champion Medal. In the following period, the competition proceeded at a rapid pace. And the reputation of Qingyu Pavilion and the Qingshui Beast Cultivation Base also rose accordingly. The most direct manifestation was that the number of guests coming to Qingyu Pavilion increased significantly every day. Time quickly reached the final competition. Bai Shuang, Extreme Cold Breath. In the center of the arena, Bai Shuang released an extreme cold breath that directly sent the opposite flame tongue frog flying, knocking it unconscious. As the flame tongue frog fell, the entire venue erupted into a wave of enthusiastic cheers. The referee announced loudly, "In this match, Lu Zhe wins. Let's congratulate him on becoming the champion of this competition." The atmosphere on site reached its peak, with applause and cheers ringing out one after another. Lu Zhe declined to give a victory speech because he really didn't know what to say. Then, he brought Bai Shuang, who was so excited her entire tail was raised, back to the high platform. "Bai Shuang, you are amazing, let me pet you." Seeing Lu Zhe and Bai Shuang return, Su Manqi's eyes sparkled as she ran to Bai Shuang's side and reached out to touch her. And the excited Bai Shuang did not refuse as she usually did, but accepted Su Manqi's touch. Seeing Bai Shuang not resisting, Su Manqi's heart was filled with immense excitement, and finally, her hand touched Bai Shuang's soft fur. Ha! Su Manqi let out a sound as if she had been holding it in for a long time. The soft and slightly cool touch in her hand made her feel immensely satisfied. Watching this scene, Lu Zhe silently smiled and then asked Lin Qingyu, "Sister Lin, is there anything else I need to do after the competition?" "No need, just leave the rest here to me and Manqi." "Oh right, here is your champion medal, take good care of it." Lin Qingyu smiled and took out a medal, which was made entirely of gold and adorned with some other decorative items. The moment Bai Shuang saw the medal, her eyes instantly lit up, staring intently at the medal that Lin Qingyu placed in Lu Zhe's hand. "Thank you, Sister Lin." The moment Lu Zhe received the medal, he suddenly felt someone tugging at his pants leg. Looking down, he saw Bai Shuang gazing at him with longing. Lu Zhe smiled and then squatted down to hang the medal around Bai Shuang's neck. Bai Shuang lowered her head, looking at the medal beneath her neck, and images of her previous failures in the official competition flashed through her mind. "Oh whoa. How's that? Am I amazing?" Seeing the hope in Bai Shuang's eyes, Lu Zhe gently hugged her close. "Of course, my Bai Shuang is the best." Bai Shuang rubbed against Lu Zhe, smelling his scent, feeling an immense sense of security in her heart. The man and the demon created an extremely warm and beautiful scene. Beside them, Lin Qingyu watched with a beaming smile, while Su Manqi felt a pang of emotion, filled with envy for Lu Zhe. Just recently, when she was petting Bai Shuang, she wanted to get closer, but Bai Shuang rejected her fiercely. After a long while, Lu Zhe reluctantly released Bai Shuang. "By the way, the champion's prize will arrive at the store tomorrow, I will give it to you." As he was leaving, Lin Qingyu said to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe nodded. To be honest, he didn't feel much about the prize. After all, it was just a first-tier spirit item, although it wasn't cheap, he could afford it. After returning home, Bai Shuang happily ran to a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror in the living room. She carefully examined the medal under her neck, revealing an uncontrollable smile on her face. Lu Zhe looked at Bai Shuang in the mirror indulgently. On the way back, Bai Shuang stubbornly refused to return to Lu Zhe's body as usual. Moreover, whenever she saw others, she would proudly lift her head, showing off the medal under her neck. Although she did attract many gazes along the way, Lu Zhe felt that most people were actually looking at Bai Shuang herself, not just the medal around her neck. After what felt like a long time, Bai Shuang finally tired of looking but still left the mirror reluctantly. "Ah whoa." Walking over to Lu Zhe, Bai Shuang excitedly said to him, "You want to hang the medal?" "Sure, where do you want to hang it?" Bai Shuang immediately started thinking, lowering her head. "Where should I hang it?" Bai Shuang looked around the living room but then shook her head. "Ah whoa. I want to hang it in our bedroom." After a while, Bai Shuang finally made her decision. "The bedroom?" Lu Zhe raised an eyebrow. He had thought Bai Shuang would choose a place in the living room where others could see it right away. But if she likes the bedroom, that's fine. Lu Zhe walked into the bedroom, and Bai Shuang followed closely by his side. "Ah whoa. There. I want to hang it there." Bai Shuang raised a front paw and pointed to the wall in front of the bed. Confirming the spot, Lu Zhe took some tools from the living room and hung the medal on the wall. Bai Shuang lay on the bed, happily watching Lu Zhe hang the medal up. After that, Bai Shuang stayed in the bedroom until Lu Zhe called her out for dinner. In the following days, Bai Shuang remained in an excited and happy state. Lu Zhe sat on the sofa, holding a greenish fruit in his hand. "This is the prize for the competition champion, the wood spirit fruit." Lu Zhe searched in his mind for information about the wood spirit fruit. Name, wood spirit fruit. Quality, first tier top grade. Description: greenish berries containing clear dew, can be directly swallowed to restore a small amount of mental power and can also be used as medicine. The wood spirit fruit is a spirit item that can enhance mental power. It can be consumed directly, but using the green fruit as material to make medicine can unleash all its medicinal effects. Thinking of this, Lu Zhe went to his special room for making medicine. Mixing it with other materials, Lu Zhe quickly turned the green spirit fruit into a bowl of greenish medicinal liquid. Lu Zhe picked it up. He took a sniff, and a refreshing fragrance wafted in, making Lu Zhe feel his mind awaken. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhe ultimately decided to drink the bowl of medicinal liquid himself. This medicinal liquid enhanced mental strength, and Bai Shuang was not a mental-type demon beast. So, giving it to Bai Shuang would not bring much improvement, but he was different. Mental strength was the true support of a beast master, as the stronger the mental strength, the more demon beasts he could contract. Moreover, the contracts with the demon beasts would become closer, and the spiritual power received from the contracts would also increase. Thinking of this, Lu Zhe no longer hesitated. He picked up the bowl of medicinal liquid, opened his mouth, and directly drank it all down. After drinking, Lu Zhe smacked his lips. It was quite sweet. Then, a cool sensation spread through his mind, lasting for a long time before gradually fading away. Lu Zhe looked around and quickly noticed his changes. His senses were clearly more sensitive, and the biggest change was the contract in his mind with Bai Shuang. Lu Zhe could sense that his connection with Bai Shuang had become closer, and the spiritual power received had clearly increased. Not bad. Lu Zhe thought to himself, then began to organize the pharmacy. Chapter 42, Demon Beast Advancement. Lu Zhe sat behind the counter. That's right, he was still managing the shop. A while had passed since the last competition. In the time just after the competition, the customer flow in Qingyu Pavilion had noticeably increased. With the sudden increase in customers, Lu Zhe alone simply could not keep up. In the end, it was still Lin Qingyu and Su Manqi who came to help, which took care of the surge in customer flow after the competition. However, customers arrived quickly, and they left just as fast. After that period, the number of customers had noticeably decreased, though it was still a bit more than before the competition. During this time, several other competitions were held in different places. But Lu Zhe chose not to participate, as the rewards were similar to those offered here. Lu Zhe felt there was no need to waste time on competitions. The reasons he participated before were first to enhance the spectacle of the competition. After all, it was hosted by him. Secondly, it was to satisfy Bai Shuang's desire to win the championship. The previous competition against the soul-capturing crow had indeed dealt a big blow to Bai Shuang. Even though it didn't show on the surface, Lu Zhe knew that Bai Shuang still felt very dissatisfied inside. Is the boss in? At this moment, a middle-aged woman walked in. Where is your boss? Seeing Lu Zhe alone in the shop, the middle-aged woman asked in confusion. The boss has some matters and is not in the shop right now. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman frowned but did not say much more. She turned to leave. Excuse me, do you need anything? You can tell me about it. Perhaps I can help you. Seeing the customer about to leave, Lu Zhe hurriedly stopped her. This middle-aged woman surely had a big business to discuss, whether it was for treating a demon beast or refining spiritual medicine, either would be beneficial for him. So, Lu Zhe naturally would not let the middle-aged woman leave like this. You? The middle-aged woman paused her movement to leave and turned to look at Lu Zhe. If it's not something particularly troublesome, I can help. As he spoke, Lu Zhe took out his breeder certificate. You are also a breeder? Seeing the breeder certificate in Lu Zhe's hand, the middle-aged woman's expression instantly showed surprise. Of course, so can you tell me about your problem? After hearing this, the middle-aged woman put away her surprised expression. Hesitantly, she walked up to the counter. I actually came this time to upgrade my beast. After speaking, the middle-aged woman summoned her beast. A wind-blade swallow appeared beside her. Name, Wind-blade swallow. Quality, upper ordinary grade. Description, feather color gray-blue, wing edges sharp as blades, flapping its wings can whip up thin wind blades, cutting wood and grass from a distance, extremely fast flying speed, its call like light bells, can disturb the hearing of beasts of the same level. Dwells in cliff wind gaps, feeding on swift wind grass. Upgrading a beast? Lu Zhe's eyes suddenly lit up. Can you handle it? The middle-aged woman asked Lu Zhe. Of course I can. Lu Zhe said without hesitation. Seeing the middle-aged woman still hesitating, Lu Zhe continued. I can guarantee success. If I fail, I will compensate you for all your losses. Also, this time I will give you a discount on the service fee. Hearing Lu Zhe's firm words, the middle-aged woman's heart stirred, and in the end, she agreed. The middle-aged woman was the kind of ordinary person with low talent and not very good family conditions. Otherwise, she wouldn't still have a beast at upper ordinary grade at her age. The materials she spent for this upgrade were all her savings over the years. If this upgrade was successful, her life would surely change greatly. After all, the difference between a first-grade beast and a second-grade beast is completely different, and the treatment of a beast tamer and a beast master is also entirely different. But if she failed, she would never be able to accumulate resources needed for this upgrade again. So Lu Zhe's offer of a discounted service fee was already very attractive to her. Because just gathering the materials required for the upgrade had used up almost all her money. Moreover, the service fee for upgrading a beast was also very expensive. Not to mention that Lu Zhe also said if he failed, he would bear all the losses, which completely left the middle-aged woman no reason to refuse. Then come with me, we will go to the back to upgrade your beast. Such an important matter as upgrading a beast couldn't be done right here. What if a customer comes in during the upgrade process and disrupts it? Then, the middle-aged woman followed Lu Zhe into the room behind the counter. May I ask how you are addressed? Lu Zhe asked. My surname is Li. Then, Ms. Li, have you prepared the materials for the upgrade? Upon hearing Lu Zhe's inquiry, the middle-aged woman hurriedly took out a pile of materials. I have prepared them, I have prepared them. Lu Zhe took the materials, weighed them in his hands, and then placed them on the table. Next, I will check the specific situation of your beast. Then I will determine how many upgrade materials are specifically needed. If there's too much, I will return it to you. But if it's too little, you will need to buy more. Lu Zhe explained to the woman in advance. Although the routes for beast upgrades are mostly public, the required materials are also clearly stated. But how many upgrade materials are needed must still be judged according to the specific situation of the beast. Since it's impossible for two different beasts to require the same amount of upgrade materials. And judging the amount of upgrade materials needed based on the beast's situation is the work of a beast breeder. The middle-aged woman bit her teeth and agreed. In the official information provided, the upgrade materials only have a general range. And she barely collected all the upgrade materials, so she didn't know if these materials were enough. Lu Zhe waved to the wind-blade swallow flying in the air, and the swallow flew to Lu Zhe's hand without hesitation. So obedient. Lu Zhe smiled. Gently stroked the wind-blade sparrow with one hand, and the wind-blade sparrow obediently accepted Lu Zhe's touch. The middle-aged woman looked at the obedient wind-blade sparrow with some confusion. Usually, her familiar was not like this around strangers. Unable to figure it out, she could only attribute it to the trainer's ability. Eye of Truth. Lu Zhe activated the Eye of Truth on the wind-blade sparrow in his hand. The specific materials needed for the wind-blade sparrow's evolution instantly appeared in front of Lu Zhe. Chapter 43, Evolution. Gale Falcon. The Eye of Truth can directly reveal how many materials the monster beast needs for evolution. Previously, Lu Zhe knew the number of materials needed for White Frost's evolution directly through the Eye of Truth. However, although he could see it all at a glance, Lu Zhe did not directly speak it out but pretended to check the wind-blade sparrow. After all, if he said he could tell how many evolution materials were needed just by looking, the middle-aged woman would definitely not believe him. So, to avoid such troubles, Lu Zhe continued to pretend to conduct the inspection. It was just a short act after all, not too troublesome. After a while, Lu Zhe finally lowered his hand from the wind-blade sparrow. The wind-blade stone and Gale Falcon's blood are just enough, but we are a little short on morning breeze dew. Lu Zhe shared the information he had gathered with the middle-aged woman. We do have morning breeze dew in the shop, how about it? Do you want to spend some money to complete it? The middle-aged woman fell silent for a moment before finally speaking with a somewhat pleading tone. I can't afford morning breeze dew right now. Can I owe you for now? Morning breeze dew is the most expensive among the materials needed for the wind-blade sparrow's evolution, and the middle-aged woman had indeed exhausted all her money. Lu Zhe looked at the middle-aged woman in front of him, seeing her with her head down, not daring to look at him. As if sensing her owner's embarrassment, the wind-blade sparrow quickly flew into Lu Zhe's hand. Chirp chirp. Sigh. Lu Zhe sighed in his heart. This was the true condition of people like the middle-aged woman. Because of low talent and poor family conditions, almost everything must be fought for by themselves. Even the materials for ordinary beasts' evolution are not complete. If he had not obtained the breeding panel, would he be like this too? Lu Zhe thought to himself. In that case, as my first client, I'll help you complete it for now. When you have money later, just pay me back. Lu Zhe stroked the wind-blade sparrow and said to the middle-aged woman. Thank you. The middle-aged woman's body jolted, and then she whispered. Chirp chirp. Feeling her owner's gratitude, the wind-blade sparrow also expressed its appreciation in its own way. Alright, wait for me here, I will go prepare the medicinal herbs needed for evolution now. After smoothing the feathers of the wind-blade sparrow, Lu Zhe picked up the materials on the table and went out to prepare. Ms. Li, please wait for me here for a moment. The middle-aged woman nodded. The current officially announced evolution route for the wind-blade sparrow is only one, which is the Gale Falcon. The evolution materials needed are the wind-blade stone, Gale feather, and morning breeze dew. The specific process is to first mix the wind blade stone with Gale Falcon's blood to make an internal medicine liquid. Then give the medicine liquid to the wind blade sparrow to consume, and finally, apply morning breeze dew all over its body. Luze quickly crushed the wind blade stone and poured it into a medicinal bowl, then dropped in the Gale Falcon's blood. At the moment they touched, a violent reaction occurred. The liquid in the bowl began to roll violently, bubbling up a string of bubbles. Seeing this, Luze unhesitatingly infused his spiritual power into the medicinal bowl. Under Luze's control, the spiritual power gradually calmed the agitation of the medicine liquid. Two originally conflicting substances began to slowly merge. As time passed, the color of the medicine gradually changed, turning into a light blue. All right. Luze picked up the medicine bowl and returned to the room. Then, under the watchful gaze of the middle-aged woman, he fed the medicine to the wind blade swallow. Throughout the feeding process, the wind blade swallow remained very well behaved, with no other movements. After drinking the medicine, Luze put on gloves and began to apply the morning breeze dew onto the wind blade swallow's body. Chirp chirp. With Luze's skilled technique, the wind blade swallow let out a comfortable chirp. All done. After applying, a few minutes passed. Whirls of wind began to emerge from the wind blade swallow, instantly filling the room with a whooshing sound. How is it? Seeing the wind blade swallow's condition, the middle-aged woman showed a delighted expression. Having researched the information early, she naturally understood that this situation indicated the wind blade swallow was advancing to the Gale Falcon. However, to be sure, she still asked Luze beside her. The wind blade swallow is in the process of advancement, it won't be long before I estimate it will successfully advance. Luze replied to the middle-aged woman while excitedly observing the panel in his mind. Host, Luze. Level, Peak Beast Tamer. Breeder level, Level 5, 82/100. Talent, Beast Affinity, True Eye. He watched as the proficiency after the breeder level gradually increased. 82, 83, 84. As time passed, the proficiency finally stabilized at 92. At that moment, the wind blade swallow that was advancing finally completed its evolution. Whoosh! The wind blade swallow, no, the Gale Falcon let out a short cry. It flapped its wings fiercely, instantly tearing apart the surrounding whirlwinds, revealing its body. Name, Gale Falcon. Level, Low Grade Earth Stage. Quality, Middle Grade Earth Stage. Description, can advance from wind blade swallow. Wings spread gray-blue, feathers hard as thin steel. When flying, 3 streams of rotating airflow gather beneath its wings, forming a crescent-shaped windsickle that can sever tree branches as thick as a bowl from a distance, inhabits cliff wind gaps and feeds on moss stripped by sharp winds. Its call short and sharp, like a blade cutting through the air. For low-level monster beasts, the tremendous energy during advancement often allows them to break through their original level. Just as Luze was still observing the Gale Falcon, the middle-aged woman excitedly ran over and embraced the now larger Gale Falcon. Chirp chirp. The Gale Falcon also nestled in its owner's embrace, expressing joy with its cries. Luze did not disturb the middle-aged woman, but shifted his focus back to the breeding panel. Indeed, successfully helping a monster beast advance could significantly increase proficiency. Since various activities related to breeding monster beasts could also enhance breeding proficiency, Luze thought that helping a monster beast advance could similarly raise proficiency, and even more so. Thank you so much. At the counter, the middle-aged woman held the Gale Falcon and earnestly thanked Luze. Chirp chirp. The Gale Falcon also wriggled out of the middle-aged woman's embrace and rubbed against Luze's face. Finally, the middle-aged woman paid the fees, although Luze emphasized she should get a discount. The middle-aged woman insisted on paying the full amount. After the middle-aged woman left, Luze continued to ponder about the breeding level. Although helping monster beasts advance could significantly raise proficiency, does it mean that for the same kind of monster beasts, such high proficiency can only be gained for the first time? After all, based on his previous experience, all actions that could increase breeding levels saw the most increase the first time. Then, as the number of actions increased, the proficiency gradually decreased until it no longer increased. It seems he needs to help monster beasts advance more often to quickly improve his breeding level. Luze thought. His breeding level had been stuck at level 5 for a long time, and he was eager to improve quickly. According to his speculation, the second level breeder should correspond to the 7th level of breeding. Chapter 44, The Evolution of the Green Leaf Worm. Another month later. It seems like it's almost time. Luze said excitedly, his tone slightly trembling, as he looked at a chubby green leafworm in front of him. Ow. Bai Shuang tilted her head in confusion beside him. What does almost mean? Ignoring Bai Shuang's puzzled expression, Luze's eyes glowed with intensity as he examined the green leafworm in front of him. After a long period of breeding, finally 1 out of the 10 green leafworms met the conditions to advance and could evolve into a spirit leaf master. Since the last time he helped the wind blade swallow evolve and gained a great deal of proficiency, Lu Zhe has yearned to help other beasts advance. Sadly, after that, Lu Zhe did not encounter anyone else who could help beasts evolve. So, it continued like this until today. Lu Zhe hurriedly stood up and went back to prepare the materials for the green leafworm to evolve into a spirit leaf master. The materials for evolution were all ready: a first-level spirit object, the spirit leaf crystal, and second-level tender shoots of green jade bamboo. Both were not difficult to obtain, so Lu Zhe prepared them early on. Watching Lu Zhe rush back to his house, Bai Shuang first felt puzzled, then suddenly turned to look at the chubby green leafworm. Noticing Bai Shuang's gaze, the green leafworm, which had been leisurely munching on tender leaves in the herb field, froze in place. The chewing motion immediately stopped. Then, in terror, the green leafworm watched as Bai Shuang picked it up with one paw and lifted it to her face. Hoo! The breath that Bai Shuang exhaled blew directly onto the green leafworm. In an instant, a thin layer of frost covered the green leafworm. SSSS. The green leafworm emitted a weak hissing sound, as if pleading for Bai Shuang to let it go. Bai Shuang didn't intend to harm the green leafworm, she was simply curious. When Lu Zhe returned with the evolution potion, he saw Bai Shuang holding the green leafworm with one paw. The green leafworm dared not move, but if you looked closely, you could see it was trembling slightly. Bai Shuang quickly put it down. Lu Zhe hurried over to Bai Shuang's side and spoke to her. Ow! Bai Shuang obediently set the green leafworm down, then lay near to watch Lu Zhe's actions. SSSS. The moment the green leafworm landed, it attempted to crawl deeper into the herb field. But it was quickly picked up by a hand. The green leafworm thought it was Bai Shuang again and struggled wildly. However, upon realizing it was Lu Zhe, it stopped struggling. SSSS. The green leafworm made joyful and affectionate sounds. After teasing the green leafworm a little, Lu Zhe placed it on the tender shoots of green jade bamboo. The moment it touched it, the green leafworm felt a strong attraction and immediately began to munch eagerly. As it eaten, the other green leafworms in the herb field crawled out one by one, looking at the tender shoots of green jade bamboo with longing eyes. Then they all crawled over. Seeing this, Lu Zhe's brows furrowed. Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang did not get up and let out a low roar. Woo! In an instant, including the green leafworm that was munching on the tender shoots of green jade bamboo, all the green leafworms shook all over. Then, they quickly shrank back into the herb field at a faster speed than when they came. Lu Zhe grabbed the green leafworm that had given up its meal and also wanted to escape. After calming this green leafworm a bit, Lu Zhe looked helplessly at Bai Shuang. What did you do before to make them so afraid of you? Ow. I don't know. Bai Shuang blinked her eyes innocently at Lu Zhe. Seeing Bai Shuang like this, Lu Zhe didn't say much more. Refocused on the green leafworm. After the green leafworm finished eating all the tender shoots of the green jade bamboo, Lu Zhe placed it back into the medicine bowl. Then, the medicinal liquid disappeared at an astonishing speed, and the luster on the green leafworm became even more dazzling. Goo! After drinking, the green leafworm let out a muffled sound from its mouth, and then began to spit out green silk threads directly from its mouth. The threads formed a cocoon, completely wrapping it inside. Ah whoa! At that moment, Bai Shuang suddenly became excited. This is just like what is shown on TV. Lu Zhe patted the restless Bai Shuang, and she immediately quieted down, obediently lying in Lu Zhe's arms. So, while stroking Bai Shuang and waiting, after about half an hour, the green cocoon finally showed signs of change. Hiss. The cocoon made a hissing sound, and then it started to bulge, as if something inside was trying to come out. Tear. A tiny tearing sound emerged, and a greenish-brown worm crawled out of the cocoon. But Lu Zhe did not look over immediately, because just now, his cultivation level had finally broken through to level 6. Host, Lu Zhe. Level, Peak Beast Tamer. Cultivator level, level 6, 1/100. After receiving the information in his mind, Lu Zhe began to examine the evolved spiritual leaf user in front of him. Compared to the green leafworm before its evolution, the spiritual leaf user was obviously much larger. The previous green leafworm was only a little longer than his middle finger. But now, after Lu Zhe's inspection, he concluded that its length had definitely exceeded 20 centimeters. On the back of the spiritual leaf user, several vein-like patterns appeared, emitting a faint green glow. Then, Lu Zhe used his true eye to take a look. This spiritual leaf user had already reached the middle tier of the ordinary rank. CC. The spiritual leaf user crawled towards Lu Zhe, seeming to want to share its joy. Lu Zhe extended his palm, allowing it to crawl up. However, just as the spiritual leaf user was happily about to do something, it saw Bai Shuang's massive, oppressive eyes. In an instant, it cooled down from its previous joy of leveling up and quickly curled into a ball. No matter what Lu Zhe did after that, it refused to open its curled-up body. Ah whoa! Seeing this scene, Bai Shuang let out a dissatisfied call. Why won't it open up? But the spiritual leaf user not only didn't open up, but also curled up even tighter. In the end, Lu Zhe could only helplessly put it back into the medicine field. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual leaf user disappeared without a trace. It seemed that after leveling up, its speed had also increased quite a bit. Lu Zhe got up and looked at the somewhat flustered Bai Shuang beside him. Ah whoa. I didn't do anything. Lu Zhe stroked Bai Shuang, not admonishing her. Don't be fooled by how big Bai Shuang is now. After all, she isn't even 1 year old yet and is still in a state of curiosity about everything around her. And the difference between Bai Shuang and the green leafworm is too large, so even if Bai Shuang means no harm, her unconscious curious behavior might still bring great fear to the green leafworm. Looks like I need to find you some suitable playmates in the future. While touching Bai Shuang's wolf head, Lu Zhe said softly. Chapter 45, The 5 Great 7 Institutes. Ah whoa. Bai Shuang nuzzled against Lu Zhe's body. I really didn't do anything. Trust me. Seeing Lu Zhe not say anything, Bai Shuang thought he was blaming her. I didn't mean to blame you. But your difference from them is too great, try to play with them less in the future. Lu Zhe comforted Bai Shuang. The current green leafworm was clearly very afraid of Bai Shuang, even if Bai Shuang didn't mean any harm. As mentioned before, the gap between the two was simply too huge. Even the evolved spiritual leaf user, compared to Bai Shuang, was still like an ant to an elephant. How could an ant possibly play with an elephant? Wah. I promise I won't touch them again. Bai Shuang assured Lu Zhe. After returning to the house, Bai Shuang quickly forgot what had just happened, excitedly jumping onto the sofa to start her daily TV time. Children are like this, they can easily throw aside what just happened. Lu Zhe also sat on the sofa, but instead of reading as usual, he began to think about the secret realms. It had been about 7 months since he left school, and there were still 7 months left until the college entrance examination. The Blue Country had many demon-taming universities, but the most famous ones, known by almost everyone, were the 5 Greats and 7 Institutes. The 5 Greats and 7 Institutes referred to the 12 most renowned demon-taming universities in the Blue Country. The 5 Greats were Wentiang University, Guanlan University, Lingyun University, Suilin University, and Wanghai University. The 7 institutes were Qingchuan University, Jinsu University, Yanzhou University, Moyu University, Xinglan University, Yuhong University, and Jinghu University. However, even though people often refer to these 12 universities together, as the name 5 Greats and 7 Institutes suggests, the first 5 universities have overall strengths that surpass the latter 7. Among the 5 Greats, there are also rankings. Wentiang University is undoubtedly the best, located in the capital of the Blue Country. Suilin University has always held the second place, while the remaining 3 universities are neck and neck, each with their own strengths. The overall strength of the 7 institutes is clearly inferior to that of the 5 Greats. The fundamental reason for this gap is that the presidents of the 5 Greats are all demon-taming emperors. Indeed, the 5 presidents are figures at the peak of power in the Blue Country. This disparity guarantees that the 5 Greats will inevitably surpass the other schools. However, even though the 7 institutes cannot compare to the 5 Greats, this does not prevent them from being top universities in the Blue Country. Similarly, corresponding to their own strengths, the difficulty of getting into the 5 Greats and 7 institutes is quite high. For example, in Qingshui City, where Lu Zhe lived, there were over 100 high schools with hundreds of thousands of students each year. Yet, only a handful of students can successfully get accepted into the 5 Greats each year, with the maximum being just 13 people. As for the 7 institutes, there are a little more, but still only a few hundred. This demonstrates just how high the acceptance difficulty is. Lu Zhe's goal for the college entrance examination was to get into any school among the 7 institutes. As for the 5 Greats, Lu Zhe never thought about it, it was simply impossible, even with his nurturing panel. After all, regardless of how much of an advantage he had, he still needed time to level up. Lu Zhe estimated that by the time of the college entrance examination, his nurturing level could only reach level 8, still at the rank of a second-tier nurturer. And some people, are born to see parents who are 4th-tier grand demon tamers, or even 5th-tier demon generals. How could Lu Zhe possibly compare? Back to the subject of the college entrance examination, because of the vast number of examinees each year, it was impossible to filter them through regular competitions. Thus, each year, the college entrance examination takes place through secret realms. The so-called secret realms usually come in 2 types. One type is purely a designated area in reality, serving as a secret realm. For instance, the Qingshui secret realm in Qingshui City is a specifically divided area that mimics a wild environment. Many wild demon beasts live within it. This type of secret realm is mostly used to train demon tamers' adaptability to the wild. The second type is the kind used for college entrance examinations. This type of secret realm is a separate space cut off from reality, inside which forms its own world. Most of these secret realms are handed down from ancient times. There is space that has been opened up, but its proportion is small. Opening up space is not impossible. Not only demon beasts, but even demon tamers can open up space after reaching a certain level of cultivation. Every year, the content of the college entrance examination tests candidates who enter a specially made secret realm, earning points by defeating demon beasts or collecting various spiritual items. The college entrance examination ranks candidates based on their points. So, Lu Zhe is now considering whether he should start training his combat skills. Because the secret realm is not like usual, it tests not only the strength of the demon tamers but also the strength of the demon tamers themselves. If the demon tamer's strength is inadequate, it is very easy to be directly eliminated. Ah! While Lu Zhe was still thinking, Bai Shuang suddenly stretched her head over and comfortably leaned against his chest. After petting Bai Shuang, Lu Zhe ultimately made a decision. He was going to start training his combat ability now. The next day, Lu Zhe shared his thoughts with Lin Qingyu. Lu Zhe's idea was to train his combat ability in the backyard of Qingyu Pavilion. If so, watching the shop would be put on hold. So, he needed to hire someone else to take over for him in the shop. But it's hard to find a nurturing master, it may not be possible to find one in a short time. After hearing Lu Zhe's words, Lin Qingyu frowned and expressed her worries. Who says it has to be a nurturing master? Lu Zhe replied with a smile. I'm just training in the backyard of Qingyu Pavilion, and I will still be in the pavilion myself. So, we only need to hire another person to deal with shopping customers. Those who come to treat demon beasts can completely come to inform me in the backyard. After hearing Lu Zhe's idea, Lin Qingyu considered it in her heart and felt it was feasible. Then it's settled, you'll be fully responsible for hiring. Lin Qingyu patted Lu Zhe on the shoulder and planned to leave. She had already agreed with Man Shi to go buy some things together. She couldn't help but think that the life of a hands-off manager was simply too good, she could do whatever she wanted every day. She really hoped this kind of life would last forever. With joy, Lin Qingyu left. Watching Lin Qingyu leave, Lu Zhe then operated on the computer and quickly drafted a recruitment message. After a few more clicks, Lu Zhe sent the recruitment information to various major job platforms. Done. Next, he just needed to wait for people to come. Chapter 46, Finding a Job. That night, Qin Yueshi dragged her heavy body onto the sofa, letting out a sigh of relief. Though she already felt very tired, when she took out her phone and saw her salary credited, she immediately broke into a happy smile. Hey, I earned a few hundred again today, I really am something. But I'll need to change jobs tomorrow. Feeling sore all over, Qin Yueshi realized she could no longer continue with this job. Indeed, pulling herbs in the medicine field shouldn't be a job for a delicate, beautiful girl. Thinking back to what happened during the day, Qin Yueshi felt she might cry. As a gentle, fragile beauty, she actually worked tirelessly in the medicine field under the scorching sun like a busy bee. Although nowadays, because of the existence of demon beasts, most heavy work can be handled by them. However, those tasks that require precision still need to be done by people. Collecting herbs in the medicine field is one of those tasks. Ordinary demon beasts cannot do it, and advanced demon beasts are too expensive. After thinking it over, it seems that human labor is the most cost-effective. Qin Yueshi, a senior student, like Lu Zhe, chose to return home to cultivate demon beasts. However, unlike Lu Zhe, who felt cultivating demon beasts was better, Qin Yueshi did it because she ran out of money. When she was 6 years old, her parents passed away in an accident, and other relatives were unwilling to take her in. So she was sent to an orphanage, but due to certain reasons, she started school a year late. This also meant that now, in her third year of high school, she already needed to be self-reliant. Let me see, which lucky person will receive my favor? Qin Yueshi skillfully opened the job recruitment website, starting to look for suitable work. What's this? Qingyu Pavilion? She clicked on the recruitment information in front of her and began to carefully examine the job details and benefits. Job requirements: an ordinary store clerk to check out customers. The job seems pretty simple, but I wonder what the pay is like. Qin Yueshi mumbled, her eyes moving down, and when she caught sight of the salary, her eyes suddenly widened. How much? Rubbing her eyes, Qin Yueshi disbelievingly read it again. The monthly salary is 8,000 yuan coins. Qin Yueshi swallowed hard, then hurriedly sent her information to the poster of the job. This is even more than what she could earn in the fields. After sending her information, Qin Yueshi anxiously awaited a response. God bless, please let me get this. Such an easy job with good pay looked like it would be in high demand. The next day, Lu Zhe arrived early at Qingyu Pavilion and opened the job recruitment website. As expected, in just one day, a whole bunch of people came to apply for the position. To recruit suitable candidates faster, Lu Zhe directly raised the salary offer significantly. Lu Zhe began to review the information of these applicants. In the end, Lu Zhe chose a cute girl who looked quite nice and had a bit of baby fat on her face. After all, this is for the store, in other words, a shop assistant. He couldn't choose someone too rough, could he? Qin Yueshi? That's a nice name. Lu Zhe murmured, then sent her a message on the website, informing her of her acceptance. As long as there are no major issues after meeting, she will be the one. At home, Qin Yueshi was still nervously waiting. Almost every little while, she checked to see if she had received any messages. Ding ding. The message alert that Qin Yueshi set up rang out. In an instant, Qin Yueshi appeared in front of the computer. With trembling hands, she clicked on the message. Congratulations, Miss Qin Yueshi, you have passed the initial screening. Please come to Qingyu Pavilion for an interview within 3 days. Yeah. Qin Yueshi exclaimed excitedly, and then hugged a nearby white fox tightly. Xiao bai. I got in. I got in. You are going to live a good life with me. Although it's just a regular clerk job, to Qin Yueshi, it felt incredibly significant. Eager to seize the opportunity, Qin Yueshi tidied herself up a bit and rushed towards Qingyu Pavilion. Inside Qingyu Pavilion. Hello, how can I help you? Lu Zhe looked at the nervous girl in front of him, feeling like her face looked somewhat familiar. Hello, I am here for the interview. With her hand pinching the corner of her shirt, Qin Yueshi said nervously. Interview? Is there a problem? Seeing Lu Zhe's expression, Qin Yueshi felt a pang of heaviness in her heart. Could there be a problem? Nothing, just a little surprised you came today. After being slightly surprised, Lu Zhe quickly composed himself. Because I believe this shows my seriousness about the job. Qin Yueshi recited the words she learned online. Watching Qin Yueshi saying this with a serious look, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile. It was obvious she learned this from the internet, it was so clear. After carefully examining the girl in front of him, Lu Zhe nodded. It seems she's not a fraudulent applicant. Is it convenient to summon your spirit beast? Yes, it is. Qin Yueshi obediently summoned her spirit beast. A white fox appeared beside her. Name, Miss Tail Fox. Level, low-grade mortal. Quality, high-grade mortal. Description, slim and graceful, completely snow-white, with a tail tip trailing a wisp of mist. The mist color changes with emotions, and swaying it lightly leaves faint frost marks on the ground. It is most active at night, dwelling in valleys shrouded in morning mist, feeding on dew-covered grass, and its tail mist can solidify into icy threads to ensnare foes, dispersing after 3 breaths. Travelers refer to it as the spirit of the mist. After viewing the information of the mist-tail fox through the eye of truth, Lu Zhe was somewhat surprised by its low-grade mortal strength. But he didn't say much more. Well, congratulations Miss Qin, you've passed the interview, and you can start working tomorrow. Really? Qin Yueshi tightened her fists in excitement, desperately trying to control her joy. Then, Lu Zhe and Qin Yueshi exchanged contact information. So from tomorrow, you can come to work. The job is also quite simple, it's just what I mentioned before, checking out customers. Lu Zhe briefly introduced the work content, and the specifics would be learned through practice tomorrow. Holding the mist-tail fox beside her, Qin Yueshi thanked Lu Zhe and then left. This girl is quite interesting. Watching Qin Yueshi walk a bit unsteadily in her excitement, Lu Zhe thought to himself. Since the person has been hired, he could practice his combat skills now. With this thought, Lu Zhe felt a bit excited inside. After all, who doesn't dream of becoming a heroic figure who leaps across roofs? Chapter 47, Training. Early the next morning, Qin Yueshi arrived at Qingyu Pavilion. You're here. Lu Zhe said to Qin Yueshi in front of him, waving at her. Next, you can first watch how I do it, after a few times you'll understand. When Qin Yueshi came to Lu Zhe's side, she listened carefully to his words and nodded heavily. Soon, customers began to walk in. After the customers selected their desired items, Lu Zhe successfully checked them out. Then, Lu Zhe checked out several more customers, clearly demonstrating the process to Qin Yueshi a few times. Did you see clearly? Now, you try it. Lu Zhe stepped aside, allowing Qin Yueshi to take his place. Only after watching Qin Yueshi successfully check out a customer did Lu Zhe nod in satisfaction. Next, this area will be yours, handle customers who are just buying things yourself. If you encounter customers who need to treat their beasts, come find me in the backyard. Okay. Qin Yueshi confirmed that she understood. In the backyard, Lu Zhe looked at the bow and arrows along with the long knife placed nearby. This is the weapon Lu Zhe chose for himself. The bow and arrows allow him to attack enemies from a distance, without risking close combat. The long knife allows him to deal with sudden situations like beast ambushes. After a moment of thought, Lu Zhe decided to practice with the bow and arrows first. Lu Zhe picked up the long bow beside him. The bow and arrows as well as the long knife were all ordinary weapons purchased from a nearby weapon shop. After glancing at the long bow in his hand, Lu Zhe gently pulled it, feeling it was a bit easier than he had imagined. Lu Zhe had previously bought some training books on archery online, so he had a basic understanding of it. Bai Shuang. Along with a mist of ice, Bai Shuang appeared beside Lu Zhe. Go over there and make a simple target out of ice for me. Hearing Lu Zhe's instructions, Bai Shuang obediently ran to a distance from Lu Zhe. Ow. Can I go now? Yes, just right there. Bai Shuang nodded, then exhaled icy breath from its mouth. A simple ice target appeared in this place. Lu Zhe raised the longbow in his hand, knocking an arrow on it and slowly pulling the bowstring. Whoosh! With a whoosh, the arrow shot straight into the ground beside the target, the feathers at the back still trembling slightly. Woo woo! Originally lying nearby, Bai Shuang saw the scene and hurriedly buried her head in her arms, but laughter still escaped. Lu Zhe didn't feel embarrassed, after all, it was just his first practice. Continue. After training for a while longer, Lu Zhe's accuracy clearly improved a lot. After all, he was no ordinary person. Due to his spiritual power, Lu Zhe gained much better control over his body. Therefore, training with the bow and arrow was not difficult for him at all. At this moment, inside the shop, Qin Yueshi had already summoned her mist-tail fox and was holding it tightly in her arms. At this moment, she was excitedly telling the mist-tail fox how thrilled she was. Ing. Little Bai replied perfunctorily, continuing to rest with its eyes closed in Qin Yueshi's arms. Seeing Little Bai's nonchalant attitude, Qin Yueshi didn't mind and continued to chatter away. She only stopped when the next customer walked in. Hello, my magical beast seems to be sick. Can you help me take a look? As soon as this customer entered the shop, he headed straight for the front desk where Qin Yueshi was. Ah? Qin Yueshi was first taken aback, then immediately remembered what Lu Zhe said about finding him when they encountered such sick customers. So, Qin Yueshi told the customer, please wait a moment. Then she hurried to the backyard. Boss, there's a customer who brought a magical beast to see the doctor. After saying this, her gaze was suddenly drawn to the figure of Bai Shuang nearby. When Qin Yueshi was speaking, Lu Zhe had just finished shooting a round of arrows and was planning to take a break. A customer has come? Hearing Qin Yueshi's words, Lu Zhe put down the bow and arrow in his hands and walked over to her. Let's go. Seeing Qin Yueshi blocking the doorway, Lu Zhe reminded her. Oh. Qin Yueshi's whole body shivered, hurriedly shifting her gaze from Bai Shuang and making way for Lu Zhe. The boss's magical beast was actually a frost wolf. And the mist-tail fox in Qin Yueshi's arms looked astonished at Bai Shuang, its eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of fox is this? How can it be so big? Looking down at her own body, the mist-tail fox felt somewhat petite for the first time. Hello, how can I help you? Arriving at the store, Lu Zhe asked the anxious customer. My magical beast seems to be sick. It hasn't eaten for several days. As the customer spoke, he summoned his magical beast. It was a rockhorn deer. Name, rockhorn deer. Quality, ordinary top grade. Introduction, its shoulders are covered with gray-brown short hair, its limbs have tendons raised like rocks, and its antlers are grayish-blue stone-like, with tiny cracks appearing year-round. It likes to brush its antlers against rocks while running, creating sparks and leaving trails of stone debris. You. As soon as the rockhorn deer came out, it let out a weak sound. After moving next to the rockhorn deer, Lu Zhe quickly came to a conclusion after a brief examination. This rockhorn deer has eaten something bad. Did you feed it something strange? Lu Zhe looked up, asking the customer. The customer thought carefully and then suddenly realized, I think I fed it some white jade snails before. Hearing this, Lu Zhe replied somewhat speechlessly, the rockhorn deer can't eat white jade snails, don't you know this? Name, white jade snail. Quality, ordinary low grade. Introduction, palm-sized, the shell is like milky white porcelain, the flesh is tender and has no fishy smell, boil in water for 3 minutes, then slice and serve cold. The entrance is a crispy and sweet delight. It often hides in the damp soil of the vegetable garden, thriving in groups after the rain, making it the cheapest treat for the common folks' table. The white jade snail is a beast with no attack abilities, but it breeds prolifically. Furthermore, its delicious taste makes it a favorite among many. However, just because humans can eat something doesn't mean beasts can too. While the white jade snail is a delicacy in the eyes of humans, for the rockhorn deer, it is nothing short of poison. After quickly preparing the appropriate medicine, Lu Zhe hurriedly administered it to the rockhorn deer. After taking the medicine, the deer's painful expression eased significantly. You. The gentle creature nudged Lu Zhe, expressing its gratitude with a soft call. Keep these medicines safe, and make sure to feed it once every day after you return. Also, remember, never feed it those strange things again. As he handed the medicine to the customer, Lu Zhe reminded him earnestly. Okay, thank you. The customer took the medicine, quickly storing the rockhorn deer back into his body before hurriedly leaving. Watching him walk away, Lu Zhe helplessly shook his head, feeling disappointed. Hey, boss, I didn't know you were a breeder? Shin Yueshi's voice, filled with admiration and envy, rang out from the side. Having just witnessed Lu Zhe skillfully tending to a sick beast, Shin Yueshi was utterly astonished. She didn't expect the boss, who looked about her age, to already be a breeder. And he had even contracted such a powerful beast. Turning her head to glance at the nearby white frost, Shin Yueshi suddenly felt like the mist-tailed fox in her arms was no longer special. The mist-tailed fox shook suddenly, revealing a puzzled expression. Who is talking about me? But this confusion quickly faded as its attention was drawn back to white frost. Chapter 48, The Curious Mist-Tailed Fox. Seeing Shin Yueshi gaze at him with admiring eyes, Lu Zhe couldn't help but feel a hint of pride, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. If you encounter a guest like this again, just come to the backyard and find me, I will handle it. Pausing, Lu Zhe added, and I'm not the boss, just call me Lu Zhe. Shin Yueshi nodded obediently, her admiring eyes following Lu Zhe as he brought white frost back to the backyard. Not long after returning to the backyard and starting to practice again, Lu Zhe suddenly sensed something and paused, turning to look at the door leading into the shop. He noticed a snowy white fox head peeking out sneakily, its round eyes filled with curiosity, surveying this side. The moment Lu Zhe's gaze swept over, the fox got startled, like a child caught in wrongdoing, and quickly shrank back. I didn't see anything. The mist-tailed fox pressed itself tightly against the wall by the door, holding its breath, not daring to move, afraid of being discovered. It was truly curious about white frost, so while Shin Yueshi was busy attending to customers, it sneakily crept to the door of the backyard, cautiously observing white frost. In the eyes of the mist-tailed fox, white frost was a huge white fox, a powerful being of its kind. While it was lost in thought, suddenly, a huge shadow loomed over. The mist-tailed fox stiffened, slowly lifting its head. White frost had somehow appeared before it, looking down from above. Ing. The mist-tailed fox quickly wagged its tail, making a pleasing sound, trying to express goodwill. However, white frost remained unmoved, still quietly staring at it. The mist-tailed fox grew anxious, its tail unconsciously curling up, and its ears drooping slightly. Little White. At that moment, Shin Yueshi's voice came from behind. Little White, how did you end up here? Shin Yueshi quickly walked over, bending down to scoop the mist-tailed fox into her arms. Then, her gaze naturally fell on white frost. The heartbeat suddenly quickened a few beats. So beautiful. The sunlight slanted through the door, reflecting on the white frost's fur. The originally pure white fur shimmered with a faint icy blue sheen under the light, like a layer of frost, beautiful like a dream. Shin Yueshi was mesmerized, her fingers unconsciously moving. I want to touch it. Frost, come here. Lu Zhe also walked over, calling out to Frost. Ow. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's call, Frost immediately turned and trotted over, her expression losing some of its coldness. Ing. The misty-tail fox snuggled in Shin Yueshi's arms, sneakily glancing at Frost. Despite Frost seeming hard to approach, facing such a powerful kin, as it thought, it couldn't help but want to get closer. Little Bai, what do you want to do? Back at the front desk, Shin Yueshi stroked the misty-tail fox in her arms while asking it. Ing. You say you want to play with Lu Ji's spirit beast? Shin Yueshi hesitated as she spoke. The misty-tail fox nodded heavily, its tail starting to wag excitedly. This. Shin Yueshi felt a bit troubled. Ing. Seeing her owner hesitate, the misty-tail fox immediately launched its cute offensive, nudging its furry head against her. Its tail gently brushed against her arm as it raised its head, a pair of watery big eyes looking at her pitifully. At this sight, Shin Yueshi's heart almost melted, and she quickly agreed. Okay, I'll go tell Lu Go right now. Got it. The misty-tail fox's eyes flashed with cunning as it proudly flicked its tail. In the backyard. Frost, I see that the misty-tail fox seems to want to play with you? Lu Zhe didn't start training immediately, instead smiling at Frost. Ow. Frost replied nonchalantly. Although she wasn't against playing with other spirit beasts, it couldn't be said that she liked it. She had been observing the green leaf worm purely out of curiosity. Just as Lu Zhe was about to start training, he heard Shin Yueshi's voice coming over. Lu Gu. Looking up, he saw Shin Yueshi holding her misty-tail fox at the door. The misty-tail fox in her arms was looking over timidly. What's wrong? More guests have come? Lu Zhe asked. No. Shin Yueshi shook her head repeatedly and told Lu Zhe about the misty-tail fox wanting to play with Frost. It's Little Bai, she said she wants to play with Lu Ji's spirit beast. Shin Yueshi spoke a bit shyly. After hearing this, Lu Zhe looked down at the misty-tail fox in Shin Yueshi's arms. Ing. The misty-tail fox made a well-behaved sound. Can we? Shin Yueshi asked nervously. Of course, but I still need to ask Frost for her opinion. If she agrees, it's fine. Lu Zhe was very approving in his heart because he couldn't just contract Frost as his only spirit beast, he would definitely go for other spirit beasts later. An excellent spirit beast master not only has to train their own spirit beast well but also ensure that their spirit beasts get along friendly with each other. And right now, Frost seemed to rely heavily on Lu Zhe while showing little interest in anyone else except curiosity. Thus, Lu Zhe hoped Frost could interact more with other spirit beasts. Lu Zhe walked over to Frost and told her about the Misty Tail Fox wanting to play with her. Frost raised her head, meeting the Misty Tail Fox's expectant gaze. "Ow." Gently wagging her tail, Frost indicated she didn't mind. Frost agrees. Returning to Qin Yueshi's side, Lu Zhe smiled as he said. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's conveyed message, the Misty Tail Fox suddenly became excited, struggling out of Qin Yueshi's embrace. It quickly ran towards Frost. "Lu Ge, are you also a student?" At this moment, Qin Yueshi asked Lu Zhe. "Yes, I'm from Qinghuai number 7. Lu Zhe nodded. "I'm from Qinghuai number 12. Looking at Frost lying nearby, a hint of envy flashed in Qin Yueshi's eyes. "Brother Lu, I'm going back now." After chatting for a while, Qin Yueshi returned to the shop. Lu Zhe then started practicing again, while the Misty Tail Fox eagerly greeted Bai Shuang beside him. But Bai Shuang appeared very cool and distant, responding lightly a few times before falling silent. Chapter 49, The Hard-to-Drink Potion. More than 10 days later. Whoosh! A sharp sound of something slicing through the air suddenly rang out. Accompanied by the tremor of the arrow cutting through the air, the arrow accurately pierced the bullseye of the ice crystal target ahead. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the center of the ice crystal target burst into a spider web of cracks, but the arrow remained firmly embedded in the center. The feathers at the arrow's end still quivered slightly, making a faint buzzing sound. Lu Zhe nodded in satisfaction, then put down the longbow in his hands and picked up a towel to wipe his sweat. While wiping his sweat, Lu Zhe looked to his left at the Misty Tail Fox and Bai Shuang. The Misty Tail Fox was still very enthusiastic, while Bai Shuang appeared to be much better than before. Although she wasn't as warm as the Misty Tail Fox, she had made quite a change compared to before. Opening a box of cookies beside him, Lu Zhe took out some cookies to feed Bai Shuang and also gave some to the Misty Tail Fox. The Misty Tail Fox obediently opened its mouth and enjoyed tasting the cookies in its mouth. So delicious. Licking its lips, the Misty Tail Fox felt an immense sense of happiness inside. Over the past few days, whenever Lu Zhe had something delicious for Bai Shuang, he would usually share a bit with it as well. The Misty Tail Fox turned a little to look at its somewhat round belly, happy as can be. What a wonderful life. I want to change my owner. Whoa. What are you doing? Bai Shuang looked at the Misty Tail Fox in confusion. It was just some cookies, wasn't it? Even if they were delicious, it shouldn't be like this. Lu Zhe patted Bai Shuang and planned to go into the shop. But he suddenly stopped, pulling out a glass bottle from his pocket, inside which was a dark green liquid. Bai Shuang, drink this. Lu Zhe's tone was somewhat serious. And the moment Bai Shuang saw Lu Zhe pull out the bottle, her pupils suddenly constricted, and her front paws unconsciously took half a step back. Finally, she directly turned her head away, no longer looking at Lu Zhe. Wine. What is this? It looks so tasty. The Misty Tail Fox, on the side, looked at the bottle with some greedy intent. Seeing Bai Shuang's refusal, Lu Zhe squatted down gently to turn Bai Shuang's head back. Be good. Whoa. I'll drink it if you leave. Under Bai Shuang's firm attitude, Lu Zhe ultimately left. But he wasn't worried that Bai Shuang would dump it while he was away. At most, she would drink half and dump half. Lu Zhe didn't feel it was wasteful because it was indeed hard to drink, just smelling it made him feel like he would throw up. Thinking about having to drink this stuff, Lu Zhe shivered all over. Luckily, it wasn't me drinking it. Once Lu Zhe confirmed he was gone, Bai Shuang finally wrapped her tail around the potion bottle. After opening it, Bai Shuang leaned in to sniff the bottle's opening, and an unpleasant smell instantly twisted her expression. So weird. How can there be such a thing? Bai Shuang opened her mouth and silently gagged, taking quite some time to recover. This is also the reason why she made Lu Zhe leave. She didn't want him to see her like this. After hesitating for a long while, Bai Shuang finally closed her eyes and poured the medicine into her mouth with her tail wrapping around the bottle. In an instant, an indescribable taste filled Bai Shuang's mouth, but she still forced herself to keep drinking. Until finally, she couldn't drink anymore. Cough cough woo woo. I can't take it. I can't drink anymore. Bai Shuang felt like if she drank anymore, she would throw up. At last, Bai Shuang looked at the bottle and found there was still a small portion left. While she was troubled about how to deal with the remaining liquid, the Misty Tail Fox suddenly made a sound beside her. Ing. And this sound caught Bai Shuang's attention towards the Misty Tail Fox. Suddenly, a thought popped into Bai Shuang's mind, to let the Misty Tail Fox drink the remaining medicine. Although this medicine tasted terrible, it was indeed very beneficial for her, and Bai Shuang had already sensed the flow of warmth within her body. Even though Bai Shuang was a frost wolf who loved the cold, this warmth still felt very comfortable to her. With this thought, Bai Shuang made up her mind. Oh. This is for you, drink it. Upon hearing this, the misty-tail fox, without question, was about to take the medicine bottle with its tail, but Bai Shuang stopped it. I will feed you. Bai Shuang was afraid that if the misty-tail fox drank it, it would vomit right away. She didn't want to waste this medicine. It may taste bad, but the benefits were significant. If it weren't for the fact that she had developed a good feeling towards the misty-tail fox in recent days, she wouldn't share this medicine at all. Despite her doubts, the misty-tail fox obediently opened its mouth. Over the past few days of getting along, the misty-tail fox had become almost completely obedient to Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang quickly poured the remaining medicine into the misty-tail fox's mouth, and in an instant, its eyes widened in shock. Even the tail that had been shaking behind it became stiff. With a shiver, just as the misty-tail fox was about to spit the medicine out, Bai Shuang quickly wrapped her tail around its mouth. Woo! The misty-tail fox struggled wildly, the taste in its mouth driving it nearly insane. But Bai Shuang's seemingly weak tail unleashed incredible strength, preventing it from opening its mouth at all. Only after confirming that the misty-tail fox swallowed it did Bai Shuang release her tail. Ha! The moment she let go, the misty-tail fox gasped for air. The indescribable taste seemed to be attacking its brain wildly, making it want to gag incessantly. After a while, it finally regained its senses in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Before it could do anything, a warm current surged from its stomach, gradually spreading throughout its body. Ing. The misty-tail fox curiously rubbed its belly with its tail, instantly feeling comfortable and narrowing its eyes. Strange, why do I suddenly feel so comfortable again? Seeing that nothing was wrong with the misty-tail fox, Bai Shuang finally lay down and began to focus on digesting the power of the medicine within her body. After arriving at the store, Lu Zhe saw Lin Qingyu chatting with the receptionist, Qin Yueshi. Sister Lin, why are you here? What? I can't come to my own store? Hearing Lu Zhe's words, Lin Qingyu stopped her conversation with Qin Yueshi. Lu Zhe didn't mean anything by it, it was just that as he worked part-time longer, Lin Qingyu came to the store less and less. Especially after Su Manqi arrived, the two often went shopping together, sometimes even calling Lu Zhe to help carry things. Lu Zhe, the employee you hired is quite good. Lin Qingyu looked at receptionist Qin Yueshi with satisfaction. Boss, you're flattering me. Qin Yueshi said nervously. After realizing Lin Qingyu was the real owner, she became even more anxious. Afraid that she might do something wrong, Lin Qingyu felt uncomfortable, and thus fired herself. You go to the backyard and watch Bai Shuang and the others. Leave this to me and Lin Jie. Looking at the nervous Qin Yueshi, Lu Zhe said to her. Although Qin Yueshi looked at Lu Zhe gratefully, she still glanced at Lin Qingyu. After seeing Lin Qingyu nod, she felt as if a great burden was lifted and headed to the backyard. Why is this girl so afraid of me? Do I look scary? After Qin Yueshi left, Lin Qingyu asked in confusion. Since she had revealed her identity as the boss, Qin Yueshi had been acting very afraid of her. This job is very important to her. Lu Zhe explained to Lin Qingyu while detailing Qin Yueshi's situation. During these days of interaction, Lu Zhe had long understood Qin Yueshi's circumstances. What a poor child. After hearing this, Lin Qingyu said in a somewhat gloomy tone. Chapter 50, The Qinghuai Secret Realm. Lin Jie, I want to discuss something with you. At this moment, Lu Zhe suddenly said to Lin Qingyu. What is it? Lin Qingyu looked at Lu Zhe with confusion. I want to ask for leave. I plan to train in the Qinghuai Secret Realm for a while. After these days of training, Lu Zhe felt that he had practiced enough and could go to the Secret Realm to train. Because the power of a demon tamer primarily relies on taming demons, not solely on his own strength. The gap between the two is too large, even a second-tier demon tamer would not necessarily match up against a first-tier demon in terms of strength. Therefore, a demon tamer's combat capability is merely for self-defense or to hold on until their demon comes. As for attacking each other while demons are fighting, that is completely impossible, no one would do that. Because no one knows how many demons there are on the other side, what if they hit a demon within themselves? So, whenever a demon tamer battles, they keep their distance, never approaching each other. Lu Zhe felt that he was about ready to protect himself, and moreover, he could improve his and Bai Shuang's combat skills more effectively in the Secret Realm. The Qinghuai Secret Realm? After hearing this, Lin Qingyu was initially taken aback, then looked at Lu Zhe. Of course, no problem. While I'm on leave, Lin Jie, you'll have to manage the shop yourself. That's fine, I've been a bit idle too. Lin Qingyu didn't feel anything wrong with Lu Zhe asking for leave, as the spirit medicines he made already increased the shop's earnings significantly. Sometimes, Lin Xingyu would be surprised at how Lu Zhe could create such spirit medicines, while she couldn't think of it. Clearly, the difficulty in making those wasn't high, yet she just couldn't figure it out. But you have to prepare in advance, the secret realm can be very dangerous. Lin Xingyu reminded him. Lu Zhe nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he chatted a bit more with Lin Xingyu and received a few customers along the way. Lu Zhe looked at the time and said to Lin Xingyu, Lin Jia, I'll head out first today. Spend these days preparing at home. I certainly don't want you coming back with missing arms or legs. Arriving at the backyard, Bai Shuang was lazily lying under the locust tree, its silvery white fur shining in the sunlight like fine satin. Bai Shuang, time to go home. Lu Zhe called out to Bai Shuang, bring my weapon too. Hearing Lu Zhe's words, Bai Shuang wiggled its tail, while the mist-winged beast immediately ran over to grab Lu Zhe's weapon, then eagerly handed it to Bai Shuang. Ah whoa. Well done. I knew you would make others work for you, you're getting lazier by the day. Lu Zhe shook his head helplessly. Ah whoa. It's its own choice. Bai Shuang huffed nonchalantly, wrapping Lu Zhe's weapon with its tail and leisurely walking to Lu Zhe's side. Regarding the behavior of the mist-winged beast, as the master, Qin Yueshi did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she looked at Bai Shuang with some disappointment in her eyes. Damn it, still couldn't touch it. I must try harder tomorrow. Should I bring some delicious food tomorrow? What does Frost Wolf like to eat? Just as Qin Yueshi was lost in her thoughts, Lu Zhe's voice came over. Yueshi, I have something to do for a while and won't be coming. Sister Lin will come to help you watch the store. Ah. After hearing this, Qin Yueshi first felt regretful. She had planned to bring some tasty food tomorrow to tempt Bai Shuang. But then, realizing she would be watching the store with Lin Xingyu, her heart suddenly jolted. Brother Lu, when will you be back? Qin Yueshi asked with a hint of hope, hoping to hear a positive answer from Lu Zhe. It's hard to say, but at least it will take a month. Lu Zhe said uncertainly. Ah? That long? Qin Yueshi murmured softly. Then I'll leave first. You clean up and head to the store. Sister Lin seems to have something to say to you. Before leaving, Lu Zhe reminded Qin Yueshi, then took Bai Shuang home. That night, at Lu Zhe's home, Lu Zhe was currently searching for specific information about the Qinghuai secret realm. The Qinghuai secret realm is actually a piece of artificially controlled wilderness. Inside, there are many wild demon beasts. Some lived there originally, and some were later released by humans. However, due to human control, the danger is much lower than in the real wild. Of course, this does not mean that the Qinghuai secret realm is completely without risks. In fact, every year, many people still die in the secret realm. There are also different levels of secret realms, corresponding to the highest level of demon beasts inside. For example, the Qinghuai secret realm is a tier 3 secret realm, where the highest level demon beast is at the heaven stage level. In the following days, Lu Zhe checked information about the secret realm while preparing the necessary items. Bai Shuang, let's go. Lu Zhe stood at the door with a suitcase in one hand and a backpack on his back, calling out to Bai Shuang inside the house. Ah whoa. Coming. Bai Shuang came running over with a cookie box marked with snowflakes in her mouth. Ah whoa. Take this with you too. Helplessly glancing at the cookie box, Lu Zhe sighed and finally packed it into the bag. I knew you would eat. Be careful not to turn into a fat wolf in the future. Bai Shuang happily wiggled her tail, looking at her beloved cookies being packed inside. As for what Lu Zhe said, she completely ignored it. Come on, let's go. Lu Zhe extended his hand to Bai Shuang, and she leaped slightly forward, transforming into a white light and being absorbed into Lu Zhe's body. After confirming the door was locked, Lu Zhe's taxi arrived just in time. Not long after getting into the car, Lu Zhe felt a bit sleepy and yawned. In the end, he simply fell asleep in the car. After a long while, Lu Zhe finally arrived at his destination, the Qinghuai secret realm. Lu Zhe looked around. Although the Qinghuai secret realm is just a secret realm, various buildings have been established all around it. Demon Tamer Association, Demon Beast Hospital, Beast Breeding Store, everything is available. As Lu Zhe observed the surrounding buildings and crowds, he walked towards the Demon Tamer Association. Qinghuai City is so big, of course, there can't be just one Demon Tamer Association. Besides one main headquarters, there are many branches elsewhere. Walking into the Demon Tamer Association, Lu Zhe headed straight for the front desk. Chapter 51, Demon General, Qinghuai Tree Demon. Hello, I would like to enter the Qinghuai secret realm. The woman at the front desk looked up. Looked towards Lu Zhe. Then please register first. Her fingers tapped the keyboard, creating crisp sounds. Please show your identification. Lu Zhe took out his phone and showed his electronic identification. The woman scanned it with a device, and immediately Lu Zhe's information appeared on the computer in front of her. After a simple operation, the young woman looked up. Okay, your information has been registered. As long as you show your ID, you can enter the secret realm. Considering this is your first time here, do you need me to introduce it to you? The woman asked. Okay. The woman nodded and began to introduce. The first floor of the association not only handles general business but also has a special lounge for monster tamers to rest. The second floor is specifically for issuing tasks within the secret realm. Completing tasks will earn you corresponding points. Points can be used everywhere here, and if you need anything, you can also use points to post corresponding tasks. After listening, Luce nodded and then headed to the second floor. The second floor was a huge open space, featuring a massive circular service desk in the center. Dozens of staff in uniform were busy handling various matters. The hall also had many things resembling guide machines, and Luce randomly chose one to check. He found the screen filled with numerous tasks. First level task, ID 7081, collect 10 clear water vines, limited time 7 days. Reward points, 5. First level task, ID 7082, collect 20 moonlight grasses, limited time 3 days. Reward points, 10. Second level task, ID 8594, capture a stone crystal snake, limited time 1 month. Reward points, 180. Note, the stone crystal snake must not be seriously injured. After a simple operation, Luce understood how to accept and submit tasks. By presenting his ID, he could accept corresponding tasks here, and after completion, he would go to the service desk in the middle of the hall, where the staff would check if everything was correct before he could receive his points. After reviewing, Luce thought for a while and accepted the tasks to collect clear water vines and moonlight grasses. After leaving the Monster Tamer Association, Luce found a hotel nearby and booked a room. After all, he might stay here for a long time, so he needed to find a place to settle down. In the room, he organized his belongings, and when Luce came out again, he was only carrying a knife and a bow and arrows. He also had a backpack with some healing potions inside. Arriving at the entrance of the secret realm, the staff checked Luce's identification before handing him a special watch. The person checking was a serious middle-aged man. This is a special watch that can help you track your location. Then he pointed to a red button on the watch. And if you encounter danger, you can call the nearest rescue team with it. After leaving the secret realm, the watch needs to be returned, and if it gets damaged, you will need to compensate. After hearing this, Luce nodded to show he understood, and then he officially entered the secret realm. Once inside the secret realm, Luce was greeted by a refreshing scent of grass and trees. Before his eyes was a vast expanse of trees, and at the depths of the secret realm stood an incredibly enormous tree. Its trunk was 10 jang thick, with a bronze-like metallic texture on its surface, filled with the grooves and patterns left by time. The tree crown rose over 100 meters, piercing the clouds, while translucent spirit locust flowers sparkled under the sunlight, emitting a dreamy halo. From afar, it looked like a layer of green veil covered the crown of the tree. What was most astonishing were the 3 pairs of amber tree eyes faintly visible in the middle of the trunk, looking over the surroundings like deities. Luce looked at the giant tree in the distance and couldn't help but hold his breath. Is this the spirit-level beast? That giant tree is also a beast, to be precise, it is a spirit-level Qinghuai tree demon. Name, Qinghuai tree demon. Quality, mid-grade of the general level. Introduction, the main trunk is 10 jang thick and over 100 meters tall, a towering ancient tree, with dark blue bark shimmering with a bronze luster, and its crown perpetually blooms with translucent spirit huai flowers, with 3 pairs of amber tree eyes growing on the main trunk. The root system can transform into hundreds of bronze tentacles like giant pythons, stretching thousands of meters at most. This Qinghuai tree demon is the origin of the Qinghuai secret realm, and even the name of Qinghuai city. The reason is that this Qinghuai tree demon was once the demon beast of a beast tamer general. Hundreds of years ago, Qinghuai city faced a very serious beast tide. In order to protect the city, that beast tamer general fought desperately. Although he ultimately succeeded in quelling the beast tide, he was seriously injured and on the brink of death. Even his demon beast, the Qinghuai tree demon, was damaged at its core. In the end, although it survived, its strength dropped to the spirit level. After the death of this beast tamer general, the Qinghuai tree demon chose not to leave but stayed here, burying the general beneath itself. Thus, in memory of them, the city was renamed Qinghuai City, and later the official established the Qinghuai secret realm around the Qinghuai tree demon. Gulping in shock, Luce took a long time to withdraw his gaze. He wondered if he would have the chance to train Baishuan to be as powerful as this. Luce thought. Then, Luce checked the map through his watch, deciding to complete the task first. Through the watch, Luce found that he was at the very edge of the secret realm. To make it easier for the coming beast tamers to train, the officials had intervened, allowing the beasts to be divided into areas based on their strength. The farther away from the center of the secret realm, the Qinghuai tree demon, the weaker the beasts would be. And the positions of Qingshui vine and moonlight grass were also in the outskirts of the secret realm. After all, it was just a first-level task. After looking at the map, Lu Zhe directly summoned Baishuang. The icy mist gradually spread, and Baishuang appeared beside Lu Zhe. Ow! As soon as Baishuang appeared and looked around, it couldn't help but let out a joyful cry. It seemed that Baishuang was quite satisfied with this environment. Then Lu Zhe casually chose a direction and began to search for Qingshui vine and moonlight grass. Baishuang followed closely beside Lu Zhe, curiously observing the surroundings. After walking for a while, Baishuang's ears suddenly twitched, and it alertly looked to the side. Seeing Baishuang's appearance, Lu Zhe also became tense, drawing his bow and aiming at that direction. The sound grew louder, and finally, under Lu Zhe's anxious gaze, a silvery gray rabbit jumped out. Seeing this, Lu Zhe's initially tense body relaxed instantly. It turned out to be a moonshadow rabbit. Name: Moonshadow Rabbit. Quality: mid-grade of the ordinary level. Introduction: small in size like a house rabbit, with silvery gray fur all over and a crescent-shaped white spot on its forehead. It excels at becoming invisible under moonlight, and leaves faint afterimages when it jumps. Its diet consists of night dew and moonlight grass. It is timid but very alert. The moonshadow rabbit then saw Lu Zhe and Baishuang, and immediately shivered all over. Especially when it saw Baishuang staring fiercely at it, it got scared and felt weak all over. Without hesitation, it quickly bounced away to escape. Alright, Baishuang, it's fine. Lu Zhe patted the slightly fluffed-up Baishuang, soothingly said. But Baishuang still did not relax. Instead, it took an attacking stance. It's not just that rabbit, there are other beasts. Baishuang conveyed to Lu Zhe via their bond that there were other beasts nearby. Lu Zhe suddenly raised his bow again, and then, a huge cat rushed out from behind a tree. Rushed towards Lu Zhe. Meow. This was actually a steel claw lynx. Name: Steel Claw Lynx. Quality: superior of common rank. Description: agile like a cheetah, with gray-brown patterned fur, claws gleaming with cold light, easily tearing through iron sheet. Solitary by nature, good at ambush and surprise attacks, likes to drag its prey to the treetops to eat. Chapter 52: Journey to the Secret Realm. Ah whoa. However, at the moment the steel claw lynx appeared, Baishuang let out a roar, intercepting it at a faster speed. The steel claw lynx saw Baishuang barreling towards it, its pupils suddenly constricted, but its body was already in the air, unable to dodge at all. Bang! Amidst the dull sound of impact, a look of pain appeared on the steel claw lynx's face, a flash of horror in its amber beast eyes. Its long body arced through the air, sharp claws gouging out 4 deep grooves in the muddy ground. Before it could stabilize itself, Baishuang had already gathered a cold white breath in her throat, and the surrounding air instantly crystallized into tiny ice shards. Meow! The steel claw lynx's back arched, suddenly darting towards the bushes in a strange zigzag pattern. Baishuang's freezing breath exploded behind it, turning the entire thicket into ice sculptures. Oh whoa! Baishuang looked at this scene with fury, unwillingly scratching the ground with her front paws. Lucky you run fast. Baishuang chose not to pursue. Her main goal was to protect Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, still in fear, watched the fleeing attacker. The whole ambush to escape took only a few seconds. Everything happened so quickly that Lu Zhe didn't even have time to fight back. If it weren't for Baishuang, he would probably be done for. And that steel claw lynx was merely of common superior rank, after all. At the end of the day, a beast tamer mainly focuses on mental power. Combat ability is just an added bonus. Seeing Lu Zhe in a daze, Baishuang walked over to his side and affectionately rubbed against him. Ow ow. I'm fine. After patting Baishuang, Lu Zhe put away his bow and arrow. Then, Lu Zhe continued his search for clear water vine and moonlight grass with Baishuang. Not long after, Lu Zhe successfully found the clear water vine he needed in the center of a river. Splash! In the clear river water, a school of knifefin fish swam by, shimmering silver-gray light. When their dorsal fins sliced through the water's surface, a ringing sound like metal was emitted. What luck I have! Lu Zhe gazed at the clear water vine growing in the center of the river and puzzled over how to collect it. Diving in to collect it was definitely not an option, because of the large school of knifefin fish in the river. Name: knifefin fish. Quality: inferior of common rank. Description: silver-gray fish with fins as sharp as knives. Extremely fast swimmers. When schooling, they can form a fish bladestorm that instantly strips prey down to the skeleton. Their habit of swimming upstream makes them the cleaners of the river. Although knifefin fish are only inferior beasts of common rank, when they school in water, their power is immense. Seeing their sharp fins, Lu Zhe decisively gave up on the idea of going into the water. While Lu Zhe was pondering how to collect the vine, Baishuang stared at the knifefin fish in the river, her eyes filled with desire, and her mouth watering suspiciously. They looked delicious. Looking at the knifefin fish swimming in the river, Baishuang suddenly remembered the tasty grilled fish she had eaten last night. Then, glancing at Lu Zhe, who was still deep in thought, Baishuang didn't disturb him. Instead, she desperately swallowed her saliva. After thinking for a while, Lu Zhe came up with an idea and decided to try it out first. Bai Shuang, spray a breath into the river. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuang's tail shot straight up, excitedly nodding her head. Awo, awo. Leave it to me. Bai Shuang approached the riverbank, quickly selecting a big knife-fin fish, then, from her mouth, sprayed out a breath of frost. Crack, crack. The moment the frost breath made contact with the surface of the water, the churning waves suddenly froze. Icicles spread like living creatures underwater, sealing several hapless knife fish in crystal-clear pillars of ice. The other knife fish nearby, seeing this, all swished their tails and swam away from this spot. Before long, all the knife fish in the river had fled. Looking at the few knife fish that had been frozen, Bai Shuang showed a triumphant expression on her face. It worked! Lu Zhe looked at the knife fish that had already swum far away, his tone full of joy. Although a large group of knife fish was quite strong, knife fish themselves were still relatively timid. So, as long as a little noise was made to make them feel threatened, they would naturally leave. Bai Shuang, keep watching from the side. Once those knife fish come back, continue to scare them away like this. Bai Shuang nodded, squatting by the river, observing the movements of the knife fish. Although she also wanted to dig up those knife fish from the ice, Lu Zhe's urgent task was obviously more important. Lu Zhe tentatively stepped on the ice of the river, finding it very solid. Only then did he step confidently onto it, making his way to the side of the clear water vine. He pulled out a dagger and started collecting the clear water vine. The clear water vine itself was quite tough, so Lu Zhe also spent a lot of time collecting it. In the meantime, the group of knife fish tried to swim back but were scared off again by Bai Shuang's breath. Seeing a few more knife fish frozen by herself, Bai Shuang happily shook her body. Alright, let's go. Lu Zhe placed 10 clear water vines into his backpack and planned to leave directly with Bai Shuang. Ow. Seeing this, Bai Shuang quickly stood in front of Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe looked at Bai Shuang in confusion, then understood her request through their contract. You want the frozen knife fish? Bai Shuang nodded excitedly. Okay then, go dig them out yourself, but be careful. Lu Zhe did not refuse, as he wasn't in a hurry anyway. Hearing Lu Zhe's agreement, Bai Shuang quickly jumped into the water, using her sharp claws to dig at the frozen knife fish. The solid ice easily cracked open like tofu under Bai Shuang's sharp claws. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe remained alert for any other knife fish. As soon as they approached, he would immediately warn Bai Shuang. Thus, Bai Shuang dug out one knife fish after another, placing them beside Lu Zhe. Once the knife fish were packed into Lu Zhe's backpack, he finally left with the happily bouncing Bai Shuang. After that, Lu Zhe searched again in the secret realm but still did not find any trace of moonlight grass. Looking at the increasingly darkening sky, Lu Zhe decided it was time to leave the secret realm. Although the officials did not require staying out of the secret realm at night, it was still too dangerous at night. As he approached the exit of the secret realm, Lu Zhe put Bai Shuang back into his body beforehand and then walked out. Hello, according to the rules, we need to check your belongings. A staff member walked over upon seeing Lu Zhe emerge. Lu Zhe handed over his backpack while also taking off the watch on his wrist, returning it. After all, the secret realm was artificially created, and some rare monster beasts inside were forbidden to harm. Some precious spiritual items were also prohibited from being harvested. Thus, after exiting the secret realm, staff members would always conduct a check. After a quick inspection of Lu Zhe's backpack, the staff member found nothing unusual. However, seeing a large number of knife fish in the backpack, they looked at Lu Zhe curiously. Did you come to fish? Without saying much, the staff member returned the backpack to Lu Zhe. After that, Lu Zhe immediately went to the Beast Tamer Association to submit his task. After the association staff confirmed everything was correct, they immediately added the points to Lu Zhe's account. Looking at the 10 points credited to his account, Lu Zhe started to check the things in the association that could be exchanged. Moonflower Dew, 15 points /bottle. Spirit Wood Essence, 30 points /part. A whole pile of spiritual items that could enhance the strength of the monster beasts, and besides that, there was also some information about secret realms. Detailed distribution map of monster beasts in the Qinghuai secret realm, 50 points /part. Distribution map of spirit plants, limited to first order spirit plants, 80 points /part. And besides these, Lu Zhe also found something that surprised him. Chapter 53, Delicious Grilled Fish. That was the materials needed for Bai Shuang's evolution. All three could be exchanged with points. Ice Marrow Essence, 300 points /small bottle. Ice Soul Crystal Core, 1000 points /part. Extreme Cold Dragon Blood, 5000 points /drop. Lu Zhe had been collecting the evolution materials for Bai Shuang, but the results were not ideal. Ice Marrow Essence was the easiest to obtain, though expensive. Lu Zhe's current income was also very high. The market price for Ice Marrow Essence was 50,000 per gram, and Lu Zhe's monthly salary plus the shares from spiritual herbs had reached a terrifying 300,000. To say the least, it really pays to be a cultivator. In addition, having previously won 50 grams of ice marrow essence from the competition, it wouldn't take long for Lu Zhe to finish collecting it. But the trouble was still with the other two, Ice Soul Crystal Core and Extreme Cold Dragon Blood. Ice Soul Crystal Core goes without saying, although some were available for sale, it was a leveling item for many first-order cold attribute monster beasts. Therefore, based solely on Lu Zhe's current income, there was no way to consider it. As for Extreme Cold Dragon Blood, there was simply nothing available for sale. Lu Zhe hadn't found any channel to purchase it. This was also the dilemma faced by lower-tier monster tamers. Some high-grade materials or spiritual items simply did not have regular purchasing channels. No matter how much money there was, it was useless. However, looking at the 5,000 points for Extreme Cold Dragon Blood made Lu Zhe gulp. How many tasks must he complete to get 5,000 points? But it was okay, as long as there was hope, he would eventually accumulate 5,000 points. Aside from the evolution materials for Bai Shuang, the only other items that attracted Lu Zhe were the materials about the secret realms. As for other ways to enhance the monster beast's strength, Lu Zhe could refine them himself, and the higher level ones, Bai Shuang couldn't use yet. After returning to the hotel, Lu Zhe, reminded by Bai Shuang, handed the knife fin fish to the hotel, asking them to prepare it before serving it to his room. Of course, this extra service would cost money. At night, hotel waitress Lu Qian was holding a large plate, walking towards Lu Zhe's room. A faint aroma spread out from the gap in the lid. Smelling it, Lu Qian couldn't help but swallow. What kind of fish is this? Why does it smell so good? I must ask the chef later. Lu Qian, while constantly swallowing, quickly walked towards Lu Zhe's room. Along the way, several other guests also caught the scent, coming forward to inquire. But Lu Qian didn't know what fish this was. So, Lu Qian arrived at the door of Lu Zhe's room. Before she could knock, the door opened slightly, revealing a beautiful white wolf head. It was Bai Shuang. Waiting for the grilled fish to arrive, Bai Shuang had been squatting at the door. With her keen sense of smell, she knew the grilled fish had arrived as soon as Lu Qian reached the door. With her eyes shining, Bai Shuang looked at the large dish covered with a lid, unable to wait any longer. Awu. Give it to me. Give it to me. Lu Qian hesitated for a moment and did not immediately hand the plate to Bai Shuang. Just then, the door opened fully, revealing a slightly inexperienced-looking young man. Just give it to me. Then, Bai Shuang eagerly watched as Lu Qian handed the plate to Lu Zhe. Thank you. After receiving the plate, Lu Zhe thanked her and walked into the room. While Bai Shuang looked at Lu Qian with some dissatisfaction. Why won't you give me? With her head held high, Bai Shuang turned and left, her tail swishing as the door slammed shut with a loud bang. Lu Qian stood by the door, unable to help but think. That white wolf is so beautiful. Inside the room, Lu Zhe had just placed the dishes on the table when Bai Shuang rushed over eagerly. However, even so, after Bai Shuang came over, she did not do anything else, instead obediently squatting down beside him. Lu Zhe lifted the lid, and instantly, a rich aroma surged out. The golden brown roasted fish emitted an alluring fragrance, the fish skin crispy and charred, sprinkled with spices that glittered under the light. So fragrant. Upon smelling this aroma, Bai Shuang's tail wagged even more violently, her mouth slightly ajar as if drool was about to drip out. Lu Zhe picked up a roasted fish, and instead of eating it himself, he offered it to Bai Shuang beside him. Bai Shuang opened her mouth happily, waiting for Lu Zhe to feed her. The moment the roasted fish entered her mouth, Bai Shuang's eyes widened, and then she couldn't help but chew it eagerly. Seeing Bai Shuang enjoying it so much, Lu Zhe quickly grabbed a roasted fish for himself. The delicious juices burst in his mouth. The fish meat contained a hint of spiritual power, mixed with the delicious spices, leaving a lingering taste. Lu Zhe said nothing, just kept eating fish. Soon, a large plate of roasted fish was quickly devoured by the man and the wolf. After eating, Lu Zhe licked his lips, savoring the deliciousness of the roasted fish. I didn't expect the knife and fish to be so delicious. And on the side, Bai Shuang lay on the ground without any grace, happily using her soft paw pads to rub her round belly. Bai Shuang, go take a bath. Looking at the large grease stains at the corner of Bai Shuang's mouth, Lu Zhe frowned. Awu. No, I can't move around after eating. I want to lie down for a while longer. After that, no matter how Lu Zhe pulled her, Bai Shuang remained motionless. Lu Zhe felt a bit helpless and decided to tidy up the somewhat messy table first. After clearing away the bones, Lu Zhe carried the plate to the door. Bai Shuang, when I come back, I want to see you have filled the tub and lying in it. Bai Shuang lazily wagged her tail, signaling that she understood. Bang! With the sound of the door closing, after lying down for a while longer, Bai Shuang finally turned over. She slowly made her way to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and then lay down in the tub. Awu. The next day, Lu Zhe tidied up and came to the entrance of the secret realm again. So today's task is to collect moonlight grass. Lu Zhe had decided to save points to exchange for extremely cold dragon blood. Awoo. And roasted fish. Of course, I need to bring back some knife-finned fish as well. Recalling the deliciousness from last night, Lu Zhe swallowed, heading straight into the secret realm. Chapter 54, Lunch. To find moonlight grass faster, Lu Zhe specifically bought a map, which roughly marked the places where moonlight grass might appear. Of course, this was not the kind of official map exchanged with points, but a privately drawn one. Although its accuracy was much lower than the official one, it could be bought with money instead of points. Entering the secret realm for the second time, Lu Zhe was full of vigor. He took out the map, and after looking at it, he chose a location that might have moonlight grass. Summoning Bai Shuang, Lu Zhe headed straight for that place. Soon, Lu Zhe arrived at that location. But unfortunately, this was just an open space, with no traces of moonlight grass. Seeing this, Lu Zhe was not too disappointed. After searching around and finding no other collectible spiritual items, Lu Zhe chose another place on the map. After that, Lu Zhe went to 3 consecutive places, but did not find moonlight grass. However, the journey was not entirely without gains. On the journey to search for moonlight grass, Lu Zhe found some other spiritual items. Although their value wasn't very high, it was better than having no gains at all. After searching a few more places, Lu Zhe still couldn't find the moonlight grass. Ow. I'm hungry. Bai Shuang rubbed against Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe looked at the time on his watch and found it was already noon. He arrived at the secret realm early in the morning, but after a whole morning, he hadn't even seen a shadow of the moonlight grass. It seemed that earning 5,000 points was really not easy. Shaking his head, Lu Zhe found a cool spot under a large tree and sat down. Then, under Bai Shuang's eager gaze, Lu Zhe took out the food he had brought from his backpack. Lu Zhe didn't choose to start a fire and cook in the secret realm. He had plenty of ingredients, and it wasn't because of the potential fire hazards. After all, there were many monsters inside, and there were quite a few fire-type monsters too, so why worry about starting a fire? The main reason was that starting a fire could attract many wild monsters. During this morning, Lu Zhe encountered more than one monster, but most of them were scared away by Bai Shuang. Since Lu Zhe was still operating on the outskirts of the secret realm, the monsters he encountered were all first tier, which Bai Shuang could completely handle. Lu Zhe's own food was very simple, just something he casually bought outside the secret realm. But Bai Shuang's food was made by Lu Zhe with various ingredients. It was not only filling, but also tasted great and benefited Bai Shuang's strength. Looking at Bai Shuang, who was staring eagerly, Lu Zhe smiled and placed the food in front of her. Eat up. Bai Shuang eagerly began to eat, her eyes full of satisfaction. Lu Zhe also opened his lunchbox and started to eat. Not long after they started eating, a faint sound echoed around them. Bai Shuang, who remained alert, immediately looked up and took up an attacking stance towards the source of the sound. Lu Zhe quickly grabbed the long knife that was beside him. With the rustling of leaves, a fox peeked out from behind a tree, sniffing the air. The fox initially had a curious expression on its face, but upon seeing Bai Shuang, its body suddenly froze. It stood there blankly, without making any movement. Lu Zhe examined the fox in front of him. Its size was small, just a petite fox. Its fluffy fur was a beautiful mix of gold and red, appearing incredibly smooth under the sunlight. This was a golden velvet fox. Name: Golden Velvet Fox. Quality: Mortal Tier Middle Grade. Description: elegant and slender in form, not large in size, covered in fluffy fur of gold and red, which shimmers like silk under sunlight. There is a tuft of white fur resembling flames on its forehead, and its tail is fluffy like a feather fan, with the tip decorated with long silver white fur, trailing tiny golden sparks as it moves. Lu Zhe lowered his long knife and patted Bai Shuang. Then, Bai Shuang relaxed her attacking posture, lay back down, and continued eating, but kept her eyes warily on the fox. Looking at the golden velvet fox, which was shivering in place, Lu Zhe recalled its earlier action of sniffing the air. He guessed that the golden velvet fox must have been attracted by the aroma of the food. Then Lu Zhe waved to the golden velvet fox, signaling it to come over. The golden velvet fox was not very strong and had low aggressiveness, so Lu Zhe wasn't worried about it hurting him. Seeing Lu Zhe's gesture, the golden velvet fox blinked, but its body remained still. Seeing this, Lu Zhe stood up and walked over to it. Ing. The golden velvet fox let out a sound, just about to act when it felt a cold gaze on it, and a chill began to gather around its body. Bai Shuang stopped eating and 2 cold eyes stared at it. Ing. Seeing no hope of escape, the golden fox simply closed its eyes and began to tremble violently. Lu Zhe saw the frightened golden fox and his smile grew brighter. He reached out a hand and lifted the golden fox up from the ground. Cradling the golden fox in his arms, Lu Zhe returned to sit under the big tree, gently stroking and comforting the scared golden fox. Not harmed, but instead feeling Lu Zhe's gentle touch, the fear in the golden fox's heart began to gradually fade. Ing. Under Lu Zhe's caress, the golden fox let out a slightly trembling sound. Then, the golden fox opened its eyes and saw Luze in front of it. Luze emanated a warm and friendly feeling that quickly calmed the golden fox down completely. Ing ing. After teasing the golden fox for a bit, a trace of nostalgia flashed in Luze's eyes. Bai Shuang, look, it's just like you when you were little. Luze remembered when Bai Shuang was small, she too cuddled in his arms like this. Ow, ow, ow. Looking up, Bai Shuang assessed the golden fox and voiced her protest. I'm much prettier than it. Luze chuckled softly and didn't respond, though the golden fox looked decent, it couldn't compare to the frost wolf. Then, Luze picked a small piece of meat from his lunchbox and placed it in front of the golden fox. You must be hungry. The golden fox simply sniffed the meat but made no move to eat it. Instead, it turned its head and looked at Bai Shuang's food. Ow, ow, ow. What are you doing? Seeing this little creature dare to eye her food, Bai Shuang immediately became fierce. Ing ing. The golden fox responded by retreating into Luze's arms, letting out a spoiled-like cry. Bai Shuang glared at the golden fox with an unkind expression. Are you trying to be cute? Who do you think you are? In response, Luze quickly reached out to calm Bai Shuang. Alright, just a little bit will do. I'll make you something better when we get back. After a while, Luze managed to soothe Bai Shuang. Then, under Bai Shuang's strict watch, he took a small amount of food and fed it to the golden fox. Though he said it was just a little, it was still enough for the golden fox, as the size difference was too great. Ing ing. After eating, the golden fox showed a satisfied expression. Before long, the golden fox finished all the food. It rubbed against Luze's chest and then quietly lay in his arms. Not sending away the golden fox, Luze continued to enjoy his lunch. Time passed. After finishing the meal and tidying up, Luze decided to continue searching for moonlight grass. Chapter 55, Sneak Attack. Luze gently stroked the sleeping golden fox in his arms, the little one curled up into a golden red ball, its warm breath evenly puffing against his wrist. It was so comfortable in his arms that the golden fox had fallen asleep. When his fingertips brushed against the fur behind the fox's ears, the golden fox drowsily opened its amber eyes, its wet nose twitching gently. We're leaving. He carefully placed the golden fox on the ground covered with fallen leaves. The little one instinctively scratched the ground a couple of times as if reluctant to leave this warm embrace. Ing ing. Seemingly understanding Luze's words, the golden fox affectionately rubbed against him, its fluffy tail sweeping a fan-shaped mark on the ground. It bounced a few steps away, then suddenly stopped under a tree in the distance, turning back with eyes full of clear reluctance. But in the end, it still turned and disappeared into the woods. Watching the golden fox leave, Bai Shuang raised her head with some pride, then followed Luze and left. Although the sun was quite strong, Luze felt no heat at all. Because Bai Shuang was constantly emitting cold air, it was like a walking air conditioner. Not far behind them, a pair of sharp ears quietly peeked out from the bushes. The golden fluffed fox watched the receding figures until the person and the wolf completely disappeared from view. After searching for a long time, Luze finally found the moonlight grass in one place. Looking at the large patches of moonlight grass in front of him, Luze felt incredibly excited. Finally found it! Looking at the map in his hand, Luze decided he must first gather points to buy the official map. This privately drawn one was indeed useless, it took more than 10 tries to find it. However, looking at the moonlight grass in front of him, Luze did not rush to collect it, but carefully observed the surroundings. Bai Shuang was also vigilantly watching the surroundings with her eyes. After confirming that there was no danger, Luze then walked towards the moonlight grass. Rustle! At that moment, Bai Shuang's ears suddenly picked up the sound of some creature crawling. Ow! Bai Shuang quickly pulled Luze back, moving away from the patch of moonlight grass. Hiss! A triangular snake head slowly emerged from the grass, its gray-black scales covered with fine dark patterns, glinting ominously in the sunlight. Name, Shadow Viper. Quality, Ordinary Grade Superior. Description, a 4-meter-long gray-black venomous snake, with scales covered in fine dark patterns. It excels at perfect concealment in shadows and can transform into dead branches when still. Feeds on small animals and strikes like lightning, yet is completely silent. This was an ordinary grade superior Shadow Viper, and the Shadow Viper had strong concealment abilities, so it was no wonder Bai Shuang did not notice it earlier. However, Luze was not panicked, a Shadow Viper was nothing, completely no match for Bai Shuang. Ow! Bai Shuang roared angrily, releasing a breath that surged toward the Shadow Viper. A flash of dark light flickered on the Shadow Viper and it vanished rapidly from its spot. Bang! The breath struck fiercely at the place where the Shadow Viper had disappeared, exploding into a flurry of ice crystals. In the next second, the Shadow Viper suddenly reappeared, a mass of dark venom rushing toward Luze, leaving a corrosive trail in the air. Seeing this, Bai Shuang emitted a chilling cold air. Crack crack. Her front paw stomped on the ground, ice spreading from beneath her claws, sharp ice spikes instantly piercing the toxic ball. In the blink of an eye, the toxic ball froze at an astonishing speed, ultimately smashing into the blocking ice wall. Accompanied by the crisp sound of crack, it shattered into black ice shards. Bai Shuang, Snow Shadow Ambush. Seeing dark light flicker on the Shadow Viper again, about to escape, Lu Zhe immediately shouted in his mind. Cold air burst from Bai Shuang, flying like a white streak of light toward the Shadow Viper. The dark light on the Shadow Viper brightened and it rapidly darted aside, but it was too late. Bai Shuang's claws heavily hooked its tail. Hiss. The Shadow Viper hissed wildly, struggling in pain, but was firmly pinned to the ground by Bai Shuang. However, just as Bai Shuang was about to swing her claws to kill this Shadow Viper, another Shadow Viper suddenly crawled out from the moonlight grass. Hiss. A toxic ball flew toward Bai Shuang, while the Shadow Viper beneath her claws also glinted with dark light, quickly biting toward Bai Shuang. Another ordinary grade superior Shadow Viper. Lu Zhe's pupils shrank, urgently directing Bai Shuang to dodge. Bai Shuang skillfully evaded while her claws tore apart a small section of the second Shadow Viper's tail. Hiss. The injured Shadow Viper hissed frantically as it quickly moved to escape. The severe pain from its severed tail made it slightly mad. Lu Zhe looked at the two Shadow Vipers, feeling that this situation was quite tricky. In terms of strength, a single Shadow Viper would not be Bai Shuang's opponent at all, but two would be very troublesome. Don't joke about helping Bai Shuang with a bow and arrow. Can't keep up, simply can't keep up. Before me, two Shadow Vipers started to coordinate with each other, frantically darting around while spitting out toxic balls like a machine gun. The number of toxic balls was too much, and for a moment, it suppressed Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang, Snow Curtain. Lu Zhe decided to first deal with the injured Shadow Viper. Aoo. Bai Shuang let out a long howl, and instantly, snowflakes began to gather around her, eventually forming a translucent shield. With her eyes fixed on the injured Shadow Viper, Bai Shuang twisted her body fiercely and charged at it. Though Bai Shuang dodged with all her might, there were too many toxic balls, and some still hit her. Sizzle. The ice crystal shield in front of Bai Shuang began to gradually melt under the corrosion of the toxic balls. However, Bai Shuang had already reached the front of the Shadow Viper, and in its terrified gaze, she directly sliced off its snake head with her claws. Seeing one Shadow Viper killed, Lu Zhe clenched his fists in excitement. However, just then, not far behind Lu Zhe, a smaller Shadow Viper coldly watched him from a tree. Without hesitation, the Shadow Viper immediately spat a toxic ball at Lu Zhe. Chapter 56, After the Battle. Even in the fierce battle, Bai Shuang still divided part of her attention to closely monitor Lu Zhe. So, she immediately saw the ambushing Shadow Viper. Aoo. Quick, dodge. Bai Shuang frantically reminded Lu Zhe through their bond, while she rushed towards him. At the moment Bai Shuang warned him, Lu Zhe hesitated not and started to dodge. The spirit energy within him surged wildly, and a wave of air exploded from his feet, propelling him sideways. This action caused his shoulder to crash heavily onto the ground, but at this moment, he could not care about the pain. Sizzle sizzle. A dark green toxic ball skimmed past the corner of Lu Zhe's clothes and landed on his original spot. The corrosive venom instantly dissolved a hole the size of a bowl in the ground, a pungent sour smell wafting through the air, causing the grass to wither and blacken at a visible rate. Sizzle. The ambushing Shadow Viper, frustrated at its failed attack, angrily whipped its tail, the scales grating together with a sound that made one's teeth ache. But before it could launch a second attack, it was met with a pair of ice blue eyes filled with murderous intent. The little Shadow Viper wanted to dodge, but its strength was only of average level, and it simply couldn't escape. All it saw was a flash of silver light, followed by an overwhelming wave of pain. Crack! Bai Shuang's claws came crashing down in anger, not only breaking the thick branch in half but also flattening the Shadow Viper's body. The sound of shattered scales was dense, like popping beans, as the Shadow Viper's innards burst out from its 7 orifices, and its spine turned to dust. Aoo. Bai Shuang continued to pound the Shadow Viper's corpse as if to vent her frustration until the body was completely turned into mush, blending with the earth. Next, Bai Shuang turned to the remaining Shadow Viper, which was quietly creeping into the grass. Once it noticed Bai Shuang had seen it, its body immediately glowed with dark light, and its speed to escape increased dramatically. Aoo. With a roar, Bai Shuang used Snow Shadow Assault once again, swiftly closing in on the fleeing Shadow Viper. Bai Shuang's front paw precisely stepped on the Viper's spine, and with a few crisp sounds, the Shadow Viper's spine snapped in half. The dying beast's ferocity exploded, its upper body twisting 180 degrees, its venomous fangs gleaming coldly as it lunged at Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang easily dodged and quickly pierced its skull with her other paw, pushing down hard. Hiss. Accompanied by a chilling tearing sound, the Shadow Viper was painfully torn in two. But it seemed Bai Shuang was still not satisfied, as she lowered her head and released a chilling frost breath onto the still twitching remains. Until it was frozen into an ice sculpture, not giving up. At this moment, Lu Zhe was still somewhat shaken. This was the first time he truly felt the feeling of being on the brink of death. Looking at the ground, which had been corroded by the poison ball into a pit, Lu Zhe swallowed hard. He had no doubt that if he hadn't dodged that poison ball, he might not die but would be seriously injured. Indeed, the wilderness was nothing like the city. Moreover, this was a secret realm, which was controlled by humans. When had he ever encountered two beast monsters attacking together? Not to mention a beast monster that directly ambushed a beast master. Then, Lu Zhe looked at Bai Shuang, who was still furiously attacking, and quickly called out. "Alright, Bai Shuang." Bai Shuang stopped her actions at the sound, but the bloodlust in her eyes had not faded. Her pure white fur was stained with blood, and the sharp claws were still dripping dark red liquid. The frost wolf was never a weak creature but a true predator. This was her first kill, but the hunting instinct passed down in her blood gave her no discomfort. Instead, there was an indescribable thrill. This feeling of killing others made her somewhat excited, especially when she saw her master almost get hurt. That rage and bloodthirsty impulse nearly overwhelmed her reason. Seeing that Bai Shuang had stopped her attack but still stood there, Lu Zhe hurriedly walked over. He gently but firmly pulled Bai Shuang's head, and Lu Zhe saw her slightly red eyes. He softly patted Bai Shuang's head, and under Lu Zhe's touch, the redness in her eyes began to fade. Ah! Bai Shuang rubbed against Lu Zhe and let out a sound. Alright, alright. Lu Zhe comforted Bai Shuang and glanced at the corpse of the shadow viper around them. Then, after checking and handling the corpse of the shadow viper, Lu Zhe packed it into his backpack. The meat of monster beasts can also be eaten, and monster meat containing spiritual power has great benefits. After packing the corpse of the shadow viper, Lu Zhe began to collect moonlight grass. At the moment Lu Zhe was collecting, Bai Shuang was watching the surroundings with an unprecedented alertness. Phew, finally gathered it all. After collecting the moonlight grass, Lu Zhe let out a long sigh. He couldn't wait to leave the secret realm and rest for a while. Let's go, Bai Shuang. Calling out to Bai Shuang, Lu Zhe led her towards the exit of the secret realm. On the way, Lu Zhe suddenly remembered the knife-fin fish. Bai Shuang, how about we go catch some knife-fin fish? Lu Zhe asked Bai Shuang beside him. Thinking of the delicious grilled fish from last night, Bai Shuang's mouth began to water, but seeing Lu Zhe's somewhat tired expression, she slowly but firmly shook her head. No thanks, I want to go back to sleep. Patting Bai Shuang's fluffy head, Lu Zhe remained silent. Soon they arrived at the exit of the secret realm, where Lu Zhe handed his backpack to the staff for inspection. The staff opened it and saw the corpse of the shadow viper inside, but there was no change in their expression. In the secret realm, aside from those precious and rare monster beasts that are prohibited from being harmed, other monster beasts were of no concern. After all, this was meant for training. Go back and have a good rest. Seeing Lu Zhe's weary expression, the staff kindly said. Lu Zhe nodded, thanked them, and then left. After submitting the task at the Beast Master Association, Lu Zhe returned to the hotel. Lying on the bed, Lu Zhe immediately felt waves of intense fatigue coursing through his body and soon fell into a deep sleep. After all, Lu Zhe was still a 17-year-old high school student. Experiencing such things for the first time was a huge shock for him. But before falling asleep, Lu Zhe sensed Bai Shuang's desire to come out and summoned her. Woo! Looking at Lu Zhe, who had already fallen into a deep sleep, Bai Shuang leaned over and gently nudged him with her head. She then lay down beside Lu Zhe and fell asleep together with him. After a long time, Lu Zhe finally woke up. Opening his somewhat heavy eyelids, Lu Zhe felt as if his body was being pressed down by some heavy object. Looking over, he found that half of Bai Shuang's body was resting on him, and she was sleeping soundly. Gently moving Bai Shuang aside, Lu Zhe picked up his phone to check the time and realized it was already past 9. Feeling his hungry stomach, Lu Zhe immediately called the front desk and ordered some food to be sent up. After waiting for a while, there was a knock on the room door. Opening the door, Lu Zhe saw a staff member pushing a food cart, but it was a young man he had never seen before. After placing the food on the table, the staff member left. Just as Lu Zhe was about to wake Bai Shuang, her nose twitched, and she woke up right away. Ow! Seeing the food on the table, Bai Shuang's eyes lit up, and she quickly jumped from the bed to the table. Seeing Bai Shuang like this, Lu Zhe smiled, then picked up some food for her. You eat a little first, and while I eat for a bit, I'll prepare dinner for you later. Beast can also eat human food. After quickly eating a few bites to fill his empty stomach, Lu Zhe began preparing dinner for Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang also quickly finished the food in front of her and ran to help Lu Zhe. Chapter 57, Before leaving. After some time. Bai Shuang, extreme cold breath. Lu Zhe's voice echoed in the dense forest, his eyes fixed on the flying dust ahead. A gigantic iron spine wild boar was charging at Lu Zhe like crazy, its hind hooves clawing at the ground, splattering mud everywhere, and its bloodshot eyes locked onto Lu Zhe. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuang took a deep breath, her chest puffing up, and the temperature around them suddenly dropped, causing fine ice crystals to form on the grass. A blue icy breath shot out like an arrow released from a bow, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. The boar, its eyes turned red and already mad with rage, completely ignored the idea of dodging. Of course, it couldn't escape. Boom! The icy breath struck squarely on the boar's face, the tremendous impact sending it flying, crashing hard against a nearby oak tree. The trunk shook violently, and dry autumn leaves fell like rain. The body of the boar, now covered with frost, was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, especially around its mouth and nose, where it had completely frozen into a lump of ice, unable to emit even a final cry before it breathed its last. Hoo-hoo! Behind Luze, another wild boar charged fiercely at him, spraying gas from its nostrils. But Luze was no longer the inexperienced one he used to be. He quickly turned around, drew a bow, and notched an arrow, directing his energy into the arrowhead, forming tiny ice crystals on its tip. Whoosh! The sharp arrow pierced the wild boar's eye with precision, blood splattered out but instantly froze into crimson ice beads that rolled down. Roar! The boar let out a heart-wrenching scream, but its charge did not falter, still rushing towards Luze. Luze put away his bow and switched to a long knife. The blade was also covered with a thin layer of frost, gleaming coldly in the sunlight. In the instant the boar was about to collide with him, he sidestepped, and the long knife smoothly slashed across the boar's flank. Swish! The sound of the blade scraping against the tough bristles echoed sharply. Although it created a cut, it was far from deep enough. The thick layer of fat and tough skin of the boar perfectly absorbed the damage from this attack. It seems my fighting power is still not strong enough. Luze sighed and said. Bang! Bai Shuang suddenly flipped over the wild boar, her sharp claws quickly stabbing into its neck, then making a swift cut. Sizzle! A wave of fresh blood gushed out from the wound, and the wild boar trembled a few times on the ground before going still. Bai Shuang nimbly jumped aside, avoiding the splattering blood, then gracefully shook her paws, flinging off the blood on them. Looking at the 5 iron-spined wild boar corpses on the ground, Luze nodded with satisfaction. First level task, No. 5178. Exterminate the rampaging iron-spined wild boars, time limit, 5 days. Reward points, 20. Name, iron-spined wild boar. Quality, common mid-grade. Description, a giant wild boar with a shoulder height of 1.2 meters, covered in metallic bristles on its back. It runs extremely fast when charging, and its tusks can easily pierce iron plates. Weakness lies in the soft area of the abdomen, and its eyes turn blood red when angry. Luze took out a dagger and cut off the tusks of these iron-spined wild boars. These tusks, along with the video recorded by the camera on his chest, were the evidence needed to submit the task. In the end, Luze also selected some of the best meat from the iron-spined wild boars. The iron-spined wild boar was too big to carry away, so this was all he could do. Luze looked at the time and realized it was already time for lunch. Let's go, Bai Shuang, it's time to eat. Then, Luze took Bai Shuang to the big tree where they had lunched the previous day. Just after taking out the food from his backpack, the grass nearby began to rustle. However, Bai Shuang did not take an attacking stance but displayed a look of displeasure, her tail starting to thump against the ground behind her. Finally, a golden-red little head peeked out from the grass, its fiery fur shimmering like dancing flames in the sunlight. As soon as those amber eyes saw Luze, they instantly curved into crescent shapes. Ing. The golden fluff fox jumped straight into Luze's arms, constantly rubbing against him. Seeing this, Bai Shuang became even more displeased, simply stopping her eating, and poking her head into Luze's arms too. Ha! Bai Shuang deliberately breathed heavily, sending waves of frost cascading over the golden fluff fox, making it shiver all over. Ing. The golden fluff fox let out a pleading cry, and only then did Bai Shuang sit back down to continue eating. Alright, don't bully it. Luze couldn't help but chuckle as he rubbed Bai Shuang's head, carefully brushing off the ice crystals from the golden fluff fox. The story of how the golden fluff fox appeared goes back to the 3rd day in the secret realm. At that time, Luze still chose to have lunch under this big tree, and the golden fluff fox appeared once again. In the following days, every time Luze came to this spot for lunch, the golden fluff fox would show up. Thus, Luze decided to make this his daily lunch spot, and he would even prepare an extra portion of food for the golden fluff fox. Luze set the golden fluff fox down and then took out its portion of food from his bag, placing it in front of it. Ing. The golden fluff fox first rubbed against Luze, as if thanking him, and then began to eat. While eating, it wagged its fluffy tail. After petting its tail, Luze began to think about returning home. Now, he had been in the secret realm for almost a month, it was time to go back. Luze never considered staying in the secret realm indefinitely. Work was one reason. The other reason was that after returning, he could better prepare spiritual medicines to enhance Bai Shuang's strength. Luze had already planned it out. He would alternate every month, spending 1 month in the secret realm and 1 month in the store. Then, Luze took out his phone to check his current points, 256 points. During these days in the secret realm, Luze had accumulated 256 points. Lu Zhe stroked the golden fur fox beside him, having already decided to return in a few days. Watching the golden fur fox next to him, who was enjoying its meal, Lu Zhe felt the urge to take this fox back with him. Beasts in the secret realm can be taken out, but they need to be registered. Although Lu Zhe wanted to take the golden fur fox back, it did not mean he wanted to bond with it. Lu Zhe's breeding panel could only be leveled up by constantly breeding beasts, and the increase in breeding level would be reduced if the same species performed the same actions too much. Therefore, the best way to increase breeding level was to breed many different beasts. Just like the previous green leaf bug. After stroking the golden fur fox for a while, Lu Zhe also started to eat. To take the golden fur fox away, he still needed to ask for its opinion, and it was not time to leave yet. Chapter 58, The Injured Golden Fur Fox. After that, Lu Zhe stayed in the secret realm for a few more days. He quickly tidied up and headed towards the secret realm. Today, he didn't take any tasks because he planned to leave tomorrow. The reason for going to the secret realm today was still to bring the golden fur fox out. He brought Bai Shuang to that big tree and sat down to wait. However, he waited until noon. Rustle. A sound came from the bushes, and Bai Shuang's nose twitched before she stood up. She smelled blood. When the golden fur fox crawled out of the bushes, its left front leg was twisted at an unnatural angle, with pale bone piercing through its fur. The blood had dried and darkened. Whimper. Seeing Lu Zhe, the golden fur fox's eyes lit up, and it let out a joyful cry, then stumbled toward him. Seeing this, Lu Zhe frowned and hurried over to pick up the golden fur fox. Is it a fracture? Lu Zhe checked briefly and found that the golden fur fox's left front leg had fractured for some reason. Just looking at it made Lu Zhe feel pain, but the golden fur fox did not cry out in agony. Instead, it rubbed against Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe carried the golden fur fox back to the big tree and took out some healing supplies from his backpack. Considering Bai Shuang might be injured in the secret realm, Lu Zhe prepared most of the healing items in his backpack. As a breeder, he was completely capable of handling such fractures in an emergency. Just bear with it for now. Once ready, Lu Zhe first reached out to comb the golden fur fox, then began to treat it. Crack, crack. The first thing Lu Zhe had to do was reposition the bone, and since he hadn't brought any anesthetics, the pain would definitely be intense. Whimper. Feeling the severe pain in its left front leg, the golden fur fox trembled all over and let out a sound of extreme agony. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang saw this and lay down, tucking her own left front leg into her embrace. After repositioning the bone, Lu Zhe quickly applied medicine to the wound and then wrapped it with a bandage. All done. After the simple treatment, the golden fur fox still looked very painful, but it gratefully rubbed against Lu Zhe. This situation required going to a beast hospital, and Lu Zhe's expression did not relax. Do you want to leave with me? Lu Zhe carefully held the golden fur fox and asked. Then, Bai Shuang conveyed Lu Zhe's words on his behalf. After listening, the golden fur fox nodded quickly without hesitation. Not to mention the warm feeling Lu Zhe gave and the delicious food every day, given its current physical condition, it might not take long before it would starve. Or it could be eaten by other beasts as food directly. After seeing the golden velvet fox agree, Lu Zhe wasted no time and held it while heading toward the exit of the secret realm. Upon reaching the exit of the secret realm, Lu Zhe spoke to the staff members. Hello, I want to take this golden velvet fox out. The staff looked at the golden velvet fox in Lu Zhe's arms and said to Lu Zhe. Alright, let's register this here. In the secret realm, except for those precious monster beasts, the rest could be taken out. It was also possible to contract the monster beasts inside the secret realm, but basically, no one would do it because most of the publicly available monster beasts were quite weak within their tier. The main purpose of this kind of secret realm was to improve the survival ability of monster tamers in the wild, preventing them from immediately experiencing the cruelty of the outside world. In simple terms, it was like a starter village. You couldn't get anything too good, nor could you stay there for a lifetime. After quickly registering the relevant information, Lu Zhe took the golden velvet fox to the nearest monster beast hospital. The fracture injury of the golden velvet fox was a small injury for today's hospitals, and soon Lu Zhe came out. Ing. The golden velvet fox happily rubbed against Lu Zhe. After the treatment, its front leg was put in a light support brace, and it felt that the wound wasn't as painful now. Then, Lu Zhe brought the golden velvet fox back to the hotel. He originally planned to take the golden velvet fox home today, but unexpectedly, it got injured. So, Lu Zhe decided to rest for today and return tomorrow. Once inside the room, Lu Zhe carefully placed the golden velvet fox on the bed, while the golden velvet fox, tired from the injury, soon fell asleep. Lu Zhe pulled the quilt over and covered the golden velvet fox's belly, then walked out of the bedroom, closing the door behind him. The hotel had two types of rooms, one like Lu Zhe's, which was spacious and designed with monster tamers in mind. The other was a regular room, which was smaller and didn't have enough space for large monster beasts to move around. Of course, the first type cost more money, but Lu Zhe wasn't short on cash at the moment. Lu Zhe summoned Bai Shuang, who excitedly turned on the TV and then sprawled out on the sofa. For the past month, Bai Shuang had been in the secret realm during the day and was already very tired when returning at night, so she had no time to watch TV. Lu Zhe casually picked up a book and sat on the sofa, while Bai Shuang naturally collapsed into his arms. Lu Zhe closed his eyes and reviewed the personal panel in his mind. Host, Lu Zhe. Level, Peak Monster Tamer. Breeder level, level 6, 3 out of 100. Talent, Beast Affinity, Eye of Truth. It was getting harder to level up breeding skills. Coming back to his senses, Lu Zhe stroked Bai Shuang beside him, then started reading the book. The next day, Lu Zhe held the injured golden velvet fox, while Bai Shuang was pushing a suitcase and had a backpack hanging around her neck. Since Lu Zhe needed to hold the golden velvet fox, it was inconvenient to carry the luggage, so he entrusted it all to Bai Shuang. Along the way, Bai Shuang attracted a lot of people's attention, which was also the reason Lu Zhe decided to recall Bai Shuang into his body earlier. After arriving at the agreed location, a ride-hailing taxi was already waiting for them. After placing the luggage in the trunk, Bai Shuang returned to Lu Zhe's body. Master, let's go. Once in the car, Lu Zhe spoke to the driver. In the seat, Lu Zhe teased the golden velvet fox a bit. To be fair, the monster hospital was truly reliable. Just a day later, the golden velvet fox's leg was already much better. Chapter 59, A Cozy Home. As time passed, the car reached its destination, Lu Zhe's home. After getting off the car, Lu Zhe once again summoned Bai Shuang to take the luggage, and then they returned home together. He took out the key and opened the front door, and Bai Shuang eagerly pushed the luggage inside. Hey, I'm back. Ignoring the wildly bouncing Bai Shuang, Lu Zhe placed the golden-furred fox on the sofa and headed straight to the backyard. He wanted to check on the medicinal field and the green caterpillars in it. After all, it had been a month, and Lu Zhe was still very concerned about his medicinal field and the green caterpillars. Arriving by the medicinal field, Lu Zhe was somewhat surprised by the condition of the field. The plants in the medicinal field were lush and green, much more prosperous than when he left. Rustle. Seemingly sensing Lu Zhe's arrival, a faint sound came from the herbs, and then a long, emerald-green caterpillar crawled out. It was the Ling Yishur. Just as the Ling Yishur was about to crawl towards Lu Zhe, it suddenly paused, cautiously scanning its surroundings. After realizing that Bai Shuang was not around, it excitedly crawled towards Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe extended his hand, allowing the Ling Yishur to crawl onto his palm. It seemed the Ling Yishur's role was much greater than he had thought. Lu Zhe contemplated this while looking at the herbs in the medicinal field. Then, Lu Zhe carefully checked the medicinal field again and finally returned to the house with satisfaction. Inside the house, Bai Shuang was once again lying on the sofa watching TV, while the golden-furred fox had also woken up, curiously watching the images on the screen. Walking over, Lu Zhe ignored Bai Shuang, who was watching TV, and picked up the golden-furred fox to check it. Upon inspection, Lu Zhe found that this golden-furred fox was not very old and had probably just been born, with strength only at the low level of the mortal realm. Then, Lu Zhe lifted the golden-furred fox to see whether it was male or female. Ing. After the check, the golden-furred fox bashfully curled up into a ball. It was a female fox. Lu Zhe chuckled softly, reaching out to stroke the golden-furred fox's head while using the Eye of Truth to check the fox's information. Race, golden-furred fox. Level, low-level mortal realm. Quality, mid-level mortal realm. Possible evolving forms. 1. Flowing light fox, low-level earth realm. 2. Fragrant speech fox, low-level earth realm. 3. Flame-tail fox, mid-level earth realm. There was actually an extra evolution chain? The official announcement of the golden-furred fox's evolving forms only included the flowing light fox and fragrant speech fox, but through the Eye of Truth, Lu Zhe saw an additional flame-tail fox. Name, flame-tail fox. Quality, mid-level earth realm. Description, a fox demon covered in fluffy fur that shifts from orange to red, shimmering like molten gold in the sunlight. The most notable feature is its long tail, burning with red flames, which never extinguish but do not scorch its own fur. The original white flame pattern on its forehead turns to blazing gold, and its pupils transformed into flickering flames. However, Lu Zhe was only surprised for a moment before having no other thoughts. Because he never thought about contracting the golden-furred fox, it was simply unnecessary. The golden-furred fox had no combat power. Currently, it provided almost no enhancement to Lu Zhe, so he would not contract it. The reason Lu Zhe chose to bring it home was primarily that he needed his golden finger, and secondly, this golden-furred fox had come to him for food over the past month. Lu Zhe had developed some feelings for it, which was why he wanted to take it home. Afterwards, Lu Zhe looked around the house. After all, nobody had lived there for a month, so a thin layer of dust had accumulated all around. Turning off the TV, Lu Zhe began to clean up with Bai Shuang. Although Bai Shuang was extremely reluctant, she ultimately followed Lu Zhe to start cleaning up. Bai Shuang, hurry up. Ayo. Coming. Bai Shuang carried a bucket of water. Quickly ran to Lu Zei's side. Lu Zei picked up a big cloth, soaked it in a bucket of water, wrung it a few times, and finally placed it in front of Bai Shuang. Go, wipe the floor of the whole house. Ah, whoa. Honestly pressing the cloth down with its front paws, Bai Shuang pushed off the ground with its hind legs, and began to move quickly. Watching the fast Bai Shuang, Lu Zei smiled and then started to clean the house. The golden fox, however, was injured, so it just sat quietly on the sofa, watching Lu Zei and Bai Shuang clean. Time passed, and night arrived. It was time for dinner. The food for the golden fox was specially made by Lu Zei, to help it recover faster. At this moment, the golden fox was wolfing down the food in front of it, its eyes filled with happiness. After finishing the meal, Lu Zei began to tidy up the dining table while instructing Bai Shuang to prepare the water and the things needed for a bath. Bai Shuang excitedly ran off to prepare, while the golden fox licked its injured leg, then looked at the busy Lu Zei. Ing. The golden fox slowly dragged its injured leg to Lu Zei's side and curled up, silently watching him. Lu Zei smiled and patted the golden fox. It squinted its eyes and let out a comfortable sound. When Bai Shuang came back, ready to call Lu Zei had already finished washing the dishes and picked up the golden fox, heading to the bathroom. A huge bathtub was sitting inside, already filled with water. Awo, awo. Bai Shuang rubbed against Lu Zei and then obediently climbed into the bathtub. Putting down the golden fox, Lu Zei began to wash Bai Shuang. With eyes closed comfortably, Bai Shuang lay quietly in the water, enjoying Lu Zei's massage. From time to time, it also let out happy grunting sounds. While Lu Zei was focused on washing Bai Shuang, the golden fox watched the scene enviously. Straining to lie on the ground, it didn't leave and just stared at Lu Zei washing Bai Shuang. After a long while, Lu Zei finally finished washing Bai Shuang. Go, dry yourself. Wiping Bai Shuang lightly with a towel, Lu Zei patted her and said to her. Reluctantly rubbing against Lu Zei, Bai Shuang left the bathroom, and soon, the sound of the hairdryer could be heard outside. Changing the water in the bucket, Lu Zei waved at the golden fox beside him. Come here. The golden fox's face showed surprise, and it timidly walked over. Giving the golden fox a bath was actually more troublesome, mainly because he had to avoid the injured leg. Carefully applying shower gel on the golden fox, it gradually sank into the surrounding fragrance. Ing. After the wash, the sound of the blow dryer also stopped, and Lu Zei said to Bai Shuang who came in. Bai Shuang, pour out this water. Watching her bathtub being used and the golden fox comfortably lying in Lu Zei's arms, Bai Shuang glared at the golden fox. With an unhappy grunt, Bai Shuang began to tidy up the bathroom. After handling everything, Lu Zei took Bai Shuang and the golden fox into the bedroom. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zei made a cozy little nest for the golden fox on the floor with a soft blanket and cushion, carefully placing the golden fox down. Seeing this, Bai Shuang looked proudly at the golden fox, then climbed onto the bed and lay down next to Lu Zei. Alright, Bai Shuang, how old are you and still act like a child? Lu Zei helplessly pressed down on Bai Shuang's paw. He actually wanted Bai Shuang to sleep on her own long ago, but she just wouldn't. Awo, awo. Bai Shuang whined a few times cutely, and then quieted down under Lu Zei's restraint. Click. Lu Zei pressed the light switch, and the room was suddenly plunged into darkness. After turning off the lights, moonlight spilled through the gap in the curtains. The golden-furred fox curled up in its warm little nest, listening to the even breaths of a person and a wolf on the bed. This was the first time in its life it felt so safe, without worrying about enemies, hunger, or being injured without care. It gently licked its injured front leg and then closed its eyes. Chapter 60, a day after returning. Early the next morning, Lu Zei woke up early. Pushing aside the white frost that lay over him, Lu Zei got out of bed to check on the golden-furred fox, finding it sleeping soundly. Lu Zei waited until he finished making breakfast before waking up Bai Shuang and the others. After finishing breakfast, Lu Zei drew Bai Shuang back into his body, ready to head to the Whispering Pavilion, leaving the golden-furred fox at home. The golden-furred fox was still injured and needed rest. Besides, his home was near the Whispering Pavilion, so he could return anytime. Whine. With a reluctant look in its eyes, the golden-furred fox watched as Lu Zei closed the door and left. Sitting at the door for a while, the golden-furred fox slowly made its way back to the bedroom, crawling onto Lu Zei's bed. Arriving at the entrance of the Whispering Pavilion, Lu Zei saw Qin Yueshi on tiptoe dusting the top shelf, with the misty tail fox perched on her shoulder. Hearing footsteps, Qin Yueshi turned around quickly, and upon seeing Lu Zei, she cheerfully exclaimed. Gee, brother Lu, you're back? Lu Zei nodded and then asked. How's it been in the store these days? Qin Yueshi grinned and said. Pretty good, Sister Lin is treating me well. After a while, Lin Qingyu came to the store, looking surprised at Lu Zei. After sharing his experiences in the secret realm with Lin Qingyu, she left satisfied. Now that Lu Zei was back, she could take a break. At this moment, Lu Zei reached out to the misty tail fox, which obediently jumped into his arms. Xiao Bai has broken through to the mid-stage of the ordinary rank? Lu Zhe quickly noticed the difference in the misty tail fox and said to Qin Yueshi. Qin Yueshi nodded and replied. Yes, Brother Lu, more than 10 days after you left, Xiao Bai broke through to the mid-stage of the ordinary rank. This is thanks to you, Brother Lu, for often feeding Xiao Bai those spirit herbs. As she said this, Qin Yueshi felt a bit embarrassed. It's nothing, Lu Zhe shook his head. Whine, whine. Petting the misty tail fox in his arms, Lu Zhe suddenly remembered something and asked Qin Yueshi. By the way, have you thought about which university to go to? Lu Zhe's group took the beast tamer test last June, and now it was nearly March. The college entrance examination was in August, and there were only 5 months left. Qin Yueshi shook her head, looking confused. She hadn't thought much about such matters as she was busy working to earn money. If you want to get into a good university, you still need to practice your combat skills. Lu Zhe reminded her. Qin Yueshi nodded and began to ponder. A few days later, in the backyard of the Whispering Pavilion. Xiao Bai, dodge. Quick, dodge. Qin Yueshi anxiously directed the misty tail fox. Considering that the misty tail fox had never experienced any combat before, Lu Zhe let Bai Shuang train it first. Whine. Even though the misty tail fox wanted to dodge, seeing Bai Shuang pounce at it ferociously made its limbs go weak, unable to escape. Just before Bai Shuang pounced on the misty tail fox, Bai Shuang quickly eased its strength, only lightly placing its paw on the misty tail fox's body. Seeing this, Lu Zhe shook his head. Even though Bai Shuang suppressed its strength, the misty tail fox still had no ability to resist. This wasn't about strength, it was purely because the misty tail fox had never fought before. But it wasn't a big problem, it just needed to experience a few more times. Lu Zhe was still holding the golden-furred fox in his arms, and at that moment, it looked at Bai Shuang with admiration. What's wrong? Do you want to practice too? With a smile, Lu Zhe looked at the golden fur fox in his arms. After a few days of rest, the golden fur fox's injury had healed, so Lu Zhe decided to bring it to the store. Lu Zhe returned to the shop, and Qin Yueshi also followed him back. Qin Yueshi's expression was a bit down. Earlier she had not realized, but now in battle, the shortcomings of the Mist Tail arc were immediately evident. Seeing Qin Yueshi beside him, Lu Zhe comforted her. It's normal for demon beasts to struggle in their first battle, but with later training, they'll grow quickly. Thank you, Brother Lu. After a while, Qin Yueshi bounced back to her energetic self and gratefully spoke to Lu Zhe. Time quickly passed to the end of the workday. Brother Lu, I'm leaving. Outside the Light Whisper Pavilion, Qin Yueshi happily waved at Lu Zhe while holding Xiao Bai. Be safe. After checking the shop one more time, Lu Zhe finally locked up and left. After returning home. Ow. I'm exhausted. Bai Shuang collapsed onto the sofa while looking at Lu Zhe with anticipation. Don't start. Lu Zhe completely ignored Bai Shuang. After putting down the golden fur fox, he did not glance back at Bai Shuang. With just a bit of exercise today, how could he be tired? She just wanted him to massage her again. Seeing that Lu Zhe ignored her, Bai Shuang pouted, flailing her 4 legs in the air a few times. Lu Zhe quickly made some potions to promote the growth of the green leafworms, then walked over to the medicine field. As soon as he placed them down, the green leafworms began to crawl out of the medicine field. Lu Zhe looked at the group of green leafworms in front of him, then his eyes fell on the largest one. He estimated that soon this green leafworm could evolve into a spirit leaf envoy, and then Lu Zhe looked at that spirit leaf envoy. Real eye. Race, spirit leaf envoy. Strength, common grade middle level. Quality, common grade upper level. Possible evolution, green vine medicine envoy, earth grade middle level. The spirit leaf envoy has only one evolution form. Name, green vine medicine envoy. Quality, earth grade middle level. Description, long body, completely jade green, with vine-like patterns evolved from the back leaf veins. It can control surrounding plants' vines for medicine field management, significantly reducing the growth cycle of medicinal materials and greatly enhancing the purity of medicinal properties. During the day, it controls the vines for loosening soil and weeding. At night, it guides the vines to form a protective net. While the green leafworms drank the potion, Lu Zhe walked into the medicine field and began to select herbs. The medicine field was filled with mature first-grade herbs, and their efficacy, under the influence of the spirit leaf envoy and green leafworms, was much better than what was found on the market. After collecting some herbs and returning to the house, Lu Zhe quickly prepared dinner. Watching Bai Shuang eat, Lu Zhe began to contemplate. Based on past information, only if Bai Shuang grew to an earth-grade demon beast or evolved into the extreme frost wolf could he be 100% sure to enter the 7 academies. However, Lu Zhe was not confident that he could gather all the materials Bai Shuang needed for evolution before the college entrance exam, so the only option left was to help her grow into an earth-grade demon beast. Currently, Bai Shuang was common grade upper level, and in 5 months, Lu Zhe was completely confident he could raise her to an earth-grade demon beast. After dinner, Lu Zhe picked up the herbs he had just gathered and mixed them with other first-grade materials, creating a bowl of icy blue potion. This was a spirit medicine Lu Zhe crafted specifically for Bai Shuang to enhance her strength, based on his knowledge combined with Bai Shuang's current capability. Although all the materials were first-grade, they were the most suitable for Bai Shuang at the moment. Here, Bai Shuang, drink this bowl of medicine. Lu Zhe held out the bowl of medicine and said to Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang took a glance, sniffed to confirm there were no strange smells, and then drank it down. Seeing Bai Shuang finish drinking, Lu Zhe nodded in satisfaction. Lie down. Hearing this, Bai Shuang's eyes filled with surprise as she quickly lay down on the sofa. Then, Lu Zhe started to slowly massage Bai Shuang, while his spiritual power seeped through his fingers, promoting Bai Shuang's absorption of the medicinal effect. Bai Shuang felt a warm flow surge within her body, so comfortable that she let out soft sounds, her tail swaying happily behind her. Chapter 61, Return to the Secret Realm. All right. Lu Zhe gently patted the lying Bai Shuang, and she finally woke up from her dreamy state. After Bai Shuang left, Lu Zhe looked at the golden furry fox that had been watching from the side. Seeing Lu Zhe looking over, the golden furry fox quickly turned its head away. In response, Lu Zhe walked over and hugged it, starting to massage it as well. Ing. A month quickly passed during this time. In this period, one of the green leaf bugs in Lu Zhe's medicinal field finally evolved into a spirit leaf envoy. At this time, Lu Zhe's personal panel also changed to this. Host, Lu Zhe. Level, Peak Beast Master Apprentice. Breeder level, level 6, 14/100. Talent, Beast Affinity, Eye of Truth. The level rise was mainly due to the evolution of the green leaf bug and Lu Zhe's care for the golden furry fox in recent days. The golden furry fox also underwent some changes, as it had plenty of food and a variety of spiritual medicines every day. Thus, the golden furry fox grew much bigger, its fur became smoother, and its personality became much more cheerful. Sister Lin, I'm leaving now. In front of the house, Lu Zhe said to Lin Xingyu. Don't worry, I'll take good care of this little guy. Lin Xingyu held the golden furry fox in her arms, reluctant to let go. Since Lu Zhe hadn't contracted the golden furry fox, it wasn't convenient for him to take it into the secret realm with him. So, Lu Zhe decided to temporarily leave the golden furry fox with Lin Xingyu for a while. Ing. Looking at Lu Zhe leaving, the golden furry fox let out a sad sound, its two eyes gradually misting over, as if it was about to cry at any moment. Alright, don't cry, he didn't abandon you. Seeing this, Lin Xingyu looked somewhat at a loss. She hadn't raised a young beast in a long time, so she was a bit flustered in this situation. However, being a level 2 breeder, she quickly regained her composure. Lin Xingyu soothingly comforted the golden furry fox while walking toward the store. Once back in the secret realm, Lu Zhe still first went to the previous hotel to check in. After dropping off his luggage, he promptly went to the second floor of the association to take on tasks. Lu Zhe casually chose a machine and looked at the various tasks on the screen, deciding to take tasks with higher points whenever possible. Only in this way could he possibly accumulate enough points before the college entrance examination to exchange for the materials needed for Bai Shuang's advancement. After searching for a while, Lu Zhe found a suitable task. First tier task, ID, 357. Clear the rock rat nest, deadline, 10 days. Reward points, 40. Without thinking too much, Lu Zhe accepted this task, and then a map marking the location of the rock rat nest was sent to Lu Zhe's phone. In the following time, Lu Zhe did not choose to go straight into the secret realm. Instead, he wandered around the outskirts of the secret realm with Bai Shuang, as he hadn't properly explored this place before. Bai Shuang followed closely beside Lu Zhe, curiously observing the surroundings. On the road, there were many people like Lu Zhe, each accompanied by their own beasts. Fiery feather chicken, sandstorm rabbit, lightning weasel. There were all kinds of beasts, mostly of the common tier, but there were also a few that were of the earth tier strength. For example, a giant ape ahead. Name, rock-shelled giant ape. Quality, superior earth tier. Description, covered with gray volcanic rock armor, with crimson molten light seeping through the cracks of the armor. Like magma flowing beneath the skin, arms as thick as pillars, the fists forming natural stone edges, striking with such force that the rocky armor shatters, and debris sprays like a torrential rain. With every step on the ground, it cracks into a web of fissures, the shockwaves traveling 100 steps. Residing on sheer cliffs, quenching thirst with mountain springs and grinding teeth on iron rocks, the roar can shake the eagles from the cliff tops. Lu Zhe stared in awe at this gigantic ape, its size was truly enormous. Most monster beasts grow larger as their strength increases. And large monster beasts often cause significant inconveniences in the human world, so beast tamers usually don't summon them out. However, when monster beasts reach the heavenly level, one no longer needs to worry about their size. Because heavenly level monster beasts, also known as great monsters, can freely change their size. At that moment, the rock-covered giant ape cautiously followed its beast tamer, afraid to bump into anything else. The beast tamer in front of the rock-covered giant ape looked helplessly back at the huge box that the giant ape was holding. If it weren't for the heavy load, he wouldn't have summoned the giant ape out. After wandering casually for a while and buying some street snacks for Bai Shuang, Lu Zhe returned to the hotel. The next day, Lu Zhe arrived again at the familiar secret realm, opened the map to confirm the exact location of the rock mouse, and summoned Bai Shuang to rush towards that place. After a while, Lu Zhe reached the location of the rock mouse's nest. The rock mouse's nest was underground, while the ground above was full of various sized holes, and many rock mice were currently coming in and out. Hiding to the side, Lu Zhe surveyed the rock mice in front of him, the information about the rock mice appearing in his mind. Name: rock mouse. Quality: average level mid-tier. Description: short gray-brown fur tightly adhering to rocky bones, fur claws as hard as steel hooks, can hang upside down on rock walls, front teeth are light golden, gnawing stone leaves traces, debris turns to fine powder. Sleeping by day, coming out at night, living in groups in caves, fond of eating blood and flesh. A tuft of quartz whiskers grows at the tail end, shaking and scattering dim light when encountering enemies, bewildering natural foes. A single rock mouse isn't strong, but the trouble is, rock mice usually appear in groups. However, with Bai Shuang's current strength, it shouldn't be hard to deal with, and Lu Zhe is quite confident in Bai Shuang's abilities. After careful nurturing, while Lu Zhe wouldn't dare to say that Bai Shuang's combat skills are exceptional, he is quite confident in her physical strength and spiritual energy reserves. But there is still one trouble, which is that Lu Zhe's safety can't be guaranteed. Once he attacks the rock mice, they will surely be enraged, and then a swarm of rock mice will rush out. Bai Shuang might be fine, but Lu Zhe doesn't have much confidence in himself. However, Lu Zhe had already thought of a solution for this, pulling out a small bottle from his backpack. Then, Lu Zhe sprayed the liquid inside the bottle all over himself. This is a potion specially made by Lu Zhe according to the situation of the rock mice. As long as it is sprayed on, it emits a scent that the rock mice find extremely repulsive. Chapter 62, Destroying the Rock Mouse Nest. This disgusting feeling will prevent the rock mice from approaching Lu Zhe easily. Still thinking it wasn't safe enough, Lu Zhe climbed onto Bai Shuang's back, instructing her to take him to a large tree. Lu Zhe tightly wrapped his arms around Bai Shuang's neck, and after choosing a tree that was several dozen meters high, Bai Shuang exerted her limbs. Her sharp claws dug firmly into the tree trunk, and she ran straight up the tree. Reaching a branch more than 10 meters above the ground, Lu Zhe dismounted from Bai Shuang. The branch wasn't spacious, but Lu Zhe was no ordinary person, easily standing steady on the branch. He nodded at Bai Shuang, and she immediately jumped down from the large tree. Lu Zhe used his spiritual power on his eyes, looking at the distant rock rat den, and began to command Bai Shuang through their contract. Bai Shuang quietly approached the rock rat den, her eyes fixed on the rock rats coming in and out. Extreme cold breath. Lu Zhe decided to test the waters first, to see how many rock rats there really were. Boom! A beam of ice blue breath slammed into the entrance where the rock rats came and went, blowing apart the surface dirt and revealing the dark hole beneath. Many rock rats entering and exiting were blown to pieces by the breath. And those who survived were struck by the shattered ice crystals and were badly injured. Chirp, chirp. Suddenly attacked, the rock rat group was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. They looked towards Bai Shuang, their eyes turning blood red, and with a chorus of chirp, chirp sounds, more and more rock rats crawled out of the blasted hole. Then they rushed madly towards Bai Shuang. Ice spike puncture. Seeing the increasing number of rock rats, Lu Zhe immediately shouted to Bai Shuang. Cold ice spread from Bai Shuang's forepaw like a white spider web. The next moment, icicles as thick as arms burst up from the ground, piercing through the rock rats' bodies. Blood bloomed on the ice crystals, instantly freezing into deep red frost flowers. However, the rat swarm did not retreat. Those coming from behind stepped over their fallen companions and continued to charge forward. Seeing the rock rat swarm getting closer, Bai Shuang flicked her tail slightly and began to run. Although she did not use any monster techniques, Bai Shuang's speed was still much faster than the rock rats. Thus, Bai Shuang ran ahead while the rock rat swarm followed closely behind. Lu Zhe looked towards the hole where the rock rats kept pouring out and took out a few bottles of the same potions from his backpack, tying them to an arrow. Because there were too many rock rats, it would be too troublesome to kill them one by one, so Lu Zhe planned to lure them all out and catch them in one sweep. Bai Shuang, extreme cold breath. Bai Shuang suddenly halted, her chest swelling, and a crystal blue light beam swept across the ground. Boom! The edge of the den instantly exploded, ice shards and rubble flying, the first several rock rats turning into ice dust right away, the smell of blood mingling with the earthy scent, causing the rat swarm to fall into temporary chaos. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, Lu Zhe had already drawn his bow and aimed at the depths of the rock rat den. Whoosh! The arrow accurately shot into the dark hole. In an instant, the rock rats emitted a frantic sound they had never made before. Chirp, chirp. The ground around the den collapsed instantly, and hordes of rock rats with blood-red eyes surged out. Seeing this scene, Luze couldn't help but swallow hard. There were simply too many. Luze finally understood why the association issued the task to eliminate the rock rats. The reason was that the number of rock rats was overwhelming. It was known that rock rats ate meat. Such a large number would obviously deal a devastating blow to other nearby monster beasts. It would severely disrupt the ecological balance of this area. No wonder the association would issue the task to eliminate the rock rats. Upon seeing so many rock rats, Bai Shuang's eyes first showed surprise, then turned into disdain. She stopped and slammed her forepaw hard on the ground, cold currents exploding around her. The cold ice rapidly spread until it completely encompassed all the rock rats before it stopped. Frost snow explosion. Bai Shuang growled, and the surrounding ice began to crack inch by inch. Chirp, chirp. The rock rat swarm seemed to sense the danger and let out terrified cries. Then, they decisively abandoned the chase of Bai Shuang and tried to flee back into the den. But it was already too late. Crack, crack. The ice surface completely shattered, turning into countless ice crystals soaring in the air, then being swept by an invisible force. The ice crystals rose like blades into the sky, then instantly converged, becoming a swirling blizzard. Chirp, chirp. The rock rat's screams were torn apart by the howling wind. The gray-brown torrent was visibly dyed in ice blue. Most of the rock mice were swept into the air, while the remaining ones desperately clawed at the ground, but could not move an inch. An ice-blue crystal core rapidly formed above the group of rock mice, then exploded violently. Boom! Countless ice crystals turned into the sharpest weapons, flying straight towards all directions. They pinned every rock mouse on the ground to it. Then, Luze was carried down from the tree by Bai Shuang. Looking at the countless rock mouse corpses on the ground, Luze satisfiedly patted Bai Shuang beside him. Well done, I'll buy you something tasty tonight. Hearing this, Bai Shuang happily rubbed against Luze. Afterward, Luze walked over to the rock mouse den. He still needed to confirm if there were any rock mice inside. He took out a herb from his backpack and then ignited it with a lighter, throwing it into the den. This was jade leafgrass. Luze had previously made his potion with it. Once ignited, the smell it emitted was many times stronger than just the potion. As expected, with the jade leaf grass thrown into the den, chirps started coming from deep within. Soon, one rock mouse after another ran out from inside the den, only to be killed by Bai Shuang and Luze. In this way, a long time passed before no more rock mice ran out from the den. Looks like it's about time. Luze nodded, then slightly organized the rock mouse corpses on the ground and prepared to leave with Bai Shuang. Since Luze only took this one mission today, he directly left the secret realm. However, before leaving the secret realm, he also caught some knife-finned fish. Back at the Beast Tamer Association, Luze submitted this mission. The staff, after reviewing Luze's video, directly credited the points to Luze's account. Though it was called an extermination mission, it didn't necessarily require killing them all, as that would be too difficult. As long as a large number of beasts were confirmed to be killed, ensuring they wouldn't affect the local ecology again was fine. Seeing 40 points credited again, Luze felt very satisfied. After exiting the association, Luze bought some snacks on the street as a reward for Bai Shuang. After that, Luze kept taking on tasks to earn points. Chapter 63, The Bone-Corroding Python of the Ghost Marsh. Time flew by, and soon it was 2 months later. Inside the Whisper Pavilion, Luze was holding a golden velvet fox in his arms, leisurely organizing the goods in the store. There was only Luze in the store, as Qin Yueshi had resigned a few days ago. The reason was that to improve the combat ability of the Mist Tail Bao, she decided to go train. Considering Qin Yueshi's financial situation, Luze lent her some money. Ing. The golden velvet fox was acting cute in Luze's arms, its large tail occasionally sweeping across Luze's chest. Looking at the golden velvet fox in his arms, Luze couldn't help but think back to a month ago when he had just returned from the secret realm. Back then, the golden velvet fox rushed towards him crying when it saw him, making him feel guilty. Under Luze's nurturing, the golden velvet fox's strength had reached the medium grade of the mortal rank, and it was time to consider helping it advance. Ah whoa. At this moment, Bai Shuang lazily called out and then stood up from the ground, stretching its body slightly. Luze turned to look, and thoughts began swirling in his mind. Now it was June, only 2 months left until the college entrance examination, but Bai Shuang was still at the upper premium level of the mortal rank. Despite Luze constantly spending resources on Bai Shuang, it still couldn't break through to the earth rank. Indeed, breaking through to the earth rank wasn't that easy. On the second floor of the Beast Tamer Association, in the task hall, Luze looked at a task in front of him and felt a stir in his heart. From the second-tier task, number 9785, hunt a raging ghost swamp bone-devouring python, strength, low grade of earth rank, limited time, 20 days. Reward points, 200. If it were a normal ghost swamp bone-devouring python, Luze would definitely not want to touch it. But according to the task information, this ghost swamp bone-devouring python is in its molting period, in a weakened state. The molting period of the ghost swamp bone devouring python lasts for 3 months, and during these 3 months, its strength is greatly reduced. It is also because of this that Lu Zhe decided to take on this task. This ghost swamp bone devouring python is in its molting period, and its strength is greatly reduced. Besides, if he couldn't win, he could still ask for help. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, there is basically no life-threatening danger. Moreover, Bai Shuang has been unable to break through, so Lu Zhe thinks Bai Shuang might need some pressure to advance. Thus, after careful consideration, Lu Zhe took on this task. In the following days, Lu Zhe was busy preparing to deal with the ghost swamp bone devouring python. After all, it is an earth-rank beast, and even in a weakened state, sufficient preparation is necessary. A few days later, Lu Zhe cautiously arrived next to the swamp where the ghost swamp bone devouring python lived, with Bai Shuang by his side. After all, the ghost swamp bone devouring python is a second-tier beast, and there are also some second-tier beasts around its living area. So Lu Zhe had to be careful, afraid of attracting the attention of other second-tier beasts. However, the journey was relatively safe, and Lu Zhe managed to reach the swamp without any major incidents. Looking at the swamp ahead, the air was filled with the foul smell of rotten mud and decaying plants. Bai Shuang's face showed a clear expression of disgust. At this moment, Lu Zhe was very nervous as it was an earth-rank beast. Bai Shuang, are you ready? Whoa. I'm ready. Bai Shuang nodded firmly. Lu Zhe reached out to pat Bai Shuang, then replayed the plan in his mind. The ghost swamp bone devouring python lives in the swamp, and Bai Shuang cannot exert its full strength in the swamp. So, they must lure the ghost swamp bone devouring python out of the swamp. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhe pulled out his bow and arrow, then smeared a liquid on the arrowhead. This was a poison that could affect the ghost swamp bone devouring python, which Lu Zhe had bought. After all, he is still only a first-tier breeder and is not capable enough to concoct drugs that can significantly affect second-tier beasts. Then, with Bai Shuang's help, Lu Zhe climbed onto a branch of a big tree. After confirming that everything was ready, Bai Shuang cautiously approached the swamp, then unleashed an extreme cold breath towards the center of the swamp. Bang! When the extreme cold breath hit the swamp, the water surface first rippled with strange dark green waves. Then the entire swamp boiled like tar, and the python's head, nearly 2 meters in diameter, broke through the water, with the edges of its molted scales curling over, revealing a pink new skin. Roar! Name: Ghost Swamp Bone Devouring Python. Quality: mid-tier earth rank. Description: entirely dark green, covered with a slimy layer of rot, glimmering with a dim oily light under the sun. 3 dark red gill flaps on its neck can allow it to breathe underwater for 3 days. The end of its tail is split into 2 bone hooks, which release toxic marsh bubbles when swung, eating through flesh and bone upon contact. It often entangles and suffocates prey in the depths of the marsh, and the scent of decay drifts with the water. Once prey approaches the shore, it is silently dragged into the mud. At the moment it appeared, the ghost swamp bone devouring python's gaze locked onto Bai Shuang. Roar! The ghost swamp bone devouring python roared angrily at Bai Shuang, who didn't back down and roared back. Whoa! Immediately afterward, Bai Shuang unleashed an extreme cold breath from its mouth. Seeing the ice blue breath coming toward it, the ghost swamp bone devouring python flashed a hint of disdain in its eyes and attempted to dodge. However, the weakness that spread through its body made its movements much slower. In the end, the breath hit it straight on. Boom! The shadow swamp bone-eating python let out a roar. Looking closely, there was a medium-sized pit where it had been hit. Fetid blood dripped continuously from the wound, falling onto the swamp and making a sizzling corrosive sound. Seeing that Bai Shuang's attack had hurt the shadow swamp bone-eating python, Lu Zhe excitedly clenched his fists. Although he knew the shadow swamp bone-eating python was in a weakened state, Lu Zhe still didn't have complete confidence in defeating it. So Lu Zhe had already planned that once he sensed something was wrong, he would immediately press the distress button. However, looking at the current situation, the strength of the shadow swamp bone-eating python had indeed dropped significantly. Victory was entirely possible. Roar! The shadow swamp bone-eating python roared angrily, opening its mouth wide and spewing out 3 lumps of stinking green poison bubbles. Bai Shuang quickly dodged, and the poison bubbles hit the ground, directly corroding it into several large pits. After dodging, Bai Shuang provocatively glanced at the shadow swamp bone-eating python, then ran toward a place away from the swamp. Roar! Seeing Bai Shuang escape, the furious shadow swamp bone-eating python did not think twice and crawled straight out of the swamp. Yes, that's it. Watching the shadow swamp bone-eating python completely leave the swamp, Lu Zhe felt very happy in his heart. And Bai Shuang, seeing the shadow swamp bone-eating python leave the swamp, stopped immediately, no longer escaping. Then, another blast of extreme cold breath directly struck the head of the shadow swamp bone-eating python. The already enraged shadow swamp bone-eating python became even more furious from this attack. The shadow swamp bone-eating python swung its thick tail, and a series of poison bubbles flew out from behind its tailbone, rushing towards Bai Shuang. Then, its body also moved, quickly crawling toward Bai Shuang. Snow Shadow Ambush. Bai Shuang used her magical skill to dodge the poison bubbles, but at that moment, the shadow swamp bone-eating python had already charged in front of her. After all, it was a second-level monster, its speed was not much lower than Bai Shuang's. The fierce light in the eyes of the shadow swamp bone-eating python shone brightly as it swung its tail toward Bai Shuang. Boom! Bai Shuang barely managed to dodge, and before she could feel happy, the shadow swamp bone-eating python's eyes revealed a hint of cunning. Swish! The shadow swamp bone-eating python's body twisted at an eerie speed, and then, a dark green light burst forth from its body. Chapter 64, Fierce Battle with the Earth Stage Monster. A wave of dark green light surged out like rotten tide from the gaps in the scales of the shadow swamp bone-eating python. The surrounding air instantly became thick and suffocating, carrying a nauseating sweet smell. Centered around the giant python, a wave of dark green mist exploded outward. Where it passed, the grass withered and blackened at a visible rate, finally turning into pools of bubbling mud. The ground beneath Bai Shuang's feet was licked by the mist, immediately producing a hiss of corrosion. Her snowy white paw pads were instantaneously burned with dark spots. Ow! Bai Shuang cried out in pain, desperately trying to retreat, but it was too close. The dark green mist had already enveloped her. Lu Zhe, watching everything from above, felt his heart tighten, his fingers hovering over the distress button. Sensing the approaching toxic gas, Bai Shuang's eyes hardened, and a surge of cold air erupted from within her, blocking the toxic gas in front of her. Hiss hiss. At the moment the toxic gas collided with the cold air, a corrosive sound erupted, and the cold air visibly corroded. Bai Shuang seized the moment and quickly fled the range of the toxic gas. But even so, Bai Shuang's body was still tainted by quite a bit of toxic gas. Cough cough. Bai Shuang coughed up some blood, and dark green patterns began to appear faintly on her body. Fortunately, Bai Shuang only swayed slightly and showed no other adverse reactions. Lu Zhe watched as Bai Shuang escaped the range of the toxic mist. A sigh of relief escaped from his heart. Fortunately, he had given Bai Shuang some anti-venom beforehand, otherwise, just this one blow would be enough for her to handle. But it was time to act quickly. Don't be fooled by Bai Shuang's current state. If it continues to drag on, the consequences would be unimaginable. Roar! Seeing Bai Shuang escape from the poisonous mist, the bone-corroding python let out an angry roar. Its body quickly lunged towards Bai Shuang, the thick serpentine body whipped like a lash, its tail hook flashing with a chilling cold light. Bai Shuang's figure swayed, quickly dodging, leaving only a crystal ice phantom in place. In the next moment, she appeared at the python's side, her sharp claws wrapped in frost, fiercely tearing at the exposed tender flesh left after shedding its skin. Put! Foul-smelling snake blood sprayed out, and the bone-corroding python writhed in pain, its tail hook sweeping through the area, snapping trees in half. What a chance! Lu Zhe seized this fleeting opportunity, drew back his bowstring, and a poison arrow shot through the air, accurately embedding itself in the ghastly wound. Whoosh! Initially, the bone-corroding python didn't take this attack seriously, but as the poison began to spread, its body started to show discomfort, its already weak frame becoming even more fragile, movements noticeably sluggish. Seeing the delay in the bone-corroding python's actions, Lu Zhe felt a rush of joy. Truly, it was worth the hefty price I paid for the poison. After all, the bone-corroding python was a second-tier beast, and not to mention a poisonous one. Therefore, to have a strong enough drug to affect it, the price of such poison was quite expensive. Don't be fooled by its small bottle, it cost Lu Zhe a full 300,000. At this moment, Bai Shuang seized the opportunity, swinging her claws once more, leaving numerous deep wounds on its body. The bone-corroding python fell into complete madness, but its increasingly weak body made it hard to keep up with Bai Shuang's movements. However, the poison inside Bai Shuang also began to take effect, causing her evasive actions to slow down as well. The bone-corroding python whipped its thick tail, and due to the poisoning, Bai Shuang couldn't dodge in time, ultimately forced to take the blow. Fortunately, Bai Shuang timely used her snow curtain defense, and the force of the bone-corroding python's attack was much lighter due to its weakness. Nonetheless, Bai Shuang was still sent flying, crashing harshly into a large tree. Bang! The tree let out a tremendous sound, trembling a few times, but ultimately stood firm in place. Bai Shuang struggled to rise, constantly spitting out black blood, and her vision gradually began to blur. This was the effect of the bone-corroding python's toxin starting to take hold. Damn it! Seeing this, Lu Zhe could no longer hold back, drawing his bow again and shooting another arrow. The arrow accurately struck the wound, causing the bone-corroding python to roar angrily once more. But immediately after, the python's blood-red eyes locked onto Lu Zhe, the crimson vertical pupils filled with murderous intent. Lu Zhe's heart sank. This was exactly why he had been cautious about not attacking before. Once the bone-corroding python targets him, it could become very troublesome, especially troublesome. Roar! The bone-corroding python let out a terrifying screech, then with a flick of its tail, several putrid green poison balls flew rapidly towards Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe had no time to think, he hurriedly drew his dagger and jumped down from the tree. With all his strength, he plunged the dagger into the tree trunk, and just as he jumped, the poison ball struck the spot he had just vacated. Bang! The poison balls exploded where he had been, corroding a terrifying hole in the thick trunk. The splattered poison rained down like raindrops, and everything around that touched it emitted a sizzling sound. The scattered venom had a part flying towards Lu Zhe at this moment. Seeing the dark green venom, Lu Zhe gritted his teeth. He directly pulled the dagger from the tree and kicked off hard with his legs, hastening his fall to the ground. Boom! A dull sound of landing echoed. Lu Zhe had no time to worry about his aching legs and hurriedly ran away from the big tree. Seeing that his attack had not hurt Lu Zhe, the swamp bone python was about to spit out venom again. But at that moment, Bai Shuang had already rushed towards it. Bai Shuang's eyes were red. She had just watched Lu Zhe being attacked by the swamp bone python and was filled with rage. Seeing Bai Shuang approaching, the swamp bone python did not dare to be careless. It immediately gave up attacking Lu Zhe and turned to attack Bai Shuang. Once again avoiding the swamp bone python's tail swipe, Bai Shuang directly jumped onto its back. Taking advantage of the swamp bone python's moment of inaction, Bai Shuang's claws fiercely stabbed into its body. Enduring the corrosion of the venomous blood, her claws, filled with cold, began to stir wildly within. Feeling Bai Shuang's relentless attack on its body, the swamp bone python hurriedly twisted its body, attempting to wrap Bai Shuang up. Bai Shuang used all her strength in her four limbs, her claws deeply hooked into the flesh, then suddenly jumped back. Rip! Accompanied by a nauseating tearing sound, a large piece of scaly snake meat was forcibly pulled off, exposing the snowy white spinal bones. Roar! The swamp bone python twisted in pain, but Bai Shuang did not let it go. Seizing the opportunity, another breath of extreme cold blasted onto the freshly torn wound. Roar! The swamp bone python let out a heartbreaking howl, completely losing its will to fight, wanting to flee into the swamp. Chapter 65, Victory. Crimson Feather Hawk. But Bai Shuang would not let it escape, rushing to the side of the swamp bone python. Bai Shuang's sharp claws, like steel hooks, deeply pierced into the python's tail, the sharp claw tips penetrating its scales and drawing out dark green blood. The swamp bone python struggled desperately, its weakened body displaying unprecedented strength driven by the instinct to survive. Bai Shuang held on tightly, then opened her mouth to unleash another breath that struck the wound of the swamp bone python, causing ice crystals to explode. Before the swamp bone python could let out a roar, the surrounding ice crystals suddenly erupted, turning into even smaller ice crystals that flew into the air. A blizzard suddenly appeared, with winds of ice crystals howling furiously. In the terrified gaze of the swamp bone python, an ice core rapidly formed above its head. The threat of death drove the swamp bone python completely mad, trying desperately to escape. Bai Shuang bit down hard, using all her strength to prevent the swamp bone python from leaving. Finally, in the swamp bone python's despairing gaze, cracks gradually appeared on the ice core, and then it suddenly exploded. Bang! Sharp ice crystals, carrying powerful impact, struck the swamp bone python's body. At first, its painful roar was still audible. But soon, it was completely drowned out by the howling wind. As the storm faded, the massive body of the swamp bone python fell to the ground with a crash, its dark green scales dim and lifeless, the blood seeping from its shed skin congealing into a horrifying ice red. Bai Shuang staggered back a few steps, her silvery white fur had been stained an eerie gray by the toxins. Then, her entire body weakened, collapsing directly to the ground. But at that moment, the body of the swamp bone python actually began to move slightly. It was not dead yet. The swamp bone python's eyes were filled with madness, seemingly wanting to make a final desperate strike. Whoosh! An arrow shot out, piercing directly through its eye. The swamp bone python twitched a few times. The light in his eyes completely faded away. Lu Zhe quickly walked to Bai Shuang's side, and at that moment, Bai Shuang was already completely soaked in the color of poison. Ow! Seeing Lu Zhe coming over, Bai Shuang's eyes were full of happiness, struggling to lift her head. Lu Zhe hurriedly stopped her, then took out many detoxifying pills from his backpack, starting to detoxify Bai Shuang. After feeding her several bottles of the detoxifying medicine, Bai Shuang's spirits improved significantly, which made Lu Zhe breathe a sigh of relief. If it were any other second-tier monster, Bai Shuang might not be in such a sorry state. But the bone-corroding python was different. It was a monster that specialized in poison, and Lu Zhe indeed had no good way to deal with it. Feeling heartbroken, he lifted Bai Shuang's head, and without hesitation, pressed the rescue button. The commotion here would definitely attract other monsters, and it was very likely to lure out second-tier monsters as well. So, pressing the rescue button was the best way to go. Not long after pressing the button, a loud and piercing cry echoed across the sky. Caw! Then, a huge fire-red bird monster flew over with immense power. The bird monster landed in front of Lu Zhe, and then a man jumped down from its back. Did you press the rescue button? Lu Zhe nodded, but his eyes showed a look of shock as he stared at the giant fire-red bird beside him. True Eye. Name, Crimson Feather Hawk. Strength, high-grade Earth Stage. Quality, low-grade celestial stage. Description, wingspan of 6 sheng, whole body covered in copper-red feathers, wing edges burning with golden-red flame patterns. 3 bundles of fiery fluff feathers grow behind the neck, igniting in the wind without burning the body. Dual eyes like amber, seeing as clearly at night as during the day. With a single flap, 7 fiery blades of over a zheng condense, 12 tail feathers, gathered like blazing arrows, spread into a 3 zheng flame curtain, and dive to instantly ignite a forest of 10 zhang. This was actually a celestial stage quality monster. The man noticed Lu Zei's shocked gaze and felt very proud in his heart. The reason he came here as a protector was to enjoy the shocking and envious looks from others, right? Then, the man scanned the surroundings, saw Bai Shuang leaning in Lu Zei's arms, injured, and also saw the corpse of the bone-corroding python nearby. The man was first surprised for a moment, then quickly calmed down. "Get on, I will take you out," the man said to Lu Zei, then waved his hand towards the crimson feather hawk that had landed on the ground behind him. Lu Zei shifted his gaze away from the crimson feather hawk, but he was still a little shocked inside. Looking at the intact corpse of the bone-corroding python nearby, Lu Zei said, "Please wait a moment." The man nodded. Then, Lu Zei took out a dagger and began to slice into the corpse of the bone-corroding python. In the end, he extracted a dark green snake gallbladder from the corpse. The snake gall is a valuable item, let alone this being a second-tier monster's gall. Lu Zei absorbed Bai Shuang into his body, then jumped onto the back of the crimson feather hawk. The man also jumped up at this moment, then turned to Lu Zei and said, "Hold on tight." After saying that, the crimson feather hawk flapped its wings, and in an instant, Lu Zei felt a powerful wind blowing towards him. His body swayed, and Lu Zei hurriedly reached out to grip the red feathers in front of him tightly. Then, under the stimulation of the fierce wind, he had to close his eyes. When Lu Zei opened his eyes again, he found himself in the high sky. The wind howled in his ears, and the view of the secret realm below was laid out before him. Lu Zei's eyes were filled with wonder, and before long, the crimson feather hawk had already flown near the exit of the secret realm. After letting Lu Zei down, the man said to him, "Remember, you cannot enter the secret realm for the next 7 days." Lu Zei nodded. He knew this was because he had pressed the rescue button. In the beginning, there were actually no such rules in the secret realm. However, back then, many people were not facing life and death crises, they simply pressed the rescue button for minor troubles. So, in response to this phenomenon, the authorities established a rule: anyone who pressed the rescue button could not enter the secret realm for a week afterward. The man said nothing more and quickly urged the scarlet feather eagle to disappear. Lu Zei did not linger much longer and hurriedly left the secret realm. After undergoing a check by the staff, Lu Zei went straight to the hospital. Earlier, Bai Shuang's poison had only been temporarily suppressed, complete detoxification still required a visit to the hospital. After all, it was poison from a second-tier monster, and he currently lacked the confidence to handle it. Nighttime arrived. In the hotel room, Bai Shuang was wrapped in loop after loop of pink bandages. At that moment, she was quietly lying on the sofa watching TV. The poison within Bai Shuang had been mostly cleaned out, now she just needed to rest peacefully. At this moment, Lu Zei pushed open the door and walked in, carrying a large basin of delicious roasted fish. Woof woof. Upon smelling the aroma of the roasted fish, Bai Shuang eagerly yelped, but because she was bound in bandages, she could only lie on the sofa, staring at Lu Zei. Seeing Bai Shuang like this, Lu Zei smiled, then placed the roasted fish on the table in front of her. "Open your mouth." Bai Shuang obediently opened her mouth, and then Lu Zei began to carefully feed her. Enjoying Lu Zei's feeding, a happy expression appeared on Bai Shuang's face, and her tail, wrapped in bandages, began to wag slightly. Chapter 66, Breakthrough. 10 days later. Bai Shuang had completely recovered and was on the verge of a breakthrough in her strength. Woof. At this moment, she was nudging Lu Zei's arm with her head, her wet nose tickling his elbow. Lu Zei, busy with his hands, spoke to Bai Shuang without looking up. "Alright, stop pestering, go play by yourself for a while." Upon hearing this, a disappointed expression appeared on Bai Shuang's face, but she immediately stopped bothering Lu Zei. At this moment, Lu Zei was using the snake gall of the abyssal bone-corrosive python, mixed with some ice essence, to create a spiritual potion to aid Bai Shuang's breakthrough. The ice essence was a material needed for Bai Shuang's evolution, primarily serving to provide a massive amount of spiritual energy. Therefore, when Bai Shuang made her breakthrough, she could also use a bit to provide the needed spiritual energy. After a while, Lu Zei walked over to Bai Shuang on the sofa, holding a bowl of greenish potion. "Here, Bai Shuang, drink this." Lu Zei held the bowl to Bai Shuang's mouth, she sniffed it for a moment and then drank the potion in one go. After drinking the green potion, intense waves of spiritual energy surged within Bai Shuang. Then she closed her eyes and laid back on the sofa. At the same time, waves of cold air emanated from her body. Seeing the sofa slowly start to freeze, Lu Zei quickly drew Bai Shuang into his body. After all, this was not his home, and there wasn't enough space for Bai Shuang to break through. Therefore, he could only draw Bai Shuang into his body, allowing her to break through inside. Lu Zhe sat down on the sofa, starting to wait for Bai Shuang's breakthrough to be completed. This time, Bai Shuang's breakthrough took much longer than the previous attempts. It actually took a full day and a half. When Bai Shuang successfully broke through, Lu Zhe was still quietly sitting on the sofa, watching a movie on the screen in front of him. And Lu Zhe was enjoying himself, holding a bag of chips in his hand. After all, Lu Zhe was human too. He couldn't read all the time. Balance between work and rest was the best approach. Suddenly, Lu Zhe's body stiffened, and he felt a surge of spiritual power passing through the contract. Lu Zhe's face lit up with joy. Bai Shuang had successfully broken through. Without any hesitation, Lu Zhe immediately summoned Bai Shuang. In an instant, a gigantic white wolf appeared in front of Lu Zhe. Looking at Bai Shuang before him, Lu Zhe couldn't help but swallow hard, because Bai Shuang's changes were simply too great. The most significant change was her size. Bai Shuang's shoulder height had shot up to 2 meters, much taller than Lu Zhe. Her entire body was covered in white fur, which now shone under the light, seemingly radiating a beautiful icy blue color. With icy blue eyes, upon closer inspection, it seemed like there were snowflake-like patterns deep within her gaze. Aoo! As soon as Bai Shuang appeared, she immediately let out an excited howl and was about to leap toward Lu Zhe like usual. Stop, stop! Seeing Bai Shuang about to pounce, Lu Zhe quickly called out to halt her. Bai Shuang had just broken through and couldn't perfectly control her newfound strength yet. If she leaped at him like this, he feared he would be knocked flying. Ow woo! Seeing Lu Zhe stop her, Bai Shuang gave a wronged whine and lay down on the ground, her massive tail that was wagging with excitement now drooping. Realizing his words might have hurt her feelings, Lu Zhe quickly walked over to Bai Shuang's side and gently began to stroke her. I'm not rejecting you, it's just that you've grown up now and can't leap at me like before. After Lu Zhe's explanation, Bai Shuang quickly recovered. Excited, she stood up and wanted to nuzzle Lu Zhe like before, but due to her size change, she ended up sitting down and resting her head on Lu Zhe's chest. Holding Bai Shuang's huge wolf head in his arms, Bai Shuang rubbed against Lu Zhe continuously. Lu Zhe closed his eyes in enjoyment. Bai Shuang's fur felt wonderful, smoother than the finest silk, and gave a comfortably cool sensation. As night fell, Bai Shuang's dissatisfied howls echoed in the room. Ow! Why can't I get up there? Bai Shuang stood beside the bed, looking at Lu Zhe with a wronged expression. Lu Zhe helplessly gestured to Bai Shuang's size, then moved to the bed. You're too big, the bed can't accommodate you anymore. However, despite Lu Zhe's explanation, Bai Shuang was still dissatisfied. Ow. I don't want that. I just want to sleep with you. Finally, after Lu Zhe kept soothing her, Bai Shuang gave up the idea of sleeping on the bed, but her face still bore a look of grievance and dissatisfaction. Alright, when you break through to the celestial level, you can sleep together. Lu Zhe felt a bit proud. How could it not be a skill of his to have Bai Shuang cling to him like this? Hearing Lu Zhe's words, Bai Shuang's heart was filled with a strong desire to reach the celestial level, wishing that she could break through right now. In the end, Bai Shuang reluctantly entered Lu Zhe's body. This was her first time spending the night inside him. The next day. As soon as Lu Zhe woke up, he sensed Bai Shuang's urgent desire to come out through their contract. The moment Bai Shuang emerged, she leaped towards Lu Zhe. Even though she controlled her strength, Lu Zhe still ended up on the floor. Bai Shuang's huge body completely covered him, and then she began to nuzzle him with her head. Lu Zhe did not resist. Instead, he reached out and started to stroke Bai Shuang. After petting Bai Shuang for a while, Lu Zhe prepared to take her back to the secret realm. Since defeating the bone-eating python in the secret realm last time, Lu Zhe had not gone back in. Lu Zhe took some gathering tasks from the mission hall. Then he entered the secret realm. Returning to the secret realm, Lu Zhe immediately summoned Bai Shuang. Looking at the massive Bai Shuang, a thought suddenly arose in Lu Zhe's mind. Then Lu Zhe climbed onto Bai Shuang's back and sat steadily on it. However, sitting on Bai Shuang's back made Lu Zhe feel a bit uncomfortable and inconvenient. So, Lu Zhe simply lay down on Bai Shuang, wrapping his arms around Bai Shuang's neck. During Lu Zhe's adjustment, Bai Shuang remained quiet, her tail behind her wagging excitedly. Bai Shuang! Run! Lu Zhe excitedly shouted to Bai Shuang after finding the most comfortable position. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's words, Bai Shuang also became excited, a happy smile appearing on her face. Aoo! Then, with a powerful push of her hind legs, Bai Shuang burst forward like an arrow, leaving several notable dents in the ground. Feeling the wind howling by his ears, Lu Zhe struggled to open his eyes, using his spiritual power to feel much better. Watching the scenery swiftly passing by, a sense of inexplicable excitement and joy surged within Lu Zhe, causing him to shout out in exhilaration. Noticing Lu Zhe's excitement, Bai Shuang increased her speed even more. Chapter 67, The Proud Bai Shuang. There were also some demon beasts around that noticed Lu Zhe but quickly shrank back upon sensing the aura of a ground-tier demon beast from Bai Shuang. Lu Zhe played for a while, fully indulging his excitement, before he began to complete his task. Soon, Lu Zhe arrived at a location according to the map, where the materials needed for the task Stardew grass were growing. Indeed, the official map is the most useful. Lu Zhe couldn't help but sigh, remembering that when he first came to the secret realm, he had taken several routes based on a private map before finding what he needed. Just as Lu Zhe got down from Bai Shuang, he saw Bai Shuang instantly disappear. Then, a loud crash echoed. Bang! Following the direction of the sound, Lu Zhe saw a dead emerald-green venomous snake lying beneath Bai Shuang's claws, already turned into a puddle of mush. Aoo! Bai Shuang raised her claw, looking at the blood and bits of flesh smeared on it, with a face of disgust. She rubbed her claws on the nearby grass vigorously, and only then did Bai Shuang nod in satisfaction. Lu Zhe withdrew his gaze and began to collect the Stardew grass. Before long, Lu Zhe had gathered enough and said to Bai Shuang, "Let's go, Bai Shuang, we're heading to the next place." Lu Zhe sprawled back on Bai Shuang's back, and then Bai Shuang quickly ran towards the next location. Days later, Bai Shuang was currently fighting against a second-tier demon beast. The demon beast across from her was much larger than Bai Shuang, covered in gray-white stone-like scales. The horn protruding from its nose shimmered with earthy yellow spiritual light, exuding a heavy aura all over. Name: Stone-scale rhinoceros. Quality: mid-grade ground tier. Description: standing at tall stature, resembling an armored rhinoceros. Layers of gray-white stone scales piled on top of each other, edges flashing with earth and yellow light. Normally moving slowly like rock, but once it exerts power, its hooves stomp mightily, shattering the ground within 10 feet into pits. When encountering an enemy, it injects spiritual power into its armor, instantly hardening its stone scales into 3 feet thick rock armor, charging without losing speed. This was a low-grade ground-tier stone-scale rhinoceros. Moo! The stone-scale rhinoceros let out a furious roar, its voice deep and rough, resonating like rolling rocks, as if giant stones were crashing inside its chest. Suddenly, it emitted an earthy yellow glow, and the already heavy scales on its body became even thicker in its light. Ha! With steam spewing from its nostrils, the stone-scale rhinoceros stomped its front hooves heavily onto the ground. The stones within a radius of 10 zhan leaped up in shock. Then, it charged straight towards Bai Shuang, like a moving steel giant. Bai Shuang opened her mouth, and instantly, a blast of extreme cold breath spewed forth towards the stone-scaled rhinoceros. Having become a ground-tier demon beast, Bai Shuang was now able to unleash her extreme cold breath in an instant. The breath slammed against the stone-scaled rhinoceros, yet its body only shook a few times, leaving shallow white marks on its scaled surface as it steadily advanced towards Bai Shuang. What high defense! Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe couldn't help but express his admiration, but inside, he felt no panic. Bai Shuang noticed that this strike caused no real damage and immediately changed her strategy, starting to circle around using her own speed. Clang! Bai Shuang swung her sharp claws, clashing against the scales of the stone-scaled rhinoceros, producing the sound of metal clashing and even sparking little flames. Howl! Bai Shuang withdrew her claw in pain, hurriedly shaking her somewhat sore front paw, then disappeared again from her spot. Bang! In the next moment, the stone-scaled rhinoceros's furious attack crashed down where she had just been, instantly creating many tiny cracks in the surrounding ground. Thus, neither side could do anything to the other. Bai Shuang's attacks could not inflict any effective harm on the stone-scaled rhinoceros. And the slow speed of the stone-scaled rhinoceros couldn't reach Bai Shuang to attack her. After a while, the stone-scaled rhinoceros was panting heavily, its eyes regaining clarity. Moo! After letting out another bellow, the stone-scaled rhinoceros quickly left without looking back. Bai Shuang was just about to chase after it when Lu Zhe stopped her. If they continued to fight, the result would surely be Bai Shuang's victory. She could easily wear down the stone-scaled rhinoceros. But since the stone-scaled rhinoceros had fled, there was no need to pursue it. After confirming that the stone-scaled rhinoceros was gone, Lu Zhe began to collect the items he needed for his task. Since Bai Shuang had broken through to the ground tier, the tasks Lu Zhe accepted were all second tier now. This collection task happened to involve a stone-scaled rhinoceros, so Bai Shuang fought it. Nice, another 130 points added. Satisfied, Lu Zhe placed the required materials into his backpack, returned to Bai Shuang's back, and set off towards the next destination. On the way, Lu Zhe sat on Bai Shuang, his mind started to think. There was only 1 month left until the college entrance examination, it was time to go back. To be safe, Lu Zhe planned to refrain from entering the secret realm for a while before the exam and just stay at home. He didn't want to make any mistakes in such an important matter. If something happened in the secret realm that delayed his college entrance exam, that would truly be troublesome. Arriving in front of his house by car, Lu Zhe found Lin Qingyu waiting for him, holding the golden velvet fox. Ing. Seeing Lu Zhe return, the golden velvet fox in Lin Qingyu's arms struggled wildly, its eyes filled with joy and excitement. You little heartless creature, who has been taking care of you these days? Seeing the excited golden velvet fox, Lin Qingyu gently patted it, then walked over to Lu Zhe. Sister Lin, why are you waiting here? Isn't it because of it? As soon as it knew you were coming back, it got all excited. so I had no choice but to wait at the door. As she spoke, Lin Xingyu released her hold on the golden velvet fox, and in the next moment, it jumped into Lu Zhe's arms. Ing. The golden velvet fox excitedly rubbed against Lu Zhe, who was petting it, then said to Lin Xingyu. Thank you, Sister Lin, for taking care of it these days. Would you like to come in and sit? Lin Xingyu nodded, then followed Lu Zhe to the entrance. After taking out the keys to open the door, Lu Zhe summoned the eager Bai Shuang out. Aoo. This. Upon seeing Bai Shuang, Lin Xingyu instantly froze in place. Noticing Lin Xingyu's shocked gaze, Bai Shuang proudly raised her head and then slowly walked into the house. The golden velvet fox in Lu Zhe's arms also opened its mouth in surprise, looking at Bai Shuang with admiration. Ing. Chapter 68, the night before the college entrance exam. Bai Shuang broke through to earth level? Lin Xingyu's tone was very complex, filled with excitement and envy. Yes, she just broke through not long ago. Lu Zhe nodded. Hearing Lu Zhe's confirmed answer, Lin Xingyu enviously said to Lu Zhe. With your current strength, getting into the 7th Academy should be a sure thing. Then, the two chatted as they walked into the house. Inside the house, Bai Shuang was sprawled on the sofa, her large size taking up more than half of it. Then, she skillfully used her tail to control the remote, turning on the TV and starting to watch intently. At this time, Lin Xingyu also walked over, sitting in the remaining spot on the sofa, beginning to size up Bai Shuang. With the golden velvet fox in his arms, Lu Zhe poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Lin Xingyu. Sister Lin, have some water. Lin Xingyu took the cup and started sipping it little by little. Afterward, Lu Zhe wanted to put the golden velvet fox down, but it clung tightly to his clothes. Ing. The golden velvet fox looked up at Lu Zhe with a pitiful expression. Seeing the golden velvet fox like this, Lu Zhe had no choice but to continue holding it and walked into the backyard. Arriving next to the herb field, soon, 2 emerald green caterpillars crawled out, one noticeably larger than the other. These were the 2 spirit leaf insects. Lu Zhe squatted down to observe the 2 spirit leaf insects. Since he was often away from home, they still both held a level of common quality strength. The golden velvet fox stared curiously at the 2 spirit leaf insects and then reached out its claws towards them. However, in the next moment, the 2 spirit leaf insects quickly shrank back into the herb field. Ing. Failed again. The golden velvet fox pouted and helplessly retracted its claws. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe smiled and patted the golden velvet fox. Not knowing if it was because they had a shadow of Bai Shuang in their hearts, this fear seemed to have extended to the golden velvet fox as well. Every time the golden velvet fox got close to those green leaf bugs, they would quickly flee. At this moment, Lin Xingyu's voice came from behind. What are you doing here? Arriving at the herb field, Lin Xingyu looked at the various herbs and flashed a hint of surprise on her face. You've taken really good care of these herbs, how did you do it? Lin Xingyu asked with a smile. Lu Zhe casually gave a reason to brush it off, and Lin Xingyu did not delve deeper. Then, the two talked a little longer and returned indoors. Lu Zhe did not tell Lin Xingyu about the spirit leaf insect's evolution path. He currently did not intend to disclose it. The evolution paths of monster beasts were still being explored, and every year, many new evolution paths were discovered. There were only 2 ways to discover new evolution paths. One was that breeders explored them through various corresponding experiments, finally discovering them. The other way was that some beast tamers or breeders accidentally met the evolution conditions, thus discovering new evolution paths. The authorities strongly encouraged sharing evolution paths, providing rich rewards to anyone who offered new evolution paths. But Lu Zhe currently had no thoughts of announcing evolution paths. The reason was that he couldn't explain it. If he wanted to announce the evolution path of the spirit leaf insect, Lu Zhe could only say it was because he was lucky and discovered it by chance. But Bai Shuang's evolved form, Lu Zhe, has already been chosen, and the extreme frost-sawn wolf is also a new evolution path that has not yet been explored. Lu Zhe really couldn't think of a good way to explain how he had discovered 2 new evolution paths in a row, so for now, he could only stay hidden. However, Lu Zhe never thought about hiding forever. Lu Zhe estimated that by the time he went to university, he could try to reveal some lower-tier advanced forms. This would not only establish his reputation as a genius nurturer but also gain a lot of resources. After that, Lin Xingyu stayed for a while longer before she got up to leave. Don't forget to come to work tomorrow, she said with a smile as she turned to Lu Zhe at the door. Lu Zhe nodded. See you tomorrow, Sister Lin. Waving at Lin Xingyu, Lu Zhe only closed the door after he saw her walk away. More than 10 days passed. Lu Zhe was sitting behind the front desk of Qingyu Pavilion, with a tablet in front of him playing a video about how beast tamers can improve their coordination with their beasts. Bai Shuang was training by herself in the backyard of the shop. Though she didn't go to the secret realm for practice for safety, she could still do some simple training. Having just watched a short segment of the video, Lu Zhe prepared to check on Bai Shuang's training situation, but just as he turned his head, a funny mask with green skin and sharp teeth suddenly filled his entire view. Lu Zhe was startled by the mask's sudden appearance but quickly realized that it was Bai Shuang wearing it. Seeing that she had scared Lu Zhe, Bai Shuang looked very happy and immediately began wiggling around in front of him, her tail swishing loudly behind her. "Oh whoa!" Lu Zhe took off the mask from Bai Shuang's face, revealing her cheerful smile underneath. "Why aren't you training?" Lu Zhe said sternly on purpose. "Oh whoa. I've been training for a long time. Taking a break." Lu Zhe checked the time and found that Bai Shuang had indeed been training by herself for 4 hours. "Alright then, take a break." Then, Bai Shuang lay on the ground, comfortably resting her head on Lu Zhe's lap. At this moment, the golden velvet fox also jumped over from the side, landing in Lu Zhe's arms. It had been watching Bai Shuang train in the backyard. And so, it continued until the day before the college entrance examination. Lu Zhe sat on the sofa at home, having taken leave early because of the exam a few days ago. He had been staying home during this time. At this moment, Lu Zhe had just hung up the phone. It was his homeroom teacher, Cui Xiao, who had called specifically to remind him. Lin Xingyu had just left. She had come to encourage Lu Zhe, even though he felt he didn't need it. Afterwards, Lu Zhe scrolled through the chat group on his phone. The class chat group had been quite lively over the past year, and Lu Zhe occasionally joined in the discussions among classmates. The college entrance examination, huh? Having casually glanced through, Lu Zhe put down his phone. He wasn't very anxious about the college entrance examination. Because with Bai Shuang's current strength at the Earth level, as long as no accidents happened, the 5 major schools were uncertain, but the 7 schools were definitely within reach. The next day, Lu Zhe got up early. Lu Zhe checked his documents, then stuffed some healing and recovery elixirs into his backpack. In the secret realm for the college entrance examination, it was also possible to use elixirs, but only those that were prescribed, and their quantity was limited. "Let's go, Bai Shuang." "Ah whoa." After summoning Bai Shuang into his body, Lu Zhe walked to the door and turned his head to see the golden velvet fox following him. He squatted down to pet its head and said, "Watch the house well." Then, Lu Zhe left, under the somewhat reluctant gaze of the golden velvet fox. Chapter 69, College Entrance Examination. Upon arriving at the gate of Qinhui No. 7 Middle School. Looking at this familiar yet somewhat strange scene, Lu Zhe couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. The entrance of the school was now crowded with many students participating in the college entrance examination, and Lu Zhe waited in line for a while before successfully getting in. Upon arriving in his classroom, he found that more than half of his classmates were already there. A year had passed, and everyone had changed a lot. They were happily talking to each other at that moment. "Lu Zhe, you're here." A boy who was chatting with other classmates saw Lu Zhe at the door and exclaimed in surprise. Through the promotion by Wang Tao and a few others, everyone in the class knew about Lu Zhe's strength. Now seeing Lu Zhe arrive, many people quickly gathered around, eager to ask something. Ahem. At this moment, a heavy cough rang out, and everyone looked over to find the class teacher, Cui Xiao, staring at them. In the next second, the crowd immediately dispersed and returned to their seats. "Lu Zhe, you should also go back to your seat." Cui Xiao looked at Lu Zhe with a smile, and his expression had changed greatly from before. Lu Zhe returned to his seat, and then Cui Xiao began to explain about the college entrance examination. Although the relevant information had been posted in the group a few days in advance, he still reiterated it just to be safe. The college entrance examination was actually not complicated. It only had one requirement: enter the secret realm and collect enough points within a specified time. Soon, Cui Xiao finished explaining all the information. "After you hear the broadcast, just follow me downstairs." After saying this, Cui Xiao stopped speaking and started to wait for the sound of the broadcast. "Lu Zhe, how is your beast cultivation coming along?" At this moment, Wang Tao finally spoke up, looking at Lu Zhe. Hearing Wang Tao's words, a smile appeared on Lu Zhe's face, and then, under Wang Tao's expectant gaze, he casually replied, "Guess?" Upon hearing this, Wang Tao was instantly dumbfounded. Bai Shuang just broke through to Earth stage recently. Seeing the confused expression on Wang Tao's face, Lu Zhe smiled and said, "Earth stage?" Wang Tao exclaimed, although his voice was not loud, it sounded particularly loud in the quiet classroom. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to them. "Is that true? Why would I lie to you?" Wang Tao looked incredulous and took a long time to calm down. "What about you? How's your Qingji hedgehog cultivation going?" "It's almost there, it just needs a little more to break through to superior mortal stage." At this point, Wang Tao looked very unwilling. During this time, he had invested a lot of resources into the Qingji hedgehog but still hadn't been able to reach superior mortal stage. It was clearly just a little bit away. Lu Zhe comforted him for a while, and after a moment, the broadcast sounded. "All class teachers, please lead your classes downstairs in an orderly manner. All class teachers, please lead your classes downstairs in an orderly manner." Let's go. As Cui Xiao's voice fell, the classroom immediately became noisy, but not because they were going downstairs, rather, it was due to Wang Tao's earlier exclamation. Lu Zhe, you really cultivated your beast to Earth stage? A classmate who had stepped away and hadn't heard everything walked over and asked Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe nodded, and immediately, a wave of exclamations rose in the class. Is that true? Wow, that's really amazing. Silence. Hurry downstairs. Cui Xiao interrupted the classmates' discussion and then came to Lu Zhe's side, unable to hide his smile. Soon, the group quickly made their way downstairs. The spacious area downstairs was already packed with people, lined up in several neat rows. Class teachers, organize your students to line up. The school leaders along with some official personnel were maintaining order nearby. After that, Cui Xiao organized the students into a line. Although the queue was long, it moved quickly, and it wasn't long before it was Lu Zhe's turn. At the end of the line, there was a pitch-black wormhole, and next to it stood several staff members. Lu Zhe received a wristband from the staff, which was marked with the number 5046. This number was for easy scoring statistics and had no other meaning. The wristband was also a protective measure. When a contestant faced a life-threatening crisis, it would automatically generate a shield. When the shield broke, it meant that the contestant was eliminated and would be immediately teleported out of the secret realm. Of course, this wristband also functioned as a camera, broadcasting the contestants' visuals. This was not only to better protect the contestants' safety but also to prevent cheating. At the same time, the wristband could be used to tally scores. It's worth mentioning that contestants were allowed to rob each other. When two contestants met, they could engage in a monster duel. The winner could take part of the loser's points, but the maximum they could take was only 30%. Otherwise, if they could take it all, some unfortunate contestants would be doomed. After working hard to accumulate some points, meeting a stronger contestant would mean losing everything. However, the secret realm was vast, and the chance of meeting other contestants was not very high. Are you ready? The staff member asked Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe nodded, confirming that he was ready. Then, the staff member cleared the way, and Lu Zhe walked up to the wormhole. The moment he got close, Lu Zhe felt a pulling force and was about to instinctively resist, but the surrounding staff suddenly said, "Don't resist." Lu Zhe immediately stopped resisting and was directly sucked in. His vision turned black in an instant, and Lu Zhe felt himself floating, with the world around him spinning. Soon, Lu Zhe appeared on a patch of grass. He stumbled a few steps, feeling lightheaded and dizzy, and he remained still for a moment before feeling much better. Once he felt better, Lu Zhe immediately summoned Bai Shuang. Woo! The moment Bai Shuang appeared, it lowly growled and began to cautiously observe the surroundings, its ice-blue eyes showing unprecedented seriousness. Then, Bai Shuang shook its head, indicating that there was no danger nearby. Lu Zhe looked down at the wristband on his hand, which displayed points, 0. Meanwhile, the Monster Masters Association began to showcase the contestants' visuals inside the secret realm. President Su, rest assured, we are keeping an eye on all contestants' footage, we guarantee everything is safe. A staff member confidently said to Sui Feng. Sui Feng looked around at the busy staff in the room, nodded, and then said, "Well done, make sure to ensure the safety of all contestants." After finishing, Sui Feng glanced at the time and then asked the person beside him. Where is the surveillance video for contestant number 456? Upon hearing this, the staff member looked a bit confused but still led Sui Feng to a surveillance screen. President Su, this is the surveillance video for number 456. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at the contestant's information on the screen. Contestant name, Su Shiyao. School, Qinghua No. 2 High School. Only then did the staff member show a look of realization. Then, President Su, you can watch here, call me if you need anything. Sui Feng nodded and began to seriously watch the surveillance video in front of him. After that, the staff member went back to their work. Chapter 70, Secret Realm Examination. Inside the secret realm, after confirming that there was no danger around, Lu Zhe did not let his guard down. Instead, he carefully moved forward with Bai Shuang. The college entrance examination's secret realm is different every year, no one knows the specific situation inside beforehand. Moreover, the secret realm would not be like the Qinghua secret realm, where the strength of the monster beasts is not limited by the region. Here, a real wild environment is simulated. Although they won't intentionally transport candidates near powerful monster beasts, every year many candidates are still transported out of the secret realm soon after entering for various reasons. After a short while, Lu Zhe saw a first-tier spiritual item, gold lattice flower. Ow! Suddenly, Bai Shuang let out a low growl, then instantly appeared behind a big tree. Behind the big tree was a stone-toothed badger, which, upon seeing the suddenly appearing Bai Shuang, scaredly collapsed to the ground, having no intention to fight at all. Kaka. Name, stone-toothed badger. Quality, common mid-tier. Description: about half a meter long, with gray-white stone armor covering its back, and its front claws hardened like rock, comparable to granite's hardness. When encountering an enemy, it strikes with its crossed claws, creating a gust of wind mixed with gravel, capable of breaking a thick stone. At this moment, Luzé's wristband lightly vibrated, and he looked down to see the score on the wristband starting to change. Score: 7. Gaining points doesn't necessarily require killing monster beasts, simply defeating them is enough. And this stone-toothed badger clearly lost its fighting ability, so it was naturally judged to be defeated. Bai Shuang, come back. Luzé quietly called out to Bai Shuang, who squinted and examined the stone-toothed badger for a moment before turning around and returning to Luzé's side. Kaka. Seeing Bai Shuang leave, the stone-toothed badger immediately got up and quickly fled. Ignoring the escaping stone-toothed badger, Luzé picked the gold lattice flower and placed it into his backpack. Everything obtained in the college entrance examination secret realm can be brought back home. This can be considered a perk. After picking the gold lattice flower, Luzé's score changed again. Score: 11. At this moment, outside the examination area. As all candidates entered the examination area, all the teachers and staff began to talk to each other. Old Chui, how is that Luzé in your class? The head teacher of the adjacent class, Lu Rui, walked over to Chui Xiao and asked him. Hearing Lu Rui's question, the smile on Chui Xiao's face became even more radiant, then he pretended to be calm and replied. Not bad, he just raised his monster to the earth level. Earth level. Hearing Chui Xiao's answer, Lu Rui was first shocked, then said with an incredibly envious tone. You kid, you really struck it lucky. Chui Xiao ignored this comment, still wearing a bright smile. What's wrong with luck? Luck is also a part of strength, okay? As the two talked, more and more teachers gathered around to join the discussion. Inside the secret realm. After collecting the gold lattice flower, Luzé chose a place and continued to search for other monster beasts or spiritual items. Soon, nearly 3 hours had passed. At this time, Luzé sat in the shadow of a big tree, looked at the time on his wristband. 3:46. This time shows how long he had stayed in the secret realm. The college entrance examination lasts a total of 5 days, meaning candidates can stay in the secret realm for up to 5 days. During these 5 days, candidates need to solve their own food and accommodation problems. Luzé rummaged through his backpack, then said with some happiness. Not a bad harvest, the college entrance examination secret realm is really different, there are so many spiritual items. In these 3 hours, Luzé, thanks to Bai Shuang's speed, found more than a dozen spiritual items. He also encountered quite a few monster beasts, but all were common tier. As for earth tier, he hadn't encountered any. After all, considering most candidates, earth tier monster beasts are quite rare in the secret realm. At this moment, Luzé's score had reached 234. Come on, Bai Shuang, eat something. Saying this, Luzé took out some ordinary energy-restoring food from his backpack and fed it to Bai Shuang. After all, the duration is very long, and there are many battles to go through, so appropriate rest is indeed necessary. Ow. After finishing her food, Bai Shuang lay down next to Luzé and began to rest, but still maintained a certain level of vigilance. Not resting for long, about 10 minutes later, Luzé prepared to set off again. Bai Shuang, let's go. Luzé lay on Bai Shuang's back, and then Bai Shuang began to move swiftly. At this moment, in another part of the secret realm, Qin Yueshi was walking carefully with Misty Tail Fox. Although they entered the secret realm from different places, the examinees from the same city all entered the same secret realm. Little Bai, be careful. Qin Yueshi whispered to the Misty Tail Fox beside her, her eyes filled with vigilance. After some time of training, both she and the Misty Tail Fox beside her had changed greatly. The Misty Tail Fox nodded in response. After walking for a short while, Qin Yueshi stopped and looked towards the grass under the reminder of the Misty Tail Fox. A green frog about half a meter tall jumped out from the grass. Quack quack. Not attacking immediately, Qin Yueshi began to search for information about this green frog in her mind, but ultimately found nothing. She was not Luzé, she did not have such a vast knowledge reserve. In fact, most beast tamers could only understand a small part of the beasts. After all, there are simply too many types of beasts, it is impossible to introduce every single beast in school. In reality, even if they were introduced, many people wouldn't necessarily remember them. This is also one reason why becoming a beast cultivator is so difficult, they need to master a vast amount of beast information. After all, it is impossible for someone to summon their own beast while you don't even recognize it, right? So, what should beast tamers do when they encounter a beast they don't recognize? It's very simple, just look it up online. After all, it is modern society, which makes it a lot easier. And there is no need to worry about the internet, as long as it's not a too remote place, there is internet. If there's no internet at all, you don't need to worry, you can download the beast information database in advance, which allows you to search without the internet later. Although the information online is not complete, it can still give a general understanding. However, at this moment, because she is in the secret realm, Jin Yueshi cannot use the power of technology. Or rather, this is also one of the contents of the college entrance examination. A qualified beast tamer indeed needs to master a certain amount of beast knowledge. But Jin Yueshi was not overly panicked. Although she didn't recognize the beast in front of her, she could sense that this beast was of middle grade in the ordinary rank. It was even one level lower than Bai Shuang, which meant it was perfectly beatable. That's right, just a few days ago, the Misty Tail Fox broke through to the upper grade of ordinary rank, which has kept Jin Yueshi excited until now. Chapter 71, The Tenacious Blazeback Bear. Little Bai, go. With Jin Yueshi's command, the Misty Tail Fox immediately charged forward. Ing. Seeing the sudden appearance of the Misty Tail Fox, the green frog was initially startled, but quickly reacted and began its counterattack. Its throat pouch rapidly inflated like a balloon, and then, after reaching its limit, it suddenly opened its mouth. Quack quack. A sharp sound wave accompanied by grass clippings swept toward Jin Yueshi, making her eardrums ache. Jin Yueshi covered her ears in pain and looked at the Misty Tail Fox in the arena. At this moment, the Misty Tail Fox also seemed to be uncomfortable, with its ears pressed flat against the sides of its head. Little white, frost threads. Jin Yueshi gritted her teeth and shouted in her mind. The mist tail fox swung its large tail behind it. In the next moment, layers of icy mist cascaded from its tail, rapidly forming several icy blue threads. Whoosh whoosh. The icy threads swiftly flew towards the green frog. Rib bit. The green frog closed its mouth and then used its limbs to dodge away. Now's the time, little white. Woo woo. The instant the sound wave attack stopped, Jin Yueshi shouted in her mind at the mist tail fox. The mist tail fox continued running towards the green frog, and as it got closer, its tail whipped again. A large amount of icy mist appeared, completely shrouding the mist tail fox, making it impossible for the green frog to see where it was. While the green frog was still searching for the mist tail fox, suddenly, several ice blades composed of frost flew out from the icy mist. The speed of the ice blades was extremely fast. The green frog could only quickly puff up its cheeks before being struck by the ice blades. Bang! The green frog was directly hit and flew out, crashing heavily into a patch of grass, landing on its back, its limbs twitching twice before fainting. Jin Yueshi's bracelet vibrated slightly, and she hurriedly looked down. Points, 37. Points increased by 12. Great! Jin Yueshi excitedly waved her hand, but quickly realized and called for the mist tail fox to leave. Although the noise was not loud, it was better to be cautious. Not long after, the fainted green frog suddenly moved its paw and immediately rolled over. Quack quack. Before it could remember what had just happened, the sounds of beasts running echoed around. Hearing this, the green frog shivered all over and hurriedly bounced away. Back to Lu Zei's side. At this moment, Lu Zei happened to encounter a beast. In front of Lu Zei stood a bear with black-brown fur and a scarlet flame pattern along its back. This was a regular tier high-quality flameback bear. Name, Flameback Bear. Quality, regular tier high quality. Description, black-brown fur, with a scarlet flame pattern from its neck to its tail, like flowing lava. When angry, the flame pattern glows, creating a high-temperature heat wave around it. Its paw can unleash a fiery gust that ignites wet wood instantly. Enjoys fireberry fruit and resides in warm valleys. Roar! The flameback bear roared angrily at Lu Zei and White Frost, then assumed an attacking stance. Oh, not only does it not run away, but it dares to come at me? Lu Zei suddenly felt like a hero, as this flameback bear actually did not flee because of White Frost's strength. To be sure, the beasts encountered earlier were all of regular tier strength. They either went limp on the ground or fled immediately. This was Lu Zei's first encounter with a beast that dared to resist. Ah whoa! White Frost took the flameback bear's roar as a provocation and immediately responded. Then it unleashed a blast of extreme cold breath. The speed of White Frost's attack was too quick. The flameback bear had no time to dodge and could only endure the hit. The flame pattern on its body instantly lit up, and a wave of heat surged around it. In the next moment, it collided with White Frost's extreme cold breath. Bang! As the icy mist dissipated, the flameback bear's body was revealed, covered in scars. Roar! Despite its body being covered in bloody wounds, the flameback bear still stood there, letting out a defiant roar. So tough? Seeing the flameback bear still standing, Lu Zei felt somewhat astonished. With White Frost's current strength, plus the extreme cold breath that had reached its peak after long use, most regular tier beasts would find it hard to withstand this blow. Yet this flameback bear not only withstood it but also dared to roar again. Watching the flameback bear still standing, White Frost opened its mouth, ready to unleash another extreme cold breath. At that moment, several soft cries came from behind the blazing bear. Ow ow! Lu Zei's attention was immediately drawn over, and he discovered several tiny cubs of the blazing bear. At this moment, they were running toward the large blazing bear in front of them. Roar! The large blazing bear turned its head and let out an angry roar at the cubs, the sound filled with impatience and a drive to chase away. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe immediately understood why the large blazing bear did not run away. The reason was that it had its own cubs, and to protect them while escaping, it was standing in front of them. The loud call of the large bear did not scare the cubs away. Instead, when the cubs saw the bloody wounds on their mother, they hurriedly surrounded her. Ow ow. The cubs began to lick the wounds on her body, and the large blazing bear's eyes changed a few times but did not move. Seeing this, Lu Zhe communicated something to Bai Shuang through the contract, and Bai Shuang nodded. Ow. Bai Shuang suddenly let out a roar, attracting all the attention of the blazing bear and her cubs. Ow woo. Lie down, and I will let you go. Hearing Bai Shuang's words, the large blazing bear did not react immediately, its eyes showing some hesitation. Ow. Lie down. Seeing that the blazing bear did not move, Bai Shuang fully unleashed her aura as an earth-tier monster, her eyes filled with fierceness. In an instant, the large blazing bear trembled on its limbs and lay down immediately, while the cubs had already laid flat on the ground, covering their heads with their hands and trembling. Buzz buzz. Lu Zhe's wristband vibrated slightly, and he looked down to find that his points had increased by 47. Then, without bothering with the blazing bears anymore, Lu Zhe left with Bai Shuang. Once Lu Zhe and Bai Shuang had completely walked away, the large blazing bear finally stood up, its eyes filled with confusion. However, when it saw its cubs still lying on the ground, covering their heads and trembling, a look of anger instantly covered its eyes. Roar! Hearing their mother's voice, the blazing bear cubs quickly raised their heads. When they did not see Bai Shuang, they finally felt safe enough to get up from the ground. Ow ow. They did not notice the slight anger in their mother's tone and instead surrounded her, beginning to lick her wounds. The large blazing bear, upon seeing this, completely lost its previous anger, revealing a hint of tenderness in its eyes. It stretched out its tongue and licked each cub one by one, then left with them. Chapter 72, Earth-Tier Monsters. At this moment, inside the Beast Enchantment Master Association, Sui Feng was staring intently at the video in front of him. The video showed his daughter Su Shiryao. Beside her flew a large black bird. The large bird flying next to Su Shiryao was her enchanted beast, the soul-devouring crow. However, the soul-devouring crow now looked very different from when Lu Zhe first encountered it. In the beginning, the soul-devouring crow was only slightly larger than a regular eagle and could perch on Su Shiryao's shoulder. But now, the size of the soul-devouring crow had increased several times, with a wingspan reaching 3 meters, and each flap of its wings created a deep pressure of wind. From the aura it emitted, it was clear that its strength had reached the Earth-Tier mid-level. Caw! In the video, the soul-devouring crow locked its icy gaze onto a monster resembling a giant lizard, then let out a sharp cry from its beak. When the soul-devouring crow made this cry, the giant lizard-like monster in front suddenly collapsed to the ground as if struck by lightning, in pain. The wristband on Su Shiryao's wrist vibrated slightly, and she looked down. Points, 354. The strength of the soul-devouring crow was beyond doubt. But its size and characteristics determined that it could not carry her, so her current speed in searching for monsters and spirit items was not fast. It was also because of this that Su Shiryao's current points were only slightly more than Lu Zhe's. After confirming that she had earned points, Su Shiryao immediately left to look for other monsters. The soul-capturing crow quickly followed, leaving behind a fainted monster. Outside the video, Sui Feng subtly nodded, a faint smile of satisfaction appearing on his face. After a while, Lu Zhe looked at the sky of the secret realm, which had begun to turn gloomy, and planned to find a place to rest. The secret realm simulated a wild outdoor environment, so there would naturally be changes between day and night. The night wilderness is very dangerous, so Lu Zhe did not intend to act at night. Lu Zhe found an open space and put down his backpack, and at that moment, Bai Shuang ran over with a pile of firewood. This firewood was violently pulled from the nearby trees by Bai Shuang. After stacking the firewood, Lu Zhe took out a lighter from his backpack. Ha! In an instant, bright flames rose from the firewood, illuminating Lu Zhe and Bai Shuang. Lu Zhe took out a few fish he had caught while collecting spirit items and skewered them on a stick, placing them next to the fire. Then, Lu Zhe waved to Bai Shuang, who happily rushed to Lu Zhe's side and lay down on the ground. Lu Zhe leaned against Bai Shuang, and with her current size, this action was completely fine. Finding a comfortable position, Lu Zhe looked up at the sky. The night sky of the secret realm seemed like a giant velvet cloth filled with shattered diamonds, countless glowing stars hanging in the sky, appearing exceptionally beautiful. All was silent, only the crackling sound of the campfire, the rustling of leaves blown by the wind, and the low chirping of unknown insects hidden in the grass intertwined, forming a natural nocturne. Lu Zhe leaned against Bai Shuang, feeling an unprecedented sense of peace within. Bai Shuang joyfully swayed her fluffy tail, her nose constantly sniffing the increasingly obvious aroma of the grilled fish, her eyes fixated on the sizzling fish. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to the dancing flames themselves, a look of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Out of curiosity, she stealthily extended her tail into the fire, holding it there for a while before pulling it out. After pulling it out, Bai Shuang looked carefully, and the white fur on her tail remained smooth and shiny. That seemingly blazing flame had not even singed her fur. And for all of this, Lu Zhe did not notice, because at this moment, he was enjoying the moment with his eyes closed. A person and a beast, under the deep starry sky of the secret realm, by the campfire, formed a picture full of strange harmony yet tranquil warmth. At this moment, in another part of the secret realm, Qin Yueshi was hiding in a tree hole with her misty tail arc, surrounded by darkness because she did not start a fire. Although it would be much easier after lighting a fire, it would inevitably attract the attention of other monsters, so she dared not light one at all. At this moment, she tightly hugged the misty tail arc, her face tense as she listened to the sounds outside. The night in the secret realm is very dangerous, so most people choose to find a safe place to rest. But there was still a small number who chose not to rest, but to continue earning points in the night. Because the strength of monsters active at night is mostly stronger than during the day, defeating them would earn more points. This method can yield great rewards, but the risks are high. Sure enough, as time passed, it was just the actions of a small number of people, yet the number of those eliminated overnight was almost the same as during the day. Early the next morning, Lu Zhe packed up his things and prepared to continue earning points. After the first day's exploration, he had a preliminary understanding of the strength of the monsters in the secret realm. He determined that the Earth-level monsters were quite rare in the secret realm, so today he planned to take a bit more risk and gain points at a faster pace. As Lu Zhe increased his speed, he finally encountered the first Earth-level monster halfway through the second day. Roar! A silver-white saber-toothed tiger let out a furious roar at Bai Shuang. Name: Thunder Pattern Saber-toothed Tiger. Quality: Low Earth level. Description: its body length is 2 zhang 5 feet, covered in tough short fur, flowing with a dark blue liquid lightning pattern that flickers with every breath. Half a foot long, menacing saber-tooth with a piercing electric glow protrudes from its mouth. When it explodes, currents surge around its body, and claws strike with thunderous power, often dwelling in marshy wetlands rich in lightning elements. Ah whoa! Bai Shuang was unwilling to be outdone. At this moment, Lu Zhe had already dismounted from Bai Shuang, standing cautiously to the side. Not long into their standoff, Bai Shuang took the initiative and launched an attack with an extreme cold breath. A condensed, bone-chilling ice blue beam rushed towards the thunder-patterned saber-toothed tiger. Seeing the breath come, the thunder-patterned saber-toothed tiger's pupils constricted, and it quickly dodged to the side, successfully avoiding the extreme cold breath. However, before it could feel pleased, another extreme cold breath was already approaching it. Boom! 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 Bai Shuang's attacks were like a fierce storm. A stream of extreme cold breaths gushed from her mouth without a pause. Ice blue beams intertwined to form a deadly net of firepower, enclosing the thunder-patterned saber-toothed tiger, forcing it to dodge in a panic. For Bai Shuang now, the extreme cold breath could not only be unleashed instantly, but it also consumed very little energy. So she could continuously breathe out extreme cold breaths without stopping. Dodging another extreme cold breath, the thunder-patterned saber-toothed tiger's eyes were filled with fury, and a roar full of humiliation and rage erupted. Lightning crackled around the thunder-patterned saber-toothed tiger, the sound of surging currents rang out, and dark blue arcs of electricity danced wildly around it like countless small snakes. Its speed surged to a new level with the stimulation of lightning, and it began to dash in high-speed, erratic zigzags. This made it difficult for Bai Shuang to keep up with her breaths for a moment. Several icy blasts landed in empty spaces, creating bursts of ice blasts on the forest floor. Then, the thunder-patterned saber-toothed tiger charged directly at Bai Shuang, its eyes radiating fierce light. Chapter 73, The Unlucky Exam Taker. Seeing the extreme cold breath being evaded by the thunder-patterned saber-toothed tiger due to its sudden burst of speed, a hint of impatience flashed in Bai Shuang's ice-blue pupils. Then, she decisively abandoned her long-range suppression. Her limbs exerted force, her massive body wrapped in an icy aura. Bai Shuang surged like an ice arrow released from a bow, charging fiercely towards the silver-blue lightning. Lu Zhe's gaze was sharp, and he did not stop her. If it were another monster with strong physical power, Lu Zhe would not have allowed Bai Shuang to do this. But the advantage of the thunder-patterned saber-toothed tiger lay in its speed and lightning techniques. Its physical strength was about the same as Bai Shuang's. The two giant beast shadows quickly approached each other in the clearing of the forest, the swirling air tearing through the grass on the ground. Just as they were about to collide, the thunder-patterned saber-toothed tiger's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Its front leg muscles bulged, and its giant claws, entwined with piercing electric light, struck down with a shriek that split the air, aiming fiercely at Bai Shuang's head. Thunderstorm Claw Strike. Facing this blow, Bai Shuang slightly tilted her massive head, revealing almost a human-like disdain in her eyes. Just as the electric claws were about to touch her silvery fur, her seemingly massive body displayed astonishing flexibility and agility, easily dodging the attack. Taking advantage of the opening left by the thunder-marked saber-toothed tiger's attack, Bai Shuang's enormous mouth suddenly opened wide. In the thunder-marked saber-toothed tiger's deep blue pupils, a chilling ice blue beam of light that had been condensed in that instant was vividly reflected. Boom! With a loud explosion, the thunder-marked saber-toothed tiger was blasted away by the icy breath. Struggling to stabilize its body, the thunder-marked saber-toothed tiger couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After all, it was not a beast prioritized on physical strength, and Bai Shuang's icy breath made it genuinely suffer. After knocking it away with the breath, Bai Shuang did not stop her attack, continuing to use her techniques to swiftly close in on it. The thunder-marked saber-toothed tiger looked at Bai Shuang with an angry gaze. Suddenly, its body trembled violently, and the dark blue lightning patterns that had dimmed due to injury erupted with an unprecedented dazzling light. Countless thick arcs of electricity, like uncontrollable lightning snakes, wildly surged from its body with crackling sounds. In the next moment, a gigantic electric spear, purely consisting of thunder power and about 10 feet long, appeared out of thin air. This strike seemed to have exhausted most of its strength, as the current on its body instantly vanished. Even the glowing lightning patterns had dimmed significantly. Looking at the electric spear shooting toward her, Bai Shuang began to counter it with her icy breath. The ice-blue cold wave crashed into the violent thunder. Within less than half a breath, it was overwhelmed and shattered by the destructive force of the lightning. However, the spear's speed only slightly slowed down, and its direction remained unchanged. But it was precisely this slight lethargy that allowed Bai Shuang to successfully dodge it. She suddenly twisted her waist, her massive body demonstrating incredible coordination, narrowly avoiding the thunderous spear that whizzed by. Boom! A loud crash resonated as the electric spear struck the ground, creating a massive deep pit, with the ground inside and around it turning pitch black. Roar! Seeing her attack was ineffective, the thunder-marked saber-toothed tiger unwillingly let out a roar. But the pain and weakness coursing through its body made it understand that it was no match for the beast before it. In the end, after staring at Bai Shuang with reluctance, streams of electricity surged through its body again, and it quickly fled. And Lu Zhe, noticing the vibration of the wristband, did not let Bai Shuang chase after it. Defeating and gaining points was enough. There was no need to go for the kill, as killing beasts was far more challenging than simply defeating them. After checking Bai Shuang briefly, Lu Zhe found that she had already exhausted most of her stamina, so he planned to take a rest first. Then, Lu Zhe took Bai Shuang away from that place, finding a spot to start a short rest. While feeding Bai Shuang a recovery potion, Lu Zhe checked his current points. Points, 1987. After defeating the thunder-marked saber-toothed tiger, Lu Zhe's points had risen to 1987. According to Lu Zhe's earlier research, the minimum points to be admitted into the 7 Academy in previous years was 4,235, and Lu Zhe's current points were just about half of that. Of course, points were just a reference. What truly determined admission was still the ranking. After resting for a while, Lu Zhe got up with renewed energy. In the following time, Lu Zhe did not encounter any other ground-level beasts. But just as the second day was about to pass, Lu Zhe unexpectedly met another candidate just like himself before nightfall. "Sai, how long has it been? How could I not have encountered a single beast? How can I be so unlucky?" Ma Jie spoke gloomily, while a monkey beside him chattered in agreement. This monkey was completely bright red. The body is not large, adorned with small golden patterns, and at the end of its tail is a fist-sized flame. This is his contracted beast, Blaze Monkey. Name, Blaze Monkey. Quality, superior common grade. Description: standing 7 feet tall, with fur as red as fire, its chest and back are covered in molten gold patterns, and a fist-sized flame hangs at the end of its tail. When angry, the flame explodes, turning into dozens of fire arrows that scatter, instantly turning nearby vegetation to ash. Its fists wrapped in molten power can smash rock into magma with 3 strikes, leaping through the forest like a flashing fireball, making it hard for opponents to approach. Ma Jie is a candidate from Qinghua 3rd Middle School, and he is very confident about this college entrance examination, believing he can achieve excellent results. The reason is his contracted beast, the superior common grade Blaze Monkey, whose combat power is very strong, considered high even among common grade beasts. However, inexplicably, his luck has been very bad. On the first day, he hardly encountered any beasts, thus earning little points. And today is even worse, he unexpectedly ran into a Earth grade beast. Luckily, that beast was injured and had no intention of attacking him, otherwise, he would have been eliminated today. Thinking of the injured silver-white saber-toothed tiger he encountered some time ago, Ma Jie couldn't help but shiver. Truly deserving of an Earth-grade beast, even when injured, it is still so terrifying. While Ma Jie was muttering, the Blaze Monkey suddenly pulled him and pointed ahead where a chirping sound was coming from. After understanding what the Blaze Monkey said through their contract, Ma Jie was somewhat surprised and said, "Are you saying there are people ahead?" It's no wonder Ma Jie was surprised, because the chance of candidates meeting each other during the college entrance examination is very low, at least lower than encountering an Earth-grade beast. After pondering for a moment, Ma Jie asked the Blaze Monkey, "Do you sense any terrifying aura?" The Blaze Monkey closed its eyes to sense, and finally shook its head, indicating that it only felt a presence weaker than itself. Seeing this, Ma Jie's thoughts became lively. If the Blaze Monkey only sensed a presence weaker than itself, it means the other candidate's contracted beast is weaker than the Blaze Monkey, so he could win against him. And the college entrance examination allows candidates to compete for points. Thinking of this, Ma Jia immediately felt uplifted, but even though he made the decision, he still held a hint of caution in his heart. With the blaze monkey, Ma Jia carefully approached, hiding behind a large tree, and saw a boy, and it was Lu Zhe. In front of Lu Zhe, there was a small-sized beast. Although Ma Jia did not recognize that beast, he still sensed its strength. It was a mid-common grade beast. Ma Jia was so excited that he almost shouted out loud, but quickly covered his mouth with his hand, his face already flushed with excitement. Great! I knew my luck couldn't be that bad. Isn't it getting better? However, while Ma Jia was excited, he did not notice the suppressed smile on Lu Zhe's face. Chapter 74, Can We Reconcile? Lu Zhe had discovered the opponent earlier than Ma Jia, initially quite surprised, and a trace of joy surfaced in his heart. But the joy was quickly replaced by caution, as he recalled that candidates can compete for points among themselves. Through Bai Shuang, Lu Zhe also learned that Ma Jia's contracted beast is a superior common grade blaze monkey. To probe the other's intent, Lu Zhe decided to have Bai Shuang hide first. With Bai Shuang's strength, if she wanted to hide, that blaze monkey would never be able to detect her. Next to Lu Zhe was also a mid-common grade rock lizard, so he simply disguised this common beast as his contracted beast. Everything is to test Ma Jia's purpose. If he just came to say hello, that would be fine. Lu Zhe never thought about proactively snatching points because it was unnecessary, but if the other party wanted to take his points, he would not hold back. But now it seems that the person opposite really wanted to take his points. Lu Zhe didn't have to wait long before Ma Jia swaggered out from behind the nearby bushes with his blazing monkey. Cough cough. Ma Jia deliberately cleared his throat to attract Lu Zhe's attention, then forced a smile that he thought was friendly. Classmate, which school are you from? Ma Jia decided to be polite first, hoping to avoid a fight. I'm from Qinghuai No. 7 Middle School, Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Oh, I'm from Qinghuai No. 3 Middle School, my name is Ma Jia. Lu Zhe. Seeing that Lu Zhe showed no panic but instead smiled naturally, Ma Jia felt a little puzzled but quickly dismissed it, thinking the other party was just too naive. He secretly shook his head, even feeling a sense of mission to educate the newcomer, a naive classmate. Let reality teach you a lesson. Classmate Lu, you must have gained quite a few points. Finally, Ma Jia began to reveal his purpose as a malicious smile spread across his face. Beside him, the blazing monkey crossed its arms, and the flames at the tip of its tail flickered provocatively, looking like a gangster. It's all right. Lu Zhe seemed oblivious to the other's intention and casually glanced at the point wristband on his wrist, speaking in a very plain tone. Oh, I currently have 2,453 points. What, how much? Ma Jia's smile suddenly froze, doubting his hearing, and he stood dazed, his eyes wide open. 2,453 points? He instinctively looked at his own wristband, which displayed points 579. Ma Jia suddenly felt something was off, a strong sense of unease surged within him. He abruptly raised his head to look at Lu Zhe again, the calm smile on Lu Zhe's face now appeared eerie and unfathomable to him. Classmate Lu. Cold sweat instantly trickled down Ma Jia, he forced a couple of laughs, his voice clearly panicked. I suddenly remembered I have something urgent. I'll leave first. See you. He stammered, turning to leave. However, as he turned around, his feet seemed nailed to the spot. A large white wolf, exuding a chilling aura and oppressive power, had silently blocked his escape route. That pair of icy blue eyes towered over him. Earth-tier monster. Feeling the strong pressure emanating from the white wolf, Ma Jia swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. The blazing monkey beside him had also lost its previous arrogance, it clung tightly to Ma Jia, shaking all over. After freezing in place for a long time, Ma Jia stiffly turned his head, forcing out a somewhat ugly smile. It was all a misunderstanding, Can we reconcile? Are you joking? Lu Zhe remained silent, but the white frost behind Ma Jia began to slowly approach. I admit defeat. Noticing the white frost drawing near, Ma Jia quickly admitted defeat. He didn't want to get hurt over this, if it affected his future assessments, that would be disastrous. Seeing Ma Jia concede, Lu Zhe nodded at the rock lizard in front of him, which immediately left. Then Lu Zhe approached Ma Jia. Brother, I admit defeat. The points are yours. Ma Jia, with a sorrowful face, very cooperatively raised his wrist with the wristband, moving quickly as if afraid that Lu Zhe would backtrack. Then, both Lu Zhe's and Ma Jia's wristbands vibrated simultaneously, and Lu Zhe's points increased by 173 points. After gaining the points, Ma Jia relaxed his body, looking at Bai Shuang with eyes full of fear and undisguised envy. Brother, this is your spirit beast, a frost wolf of the earth rank, truly impressive. At this moment, Ma Jia recognized Bai Shuang's race. Your explosive flame monkey is also not bad. Lu Zhe replied without much interest to talk further, then called out to Bai Shuang, turned around, and walked away, his figure quickly disappearing into the woods. Watching Lu Zhe and Bai Shuang vanish in the direction they went, Ma Jie's expression was extremely complicated, and then he wailed. I really am out of luck. Yesterday was bad enough, I thought I could chase some points today, but now look, I've lost even more. My points are even fewer. He felt that his path to the college entrance examination was already shrouded in darkness. Looking at the sky, feeling the cold chill in his heart and the explosive flame monkey beside him, still in shock, Ma Jie completely lost the desire to continue gaining points. Forget it, with this luck today. I should find a place to hide and talk about it tomorrow. That night, Lu Zhe found a safe spot as usual to rest, and his points had already reached 2847. It had only been 2 days, and as long as nothing unexpected happened later, Lu Zhe would definitely be able to enter the 7th Academy. In the following 2 days, Lu Zhe hadn't encountered any other test takers, and he had faced merely 2 Earth rank monsters. Time quickly reached the last day. Lu Zhe looked at his wristband. Points, 5976. Despite his points already exceeding last year's lowest score, Lu Zhe did not relax. At that moment, he was carefully surveying a large group of monsters in front of him. This group of monsters was composed of black ants, but the ants were enormous, each standing half a meter tall. Name, Black Scythe Ant. Quality, Common Upper Grade. Description, a giant black ant with a shiny body, its side-shaped mandibles slightly serrated. It moves like the wind, leaving crushed leaves in its wake. When encircling prey, its giant mandibles leave neat cuts. They often nest in the hollows of large trees, primarily feeding on plants but occasionally eating meat. Lu Zhe had encountered this group of ants yesterday, and at that time, he chose not to attack them directly but instead to bypass them. Now it was the last day, so Lu Zhe decided to try. The number of ants was massive, so if he could defeat them, the points gained would surely be enormous. But because of their large numbers, the only way to defeat them was to find their queen ant and defeat her. After some time observing, Lu Zhe had already found the location of the queen ant, which was in the massive ancient tree at the center of the forest, big enough for several people to embrace, its insides long eaten away. Looking at the distant giant tree, Lu Zhe began to ponder. Chapter 75, Black Scythe Ant. The safety of the queen ant was of utmost importance, so she was heavily guarded in the core area of the ant colony. Countless black scythe ants formed layers of impenetrable defense around the ancient tree. Any threats that came near would be instantly overwhelmed. This was precisely the reason Lu Zhe had previously chosen to bypass them. The cost was too high, and the risks too great. Now, however, Lu Zhe's points were completely sufficient, which was why he intended to give it a try. If he failed, it would be alright. Thinking this, Lu Zhe made up his mind. He patted Bai Shuang beside him, found a place far from the ant colony, closed his eyes slightly, then suddenly opened them wide, with a glimmer of spirit light flowing in the depths of his pupils. Using his spirit power to enhance his vision, even at a distance, Lu Zhe could already observe the situation of the ant colony. Ow woo! Bai Shuang let out a low growl and charged toward the center of the ant colony. At the moment Bai Shuang stepped into the warning range, the originally busy ant colony suddenly became restless. Zhi. First came a few sharp shrieks, followed by a terrifying wave of high-frequency cries from thousands of black sickle ants, which converged into a sound so intense it made one's scalp tingle and threatened to tear through eardrums. In the next moment, the ground seemed to come alive, with countless holes erupting at the roots of the ancient trees and surrounding ground. A black torrent burst forth like the gates of hell opening, wildly pouring out from every hole and every crack. The sight was suffocating, as if a sea of black asphalt rose from the ground, carrying the might to destroy everything and charging toward Bai Shuang. From a distance, Lu Zhe's pupils dilated and his heart sank. This is trouble. Ow woo! However, Bai Shuang showed no fear on her face, opening her great maw. Bang! A breath of icy blue instantly spewed forth from her mouth. In the blink of an eye, dozens of black sickle ants and the ground beneath their feet were instantly frozen into a path of stark white ice sculptures. Without hesitation, Bai Shuang stepped onto this temporarily open icy path and rushed forward. However, in just one breath, more and more black sickle ants were climbing over the corpses of their companions and the ice layer from the sides and behind. Like an endless wave of darkness, they surged once more, quickly submerging the icy path and shrinking Bai Shuang's standing ground. Helpless, Bai Shuang had to release her icy breath again, instantly clearing the way ahead, and she took a few steps forward, but the ant swarm surged up again. This cycle repeated, and even though the consumption of her frigid breath was small for Bai Shuang, she couldn't possibly outlast this colony of ants. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe sighed. Looks like this is impossible. As time went by, Bai Shuang had already traveled nearly half the distance, but the toll on her was immense. Bai Shuang, slightly breathless, stared at the seemingly endless swarm before her, feeling a sense of helplessness, but she wanted to try once more. Ow woo! The biting cold swept through an area of dozens of meters, like an invisible shockwave. The hundreds of black sickle ants at the front couldn't even emit a cry, their movements froze instantly, their bodies covered in thick frost, as if the pause button had been pressed. The ice spread outward at a visible speed, freezing everything around. From above, the black sea formed by the ant swarm had a huge, expanding white ice ring forcefully pushing outward at its center. After a while, the ice ring had grown to its limit, and the enormous consumption made Bai Shuang's body tremble slightly. Bai Shuang was panting, but she did not give up. Ayo! In the next moment, the surrounding frost shattered, turning into countless tiny ice crystals flying into the air. Immediately after, a powerful blizzard began to form, sweeping numerous black sickle ants into the air. Bai Shuang gritted her teeth, controlling the blizzard, and then the storm charged like a roaring ice dragon towards the massive tree where the ant queen hid. Wherever it passed, the black sickle ants caught in the storm were like meat thrown into a grinder, torn apart, sliced, and frozen in an instant. As the blizzard was about to approach the giant tree of the ant queen, Bai Shuang could no longer maintain it and had to detonate it. Bang! With a tremendous rumble, the giant ice crystal at the center of the blizzard shattered instantly, and the blizzard abruptly dissipated. Countless ice crystals flew out in all directions, pinning many black sickle ants to the ground. In the wake of the storm, a striking death path made of the frozen remains of countless black sickle ants had been left behind. Just as a smile began to appear on Bai Shuang's face, another large swarm of ants surged near the giant tree. Moreover, this group of ants was clearly larger than the others, the black sickle ants. The breath must be stronger, these are obviously the personal guards of the ant queen. Bai Shuang unwillingly exhaled a breath of extreme cold, hitting the nearest guard ant. Frost spread, leaving a large area of cracks and ice on its tough black shell, even freezing one of its legs, but it couldn't kill it completely. Bai Shuang, come back. Lu Zhe said to Bai Shuang in his mind, realizing that it was impossible to defeat the ant queen now. Awu. Bai Shuang called out unwillingly, but still obeyed Lu Zhe's words and turned to run away. Seeing Bai Shuang wanting to escape, the ant colony began to boil again, trying to hold her back. At the same time, Lu Zhe noticed that a different ant suddenly climbed out of the big tree hiding the ant queen. This ant was much larger, 4 to 5 times the size of an ordinary ant, and the key was its huge belly. The black sickle ant queen. Hiss. The black sickle ant queen let out a roar, her eyes fixed on the fleeing Bai Shuang, emanating the aura of a low-grade monster. After the queen appeared, the ant colony became even more excited, each one rushing towards Bai Shuang more frantically than before. Lu Zhe watched the scene anxiously, his fingers tightly gripping his hand ring. As long as something felt wrong, he decided to immediately leave the secret realm. But fortunately, Bai Shuang ultimately managed to escape, though her body was still covered in countless scars. Bai Shuang let out a heavy gasp, shaking her body suddenly, flinging off some ants that had crawled onto her. Having almost exhausted her spiritual power, she could no longer stop those ants. At the moment Bai Shuang was close, Lu Zhe seized the opportunity to jump up, and just like that, Bai Shuang quickly fled with Lu Zhe. And behind them followed a dark mass of ants. Lu Zhe took out his bow and arrows, using his spiritual power to shoot an arrow into the swarm of ants behind. Bang! At the moment of contact, the arrow immediately shattered, and some tiny ice crystals spread out, killing a few nearby ants. But just a few ants were nothing compared to the massive swarm. Shaking his head, Lu Zhe withdrew his bow, then transferred his spiritual power to Bai Shuang through their contract. Bai Shuang could transfer her spiritual power to Lu Zhe through the contract, and of course, Lu Zhe could do the same. Soon, Lu Zhe's spiritual power was exhausted, his face pale, feeling a wave of weakness throughout his body. Bai Shuang's spiritual power was restored a bit, although Lu Zhe's power meant nothing to her, it was crucial at this moment. Exuding cold air again, Bai Shuang immediately launched her magical technique, Snow Shadow Strike, quickly shaking off the ants behind. Hiss! The ants behind let out angry hisses, but couldn't keep up with Bai Shuang's speed, and could only vent for a while before retreating. Bai Shuang kept running with Lu Zhe until her spiritual power was completely exhausted before stopping. Chapter 76, The End of the College Entrance Examination. Bai Shuang collapsed on the ground, letting out heavy gasps. Seeing this, Lu Zhe immediately took out some recovery potions from his backpack, pouring one bottle after another into Bai Shuang. Afterward, Bai Shuang closed her eyes and began to recover slowly, while Lu Zhe vigilantly looked around. During Bai Shuang's recovery, some beasts did appear, but fortunately, they were all ordinary-level beasts, scared away by Bai Shuang's aura of low-grade monsters. Lu Zhe looked at his hand ring and found that his points had risen to 6,751. Previously, Bai Shuang had killed countless black sickle ants. Although each black sickle ant provided very few points, the massive number still gave Lu Zhe a lot of points. As time passed, Bai Shuang's aura grew stronger and stronger. The tiny wounds on his body began to heal slowly. Ow! Finally, Bai Shuang opened her eyes and nudged Lu Zhe with her large head. In the following time, Lu Zhe did not choose to continue earning points, as his points were definitely enough for now. The most important thing was to let Bai Shuang rest adequately. Soon, the time for the assessment to end arrived, and Lu Zhe's wristband began to shake violently, signaling that he was about to be teleported out of the secret realm. Lu Zhe stored Bai Shuang into his body, and then a wave spread from his wristband, gradually enveloping Lu Zhe's entire being. He felt a darkness in front of him, and once again experienced that sense of weightlessness. After a while, Lu Zhe felt the solid ground beneath his feet. With the noisy voices of people around him, he had returned to school. There were many others who appeared at the same time as him. Most people, like Lu Zhe, wore faces full of relieved fatigue and the shining confidence of achieving their goals. But there were also some individuals whose expressions were mixed with evident shock and the joy of surviving, clearly those who had just made it to the end of the time. Struggling a bit to weave through the crowd, Lu Zhe returned his wristband and prepared to leave with his belongings. The college entrance exam scores mainly depended on the points earned in the secret realm, but also took into account the candidate's behavior within the realm. The final combined result would be the candidate's ultimate score. It would take a few days for the scores to be announced. By then, he could check his results online and then fill out his preferences. Lu Zhe flowed with the crowd to the outside of the school, where a large number of reporters had already surrounded the entrance. Some excited candidates were being encircled by microphones, eagerly sharing their experiences in the secret realm, but Lu Zhe had no desire for that. Buzz buzz. His phone in his arm suddenly vibrated, and Lu Zhe picked it up to check. It was a message from Qin Yueshi. "Brother Lu, are you out yet?" It seemed she had just come out as well. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and finally replied simply. "Just came out, everything went smoothly." Besides that, Lu Zhe also saw messages from Cui Xiao and Lin Qingyu, both asking if he had come out. After replying to both of them with the same message that he had just come out, Lu Zhe put his phone away. Stepping out of the reporter's encirclement, Lu Zhe walked lightly in the direction of home. As he pushed open the familiar door to his home, a warm breeze rushed to greet him. In the hallway, a small figure immediately caught Lu Zhe's eye. The golden-furred fox sat obediently on the carpet behind the door, as if it had been waiting there all along. Ing ing. The golden-furred fox, which had been lying on the floor, instantly perked up upon seeing Lu Zhe's return. It trotted lightly over in a few small steps, affectionately nudging Lu Zhe's pant leg with its head and soft body, emitting satisfied sounds from its throat. Lu Zhe's heart softened, and he bent down to pick it up. The golden-furred fox curled up obediently in his arms, rubbing its small head against his chin. During Lu Zhe's days of taking the college entrance exam, he had asked Lin Qingyu to take care of the golden-furred fox. After a little play with the golden-furred fox, Lu Zhe began to give Bai Shuang a bath, and soon the sound of rushing water filled the bathroom. The golden-furred fox followed closely behind. Even when Lu Zhe splashed water while rinsing Bai Shuang, it persisted in squatting at the bathroom door. With big, wet eyes, it stared at him without blinking, as if afraid he would disappear again. After Lu Zhe washed off his own exhaustion and changed into clean, comfortable home clothes, a strong wave of drowsiness flooded over him like a tide. He staggered back to the bedroom, feeling somewhat floaty. The moment Lu Zhe lay on the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. Although he had rested in the secret realm before, the resting time was not long, and he was merely maintaining a certain level of alertness. While Lu Zhe was sleeping, Bai Shuang was full of energy. After staying in Lu Zhe's bedroom for a while, she walked into the living room to watch TV. As she went out, she skillfully closed the door with her tail, making almost no sound. When she turned on the TV, she deliberately set the volume to the lowest. The golden fluff fox, however, never left Lu Zhe's side. Even while Lu Zhe was asleep, it lay beside him. It gracefully jumped onto the bed, not lying directly on Lu Zhe like Bai Shuang did when she was young, but chose to quietly rest by Lu Zhe's pillow. It curled its furry body into a warm fluff ball, resting its chin on its paws, its eyes fixed tightly on Lu Zhe. Not long after Lu Zhe fell into a deep sleep, the sound of a door opening echoed. "It seems Lu Zhe has returned." This was Lin Qingyu's voice. Not seeing the golden fluff fox lying behind the door as she had a few days ago, Lin Qingyu immediately realized that Lu Zhe was back. Earlier, she had received a message from Lu Zhe, so she planned to come and see if he had really returned. As she walked into the living room, Lin Qingyu saw Bai Shuang lying on the sofa watching TV. "Bai Shuang, where is Lu Zhe?" Lin Qingyu asked Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang pointed with her paw at the closed bedroom door, indicating that Lu Zhe was sleeping. After that, she waved her hand, signaling Lin Qingyu not to disturb him. After spending a long time together, Bai Shuang had basically understood the general meaning of what others were saying. Seeing the tightly closed bedroom door, Lin Qingyu realized she had come at the wrong time, and then she set down a bag she had brought in the kitchen. This bag contained food for the golden fluff fox, which she had been taking care of these days. Just as she was about to take out her phone to message Lu Zhe, she suddenly stopped, thinking it might disturb Lu Zhe's rest. So after chatting a few words with Bai Shuang, she left. The house became quiet again, only the faint sound of the TV could be heard. Lu Zhe slept for a long time and didn't wake up until evening. Bai Shuang paused the TV, feeling a bit hungry, so she decided to go find something to eat. In the kitchen, Bai Shuang first glanced at the things Lin Qingyu had brought over, which were all raw food ingredients. A hint of disappointment flashed across her face. Bai Shuang searched the entire kitchen and found that other than cooking ingredients, there were only a few snacks left. And these snacks clearly could not fill Bai Shuang's stomach, the feeling of hunger prompted her to make a bold decision: she would cook for herself. Recalling how Lu Zhe usually cooked, Bai Shuang clumsily ignited the kitchen stove. Puff! The orange flame suddenly flared up, startling Bai Shuang. Whoa! Looking at the suddenly rising flame, Bai Shuang nearly gasped out, but luckily she held it in. The first step was to light the fire successfully, the next step was to put the ingredients into the pot. She rummaged through the freezer and pulled out 3 hard frozen fish, too lazy to thaw them, and directly tossed them into the hot pot with her paw. Then began a flurry of activity. She only remembered that Lu Zhe would move the spatula a bit, so she clumsily stirred the fish in the pot with her paw. A few minutes later, 3 fish, burnt black on the outside and likely still frozen on the inside, smelling oddly charred, laid crookedly on the plate. Bai Shuang! Can this thing be eaten? She leaned closer to her culinary masterpiece, cautiously sniffing with wrinkled nose. Ugh! An indescribable burnt fishy smell rushed into the nostrils, and Bai Shuang immediately turned her head in disgust, making dry heaving sounds in her throat. No need to taste it, this thing is definitely not edible. In desperation, she could only rummage through the remaining snacks. Although she didn't have enough for herself, she still took out some to share with the golden fuzzy fox. Carefully pushing open the bedroom door, Bai Shuang peeked inside, shaking the snacks at the tip of her tail at the golden fuzzy fox on the bed. Looking at those snacks, the golden fuzzy fox shook its head, indicating that it didn't need any. It had previously lived in the wild as a beast and often went several days without food. It wouldn't be like Bai Shuang, who couldn't miss a meal for a day. Seeing the golden fuzzy fox refuse, Bai Shuang didn't ask again. Instead, she closed the door and began to enjoy those snacks. Chapter 77, Results. Lu Zhe slept until the next morning before waking up, stretching his body comfortably. His bones made a slight cracking sound, and he felt filled with a long-lost sense of relaxation and strength. In the room, Bai Shuang lay on the floor, while the golden fuzzy fox slept beside Lu Zhe. At this moment, sensing that Lu Zhe had woken up, Bai Shuang opened her icy blue eyes. Whether beast or human, once they reach a certain level of cultivation, they can skip sleep. Although Bai Shuang didn't completely need rest now, she still only required a short nap. However, the habit formed since childhood had her sleeping and waking up on time. Lu Zhe got off the bed quietly, trying not to disturb the still sleeping golden fuzzy fox. As soon as he stepped into the living room, his eyes were firmly drawn to a uniquely shaped, oddly colored dish on the dining table. A few charred and twisted fish lay quietly in the plate, giving off a faint bird smell. Put! Lu Zhe couldn't help it and burst out laughing. He turned his head to Bai Shuang, who had been trailing behind him with a dazed look, and asked, holding back his laughter, "Did you make this?" Bai Shuang made a vague low murmur from her throat, and her large head rubbed against Lu Zhe's arm shyly, as if to admit it. Lu Zhe shook his head with a laugh, picked up the plate bearing Bai Shuang's effort, and unhesitatingly dumped it into the trash bin. Looking at her work being discarded, Bai Shuang didn't feel any dissatisfaction. Instead, she breathed a sigh of relief. After throwing it out, Lu Zhe noticed the bag on the table. Where did this come from? Whoa. Sister Lin brought it yesterday? He opened the bag, which contained carefully portioned high-quality beast meat suitable for the golden fuzzy fox and some nutritional supplements, along with a few packs of ingredients for making beast snacks. Just in time. Lu Zhe felt pleasantly surprised. He picked out some of it, took out some other ingredients from the fridge, and immediately began making breakfast. As Lu Zhe was working, a fragrant smell gradually spread through the air, and Bai Shuang started drooling a little at the aroma. While Lu Zhe was cooking, the golden fuzzy fox in the bedroom also woke up. After opening its eyes and not seeing Lu Zhe beside it, it immediately felt anxious. Ing. It hurriedly climbed up, running outside. Its movements clearly showed its distress. Bursting out of the bedroom, it saw Lu Zhe cooking in the kitchen, and only then did it feel relieved. However, it didn't stop running, it rushed towards Lu Zhe. Ing. Hearing the commotion behind him, Lu Zhe turned around and immediately saw the golden fuzzy fox pouncing towards him, quickly extending his arms to catch it. The golden fuzzy fox jumped into his embrace, immediately using all its strength to burrow into his arms. A small head kept rubbing against his chest, making a sound of grievance and satisfaction. That fluffy big tail tightly wrapped around his arm, as if afraid he would disappear again. Seeing the golden fuzzy fox looking like this, Lu Zhe understood what was happening and quickly reassured it. Okay, I won't leave. Wild and small demon beasts are like this, due to the cruel environment and their own weak strength. As long as someone is nice to them, they will become extremely dependent on that person. After comforting it, the golden fuzzy fox clearly felt better, but it still refused to leave Lu Zhe's embrace. Lu Zhe did not set it down, holding it while cooking. Bai Shuang, who was next to them, felt a bit uncomfortable, but her own size really couldn't compare to that of the golden fuzzy fox. Thus, her desire to become a high-class demon beast deepened even more. Soon, Lu Zhe finished making breakfast and began to check his phone while eating. Although the college entrance exam results were not out yet, some people in the class group already started to share how many points they got in the secret realm. Of course, many people also privately messaged Lu Zhe to ask how many points he had, including his homeroom teacher Cui Xiao. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhe told them his points. There was nothing to hide. Not long after sending it, Lu Zhe's phone began to vibrate continuously. Messages from classmates poured in one after another, and the class group began to boil over. No way, Lu Zhe, you got over 6,000 points? Lu bro, you're amazing. You might just get first place in the whole school. People are really infuriating. I only got a little over 2,000 points, and I think the second highest in our class has only a little over 3,000. A little over 2,000 is fine, I only got 400, not even 1,000. You're invincible. Did you sleep in the secret realm? After watching for a while, Lu Zhe put away his phone, a smile tugging at his lips as he continued to eat breakfast. After breakfast, Lu Zhe went to Qingyu Pavilion. Besides Lin Qingyu, Qin Yueshi surprisingly was also here. Lu bro, you're here. Seeing Lu Zhe, Qin Yueshi immediately waved her hand happily. At this moment, Lu Zhe felt a bit of surprise upon seeing Qin Yueshi. After all, they hadn't seen each other for several months. Why are you here? Lu Zhe asked. I wanted to know how you did on the exam. Lin Qingyu took over the conversation. It's okay, I got a little over 6,000 points in total. Lu Zhe's tone sounded calm, but if listened to carefully, one could hear the pride and joy in his voice. Over 6,000? Qin Yueshi couldn't help but exclaim, staring at Lu Zhe in shock. I only got a little over 2,000. Lin Qingyu beside her also showed a shocked expression but quickly regained her composure. Then I must congratulate you in advance for getting into the 7th Academy. Lu Zhe smiled, accepting the praise from Lin Qingyu and Qin Yueshi. Time quickly flew to the evening. Under Lin Qingyu's enthusiastic suggestion, the three of them went to a nearby well-reputed specialty restaurant to celebrate Lu Zhe and Qin Yueshi finishing their college entrance exams. In the following days, Lu Zhe and Qin Yueshi worked as staff in Qingyu Pavilion while waiting for their exam results. Soon, it was the day when results would be announced. At this moment, Lu Zhe was helping a customer at the checkout. Just then, Qin Yueshi, who had been restless beside him and frequently refreshing her phone page, suddenly let out a short, excited scream. Lu bro, the results are out. The results are out. Saying this, she held up her pink phone case, rushing in front of Lu Zhe as if presenting a treasure, the screen almost touching Lu Zhe's face. The screen clearly showed her score. Name, Qin Yueshi. School, Xinghua No. 12 Middle School. Comprehensive score, 512 points. The full score for the college entrance examination is 750, so Qin Yueshi's score is already quite good. Lu Gu, quickly take a look at yours. The middle-aged woman who was checking out and the two customers in line behind her were also infected by the atmosphere, smiling kindly, not urging, but instead looking at Lu Zhe with curious eyes. Lu Zhe's heartbeat instantly accelerated. He took a deep breath, trying to maintain his composure, and pulled out his phone from his pocket. After entering the score-checking website and inputting his information, his score appeared. Name, Lu Zhe. School, Xinghua No. 7 Middle School. Comprehensive score, 703. Note, the ranks of demonic beasts have been changed. The yellow rank has been changed to the mortal rank, still changing from front to back, others remain unchanged. Chapter 78, Filling in Volunteer Choices. Seeing the eye-catching number on Lu Zhe's phone screen, Qin Yueshi gasped in shock, covering her mouth with both hands. Young man, how did you do? The middle-aged woman at the counter couldn't help but ask curiously upon seeing Qin Yueshi's big reaction. Lu Zhe took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited heart, and slowly reported his score with trembling excitement. 703 points. 7 over 700 points? The woman and several customers behind him were stunned simultaneously, and their faces quickly showed genuine surprise and admiration. Over 700 points? Young man, you are amazing. The middle-aged woman said enviously. How great it would be if her own child could do this. Congratulations, congratulations. With this score, you can definitely get into a top university. Another aunt also smiled and congratulated. The other customers also offered their blessings one after another. Lu Zhe thanked them one by one, and after finishing their transactions, the customers left the Whisper Pavilion, praising Lu Zhe. When there were only Lu Zhe and Qin Yueshi left in the store, she excitedly spoke, her tone filled with admiration. Lu Gu, you are amazing. It's okay. Lu Zhe said with a smile, the huge joy finally blooming on his face, infused with the unique vigor of youth. At the same time, he informed Cui Xiao and Lin Qingyu of his score on his phone. The next moment, Cui Xiao's message came back, expressing her congratulations. And Lin Qingyu came directly down from upstairs, where she had been staying. Congratulations to you, Lu Zhe. Lin Qingyu's tone was full of excitement and joy, as if she had taken the exam herself. That evening, Lin Qingyu treated the two to dinner again, and laughter filled the air. After returning home, Lu Zhe did not immediately start resting but began to think about filling in his volunteer choices. Filling in volunteer choices starts from the second day after the scores are released and lasts for 7 days in total. Lu Zhe had chosen his goals early, so he was not anxious in his heart. Early the next morning, Lu Zhe got up early, sat down at the computer, and started to fill in his volunteer choices. The first few were of course filling in all 5 major universities. Although his score might not guarantee admission, he still wanted to give it a try. Then for the next ones, he filled in the 7 institutes, without caring about the order. The admission mechanisms of the 5 major universities and the 7 institutes are special. They not only look at scores but also review the full video recordings of candidates' actions in the secret realm for comprehensive evaluation. As long as candidates fill them in their choices, regardless of order, the candidates' files and evaluation materials will be synchronized and sent to these schools. This is to ensure that top talents are not overlooked as much as possible and means that candidates may receive olive branches from multiple top schools at the same time. As for the later choices, Lu Zhe selected several well-known universities with strong strengths, only slightly below the 5 major universities and the 7 institutes, as backup options. After carefully checking it once, Lu Zhe confirmed everything was correct before submitting his choices. Looking at the screen displaying volunteer submission successful, Lu Zhe finally relaxed completely. Next, he just had to wait for the school's phone call. The day after submitting his application, the college entrance exam rankings were released. Lu Zhe ranked 35th in Qinghai City and 479th in the entire province. He was very satisfied with this ranking, and so were his homeroom teacher and the principal of Qinghai No. 7 High School. In Qinghai City, among hundreds of high schools, the top scholars in the college entrance exam were mostly from Qinghai No. 2, No. 3, and No. 9 schools. The reason is the family backgrounds of the students in these 3 schools. Basically, their parents are either rich or powerful. Because of this, the issue of contract failure is almost non-existent for these 3 high schools, and the quality of the initial demon beasts for these students is also much higher than others. This is because their families prepare them well. For example, before, Su Shiryao had an initial demon beast of high grade at the earth level, the soul-devouring crow. It is known that the demon beasts provided by the Demon Beast Association for Lu Zhe and others to contract are only of low grade at the earth level at best. Moreover, the high grade at the earth level is not even the limit that Su Shiryao's family could provide, but rather the limit of her spiritual power for contracting. The other students are similar, therefore, every year, the top 100 in the college entrance exam in Qinghai City are occupied by these 3 high schools. But now, Lu Zhe's ranking has reached 35, breaking into the top 50. This ranking not only made his homeroom teacher Cui Xiao excited and unable to sleep all night, but also made the principal of Qinghai No. 7 High School smile widely, walking with confidence. Soon, Lu Zhe received a call from Cui Xiao, notifying him to return to school. Stepping once again into the gates of Qinghai No. 7 High School, Lu Zhe received unprecedented courtesy. The principal personally welcomed him at the school gate, surrounded by school leaders, showering him with praise. The school even invited some reporters over to conduct an interview with Lu Zhe. Though feeling a bit uncomfortable with such a scene, Lu Zhe still cooperated with the interview. Of course, the script was prepared by the school in advance. He actually had no resistance to this. After all, his school was quite good, so promoting his alma mater wasn't a bad thing. When leaving, the principal transferred 30 million to Lu Zhe's card, saying it was a reward from the school. He also held Lu Zhe's hand tightly, saying if he faced any difficulties, he could always come to the school, that the school would always be his home, and such words. Walking out of the school, Lu Zhe looked at the message on his phone showing the 30 million had arrived, still feeling a bit dizzy. Though for higher level resources, money might not be very useful, but wasn't Lu Zhe just a low-level demon beast master? With an excited heart, Lu Zhe walked home, occasionally checking his phone to look at that 30 million. In the following days, nothing big happened, but Lu Zhe's class organized a graduation dinner. Lu Zhe originally didn't want to go, but in the end, he couldn't refuse, and sure enough, at the party, the center of conversation was always around Lu Zhe. Other than that, nothing much happened until one day, Lu Zhe's phone rang, calling from the admissions office of Qingchuan University, one of the 7 schools. "Hello, is this Lu Zhe?" A capable and gentle female voice came from the other end of the line. "Yes, this is me." "Hello Lu Zhe, this is the admissions office of Qingchuan University. Firstly, congratulations on achieving an exceptional score in this college entrance exam. We greatly appreciate your overall performance in the secret realm. Here, we sincerely invite you to join Qingchuan University. Would you be willing to accept our invitation?" Lu Zhe suppressed his excitement and maintained his calm. "Can I have some time to think?" "Of course, Lu Zhe," the other party said gently, with no hint of surprise or urgency. "This is our admissions hotline. Once you've made your decision, you can call this number at any time to inform us. We look forward to your news." Less than 5 minutes after the call ended, his phone rang again. "Hello, this is the admissions office of MOU University. In the next few hours, Lu Zhe received several more calls, all from the admissions offices of the 7 institutes. In the end, Lu Zhe tallied up and found that only Xinglan University had not called him. This was not surprising. Each of the 7 institutes focused on different aspects, and Xinglan University probably felt he had no competitiveness, so they simply gave up. However, what left Lu Zhe a bit disappointed was that he did not receive a call from the Big Five. Although he expected this in his heart, Lu Zhe still felt an unavoidable sense of loss. Forget it, the 7 institutes are pretty good, Lu Zhe comforted himself. Chapter 79, Evolution, Flame-tailed Fox. As the dust settled, Lu Zhe's heart finally became peaceful. The olive branches of 6 top universities lay before him, and he needed to make a final choice. If we talk about combat ability alone, Qingchuan University is undoubtedly the strongest, yet Lu Zhe did not plan to go there. Because his cultivation panel was his biggest confidence, he chose another university, Mirror Lake University. This university is renowned for its profound foundations in beast research, bloodline analysis, spirit drug formulation, and cultivation theory. This happened to align well with his cultivation panel, so Lu Zhe made his decision without much thought. Once he decided, Lu Zhe called Mirror Lake University to inform them of his choice. Lu Zhe, welcome to Mirror Lake University. An official admission letter and related enrollment materials will be sent to the address you provided as soon as possible. The new student registration date is the 15th of next month. Please be sure to come on time. We look forward to meeting you by the beautiful Mirror Lake. After that, Lu Zhe called back the other 5 admissions offices of the 7 institutes, politely and sincerely informing them of his final choice and expressing his gratitude. Though regretful, the other side also sent their blessings, wishing him success at Mirror Lake University. Everything was arranged, and Lu Zhe breathed a long sigh of relief, lying back on his soft bed and staring at the ceiling. Then he informed Shui Xiao of his admission results, as this would be needed later for his outstanding graduate information. Afterwards, he also told Lin Qingyu and Qin Yueshi, both of whom happily expressed their blessings. A few days later, a faint herbal fragrance and a burning fire atmosphere filled a room in Lu Zhe's home. Lu Zhe was fully focused on the workbench, preparing the spirit herbs needed for the evolution of the golden velvet fox. The conditions for the evolution of the golden velvet fox had already been met long ago, but he had been too busy with the college entrance examination to find the time. Now that the exam and application processes were over, Lu Zhe finally had time to consider the evolution of the golden velvet fox and Bai Shuang. He had already started making the materials for the golden velvet fox, while for Bai Shuang, he was still missing some advanced materials. The Ice Soul Crystal Core and Ice Marrow Essence had been obtained, but he only had 2 drops of extreme cold dragon blood, which he had previously exchanged from the secret realm. There was no way around it. Extreme cold dragon blood was the blood essence of a 3rd-tier dragon-type beast, and for Lu Zhe, collecting it was still too challenging. However, extreme cold dragon blood was crucial, mainly serving to stimulate Bai Shuang's bloodline. Promote its evolution. In theory, the blood of any powerful ice attribute beast can work, but for Lu Zhe, the blood of the extreme cold dragon is already the easiest to obtain. If he can't even get the blood of the extreme cold dragon, then the rest is impossible. It seems I can only get it after going to university. Lu Zhe thought to himself, with the remaining time already insufficient for him to gain enough points to exchange for the dragon blood. His hands didn't stop moving. Lu Zhe chose the evolution route for the golden fluff fox to be the flame-tailed fox. At this moment, the golden fluff fox was sitting beside him, watching Lu Zhe, its fluffy big tail swaying gently in excitement and anticipation. All right. After a long time, Lu Zhe let out a long sigh, with 2 bowls of liquid placed in front of him. The left bowl contained a thick, orange-red liquid like lava, made from melting heart flame fruits mixed with sun crystal sand, mainly to provide the spiritual power needed for evolution. The other bowl contained the blood of the red flame bird, primarily to push the golden fluff fox's bloodline evolution. The red flame bird is a mid-grade beast of the earth rank, and its evolved form is the red-feathered hawk, which Lu Zhe had seen earlier when he pressed the rescue button in the secret realm. Name, red flame bird. Quality, mid-grade of the earth rank. Description, wingspan of 3 zhang, about 10 meters, the edge of the red feather slightly gleams with golden flame, the fire patterns are shallow. It can stir up a 10 zhang fiery wind when diving, and the feather blades are not fully solidified, with a short tail flame. It inhabits the periphery of volcanoes, feeding on magma algae, refining its fire core day and night, and when the fire patterns run through its body, it can metamorphose into the red-feathered hawk. Come, drink this first. Lu Zhe picked up the left bowl of orange-red spiritual medicine and held it to the golden fluff fox's mouth. The golden fluff fox hesitated not a moment, sticking out its pink little tongue and quickly licking the hot liquid clean from the bowl. The moment the spiritual medicine entered its belly, it was as if it had swallowed a small sun. A torrent of surging spiritual power erupted inside its tiny body, and the scorching energy surged towards its limbs and bones. Ing. The golden fluff fox couldn't help but let out a low sound filled with both pain and comfort, its body starting to tremble uncontrollably, with its surface temperature rising sharply. Its originally smooth fur stood on end as if flames were about to burst out of its pores. Lu Zei's gaze sharpened. He didn't dare to delay at all and immediately handed over the right bowl of dark red blood from the red flame bird. The golden fluff fox held back the tumult inside its body and once again gulped down the blood. Boom! Like igniting a barrel of gunpowder, two powerful fire attribute energies collided violently within the golden fluff fox, merging together. Crimson flames erupted from inside its body, enveloping it completely. Ah whoa! Bai Shuang, who was sprawled on the sofa watching TV, sensed the commotion and curiously walked over. At this time, the fur on the golden fluff fox had begun to turn black and charred from the fire's burning, then turned to ashes. Ah whoa, ah whoa! Bai Shuang looked on in panic at the scene and was about to extinguish the flames. Don't move! Lu Zei stopped Bai Shuang, who was about to take action. Don't worry, it's fine. Although he still felt a bit worried, Bai Shuang obediently halted her movements. As time passed, the flames on the golden fluff fox had completely burned off its fur, while some new fur began to grow slowly amidst the flames. At the same time, the room's temperature surged sharply due to the flames, creating waves of heat. Lu Zei's forehead was already beaded with sweat, and he instinctively circulated his spiritual power to resist this heat. Bai Shuang, on the side, keenly noticed Lu Zei's discomfort and flicked her tail lightly. A chill immediately enveloped Lu Zei, isolating the surrounding heat. Lu Zei said nothing, reaching out his hand to slowly stroke Bai Shuang. Time passed slowly in the suffocating heat. In the flames, the blackened outline of the golden velvet fox began to change, its originally small body lengthening and becoming more robust and smooth under the forge of fire. The newly born fur rapidly grew in the intense flames, becoming denser and tougher, while the originally fluffy tail behind it also became longer and stronger. Ing! A high-pitched cry rang out in the center of the flames, and then the flames enveloping it seemed to hear a call, wildly rolling back toward its tail. In an instant, all the flames were drawn into its body, leaving only a small flame at the tip of its tail. Lu Zei looked at the evolved golden velvet fox and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Before him, the flaming tail fox stood nearly a meter tall, its bright red fur resembling the highest quality satin, appearing especially beautiful under the light. Its head was more elongated, and its eyes had turned golden, like two jumping golden flames, while a flame also danced on its tail behind it. The aura it emitted had transformed into a high quality of mortals, and the enormous spiritual power had helped it successfully break through. Chapter 80, Contract. The flaming tail fox looked down at its rejuvenated body, then raised its front paw, feeling the surging power within. Excitedly, it lightly pranced and leaped in place, creating waves of scorching airflow, as the golden red flame at the tip of its tail traced arcs in the air. Ing ing. After a while, it stopped and looked at Lu Zei, then jumped towards him without hesitation. Lu Zei instinctively caught it, but the flames on the flaming tail fox's tail brushed against his hand, a hot sensation making Lu Zei instinctively flinch. Upon closer inspection, a glaring red mark appeared on his wrist. Ing ing. The flaming tail fox's movement froze instantly, quickly retracting the flames on its tail, and the joy it had felt from evolving was overshadowed by guilt. Timidly, it buried its head into Lu Zei's arms, curling its entire body up. Watching the flaming tail fox in his arms, Lu Zei gently reached out to soothe it. After a long while, the flaming tail fox cautiously looked up. Then, Lu Zei carried it outside while using his true eye to check its information. Race, flaming tail fox. Strength, high quality of mortals. Quality, middle quality of earth rank. Evolving form, scarlet flame spiritual fox, low quality of spirit rank. Wait. Upon seeing the low quality of spirit rank, Lu Zei suddenly stopped in his tracks, feeling somewhat incredulous. Low quality of spirit rank? Name, Scarlet Flame Spiritual Fox. Quality, low quality of spirit rank. Description, whole body covered in bright red fur, golden fire patterns winding from behind the ears around the neck, back adorned with a fire spirit pattern that flickers with breath. For legs tread on flames, tail wrapped with golden flames, and golden whirlpool pupils that mesmerize the soul. A magical fox demon, whenever it breaks its limits, its life level will leap again, and at the same time, new tails will grow behind it. After reading the description, Lu Zei felt shock as well as a sense of disbelief. Because generally, after evolving, the grade of monster beasts could only improve a few levels at most. Like Frost, who directly advanced from low earth rank to low heaven rank, was already considered a very excellent route. But the flaming tail fox's route had directly crossed two major levels. Lu Zei quickly checked the materials needed for evolution. They were scarlet flame essence, burning heartgrass, and then a whole bunch of materials Lu Zei had never even heard of, along with some harsh evolution conditions. Looking at the evolution's difficulty, it was particularly high, but despite this, Lu Zei felt extremely excited in his heart. At the same time, a thought emerged in his mind: he must contract this flaming tail fox. Initially, Lu Zei had only intended to bring the golden velvet fox back as a pet. But who could have imagined that he would receive such a big surprise now? Directly evolving from a low level to a spiritual level, anyone who saw this would be unable to hold back. Do you want to form a contract with me? Lu Zhe asked the flame-tailed fox in his arms with some excitement. Bai Shuang, who was nearby, suddenly froze in place after hearing this, staring at Lu Zhe with a somewhat stunned expression. The number of magical beasts a beast master can contract completely depends on their mental strength, so theoretically, a sufficiently strong beast master could contract hundreds or thousands of beasts. However, in reality, no one would do such a thing. The main reason is that if a beast master has too many beasts, they simply do not have enough time and energy to manage each one. The relationship between the magical beasts and the beast master is actually like that of family and friends, which takes time to maintain. Moreover, the more powerful the magical beast, the colder it usually behaves, so more time is needed to maintain that relationship, further limiting the number of contracts a beast master can form. Of course, it's not that having more magical beasts is a bad thing. The more beasts there are, the more spiritual power they provide to the beast master, bringing greater benefits. Therefore, choosing a suitable number of magical beasts to act as companions is a prerequisite for becoming a qualified beast master. Right now, Lu Zhe only had one companion, which was Bai Shuang, so contracting the flame-tailed fox was completely fine. In fact, Lu Zhe originally planned to contract a flying-type beast, but now he couldn't resist the appeal of the flame-tailed fox before him. But it was just adding one more contract, it wouldn't be a big problem. Ing? Since the contract had not been formed yet, the flame-tailed fox couldn't understand Lu Zhe's words. Lu Zhe didn't say anything, closed his eyes, and his mental strength instantly overflowed, pouring into the flame-tailed fox's mind. Sensing the request for a contract in its mind, the flame-tailed fox was momentarily stunned, then trembled with excitement and quickly agreed. In an instant, an invisible contract connected Lu Zhe and the flame-tailed fox. At the same time, a massive amount of spiritual power surged through the contract into Lu Zhe's body, causing the excitement on his face to suddenly freeze. Lu Zhe was already on the verge of a breakthrough. This wave of spiritual power from the contract instantly shattered the barrier, propelling him toward becoming a beast master. Ing. Noticing Lu Zhe's anomaly, the flame-tailed fox, initially joyful from the contract, immediately became tense. Bai Shuang quickly realized what was happening to Lu Zhe and hurriedly wrapped him in her tail, carrying him to the bedroom. Then she gently placed him down. Ing. The flame-tailed fox anxiously called out, while Lu Zhe struggled to bow his hand and then patted Bai Shuang to signal that he was okay. Soon after, he closed his eyes and began to focus on digesting the immense spiritual power in his body. While Lu Zhe was breaking through, Bai Shuang quietly watched from the side, but occasionally her eyes would glance over to the flame-tailed fox. The flame-tailed fox, however, kept its attention on Lu Zhe and didn't notice Bai Shuang's gaze. After a long time, Lu Zhe's entire aura surged, and then he opened his eyes in surprise. He had already broken through to become a beast master. Clenching his fist, Lu Zhe felt the surging spiritual power throughout his body, which was simply worlds apart from his previous self. Ing. At this moment, the flame-tailed fox, who had been waiting for a long time by the side, leaped joyously into his arms when it saw Lu Zhe open his eyes. At the same time, the flames on its tail instantly went out. Holding the flame-tailed fox, Lu Zhe looked towards Bai Shuang, wanting to share his joy with her. However, as soon as Bai Shuang noticed Lu Zhe looking over, she turned around directly, turning her back to him. At the same time, the tail behind began to swing wildly. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe suddenly understood what was happening. Because he had suddenly contracted the flame-tailed fox, Bai Shuang was acting like this. It was also his fault, he was too excited at the time and did not consider Bai Shuang. However, Bai Shuang was raised by Lu Zhe, so he still had experience in solving such matters. Then, Lu Zhe hugged the flame-tailed fox in his arms and left the room. Click. The sound of the door closing echoed, and Bai Shuang turned her head in disbelief to look at the closed door. At this moment, she did not feel wronged, instead, she was a bit dazed by Lu Zhe's actions. Is this right? This is not right. Shouldn't you come to comfort me? Chapter 8, Angry Bai Shuang. Before Bai Shuang could think further, the door was pushed open again. Bai Shuang instantly turned back with lightning speed, closed her eyes again, and tried to maintain her indifferent expression. Listening to the familiar footsteps getting closer and finally stopping beside her, Bai Shuang couldn't help but feel a little proud. This is more like it. Without saying a word, Lu Zhe opened his arms and embraced Bai Shuang's fluffy big head, then lay down on her. Ah, our Bai Shuang has really grown up, he exclaimed, while taking out a photo from his pocket and holding it up to Bai Shuang's eyes. Come, take a look at what you looked like when you were little, so cute. Ow. Less of that. Although she said this, Bai Shuang still quietly opened her eyes. The photo was taken in Lu Zhe's old small apartment, Lu Zhe smiling happily on the sofa, tightly holding a chubby little white wolf, which was a smaller version of Bai Shuang. In the photo, Bai Shuang had the innocent look of a young beast, but it's still obvious that she was happy at that time. After looking at the photo, although she still held her head high, Lu Zhe could still perceive Bai Shuang's improved mood through some small changes. Okay, I won't do that anymore. I will discuss it with you in advance next time. Don't be angry, okay? Lu Zhe took the opportunity to say. Bai Shuang slightly lifted her head. She was not unwilling about Lu Zhe contracting the flame-tail fox, as they had spent a long time together. Moreover, she had long known that Lu Zhe would eventually contract other monsters, so she had no objection to it. But the problem was that Lu Zhe didn't discuss it with her before contracting. That was what made Bai Shuang feel uncomfortable. How about I make your favorite little cookies? Lu Zhe tried to tempt Bai Shuang. Oh. No. Then I promise to fulfill your previous request and make you a doll, how about that? Ow. Ow ow. No. Deal. Bai Shuang broke down instantly and turned her head quickly, her huge tail excitedly sweeping the floor, her ice blue eyes sparkling at Lu Zhe. There was not a hint of anger on her face anymore. Bai Shuang had seen a monster trainer on TV personally make a doll for his monster, so she strongly requested Lu Zhe to make one for her too. However, Lu Zhe was really not good at such delicate work, so after trying a few times, he gave up. But Bai Shuang was unwilling and often bothered Lu Zhe to make one. Watching the excited Bai Shuang, a hint of helplessness flashed in Lu Zhe's eyes. Ow ow. Go make it. At this moment, Bai Shuang completely lost the angry look from before, gently pushing Lu Zhe's body with her head, urging him to go outside. In the evening, Lu Zhe sat on the sofa, and in front of him, the tablet was playing a tutorial video on beginner doll making. Meanwhile, he held a pile of fluffy stuffing in fabric, clumsily and laboriously trying to stitch together the outline of a wolf. At this moment, Liao Yu was lying beside him, looking at Lu Zhe's hands with curiosity. Liao Yu is the name Lu Zhe gave to the flame-tailed fox. Bai Shuang, unusually not watching TV, is also sitting by Lu Zhe's side. Her ice blue eyes are excitedly focused on Lu Zhe's movements. At the same time, her tail is occasionally swaying behind her, showing that she is very happy right now. Although Lu Zhe has put his heart into it, he still lacks experience. One careless move ruined the little doll he had just made. Ah. The next moment, Bai Shuang's huge paw skillfully reached over to grab a new pile of stuffing and fabric, pushing it to Lu Zhe's side. Her eyes are shining with expectation, looking at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe can only start over again, but even though the process is tough, he is now a second-tier beast master. So his learning efficiency is quite high. He made a good portion of it in just one night. Ah woo. Bai Shuang wraps her tail around the half-finished wolf-shaped doll, showing great happiness. Seeing this, Lu Zhe hurriedly said. Bai Shuang, be careful not to break it. Ah woo. Got it. That was really hard for me to make. Lu Zhe mumbled to himself while glancing at Liao Yu, who was lying beside him, looking at Bai Shuang with envy. Lu Zhe understood, reaching out to stroke Liao Yu's sleek red fur and said. I'll make one for you later, okay? After the contract, Liao Yu can now understand Lu Zhe's words and immediately nodded excitedly, pushing her head against Lu Zhe's arms. Then, after tidying up a bit, Lu Zhe returned to the bedroom to prepare for sleep. Bai Shuang followed him in, her tail tightly wrapped around the doll. She walked over to her luxurious nest with thick, soft mats, carefully placing the doll neatly inside. Once she confirmed it was stable, she happily lay down. Liao Yu followed in. First, she rubbed against Lu Zhe's leg to say goodnight, then lightly jumped into her own little nest. Before going to sleep, Lu Zhe checked his personal panel. Host, Lu Zhe. Level, minor success as a beast master. Breeder level, level 6, 94/100. Talent, beast affinity, true eye. The rapid increase in breeding level is obviously due to Bai Shuang's successful breakthrough to the Earth tier and the rich experience feedback from Liao Yu's recent evolution. It seems I can successfully break through to level 7 before reporting to university, then I can try to take the level 2 breeder assessment. After thinking for a while, Lu Zhe turned off the light and went to sleep. A few days later, the admission results for Qin Yueshi came out. She was accepted to Lanchuan University. Although it's not a top university, it's still quite decent. On the day the results were announced, Qin Yueshi was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. She had never thought she could get into such a college. In the backyard of Lingyu Pavilion, Lu Zhe and Lin Qingyu leaned leisurely against the doorframe leading to the backyard, their eyes focused on the scene before them. In the open space of the backyard, two foxes, one red and one white, were fiercely battling. Previously, Lu Zhe had kept the golden velvet fox as a pet, so he hadn't trained it in beast techniques. But now that Liao Yu is his beast, he definitely needed to improve in this area. Lu Zhe chose two beast techniques for Liao Yu, Red Fireball and Flame Whip, both high-quality techniques of the ordinary tier. To enhance the training effect, Lu Zhe directly took Liao Yu to battle with Qin Yueshi's Misty Tail Fox, since both were of ordinary tier quality. Watching the two foxes fighting in the yard, Lin Qingyu's gaze lingered more on Liao Yu, and she couldn't help but exclaim. I really don't know how you figured out this evolutionary form. Lin Qingyu's tone held not only amazement but also a hint of envy. You know, she had been a second-tier breeder for almost 7 years, yet she hadn't explored a single new evolution route. It's all just luck, I stumbled upon it by chance. So are you planning to report this evolution route? Lin Qingyu asked. Lu Zhe shook his head. He had no intention of reporting it, even though it would bring him extraordinarily rich rewards, and possibly even complete Baishuang's evolution materials, but he still didn't plan to report it. For the same reason, he couldn't explain it. Baishuang would evolve in a short time, so he decided to wait until after she evolved to discuss it. Chapter 82, Breeder Level Breakthrough. After hearing Lu Zhe's answer, Lin Xingyu didn't ask why but instead said, "In 20 days, you'll be heading to university, right?" Lu Zhe nodded. There were still about 20 days until the reporting time, and he would have to go a day or two early. After all, it would take nearly a day just to travel. The division of regions in the Azure Blue Country is roughly similar to the previous life, with a total of 97 provinces, and Lu Zhe's city, Qinghai City, is a city in Ning'an Province. Jinghu University is located in Yunchuan Province, which is right next to Ning'an Province. However, it would still take a day by train. The train isn't slow, in fact, it travels faster than most second-tier demon beasts. Moreover, it can maintain this speed consistently. However, the Azure Blue Country is too vast, so even if it's in the neighboring province, the distance is still long. While Lu Zhe and Lin Xingyu were talking, the battle in the backyard had also concluded, with the winner being the Misty Tail Fox. Although the quality of the Liaoyu was slightly higher, it had no combat experience, so it was naturally no match for the Misty Tail Fox. After Liaoyu lost, it whimpered, ears drooping, and trotted over to Lu Zhe. It rubbed its furry head against his leg, seemingly seeking comfort. Lu Zhe smiled slightly, reaching out to comfort it, while Qin Yueshi also approached with the Misty Tail Fox. "Yueshi, you'll be starting school in just over 20 days too, right?" Lin Xingyu asked her. Qin Yueshi nodded. Her university start time was about the same as Lu Zhe's. "Alas, after you all leave, I'll be busy again." Lin Xingyu sighed. After such a long period of leisure, suddenly becoming busy made her feel quite unaccustomed. "Sister Lin, you can hire more people?" Qin Yueshi suggested while pressing down on the Misty Tail Fox, which was trying to claw at her pants. "It's not that simple, breeders are not easy to find. Most breeders have their own matters to attend to and almost never take on part-time jobs." This was also the reason why she had run the shop alone for so long. "Well, no more talking about that. Tonight, I'll treat you all to a good meal." Lin Xingyu shook her head, lifting her spirits. Days passed, and Lu Zhe's breeding level finally broke through to level 7. Host, Lu Zhe. Level, Minor Achievement in Beast Mastery. Breeder level, level 7, 0 out of 100. Talent, Beast Affinity, Eye of Truth. Lu Zhe put down the book in his hand and closed his eyes, absorbing the knowledge in his mind. After a long time, he finally opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise flashing in them. Now he was able to prepare second-tier spiritual medicines. However, regrettably, this upgrade did not grant him a third talent. The two existing talents had proven to be extremely useful, so Lu Zhe couldn't help but feel excited about what the next talent would be. But looking at the current situation, leveling up became more challenging, and the possibility of obtaining new talents decreased. "Seems like I shouldn't be too greedy," Lu Zhe murmured to himself. Although he didn't gain a new talent, reaching level 7 meant he had qualified to take the assessment for a second-tier breeder. Lu Zhe had checked before, and the exam for the second-tier breeder was just a few days away, so he immediately signed up online. Ah whoa. At that moment, Baishuang, leaning against the side, twisted her body and changed to a more comfortable position. Lu Zhe looked at her. Baishuang was now hugging a small wolf-shaped toy and comfortably watching TV. That toy was made by Lu Zhe, specifically modeled after Baishuang when she was little. And Baishuang seemed to really like it, taking it wherever she went. Ignoring her, Lu Zhe walked to the backyard, where Liaoyu was practicing monster skills. Ing. Liaoyu's small face was serious as she focused on the ice block in front of her. Then her mouth opened slightly, and strands of spirit power were pulled in, gathering into a big fireball. In the next moment, the fireball flew out and hit the ice block. Although it didn't leave a mark, Liaoyu still excitedly shook her body. Lu Zhe watched the scene with satisfaction. Liaoyu trained diligently, mastering both monster skills in just a few days. He had also selected a few monster skills for Baishuang, including the second-tier low-grade Ice Mirror Barrier and the second-tier medium-grade Ice Wheel Slash. But since Baishuang was already a ground-tier monster, her destructive power was too strong. So she definitely couldn't practice at home and could only train at a special training ground. Ing. At this time, Liaoyu also saw Lu Zhe and hurriedly ran towards him happily. Squatting down, Lu Zhe opened his arms and directly embraced Liaoyu. Liaoyu affectionately nuzzled against him, her warm touch contrasting with Baishuang's cool fur, providing a unique sense of warmth. "Keep working hard, okay?" After the hug, Lu Zhe gently patted Liaoyu, offering a few words of encouragement. Ing. Liaoyu nodded vigorously and continued her training with high spirits. Then, Lu Zhe walked to the side of the medicinal field, where a few green bugs crawled out. Among the 10 green leafworms, 5 had already evolved into spirit leaf users, and there was even one that was close to breaking through to the superior common tier. After a glance, Lu Zhe continued to watch Liao Yu train. In the following time, Lu Zhe participated in the second-tier breeder assessment and successfully passed. Now he was already a second-tier breeder. When Lin Qingyu learned this, her tone of voice clearly carried some bitterness. Now in her 30s, she was still just a second-tier breeder, but how old was Lu Zhe? He was only just 18. Besides that, there wasn't much else going on, life flowed quietly, and soon it was the day before college enrollment. How is it? Take another look and see if there's anything you've missed. Inside the house, Lin Qingyu said to Lu Zhe. Tomorrow was Lu Zhe's enrollment day, so today Lin Qingyu and Qin Yushi had specially come to send him off. Lu Zhe glanced around. Bai Shuang and Liao Yu both had a few packages hanging on them, and he was also pulling a suitcase. Everything is packed, Sister Lin. Lin Qingyu nodded. Since that's the case, let's go. The two walked outside together, where a sleek luxury car was quietly parked by the roadside. The cool shape and shiny paint highlighted its expensive price. Qin Yushi kept touching it excitedly, her mouth practically watering. Okay, stop touching it. Lin Qingyu said with a smile, and only then did Qin Yushi reluctantly withdraw her hand. As long as you work hard in the future and become a rich woman, you can buy as many of these cars as you want. Lu Zhe joked from the side. After hearing this, Qin Yueshi nodded heavily, seeming to agree with Lu Zhe's point of view. Get in the car. Lin Qingyu opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Qin Yueshi followed closely, sitting in the passenger seat. After Lu Zhe arranged his luggage, he sat in the back seat, while Bai Shuan and the others were taken back into his body. Chapter 83, Mirror Lake University. Before long, the car smoothly stopped in front of the train station. Sister Lin, thank you so much for your care during this time. In front of the station, Lu Zhe said sincerely. What are you being polite for? Ever since you helped in the shop, I don't know how much easier it has become. In the future, when you succeed, just take care of my business. I've invested early in a top student from Mirror Lake University. Lin Qingyu said with a smile, having developed a good opinion of Lu Zhe's character and talent over time. Lu Zhe nodded heavily, then handed the house key to Lin Qingyu. Don't worry, I will take good care of the house. Then, Lu Zhe said goodbye to Qin Yueshi and walked into the station. After waiting in the waiting room for a while, Lu Zhe's train arrived. Once on the train, Lu Zhe quickly found his private compartment. To maintain the privacy of the demon-quelling masters, the train provides such private rooms. Of course, the price is much higher, but Lu Zhe wasn't short of money now. After putting his luggage away, Lu Zhe focused his thoughts and summoned Liao Yu. As for Bai Shuang, there simply wasn't enough space to let her out in the small room. Ing. Liao Yu came out and curiously examined the inside of the room. Lu Zhe relaxed and lay down on the bed, holding the fluffy and warm Liao Yu in his arms. After sending a message to Lin Qingyu and Qin Yueshi to report that he was safe, he closed his eyes, feeling the slight vibrations as the train started. Before long, Lu Zhe fell into a deep sleep. Liao Yu lay quietly on him, her little nose twitching gently, sniffing the familiar and reassuring scent, gradually falling into dreamland. A day later, Lu Zhe finally arrived at his destination. Yunchuan Province, Mirror Lake City. After exiting the station with his luggage, Lu Zhe saw the pickup sign for Mirror Lake University, with some people standing nearby. Excuse me, are you a new student at Mirror Lake University? Seeing Lu Zhe approaching, a man under the pickup sign asked him with a friendly smile. Lu Zhe nodded and then spoke. Yes, here is my admission notice. Lu Zhe pulled out his admission notice and handed it to the man in front of him. The man took it, looked it over carefully, and then returned it to Lu Zhe. Hello, Junior Lu, I am your sophomore senior, my name is Wu Chen. Hello, senior. Lu Zhe responded politely. Wu Chen turned to explain a few things to another student beside him, then clapped his hands to Lu Zhe and several other young students waiting with luggage. Alright, everyone is here. New students, follow me, I will take you to handle your registration procedures. At this moment, Lu Zhe noticed that, including himself, there were exactly 10 new students waiting by the side. It seemed the school was picking them up in batches. After finishing speaking, Wu Chen waved his hand slightly. Instantly, a large bird-like monster appeared behind him. Then, Wu Chen jumped up and said, Get on, I will take you to the school. Lu Zhe instinctively activated his true eye. Name, Windy Rosian Kite. Quality, high-grade heavenly. Strength, high-grade earth. Description, a large bird with a wingspan of 9 zhang, feathers bony and in a dark blue alloy color, with tiny wind blade-like notches along the edges of the feather plates, producing a sharp whistle when flapping its wings at high speed. The chest feathers are embedded with 3 gray-white wind crystals, and the tail feathers fork into 5 flowing ribbons, creating visible white airwaves as it drags along. Junior Lu, what are you in a daze for? Get on. Wu Chen's voice snapped Lu Zhe back to reality. He then realized that the other 9 new students also looked surprised, but all of them had skillfully climbed onto the broad, flat back of the wind erosion kite. At this moment, Wu Chen was looking at himself with confusion. Thus, Lu Zhe did not delay any longer, slightly using his spiritual power, and gracefully jumped up. The back of the wind erosion kite was quite spacious, so even with 11 people sitting, it wouldn't feel crowded. "Don't worry, the wind erosion kite is very stable," Wu Chen said with a smile, noticing some new students looking a bit uneasy. Then, he gently patted the wind erosion kite beneath him. Whoosh! The gigantic wings suddenly spread open, creating a rush of airflow, and then with a powerful shake, the wind erosion kite soared into the sky, causing people on the ground to gasp in astonishment. Lu Zhe instinctively tensed his body, preparing to face the strong wind, but after waiting for a while, he felt no air current at all. Looking to the side, he discovered a faint light shield enveloping the wind erosion kite, blocking all the wind and waves outside. The other new students also noticed this shield, relaxing and beginning to curiously overlook the quickly shrinking cityscape below. After an hour of flying, a massive group of buildings appeared on the distant horizon. "Look over there, that is our Mirror Lake University." Wu Chen pointed ahead, his tone filled with pride. "Look at the large water area in the middle of those buildings, that's the famous Mirror Lake." The new students all looked in the direction he was pointing. Before them lay a vast, boundless lake shimmering under the sun, resembling a sapphire embedded in the ground, quietly resting in the central area of the building complex. Initially distant, it didn't feel significant, but as the wind erosion kite approached rapidly, the lake's terrifyingly vast area completely unfolded before everyone. "This isn't a lake, this must be a sea." Lu Zhe and the other new students were deeply shocked, their faces filled with awe. Noticing the shock on Lu Zhe and the others' faces, Wu Chen chuckled. "Surprised, right? I was just like you when I first arrived. The Mirror Lake is quite large, so although it's called a lake, it resembles an inland sea even more." At this moment, a girl suddenly pointed at a part of the Mirror Lake and exclaimed in surprise. "Senior, what is that?" Everyone turned to look, and saw several elegant, long blue dragon-like creatures breaking through the water's surface, twisting and leaping briefly in the air. The sunlight shone on their densely packed scales, reflecting brilliant blue light, before lightly diving back into the water, splashing huge waves. Wu Chen took a glance and began to explain. "Oh, that's a unique magical beast of our Mirror Lake, the Abyss Scale Dragon. It's one of our school's symbols." Lu Zhe began searching for information about the Abyss Scale Dragon in his mind. Name, Abyss Scale Dragon. Quality, Heavenly Grade High Tier. Description, 10 zhan long, its body is thick as a giant ship, with a row of dark blue scales on its back. Each scale as large as a shield, with reverse serrated edges that can silently cut through water in dark currents. 2 columns of pitch-black fins on its underside can instantly retract into sharp blades. Its dragon head is flat with a mouth splitting to behind its ears, with teeth like hooks. The gaps in its scales secrete phosphorescent fluid, causing its body to emit a bluish-white cold light, making it look like a deep-sea lantern from afar. "Senior, is there a chance for us to form a contract with the Abyss Scale Dragon?" A boy could not help but ask excitedly, his voice full of anticipation. Wu Chen raised an eyebrow, a smile appearing on his face, and then said, "Of course, as long as you accumulate enough points, you can apply for a chance to form a contract with the Abyss Scale Dragon." These words were like a spark falling into dry grass, instantly igniting the flames in all the new students' eyes. Even Lu Zhe felt a rush of heat in his heart. This is a dragon. Even though the Abyss Scale Dragon is considered a lower-tier dragon among dragons. But after all, it is a pure-blood dragon species, with power far surpassing that of ordinary magical beasts of the same tier. Chapter 84, Official Enrollment. But contracting the Abyss Dragon is very difficult. I tried once before, but I failed. Wu Chen added, his tone filled with a hint of regret. Dragon-type monsters possess such powerful strength that every beast master longs for them. However, matching their immense power is their equally proud character. Therefore, it is very challenging to form a contract with them. Yet, this did not extinguish the eagerness in the eyes of the new students. After all, being here means they are all outstanding among their peers, each carrying their own pride and confidence. The wind-winged kite continued flying forward, revealing more extraordinary sights of Mirror Lake University. Towering buildings, vast battlefields, countless uniquely shaped monsters. All of this left Lu Zhe and the other new students in shock. After flying for a long while, Wu Chen skillfully landed the wind-winged kite on a very spacious plaza. At the end of the plaza stood an impressively grand building. We have arrived. This is the comprehensive administrative building, where new student enrollment procedures are handled. Follow me. Wu Chen led the 10 new students into the building with ease. The procedures were not complicated, mainly, they verified identity details, recorded biometric features, and issued exclusive student IDs. Lu Zhe received the student ID, which was made from an unknown material, hard yet having the smooth, warm feel of jade. The edges were inlaid with fine silver metallic lines, the center clearly stamped with his name, photo, and student number. Next to it, the emblem of Mirror Lake University was also printed. The teacher in charge of the registration advised, "Make sure to keep your student ID safe, it serves as your identity proof and pass on campus. If you lose it, getting a replacement can be quite troublesome. The initial enrollment credits have been credited to your accounts." After a pause, he tilted his head towards Wu Chen. "As for what the credits are specifically for, let your senior explain it to you." Wu Chen nodded in agreement and led the new students out of the administrative building. In simple terms, credits serve as the currency used within the school. Wu Chen explained while walking. External currency is useless at school, everything can only be purchased with credits. Our school is vast, and all kinds of facilities are extremely complete, fully meeting your daily needs. What's more important is that high-level resources unavailable outside, even chances to contract unique monsters like the Abyss Dragon, can all be exchanged for credits here. Though Mirror Lake University may not be as prestigious as the Five Greats, the resources we have are still incredibly abundant. As long as you have enough credits, the school can almost provide everything you need to help you grow stronger. As Wu Chen spoke, Lu Zhe and the others had already arrived at the plaza. Wu Chen invited everyone to board the wind-winged kite again. The wind-winged kite's wings flapped powerfully once more, soaring into the sky. After flying for a while longer, they reached a broad and serene area. Below them were not dense buildings, but rather luxurious mansions surrounded by lush trees and lawns. Each mansion had a main building, training ground, and large open spaces, all neatly arranged. This will be your future residence. Now, you can choose an unoccupied mansion. Once you've made your choice, let me know, and I'll take you to register your identity. This mansion will belong to you for the next 4 years. Wu Chen smiled, explaining while looking at the astonishment in the new students' faces. The treatment our school offers students is very good, ample space is just the basic guarantee. Lu Zhe gazed at the mansions below, truly shocked in his heart. The size is astonishingly huge. Every manor is equipped with basic living facilities and training facilities. Of course, you can freely transform them according to your needs. Wu Chen added. At this moment, a new student came back to his senses from the shock and asked, "Senior, the school is so big, how will we go to class or to other places in the future? Our teaching mode is not like your high school. In fact, all top universities are based on self-directed learning by students." Wu Chen explained. Every semester, the school opens a large number of courses that you can freely choose to study based on your needs. Of course, the recordings of these courses will be saved on the school's official website, so you can also learn online. However, I suggest you still attend classes in person. There is still a big difference between attending classes in reality and just watching videos. As he spoke, Wu Chen pointed at the student cards of Lu Zhe and others. As for your transportation, you don't need to worry. By logging into your personal account with your student card, you can book a free public flying beast pickup service within the campus system, covering all major areas of the school. However, I still recommend that you contract a flying beast. That would be more convenient. Alright, without further ado, you can start selecting your residence. After saying this, Wu Chen signaled Lu Zhe and the others to begin choosing their own accommodations. Actually, it was called selecting, but every manor was almost the same, so Lu Zhe just picked one randomly. Wu Chen began to complete the identity binding for each new student one by one, and also help Lu Zhe and the others register their accounts. Alright, Lu Jr., your account is registered. You can check the school's information by yourself now. After that, Wu Chen planned to leave to arrange for other new students. However, Lu Zhe called out to him. "Senior Wu, do you get credits for picking up new students?" Hearing this, Wu Chen was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and replied. "That's right, helping new students enroll allows us to earn certain credits. Junior, let me remind you, credits are very important, so try to accumulate them as much as possible." After saying this, Wu Chen left. After sending off the senior, Lu Zhe walked into the main building of his own manor. The internal space of the house was extremely spacious. Although it looked quite empty, all the necessary basic living facilities were present. Then, he sat down in front of the computer in the study and logged into the campus network system of Mirror Lake University with his account. After successfully logging in, a message immediately popped up. "Classmate Lu Zhe, welcome to officially join Mirror Lake University. Below are the new student rules, please remember them well." Lu Zhe carefully browsed through the information and finally understood how Mirror Lake University cultivates its students. In simple terms, the school issues a task to students every year, and only by completing this task can they smoothly advance to the next grade. If they fail to accomplish it, they will first receive a warning once and be subject to retention. If they fail again, they can only be forced to drop out. Of course, if students encounter difficulties during their studies, they can also apply for a designated tutor from the school for one-on-one guidance. But as mentioned earlier, most students who can enter here are truly talented, so those who need this kind of guidance are still very few. Moreover, as Wu Qin said, credits are very important. Everything in the school requires credits to obtain. To enjoy the extensive resources provided by this top university, one must constantly earn credits. There are many ways to earn credits. The simplest way is to complete tasks for others to gain corresponding credits. The school's official website has a designated platform where all students and teachers can post tasks. However, for new students like Lu Zhe and others, there is no need to be too anxious about credits. The school provides a smooth transition for them, distributing 20 credits each month as basic support during the first semester. Not to mention that on their very first day, the school directly gave each new student 50 credits. Don't think that this amount of credits is little, the value of credits is indeed very high. For instance, in the materials for the Frost White evolution, the extreme cold dragon blood can be exchanged for a drop with just 2 credits. Night falls. During the day, Lu Zhe only had time to roughly tidy up the living area inside the main building. As for the outside of the house, Lu Zhe was truly helpless. The area was too vast, he simply could not clean it all. However, he still chose a sunny spot with good soil next to the main building and temporarily opened a small medicinal field. Then he placed the green leaf bug and the spirit medicine master inside before he left with them. At this moment, Lu Zhe was sitting in front of his computer, browsing the shopping platform on the campus network. Inside the house, there were only some basic furniture. Although it was bearable, it wasn't very comfortable and lacked a certain feeling. And Lu Zhe was not the kind of person who could endure hardship without seeking comfort, so he certainly wanted to order some furniture. The school indeed had a rich variety of facilities, and all furniture could be purchased on campus. After a long time, Lu Zhe selected all the furniture he needed, and when he checked out, he had only spent a total of 1 credit. That's right, at Mirror Lake University, credits are the only universal currency. Although the system supports exchanging credits for source coins at a certain rate, the reverse absolutely doesn't work. Aside from furniture, Lu Zhe also exchanged 6 credits for the remaining extreme cold dragon blood, gathering all the materials needed for Frost White's next evolution. After completing his shopping, Lu Zhe did not log out of the system but switched to the beast section. Mirror Lake University not only has rich cultivation resources, but its beast resource bank is also massive. The school raises a wide variety of beasts with different talents, from common grade to spirit grade. Students only need to pay the corresponding credits to gain a precious opportunity for a contract. And for new students like Lu Zhe, the school provides an extremely generous benefit. That is to give 1 free contract opportunity, with the quality limit of the beasts available reaching intermediate heavenly grade. Lu Zhe had long had the plan to contract a flying mount and had been looking for a suitable beast. Although he struggled for a long time, he ultimately did not find a suitable beast. At this moment, facing the dazzling array of choices in the school's internal system, Lu Zhe fell into hesitation once more. It was not that there were no options, but that there were simply too many good ones, each had its advantages, making it hard to choose. After several hours of careful comparison, Lu Zhe finally selected the beast he believed was the most suitable for him. Cracking Sky Wing Snake. Name: Cracking Sky Wing Snake. Quality: Intermediate Heavenly Grade. Description: a streamlined body 9 jan long covered in blue-gray scales, with semi-transparent wing membranes extending out on both sides of the shoulders, each spanning 8 jang. The wings are divided into 3 foldable segments, like 3 side-by-side long blades of blue steel. The wing membranes are covered in pale white wind patterns, tearing apart with a shusha sound when vibrating rapidly. After making the choice, Lu Zhe let out a long breath. At school, the process of contracting a demon beast is very simple. You just need to confirm your choice online, and the relevant information will be entered into your student account. Then you just have to go to the designated place at the right time to make the contract. However, it is worth mentioning that this contracting opportunity is a one-time event. Whether the contract succeeds or fails, there is only one chance. Therefore, after a brief excitement, the vast majority of freshmen will honestly choose a demon beast that suits them. Of course, there are still some who are stubborn. Every year, there are new students who don't consider their own situation and insist on contracting a medium-tier heavenly demon beast. But most of them fail, wasting this precious benefit for nothing. Turning off the computer, Lu Zhe returned to his bedroom. In the bedroom, Bai Shuang and Liao Yu had already built their little nests. And they both coincidentally placed a small version of dolls that were made to look like themselves next to them. Seeing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but ponder what to do after he contracts the Voidwing Snake. Most demon masters will recall their demon beasts into their internal space during rest, as that is the most comfortable, restorative, and growth-friendly environment for the beasts. But his 2 demon beasts seem to particularly love staying outside, and if not necessary, they are not willing to enter Lu Zhe's body at all. Lu Zhe guessed that this was probably due to his talent demon beast affinity. Forget it, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it, I'll let future me worry about the rest. Lu Zhe shook his head and decided not to dwell on this issue anymore. He must believe that his future self will find a way to solve it. The next morning, the furniture Lu Zhe ordered arrived right on time. He walked to the front door and saw several large, broad-backed bird-type demon beasts quietly standing there, steadily carrying various packaged furniture on their backs. These are the thick-backed geese, a type of cargo demon beast that, though not strong in combat, has excellent load-bearing capacity and stable flight. Hello, may I ask if you are Luze? Several staff members, dressed in uniform, skillfully jumped down from the thick-backed geese, and the leading person politely asked. Yes, I am Luze. Luze nodded in response. This is all the furniture you ordered, please check and confirm it. After Luze confirmed that the items were correct, the staff members began to move. They summoned their demon beasts to easily lift the furniture and, according to Luze's instructions, moved each piece into the main building of the manor, placing them in the appropriate spots. When the last piece of furniture was set in place, the house was filled with a sense of life, finally giving it a homey feel. Luze glanced at the time and found that it was still early. He thought for a moment and decided that there was no time to waste, he should contract the voidwing snake today. The school courses would not open until a week later, and this time was mainly to allow newcomers to familiarize themselves with the school and take care of various trivial matters. Chapter 86, The Voidwing Snake. Luze used his account to reserve a flying demon beast. Before long, accompanied by a clear call, a large bird, entirely emerald green and elegantly postured, gracefully landed at the entrance of his manor. Chirp! The large bird emitted a crisp chirp, its pair of lively eyes curiously inspecting Luze, who had come out. Luze quickly recognized this demon beast. This is a green-feathered egret. Name, green-feathered egret. Quality, Earth-grade superior. Introduction, 2 zhang long, its feathers are a deep blue like bamboo, wings spread 6 zhang, wing bones long and graceful. Tail feathers are long like ribbons, neck is slender, beak is slightly hooked, a tuft of silver-white crown feathers on its head is particularly eye-catching. It perches in high mountain clouds, feeding on mountain spring moss, its morning call is crisp, and its shadow appears like a cloud when it spirals. Chirp! Seeing that Luze was standing still, observing it, the green-feathered egret urged again, elegantly shaking its glossy feathers. Luze finally came to his senses and hurriedly leapt onto its broad and comfortable back, feeling a sense of admiration in his heart. Indeed, it is atop university, even the beast used for transportation is of such high quality. Once he settled, the green-feathered egret's massive wings suddenly flapped, and its shape soared into the sky. Meanwhile, a layer of light blue spiritual energy shield instantly formed around them, perfectly isolating the intense airflow generated by high-speed flight. As the green-feathered egret flew, Luze also glanced at the scene below. This area seemed to be where students lived, with one mansion after another stretching endlessly. No wonder a beast of the Earth grade is needed for transportation. If a beast of lower strength were used, it would likely take half a day just to fly out of this dormitory area. Yet even with the green-feathered egret's extreme speed, it still took quite a while to leave the residential area. Fortunately, the place where he contracted the sky-splitting winged snake was not far, otherwise, a round trip would take a whole day. As they continued flying, a massive black crack gradually emerged on the distant horizon, like a ghastly scar on the earth. That is where the sky-splitting winged snake lives, a vast canyon. Chirp! The green-feathered egret let out a call, signaling that they were almost there. Then, the green-feathered egret suddenly swung its wings, and light blue spiritual energy instantly covered its entire body. The speed suddenly increased to another level. Whoosh! Accompanied by a strong sound of breaking the air and the swirling ground winds, the green-feathered egret landed steadily on a wide platform at the canyon's edge. Arrived! Luze said in his heart, and then jumped down from the green-feathered egret. Stay here and wait for me. Luze gently patted the green-feathered egret, which nodded in understanding. Although it did not understand Luze's words, its long experience and work was enough for it to grasp his meaning. Luze looked up, and before him stood a magnificent architectural complex built against the cliff of the canyon. From inside the canyon, roars echoed frequently. The complex was filled with people, but Luze was focused and walked straight toward the tallest building. After entering the hall, Luze went to the front desk. Hello, I am a freshman, and I made an appointment yesterday to contract the sky-splitting winged snake. As he spoke, Luze took out his student ID and handed it to the front desk staff. Sitting at the front desk was a capable-looking young woman, and Luze thought she was probably his senior. Luze was correct, this staff member was named Wenjixia, and she was indeed a sophomore. She was working here part-time to earn credits. Wenjixia took Luze's student ID and quickly operated the computer to verify it. Luze. She silently recited in her heart, then looked at Luze, revealing a trace of hardly noticeable helplessness in her eyes. She felt that Luze was another overly confident freshman. The procedures are fine, follow me. She briefly instructed a colleague beside her and then led Luze out to the edge of the cliff platform. Then, she summoned her beast. In an instant, a huge green snake with wings appeared in the air. This was actually a sky-splitting winged snake. Get on! When Jixia gracefully jumped onto the back of the sky-splitting winged snake. Facing Lu Zhe, she said. By the way, I am your senior in the second year, my name is Wenji Xia. Hello, Senior 1. Lu Zhe replied while nimbly jumping onto the back of the skywing snake. Wenji Xia nodded, and the skywing snake beneath them suddenly flapped its wings, transporting the two towards the chasm below. The deeper they went, the sharper the wind became, mixed with various roars and the sounds of wing membranes vibrating. The steep rock walls on both sides were covered with numerous caves of various sizes. Those sounds were coming from within these caves. Many skywing snakes peeked out from the caves, curiously observing Lu Zhe and his companion. When Jixia's skywing snake hovered in midair, and she turned to Lu Zhe, saying, "Alright, Lu Jr., you have 5 hours to choose a monster and complete the contract. During this time, you can find the skywing snake that suits you best, and I will take you there. If you can't complete the contract within these 5 hours, you will have to leave." Understood, thank you, Senior. Lu Zhe nodded and then began to survey the caves around him. Without hesitation, he pointed to the closest cave and said, "Senior 1, can you take me inside to have a look?" Of course. When Jixia nodded, and the skywing snake immediately flew towards that cave. However, as they approached, a fierce wind like a knife slashed out from within the cave, rushing towards Lu Zhe and Wen Jixia. When Jixia frowned, and a transparent spiritual energy shield suddenly appeared around them, protecting both of them inside. Due to the nature of the skywing snake, the places they live are always surrounded by such fierce winds. When Jixia explained to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe nodded, he was aware of this. His entire body surged with spiritual energy, and a transparent shield also enveloped him. Then, he leaped directly into the cave. The cave was very dark, but with a flash in his eyes, the scene inside became clear to him. The cave was quite spacious, and at the deepest part lay a massive skywing snake, its scales thick and formidable. At this moment, it was eyeing Lu Zhe, its gaze filled with a bit of laziness and curiosity. Since these skywing snakes were raised by the school, they were not aggressive towards humans. Of course, this didn't mean they could be treated carelessly. Even a cornered rabbit would bite, let alone a powerful monster. When Lu Zhe saw the massive skywing snake, his brow furrowed slightly. This skywing snake was clearly an adult, not suitable for being a contracted monster. For monster tamers, juvenile monsters were the best targets for contracts. Chapter 87, Successful Contract. This was not only because the contract difficulty for juvenile monsters was the lowest, but also because it was easier to cultivate a bond during this time. If he were to contract an adult monster, it would require a lot of time and energy to build that bond. Moreover, the personality and habits of adult monsters were already set. Even if a contract was successfully formed, it would never have the same tacit understanding as those raised from a young age. Thus, unless faced with extremely special circumstances, most monster tamers would choose juvenile monsters without hesitation. Roar! Inside the cave, the adult skywing snake sensed the warmth from Lu Zhe and let out a low growl without any malice. A hint of human-like curiosity flashed in its eyes, and it ultimately did not show any signs of driving him away or threats. It only curiously studied this human who had intruded into its nest. Lu Zhe's goal was very clear. After confirming there were no suitable young ones here, he turned and left without hesitation. Jumping back onto the back of Wen Jixia's sky-opening winged snake, Wen Jixia looked at him with obvious confusion in her eyes. Because after Lu Zhe entered the cave, there were not only no roaring sounds of expulsion, but even the previously howling winds had calmed down significantly. This was too unusual. It is known that the higher the quality of the monster beast, the more proud and aloof their character typically becomes. So, for those weaker spirit tamers, or simply for those they do not like. Even though they do not initiate attacks, they will still make various expelling gestures. Like her back then, in order to contract with the current sky-opening winged snake, she had no idea how many closed doors she faced. She did not know how many young sky-opening winged snakes and their parents impatiently chased her out of the cave. That process was truly arduous. "Senior sister, let's go look somewhere else," Lu Zhe said to Wen Jixia while pointing to another cave. Interrupted in her thoughts by Lu Zhe, Wen Jixia did not ponder anymore and drove the sky-opening winged snake towards the direction Lu Zhe pointed. In the time that followed, Lu Zhe began to wander among various caves. During this time, he encountered many young sky-opening winged snakes, but Lu Zhe intended to pick the best one. So he did not contract immediately, but kept comparing them with one another. And as she watched this scene, Wen Jixia's astonishment grew stronger with time. Because she had never seen Lu Zhe be expelled by any sky-opening winged snake. In fact, there were several caves where, right before Lu Zhe entered, she could clearly hear warning growls and fierce winds from inside. Yet once he entered, it immediately became quiet inside. This was too strange. Wen Jixia could not figure it out. Could it be that this junior brother carries some rare spirit object that greatly attracts sky-opening winged snakes? In reality, this was mainly due to Lu Zhe's talent, beast affinity. Because these sky-opening winged snakes had developed a basic fondness for humans due to human intervention. And under the effect of beast affinity, this fondness was amplified infinitely, turning into a natural closeness and trust. This made it very hard for them to develop any rejection towards Luze. 5 hours passed quickly. Finally, Luze chose the best and strongest one among those he had seen. At this moment, inside the cave, in front of Luze were two exceptionally robust sky-opening winged snakes, their broad wings instinctively shielding what was behind them. In the shadow of their wings was a small winged snake cub, its scales shining with a jade-like soft luster. Yah! Having just been born, its cry still carried the unique softness and sharpness of a cub. It curled up behind its parents' massive bodies, its pair of vertical pupils looking at the entering Luze with both fear and curiosity. The warm feeling coming from Luze intertwined with the strangeness of their first meeting, leaving the cub in a small conflict. In the end, it simply timidly rubbed its head against its mother's cool scales, seeking a sense of security. "I want to contract your child," Luze said to the two sky-opening winged snakes. Although they could not understand his words, Luze believed they would comprehend the meaning. The two huge sky-opening winged snakes exchanged glances, then together leaned back a bit, resting their heads against each other. They emitted soft sounds, as if discussing something. Yah! Feeling the movement of its parents, the winged snake cub appeared a bit uneasy, quickly inching back until its whole body was tightly pressed against its mother, seemingly feeling a little more at ease. It secretly glanced at Luze again, and Luze responded with a friendly smile. Eee. The little creature seemed shy, burying its entire head in the gaps of its mother's scales, leaving only a thin little tail shaking nervously outside. But after a few seconds, it couldn't help but slowly peek out again, first revealing a pair of eyes, cautiously observing. Once it discovered Luze still watching it, it immediately shrank back. This back and forth happened several times, seemingly making the little one find this hide-and-seek game quite fun, playing with great joy. It even let out a faint, joyful hiss. And its antics caught the eyes of its parents. After a while, the two adult rift-winged serpents seemed to reach some sort of consensus, nodding to each other. Their gaze turned once again to the child still amusing itself. The little one was having a great time when suddenly it felt a lightness in its body, being gently coiled up by its mother's tail and lifted into the air. Its body kicked around confusedly in the air for a moment before meeting its parents' eyes. A low, complex hissing sound rang out between the parents and child, a language that humans could not understand. After a while, one of the rift-winged serpents, using its agile and powerful tail tip, gently pushed the still somewhat dazed little one toward Luze. Eee. At first, the winged serpent hatchling seemed somewhat at a loss, instinctively wanting to turn around and hide behind its parents. But it looked at Luze, then turned back to its parents' encouraging eyes, finally seeming to understand something. It began to slowly crawl toward Luze. Luze understood and quickly stepped forward, extending his hand toward it. The little one hesitated for a moment, but ultimately obediently lowered its head and rubbed its cool, smooth head against Luze's fingers. Then it coiled up his arm, finding a comfortable position to settle down. At this moment, its size was just over 3 meters long, and about as thick as an adult's arm, fitting perfectly on Luze's arm. Seeing this, Luze wasted no time, immediately focusing his mind to begin the contract. He skillfully extended his spiritual power into the mind of the winged serpent hatchling. The hatchling showed almost no resistance, happily accepting it. Click! A contract instantly connected Luze and the winged serpent hatchling. At the same time, a very faint spiritual energy surged into Luze's body through the contract. Done! Luze's heart was filled with joy, and he gently stroked the winged serpent hatchling on his arm with his other hand. Eee. The little one obviously enjoyed this petting, letting out a satisfied hum, its body slightly trembling, even actively rubbing its head into Luze's palm. "I will take good care of it, please don't worry," Luze said seriously to the two adult rift-winged serpents who had been quietly watching everything. After speaking, he prepared to turn and leave. However, just then, one of the massive rift-winged serpents suddenly stepped forward, its huge body blocking Luze's way, shaking its head at him. Luze was taken aback, feeling puzzled. He saw the rift-winged serpent pointing its tail tip at something behind Luze. Confused, Luze turned back and saw another rift-winged serpent lowering its head, picking up a green crystal from deep in the nest and placing it at Luze's feet. The moment the crystal touched the ground, the surrounding air currents seemed to become lively and gentle. "This is Windstorm Crystal?" Luze recognized at once that this was a Tier 3 spiritual item. "This is a gift for me?" Luze felt very surprised and asked, unable to believe it. The rift-winged serpent nodded its large head and gently pushed the crystal closer to Luze's feet with its nose. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. At this moment, when Jisha, who was waiting outside the cave, saw the scene and was completely stunned, as if countless waves were surging in her heart. Why? Seeing Luze contract the sky-splitting winged serpent so easily and receive the spiritual item given by its parents, she couldn't help but recall her painful experiences from years ago. Back then, she had spent a lot of time just to find a young beast that was willing to pay attention to her. In the end, the parents of the sky-splitting winged serpent blocked the cave entrance, insisting if you don't give us benefits, you can't take our child. In the end, she had to painfully spend all the wind fluff grass she had been saving for a long time to barely pass. But what about Lu Zhe? The difference in treatment was just too big? When Jixia looked at Lu Zhe inside the cave, feeling a surge of inexpressible envy, confusion, and a faint sense of unfairness in the world. Why should this be? Note, I'm in a hurry, so I won't write at night anymore. I didn't even have time to edit, just sent it early. Chapter 88, The Young Serpent. Lu Zhe did not realize when Jixia's shock outside the cave, his attention was completely drawn to the crystal radiating bright blue light at his feet. He bent down and carefully picked up the wind mist crystal. The crystal was warm and cool to the touch, smooth and delicate like jade, and he could distinctly feel the vast and pure wind attribute spiritual energy contained within. Lu Zhe marveled at the wind mist crystal in his hand. This was the first time he had ever seen a third-tier spiritual item with his own eyes. Roar! At the cave entrance, the majestic sky-splitting winged serpent let out a low growl, its voice much gentler than before. Its huge body shifted to the side, clearing the way. At the same time, its massive head tilted slightly toward the cave entrance, signaling to Lu Zhe that he could leave. I promise you, I will take good care of it. Lu Zhe promised solemnly and turned to walk out of the cave. Leaping back onto Wen Jixia's sky-splitting winged serpent, Lu Zhe said to her. Alright, Senior Wen, we can go back now. However, Wen Jixia did not act immediately. Instead, she looked at him with a mix of shock, curiosity, and disbelief. What's wrong, Senior Wen? Lu Zhe asked with confusion. Wen Jixia opened her mouth a few times but ultimately couldn't voice her doubts. Everyone has their own secrets and opportunities, probing recklessly is very impolite. Moreover, anyone who can enter Mirror Lake University has their own unique qualities. She quickly composed her expression. After all, she was also a genius, and her temperament was naturally not lacking. It's nothing. She shook her head, her tone returning to its usual competent nature. Sit tight, Junior Lu. As soon as she finished speaking, the sky-splitting winged serpent beneath her emitted a deep and powerful roar, its wings flapping suddenly. Then, it swiftly ascended with the two of them toward the top of the ravine. Before long, they returned to the platform at the top of the ravine. Lu Zhe lightly jumped down onto the solid ground, and Wen Jixia followed suit, putting the sky-splitting winged serpent back into her body. Junior Lu, come with me, we still need to do some registration in the hall. Wen Jixia said, leading Lu Zhe back into the hall. After operating for a while on the computer at the front desk, inputting Lu Zhe's information regarding the successful contract of the sky-splitting winged serpent into the school system, Wen Jixia looked up. Alright, all the formalities are completed. Thank you, Senior Wen. Lu Zhe expressed his gratitude politely and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, Junior Lu. At that moment, Wen Jixia called him back, then took out her phone and spoke naturally. Let's add each other's contact information. I have some experience in nurturing sky-splitting winged serpents. If you encounter any problems while nurturing the sky-splitting winged serpent, feel free to ask me anytime. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and felt this was not a bad thing, so he happily agreed. So, the two exchanged contact information with each other. Watching Lu Zhe turn and leave, Wen Jixia's gaze lingered on him for a moment, then she calmly withdrew her gaze. Those who could come here were either extraordinarily gifted or came from a strong background. Her initiative to exchange contact information with Lu Zhe was simply an act of making a new friend. After all, for a top university like Mirror Lake University, students could not only gain abundant resources here. It was also a platform to meet many outstanding talents. Lu Zhe quickly returned to the place he had landed earlier. And the blue-feathered heron was still waiting there, showing no signs of impatience. Coo! Seeing Lu Zhe return, the blue-feathered heron joyfully let out a clear call. Lu Zhe smiled and gently stroked its smooth feathers, skillfully leaping onto its broad back. Let's go home. Receiving the command, the blue-feathered heron spread its wings, and the strong airflow lifted it rapidly into the sky. Eek! The sudden feeling of weightlessness and the high-speed ascent made the young winged snake wrapped tightly around Lu Zhe's arm let out a frightened cry, its slender body instinctively tightening. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Lu Zhe extended his other hand to soothe it, and under Lu Zhe's touch, the young winged snake gradually relaxed, no longer feeling so tense. But it still pressed its little head tightly against Lu Zhe's arm, revealing a deep dependence on him. After all, it had just been born not long ago and had left its parents and familiar nest, arriving in a completely strange environment. So at this moment, Lu Zhe was its only support. The blue-feathered heron flew for quite a while before the sprawling manor appeared below, and Lu Zhe quickly found his own. Coo! Accompanied by a long cry, the blue-feathered heron steadily landed at Lu Zhe's doorstep. Lu Zhe jumped down from the bird's back and gently patted the heron's neck to show his gratitude. Good job, go back. The blue-feathered heron seemed a bit reluctant and rubbed its beak against Lu Zhe's clothing again before letting out a call and soaring high into the sky, quickly disappearing. Back inside the house, Lu Zhe first summoned Baishuang and Liao Yue. The moment they appeared, both of them fixed their eyes on the young winged snake wrapping around Lu Zhe's arm. Sensing their gaze and the overwhelming aura coming from them, the young winged snake couldn't help but feel scared and quickly climbed up Lu Zhe's arm. It completely hid itself under Lu Zhe's clothing. Alright, don't scare it. Lu Zhe found it funny and gently patted Baishuang and Liao Yue's heads. Ah whoa. Ying. Baishuang and Liao Yue obediently moved away but still frequently glanced curiously in this direction. The hidden young winged snake felt the attention on it shift and slowly poked its little head out again. Eek? It made a faint, tentative sound, asking Lu Zhe where Baishuang and them had gone. Lu Zhe pointed to the side, and the young winged snake cautiously looked in the direction he pointed. It happened to meet the curious gazes of Baishuang and Liao Yue again not far away. Eek! It got so scared that it suddenly shrank back and quickly hid once more in Lu Zhe's clothing, its speed faster than before. Seeing such a timid young winged snake, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. He knew this was a natural reaction to suddenly facing a strange environment after just leaving its parents. But as long as he gave it enough time and patience to slowly get used to things, this fear would gradually dissipate. Soon, evening arrived. Lu Zhe was sitting on the sofa, while Baishuang and Liao Yue lay on either side of him. Lu Zhe was gently stroking the young winged snake in his hands. After spending about half a day together, the winged snake cub was no longer as scared as when it first arrived. Though it still dared not approach Baishuang and the others, at least it wouldn't panic and hide when being watched. Eat. At this moment, it was enjoying the perfect massage from Lu Zhe's fingers, its slender body relaxed on Lu Zhe's leg, letting out subtle and satisfied hums. The muscles under its cold scales completely relaxed. While massaging the winged snake cub, Lu Zhe was also using the Eye of Truth to check its information. Race, Sky-opening winged snake. Strength, mortal level low tier. Quality, heavenly level medium tier. Possible evolution forms. Although the winged snake cub was still very weak and far from evolution. But it was necessary to plan the evolution path in advance and clarify the breeding direction. Chapter 89, Baishuang Evolves. The evolution routes visible through the Eye of Truth indeed revealed many more options than those published officially. However, after studying for a long time, Lu Zhe ultimately chose the Sky Trace Winged Dragon, which was already announced officially. Because he felt this evolution form was the most suitable. Eat. At this moment, the winged snake cub let out a soft, childish sound, drawing the attention of Lu Zhe, Baishuang, and Liao Yue. Lu Zhe's fingers moved across the smooth scales of the winged snake cub, slowly gliding from its green body to its small, soft, almost translucent wing membranes. This gentle touch seemed to hit a ticklish spot, and the winged snake cub immediately trembled slightly in response. At the same time, it made tiny hissing sounds from its mouth, as if it were laughing. Young magical beasts are truly adorable. As he continuously petted the winged snake cub in his hand, a happy smile appeared on Lu Zhe's face. In the following days, Lu Zhe began to modify his estate according to his needs, while waiting for the final evolution materials for Baishuang to arrive. On the third day, the extreme cold dragon blood finally arrived. Lu Zhe took a small bottle handed to him by the staff at the door. Inside the bottle were 3 drops of deep red blood shimmering with a dark blue glow, which was the extreme cold dragon blood. Even through the bottle's wall, Lu Zhe could feel the bone-chilling cold and overwhelming energy waves. At that moment, the cuff of Lu Zhe's right arm suddenly wriggled a few times. Then, a small, green head cautiously poked out. It was the winged snake cub. Lu Zhe named this winged snake cub Fengli. Eek? Fengli curiously examined the dragon blood inside the glass bottle. From that blood, it felt an attraction coming from deep within its bloodline, stirring an instinctive desire. Then, it turned its head and nudged Lu Zhe's arm, letting out a tiny, questioning sound. Can I eat this? No, this is for your sister Baishuang. I'll give you other tasty food later, okay? Lu Zhe shook his head, refusing. Though filled with desire for the dragon blood, upon hearing Lu Zhe's words, Fengli obediently retracted back into Lu Zhe's sleeve. Yet occasionally, it couldn't help but peek its little head out to sneak a glance at the bottle. After calming Fengli, Lu Zhe returned indoors and took out the other evolution materials that had long been prepared. Now, with these 3 drops of extreme cold dragon blood, all the materials were ready, and Baishuang could undergo evolution. Carrying these evolution materials, Lu Zhe went to the back of his house. Since there were plenty of open spaces around the house, Lu Zhe directly designated a large area as a training ground. And Baishuang could finally start training. In these days, Baishuang and Liao Yue trained their demon skills here whenever they had free time. At this moment, Baishuang and Liao Yue were training their own demon skills here. Liao Yue was still practicing the Scarlet Fireball. However, compared to before, its power had clearly increased a lot. Beside her, Baishuang was practicing the Ice Wheel Slash. Baishuang's sharp gaze locked onto the empty ground ahead, and her ice blue spiritual energy surged violently around her. Then, her tail swung fiercely behind her, and the spiritual energy instantly surged onto her tail. A huge crescent-shaped ice blade, with edges flashing with sharp cold light, instantly formed, howling as it tore through the air, fiercely slashing forward. Bang! With a huge noise, the ice blade crashed violently onto the ground, instantly blasting open a massive deep pit, frozen soil and shattered ice flying everywhere. Liao Yue, who had just successfully launched a fireball, saw this scene, and her eyes instantly filled with envy and admiration. Even finally, hidden in Luja's sleeve, was once again shocked, poking her head out, her little mouth slightly open, making unconscious iya sounds. She was clearly stunned by Baishuang's recent attack. After the shock, Fingli continuously emitted excited cries from her mouth. Iya. Okay. Luja slightly calmed the excited Fingli and then waved to Baishuang. Baishuang immediately stopped training and quickly ran to Luja's side, her huge head affectionately rubbing against him. But the originally excited Fingli instantly wilted as soon as Baishuang approached. She quickly slid back into Luja's clothes to hide, exposing only her pair of eyes to observe secretly. You have gathered all your evolution materials, you can evolve now. With a smile, Luja patted Baishuang and said. Hearing this, Baishuang's eyes instantly lit up, eagerly looking at the materials held in Luja's arms. Whoa. Seeing Baishuang so excited, Luja quickly said. Alright, don't be impatient, I'll start preparing right away. Only then did Baishuang calm down, obediently sitting on the ground, but her tail was wildly wagging in excitement. Luja smiled and shook his head, then began to prepare for Baishuang's evolution. Baishuang had long met the evolution conditions. For low-quality demon beasts, the evolution conditions are actually quite simple, as long as their strength reaches a certain level, it's enough. But those of high quality are different, their evolution conditions are much stricter. Not only does their own strength need to reach a certain level, but there are also some other conditions that must be met. For example, Liao Yue's evolved form, the Scarlet Flame Spirit Fox, is like this. First, Luja took out the Ice Soul Crystal Core. The Ice Soul Crystal Core contained extremely pure ice attribute spiritual energy, meant to purify and enhance the ice-type spiritual energy within Baishuang. Luja handed the crystal core to Baishuang's mouth, and without hesitation, Baishuang opened her mouth and swallowed it. The crystal core melted in her mouth, instantly transforming into an immensely pure and gentle stream of ice, rapidly flooding into her limbs and bones. Wherever it flowed, the spiritual energy seemed to be washed clean, becoming more and more translucent, operating more smoothly. Baishuang let out a comfortable low roar, and a thin layer of even purer ice crystal formed on her body surface. Woo! At this moment, Luja also opened the bottle containing the extreme cold dragon blood, dripping 5 drops of it into Baishuang's mouth one by one. The moment Baishuang drank the extreme cold dragon blood, it instantly melted. However, unlike the gentle ice soul crystal core before, the extreme cold dragon blood seemed to turn into boiling lava. It exploded violently within Baishuang's body, madly flushing into her blood vessels, meridians, and even deep into her bones. Whoa! Baishuang cried out in pain, the heat flowing through her body made every inch of her flesh, every nerve bear unimaginable agony. White mist even wafted from its body like strands of heated air. Seeing Baishuang in such pain, Lu Zhe's eyes showed a hint of sympathy. But he understood very well that this was necessary. Stimulated by the dragon's blood, Baishuang's bloodline began to evolve to a higher level. At the same time, the spiritual power within her was being consumed at an astonishing speed to support this wild evolution process. Feeling Baishuang's condition through their bond, Lu Zhe didn't dare to delay for a second and immediately sent all the ice essence into her mouth. Baishuang endured the excruciating pain in her body, struggling to open her mouth and swallowing the ice essence. Chapter 90, Evolution Successful. Extreme Frost Wolf. At the moment it entered, the ice essence transformed into a pure surge of spiritual power. The spiritual power surged into Baishuang's almost dried-up veins, providing ample energy for her bloodline evolution. Woo! Baishuang let out a painful low howl and then collapsed directly onto the ground. Her body trembled violently as a massive amount of white cold mist uncontrollably surged from her mouth, nose, and pores. At the same time, a chilling cold spread out from her center. Crack! The sound of freezing made one's teeth ache as layers upon layers of thick ice visibly covered the ground around Baishuang. The ice layer continuously spread outwards and was soon nearing Lu Zhe's feet. Let's go, Liao Yu, we need to step back a little. Lu Zhe said gravely, then took Liao Yu away from the encroaching ice. As time passed, the dense white cold mist completely engulfed Baishuang's figure. The area around her was completely covered in frost. Ing? Liao Yu nuzzled against Lu Zhe's leg, her worried little face looking up at him. Baishuang will be fine, don't worry. Lu Zhe gently patted Liao Yu's fluffy head, comforting her. Although he couldn't see Baishuang's condition, Lu Zhe could clearly sense her current state through the bond in his mind. Baishuang was in pain now, but her vitality was rapidly increasing. Ing. Hearing Lu Zhe's words reassured Liao Yu. She trusted Lu Zhe completely. If Lu Zhe said Bai Shuang was fine, then she would be fine. After waiting for a while, Lu Zhe estimated that Bai Shuang's advancement would take a long time. So he patted Liao Yu, who was squatting beside him, and said, Liao Yu, you can go train first, I'll stay here and watch. Ing. Liao Yu nodded obediently, glancing worriedly at the horrifying ice mist. She then turned and ran to another corner of the training ground to start training again. Lu Zhe chose not to leave, but instead took out a stool to sit on, waiting for Bai Shuang's evolution to finish. Just as Lu Zhe expected, Bai Shuang's advancement took an unusually long time. Up until nightfall, the ice mist showed no signs of dissipating. Yeah. At this moment, Feng Li, wrapped around Lu Zhe's wrist, let out a tiny and pitiful cry. Her little head peeked out from his sleeve, and her small eyes looked at him with a pleading expression. Hungry? Sensing the message conveyed through their bond, Lu Zhe looked at Feng Li and realized he hadn't fed her yet. After all, Feng Li was still a cub, so she didn't handle hunger very well. Okay, I'll go make you something to eat. Yeah. Feng Li's little tail wagged happily. Lu Zhe looked back at the ice mist, confirming that Bai Shuang was in good condition and should not have any issues. Even if something did happen, he could instantly sense it through their bond. So, he got up, temporarily left, and returned to the house to prepare dinner for Feng Li and Liao Yu. After feeding them and carefully giving them a bath, Lu Zhe returned to the living room, holding the sleepy Feng Li, whose eyes could barely open, and the similarly weary Liao Yu. He gently placed the sleeping Feng Li into the cozy little bed with soft cushions and then sat on the sofa. Liao Yu lay on his lap, closing her eyes to rest, while Lu Zhe picked up a book, reading while waiting. Time quietly passed, and Liao Yu, lying on his lap, had already fallen into a deep sleep, breathing evenly. Through their bond, Lu Zhe felt Bai Shuang's breath gradually stabilize, the evolution almost complete. He carefully lifted the sleeping Liao Yu and took her back to her little bed in her bedroom. Ing. Liao Yu murmured in her dream, then turned over, exposing her soft belly. Seeing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. He carefully pulled over a small blanket from the side to cover her belly, then he felt at ease to turn and leave. Standing on the open ground beside the house, Lu Zhe's gaze was fixed straight ahead. The thick icy mist, under the moonlight's glow, shimmered with a dreamlike blue light, looking exceedingly beautiful. But Lu Zhe had no heart to admire this beauty, his face held uncontrollable excitement and anticipation. It's finally about to end. As if responding to his inner voice, the swirling icy mist began to slowly flow and dissipate, as if being drawn back to the center by an invisible force. The mist thinned, and a huge and graceful outline gradually became clear. When the last wisp of cold mist melted into its surface, the evolved Bai Shuang finally fully revealed itself before Lu Zhe. It was a giant wolf, nearly 2.5 meters tall and over 5 meters long. She stood quietly under the moonlight, like a finely carved ice sculpture. Her fur was more pure white and flawless than before, each strand seeming woven from the purest ice silk. At this moment, a faint moonlight-like ice blue halo naturally flowed over her fur, making her look particularly beautiful. Her ice blue eyes were deeper than ever, shining like two ghostly blue lamps in the night. And what drew the most attention was a complex and exquisite blue ice crystal pattern that had appeared in the center of her forehead. That pattern resembled a tiny crown of ice, adding a touch of royal nobility and mysterious aura to her. Lu Zhe excitedly observed Bai Shuang before him, his heart racing with joy. Ow woo! Bai Shuang clearly felt the power within her, now several times stronger than before. She couldn't help but raise her head and let out a long wolf howl towards the bright moon in the night sky. The clear and powerful howl broke the silence of the night. Fortunately, the estate was spacious enough, and the sound dissipated before it reached anyone else. After venting her excitement, Bai Shuang lowered her head, her ice blue eyes instantly locking onto Lu Zhe with affection and reliance. Her limbs slightly bent, and in the next moment, her massive body burst forth with astonishing speed, completely unmatching her size. Like a streak of white lightning, Bai Shuang dashed to Lu Zhe's side in an instant, the force of her movement making his clothes billow. She accurately stopped in front of Lu Zhe, then lowered her head and affectionately nuzzled her huge forehead against his embrace, purring with satisfaction like a spoiled child. Lu Zhe opened his arms wide and did his best to hug Bai Shuang's head. His hands sank into her thick and soft fur around her neck, stroking her gently. The human and the wolf embraced affectionately for a while, and only then did Lu Zhe release his hands and take Bai Shuang back into the house. Inside, Liao Yu had been startled awake by Bai Shuang's howl and was now standing at the bedroom door, sleepy-eyed. But when it saw the white frost walking in, it immediately gasped in shock, its eyes round and full of disbelief. Noticing the astonished yet slightly admiring gaze of Liao Yu, Bai Shuang proudly swished its now fluffier and larger tail, elegant and haughty. But its gaze quickly returned to Lu Zhe, and the pride was swiftly replaced by a barely noticeable worry. It has grown bigger again. Bai Shuang thought somewhat gloomily. Now, it seemed harder than before to snuggle beside Lu Zhe or act cute with him. Just when Bai Shuang was secretly troubled, Lu Zhe used the Eye of Truth to check Bai Shuang's information. Chapter 91, School Begins. Name, Bai Shuang. Strength, low Earth stage. Race, extreme frost celestial wolf. Quality, low heavenly tier. After this evolution, Bai Shuang's strength had not yet broken through to the mid-Earth stage, but it was already on the verge of a breakthrough. It was likely that in just a few days, it would successfully break through. Since it was already late at night, Lu Zhe decided to deal with the messy empty land the next day. He returned to the bedroom with Liao Yu, and Bai Shuang walked in with elegant and steady steps. Though her size had grown significantly compared to before her evolution, Lu Zhe's bedroom was quite spacious. So accommodating Bai Shuang was more than enough. The next day, when Feng Li woke up from its soft little nest and habitually wanted to crawl to find Lu Zhe, it raised its head and saw Bai Shuang lying by the bedside. The more majestic and cold aura after the evolution and the huge size instantly stunned the little creature. Aya! Aya! Feng Li excitedly pointed at Bai Shuang with its tail and turned to Lu Zhe, who had just woken up, making a series of puzzled noises. Lu Zhe smiled and reached out his arms, and Feng Li immediately skillfully wrapped itself around him, its cool little head rubbing against his palm, while its eyes occasionally glanced at Bai Shuang. Don't be too excited, your sister Bai Shuang has just evolved and become stronger. Lu Zhe gently stroked its little head with his fingers, explaining kindly. If you work hard in the future, you can be like her too. Hearing Lu Zhe's words, the shock in Feng Li's eyes gradually turned into yearning. It quieted down, tilting its little head, as if seriously starting to imagine its future form after evolution. Time passed, and a few calm and fulfilling days went by. One day, Lu Zhe was having a video call with Qin Yueshi. On the other side of the screen, Qin Yueshi looked exceptionally excited, her face flushed. Lu Gu, look! Our school actually assigned us new students a standalone villa. It's amazing! She shouted excitedly, spinning around with her phone in hand. She showcased the spacious and bright living room, the fully equipped kitchen, and even the little garden outside the window. She had only registered at the school yesterday, and the unexpectedly excellent accommodation conditions filled her with joy, making her eager to share it with Lu Zhe. After chattering on about it, Qin Yueshi finally calmed down a bit and curiously asked Lu Zhe. Lu Gu, how's your dorm? Mine is, okay, I guess. Lu Zhe smiled and moved the phone camera to scan his living room. Although it was just a fleeting glance, the spacious area and noticeably higher-end decoration materials made Qin Yueshi's eyes widen in surprise. Lu Gu, your house looks so big, she exclaimed. Lu Zhe did not respond but walked slowly up to the second-floor balcony. He pointed the camera down, and immediately, a vast expanse of lush greenery appeared before Qin Yueshi's eyes. Just as Qin Yueshi was confused and about to ask something, Lu Zhe's voice came softly. Not just this house, but the large open space outside that you see actually belongs to me. The other end of the phone fell silent instantly. Qin Yueshi opened her mouth, staring at the screen that showed a private area comparable to a park, shocked into silence. She knew Lu Zhe's dormitory conditions were surely good, but she never expected them to be this good. After chatting for a while, Lu Zhe ended the call. After hanging up, Lu Zhe stood on the balcony, looking at the several yokai in the training ground below. Bai Shuang was diligently practicing its yokai skills, each ice will slash bringing fierce cold winds and a huge commotion. Feng Li was excitedly chirping beside it, as if cheering Bai Shuang on. As for Liao Yu, it was calmly watching over the overly excited Feng Li, preventing it from being accidentally hurt by Bai Shuang's attacks. After a few days of getting along, Feng Li had basically adapted to the new environment and could interact normally with Liao Yu and Bai Shuang. However, there was still a trace of awe towards Bai Shuang, even though it often squealed excitedly while Bai Shuang was training. But once Bai Shuang got close, it would immediately back down, either hiding behind Liao Yu or running straight to Lu Zhe. Chirp! At this moment, a crisp bird call echoed. A green-feathered heron flew towards the manor, its sharp gaze already locked onto Lu Zhe standing on the balcony. Looks like my delivery has arrived. Lu Zhe thought to himself, then with one hand on the railing, he nimbly leaped down from the second-floor balcony. His body landed steadily on the open space in front of the door, waiting for the green heron to descend. The green heron accurately landed in front of him, lifting one claw that held a thick waterproof bag. Lu Zhe took the bag, opened it, and saw that it contained the books he had borrowed from the university library. Looking at the books in the bag, Lu Zhe couldn't help but feel amazed once again. As expected of Jinghu University, these precious books can actually be borrowed for free. Chirp! Seeing that he had accepted the package, the green heron let out another short call. Then it flapped its wings and quickly disappeared into the sky. Lu Zhe took the books back to his study, carefully placing them in order. He glanced at the electronic calendar on the table and realized there were only 2 days left until classes officially started at the school. And through these past few days of studying the freshman handbook, Lu Zhe understood why Wu Chen had recommended that they attend lectures in person. The reason was that in class, if a student's performance was outstanding, the teaching teacher could reward the student with extra credits. This was also an important way to earn credits. Shaking his head, Luze temporarily pushed aside his thoughts about the courses and strolled towards the manor's backyard. In these days, besides training by Shuang and Liaoyu, Luze had mostly focused his energy on transforming his manor. First was the training ground, where Luze bought some training equipment with his credits and built a well-equipped training area. The other major project was the expansion of the herb field. Thanks to the manor's astonishing area of open space, the scale of the planned herb field was quite considerable. Luze had also already ordered a large number of first and second level herb seeds online. Once these herbs matured, he could not only use them to concoct various spiritual medicines but also sell the excess for valuable credits. However, the rapid expansion of the herb field had exposed a problem. That is, the current number of Qingye worms and Lingye masters he had was already insufficient. Although Qingye worms had a small catalytic effect on the herbs, their evolved Lingye masters had a significant function. Thinking of this, Luze had already walked to the edge of the herb field. He could see that currently, only a small part of the land is covered with tender green medicinal sprouts, while nearby there is still a vast expanse of fertile black land lying empty, waiting for seeds to be sown. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A faint sound of friction arose, and a few emerald green spirit leaf creatures emerged from the lush plants. Sensing Luze's presence, they emitted cheerful, fragmented sounds like leaves rustling in the wind, affectionately circling around his feet. In recent days, Luze also discovered a use for the spirit leaf creatures, which is to till the soil. Moreover, after they tilled the soil, the earth would become even more nutrient-rich. The vast medicinal field before Luze was practically created by them. What wonderful farmers they are! Luze sighed, then his gaze fell on the largest spirit leaf creature, noticing that it was about to break through to the superior rank. I wonder what the green leaf worm will eventually become if it keeps evolving. Luze murmured, then after observing the medicinal field for a moment, he returned to his house. He then ordered a batch of green leaf worms online. In this way, time silently passed, and finally, the day for school to officially start arrived. Chapter 92, Academic Tasks. On the day when school officially started, Luze was already sitting in front of the computer early. The start time for classes is 8 o'clock. Luze glanced at the time on the computer and found it was 7:30, half an hour until classes began. Of course, the so-called start of classes did not mean that classes would begin today, but rather that the school's official website would announce all the courses available this semester. The specific class times and locations for each course would be published today for students to plan and arrange themselves. Just as Luze was quietly waiting, the study room door was gently pushed open a crack. Luze turned his head and saw Liaoyu nudging the door open with her head, while Fengli skillfully squeezed in through the gap. Wah, wah. Liaoyu looked up at Luze, letting out a low, helpless hum. It insisted on coming here, I couldn't keep it from coming. And Fengli crawled directly towards Luze, being small, its delicate wings were not yet strong enough to support flying. Luze smiled and extended his arm. Fengli immediately wrapped around it skillfully, its cool, slippery scales brushing against his skin, making a friendly "iya" sound. Gently patting Fengli's little head, Luze smiled and said, "Why aren't you playing with your sister Liaoyu and sister Bai Shuang?" Fengli was still a bit afraid of Bai Shuang, but its relationship with Liaoyu was getting better and better. So, when Luze was busy, it was always Liaoyu who helped look after it. And Liaoyu enjoyed doing this. "Iya, iya." Fengli shook its head, snuggling its head deep into Luze's sleeve, clearly preferring to stay by Luze's side. At this moment, Liaoyu also came over, obediently resting her fluffy head on Luze's leg, her bright big eyes blinking at him. Wah, wah. Luze understood, smiling as he cradled Liaoyu's head with both hands and leaned down to affectionately rub his cheek against her warm fur. Liaoyu immediately squinted happily, her tail wagging joyfully. Just then, a huge figure silently appeared at the study door. Bai Shuang's size became even more impressive after leveling up, but such a large figure and weight made no sound while walking. She happened to see Luze and Liaoyu affectionately nuzzling, and a hint of barely perceptible dissatisfaction flashed quickly in her ice-blue eyes. Luze also noticed the gaze at the door, and when he looked up to see Bai Shuang, he naturally waved at her. Bai Shuang first raised her head, showing a bit of modesty, then with some effort, squeezed into the study. As soon as Bai Shuang entered, the Fengli wrapped around Luze's wrist immediately responded, instinctively tightening its body, quickly shrinking into the sleeve, only daring to reveal its pair of eyes to sneak a glance. Seeing this scene, Luze couldn't help but chuckle at Bai Shuang and said, "You should spend more time with Fengli, just look at it now, so afraid of you." Hearing this, Bai Shuang looked down and stole a glance at the Fengli that only dared to show its eyes. Just being swept by this gaze, Fengli instantly shrank back into the sleeve with a whoosh, hiding completely. Luze couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. As Bai Shuang's strength increased, although she still behaved the same way with Luze, her attitude toward others had obviously grown much colder. Fengli had mustered the courage to approach her several times before, but only received Bai Shuang's lazy responses. Though there was no malice, that natural sense of distance still made the sensitive little creature feel defeated. But strangely, Fengli still liked Bai Shuang very much, and despite getting cold responses a few times, it often sought to talk to her. Lu Zhe felt that this was probably because of Bai Shuang's current strength. Powerful magical beasts always have an attraction to weaker ones. Ow. A bit sleepy. Bai Shuang suddenly stretched gracefully and then instinctively tried to rest her huge head on Lu Zhe's lap. But she found that her evolved size could no longer perform this action, and a hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes. In the end, she could only settle for the next best thing, leaning her massive body against Lu Zhe's side and then lying down on the ground. Meanwhile, Liaoyu had already gotten off Lu Zhe's lap when Bai Shuang came in, quietly crouching beside him. Looking at Bai Shuang in front of him, Lu Zhe reached out his hand gently to stroke her thick fur. Bai Shuang hardly watched TV anymore, most of her time was spent either training or practicing magical techniques. Due to another growth in her size after evolution, she increasingly felt her own inconvenience. The most obvious issue was entering and exiting the room. Although Lu Zhe's house was very large, it was ultimately designed based on human needs and usage habits. So, even though the doors had been slightly enlarged to accommodate magical beasts, Bai Shuang still felt it was difficult to pass through. And because of this, Bai Shuang could no longer follow Lu Zhe everywhere at any time. Thus, she could only start to work hard on her training, trying to break through to the heavenly stage as soon as possible. Ing. Liaoyu watched as Bai Shuang occupied the space next to Lu Zhe, showing no jealousy or dissatisfaction, just quietly waiting. Due to her previous experiences, Liaoyu was the most obedient and sensible among Lu Zhe's 3 magical beasts. At this moment, Lu Zhe smiled and reached out to her, signaling her to come over and gently place her head back on his other leg. And so, Lu Zhe waited until 8 o'clock. The school's official website appeared on the computer, displaying the courses offered this semester right on time. Lu Zhe glanced at it and found that there were a lot of courses, a full several hundred of them. At first, Lu Zhe was a bit surprised, but he quickly realized. Jinghu University had no restrictions on courses, meaning that students of any grade could freely choose the courses they liked. Therefore, it was quite normal for there to be a large number of courses to fully meet the students' needs. At this moment, Lu Zhe also discovered a message sent to him by the school. Upon opening it, he found it was the academic tasks he needed to complete during his freshman year. Lu Zhe, congratulations on officially starting your academic journey at Jinghu University. The following tasks must be completed before the end of this academic year, freshman year, in order to smoothly advance to the second year. Chapter 93, Growing Fengli. It seems that the school indeed creates tasks based on the actual situation of the students. After carefully reading the academic requirements issued by the school, Lu Zhe understood. The tasks given to him by the school almost completely lean towards the realm of beast cultivation, with only one related to combat, and that was non-essential. Clearly, the school analyzed, through their information, that Lu Zhe's talent in cultivation far exceeded that in combat. Thus, the school intentionally guided him to focus on his strengths and avoid his weaknesses, concentrating his efforts on the path of a cultivator. Lu Zhe had no objections to this, he had a clear understanding of himself. Due to his cultivation panel, he indeed had a distinct advantage in breeding. Then, Lu Zhe started to analyze these tasks one by one. First was the first task, to pass the assessment of the third-level cultivator. This posed little difficulty for Lu Zhe, who possessed a cultivation panel. Lu Zhe's current cultivation level was cultivation level 7, 48 out of 100. Just by helping Bai Shuang complete her evolution, he had significantly raised his progress. Therefore, Lu Zhe was quite confident about passing the assessment of the third-level cultivator within a year. Next was the second task, to cultivate Bai Shuang into a beast of heavenly quality. Seeing this line, a smile involuntarily appeared at the corners of Lu Zhe's mouth. He had already completed this task, and Bai Shuang's evolved form was a hidden evolution that had not yet been officially recorded. As for whether the school could accurately determine Bai Shuang's specific quality, Lu Zhe was not worried. Because while others might not possess the genuine eye like Lu Zhe did, through careful inspection, they could still determine the actual quality of the beast. Lu Zhe could also assess the beast's quality through inspection, but using the genuine eye was undoubtedly much more convenient. Now for the third task, to cultivate Fengli's strength to at least a top-tier earthly level. This difficulty was not great. Lu Zhe had previously managed to cultivate Bai Shuang to a low-tier earthly level in just 1 year. Now, not only had Lu Zhe's cultivation level improved significantly, but the resources available to him were also far superior to before. Moreover, Fengli had an initial quality of mid-tier heavenly level, with enormous growth potential, making early-stage strength improvements even faster. As for the fourth task, to complete the final assessment of any 5 courses. At Mirror Lake University, all courses have an assessment at the end of the semester. Of course, this assessment is not mandatory, you can participate if you want, and it doesn't matter if you don't. However, if you choose to participate and successfully pass the assessment, you can earn some credits. So, for most students, it is quite necessary to participate in the assessment. And the last one, the only non-essential task, to achieve a ranking in the top 100 in the end-of-semester competition. At Mirror Lake University, every semester ends with a competition, held 3 times in total, between freshman, sophomore, and junior years. As for the senior year, students at that point are no longer required to compete. This competition is primarily to allow students to determine what level they are at among their peers. If a student achieves a certain rank, they will receive a very generous reward. Of course, the difficulty is certainly high, as all the participants are geniuses. This is the only task that Luce has no confidence in. However, apart from this task, the other tasks are relatively simple. Luce feels this might be because he is still a freshman. After finishing his analysis, Luce refocused his attention on the long course list on the computer screen. Although there are many courses, Luce does not plan to choose many of them. After careful screening and comparing class schedules, Luce ultimately selected 9 courses. Among them, 4 are courses related to nurturing monster beasts, and 3 are about controlling spiritual power and refining spiritual medicines. As for the remaining 2 courses, they are about monster tamer combat and monster beast combat. After selecting the courses, Luce leaned back comfortably in his chair. These 9 courses were all chosen without any time overlaps. The nearest course will not start until 5 days later. Yeah. Fongli had somehow climbed onto his shoulder, affectionately rubbing its head against his hair. Luce smiled and playfully poked its cool, smooth chin with his finger. He could feel that this little guy's breath was lively and was about to break through the intermediate level of the ordinary rank. With a foundation of heavenly rank quality and various growth-promoting spiritual medicines Luce provided, its growth speed was hard to slow down. Speaking of resources, Luce couldn't help but think of the third-grade spiritual item, the Windstorm Crystal, given to him by Fongli's parents earlier. That is a good item. It can significantly improve the training speed of wind attribute monster beasts. It also has great effects for monster beasts of other attributes. However, Fongli is still too weak to use the Windstorm Crystal right now. Currently, only Bai Shuang can use it among Luce's monster tamers. But since it was given by Fongli's parents, Luce plans to wait until Fongli's strength is sufficient before allowing it to use the Windstorm Crystal. After confirming the courses, Luce relaxedly leaned back in his chair and played games for a while, then got up to prepare to leave the study. Ah whoa. Bai Shuang walked to the door, looking at the doorframe, which was a bit too narrow for her, giving a low growl filled with obvious frustration. In the 5 days before the formal classes started, Fongli successfully broke through to the intermediate level of the ordinary rank. Its size had increased significantly, reaching about 5 meters in length, and its body lines became even smoother and more graceful. The most noticeable change was its wings, which had become broader and stronger, now fully capable of supporting Fongli's flight. Iya. Fongli, excited after the breakthrough, flapped its wings in the spacious living room, soaring up and down nimbly. Even without any training, it flew very skillfully, as if flying was a natural instinct written in its veins. At that moment, Bai Shuang and Liaoyu looked at Fongli flying around in the air with some envy. Fongli freely expressed its joy of flying for the first time, flying around the house for a long time. Until exhausted, it finally landed on Luce's shoulder, tired yet satisfied. After securing itself with its tail, it tilted its small head and instantly fell asleep. Seeing Fongli asleep on his shoulder, Luce couldn't help but smile. He had already started to look forward to the future when Fongli would carry him in flight. Looking at Fongli, now with a considerable size, Luce estimated that when Fongli broke through to the high level of the ordinary rank, it could barely carry him in flight. After sending the sleeping Winli back to its cozy little nest with soft cushions, Luce returned to the living room and caught the lingering envy in Bai Shuang and Liaoyu's eyes. He smiled and walked closer to comfort them. You don't need to envy too much. As long as you cultivate to a certain level, even without wings, you can fly using spiritual power. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuang and Liaoyu's eyes instantly brightened with anticipation. Luce was not lying. In fact, it was not just the demon beasts. Humans could also fly using spiritual power if they cultivated to a certain level. Of course, in terms of speed and agility during flight, flying demon beasts still had a natural advantage. Chapter 94, Course Content. Soon, the day of class arrived. The classroom 304 in the 7th teaching building. Luce confirmed the location of today's lesson. Today's course was about nurturing demon beasts, titled Bloodlines and Evolution of Demon Beasts. He reserved a flying demon beast through his account, and soon, a green-feathered egret landed at the entrance of Luce's estate. Luce skillfully leaped onto the bird's back, and the green-feathered egret let out a clear call, spreading its wings to gather airflow, steadily rising into the sky, speeding towards the destination. Mirror Lake University covered a vast area, with teaching buildings spread all across the campus. The 7th teaching building wasn't too far from Luce's estate, which was one of the factors he considered when choosing the course. Soon, the green-feathered egret brought Luce to a grand group of buildings. The 7th teaching building was right here. Luce looked around. He saw many students sitting on flying demon beasts, just like him. Some were riding the school-provided green-feathered egrets like him. These should all be freshmen. Additionally, some people's mounts were all kinds of different, presumably their own familiar beasts. The green-feathered egret landed precisely on the wide platform in front of the 7th teaching building. Luze dismounted and gently patted its long neck. The green-feathered egret affectionately rubbed against his palm and then flapped its wings and flew away again. Luze followed the crowd into the teaching building and soon found his classroom. The classroom was very spacious, arranged in tiers, with a hidden touchscreen computer embedded in front of each curved desk. At this moment, there were already over 100 people sitting in the classroom, but the atmosphere was not noisy. Luze chose a central seat near the front, scanned his student ID over the sensing area on the desk. The computer screen immediately lit up, and Luze successfully logged into his account. Then he began to quietly wait. Before long, a handsome middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor walked into the classroom, heading straight to the podium. His gaze was warm yet authoritative, surveying the classroom, and the initially subtle noise of conversation immediately fell silent. "Hello everyone, I am the lecturer for Bloodlines and Evolution of Demon Beasts, Su Yan. I am very happy to meet you all." His voice was calm and clear, using spiritual power to transmit his voice throughout the classroom. After a brief introduction, Su Yan did not linger on pleasantries but went straight to the point. "We all know that demon beasts can evolve and transform into stronger forms, abilities, and even completely different species. But what is the essence of their evolution? What is the core power driving their evolution?" As soon as he finished speaking, a question window popped up on Luze's screen, and Su Yan's voice echoed again. "Is there a student willing to share their insights? Here it comes." Luze's finger quickly pressed the answer button. At the same time, many people in the classroom nearly pressed the answer button simultaneously. Su Yan looked at the screen filled with answer requests. A slight smile. It seems everyone is very active and engaged in thinking. However, this question is more about guidance and review, so let me briefly summarize for everyone. Upon hearing this, Luze couldn't help but show a look of regret. After all, this question was still quite simple. The evolution of magical beasts, at its core, is the sublimation and transformation of their bloodline power. The bloodline carries the source of the magical beast's strength, potential limits, and even part of its inherited memories. A strong bloodline not only represents greater combat power and unique gifted abilities but also serves as a passport to a higher level of life. Su Yan's voice drew everyone's attention. And after a magical beast evolves, its appearance, abilities, and even the essence of life may undergo tremendous changes, so we will call them by different names. As he spoke, he waved his hand to bring up several classic comparison images of magical beasts before and after evolution on the main screen of the podium. Most of the students in the classroom showed no change in expression upon hearing Su Yan's explanation because they already knew this. Another group, however, listened with great interest. Su Yan noticed everyone's reactions and continued with the second question. Besides normal evolution, there is a special evolution called primitive evolution. Can any student explain it? This time, the number of enthusiastic responders was noticeably fewer. Su Yan simply operated the computer, then randomly selected a responder among those who raised their hands. Soon, a name appeared on everyone's computer screen. It was indeed Luze's name. Seeing his name, Luze felt a slight joy in his heart and then spoke up. Primitive evolution refers to a type of evolution where the racial form of the magical beast does not undergo fundamental changes after evolution, but its strength and potential gain significant improvements. For example, a quality of upper-grade ordinary rockfist ape. If it evolves but still maintains its race as a rockfist ape while its quality rises to earth grade, and its combat power, size, and skill effectiveness are all greatly enhanced, then this process can be termed primitive evolution. This usually occurs when the individual magical beast breaks through the common limits of its racial bloodline, achieving the ultimate excavation of its own potential. After listening to Luze's explanation, Su Yan nodded in satisfaction, then smiled and said, "Student Luze answered very well." He then operated the computer a few more times. In the next second, a notification popped up in the lower right corner of Luze's screen. "Teacher Su Yan has awarded you a class reward, credits +1. At this moment, Su Yan faced all the students and stated, "After understanding the basic concept of magical beast evolution, we need to know how they can evolve. How can they evolve in the direction we want? How can we explore their new evolutionary forms?" Next, Su Yan began to formally explain the course content. During the explanation, he posed several more questions. Luze was fortunate to be randomly selected once again, and after answering accurately, he gained another point of credit. After one class, Luze felt greatly benefited, as many previously vague concepts became clear. And he also earned 2 points of credit. After class, other students gradually left, but Luze was not in a hurry to summon Xingyu Lu. "Since I don't have other classes today, I might as well take a walk around this area," Luze thought to himself. Lu Zhe had been at Mirror Lake University for 10 days already, but during these 10 days, other than leaving for the contract with Phonely, he had spent the rest of the time in his own manner. As for buying things and borrowing books, Lu Zhe had done it all online, having Qingyu Lu deliver them. So now, besides his manor, Lu Zhe had no understanding of other places at all. After exiting the classroom building, Lu Zhe summoned Bai Shuang in an open area. He gently patted Bai Shuang's body and mounted it. "Let's go, Bai Shuang, let's take a stroll." Bai Shuang let out a low roar, then carried Lu Zhe, stepping steadily and lightly, quickly moving along the wide road. The campus planning of Jinghu University is excellent, with lush trees lining the roads and exotic flowers and grasses dotting the landscape. From time to time, one can see sculptures in various postures or high-tech signboards filled with modern aesthetics. There were also many students coming and going on the road, almost everyone carrying their own spirit beasts. Ironclad earth rhinoceros. Thunder-patterned tiger. Rock-armored violent bear. Various extraordinary spirit beasts in different shapes dazzled Lu Zhe, making him once again marvel at the profound background of this top-tier university. Unknowingly, a vast ocean of blue appeared at the end of the road. Faintly, he could hear the sound of waves crashing against the shore mixed with some deep beast roars. Jinghu, we have arrived. Chapter 95, The Anomalous Jinghu. Upon reaching the side of Jinghu and facing this vast inland sea up close, Lu Zhe's shock was far stronger than when he had looked down from the sky last time. He slid down from Bai Shuang's back and relaxed against Bai Shuang's massive body. Then, with a thought, he summoned Liaoyu and Phonely as well. Ing. The moment Liaoyu appeared, it was stunned by the gigantic water expanse before it, which seemed endless. Its golden eyes widened in disbelief, and it instinctively leaned closer to Lu Zhe, rubbing its head against him, as if unable to comprehend how such a large pond could exist in the world. Yeah. Phonely's reaction was even more intense. It flapped its wings and landed on Lu Zhe's shoulder, its slender body trembling slightly with excitement. At the same time, it emitted a series of cries, its little tail pointing towards the forward Jinghu, clearly shocked by the magnificent sight. Lu Zhe smiled and patted their heads, leaning against Bai Shuang as he quietly enjoyed the majestic beauty of Jinghu with the three spirit beasts. The lake's surface was not monotonous, as many aquatic spirit beasts lived and played here. He could see a distant abyss-scaled dragon gracefully leaping out of the water, sending sparkling droplets flying. Schools of azure-patterned carp swam beneath the surface like moving emerald silk. Even further away, massive wave-drum whales surfaced for air, shooting up spectacular pillars of water. Wait, aren't there too many spirit beasts? Lu Zhe suddenly realized something was wrong, as the number of spirit beasts appearing on the lake's surface increased, and their types became even more diverse. Many spirit beasts that he believed should reside in deep-sea areas were now surfacing in droves. Moreover, their behaviors were obviously extremely restless, as if they were trying to escape from something. As if to confirm his ominous premonition, the calm and vast center of Jinghu suddenly rippled with huge, unnatural waves without warning. The speed and range of that ripple expansion were astonishing, and soon the entire visible lake surface began to heave violently. It seemed as if something was about to emerge. Oh, whoa! Beside him, Bai Shuang suddenly let out a low roar filled with obvious fear. Her fur bristled slightly, and her ice-blue eyes locked onto the rising waves in the center of the lake, her massive body shrinking back. In the next moment, she suddenly lowered her head and gently bit Lu Zhe's back collar, pulling him back without hesitation while emitting urgent warning growls. Lu Zhe's heart sank, and without hesitation, he immediately recalled the still-dazed Liaoyu and the panicked Phonely back into his body. Almost simultaneously, other students nearby who were relaxing or training by the lake also noticed something strange about Jinghu. What's happening? Why is the surface of the lake shaking so violently? Quick! Look! So many monster beasts are coming up. Something's not right. Retreat quickly. Experienced senior students reacted the fastest, immediately summoning flying or ground mounts, pulling their companions to retreat swiftly. Even the younger students, though shocked, remained calm and followed suit. For a moment, the lakeside was filled with the roars of the monsters and the shouts of their masters, as the originally leisurely crowd quickly and orderly moved away from the shore to a safe distance. Though there was a brief moment of panic, it soon settled down. What happened? An underwater earthquake? Doesn't seem like it. It feels like something is about to come out. Let's notify the school first. The students who retreated to safety were confused and discussing, and many had already begun reporting the unusual situation to the school. Lu Zhe was protected by Bai Shuang as they fell back, and he stared in shock at the scene before him. The entire mirror lake seemed to be bubbling. From a central point in the lake, massive waves were rolling outward, crashing violently against the shore, making a thunderous roar. The water became murky and turbulent, as if an invisible giant hand was stirring wildly at the bottom of the lake. Those monster beasts that had surfaced earlier were now desperately fleeing towards the farther shore, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. At that moment, several powerful auras rushed towards them from the horizon. A few people in teacher uniforms from Mirror Lake University rode various flying monster beasts, all exuding terrifying pressure, like shooting stars coming to the sky above the lake. Those are monster beasts at the general rank. Using his true eye, Luze noticed that those flying mounts in the sky all had strength reaching the general rank. Their appearance quickly calmed the somewhat restless crowd below. It's Director Sue from the teaching department. And our college's Vice Dean Lou. Great. The school has sent people. We're safe now. The students recognized the figures in the air and sighed in relief, as if they had found their backbone. Luze quietly listened to the conversations around him, deducing from their words that the few people in the sky were important figures at the school. However, to everyone's surprise, those teachers, especially the middle-aged man known as Director Sue, did not immediately act to calm the lake's turmoil. Instead, he stared eagerly at the boiling center of the lake, his face not showing seriousness but rather an uncontrollable excitement. This aura. Yes. The principal is going to succeed. Director Sue's voice trembled slightly as he said to his colleague beside him. A beautiful female teacher beside him also couldn't hide her excitement, but she still retained a sense of caution. Director Sue, is it too loud? Should we evacuate the students on the shore first? Director Sue glanced at the crowd below and thought for a moment before waving his hand, laughing boldly. No problem. The principal knows what he's doing and won't hurt these little ones. Moreover, such a grand occasion is a rare sight. It's just right for them to broaden their horizons. The other teachers nodded in agreement, suppressing their urges to intervene, and hovered in the air. They all looked forward to the changes at the center of the lake, as if waiting for the start of a grand performance. The students below also noticed the unusual reactions of the teachers in the sky, feeling puzzled. Why aren't Director Sue and the others moving? I don't know. Maybe they're thinking of a solution? Roar! Just then, amidst the crowd's doubts and guesses, an indescribably massive roar suddenly erupted from the deepest part of the Mirror Lake. This roar resembled a dragon's roar, like a tsunami, containing supreme majesty and ancient power, instantly overpowering all the sounds of waves and winds, echoing clearly into the depths of every soul present. In an instant, all was silent. What followed was a terrifying dragon might, vast as the ocean and towering like a mountain. Oh! Roar! Yip! In the next moment, all the demon beasts of the students by the lake, regardless of their rank, could not help but emit cries of fear. Their limbs went soft, their bodies trembled, as if they were suffering from an absolute suppression of life, desperately hiding behind their masters. Some even crawled directly to the ground, burying their heads deep, not daring to raise them. Bai Shuang, beside Luze, was no exception. She let out a whimper of fear, her massive body shaking violently, instinctively pressing closely against Luze. Luze could clearly feel the fear she conveyed, and he opened his arms, trying to hold her lowered head tightly. Then he constantly patted her fur and softly comforted her. Don't be afraid, I am here. While comforting Bai Shuang, he suppressed the storm in his heart, firmly staring at the boiling center of the lake. What kind of beast is in there? Just its aura is enough to scare all the beasts present. The few teachers in the air also calmed their restless mounts immediately. Director Sue's gaze grew hotter, his voice slightly raised with excitement. It's coming out. Then, under everyone's watch, the waters of the Mirror Lake seemed to be lifted by an invisible giant hand, and began to rise incredibly, forming a huge water hill. Boom! Along with the deafening sound of water and an even more terrifying dragon might, the rising lake exploded. Thousands of tons of lake water poured down like a torrential rain, and within that curtain of water, a terrifying figure big enough to obscure the sun and moon broke through the water, soaring into the sky. Chapter 96, Emperor-class Demon Beast, Abyssal Sea Mysterious Dragon. Luze stared at the enormous figure that blotted out the sky, his eyes filled with shock. He saw that the beast was a dragon-type demon beast. But its gigantic size and the aura it emitted were far beyond what he had seen before in the abyssal-scaled dragon. Its massive body seemed forged from the deepest abyssal iron, presenting a dark and noble blue-black color. Every scale was as large as a shield, the edges shimmering with a cold metallic luster, refracting a chilling blue glow under the sunlight. Each breath it took resonated with the whole world, sending the surrounding energy rising and falling like tides, forming visible ripples of energy. Most awe-inspiring were the majestic dragon head and the deep eyes resembling 10,000-meter deep trenches. Those eyes exhibited a swirling deep-sea vortex, just meeting its gaze felt like your soul was being drawn in, sinking into endless ancientness and majesty. Luze suppressed the stirrings in his heart and unconsciously activated his true eye. Race, Abyssal Sea Mysterious Dragon. Strength, Emperor-class lower grade. Quality, Emperor-class middle grade. Description, a powerful ancient dragon residing in the deep sea, the undisputed king of the deep sea. Its body is dark blue close to abyssal, and its scales are forged like deep-sea abyssal iron, impervious and strong. Its whiskers drift like dark currents, extremely sensitive. It is hundreds of feet long, its eyes a ghostly blue, with pupils resembling deep-sea whirlpools that can capture souls with a gaze. Its power can turn rivers and seas upside down, affecting atmospheric conditions. A single dragon roar can intimidate tens of thousands of demons. It is the embodiment of deep-sea rules, possessing supreme power to manipulate heavy water, summon tsunamis, and command countless aquatic creatures. Emperor class. Lu Zhe felt his heart trembling violently. This was actually an Emperor-class demon beast. The entire lakeside fell into a deep silence after the abyssal sea mysterious dragon appeared. All the students, as if cast under a spell, opened their mouths wide and stared blankly at the giant dragon above, as if a god had descended. The brain went blank, even the breathing instinctively eased. This suffocating silence lasted for a long time. Until... Look! Director Su and the others have flown over. A suppressed whisper of extreme shock broke the silence. In the high sky, several strong figures from the school, led by Director Su, not only did not show any guard or flee. Instead, they rode their demon beasts and actively flew towards the terrifying abyssal dragon exuding an oppressive aura. It seems like there's someone on that dragon. Some strong students seemed to have discovered something and shouted in surprise. Hearing this, Lu Zhe turned his gaze towards the abyssal dragon. Sure enough, on the gigantic, moblin-like dragon head, there stood a vague yet upright figure with hands clasped behind his back. Due to the great distance, he could not clearly see the other person's face, he could only vaguely make out a silhouette. And Director Su and the others were indeed flying towards that figure. Principal. As they got closer, Director Su could not contain his excitement, his face flushed, and his voice trembling, bowed respectfully to the figure on the dragon's head. The one he called Principal was an exceptionally young-looking man. He had an extraordinarily handsome face, an otherworldly aura, and his deep-set eyes seemed to contain the stars and the sea. He was Yi Hanzhou, the principal of Mirror Lake University. I finally succeeded. Yi Hanzhou laughed heartily, his laughter resonating joyfully. After spending 100 years, he finally succeeded in transforming his abyssal dragon into an emperor-tiered demon beast. After calming his exhilarated heart, Yi Hanzhou's gaze swept across the stunned students below who looked like frightened chicks, and he smiled gently. Alright, old Su, let's go back first. Look at how scared these little ones are. Yes, Principal. Director Su replied excitedly, then cleared his throat, gathering his spiritual power. His loud voice spread like rolling thunder throughout the lakeside area. Students, don't panic. Everything is fine now. The specific situation will be officially announced by the school later. You may disperse and return to normal activities. After speaking, he looked at Yi Hanzhou. Yi Hanzhou smiled and nodded slightly, his thoughts moving. In the next moment, the enormous abyssal dragon let out a deep roar that seemed to penetrate the soul, the space around its massive body slightly distorted. Then, it simply vanished from sight. Along with it disappeared Director Su and other school leaders. Only a group of stupefied students remained by the lakeside. What's going on? The students below were filled with confusion, unable to understand what had just happened. I don't know. Who cares, as long as Director Su said there will be an announcement later. The students were all discussing, their faces mixed with shock, fear, and extreme curiosity. After experiencing this scene, Lu Zhe completely lost the mood to wander around. He patted the still trembling but less shaken by Shuang beside him, and took her to find an open area, then immediately called for Qing Yulu through his account. Soon, a trembling Qing Yulu flew over. It clearly sensed the lingering terrifying dragon might in the area, its feathers a bit ruffled from fright. It hesitated and circled in the air for a while before cautiously landing in front of Lu Zhe, spurred on by duty. As soon as Lu Zhe sat still, it immediately flapped its wings at the fastest speed of its life, fleeing the area that terrified it. Back at the familiar manor, Lu Zhe immediately summoned Liaoyu and Fengli, and carefully comforted them. Liaoyu recovered quickly, rubbing against Lu Zhe's hand before settling down. But Fengli was clearly scared, tightly curling up in Lu Zhe's clothing, refusing to come out for a long time. After all, he is still a child. After soothing them, Lu Zhe immediately sat down at the computer, eagerly starting to search for information related to the event just now. Although Director Su said he would issue a notice, Lu Zhe couldn't wait any longer. As expected, the internal forum of the school was almost overwhelmed. Countless posts were discussing the changes at Mirror Lake, and a large number of videos and photos from the scene were uploaded, with clicks and replies soaring. Among this massive amount of information, Lu Zhe quickly found key clues. Many seniors who had graduated long ago came forward to provide accurate answers. At this point, Lu Zhe finally understood who that dragon was, and who the figure on it was. It turned out that the dragon was the spirit beast of their university president, Yi Hanzhou, the deep-sea mysterious dragon. More than 20 years ago, Yi Hanzhou took the deep-sea mysterious dragon deep into Mirror Lake to challenge the legendary Imperial Barrier. No wonder no students around the lake recognized him at that time. Because they all didn't know that the president was training at the bottom of Mirror Lake. If it weren't for the seniors on the forum, Lu Zhe was really going to wait for the school to issue a notice to know the truth of the matter. Speaking of this, it must be mentioned about the student system of Mirror Lake University. Mirror Lake University has a 4-year system, but this does not mean that one can only study for 4 years. Those seniors who graduated actually cannot be called graduates. Strictly speaking, they are the true students of Mirror Lake University. The period from freshman to senior year is actually a cruel and efficient selection. If a student fails to complete the tasks assigned by the school, they will be ruthlessly expelled and can never enjoy the school's generous treatment again. Those who successfully graduate mean that they have truly gained the school's recognition. Not only can they stay in the school permanently, but they will also no longer have mandatory tasks. At this moment, Lu Zhe's gaze finally landed on a pinned photo on the forum. The man in the photo looks extraordinarily young, with handsome features and an ethereal temperament. He seems like just a senior a few years older than him, with a slight, elusive smile at the corner of his mouth. This is the president of Mirror Lake University, Yi Hanzhou. The data shows that this seemingly overly young president is actually over 500 years old. Chapter 97, Yi Hanzhou. Lifespan has always been a major problem troubling ordinary people. And for spirit beast tamers, this problem still exists. There is a huge natural gap between the lifespans of spirit beast tamers and spirit beasts. Even Earth-tier spirit beasts can easily live for over 100 years. Heaven-tier spirit beasts can even reach hundreds of years in lifespan. However, the spirit tamers themselves are not like this. 3-tier and below spirit tamers have lifespans only slightly longer than ordinary people. This is because humans have a much lower absorption and conversion efficiency for the spiritual energy in the world, far less than spirit beasts. What's more critical is that the spiritual energy used by spirit tamers daily is basically borrowed from the spirit beasts they tame through contracts. So, they are more like users of spiritual energy rather than possessors. Because of this, the essence of their life hasn't undergone a transformation. Only by truly breaking through to the 4th tier, reaching the level of a grand spirit beast tamer, can humans achieve the first life leap and break free from the shackles of lifespan. A 4th tier grand spirit beast tamer usually has a lifespan of 500 years. Although this cannot compare to the spirit beasts that often live for 1,000 years, it is still a long time that mere mortals can hardly reach. In Lu Zhe's understanding, the currently known longest lifespan in the Blue Country is. She is one of the 7 demon sovereigns. Lu Zhe does not know her specific name, only that she is a woman. It is said that she has survived for thousands of years, a living epic. Aside from her, those who can live for 1,000 years are already extremely rare. In contrast, demon beasts at the celestial level can enjoy hundreds of years of lifespan, and with each advancement in their realm, their lifespan increases far beyond that of humans. Once they step into the emperor level, the limits of lifespan almost disappear for them. Anyway, Lu Zhe has never heard of, nor seen in any materials, an emperor-level demon beast dying of old age. At this moment, on the internal forum of Mirror Lake University, all the students are fervently discussing the appearance of President Yi Hanzhou and his abyssal Xi Xianlong. After a round of explanations from seniors who have already graduated, the truth of the event gradually surfaced. Combined with the shocking live video, almost all students reached an exhilarating conclusion. The president's demon control has broken through. He has successfully stepped into the emperor level. All the students are filled with excitement, for emperor-level demon beasts are strategic existences in the entire Azure Blue Nation, the pillars of the country. And the 5 top universities enjoy the best resources in the country because they have an emperor-level president. Now that their own president has successfully ascended to this level, does this mean that their school can also obtain more resources? Later, a notice with the official school seal is formally released, confirming everyone's speculation. School announcement: we are pleased to announce that our president Yi Hanzhou's demon, the abyssal Xi Xianlong, has successfully broken through to the emperor level. This is an unprecedented grand event since the establishment of our school and a glory for the entire demon control community nationwide. All students celebrate together. Specific celebration matters will be announced later. The brief announcement is like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves of excitement. For a moment, the entire Mirror Lake University is immersed in immense joy and pride. Whether they are students walking on the road or teachers giving lectures and conducting research, everyone's face shines with an excited smile, filled with pride. The air seems to be filled with a festive atmosphere. Lu Zhe also feels genuine joy. The president has become even stronger, the school's status is on the rise, meaning that as a student, he might have access to higher-level secret realms and more precious resources in the future. And that is an emperor-level demon beast. Every time he recalls the shadow of the dragon that blocked the sun and the soul-shaking majesty, Lu Zhe feels waves of excitement rising within him, hard to calm. Emperor-level demon beasts have already reached the pinnacle of almost all demon beasts. They possess the power to move mountains and fill seas, to destroy heaven and extinguish earth. They are walking disasters and living legends. As for saint-level demon beasts, they have already surpassed the category of demon beasts. They are more commonly referred to as divine beasts. The existence at the saint level has already touched the operation of the rules of heaven and earth, and their power cannot be measured by normal reasoning. The gap between them and emperor-level demon beasts is not comparable to the previous levels, it is an absolute chasm of life levels. Even if 1,000 emperor-level demon beasts join forces, in front of a true saint-level divine beast, they would only face a crushing defeat. It is precisely because of this that, even though the Azure Blue Nation has dozens of powerful demon controllers who have contracted with emperor-level demon beasts, and even 7 demon sovereigns stationed, no one can successfully contract the supreme saint-level divine beast. Not for lack of desire, but for lack of ability. Because humans simply cannot form contracts with existences of this level. But fortunately, all divine beasts seem to lack interest in the mortal world. So most of the time, they either reside in their own independent spaces or choose to fall into eternal slumber in some corner of the world, almost never intervening actively in the mortal world. Therefore, in the common perception of the world, the imperial-level demon beasts represent the ceiling of conventional combat power. At this moment, inside the principal's office of the school, Director Su's face was filled with a sincere smile as he respectfully said to Yi Hanzhou, who sat behind the desk, "Principal, now that your abyssal dragon has successfully advanced to the imperial level, does that mean our school can?" His words were full of anticipation, and his gaze involuntarily darted to the abyssal dragon that coiled around Yi Hanzhou's shoulder, now shrunk to the size of a delicate artwork. The little dragon was dark blue all over, its scales shimmering with a dim golden light. Hearing Director Su mention it, the dragon lazily lifted its eyelids, and its pale golden slit pupils glanced indifferently at Director Su. Just being swept by that gaze, Director Su instantaneously felt the air around him seem to freeze. A wave of immense pressure, stemming from a higher level of life, hit him hard, making it hard for him to breathe, and the rest of his words died in his throat. Fortunately, the abyssal dragon seemed uninterested in him and soon looked away, returning to its feigned slumber, as if nothing had ever happened. Yi Hanzhou smiled slightly, his fingertips gently brushing over the dragon's cool scales, his tone calm but carrying undeniable confidence. "That is only natural. In a few days, once I fully stabilize my realm, I will personally submit a report to the capital." There was a determined light flashing in his eyes. This breakthrough of the abyssal dragon was not only a leap in his personal power but would also bring unprecedented development opportunities to Jinghu University. Chapter 98, Celebration. In the following period, Lu Zhe clearly felt that the school had become much livelier. In the past, the area where his manor was located was relatively tranquil, and it was rare to see flying demon beasts soaring in the sky. But now, from morning till night, the air above the manor was almost never calm. Various flying mounts zipped through the clouds, carrying their owners, with the sounds of their whirring echoing continuously. Moreover, many of the demon beasts exuded an exceptionally strong aura, far beyond what ordinary students could possess. Clearly, Principal Yi Hanzhou's breakthrough to the imperial level had generated a significant impact. Many students who had already left school returned, and besides them, many people from other forces came to visit Yi Hanzhou. Outside, this news quickly spread throughout the entire Kanglan Kingdom, sparking national discussions. For a time, the discussion around Jinghu University soared, even surpassing the 5 greats for a moment. However, for new students like Lu Zhe who had just enrolled, the direct impact of these macro-level tremors was not that significant. Other than noticing that there were more unfamiliar yet powerful faces on campus and a more vibrant atmosphere, their studies and lives continued as usual. Lu Zhe had no classes these days, so he simply stayed at home, feeling little difference. A few days later, the school finally officially announced the arrangements for the celebration of the principal's breakthrough. On the day of the celebration, Lu Zhe sat early in front of the computer in his study. Bai Shuang quietly lay at his feet, Liao Yu curiously perched on a chair, while Feng Li habitually wrapped around Lu Zhe's arm, her eyes fixed on the screen. Due to the large number of faculty and students at Jinghu University, along with many alumni returning, it was impossible to hold the event offline, so the school opted for a live broadcast for this celebration. When the time came, the dark computer screen instantly lit up. The background of the scene was a solemn and spacious hall, with a long table covered in dark velvet in the center, behind which sat more than 10 extraordinary individuals. Most of these people were unfamiliar to Lu Zhe, but he guessed that these should be the senior leaders of the school. And the one in the very center, with a smile and a remarkable demeanor, was the principal, Yi Hanzhou. He looked very young, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, his gaze calm, showing no signs of being a big shot, but rather like a gentle senior. "Students, teachers, alumni, and all friends concerned with Jinghu University, good morning. I am the principal of Jinghu University, Yi Hanzhou." His voice clearly reached the ears of every viewer through the equipment, gentle yet powerful. "Here, I mainly want to share this joy with you and thank everyone who has supported the school's development." After a round of opening and review, Yi Hanzhou changed his tone, and the smile on his face became more pronounced, even revealing a hint of pride. "Finally, on this grand celebration occasion, I want to announce a few good news. According to the joint resolution of the National Demon Master Association and the Ministry of Education, from today, an additional 50 permanent entry permissions to the secret realms will be opened for our faculty and students. Then he paused slightly before continuing in a loud voice. Furthermore, the country has specially approved that our school can receive 50 exploration quotas to the Dragon Secret Realm each year. Dragon Secret Realm? Hearing these 4 words, Luze, sitting in front of the computer, suddenly sat up straight, his face filled with disbelief. He knew that the principal's breakthrough would bring great benefits to the school and anticipated a tilt of resources. But he never expected it to be this bountiful, with as many as 50 quotas granted for the legendary Dragon Secret Realm all at once. To understand the weight of this reward, one must mention the structure of this world. There are hundreds of countries big and small in this world, but only 3 great powers stand at the top. Kanglan Country, Lindong Country, and the Steel Federation. Kanglan Country and Lindong Country have deep roots, each housing several demon emperors, their strength far exceeding that of other countries. The Steel Federation, on the other hand, has taken a different path. Although it has slightly fewer demon emperors than the other 2 nations, it is extremely obsessed with technology. It even pioneered the path of mechanically modifying demon beasts, and thus, its powerful technological prowess is enough to stand against the other 2 countries on equal footing. However, what is most unique about Kanglan and Lindong is that within their borders reside a divine beast each. Deep in the north of Lindong Country, an ancient bear god sleeps. And the divine beast of Kanglan Country is the legendary dragon god. These divine beasts are sacred existences that transcend the emperor stage, possessing unimaginable great power. But as mentioned earlier, they rarely concern themselves with worldly matters. The dragon god resides in its own independent space, the Dragon Secret Realm. Nurtured by the aura of the dragon god, the inner world of the Dragon Secret Realm stands on its own. Not only is it filled with an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy, but it also grows countless rare spiritual herbs that have long gone extinct in the outside world, housing many powerful and ancient mysterious beasts. For demon masters, it is an undisputed sacred place for cultivation and treasure. Every time the secret realm opens, it means countless opportunities and possibilities, and it may even catapult someone to greatness. Kanglan Country has agreed, after negotiation with the dragon god, to open the secret realm once a year and allow a small number of humans to enter for exploration. Because of this, the quotas for entering the secret realm are extremely strictly controlled. In previous years, as a top university, Jinghu University received only about 10 quotas each year, and they had to go through intense internal competition. And this time, Yi Hanzhou actually obtained 50 quotas in one go. At this moment, Yi Hanzhou was still passionately recounting the spoils he had brought back from the capital. Including but not limited to multiple advanced secret realms priority exploration rights, stable exchange channels for specific rare elixirs, funding tilt for national-level research projects, and a batch of top-notch experimental equipment support. The students from other schools, especially those from the other 6 universities called 7 institutes, looked at this scene with red eyes, almost bleeding from envy. Countless people regretted, pounding their chests and stomping their feet, wondering why they didn't choose Mirror Lake University during their exam applications years ago. Some even couldn't help but start to criticize their own principal. Sigh. Look at their principal. As soon as he breaks through, he gives the students so many tangible benefits. Exactly. When can our principal be so impressive too? The principal is disappointing. Various frustrated exclamations filled the forums and chat groups of different universities. In the end, Yi Hanzhou spoke for a long time, finally concluding with great enthusiasm. After a brief summary, he ended the live broadcast amidst a flurry of crazy comments, leaving countless stunned teachers and students of Mirror Lake University in front of the screen, overwhelmed by this huge surprise. At this moment, a thought simultaneously arose in the hearts of all Mirror Lake University students. This principal is capable, he really brings benefits to the students. Inside the principal's office. Principal, isn't this a bit too much? Director Su was also full of shock, his speech slightly stammering. He knew Yi Hanzhou had gone to the capital a few days ago, returning in great spirits, surely having gained a lot. But he never expected the scale of this harvest to be so exaggerated. Although this treatment is still not as good as the 5 greats, it has already exceeded many other schools. What's wrong with that? Yi Hanzhou waved his hand carelessly, leisurely taking out an ancient purple clay teacup. I feel like it's still too little, next time, I should find an opportunity to make up for it. As he spoke, he moved his fingers slightly, and a pinch of pure spirit tea leaves fell into the cup. Then, with a slight wave of his hand, hot water appeared out of nowhere and poured in. Suddenly, an indescribably rich tea fragrance exploded, filling the entire office in an instant. The fragrance was refreshing, just inhaling a whiff made one feel clear-headed and comfortable, as if the spirit power within had awakened a few notches. Director Su couldn't help but take a deep breath, displaying a look of intoxication, his earlier shock instantly softened by the comfort this tea aroma brought. Chapter 99, Dragon God Secret Realm. But soon, Director Su snapped back to reality. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask something else, like how to fairly distribute these resources or how to allocate spots for the Dragon God secret realm, but was gently interrupted by Yi Hanzhou raising his hand. Alright, old Su, let's not trouble me with the specifics here. Yi Hanzhou's tone carried a hint of lazy authority yet exuded absolute trust. The subsequent matters will all be handled and implemented by you, I believe in your abilities. After saying this, he casually waved his hand at Director Su, signaling him he could leave. Director Su also understood the principal's character. Once he made a decision, he didn't like to get caught up in trivial details. So he respectfully bowed and said, I understand, Principal. Please rest assured, I will handle it properly. Once Director Su gently closed the office door behind him, the room returned to silence, leaving only the lingering aroma of tea swirling in the air. Yi Hanzhou didn't immediately savor that cup of spirit tea, he just leaned back in the large, comfortable chair, sitting quietly for a long time. The usual calm smile on his face, as if he could control everything, gradually faded, revealing a hint of undeniable fatigue deep in his eyes. It was a mark left after enduring long years and bearing too many responsibilities. A smaller version of the abyssal dragon silently appeared beside him, its cold and smooth body gently coiling around his arm. Then it affectionately rubbed its head against his cheek. Seeing this, Yi Hanzhou showed a faint smile and then stroked the cold and hard scales of the abyssal dragon. After that, he slowly closed his eyes and deeply exhaled the stagnant air that had built up in his chest. No one knew the kind of pressure this principal, who seemed glamorous and had reached the pinnacle of the Beastmaster world, was enduring inside. He was already 596 years old this year. And his Beastmaster rank had remained at the peak for a long time, while the lifespan limit for human Beastmasters was usually around 800 years. This meant that he might have only about 200 years left. He originally hoped that the world feedback and soul resonance brought by the abyssal dragon breaking through to the Emperor level would help him break through barriers and enter the realm of Beastmaster Emperor, thus gaining a longer lifespan. However, he ultimately failed. A newly transitioned Emperor-level beast, though the energy feedback was immense, was still insufficient to pry open that barrier. Now, he no longer had enough time to cultivate a second Emperor-level beast. Or wait for the abyssal dragon to cultivate to the middle tier of the Emperor level. This also meant that his strength could only remain at the peak of the Beastmaster level. And his lifespan had around 200 years left. Although he felt countless unwillingness in his heart, this was the fact. Old buddy, the future path must ultimately be handed over to those little ones with more potential and time. Yi Hanzhou looked out at the thriving campus and spoke with a hint of unnoticeable emotion and relief in his tone. He fought for these resources, not only for the school but also to sow more seeds for the future of the Azure Blue Kingdom. Returning to Lu Zhe's side. Not long after the live broadcast ended, the school's official announcement platform released an extremely detailed follow-up notice. It listed all the benefits that Yi Hanzhou fought for one by one, clearly stating the ways to obtain them and the rules. First of all students, regardless of grade, magically received a full 100 credits in their accounts. This sudden windfall threw the entire campus into cheers once again. In addition, there was a dazzling array of benefits. Free entry to specific secret realms, high-level spirit medicine exchange discounts, and even opportunities to visit and learn from the National Research Institute. But what Lu Zhe was most longing for were still those 50 qualifications for entering the Dragon God secret realm. The notice clearly stated the distribution plan of the quotas. 30 quotas would be decided through the school's annual competition held once a year. Although this competition was not limited by grade, it did have an age restriction, allowing only students below 50 years old to participate. The remaining 20 quotas would be evenly divided among the 4 grades, with each grade receiving 5 quotas. These 5 quotas would be decided through competitions held at the end of the second semester of each grade. The school-wide competition. With my current strength, I would definitely be at the bottom. Lu Zhe analyzed calmly. But the 5 quotas for the grade competition, although the competition will still be intense, are not without a chance to compete. In the following days, Mirror Lake University gradually restored its previous order and rhythm after experiencing the initial excitement. Yet beneath this calm, there was a surge of diligent and devoted training and an active pursuit of resources. One day, Lu Zhe prepared to attend a battle course on beasts that he had carefully selected. After reserving through the campus system, the familiar Qingyu heron soon landed in front of his estate. Lu Zhe lightly leapt onto the bird's back. The blue-feathered egret chirped once, flapped its wings, and flew towards the designated class location. Because this class focused on practical exercises, the class location was not arranged in an indoor classroom, but instead was set in the outdoor combat training ground number 3. Not long after, a large-scale, well-equipped outdoor training ground came into Lu Zhe's view. Chapter 100, The Scarlet Flame Cunning Dragon. At this moment, there were already quite a few students in the training ground. And beside them were their respective beast companions. Lu Zhe observed the monsters inside the training ground and found that most of them were at the low tier of Earth level, with a few at the mid-tier. However, to Lu Zhe's surprise, there were actually 5 monsters that reached the high tier of Earth level. It seems that all the students participating in this kind of course are freshmen. But upon thinking about it, it made sense, because if they were seniors, there would indeed be little need to participate in such a course. At this time, Lu Zhe had a thought and summoned Bai Shuang. He planned to increase Bai Shuang's combat power first. After all, she was currently his strongest fighting force. Bai Shuang had successfully broken through shortly after her evolution and was now at the mid-tier of Earth level. The moment she appeared, Bai Shuang affectionately rubbed against Lu Zhe and then began to survey the surrounding monsters. Bai Shuang's appearance also attracted some students' attention in the training ground. However, they only glanced a few more times before shifting their gazes back. Lu Zhe leaned against Bai Shuang and patiently waited for the teacher's arrival. After a short while, a sharp sound pierced through the sky. A large crimson figure was diving swiftly from the horizon, bearing an overwhelming pressure that was hard to breathe. Bang! With a heavy thud, the figure crashed down hard in the center of the training ground. It was a massive, oddly shaped monster. It had a streamlined feline body, covered in scarlet and golden scales. However, it had a ferocious and imposing dragon head on its neck. Although it lacked whiskers and horns, it was no different from a real dragon head in all other aspects. At the same time, it had a pair of enormous wings on its back. As its wings flapped slightly, sparks continued to scatter from them. This was a Scarlet Flame Cunning Dragon. Name: Scarlet Flame Cunning Dragon. Quality: mid-tier spirit level. Strength: low-tier spirit level. Description: a terrifying beast containing dragon blood, 10 yards long, with a feline body and dragon head, covered in scarlet gold scales, with faint golden flames burning along the edges. Possesses a pair of wings with membranes like crimson blades, producing high-speed flapping sounds like molten iron striking an anvil. At this moment, a figure jumped down from the back of the Scarlet Flame Cunning Dragon. It was a tall, robust middle-aged man, with a rugged appearance and a tempestuous aura that made him seem unapproachable. His eyes sparkled like lightning as he scanned the students in the training ground, and he spoke in a thunderous voice. "I am your beast combat course teacher, Gao Wenchuan." No one in the training ground responded. Gao Wenchuan seemed unfazed by this and did not say much more but walked towards the center of the training ground. Behind him, the Scarlet Flame Cunning Dragon leisurely flicked its tail, then its body flashed with light and quickly shrank to just slightly taller than Gao Wenchuan. Then it followed behind Gao Wenchuan at a relaxed pace, unhurriedly. However, as it passed by the other students' beasts, it actually made a deliberate frightening gesture. It puffed out a small breath of hot air carrying a sulfuric smell from its nostrils, then shot a fierce glare with spirit-level pressure. The opposing beasts were instantly startled, stumbling back, their bodies trembling involuntarily. The Red Flame Cunning Dragon suddenly showed a human-like satisfaction on its face, like a child who had successfully played a prank, and then continued to walk with great contentment. Other students felt very angry, but they truly had no way to counter it. They could only keep comforting the frightened spirit beasts. Soon, the Red Flame Cunning Dragon wandered over to Bai Shuang's side. Roar! It suddenly let out a low growl towards Bai Shuang, and the pressure of spirit level immediately filled the space around her. Bai Shuang's body stiffened suddenly. This was an instinctive reaction. But she quickly recovered, glaring straight back at it, and let out a low growl of unwillingness. Ah, whoa! Seeing Bai Shuang's reaction, a hint of surprise flashed in the Red Flame Cunning Dragon's eyes. However, it didn't continue on that path. Instead, it began to walk forward again. Every time it approached another spirit beast, it would perform a similar intimidation act. For the spirit beasts in the arena that showed reactions like Bai Shuang, the Red Flame Cunning Dragon treated them similarly. After giving a few glances, it ignored them entirely. Its amusement clearly lay in bullying those soft persimmons that would be scared. Gao Wenchuan, who was walking ahead, naturally understood what was happening behind him. His face grew darker, and it seemed that veins were throbbing on his forehead. His already rugged face looked even more grim, as if water could drip from it. He slowly clenched the hands hanging by his sides, the joints making subtle clicking sounds, as an invisible killing intent began to spread. He had indeed instructed the Red Flame Cunning Dragon before, to appropriately release some pressure to teach these prideful new students a lesson. After all, only by tempering their sharpness would subsequent teaching be easier. But he absolutely did not mean for it to mock the students in such a vile manner. The Red Flame Cunning Dragon, satisfied by scaring off another spirit beast, just turned its head when it seemed to bump into something. It raised its dragon head in dissatisfaction and directly met Gao Wenchuan's eyes, which almost seemed to spit fire. Bang! Without any nonsense, Gao Wenchuan directly swung his fist, as big as a sandbag, and crashed it down hard onto the Red Flame Cunning Dragon's tough forehead. Roar! The Red Flame Cunning Dragon was hit so hard that its entire head twisted violently, letting out an exaggerated scream, and it hugged its head with its claws, looking confusedly at its master. This punch not only stunned the Red Flame Cunning Dragon, but also made all the students in the arena instantly quiet down. They all stared with wide eyes at this hot-tempered teacher, who had even struck his own spirit beast so fiercely. Gao Wenchuan completely ignored the shocked gazes around him and shot a fierce glare at the red flame cunning dragon, which was now clutching its head, pretending to be pitiful. The red flame cunning dragon immediately became honest, drooping its head and following behind him, no longer daring to make any little moves. Cough, cough. Arriving at the center of the training ground, Gao Wenchuan coughed and then spoke up. Quiet. You should all know that the strength of a beast master is basically reflected in their spirit beast. Thus, how to maximize the combat power of your spirit beasts is the core of your training. The students in the arena couldn't help but nod. In this class, I will provide targeted battle suggestions and improvements based on the specific conditions of each of your spirit beasts. At this moment, he changed the tone of his voice, his fierce eyes scanning everyone. Of course, whether you listen or not is up to you. Now, the first training content. Each of you will take turns commanding your spirit beasts to engage in a practical confrontation against my red flame cunning dragon. At this moment, the red flame cunning dragon, which had originally been drooping its face, suddenly became spirited again. Excitement shone in its dragon eyes, clearly interested in the legitimate opportunity to bully the weak. Gao Wenchuan caught a glimpse of its demeanor from the corner of his eye. The corners of his mouth twitched fiercely, as he forcefully suppressed the impulse to punch it again. How did I end up contracting such a malicious spirit beast? With a sigh in his heart, Gao Wenchuan continued to speak loudly. Alright, next up, one by one. The first is you. Gao Wenchuan pointed to a boy next to him. The boy was first taken aback, then nodded and called his creature to walk over. The other students also consciously kept their distance, leaving the middle of the training ground for the Scarlet Flame Fox Dragon and the boy's creature. Chapter 101, Battle Training. The creature that the boy brought to the stage was a mid-tier Frostblade Mantis. Name, Frostblade Mantis. Quality, mid-tier Earth level. Description, a large mantis with an ice green body, its shell covered in frost patterns, with forelimbs shaped like sickles, and the edges of its front legs covered in thin ice. It has a pair of semi-transparent wings that scatter snowflakes when flapping. Hiss. Encouraged by its master, the Frostblade Mantis let out a hiss towards the Scarlet Flame Fox Dragon. At once, the Scarlet Flame Fox Dragon felt a tickling in its claws, but soon felt a chilling gaze directed at it. Gao Wenchuan was now coldly staring at it, and through the bond, he said. You hold back and take the hits. Don't fight back unless I command you. Roar. The Scarlet Flame Fox Dragon let out a low growl helplessly and walked toward the Frostblade Mantis. Since the Scarlet Flame Fox Dragon was still compacting its size, it looked almost the same height as the Frostblade Mantis at that moment. Ignoring their imposing stances, one might really think they were evenly matched. Have your Frostblade Mantis attack freely with all its might. Gao Wenchuan said to the boy. The boy nodded and then issued an attack command to the Frostblade Mantis through the bond. Hiss hiss. The Frostblade Mantis's two massive side-like forelegs suddenly gleamed with an icy blue light, then it swung them in a fierce cross. Several crescent-shaped, icy blades filled with chilling air shot out from different angles towards the Scarlet Flame Fox Dragon. Faced with such an attack, the Scarlet Flame Fox Dragon didn't even bother to lift its eyelids. It simply opened its dragon mouth and gently blew at the approaching icy blades. Whoosh! A wave of scorching hot air instantly surged from its mouth and transformed into a fierce fire wave, easily swallowing all the icy blades. The icy blades couldn't even withstand a second in the high-temperature flame, instantly vaporizing and leaving only wisps of white vapor behind. It's not over yet. The boy shouted in his heart. At this moment, the Frostblade Mantis's figure began to blur, then it darted left and right at incredibly high speed, continually swinging its forelegs. Countless icy blades came crashing down on the Scarlet Flame Fox Dragon in a dense formation. Meanwhile, it closed the distance to the Scarlet Flame Fox Dragon with its extreme speed. Against these icy blades, the Scarlet Flame Fox Dragon once again simply blew a gentle breath. The flames easily blocked all the icy blades, preventing them from getting anywhere close. Finally, the Frostblade Mantis approached the Scarlet Flame Fox Dragon and raised its two forelegs, glowing with a chilling aura. The Scarlet Flame Fox Dragon calmly watched the approaching Frostblade Mantis, having never moved since the beginning. Under the boy's expectant gaze, the Frostblade Mantis's forelegs slashed fiercely at the Scarlet Flame Fox Dragon. Clang! The Frostblade Mantis's determined full force slash hit the Scarlet Flame Fox Dragon's crimson golden scales, as if it had struck the hardest alloy in the world. Not only did it fail to inflict any damage, but it didn't even leave a scratch. The recoil from the impact caused the Frostblade Mantis's forelegs to go numb. Seeing this result, even though the boy had been prepared for it, he still felt a tinge of unwillingness. He continued to command the Frostblade Mantis. Frost slash. The Frostblade Mantis leaped backward using the momentum and opened up the distance from the Scarlet Flame Fox Dragon. Its two forelegs crossed in front of it, and its compound eyes locked onto the target tightly. All around him, the cold air surged wildly. Finally, all the cold air compressed and gathered at the front foot of its crossed sickles, emitting a strange blue light. Swish! Its front foot swung suddenly, so fast that it made a sound as if breaking through the air. Two gigantic slashes, many times larger than before, like giant icicles, shot across with the chilling intent to tear everything apart, crossing towards the crimson flame cunning dragon. Where the ice blades passed, the ground quickly froze, leaving two clear paths of frost. Despite the power of these two strikes far exceeding the previous ones, the crimson flame cunning dragon's expression still showed no change. It simply raised one of its front claws and as the ice blades were about to approach, lightly waved it. The speed of the claw's movement was not fast, but it hit the ice blade with perfect precision. Crack! The ice blade shattered easily, like fragile glass, turning into a sky full of sparkling ice flakes. I give up. Seeing that his most powerful attack had been effortlessly blocked, the boy finally surrendered, his tone filled with helplessness. He walked over to the somewhat exhausted Frostblade mantis and gently patted it to offer comfort. The Frostblade mantis let out a low hiss, seeming somewhat downcast as well. Only then did the onlooker, Gao Wenchuan, speak up, his voice loud and direct. Your Frostblade mantis is fine in other areas, but its attack power is too weak. The Frostblade mantis is a beast known for its extreme attack and speed. Each attack should carry the determination to kill, perfectly merging its entire force and speed. Not like you, looking grandiose but with power spread out. What use is having a large area and many attacks if you can't break through defenses? Hearing Gao Wenchuan's words, the boy hung his head in silence, but still nodded slightly. Do you have any other beasts to send into battle? Gao Wenchuan asked. The boy hesitated for a moment then shook his head. He had two beasts, but the strength of the second one was too weak, merely of ordinary tier middle grade. So there was no need to waste time. Alright, next. Gao Wenchuan nodded after hearing this and signaled him to step back, then randomly pointed at another person. In the following time, the remaining students took turns to fight. Various types of beasts battled, truly opening Lu Zei's eyes. Of course, the outcome was without suspense. All attacks quickly collapsed against the casual defenses of the Crimson Flame Cunning Dragon. It didn't even move from its position, only occasionally lifting a paw, swishing its tail, or spitting out a small breath of fire, effortlessly neutralizing all attacks. Among all the students who came to the arena, the one who left the deepest impression on Lu Zei was a boy named Zhao Xingye. His beast was a high-grade inferno lion of the earth level. It was also one of the few beasts daring enough to roar straight at the Crimson Flame Cunning Dragon. It managed to hold on the longest among the students who had taken the stage so far. As one student after another came and went, finally, Gao Wenchuan's gaze fell on Lu Zei. Next, you come. Lu Zei took a deep breath, patted Bai Shuang, and steadily walked towards the center of the training ground with her. After Lu Zei arrived, Gao Wenchuan assessed Bai Shuang beside him, starting to identify her breed. After all, only by specifically understanding a beast's breed can better advice be given. However, looking at Bai Shuang before him, Gao Wenchuan could not recognize what breed of beast she was. At first glance, she looked like a frost wolf, but upon closer inspection, there were still large differences. With no other choice, Gao Wenchuan had to ask Lu Zei. What breed of beast is this? Lu Zei replied calmly. This is a new evolutionary form of frost wolf I discovered myself. I named it Extreme Frost Blue Wolf. Hearing this, Gao Wenchuan raised his eyebrows, looking Lu Zei up and down. Oh, cultivating genius. His tone carried a hint of appreciation, but it wasn't much of a shock. After all, at Mirror Lake University, there was no shortage of various geniuses. Students discovering new evolutionary forms were not uncommon in previous years. However, he still memorized Lu Zei's appearance and this name in his mind. Alright, we can begin. Once he confirmed the race of Bai Shuang, Hai Wenchuan announced the start of the battle. Chapter 102, The Test Ends. Bai Shuang's eyes were fixed on the nearby red flame cunning dragon, filled with vigilance. In contrast to Bai Shuang, the red flame cunning dragon appeared very relaxed. Bai Shuang, extreme cold breath. As usual, Lu Zei planned to start by testing with extreme cold breath. Now Bai Shuang had mastered extreme cold breath, which had already reached the level of a low-grade second-tier beast skill. After all, beast skills were merely a way to utilize spiritual power. So, as understanding deepened, improving quality was not a difficult task. And after evolving, Bai Shuang had successfully raised the quality of extreme cold breath to low-grade second tier. Ah whoa! Bai Shuang opened her mouth, and a chilling white breath gushed forth, directly slamming towards the red flame cunning dragon. As he watched this powerful breath, Hai Wenchuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Just as the breath was about to hit, the red flame cunning dragon slightly opened its mouth and casually spouted a crimson fireball the size of a fist. The fireball accurately collided with the breath. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The small fireball burst open upon contact, transforming into a large ball of blazing flames that completely blocked the breath and then evaporated it entirely. Seeing her attack dismissed so easily, Bai Shuang's eyes flashed with anger. Then, with a low growl, her tail rose high. A large mass of visible cold air quickly gathered on her tail. Swish! A solid giant ice blade, accompanied by a howling wind, surged toward the red flame cunning dragon at a faster speed. The might of this ice blade was horrifyingly several times greater than the previous strike from the frostblade mantis. However, this attack was still easily blocked by the red flame cunning dragon. Although Bai Shuang's attack was once again casually defended, Hai Wenxuan nodded in satisfaction from the side. Bai Shuang, frosty snow explosion. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe felt nothing at all. After all, it was a spirit-level beast, and the gap was too wide. Bai Shuang understood, and she held long, her spiritual power exploding without reservation. Dense white cold mist quickly spread around her as the ground beneath her feet was instantly covered with thick solid ice, spreading like a living creature across the training ground. Crack! Crack! In the blink of an eye, more than half of the training ground was frozen solid. Upon witnessing this, surrounding students gasped and instinctively pulled back a few steps with their summoned beasts. Among the beast skills Bai Shuang had mastered, Frosty Snow Explosion was still the most powerful. However, the power depended on the charging time. So, generally, Lu Zhe wouldn't let Bai Shuang use it right from the start. But at this moment, since the red flame cunning dragon wouldn't counterattack, its full power could be unleashed. At this moment, Bai Shuang had already maximized the spread of the frost. Crack, crack, crack. The thick layer of ice covering the training ground suddenly cracked, with countless fissures instantly covering the ice surface. The next moment, a snowstorm composed of ice crystals and cold wind erupted on the training ground. The fierce wind howled, and sharp ice crystals spun rapidly within, completely engulfing the red flame cunning dragon. The surrounding students were also affected and had to command their summoned beasts to defend. In the center of the storm, the red flame cunning dragon curiously examined the blizzard swirling around it. Countless rapidly spinning ice crystals collided against its scales. A sound of ding ding dang dang echoed, yet it couldn't leave a single scratch. It even reached out directly to grab a few pieces of ice crystals, watching them melt in its palm. Then, it saw countless ice crystals and cold air madly gathering in front of itself, compressing together. Finally, they condensed into a massive ice crystal. Although it really wanted to poke through this ice crystal directly, it ultimately did not do so. It just stared blankly as this ice crystal solidified and then suddenly exploded. Boom! A deafening explosion sound rang out. Countless sharp ice crystals, along with terrifying shockwaves, splattered wildly in all directions without discrimination. When the blizzard ceased, Lu Zhe immediately looked towards the center of the field. The crimson flame cunning dragon stood there perfectly intact, as if nothing had happened moments ago. However, at this time, the crimson flame cunning dragon tilted its head slightly, glancing at its shoulder. There, a few extremely fine dents appeared on the scarlet golden scales. Bai Shuang was breathing slightly heavily, looking at the unharmed crimson flame cunning dragon, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Lu Zhe walked up and gently patted her lowered head, saying softly, "It's already very good, after all, the opponent is at the spirit level." At this moment, Gao Wenxuan strode over, his face showing unabashed admiration. "Your extreme frost song wolf is indeed well trained. Especially that last move, its power is quite impressive." "Thank you, Teacher Gao, for the compliment," Lu Zhe humbly responded. After confirming Lu Zhe had no other beastmasters to test, Gao Wenxuan continued to call another person. It didn't take long for all the students in the training ground to be tested. After this simple test, the students also gained a certain understanding of each other's strengths. "Alright, I basically have a grasp of all your strengths." Gao Wenxuan stood in the center of the training ground and spoke loudly. Beside him, the crimson flame cunning dragon lay on the ground, looking somewhat bored. During the previous test, it mostly served as a punching bag and hardly made a move. Gao Wenxuan ignored it and continued to speak. "Now, in the coming time, I will divide you into pairs for practice battles. I will observe from the side and give you guidance." Then, based on the earlier performances, Gao Wenxuan grouped the students into several small teams. He let them practice against each other while he watched from the side, occasionally giving guidance. Sometimes he would even step in himself, allowing the crimson flame cunning dragon to suppress its own power and act as a training opponent. Lu Zhe's opponent ended up being Zhao Xingye. His beast was that infernal fiery lion. Lu Zhe looked at Zhao Xingye standing across from him, and the infernal fiery lion behind him. Name, Infernal Fiery Lion. Strength, Earth level upper tier. Quality, Heaven level mid tier. Description, a naturally violent beast, with a raised spine of molten rock patterns, covered all over by fiery markings. Its mane hangs down like liquid flames, its huge claws covered in bronze-colored fissured rock, leaving red glass marks on the ground. Its eyes shimmer like molten gold, and when angry, its mane erupts like blazing flames. Lu Zhe carefully examined the infernal fiery lion before him. While Lu Zhe was observing, Zhao Xingye was also studying him. To be precise, he was assessing Bai Shuang who stood beside Lu Zhe. He felt no resistance to being paired against Lu Zhe. After all, he had just seen Bai Shuang's performance, which was not likely to be much inferior to his infernal fiery lion. He actively stepped forward, extended his right hand, and said cheerfully, "Hello, my name is Zhao Xingye. I am Lu Zhe." Lu Zhe extended his hand and shook it with him. Chapter 103, Student Battles. Your Beastmaster is the extreme Frost Song Wolf, right? When Lu Zhe had answered Gao Wenchuan earlier, there was no intention to hide. So the other students heard it too. Yes. Lu Zhe nodded. Amazing. Zhao Xingye's eyes were filled with unabashed curiosity. How did you discover this new evolution route? It must be difficult, right? Just lucky, I stumbled upon it by chance. Lu Zhe's answer was vague, not revealing any specific details. You are a breeder? Zhao Xingye immediately caught on to the key point. Yes, I am a second-tier breeder. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xingye showed clear surprise and admiration on his face. Second tier? That's impressive. I tried to learn about breeding once, but gave up after just a few days. There's too much to remember, it's not suitable for someone as impatient as me. He scratched his head, seeming to recall the days of reading. Why are you still dawdling? Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal? Gao Wenchuan's shout came like thunder, interrupting their conversation. At this moment, he was standing with his arms crossed, looking dissatisfied at the two who hadn't started moving. Lu Zhe looked around and noticed that the other students had already begun to face off against each other. Let's begin too. Lu Zhe said to Zhao Xingye. Okay. Zhao Xingye's eyes sharpened, and he quickly returned to his restless fire prison lion. Lu Zhe glanced at Bai Shuang and found her eyes burning with strong combat intent, fixed on the opposing fire prison lion. The earlier contest with the Scarlet Flame Clever Dragon left her feeling somewhat frustrated, so now, facing a foe of the same level, she couldn't wait to begin. Noticing Lu Zhe's gaze, Bai Shuang rubbed against him. Oh, I will definitely win. The opposing fire prison lion also sensed Bai Shuang's challenging eyes and immediately let out an even more violent roar. Roar! A scorching wave of heat burst forth from its mouth, flames rising from its mane. Start! After confirming that both were ready, Zhao Xingye and Lu Zhe issued their commands simultaneously. The fire prison lion, with its fierce personality, charged straight at Bai Shuang. Its forelimbs slammed against the ground as it violently charged, letting out a deafening roar. Under Lu Zhe's command, Bai Shuang began to maneuver around it. The fire prison lion not only had a higher level than Bai Shuang, but it was also a close combat beast. So, Lu Zhe would not foolishly have Bai Shuang engage in direct melee combat with it. While moving, Bai Shuang suddenly turned and unleashed a blast of extreme cold breath. The timing was precise, and the breath was fast, nearing its target. However, although Zhao Xingye was impatient, his reactions were quick, and he shouted immediately. Flame breath, block it. The fire prison lion opened its mouth wide, and a blaze of scorching flame met Bai Shuang's extreme cold breath with precision. Boom! The two breaths of entirely different colors intertwined, creating a deafening explosion. But the fire prison lion was ultimately stronger, and after a brief clash, Bai Shuang's icy breath was suppressed. Instantly, Lu Zhe commanded Bai Shuang to stop and move aside. Bang! The flame breath crashed down next to Bai Shuang's feet, the intense heat causing her some pain. Bai Shuang, frost explosion. Seeing that Bai Shuang had already been pushed back in their first clash, Lu Zhe remained calm. Bai Shuang lowered her head slightly and pressed down her limbs forcefully. In the next moment, dense cold air erupted from her as solid ice rapidly spread out from her center. Seeing this, Zhao Xingye was not surprised but rather delighted. Because he knew the frost explosion skill had a long wind-up time. So this was the perfect time to attack. Charge forward violently. Take it down in one blow. Zhao Xingye shouted excitedly. Believing victory was in hand. The Inferno Lion let out an excited roar, the flames around it surged violently, and its speed instantly skyrocketed. It charged like a burning war chariot, directly crashing towards the gathering energy of frost. Seeing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile slightly. Just as the Inferno Lion was halfway through its charge, the spreading cold suddenly came to a halt. Frost lifted its head, and a gleam of cunning success flashed in its ice-blue eyes. Not good. Zhao Xingye immediately sensed something was wrong, but the Inferno Lion's momentum was too fierce, there was no time to change direction or stop. Frost's massive tail swung suddenly, and overwhelming spiritual power quickly gathered on the tail. In the next moment, a huge ice blade solidified instantly, accurately crashing towards the charging Inferno Lion. Ice blade slash. On the side of the arena, Gao Wenchuan observed the students fighting each other, continuously recording their strengths and weaknesses in his heart. Then, he turned his gaze towards Lu Zhe and Zhao Xingye's battle. He happened to catch sight of Frost's ice blade slash and the furious expression on the Inferno Lion's face. Seeing this scene, Gao Wenchuan couldn't help but shake his head. Brute, no tactical sense at all, he can't even see such an obvious trap. He arranged for Lu Zhe to be Zhao Xingye's opponent precisely because of Zhao Xingye's reckless character. Earlier in the test, he had discovered that Zhao Xingye was overly impulsive and reckless. So he purposely set up Lu Zhe to be his opponent, hoping to teach him a good lesson. Roar! The Inferno Lion looked angrily at the ice blade coming closer, frantically trying to dodge. But at this moment, it simply couldn't stop. In the end, it could only slightly dodge away from the fatal spot. The ice blade struck hard at the Inferno Lion's front leg, at the shoulder. Put! Fresh blood sprayed out, but was instantly frozen by the cold, only to be melted again by the raging heat inside the Inferno Lion. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Frost unleashed 3 ice blade slashes in one breath. At this moment, Frost was panting heavily. To release 3 ice blade slashes at once, she found it a bit overwhelming. Bang! The Inferno Lion let out a painful wail. Its charge was thoroughly interrupted. Its massive body crashed sideways to the ground, the wound was a chaotic mess, and its entire front leg was nearly severed, losing all combat power. The 3 slashes had all struck the same spot. Zhao Xingye looked incredulously at the fallen Inferno Lion. It seemed he couldn't believe he had failed so easily. Chapter 104, Green Sackwood Demon. Zhao Xingye hurried to the side of the Inferno Lion, anxiously assessing its injuries. The Inferno Lion roared in pain several times, struggling to stand, but Zhao Xingye quickly pressed it down. All right, don't move. With a pained glance at the collapsed Inferno Lion, Zhao Xingye immediately took out a faint blue potion from his pocket. Then he carefully fed it into the Inferno Lion's mouth. This was a healing potion that Zhao Xingye always carried with him. The potion's effect kicked in quickly, and the pained expression on the Inferno Lion's face eased slightly, its heavy breathing stabilized a bit. Zhao Xingye couldn't delay, quickly recalling it back into his body. Then he turned sharply and quickly walked towards Lu Zhe, with an apologetic and urgent look on his face. Sorry, brother, I need to take it for further treatment quickly. Lu Zhe nodded in understanding. It's okay, go quickly. Before Zhao Xingye could finish speaking, he turned around and noticed that Gao Wenchuan had somehow walked over and was standing in front of him. Teacher, Zhao Xingye spoke urgently, but was interrupted by Gao Wenchuan. No need to go to the medical room. With a casual wave of his hand, a strange magical beast instantly appeared in the arena. It looks like a human, as if a pine tree had turned into a spirit, standing tall at about 4 to 5 meters. Its surface is covered with thick green moss, and the most peculiar thing is that a bright green vine pouch is embedded in its chest. As soon as it appeared, a wave of refreshing life energy instantly spread, invigorating everyone and the beast in the training ground. This is the green pouchwood spirit. Lu Zhe's eyes flashed with surprise. This is an extremely rare and precious healing-type spirit beast. Name, Green Pouchwood Spirit. Strength, mid-level heavenly stage. Quality, mid-level spirit stage. Description, shaped like an old pine turned human, covered in moss, with a bright green vine pouch embedded in its chest. Inside the pouch nurtures all spirit liquid, which can heal flesh and grow back severed limbs. It lives deep in the forest, feeding on morning dew and withered souls. When angered, the pouch bursts, the green liquid rains down, and everything at the impact site withers. The Green Pouchwood Spirit is a rare healing-type spirit beast, possessing impressive combat ability. Additionally, the all-spirit liquid created in its vine pouch is an excellent medicine. This Green Pouchwood Spirit has already reached mid-level heavenly stage, so the all-spirit liquid it produces is comparable to many top-quality second-tier healing elixirs. Ha! The Green Pouchwood Spirit let out a hoarse low sound. It extended an arm made of branches, and a wooden cup naturally grew from its palm. Then, it brought the cup close to the green pouch on its chest. Drip! Drip! A few drops of green liquid radiating astonishing life energy dripped into the wooden cup. In an instant, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Let your flame prison lion drink it. Gao Wenchuan said to the dazed Zhao Xingye. Zhao Xingye finally reacted, his heart filled with joy, and hurriedly summoned the flame prison lion again. Roar! When the flame prison lion appeared, it let out a pained whimper, but it was instantly attracted by the overflowing life energy. Its eyes eagerly fixed on the wooden cup in the green pouch with spirit's hand. With Zhao Xingye's help, the flame prison lion eagerly licked up the few drops of all spirit liquid. After drinking, it immediately let out an extremely comfortable rumble, its face showing an expression of great intoxication. As if it had tasted the ultimate delicacy in the world. The effect of the all-spirit liquid was also remarkably impressive. As soon as it was ingested, the flame prison lion's almost severed front leg rapidly healed at an astonishing speed. In just a few seconds, the terrifying wound was completely healed, with not even a trace of a scar. The flame prison lion looked curiously at its perfectly restored front leg, tentatively took a few steps, and stomped hard on the ground. Confirming it had truly recovered, it excitedly threw back its head and let out a loud roar. Roar! Seeing his flame prison lion's injuries had healed, Zhao Xingye hurriedly thanked Gao Wenchuan. Thank you so much, Teacher Gao. Gao Wenchuan casually waved his hand, then smilingly extended 3 fingers. Don't just thank me with words, contribute 3 credits. Are you robbing me? Upon hearing he needed to pay, and 3 credits at that, Zhao Xingye's expression changed immediately. What, think it's too expensive and don't want to pay? Gao Wenchuan raised an eyebrow and said calmly. Go check the school's exchange center and see how much the same effective life spirit liquid or recovery salve costs. Without 5 credits, let's see if you can buy it, this is already very cheap. Although Zhao Xingye felt pain but also knew Gao Wenchuan was telling the truth. In the end, he reluctantly paid the 3 credits with a sorrowful face. Not bad, continue. Gao Wenchuan nodded with satisfaction, recalled the green pouch with spirit, and then yelled loudly at the entire training ground. Did you all see that? From now on, in actual combat training, give it your all. Train hard. Don't be afraid of getting hurt. With the teacher here, you won't die. However, upon hearing this, the students not only did not become braver, but their actions commanding their spirit beasts became even more cautious and careful. After a short rest, Zhao Xingye and Lu Zhe began their competition again. However, compared to before, Zhao Xingye was clearly more alert, and his commands became steadier and more cautious. Clearly, the 3 credits were not a small amount for him. After the class ended, Zhao Xingye took the initiative to walk up to Lu Zhe and took out his phone. Lu Zhe, let's exchange contact information? Maybe we can spar or do tasks together in the future. Sure. Lu Zhe readily took out his phone, and then the two exchanged contact information. I'll head off now, we can chat later. Zhao Xingye waved to Lu Zhe and left the training ground with the Inferno Lion. This class wasn't very long, lasting only about 5 hours. During this time, including the first match, Lu Zhe and Zhao Xingye had battled a total of 10 times. Lu Zhe won 4 of those matches. After all, the Inferno Lion's raw strength was still higher than that of the Frost. So once she calmed down, Frost wouldn't have an easy time fighting it. Winning 4 matches was already quite good. After Zhao Xingye left, Lu Zhe called for a green feather egret and returned to his manor. Once back in the manor, Lu Zhe started to think about one thing. That was when he should choose to submit an evolution route for a monster. 100 credits a month looked like a lot. But in reality, it couldn't fully support the training of 3 monsters. Submitting an evolution route for a monster could provide a large amount of resources in a short time. This could significantly increase the training speed of Frost and the others. Lu Zhe had been in school for about 2 weeks now. He had officially been in classes for just over a week. So it was time to consider which monster's evolution route to submit. The difficulty of exploring different evolution routes for monsters varied. Weaker monsters often had more new forms. Currently, the monster with the most evolution routes in the world was the ordinary grade middle-class gray patterned grass rabbit. It had over 100 evolution routes. After thinking for a long time, Lu Zhe decided to submit an evolution route for a monster in a week. As for the specific monster, he had already thought of it. It was the ordinary grade lower-class mountain guardian dog. The mountain guardian dog was also a relatively common type of monster. Don't be fooled by its ordinary grade lower-class quality, its strength was not weak. Moreover, it was loyal and gentle, very understanding of humans, making it the top choice for countless families and small farms for guarding. Additionally, it had many diverse evolution routes, so exploring one of its routes was also reasonable. Chapter 105, Spiritual Spring. A week quickly passed. Lu Zhe successfully submitted a new evolution route for the mountain guardian dog, the Crimson Flame Mountain Guardian Dog. The Crimson Flame Mountain Guardian Dog's quality was ordinary grade upper class, 2 small levels higher in quality. So this was considered a quite good evolution route. The submission process was not troublesome, as there were many branches of the Monster Tamer Association in Mirror Lake University. As long as you went to the Monster Tamer Association and explained that you wanted to submit an evolution route, it would be fine. Once all the requirements for the evolution were clarified, the Monster Tamer Association would send a professional breeding team to conduct strict tests. These tests verified the authenticity and stability of the evolution route. Once confirmed to be valid, the association would issue a notification and rewards. Calculating the time, the verification results should be coming out soon. Lu Zhe sat on a resting chair by the training ground in the manor, watching the 3 monsters dedicatedly training on the field. Bai Shuang, Liaoyu, and Feng Li were all undergoing the training programs that Lu Zhe tailored for them. These training methods were formulated after Lu Zhe's repeated research, greatly enhancing their cultivation efficiency. Iya. Feng Li was the first to finish its training, panting and swaying as it flew towards Lu Zhe. Thanks to abundant resources, Feng Li's realm was on the verge of breaking through to the top grade of the mortal level. Compared to the previous Bai Shuang, this speed was like riding a rocket. As for Liaoyu, it was nearly ready to break through to the earth level, while Bai Shuang, She was still some distance away from the top grade of the Earth level. Iya iya. Fonli affectionately landed on Luzay's leg, now too big to wrap around Luzay's arm. So it climbed along Luzay's body, finally resting its little head on his shoulder, making a cute sound. Luzay smiled and scratched its chin with his finger, just about to say something when his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He took out the phone and saw two important messages on the screen. Dear Mr. Luzay, hello. The evolutionary route of the mountain guarding dog you provided, Crimson Flame Mountain Guarding Dog, has been confirmed as valid. Here, on behalf of the association, I sincerely thank you for your exploration spirit and selfless dedication. According to relevant regulations, you will receive a reward of 200 official points. These points can be used in all stores, platforms, and services certified by the National Monster Tamer Association. The points awarded here are an official type of points, worth even more than credits from Mirror Lake University. The other message was from the Academic Affairs Office of Mirror Lake University. Student Luzay, congratulations! You successfully explored and verified a new evolutionary route for the monster beast, contributing to research in this field, fully displaying the outstanding abilities of our students. To recognize your achievements and encourage more students to engage in innovative research, you are awarded 500 credits. We hope you continue to strive for more excellent results in the future. Great! After reading the messages, Luzay felt delighted in his heart. Because nurturing 3 monster tamers required a lot of resources, Luzay's credits were being consumed at an astonishing rate, leaving very few remaining. As for how to spend these credits and points, Luzay had already thought of some ideas. The first was to buy the materials needed for the evolution of the Spirit Leaf Master. One Spirit Leaf Master had successfully broken through to the top grade of the mortal level a few days ago, meeting the conditions to evolve into a Vine Medicine Master. So, once he collected the materials for evolution, it could evolve. In addition, a large portion needed to be used to purchase the high-quality spirit food and auxiliary cultivation supplies that Bai Shuang and the others required. The last item was the Heavenly Pool Spiritual Spring. There were many places in Mirror Lake University that could quickly enhance the strength of monster beasts. The Heavenly Pool Spiritual Spring was one of them. Of course, using the spiritual spring required a significant number of credits. It required a full 800 credits. Currently, Luzay's credits were indeed not enough, but if he added the points provided by the Monster Tamer Association, it would be sufficient. The exchange ratio for the association's points to credits was 1:3. So it was still manageable to cover the use of the spiritual spring. Luzay happily put away his phone and played with Fonli for a while before getting up to check on the herb field. The herb field was right next to the training ground, neatly managed. As soon as he approached, the earliest evolved Spirit Leaf Master, already at the top grade of the mortal level, joyfully greeted him. Being the strongest, it naturally became the leader of the green leaf bugs and Spirit Leaf Masters in the herb field. Moreover, it seemed quite intelligent and could understand Luzay's intentions. So every day it would lead its little brothers to diligently maintain the herb field. Because of this, the medicinal herbs grew at an incredibly fast rate. Even the weeds can grow taller than a person overnight. But as soon as these weeds appear, they are often cleared away by the green leaf bug or the spirit leaf creature. Luzay took out a first-tier plant crystal from his pocket and fed it to the hard-working spirit leaf creature as a reward. The spirit leaf creature happily took the crystal, wrapping its body tightly around it to absorb the energy inside. A few days later, Luzay arrived at the place where the Heavenly Pool Spirit Spring was located. It was a magnificent building built against the mountain. Standing at the entrance, Luzay found that there were not many people here at the moment. At the front desk, after the staff verified Luzay's identity and reservation information, they processed his paperwork. Remember, the usage limit for a single time is 8 hours, please leave on time when the time is up. The staff advised Luzay. Luzay nodded and then walked inside. The internal space was extremely vast, divided into many separate rooms. Each room had an indicator light showing whether it was occupied or not. Luzay selected an empty room and, after passing the inspection, walked in. The inside of the room was larger than he imagined, but most of the space was occupied by a pool of milky white spring water. On the surface of the spring water, substantial spiritual energy surged, refreshing anyone who took a breath of it. Luzay summoned his 3 summoned beasts. Apart from the time limit, the spirit spring also had a certain limit on the number of beasts. Only up to 3 beasts were allowed to use it at once. As soon as Bai Shuang and the others appeared, they were immediately captivated by the spirit spring, their eyes bursting with extreme desire. Then they all turned to look at Luzay, making eager sounds from their throats. Go ahead, absorb well, don't waste this opportunity. Luzay said with a smile. Upon receiving permission, the 3 summoned beasts rushed into the spring water one after another. Splash! 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 The spring water seemed to have life, actively surging with pure spiritual power towards their bodies the moment they entered. Bai Shuang and the others showed expressions of comfort on their faces. Even Feng Li couldn't help but call out. Ee. Lu Zhe also approached the spirit spring, curiously dipping a hand into the water. A gentle and comfortable warmth immediately wrapped around his palm. Lu Zhe closed his eyes to feel it for a moment and eventually opened them with regret. It really doesn't work. Although he could feel the abundant spiritual power contained in the spring, his body's efficiency in absorbing it was extremely low. It was even less than the spiritual power transmitted by Feng Li in the contract. No longer dwelling on this, Lu Zhe sat down on a chair in the corner of the room, patiently waiting for Bai Shuang and the others to finish their refinement in the spirit spring. 8 hours was enough for them to achieve a significant boost in strength. Chapter 106, The Moonfire Breaking Through to Earth Stage. Inside the spirit spring, Bai Shuang and the others lay comfortably within, pure spiritual power continuously flowing into their bodies. At first, the few summoned beasts were a bit excited, but they soon became immersed in the rich spiritual power. They began to absorb it with all their might. Among them, the commotion around Bai Shuang was the most astonishing. An invisible vortex formed around her, stirring the milky white spring water violently. The spring water repeatedly washed over her body. As time passed, the aura of the 3 summoned beasts grew stronger and stronger. Liao Yu was about to break through. Lu Zhe observed the condition of Bai Shuang and the others. At this moment, the fluctuations of spiritual power from Liao Yu began to intensify. This was a precursor to a breakthrough. Suddenly, the red flames ignited on Liao Yu, who was in the spring water. And this fire was not affected by the surrounding spring water, but brightly bloomed in the water. At the same time, a small vortex quickly formed around it, frantically absorbing the spiritual power from the surroundings. Ow oh! Aya? This sudden noise startled Bai Shuang and Feng Li, who were in the midst of their training. They looked in astonishment at the blazing Liao Yu, wrapped in flames, with its aura climbing steadily. Lu Zhe immediately calmed them through their contract, reassuring them to continue absorbing spiritual power peacefully. He himself, with fiery eyes, focused intently on Liao Yu. Under the embrace of the flames, Liao Yu's body began to slowly change. Its aura also began to rise rapidly. Just as Lu Zhe was fully concentrated on Liao Yu's breakthrough, after a while, a wave of spiritual power also came from Feng Li. Its body trembled slightly as a green light began to swirl around it. At the same time, its aura started to fluctuate violently, indicating it was about to break through to the high rank of the mortal level. Is this spiritual spring so effective? Lu Zhe looked at Liao Yu and Feng Li with surprise on his face. He truly did not expect that using the spiritual spring would allow both Liao Yu and Feng Li to break through at once. But upon careful thought, it made sense. Liao Yu had already been at the high rank of the mortal level for a while, and usually, it received ample resources from Lu Zhe. So, with the stimulation from the spiritual spring, a breakthrough was quite normal. As for Feng Li, it was a beast of heavenly quality, and its cultivation speed was already fast. Whoa. Seeing that Liao Yu and Feng Li had both broken through except for herself, Bai Shuang's eyes flashed with urgency. Then she closed her eyes and began to absorb the spiritual power with all her might. In this way, all 3 beasts were madly drawing the spiritual power from the spiritual spring. However, the spiritual spring seemed to remain unaffected, still displaying its rich milky white color. The dense spiritual energy contained within showed no signs of decreasing. Feng Li was the first to complete the breakthrough, as it was simply breaking through one small realm. Aya! Feng Li excitedly stretched its body in the spring, feeling the growing power within. Its first reaction was to fly out of the spiritual spring to share the joy with Lu Zhe. But Lu Zhe promptly stopped it, signaling it to behave and not waste this precious training time. Although Feng Li felt a bit wronged, it obediently lay back down, continuing to absorb the surrounding spiritual power. 8 hours passed quickly. Bai Shuang and Feng Li had already come out of the spiritual spring and stood beside Lu Zhe. However, Liao Yu was still in the midst of its breakthrough. Just as Lu Zhe was worried whether there would be enough time, the flames surrounding Liao Yu finally changed. The flames engulfing Liao Yu suddenly shook violently, then all contracted into its body. Ha! A powerful pressure emanated from Liao Yu, creating ripples on the surface of the spiritual spring. Ing. The newly strengthened Liao Yu leaped out of the spring, landing lightly in front of Lu Zhe. It affectionately rubbed its head against Lu Zhe's chest, expressing its joy. After the breakthrough, Liao Yu's body had changed again, standing nearly 1.5 meters tall. At the same time, its figure became more slender, and its fur shone even brighter. The flames on its tail also became more vigorous. Lu Zhe reached out to stroke Liao Yu's head. It felt incredibly warm and smooth. At that moment, a notification sound suddenly rang out in the room. Lu Zhe, your time of using the spiritual spring has ended, please leave on time. Hearing this prompt, Lu Zhe didn't closely examine Liao Yu any longer. After recalling Bai Shuang and the others into his body, he pushed the door open and walked out. After registering his information at the front desk, Lu Zhe called for a green-feathered heron and returned to his manor. Although Fingley had already broken through to the high rank of the mortal level, it was still barely able to carry Lu Zhe for flight. No matter the speed or comfort, it certainly cannot compare to the Qingyu heron for now. Returning to the manor, Liao Yue and Feng Li couldn't wait to rush into the training ground, excitedly testing their current strength. As for Bai Shuang, though she hadn't broken through, her spiritual power had become more pure and thick. After all, she already had the strength of a mid-tier earth rank, and just one fountain of spirit was not enough for her to break through again. Having checked on Liao Yue and Feng Li in the training ground, Lu Zhe walked back into the house, satisfied. At this moment, Bai Shuang was sitting next to the soft cushion by the sofa, watching TV after a long time. She skillfully controlled the cold air to condense a few ice crystal fingers, then adeptly started pressing the remote control. The images on the screen kept changing as Bai Shuang searched for programs that interested her. Lu Zhe watched Bai Shuang's figure and smiled as he walked over. Then he relaxed and lay down comfortably, sinking into Bai Shuang's fur. Bai Shuang's body was soft, and she gave off a pleasantly cool feeling. Fluffy and smooth fur surrounded Lu Zhe's body, lying on it was even more comfortable than on the sofa. Feeling Lu Zhe on her body, Bai Shuang's eyes happily squinted. She randomly picked an anime and quietly started watching. Lu Zhe lazily lay there, enjoying this leisurely time. After a while, Liao Yue ran back from outside, still wearing an excited blush on her face. Ing ing. Seeing Bai Shuang and Lu Zhe curled up together, she joyfully called out. Ooh woo. Little fox, help me get some snacks from the fridge. Bai Shuang noticed Liao Yue who had come in and turned her head to speak to her. Liao Yue nodded, her steps light as she ran to the huge fridge and used her paws to pry open the door. The fridge was filled with all kinds of things, and she expertly pulled out 2 boxes. One box had a wolf design on it, while the other had a fox design. Liao Yue wrapped her tail around the 2 snack boxes and bounced back, first placing the box with the wolf design in front of Bai Shuang. Then she opened the other box herself. Inside the box were various snacks that Lu Zhe had made himself. Liao Yue picked up a meatball with her paw and then stuffed it into her mouth. She squinted her eyes, a look of satisfaction on her face. Lu Zhe was also attracted by the smell of the snacks and turned his body towards Liao Yue, opening his mouth. Liao Yue instantly understood and carefully selected a piece of cookie from the box, gently offering it to Lu Zhe's mouth. Ing ing. Seeing Lu Zhe gobble it down, Liao Yue happily leaned forward, nuzzling her head against his cheek. Lu Zhe turned over, chewing on the piece of cookie in his mouth. These snacks could be eaten by both humans and beasts, and they tasted excellent. More importantly, Lu Zhe had also added many medicinal herbs from the medicine field inside them. It could slowly improve the efficiency of absorbing spiritual power. Although the increase wasn't large, over time, there was still a pretty good effect. Chapter 107, Obedient Feng Li. Before Lu Zhe could fully swallow the cookie in his mouth, he saw a wolf-shaped cookie wobbling toward his mouth. Bai Shuang beneath him lazily called out. Ooh woo. Open your mouth. Lu Zhe couldn't help but laugh, opening his mouth to let the cookie fall in. He leisurely lay there, enjoying the alternating feeding from the 2 spirit beasts. Liao Yue also lay on the carpet beside them, nibbling on her snacks while tilting her head to watch the anime playing on the TV. After a while, a familiar iya sound came from the doorway. Feng Li flew in from the door, with a few medicinal herbs still covered in dirt in her mouth. It was obviously something that had just been picked while patrolling in the medicinal herb field. As soon as it entered, its gaze was instantly drawn to the box of snacks in front of Bai Shuang and Liao Yu. Its eyes immediately lit up. Without hesitation, it swallowed the herb in its mouth, then quickly flapped its wings and landed beside Liao Yu. Then it rubbed its head against Liao Yu, making a spoiled-sounding call. Iya iya. Sister, I want to eat. Although Feng Li was already a bit bigger than Liao Yu in size, it still looked like a little child in front of her. Liao Yu was already used to this and took out some jerky from her box. Feng Li immediately happily swallowed the snacks, revealing a blissfully satisfied expression. Iya iya. I want more. It once again begged Liao Yu for more. Just like that, Feng Li gobbled up a lot in one go. Liao Yu looked somewhat helplessly at the now half-empty snack box. But Feng Li still had a look of wanting more and leaned in again. Ah woo. Go get your own. At this moment, Bai Shuang's low growl suddenly came from the side, and Feng Li's body jolted. Then it quickly flew to the side of the refrigerator and obediently took out its own snack box. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to gently rub Bai Shuang's head. Since Feng Li was still very young, he, like Liao Yu, spoiled it a lot. But Bai Shuang was different, she was quite strict with Feng Li. Feng Li flew over with its own box, then opened it, eagerly presenting it to Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang just glanced at it, shook her head, and continued to eat her own portion. Seeing that Bai Shuang didn't want it, Feng Li immediately turned the box towards Liao Yu. Iya. Sister, you. Eat mine. Liao Yu casually took a few from inside, then shook her head to indicate she didn't want any more. In the end, Fomli presented the box in front of Lu Zhe. In its hopeful gaze, Lu Zhe took a few and then lovingly patted its head with a smile. Iya iya. Fomli happily shook its body, then landed on the sofa and started to eat contentedly. At training ground number 7. Lu Zhe, why did you come so early? Zhao Xingye jumped down from a blue-feathered egret and walked toward Lu Zhe, wearing a bright smile. Since their last practical class battle, the two often scheduled time to train and compete together, thus getting to know each other better. I just arrived not long ago. Lu Zhe smiled and then got straight to the point. By the way, do you have any newly promoted Earth-level demon beasts? Since Liao Yu had also broken through to Earth level, it was time to battle with other same-level demon beasts. Yes. Of course. Zhao Xingye answered without hesitation and then summoned his other demon beast. A gigantic creature landed with a loud thud. Name, Cracked Armored Earth Rhinoceros. Strength, Earth level low grade. Quality, Heaven level low grade. Introduction, it resembles a giant rhinoceros, with a back covered in grey rock armor, fissures embedded with crimson molten patterns, magma flowing like veins within the cracks, with a triangular spiral horn at the nose tip, and the root of the horn twisted with dark red molten patterns, shooting out a jet of molten rock when charging. The forehooves are covered in dark black cracked rock hooves, leaving burnt marks on the ground. The tail is thick like a pillar, splashing sparks when swung. This is my second demon beast, the Cracked Armored Earth Rhinoceros. How about it? Cool, right? Zhao Xingye proudly patted the hard legs of the Cracked Armored Earth Rhinoceros, clearly very satisfied with this demon beast. It's pretty good. Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Right? You have good taste. My family didn't want me to choose the Cracked Armored Earth Rhinoceros at first. They even said they needed to consider compatibility. Don't they know that strength is everything? Upon hearing Lu Zhe's answer, Zhao Xingye seemed to have found a kindred spirit. Lu Zhe smiled but did not comment further. Then he concentrated and summoned Bai Shuang and Liao Yu. As soon as Bai Shuang appeared, just noticed the armored rhinoceros beside him. Another big fool. With a slight glance, Bai Shuang withdrew her gaze. Gee, what kind of monster is this? Zhao Xingye's attention was instantly drawn to the summoned Liao Yu. This is my second beast, the flame-tailed fox. Lu Zhe introduced, not consciously emphasizing that it was a newly unveiled form. Flame-tailed fox? I've never heard of it. But it looks quite beautiful. Zhao Xingye exclaimed in wonder. He didn't know much about monsters anyway, so he considered Liao Yu as some rare beast. How about my flame-tailed fox has a few sparring matches with your armored rhinoceros? Lu Zhe suggested. No problem. Let's go. Zhao Xingye agreed readily. Soon, Liao Yu and the armored rhinoceros began to wrestle in the training ground. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang quietly squatted nearby, ready for any accidents. Since Liao Yu had just broken through to the earth level not long ago, it only mastered one low-tier earth skill, Fire Burst. However, the armored rhinoceros had also just broken through to the earth level, so they were fairly matched. The specific battle process was just like that. Liao Yu circled around the armored rhinoceros, constantly wearing it down. They fought a total of 5 matches, and Liao Yu won 3 of them. Lu Zhe, your flame-tailed fox is amazing. Its attack is really fierce. After the match, Zhao Xingye looked at the wounds on his beast and instead of feeling dejected, he praised Lu Zhe loudly. It really is quite good. Lu Zhe said with a smile, then waved at Liao Yu. Moo. At this moment, the armored rhinoceros, blackened in multiple places and looking somewhat disheveled, let out a low, aggrieved moan. Its small eyes were filled with resentment. After the battle, you don't care about me and instead praise the enemy. However, Zhao Xingye remained completely unresponsive, still excitedly discussing the details of the recent battle with Lu Zhe. After all, with its thick skin and strong flesh, what was there to be afraid of? The two chatted for a while, when suddenly Zhao Xingye slapped his forehead and shouted. Oh no! I was too busy fighting, I forgot I have class today. I'm off. Before the words fell, he had already recalled the armored rhinoceros into his body and rushed out of the training ground. Watching him hurriedly disappear, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Ing. At this moment, Liao Yu also approached, lifting its head, its eyes filled with eager light. You did really well. Lu Zhe generously praised, gently stroking its head. After receiving praise, Liao Yu happily narrowed its eyes, purring with satisfaction in its throat. After staying in the training ground for a while longer, Lu Zhe also left. In the following days, Lu Zhe's life rhythm was steady and fulfilling. He attended various classes on time, and occasionally made time to spar with Zhao Xingye. Zhao Xingye was indeed a great opponent, and Bai Shuang and Liao Yu's combat skills improved quickly. Their coordination became more and more seamless. Chapter 108, The Herbalist of the Green Vine. Time passed swiftly. It has been more than a month since Lu Zhe enrolled. Baishuang and Liao Yu were undergoing their routine training in the training ground, while Feng Li stayed beside Lu Zhe in the room, curiously watching Lu Zhe's actions in his hands. At this moment, Lu Zhe was preparing the spiritual medicine needed for the evolution of the leaf spirit into the green vine herbalist. That leaf spirit had already met the conditions for evolution. Feng Li, help me get the bottle with a red label over there, Lu Zhe said without raising his head, busying with his hands. Yeah. Okay. Feng Li cheerfully replied, then skillfully used its tail to wrap around the bottle beside it and carefully placed it next to Lu Zhe. After doing all this, it immediately raised its head, looking at Lu Zhe with anticipation, as if waiting for Lu Zhe's praise. Great job. Lu Zhe looked up and showed it an approving smile. Feng Li instantly spun happily in the air, its tail tip perked up. Lu Zhe picked up a bottle nearby and poured all the moonlight dew inside into the bowl in front of him. Then he began to stir slowly with a stirring stick, in a specific rhythm and direction. The liquid in the bowl gradually blended, releasing a strange, vibrant glow. It's done. Lu Zhe carefully observed the emerald green liquid in the bowl and nodded in satisfaction. He lifted the ceramic bowl and said to Feng Li, "Let's go, Feng Li. Help me take that bag of soil from the table, we're heading to the herb field." Feng Li immediately wrapped its tail around the bag of light green soil on the table and followed closely behind Lu Zhe. As they passed the training ground, Lu Zhe paused to take a few glances at Baishuang's training situation. He found that Baishuang was currently competing with Liao Yue. In fact, Baishuang was mainly helping Liao Yue practice its demon skills and some combat techniques. On the training ground, Baishuang stared at Liao Yue in the distance, eyes sharpening, then suddenly darted out. Ing. So fast. Liao Yue exclaimed, instinctively dodging to the side. But Baishuang's speed was too quick, and Liao Yue was still knocked down by a paw. Of course, Baishuang controlled its strength well and quickly released its paw. At that moment, Baishuang also noticed Lu Zhe standing nearby. She slightly raised her head, her eyes fixed on him, carrying a hint of subtle expectation. Liao Yue also got up from the ground, shook its fur, and smiled at Lu Zhe with squinted eyes. Lu Zhe didn't say anything, just smiled and gave them a thumbs up. Seeing this gesture, Baishuang's lips curled into a faint smile, but soon returned to her original expression. Liao Yue, however, was even happier, its tail behind it wagging rapidly. Feng Li next to Lu Zhe also excitedly greeted the two older sisters, joyfully wagging its tail. Baishuang merely nodded slightly in response. The gentle Liao Yue waved its paw at her friendly. Feng Li was entirely unfazed by Baishuang's coldness and continued happily twisting its body in the air. After exchanging greetings, Lu Zhe continued walking toward the herb field. Soon, he arrived at the side of the herb field. Sensing Lu Zhe's presence, the spirit leaf envoy immediately crawled out from the lush herb field. Excitedly waved its head at Lu Zhe, then was instantly attracted by the aura in the bowl Lu Zhe was holding. Feng Li. Lu Zhe reached out his hand to Feng Li, who immediately understood and placed the bag of soil into Lu Zhe's hand. Lu Zhe poured all the soil onto a piece of empty ground by the side of the herb field. As soon as the light green soil appeared, it emitted a rich natural vitality. The spirit leaf envoy was almost instantly drawn to it, wriggling its body to dive in, only to pop its head out again after a while. This pile of green soil was Bisha soil. For the spirit leaf envoy to evolve into the green vine medicine envoy, it had to do so within it. Then Lu Zhe placed the bowl containing the spirit medicine in front of the spirit leaf envoy. The spirit medicine in the bowl was made from the juice of the Qingling Vine King, mixed with Qingling water and moonlight dew. In addition to these, the spirit leaf envoy's evolution also required a second tier wood spirit crystal core. Lu Zhe took out a light green crystal from his pocket and squeezed it hard with his hand. However, the wood spirit crystal core was exceptionally hard, only a few cracks appeared on the surface. Lu Zhe frowned, and strands of spiritual light began to swirl in his tightly clenched hand. Crack! With the sound of shattering, Lu Zhe's wood spirit crystal core was directly crushed. It turned into small, irregular fragments. Yeah. Seeing some fragments fall from Lu Zhe's hand, Feng Li quickly controlled the airflow, and those fragments floated steadily in the air. Feed it. Lu Zhe pointed at the spirit leaf creature in the bowl. At this moment, the spirit leaf creature had climbed all the way into the bowl, greedily gulping down the medicine. Suddenly, it felt something strange above its head, and when it looked up, it saw some pale green fragments falling into the bowl. After glancing at Lu Zhe and receiving a confirming look, it then swallowed those fragments. Crunch, crunch, snap. Those hard fragments were easily crushed by it, then swallowed into its belly. What good teeth! Seeing the spirit leaf creature easily chew the fragments, Lu Zhe exclaimed. The spirit leaf creature quickly finished the food in front of it, then instinctively burrowed into the green soil. It fell into a deep sleep of evolution. After sorting out the evolution matters, Luze began to examine his own herb field before him. Now, the herb field was already filled with various medicinal herbs. Whether it was the common first-tier blood-clotting grass or the rarer second-tier purple cloud fungus, they were all growing very well. At this moment, there were more than 200 green leafworms in the herb field. There were also more than 10 spirit leaf creatures. Standing by the herb field, a gentle breeze blew, bringing with it the fragrance of medicinal herbs. Luze took a breath, and instantly felt refreshed. Fongli was also attracted by the aroma, swallowing the saliva in its mouth, then gazing longingly at the herb field in front of it. Iya iya. I want to eat. Fongli pointed at the herb field with its tail, a greedy expression on its face. I knew you'd want to eat, go ahead, just don't waste it. Smiling, Luze patted Fongli and nodded in agreement. Receiving permission, Fongli cheered and quickly flew towards the herb field. Its speed was so fast that the herbs nearby began to shake violently. Iya iya. This is delicious. Based on its past experience, Fongli quickly pulled out a few tasty herbs from the herb field. The roots still carried some fresh soil, and there were even some green leafworms resting on top of the dirt. Clearly, they still didn't understand what was happening. Fongli skillfully shook its tail, controlling the airflow to create a gentle wind that blew off the dirt and green leafworms from the roots. Only then did it happily take a few bites of the herbs, revealing an expression of extreme enjoyment. After a few bites, it remembered Luze beside it and quickly flew over, holding the remaining herbs in its mouth, eagerly offering them to him. Iya. Luze did not take the herb but instead pulled Fongli closer and led it away from the herb field. You eat, I won't eat this. The spirit leaf creature's evolution should take quite a long time, so he didn't need to wait here all the time. Chapter 109, New Talent Evolutionary Power. As Luze expected, the spirit leaf creature's evolution lasted a very long time. It began its evolution in the morning and only showed signs of movement in the evening. At this time, Luze stood by the herb field, watching the soil that emitted a faint green light. Bai Shuang and Liaoyu squatted on either side of Luze, while Fongli curiously circled in the air. Suddenly, the soil let out a pop and cracked open, followed by a slender, fully green figure emerging from within. After evolving into a green vine medicinal creature, its body had changed a lot. No longer the bulky form, it now resembled a long, slender green snake. At the same time, it was covered in vine-like patterns. Hiss! The green vine medicinal creature excitedly raised its head and let out a vibrant hiss. The next moment, its gaze locked onto Luze, instinctively wanting to rush over. But when it saw Bai Shuang squatting beside Luze, the fear of Bai Shuang that had once filled his mind suddenly surged back. With his body trembling a bit, he stood still, the fear of Bai Shuang overcoming the excitement in his heart. Then, without looking back, he dove into the medicinal field. Seeing this scene, Bai Shuang's eyes were filled with boredom. She lazily stood up and walked towards the house without turning back. Shortly after Bai Shuang got up, the green ivy herb prince peered out sneakily from the medicinal field. Only after confirming that Bai Shuang had disappeared did it happily crawl in front of Luze. Watching this scene, Luze couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. He really didn't expect that the fear Bai Shuang instilled in these green leafworms was so deep. But thinking about it, even though this green leafworm had evolved into the green ivy herb prince and its strength had reached the low earth stage, it was still not a fighting-type monster, and in terms of pure strength, it couldn't even compare to Fongli. So it was not surprising that it still harbored fear towards Bai Shuang. Hiss! The green ivy herb prince let out an excited hiss toward Luze, who then reached out to touch it. Its touch was very peculiar, having both the sensation of a snake and a hint of plant-like texture. Luze observed the green ivy herb prince before him. Its eyes were different from ordinary snakes, and the structure of its mouth was closer to that of an insect's suction and chewing. Aside from the eyes and mouth, everything else was just like a snake. Seeing this, Luze activated his true eye to check the information of the green ivy herb prince. Species, green ivy herb prince. Strength, low earth stage. Quality, mid earth stage. Possible evolution form, jade scale herb snake, low heavenly stage. The next evolutionary form indeed turned out to be a snake. Luze checked the information of the jade scale herb snake again. Species, jade scale herb snake. Quality, low heavenly stage. Description, a magical herb snake with emerald green eyes, covered in jade scales, with faint golden medicinal halos on the edges of the scales, the back has vine-like patterns. The snake's tongue lightly spits out emerald mist, which falls to the ground, greatly increasing the growth speed of medicinal materials and enhancing the purity of their medicinal properties by 50%. When the tail sways, it scatters star-like medicinal powder, reviving withered plants when it touches roots, and gilding leaf veins when it touches leaves, doubling the medicinal power. Lu Zhe was quite satisfied with this evolution, and after observing for a while longer, he went back to the house with Liao Yu and Feng Li. Watching Lu Zhe leave, the green ivy herb prince slowly turned around only after confirming he had completely disappeared. Its previously docile demeanor in front of Lu Zhe vanished in an instant, its emerald green eyes becoming serious. One could even vaguely sense a bit of authority. Roar! It let out a roar completely different from before, full of commanding intent. In an instant, the entire medicinal field was filled with the rustling sounds of sususu. One by one, the green leaf worms and spirit leaf servants crawled out from among the plants and from the soil. They all faced the green ivy herb prince, expressing their reverence and obedience. Roar! Another commanding roar sounded. All the green leaf worms and spirit leaf servants immediately crawled back into the medicinal field and began to diligently mobilize their spiritual energy to nourish the medicinal materials in the field. The green ivy herb prince understood very well that it had come this far entirely because of Lu Zhe. And Lu Zhe treated it this way entirely because of the medicinal field in front of it. So it had to manage this place well to prove its own worth. After watching for a while, it also silently crawled into the medicinal field. Its body emitted a faint emerald green glow, beginning to guide and coordinate the energy flow of the entire medicinal field. After returning to the house, Lu Zhe sat on the sofa and opened his personal panel. Name, Lu Zhe. Strength, minor achievement in Beast Tamer. Breeder level, level 8, 96/100. Talent, Beast Affinity, True Eye. Lu Zhe's current strength is still at the minor level of Beast Tamer, because the breakthroughs of Bai Shuang and Liao Yue previously provided him with a lot of spiritual power. He is now just a step away from reaching the major level of Beast Tamer. However, this step is very difficult for Lu Zhe. It is estimated that one of Bai Shuang or the others needs to break through again for him to succeed. At the same time, Lu Zhe's breeding master level is about to break through level 9. This is due to the breakthroughs of Liao Yue and the others, as well as the evolution of the Spirit Leaf Master. Lu Zhe's own learning also accounts for a significant portion. The resources at Jinghu University are indeed impressive, allowing Lu Zhe to accumulate a lot of upgrade progress in a short time through learning. Should I unlock another talent when I reach level 9? Lu Zhe thought uncertainly. Ing. Liao Yue, who had its head resting in Lu Zhe's arms, suddenly nudged Lu Zhe. What's wrong? Lu Zhe asked in confusion. Liao Yue pointed to the time on the TV, and Lu Zhe then realized it was already very late. Subsequently, accompanied by a few sounds of Feng Li announcing, the lights in the living room went out. The room, which had been a bit noisy, quickly fell into silence. Whether it was Lu Zhe or Bai Shuang, if there were no unexpected events. As long as they wanted to sleep, they could fall asleep immediately. Insomnia did not exist for them at all. This is also due to the spiritual power. In the complete darkness, only the herbs in the medicine field emitted bursts of fluorescence. And in the medicine field, subtle sounds of friction were heard incessantly. A few days later, while reading, Lu Zhe heard sounds ringing in his mind. Congratulations to the host, breeding level has increased. Reward, talent unlocked, evolution power. Evolution power, a magical force that can promote the bloodline evolution of beasts, enhancing their potential and strength. The introduction of evolution power is brief, but it left a profound impact on Lu Zhe. Because it can actually enhance the talent of beasts. It is known that the talent and quality of beasts are mostly fixed at birth, making it very difficult to change. Moreover, spiritual medicines or spiritual items that can enhance talent and potential are extremely rare. And they are all worth their weight in gold. From what Lu Zhe knows, there is a spiritual item called Starlight Grass on the school's official website, which can slightly enhance the talent of beasts. However, exchanging for a Starlight Grass requires a whopping 3,000 credits. Chapter 110, Battlefields. After receiving the sudden influx of information in his mind, Lu Zhe couldn't wait to experiment with evolution power. Lu Zhe closed his eyes and began to operate his spiritual power according to the information in his mind. Subsequently, under the influence of spiritual power, it gradually transformed into another kind of force. This force is the evolution power. Lu Zhe turned his gaze to Bai Shuang, who was lying in front of him, and placed his hand on her. Initially, Bai Shuang thought Lu Zhe would do as usual, so she immediately closed her eyes, preparing to enjoy Lu Zhe's caress. But soon she realized that a force was surging from Lu Zhe's hand into her body. Then, this force turned into a warm flow, circulating throughout Bai Shuang's body. Bai Shuang felt that every inch of flesh and blood passed by this warm flow seemed to be awakened. The comfort spreading throughout her body made Bai Shuang squint her eyes involuntarily. Her body even started to tremble slightly. However, not long after, Bai Shuang felt the hand on her head being removed. That warm flow also disappeared. Bai Shuang raised her head in confusion and saw Lu Zhe, who was resting on the sofa with a pale face. "Awah!" Upon seeing this, Bai Shuang immediately panicked. Through their bond, she sensed that Lu Zhe's spiritual power had inexplicably diminished by more than half. She hurriedly moved closer, continuously transferring spiritual power to Lu Zhe through their bond. Under the supply of White Frost's spiritual power, Lu Zhe took a moment to recover, and his face finally returned to normal. However, he still felt a bit dizzy in his head. Just now, while using the power of evolution, the spiritual and mental energy in his body was also rapidly consumed. Before long, he felt dizzy and weakly lay down on the sofa. At this moment, looking at the worried expression on Bai Shuang's face, Lu Zhe gently patted her head. "Don't worry, I'm fine now." "Oh what?" Bai Shuang asked Lu Zhe what had just happened. Lu Zhe briefly explained that he had mastered a power that could allow the beasts to evolve slowly. Of course, he didn't mention the specific source of it. Then he asked Bai Shuang how she felt just now. Bai Shuang tilted her head and thought for a moment before responding seriously. "Oh what?" It felt very comfortable, like a tingling sensation all over my body. Lu Zhe carefully checked Bai Shuang's physical condition and found that aside from her spiritual energy being more active, there were no other changes. It seemed that the increase in the power of evolution was also small and required a long time to use. After resting, Lu Zhe went to try it out with Liao Yu and Fengli. The result was the same as with Bai Shuang, they both showed great enjoyment and had a clear desire for this power. However, Lu Zhe could no longer use the power of evolution again. Because the power of evolution needed both mental and spiritual energy to transform. Spiritual energy was fine, he could borrow it from Bai Shuang and the others when his own was exhausted. But the consumption of mental energy was a big problem. Since Lu Zhe had no spiritual item to restore mental energy, he could only slowly recover it through rest. "Looks like I need to buy some herbs that can restore mental energy." Lu Zhe lay on the sofa while Liao Yu squatted beside him, using her paws to massage him slowly. Because he didn't have such a need before, Lu Zhe didn't have any herbs in the herb field to restore mental energy. In the following days, Lu Zhe bought some herbs online that could restore and enhance mental energy and then planted them in the herb field. However, these herbs for mental energy were very expensive, so Lu Zhe's credits quickly ran low again. "Looks like I need to find a way to earn credits quickly," Lu Zhe thought helplessly. Raising 3 spirit beasts, especially with his willingness to invest resources without regard for cost, was simply a bottomless pit of expenses. The 100 credits issued by the school every month were simply not enough. However, to maintain this training speed, this kind of spending was necessary. Lu Zhe began to think of ways to earn credits quickly. The first thought was to submit another evolution route for a beast. But Lu Zhe had just submitted one not long ago, so this method couldn't be used in the short term. Showing some talent was okay, but being talented enough to raise suspicion wasn't good. The second method Lu Zhe thought of was to take on various tasks on the school platform. However, after browsing the task platform for quite a while, Lu Zhe found that better tasks were snatched up as soon as they appeared. As for other tasks, either the difficulty was extremely high, or they took too long. After all, this platform was open to all teachers and students of Mirror Lake University, and he didn't know how many people were browsing. So Lu Zhe gave up on this method too. Finally, Lu Zhe thought of battles between students. These battles were not the same as the previous ones with Zhao Xingye. These battles were especially open in the school. All participating students needed to register the information of the spirit beasts they were using in advance, and the system would randomly match opponents of the same realm. Moreover, before each battle, a certain number of credits had to be submitted. Battling with lower-tier beasts required submitting 1 credit. At the Earth level, it's 10 points, at the Sky level, it's 100 points, and so on. So, if it's Bai Shuang participating, Lu Zhe needs to submit 10 points of credits in advance. And if victorious in battle, the winner not only gets back their own credits, they can also take the credits submitted by the opponent into their own pocket. This means that if your strength is strong enough, you can quickly gain a lot of credits. The school has set up this fighting method to cultivate true strong warriors. Lu Zhe has some hesitation about this. Because even if the realms are the same, the battle power among monsters can vary greatly. If luck is bad, and he matches with a very strong opponent, even one who is there to cause trouble, then his 10 credits could be wasted away. After all, it's because my own strength isn't strong enough, otherwise I wouldn't have this trouble. Lu Zhe sighed and said. In the end, after thinking it over, Lu Zhe decided to choose to earn credits through battles. Let's try it first. I'll have 1 match before deciding, anyway, I can still come up with 10 credits. Chapter 111, The First Battle. The day after making his decision, Lu Zhe prepared to go check out the battle arena. After calling a Qingyu Lu, Lu Zhe flew directly to the nearest battle arena. As the Jinghu University is very large, many battle arenas have been built to meet the needs of all students. He flew for a while before a huge building appeared before Lu Zhe's eyes. Lu Zhe found an open space to land the Qingyu Lu, then jumped off it. Tweet. Once he confirmed he had arrived, the Qingyu Lu quickly left. Lu Zhe turned around and looked at the massive building in front of him. This building did not look like a battle venue at all, instead, it resembled a luxurious hotel with a strong design sense. The grand entrance continually welcomed a bustling crowd, making it feel extraordinarily lively. Above the entrance, big characters were boldly written. 6th Battle Arena. Following the flow of people, Luce entered through the door and arrived in the lobby. The lobby was spacious, bright, and clean. At the center, behind a circular front desk, there were staff members in uniform. Luce walked up to the front desk, and a staff member immediately attended to him. "Hello, how can I help you?" "I want to participate in a battle, what should I do?" Luce asked. With the staff member's patient guidance, Luce quickly completed his information registration. "Please head to the certification room over there." The staff member pointed to the neatly arranged silver metallic doors on both sides of the lobby. In the room, summon the monster you want to battle, and the system will automatically analyze and scan it. After that, you can match. If you want to battle afterward, just go into the certification room and operate it yourself. Luce then noticed that most students entering the venue were heading straight to those rooms. After thanking the staff, he chose an empty certification room and walked in. Although the room seemed small from the outside, it was quite spacious inside. Is this a space-type ability? Luce examined the room and noticed that besides a huge floating screen in the center, it was empty. Without further thought, Luce summoned Bai Shuang. Since it was his first battle, Luce decided to let Bai Shuang take part. Almost the instant Bai Shuang appeared, a soft electronic voice echoed in the room. Analyzing. Monster species database comparison, no exact match found. Energy rating confirmed, current realm, Earth level mid-grade. Would you like to start matching for battle now? At the same time, a huge light screen suddenly lit up in front of Luce. The screen was divided into two columns. The left side clearly displayed a three-dimensional model of Bai Shuang, with basic information listed below it. The right side was pitch black, and a prominent blue button in the center was labeled Start Matching. Start matching. Luce confirmed. The matching speed was extremely fast. Almost in the next second after Luce spoke, a model of a monster gradually appeared in the black area on the right. Luce instantly recognized what this monster was. Name, Crimson Flame Ape. Quality, mid-tier Earth class. Description, a massive giant ape, with arms longer than its knees, covered in short red fur, with dark golden molten patterns on its chest and back. When angry, it stands and roars, sweeping across 10 meters, with waves of fire in the air, and heat waves that could scorch gold and iron. Next to the Crimson Flame Ape was its power level, mid-tier Earth class. A prompt then popped up in the center of the screen. Match successful. Battle venue, 17th floor, standard battle room number 17. Please have both combatants arrive at the venue within 5 minutes. Following the prompt, Luce paid 10 credits, took a deep breath, and after drawing Bai Shuang back into his body, he exited the authentication room. He then took the high-speed elevator to the 17th floor. Soon, Luce arrived at the door of the battle room. Pushing open the door to battle room number 17, the sight before Luce caused him to pause slightly. Inside was not a traditional stage, but an endless vast grassland, where he could even feel the warmth of the sun and the fresh scent of the soil. Above was a simulated azure sky with a few white clouds drifting slowly. It was almost like reality. At that moment, Luce was the only one in the battle room. It seemed his opponent had not yet arrived. Luce casually found a place to sit and then summoned Bai Shuang. Awu. After Bai Shuang appeared, it first glanced around and then lay down next to Luce. It wasn't long before the door of the battle room was pushed open. A boy walked in. He seemed to be a new student just like Luce. The boy then saw Luce and the Bai Shuang beside him. Upon seeing the massive Bai Shuang, the boy paused for a moment before summoning his own monster. Roar! The enormous body of the Crimson Flame Ape crashed to the ground. It stood on two legs, with burning arms pounding fiercely on its chest, letting out a deafening roar. The fighting spirit instantly ignited the entire space, and the scorching aura even caused the nearby grasses to curl slightly. Please both parties prepare, the battle will officially begin in 30 seconds. The cold electronic voice rang out, and both Luce and the boy hurriedly prepared their monsters for battle. Bai Shuang bent forward, its cold eyes fixed on the Crimson Flame Ape before it. The Crimson Flame Ape, meanwhile, clenched its fists, staring intently at Bai Shuang. Battle begins. With this voice echoing, Bai Shuang immediately sprang into action. Extreme cold breath. Luce's command was concise and clear. Bai Shuang opened its mouth, unleashing an ice-blue breath filled with frigid energy, rushing towards the Crimson Flame Ape with a piercing howl. Crimson Flame Barrier. Seeing Bai Shuang's attack, the boy hurriedly commanded the Crimson Flame Ape to defend. Roar. The Crimson Flame Ape let out a roar, its burning fist smashing down on the ground. Boom. The ground shook as the smashed spot instantly caved in, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outwards. In the next moment, fiery flames erupted from the cracks like lava, suddenly coalescing into a nearly 3-meter-high, fiercely burning thick firewall. It blocked the path of the extreme cold breath. Bang! The ice blue breath collided with the firewall, producing a massive roar. Amidst the thunderous blast, a large amount of white steam wildly spread out, ice shards and sparks flying everywhere. Roar! The muscles of the crimson flame ape bulged, and, madly sending energy to the firewall, the roar contained a hint of strain. Seeing that the opponent's defense had not been broken, Bai Shuang narrowed her eyes, and the vast icy energy surged again in her body, causing her breath to suddenly thicken. Under the impact of the strengthened, extreme cold breath, the blazing firewall began to sway violently, with even strange frost forming on its surface. The roar of the fire ape turned into a reluctant growl. It exerted all its strength but couldn't stop the collapse of the firewall. Eventually, the flaming barrier couldn't bear the pressure, completely shattering, turning into countless scattered sparks and ice crystals. Bang! At the critical moment, the fire ape could only cross its arms in front of its body, painfully taking this hit. The breath continued to wash over for several seconds before finally stopping. Bai Shuang slowly closed her mouth, elegantly raising her head. When the icy mist dissipated, the silhouette of the fire ape became visible. It still maintained a defensive posture, but its appearance was tragically miserable. The flesh on its arms was a bloody mess, with some places even revealing its bone. It breathed heavily, and its red eyes were filled with pain and disbelief. Chapter 112, An Easy Victory. Roar! The fire ape let out a low, painful growl, its crossed arms weakly falling down, trembling uncontrollably. Fresh blood dripped from its arms onto the grass, making a sizzling sound. The boy saw the bloody and mangled arms of the fire ape, and his face also became grim. He didn't expect that, after just one encounter, his fire ape would suffer such a serious injury. Didn't they say the opponents matched at the beginning wouldn't be very strong? The boy silently complained. However, despite this, he continued to be spirited and commanded the fire ape again. Lava explosion punch. The fire ape's eyes burned red, and the pain instead triggered its ferocity. It suddenly raised its injured arms, flames igniting once more. Hoo! With all its strength, it swung its arms forward forcefully. The burning flames on its arms instantly condensed into several massive, searing fist shadows, directly crashing toward Bai Shuang. In response to this attack, Bai Shuang slightly exerted strength in her limbs. Crack, crack. Frost quickly spread out from her limbs. Soon, a thick ice wall formed in front of Bai Shuang, exuding a chilling aura. The situation on the battlefield transformed. It became the fire ape attacking, and Bai Shuang defending. Bang, bang, bang. The fire fists violently collided with the ice wall, creating a massive explosion sound, dense white steam once again diffusing. However, the result was completely different this time. The fire fist struck the ice wall but only created slight, fine cracks on its surface. Keep going. The boy commanded again, knowing this should be the last chance for an attack. Roar! Hearing his owner's words, the fire ape roared angrily, flames rising once more around its body. It wildly swung its fists forward, the speed so fast that it even created afterimages. A series of fire fists descended upon the ice wall like a meteor shower, the intense explosions engulfing the ice wall in a blaze and thick smoke. Is there hope? Seeing this scene, the boy felt a flicker of fantasy in his heart. But Lu Zhe and Bai Shuang calmly watched this scene, showing no signs of worry. The fire ape's attack continued for more than 10 seconds, until the flames around it were completely extinguished. It finally stopped, exhausted. It let out heavy breaths, its body swaying unsteadily. As the smoke before them slowly cleared, it revealed an ice wall full of dense cracks but still standing strong. Looks like this is it. Bai Shuang, finish it. Looking at the completely worn-out fire ape, Lu Zhe realized that this was its full power. Whoa! Bai Shuang raised her head and let out a long howl, the temperature of the air around her plummeting sharply, countless ice crystals quickly gathering to form a huge ice blade. Ice wheel slash. The ice blade rushed towards the crimson flame ape, accompanied by biting cold winds and a sharp sound of breaking air. Its speed was far greater than the previous frigid breath. At this moment, the crimson flame ape was nearly exhausted, unable to dodge or defend at all. It could only watch helplessly as the ice blade flew towards it. Bang! With a dull thud, the ice blade struck the chest of the crimson flame ape firmly. The immense impact sent its massive body flying backwards, crashing heavily onto the grass 15 meters away. It even plowed a deep furrow into the ground. This is bad. The boy hurried over to the side of the crimson flame ape, clearly seeing its current state. He saw that the chest of the crimson flame ape was a bloody mess, a horrifying tear almost penetrating its sternum. One could even vaguely see the exposed organs beneath the stark white bones, appearing extremely terrifying. He quickly took out a healing potion, then carefully fed it into the crimson flame ape's mouth. Along with this bottle of potion and the crimson flame ape's powerful self-healing ability, That horrifying wound began to heal slowly at a visible speed, granulation tissue writhing and intertwining, barely wrapping the organs back up. What a loss! I originally wanted to earn some credits. Now, not only have the credits disappeared, but this injury won't heal in just a few days. A bitter smile appeared on the boy's face as he looked pityingly at the crimson flame ape lying on the ground. At this moment, the long silent electronic voice sounded again. Battle ended. Please both sides leave the arena quickly. The boy sighed and recalled the crimson flame ape back into his body. He then stood up, looked at Luze beside him, smiled, and said, "Brother, your beast mastery is really amazing." After saying that, he hurriedly left the battle room, clearly in a rush to carry out further treatment. Luze also recalled Bai Shuang into his body and then walked out of the battle room. The scene instantly shifted from the vast grassland back to the enclosed corridor, the strong contrast making him slightly dizzy. Luze glanced beside him and noticed that the boy had already disappeared. At this moment, Luze's phone vibrated slightly, and he took it out to check. Indeed, his credits had increased by 10 points. Winning was easier than I imagined. Luze smiled faintly. This is a good way to accumulate credits. Winning the first battle greatly boosted Luze's confidence. He returned to the lobby on the first floor and walked straight into another empty certification room. Since Bai Shuang had not consumed much stamina or spirit power just now, she could completely continue to the next match. Soon, the system matched Luze with the next opponent again. In the subsequent battles, Luze's opponents became increasingly stronger. Although he was still able to handle it, Bai Shuang was no longer that relaxed and had to expend more energy to win. So, in order to better cope with the upcoming battles, Luze let Bai Shuang take appropriate rest after fighting. For an entire day, Luze fought in the arena. By the end of the day, Luze had completed 7 matches and won them all. Wow, earning credits is fast. I've gained 70 points in just one day. Luze looked at the additional 70 points on his account, his face revealing an uncontrollable smile. As expected, this is how to quickly accumulate credits. After the excitement, Luze couldn't help but sigh. In the following time, Luze attended classes when he had them. And when he didn't have classes, he spent most of his time in the arena earning credits. Of course, Luze couldn't always let Bai Shuang fight, Liao Yu would also take the stage. As for Fengli, Luze did not intend to let it participate in the battle now. Lack of combat skills was one aspect, and winning just a little credit was another aspect. As Luze's victories increased, the strength of matched opponents also rose higher and higher. So, Luze could not keep winning forever. But overall, Luze's number of wins was still far greater than his losses. Luze's credits were also growing rapidly. Chapter 113, The Secret Realm About to Emerge. Inside the manor. Luze sat on the soft sofa, his hand resting on the head of Bai Shuang, who lay in front of him. He closed his eyes, focusing, his internal spiritual power and mental power slowly intertwining, transforming into evolution power. This evolution power was slowly injected into Bai Shuang's body through his palms. Bai Shuang lay limply on the soft cushion, enjoying this deeply comforting sensation. As Luze delivered the evolution power, he carefully sensed the consumption of his mental power. Feeling a slight tightening sensation in his mind, he immediately stopped using the evolution power. Woo! Noticing the pleasant sensation fading away, Bai Shuang stood up reluctantly. A woo-woo-woo. Bai Shuang's large head affectionately nuzzled against Luze, making a cooing sound. Alright, Liao Yu and the others still need it. Luze vigorously rubbed Bai Shuang's smooth fur, then smiled as he spoke. Bai Shuang certainly understood this, she was just using the opportunity to openly act cute. After nuzzling enough, Bai Shuang raised her head. Go call Liao Yu in. Luze patted Bai Shuang and said to her. Bai Shuang nodded and gracefully walked toward the outdoor training ground. Before long, Liao Yu bounced in happily. Ing. Liao Yu called out excitedly, and as soon as it reached Luze's side, it joyfully jumped onto the sofa. Then it put its head on Luze's legs, eyes shining brightly as it stared at him. Luze smiled, then placed his hand on Liao Yu, beginning to use evolution power on it. Liao Yu comfortably squinted its eyes, making soft purring sounds in its throat. At the same time, its tail behind swayed slightly. After finishing, Liao Yu affectionately rubbed Luze's cheek before running out to call Fengli. Due to mental power limitations, Luze's current plan was to use evolution power on Bai Shuang and the others once in the morning and once at night. Only in this way would the consumed mental power not severely affect Luze. Additionally, he only needed simple rest and to drink some medicine to recover. When Fengli came in, Luze also used evolution power on it once. After this time, Luze felt a strong dizziness suddenly hit him, and his vision turned black. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead, and his body involuntarily leaned back. Yeah. Noticing Luze's discomfort, Fengli swiftly used its tail to skillfully roll up a bowl of medicine from the coffee table. Then it carefully held it to Lu Zei's mouth. Lu Zei downed the bowl of medicine in one go. The medicine entered his body and quickly turned into a warm current, rushing towards Lu Zei's dizzy head. This warm current effectively eased Lu Zei's discomfort. This medicine was prepared by Lu Zei himself to quickly restore consumed mental power. After drinking the medicine, Lu Zei leaned wearily against the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Feng Li did not leave but stayed next to the sofa. After a long while, Lu Zei felt the pain and dizziness in his mind gradually fade away, regaining much clarity. At that moment, his phone in his pocket buzzed and vibrated. Picking it up, Lu Zei discovered that it was a video call from Qin Yueshi. Yueshi is calling? Without thinking much, Lu Zei directly agreed to the video request. During my time at Mirror Lake University, Lu Zei has kept in touch with Lin Xingyu and Qin Yueshi. As soon as he pressed the answer button, the phone screen was instantly filled with Qin Yueshi's slightly baby-faced image. Before Lu Zei could say a word, Qin Yueshi excitedly interrupted, shouting, "Lu Ge, look! Xiaobai has evolved." Her voice couldn't hide the excitement. The camera suddenly turned sharply to a corner of the room as she spoke. There lay a slender white fox lazily on the carpet, its fur entirely pure white, like fine silk. On its body, there was an ice blue pattern that started from its neck, spreading along its back all the way to the base of its tail. Xiaobai seemed to notice Lu Zei behind the camera, slightly raising its head. It elegantly swayed its fluffy big tail, as if to greet him. This is the frost-marked moon fox. With just a glance, Lu Zei recognized Xiaobai's evolved form. Wow, Lu Ge, you're amazing. You recognized it at a glance. The video cut again, and the screen was once more filled with Qin Yueshi's face. How about it, Lu Ge? Aren't I awesome? Qin Yueshi's face was full of pride, her eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled. In the recent real combat test, I ranked 7th in our class. That's impressive. Seeing Qin Yueshi's proud little expression, Lu Zei smiled and praised her. Encouraged, Qin Yueshi beamed even more. Yeah. At this moment, Feng Li also peeked in, her curious eyes looking at the screen. Upon seeing Feng Li, Qin Yueshi was surprised and exclaimed, "Feng Li, how did you grow so big all of a sudden?" When Lu Zei first contracted Feng Li, he had already informed Qin Yueshi and Lin Xingyu. He even sent them a photo of Feng Li. "Little Feng Li, come let your sister hug you." Qin Yueshi laughed and playfully reached out as if to hug. After seeing this, Feng Li let out a nya before retracting her head back. Watching this scene, Qin Yueshi still wore a cheerful smile. The two chatted about their recent happenings for a while when Qin Yueshi suddenly seemed to remember something. "Oh right, Lu Ge, it seems there's some kind of secret realm about to emerge around here." Secret realm? Upon hearing this, Lu Zei became curious. "Tell me more." Qin Yueshi thought for a moment before speaking. "It seems a few nights ago, when I was sleeping in the dormitory, I suddenly heard a very loud noise that woke me up right away. After that, our teacher told us that a secret realm is about to emerge. At the same time, he told us not to leave the school for a while and to seize the opportunity." After listening to Qin Yueshi, Lu Zei began to ponder. As mentioned before, there are two types of secret realms. One is simply divided in reality, the other is artificially opened. The secret realm that Qin Yueshi mentioned is definitely of the second type, artificially opened. Human history is long, and in ancient times, there were beings capable of opening secret realms. When they died, the secret realms they opened wouldn't collapse. These ownerless secret realms would hide in space until various reasons brought them into the light. And because these secret realms drift through long ages, and no one explored them before, they contain many rich resources. Dense spiritual energy, rare spiritual plants and herbs, or even possible ancient inheritances. Did your teacher mention when the secret realm will fully emerge? Hearing Lu Zei's question, Qin Yueshi shook her head. I don't know the exact time, but our teacher said at most it would be in 2 months. Lu Zei nodded, and a wave of heat rose in his heart. If I could have the chance to enter this newly emerged secret realm, I might gain incredibly rich rewards. After a long time of accumulation, and having no one explore the secret realm, it must be filled with treasures everywhere. After that, the two chatted about some daily trivial matters and campus anecdotes. After a while, Qin Yueshi reluctantly glanced at the time. Lu Ge, I have to go to class now, so I'll hang up. The video call ended immediately. Lu Zei put down his phone and began to think about the secret realm. On the other side, Qin Yueshi put away her phone, happily reached out her hand to the little white cat lying on the ground. Let's go, Little White, it's time for class. Little White gracefully stood up, licked its snow-white paw, and then walked lightly to its owner. Qin Yueshi organized her backpack, gently stroked Little White's head, and then brought it into her body. Chapter 114, Qin Yueshi's Pursuer. Just as she walked out of her own villa, Chin Yueshi immediately saw her best friend Sun Ruoshue waiting by the flower bed at the door. As soon as she saw Chin Yueshi come out, Sun Ruoshue immediately trotted over with a look of anxiety on her face. "My lady, you finally came out. If we keep dragging this on, we will definitely be late for class today." She affectionately linked her arm with Chin Yueshi's and complained. "I've been waiting outside until my legs were sore. Why are you so slow?" "I was just on a video call with a friend." Chin Yueshi replied with an embarrassed smile. "A friend?" Sun Ruoshue's eyes lit up, and a sly smile appeared on her face. "Oh, is it that Lu Gu of yours? I knew it. Besides him, what other friend could make you forget the time and almost miss class?" "Xiao Shui." Chin Yueshi's cheeks instantly flushed, and she quietly defended herself. "It was Little White. Little White has successfully evolved. I just wanted to share this good news. And we are just good friends." At this point, Chin Yueshi's tone even grew a bit uncertain. Although Lu Zhe's looks were not very striking, he was the kind that was easy on the eyes. Moreover, his personality was gentle, and he took care of her a lot during work. Plus, he was very capable, and now he had directly entered Mirror Lake University. His future was limitless. With all these advantages, how could Chin Yueshi, still a girl in her teenage years, have no thoughts at all? I know, sharing good news." Sun Ruoshue dragged out her tone on purpose, noticing that Chin Yueshi's ears were completely red. She finally smiled and waved her hand. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore, but seriously." She changed her tone, and her expression grew serious. Then she took out her phone, quickly opened a chat interface, and presented it to Chin Yueshi. "That Jiayu just messaged me again, in a roundabout way asking if you have free time this afternoon and where you want to go." Upon hearing this name, and after reading the chat message on the screen in front of her, Chin Yueshi's originally pink face instantly turned cold, her small nose even slightly puffed up in anger. "How can he do this? I've explicitly rejected him so many times. I don't like him, he should stop bothering me." Chin Yueshi clenched her fists in fury, her voice filled with anger. This Xiaoyu was their classmate, and he had started to pursue Chin Yueshi madly shortly after school began. He kept asking about her, causing coincidences, and even having someone deliver gifts. Although Chin Yueshi had clearly stated her stance long ago, he still persisted stubbornly, finding ways to entangle her, making Chin Yueshi extremely annoyed. That guy is just overly self-satisfied. "You really can't understand people's words, you shouldn't be angry, it's not worth it." Sun Ruoshue quickly comforted her. However, this comfort seemed to have the opposite effect, making Chin Yueshi even angrier. She suddenly turned her head, staring at Sun Ruoshue. "Then why haven't you deleted him yet? He asks you every time." Looking at her good friend, who had talked about everything since school started, Chin Yueshi felt both angry and helpless. Hearing this, Sun Ruoshue chuckled, her face wearing a look of amusement as if watching a show. Relax, even though I haven't deleted him, every time he asks me, I don't tell him the truth. I either say I don't know, or I just give a random excuse. And don't you think his frustrated look is quite amusing? You." Chin Yueshi was choked up by her friend's playful attitude, unable to say anything, and could only puff her cheeks and glare at her angrily. "Oh, come on, I'm sorry. Seeing she was really a bit annoyed, Sun Ruoshue quickly pushed her shoulder and walked towards the teaching area. "If we don't leave now, we will really be late. You know how terrifying iron-faced Lu can be, hurry up." With a half-push, Chin Yueshi was also encouraged to jog along, temporarily setting aside her anger towards Xiaoyu and her helplessness towards her friend. In the study of the mansion, Lu Zhe was now sitting in front of the computer, starting to search for the information about the secret realm that Chin Yueshi mentioned. Chin Yueshi's Lanchuan University is located in Yunleng Province, which is right next to Jinghu University in Yunchuan Province. It didn't take long for Lu Zhe to directly find news about the secret realm. Though the information about this secret realm hadn't caused a huge stir online. However, Lu Zhe was currently using the exclusive system within Jinghu University, and all information regarding the secret realm accurately appeared on the computer screen. The information found on the computer stated that this secret realm was discovered 5 days ago. According to experts' estimates, the secret realm would be completely stabilized in about 2 months. At that time, it could be entered safely. This was pretty much in line with what Chin Yueshi had said. After confirming the accuracy of the information, Lu Zhe fell into deep thought. For a world-revealing ancient secret realm like this, the authorities have a mature and strict management process. First, the authorities send strong advance teams to explore and evaluate the value and danger of the secret realm. Then, the officials decide on the subsequent handling plan of the secret realm based on the evaluation report. If the secret realm is deemed high value, the first few batches of entry quotas will be treated as a scarce and precious resource. These quotas will be distributed among top universities and top forces in the country. Of course, the local monster tamer association where the secret realm is located will also receive a certain number of quotas. If the secret realm is of average value, then these quotas won't matter. They will be entirely handled by the local monster tamer association. I wonder which category this secret realm belongs to. Lu Zhe murmured to himself. Both situations have their pros and cons for him. If it's the former, although he can obtain richer resources from the secret realm, Lu Zhe currently has no confidence that he can secure a quota. As for the latter, although he would definitely obtain a quota, the gains might not be as high. Thinking about it now is useless, the final outcome is not something I can decide. Lu Zhe quickly organized his thoughts. The urgent matter is to improve my own strength as much as possible. Only by having enough strength can I grasp more initiative. During the following time, Lu Zhe refocused his attention on his daily cultivation. However, he always kept an eye on the progress of that secret realm. Time quietly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had gone by again. 3 months had passed since Lu Zhe entered university. In the training ground of the manor. At this moment, Lu Zhe was commanding Feng Li to unleash its demon technique, while its opponent was Liao Yu. Feng Li, split sky blade. Eee. Feng Li gracefully spun in the air, and blue currents surrounded it in an instant. Several sharp blue wind blades formed out of thin air, screaming as they slashed toward Liao Yu. Facing the incoming wind blades, Liao Yu remained unfazed, lightly waving its fluffy red tail behind it. Whoosh! A wall of fire suddenly rose up in front of it, radiating intense heat. The wind blades crashed continuously into the firewall, but the firewall only swayed slightly, successfully blocking the attack. Seeing its attack easily blocked, Feng Li did not feel discouraged. The blue currents that circled around it suddenly accelerated, expanding in range and producing an increasingly fierce howling sound. It was as if a small storm was brewing around it. Dissipate the current, Lu Zhe said in a deep voice. This was a low-level second-tier demon technique, the strongest attack technique Feng Li currently mastered. Chapter 115, First Man Flight. The currents became sharp blades, forming a violent tornado that swept directly toward Liao Yu. Facing this intimidating attack, Liao Yu's fluffy red tail shot up high. Then, the fire elements in the air wildly gathered behind it. Boom! A thick, searing pillar of flame suddenly surged into the sky from behind it. This was one of the new demon techniques it comprehended after breaking through to the earth tier, a low-level second-tier fiery storm. The fire pillar spun violently as it advanced, distorting the air around it with a terrifying heat wave. In the next moment, the blue tornado and the fire pillar violently collided. Sizzle! The raging currents fiercely impacted the spinning fire pillar, producing a tooth-grating tearing sound. Under the force of the wind, the fire pillar shook violently, flames continuously stripped away by the currents. Then they transformed into countless leaping sparks that scattered wildly. With the wind blowing it, these escaping flames not only did not extinguish but burned even more fiercely. In an instant, half of the training ground was engulfed in a sea of fire. After a stalemate of several seconds, the thick fire pillar had shrunk by nearly half. And the dissipating current from Feng Li completely vanished into the air. After using this demon technique, Feng Li seemed to have exhausted all its strength. It weakly fell from the air. Fortunately, Lu Zhe caught it in time, preventing it from crashing to the ground. At this moment, the greatly reduced fire pillar continued to spin rampantly in the field. The flames in the air were still swirling chaotically. For a moment, the scene was particularly spectacular, with flames shooting high into the sky. Bai Shuang, Lu Zhe said to Bai Shuang, who was watching from the side, signaling her to handle it. Awu. Bai Shuang slowly stood up, her eyes calmly sweeping over the sea of flames in the field. Then she slightly opened her mouth, and a wave of ice-blue breath gushed out. The breath quickly expanded after leaving her mouth, transforming into a tide of ice. Wherever it passed, the rampant flames rapidly dimmed, then extinguished. The spinning fire pillar was directly wrapped in cold air, ultimately shattering into countless tiny ice crystal sparks. In the blink of an eye, all the flames in the training ground were completely cleared away, leaving only some scorched marks and lingering cold water vapor. Well done, Lu Zhe praised Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang raised her head slightly, a bit proud. Lu Zhe let Bai Shuang and Liao Yu continue training before taking Feng Li into the house. After giving Feng Li a few bottles of restorative potions, Lu Zhe began to examine Feng Li before him. After this period of training, Feng Li's body had grown slightly larger. Its length was already nearing 10 meters. The wings on both sides of the body grew wider. When fully spread, they could easily envelop Lu Zhe. Looking at Feng Li curled up on the soft cushion resting, a thought suddenly popped into Lu Zhe's mind. Earlier, considering Feng Li's strength, Lu Zhe had not tried to fly with Feng Li carrying him. Feng Li, how about taking me for a flight after you finish resting? Upon hearing Lu Zei's words, Fengli, who had been resting with eyes closed, instantly opened its eyes wide. Joyful light burst forth in its gaze. Yeah. It excitedly wanted to get up, urgently wrapping its tail around Lu Zei's wrist, trying to pull him outside. Wait a moment, recover well, Lu Zei chuckled and pressed it down. Fengli's spiritual power had not fully recovered yet, it wouldn't be good if something unexpected happened later. Yeah. Only then did Fengli lie back down, quickly starting to recover its spiritual power. After a while, Fengli suddenly lifted its head, its eyes sparkling as it looked at Lu Zei. Then, using its tail to pull Lu Zei, it eagerly led him toward the backyard. This time, Lu Zei did not stop it, but followed it outside. Arriving in the backyard, Fengli halted and excitedly turned to look at Lu Zei. Lu Zei took a deep breath and then jumped, landing steadily on Fengli's back. At this moment, Fengli's body was wide enough for Lu Zei to stand on completely. Yeah. Once confirmed that Lu Zei was on, Fengli let out a joyful cry and flapped its wings hard. Whoosh! Accompanied by a powerful gust, Lu Zei's body jolted violently. He hurriedly bent low, tightly hugging Fengli's body to steady himself. This ascent was wilder than the azure herons back at school. Fengli, slow down, be steady. Lu Zei quickly exclaimed. Upon hearing Lu Zei's words, Fengli's speed slowed down considerably. At the same time, a green spiritual shield formed beside them, blocking out the howling wind. Lu Zei finally sighed in relief, carefully loosening his grip and trying to stand up straight. His vision suddenly opened up. The mansion below quickly shrank in size, and the shapes of distant school buildings and even farther mountains came into view. A sense of unprecedented freedom and excitement surged in Lu Zei's heart. Although he had flown on other beasts before, this time he was riding his own spirit beast. This feeling could not be compared. Fengli below was extremely joyful as well, it spread its wings and wildly soared in the air on the currents. In the training ground below, Bai Shuang and Liao Yu both paused their training, their eyes fixed on Fengli flying in the sky with Lu Zei. Bai Shuang watched for a while, a barely noticeable ripple flashed through her eyes before she calmly looked away. What use was there in just watching here? When she cultivated to a certain level, she could also carry Lu Zei through the sky. On the other hand, Liao Yu kept watching, her eyes filled with envy. Fengli flew around in the sky with Lu Zei for a long time before slowly descending back to the backyard, still wanting more. Yeah. Next time, I want to again. As soon as they landed, Fengli turned its head, affectionately nuzzling Lu Zei with its head. Lu Zei smiled, rubbing its head, and then said, "We'll see how you perform next time, if you do well, I'll take you out to play again." Fengli immediately nodded vigorously, full of energy. Back inside, Lu Zei sat back on the sofa and took out his phone to check his current credits. 756 points. Looking at this number, Lu Zei felt quite good. Although as he faced stronger opponents in battle arenas, the speed of earning credits slowed down some. This still allowed Lu Zei to accumulate a considerable amount of credits. In a few days, once I accumulate some more credits, I can use the spiritual spring again. Lu Zei calculated in his heart. Given Fengli's current situation, if I use the spirit spring one more time, I can definitely break through to the earth level within a month. By then, I can take 3 earth-level spirit beasts to explore the secret realm. After a month, that secret realm will almost fully manifest in reality. However, its space is still not stable at this moment, there are still many chaotic space currents nearby. So it will take about another month for it to safely open. Chapter 116, Fengli's Breakthrough. Gee, Lu Zei, why do I feel like your progress is much faster than mine? In training ground number 7, Zhao Xingye looked at the fierce struggle between Bai Shuang and the flame prison lion, confusion written all over his face. On the field, the pure white giant wolf and the lion engulfed in flames were locked in a fierce battle, neither able to gain the upper hand. Every collision was evenly matched, and neither could outdo the other. This scene puzzled Zhao Xingye greatly. He knew that during previous training sessions, as long as he didn't foolishly give orders, his flame prison lion could mostly suppress Bai Shuang. But how long has it been now? Lu Zei's Bai Shuang could actually exchange blows with his flame prison lion. Really? Maybe it's because I'm a second-tier breeder. Lu Zei said with a smile. He of course knew why this was happening. Firstly, he had access to abundant resources, combined with his identity as a breeder. So he could ensure that Bai Shuang and the others maintained a high-speed training pace. Secondly, it was due to his talent evolution power. After observing for some time, he became increasingly aware of the power of evolution power. Because after undergoing its baptism, the strength and purity of the spiritual energy within Bai Shuang and the others had clearly improved by several levels. At the same time, all attributes of their bodies had undergone comprehensive enhancement. This kind of strengthening is far beyond what other resources can compare to. Really? Zhao Xingye mumbled, half convinced. It looks like I need to ask my family for some good stuff again. At this rate, I might really be left far behind by you. Zhao Xingye was also a genius in his own right and had his own pride. So seeing Lu Zhe's leap-like progress at this moment stirred something in his heart. While the two were talking, the battle on the field had already come to an end. In fact, as the strength of the spirit beasts increased, the role of their tamers in battles became smaller and smaller. Because powerful spirit beasts far surpassed their tamers in terms of combat skills and battlefield judgment. At this point, tamers served more as strategic controllers. Take Zhao Xingye's flame prison lion as an example. This temperamental spirit beast could easily get carried away in intense battles, falling into madness. So at this moment, it needed Zhao Xingye as the tamer to remind it in time. At the same time, the tamer had to coordinate the various interactions between different spirit beasts. In a real battle, many spirit beasts would be fighting mixed together. So how spirit beasts cooperated was also something the tamers needed to consider. How to cultivate the bond between spirit beasts, making them trust each other more. Communicating their opponent's weaknesses to their own spirit beasts based on different adversaries. These are the things a tamer needs to do. As for the specific details of combat, that was for the spirit beasts to handle themselves. Only when the spirit beasts are still young does the tamer's command play a significant role. At this moment, Bai Shuang walked up to Lu Zhe, slightly panting with mouth open. Since this was only a routine spar, the intensity of the battle was not high. Lu Zhe reached out to pat Bai Shuang, then said to Zhao Xingye, "Let's call it a day. I need to go to the battlefield later. Shall we go together?" Zhao Xingye shook his head. "I still have class today, let's go in a few days." Zhao Xingye didn't lack resources because his family could provide him with nearly everything he needed. So the reason for him to go to the battlefield was just to gain some combat experience. "Alright, I'll be on my way then." Lu Zhe nodded, then summoned Feng Li. In recent days, whenever Lu Zhe wasn't in a hurry, he relied on Feng Li for traveling. Although Qingyu Lu offered more comfort, Lu Zhe felt he needed to try different things so that his travel experiences would improve in the future. A few days later, Lu Zhe looked at his current credits. 875 points. The credits were already enough for another use of the Spirit Spring. Soon, Lu Zhe reserved a chance to use the Spirit Spring on his account. He looked at Feng Li, who was curled up beside him, and smiled as he spoke. "Feng Li, after the soak in the Spirit Spring, you'll break through to the Earth tier. How do you feel about that?" Eee. Eee. Feng Li immediately raised its head, excitement sparkling in its eyes, and nodded vigorously. Although Feng Li seemed quite big now, it had only been born for just over 3 months. So its mind still retained the innocence and liveliness of a young beast. It didn't have a clear concept of strength improvement. It simply felt that becoming stronger would mean it could grow bigger. Only in this way could it carry Lu Zhe better during flight, and that was what made it happy. In the afternoon, Lu Zhe arrived once again at the place where the Spirit Spring was located. Since this was his second visit, Lu Zhe moved quickly. After swiftly showing his reservation information at the front desk, Lu Zhe casually picked an empty room. Once inside, Lu Zhe immediately summoned Bai Shuang and the others. After Bai Shuang and the others appeared, they didn't hesitate, each finding a spot, and began to absorb the pure spiritual power from the Spirit Spring with all their might. This time, the commotion they made was much greater than the last. Part of the reason was because of the improvement in Bai Shuang and the others' strength, and part was due to the power of evolution. Thanks to the power of evolution, their speed of absorbing spiritual power had also increased to some extent. As expected, the talent effect provided by the cultivation panel is tremendous. Looking at the 3 swirling vortices of different sizes in the Spirit Spring, Lu Zhe said with some emotion. Then, as usual, he sat down in the corner of the room and began to wait patiently. Just after half the time of using the Spirit Spring had passed, a sudden loud commotion came from Feng Li's side. He saw the spring water around it starting to churn violently, while green air currents swirled around it, producing a clear whistling sound. Hoo-hoo! In this enclosed space, the whistling wind sound was particularly prominent. Lu Zhe instantly straightened his body, his eyes glued to Feng Li, filled with anticipation and joy. He knew that Feng Li was about to break through to the Earth tier this time. Chapter 117, Evaluation of the Secret Realm. In the Spirit Spring, Bai Shuang and Liao Yu almost simultaneously sensed the violent fluctuations next to them. They slightly opened their eyes and saw Feng Li that was breaking through. Then, they tacitly moved away from Feng Li and closed their eyes again. They began to continue absorbing the pure spiritual power within the Spirit Spring. In the center of the whirling green air currents, Feng Li's body underwent constant transformation. Its scales glimmered deeper, while its body slowly changed in size. At the same time, a huge and pure spiritual power surged through the contract, endlessly flowing into Lu Zhe's body. Under the effect of this spiritual power, Lu Zhe's realm also began to change. Am I about to break through too? Noticing the changes within himself, Lu Zhe exclaimed. Lu Zhe's heart surged with immense joy, and he hurriedly closed his eyes. He began to fully immerse himself in his breakthrough. Sensing the change in Lu Zhe's aura, Bai Shuang and Liao Yu in the spiritual spring opened their eyes again. There was a hint of worry in their gazes. At that moment, they remembered Lu Zhe's earlier advice, so they forcibly suppressed their concern and closed their eyes once more. Before coming here, Lu Zhe had already anticipated the possibility of a breakthrough. Thus, he had informed Bai Shuang and the others in advance, telling them not to worry about him and to absorb spiritual power peacefully. And so, in the sealed room, only the sound of wind and the gurgling of spring water filled the air. Time quietly passed by. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Zhe's aura abruptly stopped and then quickly settled down. Lu Zhe suddenly opened his eyes, his face filled with uncontrollable excitement. He had already broken through to the pinnacle of the Beastmaster. Quickly sensing his physical condition, Lu Zhe felt that the quality and quantity of the spiritual power within him far exceeded what it was before his breakthrough. Now, I might be able to last for a while against Bai Shuang at the top of the mortal rank. The thought flashed past, but Lu Zhe immediately chuckled and shook his head. Who cares, anyway I'm not the type who likes to do things myself. Let Bai Shuang and the others handle the fighting. Then, Lu Zhe shifted his gaze back to the spiritual spring. Bai Shuang and Liao Yu were still immersed in their cultivation, just as they had been before his breakthrough. Their auras were steadily and slowly increasing. The changes in Fengli were the most remarkable, the azure current swirling around it had become very dense. It was as if a gigantic azure cocoon completely wrapped around it, with only a faint glimpse of its elongated figure visible within. Lu Zhe glanced at the time and realized he had spent a full 2 hours on his breakthrough. Now, there were still 2 hours left before the end of the designated time. Lu Zhe sat in his seat and began to patiently wait again. After more than an hour passed, the azure cocoon surrounding Fengli finally showed signs of change. It's about to succeed. Lu Zhe stared closely. In the next moment, there was a soft buzz sound, and the massive azure cocoon suddenly burst open. The azure current swept uncontrollably in all directions, instantly creating a huge indentation on the surface of the spiritual spring, splashing water several meters high. Roar! A low growl resonated. A long azure figure broke through the surface of the water and soared into the sky, excitedly twisting and turning in the air. After its successful breakthrough, Fengli had grown to nearly 15 meters long, and its entire body was now adorned with azure scales that gleamed with a warm glow. At the same time, its wings had become broader and more powerful, with currents of air swirling around the edges. Each flap produced a deep, whistling sound, sending ripples across the spiritual spring below. Roar! Fengli excitedly circled in the air a few times, fully experiencing the power within. Only then did it glide gracefully down in front of Lu Zhe. Due to its large size now, it had to bend forward, affectionately rubbing its huge serpent head against Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe smiled and reached out to stroke Fengli's newly hardened scales, feeling a surge of emotion. When he first contracted with Fengli, it was just a small azure-scaled snake coiling around his arm. But now, just over 3 short months later, it had transformed into a terrifying giant beast. Roar! Fengli let out a satisfied hum. Then, Lu Zhe leaned against Fengli, waiting for Bai Shuang and Liao Yu to finish their training. Finally, the electronic sound of a reminder echoed in the room. Almost as soon as the electronic sound rang, Bai Shuang and Liao Yu leaped out of the spiritual spring. Splash! Bai Shuang and Liao Yu each shook off the residual water from the spiritual spring in their own ways. Because his usage time was up, Lu Zhe did not delay. After putting Bai Shuang and the others into his body, he left the room. When he arrived outside, Lu Zhe focused his mind and summoned Fengli again. Fengli seemed extremely excited at this moment, letting out a joyful long cry. Immediately, it soared into the sky, freely stretching its body in the air. Fengli's actions attracted many passing students to stop and watch. Alright Fengli, stop playing, it's time to go home. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's words, Fengli finally landed in front of Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe smiled slightly and then easily leaped onto Fengli's body. Roar! Fengli let out a low roar, and a faint blue protective shield appeared, firmly protecting Lu Zhe inside. Then, it flapped its wings fiercely, transforming into a streak of green light that shot swiftly into the sky. It seems like the experiences of these days were indeed effective. Lu Zhe stood steadily on Fengli, nodding in satisfaction. If Fengli had carried him from the beginning, he would probably be lying flat on Fengli now. Moreover, Fengli's speed after the breakthrough had indeed increased significantly, now more than twice that of the Qingyu Lu. Before long, the manor came into view, and Fengli slowly descended into the courtyard. Roar! Lu Zhe jumped down from Fengli, but Fengli still felt a bit lingering. It turned its head, looking at Lu Zhe with eager eyes, while letting out a low whimper, asking if it could go play for a while. Lu Zhe looked at its excited appearance and waved his hand with a smile. Go ahead, but don't fly too far, and don't play for too long. Hearing Lu Zhe's agreement, Fengli instantly spun around happily in the air. Then it flapped its wings again, flying freely above the large manor. Lu Zhe watched it play for a while and then turned to walk inside the house. After summoning Baishuang and Liaoyue, Lu Zhe began to observe their conditions. First was Baishuang. Although it was still of middle rank in the earth stage, it was very close to reaching the upper rank. Unfortunately, it still couldn't break through to the upper rank of the earth stage. Lu Zhe let out a soft sigh, feeling a bit regretful. If Baishuang could break through to the upper rank of the earth stage before he entered the secret realm, then his strength would have gained a significant boost. He would also be able to obtain richer resources in the subsequent secret realm. Over the past month, the secret realm space located in Yunlang province had gradually stabilized. Although there were still some spatial turbulence around, the official sent expedition teams that successfully entered and safely returned. Lu Zhe did not know the detailed assessment report about the secret realm, but he knew that the management authority and entry quotas of the secret realm had not been taken away by the General Association of Beast Masters. Instead, they were delegated to the local Beast Master Association for self-allocation. This undoubtedly indicated that the secret realm was evaluated as having limited value or average development potential. Upon hearing this news, Lu Zhe felt slightly disappointed, but also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although this meant that the rare resources inside the secret realm might be relatively few, it also ensured that with his current strength and identity, he could definitely obtain a first batch entry quota from the local Beast Master Association. Note: tomorrow I have to go to school, the travel time will be long, so I may not have time to update. Chapter 118, Playing House Game. Lu Zhe turned his gaze to Liaoyue. Liaoyue also hadn't broken through, but the aura it emanated had indeed increased significantly. This was normal because although the spirit spring had a great effect, it couldn't directly allow a beast of the earth stage to break through a boundary. Whether it's beasts or humans, the difficulty of cultivation would gradually become higher and higher. For the demon beasts, the first true hurdle on the path of cultivation is breaking through from earth rank to heaven rank. Don't be fooled by how quickly Lu Zhe cultivated Fengli to earth rank in just a few months. But if Lu Zhe continues to stay in this state, then even if he is given 3 more years, he might not be able to cultivate Fengli into a heaven rank demon beast. Because the leap from earth rank to heaven rank is a transformation of life levels. The difficulty far exceeds any previous breakthrough in rank. In the Kangling Kingdom, the vast majority of demon tamers only reach earth rank at most in their entire lives. And those who can cultivate their demon beasts to heaven rank are extremely rare. Take Lin Xingyu as an example. She is currently about 30 years old and is a second-rank cultivator herself. In terms of talent and resources, she has already surpassed the vast majority of ordinary people. But even she, at the moment, has her strongest demon beast, which is only a mid-tier earth-rank frost snow ferret. Moreover, her chances of successfully cultivating the frost snow ferret into a heaven-rank demon beast in the future are very low. For humans, the first gigantic barrier is breaking through to Grand Demon Tamer. Because only then can the Demon Tamer welcome the first elevation of life level. Not only will their own power be greatly enhanced, but their lifespan will also be extended. Lu Zhe returned to the house not long after, and Fengli had played enough, flying back. It tried to circle inside the house like usual, but due to its current size, it faced the same trouble as Baishuang. However, its reaction was different from Baishuang's. While Baishuang felt discontent inside, it didn't show on the surface. But Fengli was different, its grievances were written all over its face. Lu Zhe comforted it for quite a while before Fengli's emotions finally improved. In the training ground of the manor, Lu Zhe held a longbow in his hand, with an arrow nocked, focusing intently on aiming at Baishuang not far away. Whoosh! Lu Zhe suddenly released his hand, and the arrow, entwined with a faint spiritual power, shot straight at Baishuang. Under the influence of spiritual power, the arrow flew at an incredible speed, and soon it was about to hit Baishuang. Baishuang's expression was also very focused, and right when the arrow was about to hit her, she suddenly darted to the side. In the end, she struggled to dodge this arrow. However, Lu Zhe's attack did not stop. Fluidly, he drew another arrow from the quiver behind him, nocked it, and drew the bow. One arrow after another whistled out, shooting towards Baishuang. On the field, Baishuang's figure kept dodging. Each dodge seemed perilous, yet she always managed to evade the arrow by mere inches. The arrows didn't even touch a single hair on her body. Seeing his arrows ineffective, Lu Zhe simply gave up, then reached out to the side for Liaoyu. Liaoyu understood right away, using its tail to wrap around the nearby long knife, tossing it lightly to deliver it accurately into Lu Zhe's hand. Clang! Lu Zhe gripped the hilt tightly, then assumed a basic starting position, locking his gaze on Baishuang. Seeing this, Baishuang let out a low growl and started to charge at Lu Zhe. Her speed seemed intentionally suppressed, slow enough for Lu Zhe to clearly see each of her movements. Ha! Lu Zhe shouted loudly, his whole body surging with spiritual power as he moved forward. In the instant they were about to make contact, Lu Zhe struck first. The long knife in his hand, wrapped in spiritual power, cut through the air with a whooshing sound, slashing diagonally towards Bai Shuang's shoulder. Facing this strike, Bai Shuang appeared to be unresponsive, actually standing still without dodging. Clang! With a light sound, the long knife struck Bai Shuang's body. However, the sharp blade felt as if it had struck solid alloy. With a trail of tiny sparks, it suddenly swayed to one side. Bai Shuang's fur remained fluffy and pure white, not a single strand cut. At this moment, Bai Shuang seemed to react, gently leaning its massive body towards Lu Zhe. A gentle yet irresistible force came, and Lu Zhe stumbled back, taking several steps. Ah, whoa! Bai Shuang let out a low growl, and its enormous body swayed, instantly disappearing from Lu Zhe's sight. Lu Zhe hurriedly turned his head, trying to find Bai Shuang's figure. But then he felt a gentle push from behind, causing him to lose balance and stumble forward. Just as he was about to fall face first to the ground, a furry giant tail cushioned him just in time. Lu Zhe tumbled into Bai Shuang's soft tail, completely unharmed. Bai Shuang had unknowingly crouched behind Lu Zhe, wrapping its limbs around him like a gentle embrace. Its head affectionately rested on Lu Zhe's back, eyes squinting, and the corners of its mouth seemed to curl into a triumphant smile. Roar! I want to play too. At this moment, Fengli, who had been watching from the side, let out an excited and eager cry. Lu Zhe temporarily ignored Fengli and comfortably lay on Bai Shuang's soft tail. He enjoyed this warm feeling. Sometimes, playing house with Bai Shuang and the others was quite interesting. Lu Zhe thought to himself. After lying there for a while, Lu Zhe finally got up, reluctantly meeting Bai Shuang's watchful gaze. As soon as Lu Zhe stood up, Fengli eagerly brought its big head closer to him. Roar! I want to play, I want to play. It gently nudged Lu Zhe with its head, its tail wagging impatiently, showing no signs of backing down. At this moment, Liao Yu also approached Lu Zhe. Though it didn't speak, Lu Zhe easily gleaned its meaning from its eager gaze. It also wanted to play house with Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe extended both hands, smiling as he stroked the heads of Fengli and Liao Yu. Alright, let's call it a day for now. I promise to find time to play with you both later, okay? Upon hearing this, Liao Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, but it still obediently nodded. However, Fengli was unwilling to give up, continuing to nuzzle against Lu Zhe, letting out whimpering sounds to try and change his mind. At that moment, Bai Shuang slowly stood up and walked gracefully to Lu Zhe's side, casting a subtle glance at Fengli. Fengli immediately jolted, its whimpering ceasing abruptly. It quickly recoiled its head, pretending nothing had happened, flying to the side and lowering its head to study the ground of the training area with great seriousness. As if there was something very enticing in it. Alright, I have to get back to business now. Lu Zhe chuckled and rubbed Bai Shuang's chin before turning to leave the training area. Lu Zhe walked to his study, opened the computer, and began to search for the latest information on the secret realm. The information on the screen clearly showed. The first opening time to enter the secret realm is set for 20 days later. Currently, the distribution plan for the first batch of entry quotas has not yet been officially announced, still in the stages of coordination and qualification review. It seems it's time to prepare to set off. Lu Zhe leaned back in his chair, thinking to himself. In fact, the specific opening time and quota distribution for these secret realms are internal messages that won't be publicly disclosed. Local students like Qin Yueshi can only know that such a secret realm is about to open. But regarding specific times and how to obtain quotas, they often have no way of knowing. However, as a student of Mirror Lake University, Lu Zhe can easily find out this kind of information through the school system. Plus, as long as it's not highly classified information, he can access the details. This is also one of the invisible benefits brought by top institutions. Chapter 119, Thinking of Parents Wind and Bamboo. Although the first batch of entries into the secret realm has not yet begun to be assigned. However, Lu Zhe estimated that in the next few days, the local Monster Tamer Association would come up with a specific allocation plan. So it was time for him to set off, otherwise, when the quotas were distributed. Even if he was a student of Mirror Lake University, it would be difficult to snatch a quota from others. Thinking of this, Lu Zhe made up his mind. Then, he took out his phone and called Qin Yueshi. Meanwhile, on the campus of Lanchuan University. Qin Yueshi had just finished her classes for the day and was walking back to her dorm with her good friend Jiang Ruoxue. Just as Qin Yueshi was about to say something to Jiang Ruoxue, her phone suddenly rang. She quickly took out her phone from her pink shoulder bag, and the screen showed that it was Lu Zhe calling. Jiang Ruoxue beside her also noticed and immediately showed a mischievous smile. Just as she was about to say something, Qin Yueshi covered her mouth with her hand, stopping her words. Jiang Ruoxue protested, blinking her eyes. Qin Yueshi waved her phone in front of her with one hand, silently threatening her to be quiet with her eyes. Jiang Ruoxue immediately nodded obediently, and only then did Qin Yueshi release her hand and answer the call. Hello, Lu Gu, why did you suddenly call me? Is there something wrong? Yueshi, do you remember the secret realm we talked about more than a month ago? Lu Zei's gentle voice came from the other end of the line. Secret realm? Shin Yueshi was a bit stunned. After all, she hadn't thought much about the secret realm for over a month, so she had almost forgotten about it. Thanks to Lu Zei's reminder, she suddenly recalled. Oh. I remember. The one that made a lot of noise that night. Yes, that's the one. Lu Zei nodded on the other end of the line and continued. According to the latest news I've found, that secret realm is expected to officially open in 20 days. So I plan to set off soon and come to your Yunlang province. You're coming? Qin Yueshi exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Lu Zei affirmed. And we haven't seen each other for a long time, so this is a good opportunity to catch up. Why, are you not welcoming me? He joked lightly, sounding as if he just wanted to meet with a friend. No, not at all. Qin Yueshi explained, her face slightly flushed. After that, the two chatted about their recent situations for a bit before hanging up. Beside her, Jiang Ruoxue could no longer contain her burning curiosity and leaned in to ask with raised eyebrows. What happened? What were you two talking about? Qin Yueshi adjusted her expression before speaking. It's nothing, he just said he would be coming over here in a while. Coming over here? Does he specifically want to see you? Jiang Ruoxue teased. It's for the secret realm that is about to open. He is coming to explore it and meet me at the same time. Qin Yueshi explained. Secret realm? Jiang Ruoxue furrowed her brows and thought for a long time before finally remembering about the secret realm. Oh, that one, but we don't even know when it will open, how does he know it so clearly? Jiang Ruoxue asked in confusion. Qin Yueshi pursed her lips and didn't answer. She certainly knew it was because Lu Zei was a student at Mirror Lake University, making it easy for him to get such news. However, she rarely shared anything about Lu Zei with Jiang Ruoxue. This led Jiang Ruoxue to only know that there was a person named Lu Zei, but nothing more. Seeing that Qin Yueshi didn't intend to answer, Jiang Ruoxue wisely chose not to press further. She then linked her arm with Qin Yueshi's and laughed as they continued walking forward. Okay, the important matter is urgent. But after he comes, you have to give him your hospitality, right? Take me to meet him? I still don't know what your brother Lu looks like. No. Qin Yueshi refused without thinking. Come on, Yueshi, aren't we good friends? Jiang Ruoxue shook her arm and started to act cute. No means no. Oh, just agree to me. The two girls laughed and played, their voices gradually fading away. Back at Lu Zei's side. After ending the call with Qin Yueshi, Lu Zei began to arrange his itinerary. Because this trip to the secret realm would take at least a month. During this time, Lu Zei actually had quite a few classes. However, Lu Zei could make them up online later, so it wasn't a big deal. Although the effects might be quite different. Mirrored Lake University had very loose management of its students. The school wouldn't restrict students' freedom, students could go wherever they wanted without reporting. Moreover, it didn't matter if you didn't come to school for a whole year, as long as you could complete the tasks given by the school. Then, Lu Zei started to sort out the things he needed to take. At the same time, he also had to arrange matters in his estate, especially in the medicinal field. After all, he would be away for at least a month. Once Baishuang and the others returned to the house, Lu Zei told them the news about going to the secret realm. Baishuang and Liaoyue reacted calmly to the news. Whereas Feng Li showed some excitement. After all, since its birth, it had only wandered around a small part of the school. It had never been far from home. So as soon as it heard it was going to travel far, Feng Li immediately became excited. Seeing the thrilled Feng Li, Lu Zei suddenly had a thought about a place. He then asked, Feng Li, before we head to the secret realm, do you want to return home first and see your parents? Hearing Lu Zei's words, the previously excited Feng Li suddenly froze. Then, those eyes that were filled with excitement quickly glazed over with a layer of mist. Sparkling tears spun around, as if they were about to roll down any second. Lu Zei was instantly stunned, he had not expected Feng Li to react this way. Seeing that Feng Li was about to cry, Lu Zei hurriedly went forward to comfort her. Alright, don't be sad. Tomorrow, I will take you to see your parents, okay? With Lu Zei's comfort, Feng Li's emotions slowly calmed down, but her eyes still carried longing. Seeing this, Lu Zei felt even more puzzled. Strange, he had never seen Feng Li miss her parents this much before. Why now, just by mentioning it, she reacted like this? Actually, this was mainly due to Lu Zei's talent, beast affinity. Feng Li hadn't wanted to miss her parents before, it was just that she was still young and couldn't think too much. So under the influence of beast affinity, Feng Li's longing for her parents had been pushed down. But when Lu Zei brought it up this time, her longing was finally released. After comforting Fengli, Lu Zhe immediately sat down at the computer and submitted an application to go to the void-wing snake's lair. The reason was simple and direct. His beast missed home. After submitting the application, Lu Zhe patiently waited in his chair for a while. Soon, a response message came through. Lu Zhe opened it, and sure enough, his application was approved. Chapter 120, Goodbye, Wen Jixia. Lu Zhe immediately shared this good news with Fengli. After hearing it, Fengli happily twirled in the air several times, her eyes filled with joy and anticipation of seeing her parents. Roar! Then, Fengli affectionately rubbed against Lu Zhe again and again. Bai Shuang and Liaoyu, witnessing this scene, both reacted rather calmly. Bai Shuang was born in an official monster breeding base, serving as a familiar for newcomers to try contracting. She was separated from her parents at a young age, raised together with other cubs. Thus, her memories of her parents were very few. Since childhood, she has been with Lu Zhe, and until now. All her reliance and feelings were poured into Lu Zhe, and she felt no longing for her parents. As for Liaoyu, it was born in the wild, losing its parents when it was very young. The word parents only reminded it of the difficult times in the wild. So, it also did not react too strongly. The next day, Lu Zhe got up early. Fengli, excited, couldn't sleep all night, waiting at Lu Zhe's door before dawn. After some simple preparations, Lu Zhe set off with the impatient Fengli. On the way, Fengli showed high excitement. It flew faster than usual. Soon, the massive crack appeared in front of Lu Zhe again. After landing in an open area, Lu Zhe first summoned Fengli back into his body, then headed to the hall he had visited before. Because the nest schools of these monsters are strictly controlled, entrance requires a staff member to accompany. Lu Zhe found a free staff member, and just as he was about to state his purpose, he heard a familiar voice nearby. Lu Zhe? Lu Zhe looked in the direction of the voice and found it was another staff member calling him. It was Wen Jixia, whom Lu Zhe had met before. Sisterly, I know him, let me take care of him. Wen Jixia said with a smile to the staff member. The other party nodded and went to handle other matters. What are you doing here? Something happened? Wen Jixia walked up to Lu Zhe with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Lu Zhe felt a bit awkward looking at Wen Jixia. Since they exchanged contact information, they had only spoken a few words at the beginning. Afterward, they barely communicated. Thus, their current relationship was like familiar strangers. And this kind of half-familiar relationship was exactly what Lu Zhe was least good at dealing with. It's like this, Lu Zhe slightly organized his words. Fengli seems to miss home, so I brought it back to see its parents. Fengli? Miss home? Wen Jixia was startled at first, then quickly realized this was the name Lu Zhe gave the rift-wing snake, and her face revealed an understanding smile. I understand, that's very normal. My rift-wing snake was like that at first. Just a month after I brought it home, it was crying to go back to see its parents. Wen Jixia said while starting to check on her computer. Soon she found Lu Zhe's application information. The information checks out. After confirming, she waved to Lu Zhe. Let's go, I'll take you there. Arriving again at the edge of the cliff, Wen Jixia first summoned her rift-wing snake. Then she said to Lu Zhe. Summon your Fengli too, let me see how you raised it. Lu Zhe nodded and summoned Fengli as well. As soon as Fengli appeared, it sensed the familiar sounds and scents from the canyon below and let out an excited low roar. Its massive body fidgeted restlessly, as if wanting to dash down immediately. But in the end, it still restrained itself, eagerly looking at Lu Zhe with its eyes. Meanwhile, Wen Jixia, upon seeing Fengli, then it was directly frozen in place. Because Fengli's current size was too large, far beyond what she ever imagined. And the earth-level aura it emitted shocked Wen Jixia greatly. She estimated in her heart and was stunned to realize that it had only been a little over 3 months since Lu Zhe contracted Fengli. Wen Jixia subconsciously looked at her rift-wing snake beside her. It was also wide-eyed, looking at Fengli with a face full of disbelief. What's going on? When I saw this little guy before, it was still so tiny. How did it grow so big all of a sudden? Senior Wen, can we go now? Lu Zhe noticed when Jixia was in a daze looking at Fengli and softly reminded her. At this moment, Fengli also anxiously called out a few times. When Jixia finally came back to her senses, but the shock and confusion in her gaze toward Lu Zhe and Fengli remained. Let's ask later. When Jixia sorted out her emotions, then jumped onto her rift-wing snake. You can take Fengli to meet its parents now, I will follow behind you. Lu Zhe nodded, then jumped onto Fengli's back. Okay, Fengli, let's go, take us to meet your parents. Roar! Fengli happily let out a low roar and quickly flew toward the canyon below. When Jixia closely followed behind, her gaze fixed on Fengli and Lu Zhe. Once they entered the canyon, Fengli slowed down, examining the caves on the surrounding cliffs. Although these caves seemed similar to Luze, to Fengli, who was born here, each cave emitted a different aura. Roar! Soon, Fengli found the place it was looking for and let out an excited call. Then, it quickly flew toward that cave. Whoosh! Out of sheer excitement, Fengli actually did not see the blue stream of energy blocking the cave entrance. This was a unique behavior of the rift-winged snake in the canyon, similar to hanging a no-entry sign at the entrance. When Fengli saw the energy stream, it was already too late. In a moment of desperation, the pale blue shield on its body immediately shone brightly. Bang! It simply broke in hard through the entrance. Accompanied by a heavy muffled sound, it heavily landed on the ground inside the cave. Deep inside the cave, two huge rift-winged snakes were intimately entwined together. Fengli's sudden intrusion made them both startled, their movements instantly frozen. Then, the female rift-winged snake reacted first. It let out an angry and dissatisfied hiss, sharply whipping the nearby male rift-winged snake with its tail, continuously accusing it of letting others intrude so easily. The male rift-winged snake scratched its head awkwardly with its tail. This was simply because it had been too anxious earlier, just covering the entrance with energy flow, without further reinforcing it. Chapter 121, The Shocked Parents of Fengli. Since it was indeed at fault, the male rift-winged snake just lowered its head and remained silent under its partner's accusation. The female rift-winged snake angrily scolded a few more times before turning her gaze to Fengli. It looked up and down at this relatively large kind, completely unable to connect it with her own cub from a few months ago. In a harsh tone, she angrily roared. Roar! Whose child are you? Call your parents over. Because of how much Fengli had changed, the female rift-winged snake couldn't relate it to her cub from months ago. Fengli stared intently at its parents, with tears starting to well up in its eyes. Looking at the nearly crying Fengli, the female rift-winged snake remained unaffected, still glaring at it fiercely. Roar! Crying is useless. Hurry and call. Its words were interrupted by Fengli's aggrieved cry. Roar! Mom! This cry made Mother Winged Serpent suddenly freeze, her eyes filled with disbelief. Looking at Fengli, her eyes seemed to say, your way of showing you're mistaken is by calling Mom? She shook her head and continued. What are you doing? Calling Mom is useless, hurry and call your parents over. At this moment, beside her, Father Winged Serpent cautiously nudged her. What? Mother Winged Serpent looked at her partner with annoyance. Don't rush, I feel a bit familiar with the aura on it. Father Winged Serpent said softly. Hearing this, Mother Winged Serpent forced herself to suppress her anger and began to scrutinize Fengli. Hiss, it does seem a bit familiar, have I seen it somewhere? At this moment, Mother Winged Serpent still did not recognize Fengli. Seeing that her parents still had not recognized her, Fengli suddenly felt a bit aggrieved. Roar! It's me! At this moment, Luze also staggered out from behind Fengli. Because Fengli had just fallen heavily to the ground, Luze had been thrown behind her, successfully blocked from view. And Fengli's parents had focused all their attention on Fengli. So for a time, they did not even notice Luze. As soon as she saw Luze, Mother Winged Serpent's eyes lit up instantly, recognizing him as the one who had taken her child away. It's you! Why are you here? Her tone shifted from unkind to surprised, eagerly asking. Where is my child? How is it? Where is it? Let me see it. Seeing that her parents had recognized Luze but still did not recognize her, Fengli became even more aggrieved. At this moment, combining the familiar aura on Fengli with the one from Luze, Mother Winged Serpent seemed to realize something. She looked at Fengli with eyes gradually filled with shock, then carefully asked. Are you my child? Fengli angrily turned her head aside, presenting her back to her mother, letting out a silent protest. Yet this action further confirmed Mother Winged Serpent's guess. At the same time, the bloodline connection on Fengli was finally noticed by her. Yes. This is her child. Although she didn't know why her child suddenly grew up so much, that bond could not be wrong. Mother Winged Serpent became instantly excited, her massive body swimming forward suddenly, gently wrapping around Fengli. At the same time, using her huge head to rub against Fengli, emitting a low rumble of joy and apology. Fengli, who had been full of grievances, felt that little anger immediately vanished upon being embraced by her mother. She lowered her head and began affectionately nuzzling her mother, continuously expressing her longing. After a while Fengli was wiping her tears with her head down, Mother Winged Serpent immediately turned to glare at Father Winged Serpent, who was still standing aside. Aren't you coming over? Father Winged Serpent hurriedly crawled over, awkwardly yet eagerly joining in. The family of three tightly cuddled together, endlessly sharing their experiences and longing from these past few months. Luze watched this warm scene and smiled slightly. Then he found a clean spot to sit down and began waiting for Fengli and them to finish. As for Wen Jixia, she did not come in. After confirming that Luze brought Fengli inside, she began to wait outside. After a while, the embracing family finally separated. Roar! Mother Winged Serpent carefully examined Fonli, becoming more astonished as she did, unable to help but ask again. She asked how Fonli had grown to look like this. Faced with this question, Fonli was suddenly stumped. Because for her, every day was just eating the delicious food that Lu Zhe prepared. And then play and train inside the manor. Twice a day, enjoy Lu Zhe's comfortable massage, occasionally go to fight in the battlefield, and sometimes fly with Lu Zhe. These things were all very normal for Fonli, so for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Looking at his daughter, who was standing there with her mouth open, thinking, the two winged snakes were completely reassured. This is definitely our child. Because they understood what their child was like, they didn't ask Fonli anything more. The father winged snake gently touched the mother winged snake with its head, and whispered a few words in a low hiss. Then, it turned around and crawled deeper into the cave. When it returned, a strange spiritual herb, entirely green with weak spirals of air surrounding it, was coiled on its tail. It crawled over and gently handed the herb to Lu Zhe. The Wind Chant Herb. Lu Zhe immediately recognized it as a Tier 3 spiritual item, the Wind Chant Herb. For me? Lu Zhe looked up in surprise at the father winged snake. The father winged snake didn't speak, but gently pushed the herb forward with its tail. After shoving the Wind Chant Herb into Lu Zhe's hand, it turned its head and pointed its tail toward the outside of the cave, letting out a gentle low growl. Roar! At this moment, Fonli conveyed to Lu Zhe through the contract what that meant. The father winged snake was asking Lu Zhe to go outside and wait, so that the family could have some private time. Lu Zhe nodded, carefully tucked the precious Wind Chant Herb away, and quietly exited the cave. He jumped lightly onto Wen Jixia's rift-winged snake outside. Looking at the Wind Chant Herb in his hand, Lu Zhe felt a little conflicted. He was given another Tier 3 spiritual item, and he still hadn't used the Windlan crystal from last time. Naturally, Wen Jixia also noticed the Wind Chant Herb in Lu Zhe's hand. Although she tried to maintain calm on the outside, her heart was almost screaming in frustration. Why? Why is it that every time Lu Zhe comes, they give him something? She took several deep breaths before she could barely suppress that intense feeling of imbalance, and then she forced herself to ask, feigning calmness. Lu Zhe, why are you out here? Where's Fonli? Lu Zhe's attention shifted away from the Wind Chant Herb, and after carefully tucking it away, he replied. Fonli's parents want to spend more time alone with him, so they asked me to wait outside. Chapter 122, Official Departure. Oh. Wen Jixia nodded. After a quiet moment between the two, Wen Jixia finally couldn't hold back and asked. Lu Zhe, how did you do it? How did you manage to raise Fonli to be like this so quickly? Wen Jixia was truly confused. Because she had already contracted her rift-winged snake for more than half a year, and it was still only at the mid-tier of the Earth level. When she had contracted her rift-winged snake just over 3 months ago, it had barely broken through the superior mortal level. It was nothing compared to Fonli. Hearing Wen Jixia's question, Lu Zhe smiled and answered. Wen Xuejie, actually, I am a second-tier breeder, so that's why Fonli has grown so fast. When Wen Jixia heard Lu Zhe's explanation, she suddenly understood. Since she was not a breeder herself, and didn't really understand the specifics of a breeder's power, she felt that Lu Zhe's explanation was quite reasonable. A breeder. Wen Jixia said with a hint of envy in her voice. If she had known breeders were so powerful, she would have tried to become one back then. Hey, Lu Zhe, do you think it's too late for me to start learning now? She asked, half joking, half seriously, with a look of expectation in her eyes. Hearing Wen Jixia's words, Lu Zhe furrowed his brow slightly. Because, in fact, he relied on the breeding panel in his mind. Even though he was only a second-tier breeder now, thanks to the breeding panel, his knowledge base was vast. Even many third-level breeders do not cover as much knowledge as he does. And because of the nurturing panel, he can automatically acquire the knowledge that others need to learn and practice continuously. But he could not tell others about this. So at this moment, he could only reply politely. It's not easy to become a breeder, there is too much to learn. You must invest a lot of time and effort into systematic learning and practice. Upon hearing this, Wen Jixia imagined the scene, and the enthusiasm that had just ignited quickly cooled down. That's true. After waiting a while, Fonli finally came out of the cave. Its parents followed to the cave entrance, their eyes filled with reluctance. Roar! Fonli and its parents whispered a few reluctant words at the cave entrance, before turning to fly away at Lu Zhe's signal. Watching Fonli leave with Lu Zhe, although its parents felt reluctant, they were very reassured. Because from Fonli's current change, it was clear that Lu Zhe was taking good care of it. Fonli also seemed very happy. So there was nothing more to worry about. On the way back to the hall, Wen Jixia's attitude towards Lu Zhe became much warmer. Junior Lu, if you encounter any problems or troubles in the future, feel free to ask me. Wen Jixia patted her chest and spoke boldly. Definitely, thank you, Senior One. Lu Zhe replied with a smile. After finishing the departure procedures, Lu Zhe left the hall with Feng Li. When Jixia stood behind the front desk, gazing at Lu Zhe's departing figure, feeling a surge of emotions. She never expected that she would encounter such a gifted junior while working part-time. On the way back to the manor, Lu Zhe could clearly feel Feng Li's exceptionally good mood beneath him. It flew along, occasionally swaying its long body happily. At the same time, it emitted a humming sound from its throat, clearly very happy. Soon, Lu Zhe returned to the manor. In the following days, Lu Zhe was busy packing his luggage. After surveying the medicinal field again, Lu Zhe did not return to the house immediately. Instead, he stood by the medicinal field, surveying the vast land that belonged to him. Because the manor was very large, even after excluding the houses and medicinal fields, there were still large areas of open space. At first, Lu Zhe wanted to raise more magical beasts in his manor to increase his breeding level. But after much consideration, he ultimately gave up. The reason was that the benefits of breeding lower-level magical beasts were minimal and took a lot of time. This was too low in cost-effectiveness for Lu Zhe at this time. Furthermore, he had not encountered any magical beasts as useful as the green leaf bug. So up until now, aside from supplementing some green leaf bugs, he had not raised any other magical beasts. Looking at the large empty space in front of him in the manor, Lu Zhe began to think if he should expand again. But then he shook his head. Let's wait until I return from the secret realm. And so, the day arrived when Lu Zhe set off for the secret realm. Lu Zhe carefully locked the villa door, then turned to look at Feng Li, who was already impatiently waiting beside him. Bai Shuang and Liao Yu had been stored inside him, leaving Feng Li outside. Feng Li, let's go. Lu Zhe jumped onto Feng Li's back and spoke to it. Roar! Feng Li let out an excited low roar, then took Lu Zhe and flew towards the outskirts of the academy. After flying for a while, Lu Zhe finally saw the scenery outside the school. He turned his head to glance back at the campus that seemed endless behind him. Unable to help but exclaim. The school is so big, I can't believe it took so long to get out? When Lu Zhe came to report earlier, he didn't feel this way. But at this moment, after relying on Feng Li to fly out, he truly realized how vast Mirror Lake University is. But at least I am out now. Then, Lu Zhe instructed Feng Li to fly toward the nearest train station. As they approached the city center, Lu Zhe found an open space for Feng Li to land. There are strict regulations on flying inside the city. Unauthorized flying with spirit beasts is strictly prohibited to avoid chaos in air traffic and safety hazards. Of course, it is not impossible to fly legally in the city. However, you must first register with the local Spirit Beast Master Association and obtain a flying permit. Since the application process is complicated and the train station is not far away, Lu Zhe simply decided not to apply. He stored Feng Li away and stood by the roadside, then took out his phone to call a taxi after a long absence. Soon, the taxi arrived and took Lu Zhe to the train station. At Lanchuan University, Qin Yueshi was sitting in a cafe with Zhang Ruoxue. In front of them sat cups of hot coffee, exuding a rich aroma. However, Qin Yueshi seemed completely uninterested in the coffee before her. Instead, she stirred it with a spoon, her eyes blankly staring at a certain spot on the table. As if she were thinking about something. Chapter 123, Zhao Yu. Seeing Qin Yueshi lost in thought, Zhang Ruoxue immediately knew what she was thinking. She reached out and gently poked Qin Yueshi's arm. Hey! Snap out of it. Qin Yueshi suddenly shook with a start and looked at Zhang Ruoxue in confusion. Don't daydream, the coffee is almost cold. It won't taste good when it's cold. Zhang Ruoxue pointed at her cup. Qin Yueshi nodded but just lifted the cup to take a sip before putting it down again. Then she began to zone out once more. Zhang Ruoxue helplessly shook her head but said nothing more. After all, there are no classes today, it's the weekend, so sitting here a bit longer is fine. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, Qin Yueshi's phone on the table vibrated slightly. Qin Yueshi's eyes brightened and she quickly picked up her phone to check. Once she saw the message on her phone, her lips couldn't help but curve up, and her fingers flew across the screen. When she put the phone down, satisfied, she looked up and met Zhang Ruoxue's eyes filled with smiles. So, your Lu Go replied to you. Qin Yueshi nodded vigorously and happily said. Yes, he said he is already on the train and will probably arrive by this time tomorrow. After saying that, she in high spirits picked up the cup of coffee that had long gone cold and carelessly took a big sip. Then she finally returned to her usual self, eagerly chatting with Zhang Ruoxue. However, not long after their conversation started. As Zhang Ruoxue was laughing with her hand over her mouth, the corner of her eye unintentionally caught sight of something outside the cafe's glass window. Suddenly, her expression darkened, and a clear trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. She nudged Qin Yueshi across the table and pointed towards the window, whispering. Yueshi, look over there. Qin Yueshi turned her head in confusion. when she saw the figure outside, clutching a large bunch of roses coming toward them. The smile on her face instantly vanished, replaced by disgust and helplessness. How come it's him again? Qin Yueshi's voice was filled with helplessness. The person outside was none other than Zhao Yu, the sticky candy they had previously discussed. Zhao Yu immediately spotted Qin Yueshi by the window, excitedly waved his hand, and quickened his pace to come over. How does he know we are here? Qin Yueshi asked irritably. She specifically didn't stay in the dormitory today, thinking that the coffee shop would be crowded and chaotic, so she could avoid this guy. Unexpectedly, he still found her. In front of her, Zhang Ruoxue sighed and said, "He has money in many ways to find out your whereabouts." Zhang Ruoxue turned around and scanned the coffee shop, and indeed found a few student-looking people with dodging eyes. It seemed they had told Zhao Yu. At first, she thought it was fun to watch Zhao Yu's various clumsy performances. But over time, his persistent and boundaryless behavior gradually made her feel extremely annoyed. "Yueshi, let's go." Zhang Ruoxue immediately pulled Qin Yueshi to leave, but it was already too late. At that moment, Zhao Yu had walked in from the door. After coming in, Zhao Yu walked straight over to Qin Yueshi. As he was about to get close, he quickly adjusted his expression, trying hard to blink his eyes, creating a deeply affectionate look. "You?" He had just uttered one word when Zhang Ruoxue suddenly stood up and blocked Qin Yueshi in front of him. Zhao Yu's words got stuck in his throat, and he shot an icy glare at Zhang Ruoxue. But soon it was hidden away, and a fake smile returned to his face. He tried to go around her, but Zhang Ruoxue shifted her foot to block him again. After several failed attempts, Zhao Yu seemed to lose his patience and simply spoke loudly to Qin Yueshi behind Zhang Ruoxue. "Yueshi, I really like you, please agree to be my girlfriend. From the first time I saw you, I fell hopelessly in love. I can't fit anyone else in my heart. Please, give me a chance to treat you well and take care of you, okay?" His tone was deliberately mixed with deep affection and a hint of choked emotion. As soon as he finished, a group of people suddenly emerged from nowhere in the coffee shop, starting to chant in unison. "Agree to him. Agree to him. Agree to him." Seeing this, a smile crept onto Zhao Yu's lips. These people were naturally his prearranged cheerleaders, a trick he often used. Using the spectators' cheers to create pressure and an environment. Many shy and simple-minded girls could easily make decisions against their will in such an atmosphere. "Quiet." Zhang Ruoxue slammed the table and shouted loudly. Her powerful presence immediately silenced the group, and the coffee shop fell into an awkward silence. "Damn it, always ruining my plans." Zhao Yu cursed bitterly in his heart, but still maintained a deeply emotional and hurt expression. At this moment, Qin Yueshi gently pushed Zhang Ruoxue's back and stepped out from behind her. Seeing Qin Yueshi take the initiative, Zhao Yu's eyes instantly sparkled with joy. He hurriedly handed over the bouquet of roses, his voice even more affectionate. "Yueshi." Qin Yueshi took the bouquet expressionlessly. Zhao Yu felt a surge of joy, just as he was about to press the attack. But he saw Qin Yueshi not even glance at the flowers and unceremoniously tossed them aside. "Zhao Yu! How many times have I told you? I do not like you." Qin Yueshi's voice trembled slightly with extreme anger as she pointed at Zhao Yu, speaking word by word. "Can't you have some self-respect? Stop clinging to me like a creep. Your behavior disgusts me." Faced with this blunt humiliation and rejection, Zhao Yu's face twitched slightly. But he still maintained that infatuated look, speaking in a tone he thought was very moving. "Yueshi, I know you might not be able to accept me right now. But I'm willing to wait. I'm willing to wait until the day you change your mind. I will definitely touch you with my sincerity and actions, to show you my good side." This extreme self-touching statement made Qin Yueshi tremble with anger. He was so angry that he could hardly speak. The meaning in his words couldn't be clearer. He didn't take her rejection seriously at all, and he would only become more relentless in his pursuit. "Let's go, Yueshi, we won't pay attention to him." Beside her, Zhang Ruoxue directly pulled Qin Yueshi and started walking toward the cafe exit. Zhao Yu put on a sad expression, looking deeply at the two leaving. Only after the two walked far away did he slowly straighten up. Seeing that the crowd around him still hadn't dispersed, he frowned and looked at a small brother beside him. That little brother understood immediately and began to shout at the crowd. "Everyone, disperse, come with me." Soon, the originally packed crowd scattered, leaving only a few dumbfounded onlookers. Zhao Yu himself pretended to sigh, lowering his head as he walked out of the cafe. Until he turned into a little alley with few people, he finally relaxed, revealing a troubled and fierce expression. "Boss, why do you have to cling to that woman?" A little brother approached and asked in confusion. "That Qin Yueshi is just a bit pretty, she has nothing else. Why must you hang all your hopes on her? With your conditions, what kind of girl can't you find?" What do you understand? Zhao Yu glared at him viciously, not explaining. From the moment he first met Qin Yueshi, he was inexplicably drawn to her. In fact, he hadn't liked her that much at first, but Qin Yueshi's repeated rejections ignited his competitive spirit. It became a must for him to win her over. TCH. It's all Jiang Ruoxue's fault. She always jumps out to ruin my good plans. It's so unlucky. He cursed and vented for a while before calming down a bit. Listen up. Zhao Yu instructed the few little brothers beside him. From now on, keep your eyes wide open and closely monitor any movements from Qin Yueshi. Report to me immediately if she has any situation. Yes, boss. The little brothers responded quickly. At this moment, another little brother ran over, holding the slightly messy roses that Qin Yueshi had thrown away. Boss, do you still want these flowers? What for? Useless things. Throw them away. They annoy me just by looking at them. Zhao Yu waved his hand impatiently, not even bothering to glance at the flowers again. Then he led a group of followers, swaggering away from the alley. Chapter 124, Successful Arrival. The next day. The train smoothly ran on the tracks, and the scenery outside rushed by. Lu Zhe glanced at his phone and realized he was almost there. So he sent a message to Qin Yueshi saying, "I'm almost there." Then he relaxed his body, closed his eyes, and leaned back in his seat. On the other side, Qin Yueshi, who had been waiting for a long time, received the message and immediately bounced up from her seat. She got ready to head to the train station. And Jiang Ruoxue also consciously came over. Train station. Qin Yueshi and Jiang Ruoxue stood at the exit. Looking at the crowded crowd of people exiting, Qin Yueshi slightly raised her tiptoes, trying to find Lu Zhe's figure. Jiang Ruoxue, standing beside her, watched her and shook her head with a smile, secretly mumbling. I really don't know what that Lu Zhe looks like. But he shouldn't be too bad. Just as Jiang Ruoxue was contemplating, she heard Qin Yueshi's surprised shout next to her. Lu Gu, over here. Jiang Ruoxue immediately looked up. In the crowd, a boy dressed simply but in good quality leisure wear, pushing a suitcase, was walking toward them. He had a handsome face, a tall figure, bright and focused eyes, but the most striking was the inexplicable aura he possessed. This person was Lu Zhe. As Lu Zhe came out, he saw Qin Yueshi excitedly waving at him through the crowd. He wore a gentle smile as he quickly walked over while pushing the suitcase. Yueshi, how long have you been waiting? Not long, I just arrived too. Qin Yueshi hurriedly waved her hand and said happily. Lu Zhe smiled, then turned his gaze to the girl beside Qin Yueshi who was examining him. You must be Yueshi's friend, Jiang Ruoxue. Hello, I am Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe politely extended his hand to Jiang Ruoxue. Jiang Ruoxue was stunned for a moment and hesitated before also extending her hand. I am Yueshi's good best friend, Jiang Ruoxue. Nice to meet you. She tried her best to make her tone sound natural and generous. Qin Yueshi smiled as she watched the scene. Then, Qin Yueshi suggested. Lu Gu, you just got off the car, you must be tired. You should go rest for a while. There are some hotels right next to our school, you can go there to rest. Since Qin Yueshi's school was not very remote, and there were other universities nearby. So there were naturally many hotels around, which were very convenient. Lu Zhe thought briefly before nodding. Alright, then it will trouble you, Yueshi. It's no trouble at all. Qin Yueshi said hurriedly. After that, the three of them went to the roadside and hailed a car. Qin Yueshi reported the name of her university. After putting the luggage away, Lu Zhe took the passenger seat first, while Qin Yueshi and Jiang Ruoxue sat in the back seat. The car started and merged into the flow of traffic. During the drive, Jiang Ruoxue in the back seat secretly tugged at Qin Yueshi. Then leaned close to her ear and whispered very softly. Gee, Yueshi, you have to say, this Lu Zhe is really a little handsome. In terms of looks alone, Lu Zhe could only be considered above average. But judging how a person looks, apart from appearance, temperament is also a very important factor. And Lu Zhe had an inexplicable charm about him that was very attractive. Hearing Jiang Ruoxue's words, Qin Yueshi's face turned slightly red as she said. He's okay, I guess. Jiang Ruoxue smiled and continued to ask. Which school is he from? This temperament doesn't look like an ordinary person. If you want to know, you can ask him yourself. I don't want to, just tell me. Lu Zhe in the passenger seat listened to the conversation in the back, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Although Qin Yueshi and the others were deliberately lowering their voices while talking. But with Lu Zhe's current abilities, he could hear them even if their voices were a little lower. Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of Lanchuan University. When Qin Yueshi and Jiang Ruoxue got out of the car, Lu Zhe said to them. I will find a place to stay first, and later I will treat you to dinner. Then contact me later? Qin Yueshi said happily. Lu Zhe nodded. Contact later. Then the car drove off again. Okay, the person has already gone far away. Zhang Ruoxue pulled down Qin Yueshi's waving hand and teased. But Qin Yueshi quickly hooked her arm and excitedly walked into the campus. Let's go back and tidy up, we have to go out for dinner later. Just like that, the two walked into the school, talking and laughing. However, they did not notice that a person nearby was holding up a phone, recording everything that just happened, including the scene of Qin Yueshi smiling and talking to Lu Zhe. On Lu Zhe's side, he found a hotel not far from Qin Yueshi's university and booked the most luxurious suite. Inside the school, he occasionally sold some spirit potions he made. And sometimes, Lu Zhe would choose to trade using source currencies. So now, Lu Zhe was completely not lacking in money. After simply tidying up the room, Lu Zhe summoned Baishuang and Liao Yue. As for Fingli, there was simply no way to do that. Because its body length was over 10 meters, the room could not accommodate it at all. After calming Baishuang and the others, Lu Zhe began to think about the matter of the secret realm quota. Previously, many such secret realms had appeared in other places. The local Monster Tamer Association, regarding the specific allocation of slots, has only one method. That is to determine the allocation of slots through a competition. However, there are also some hidden rules in it. Because the number of slots is limited, but due to the huge population base of the Azure Blue Kingdom, the number of geniuses greatly exceeds the number of slots. Therefore, the local Monster Tamer Association generally does not hold competitions on a grand scale. Because once they do, many geniuses from other places will surely come rushing over. In this way, the slots available for their own area will definitely be very few. It may even be almost none. But there are official regulations, so the Monster Tamer Association cannot directly assign slots to the local area. Thus, the local Monster Tamer Association balances the relationships well. They will only notify about the competition a few days before it starts. So even if geniuses from other places want to come, they might not have enough time. Meanwhile, local people will not have this worry. So when it comes time to sign up for the competition, local people will directly grab a large portion of the slots. If luck is particularly good, there might even be a situation where everyone participating in the competition is from the local area. Because of this, Lu Zhe arrived early. He wanted to ensure that he could successfully register as soon as possible. While Lu Zhe was tidying up his room, on the other side, in Qin Yueshi's dormitory, Zhang Ruoxue was sitting on the couch in the living room, while Qin Yueshi was inside her room, busy with who knows what. Just when Zhang Ruoxue was feeling bored, Xiaobai suddenly walked over gracefully. Xiaobai. Seeing Xiaobai, Zhang Ruoxue's eyes lit up immediately, and she quickly opened her arms. Come here, let sister give you a hug. Woo woo. However, Xiaobai merely glanced at her and then turned away, walking straight off. Really, not at all like your owner. Zhang Ruoxue withdrew her arms, grumbling a few words, then took out her phone. She then opened the contact interface with Lu Zhe. Just earlier in the car, she had already added Lu Zhe's contact information. Just right, I'm bored, chatting a bit is nice. Her finger hovered over the input box, but she didn't know how to start. Because she wasn't familiar with Lu Zhe. What should I talk about? As Qin Yueshi's good friend, Zhang Ruoxue felt she needed to understand Lu Zhe a little better. Chapter 125, The Embarrassed Zhao Yu. After thinking for a while, Zhang Ruoxue suddenly knew how to start. Of course. I can tell him about Zhao Yu. Then, Zhang Ruoxue began to type continuously, telling Lu Zhe all about Zhao Yu. Soon, Lu Zhe, having tidied everything up, got into a taxi and arrived at the gate of Lanchuan University again. Qin Yueshi and Zhang Ruoxue were already waiting there. Qin Yueshi looked noticeably well-dressed and was looking at Lu Zhe with great anticipation. Yueshi, you look quite beautiful. Lu Zhe walked up and praised Qin Yueshi. Qin Yueshi's face immediately lit up with a happy smile. After pursing her lips, she spoke. Thank you, brother Lu. Alright, let's go. What's good to eat around here? You lead the way. Without much more conversation, Lu Zhe spoke up. He did feel a bit hungry indeed. Just as Qin Yueshi was about to recommend a few places, Zhang Ruoxue spoke up first. Let me. I happen to know a nearby place with really good food, you will definitely love it. Qin Yueshi glanced at Zhang Ruoxue but didn't say much. The three of them then walked towards the place Zhang Ruoxue mentioned, under her guidance. However, not long after walking, they suddenly encountered a group of uninvited guests. In front of the three, Zhao Yu was coming over with a group of followers. The moment Zhao Yu saw Lu Zhe, his eyes were cold, and he angrily shouted in his heart. Where did this pretty boy come from, daring to snatch a woman from me? But on the surface, he put on a gentlemanly expression and excitedly addressed Qin Yueshi. What a coincidence, Yueshi, I didn't expect to run into you here. He first greeted Qin Yueshi, then pretended to just notice Lu Zhe, asking with a puzzled tone. Who is this? Lu Zhe furrowed his brows, ignored him, and directly asked the two people beside him. Is he Zhao Yu? After receiving a confirmation, he continued to ask Qin Yueshi. Do you like him? Hearing this, Qin Yueshi shook her head crazily and waved her hands repeatedly. No, I don't like him. I see. Lu Zhe nodded, then walked straight towards Zhao Yu and the others. Zhao Yu watched Lu Zhe completely ignore him and instead speak softly with Qin Yueshi. The fire in his heart surged up, and the fake smile on his face nearly collapsed. Hey, buddy. Zhao Yu tried to regain control, his tone turning obviously unfriendly. But before he could finish, Lu Zhe interrupted him. Come with me. Lu Zhe still did not pay him any attention, tossing out that sentence before walking towards a vacant alley. What the hell, so arrogant? Seeing Lu Zhe like this, Zhao Yu could no longer hold back and angrily followed him with his little brothers. Yueshi, will there be any problem? Zhang Ruoxue felt a bit nervous, tightly holding onto Qin Yueshi's hands and asking with concern. But Qin Yueshi seemed calm and patted Zhang Ruoxue's hand, reassuring her. Don't worry, Lu Gu is very powerful. She clearly had a lot of faith in Lu Zhe. Hearing this, Zhang Ruoxue had no choice but to temporarily suppress her worries. In the alley, as soon as Zhao Yu and the others walked in, they heard Lu Zhe say to them. Zhao Yu, right? Yueshi said she doesn't like you, so don't bother her anymore. After hearing this, Zhao Yu didn't speak, but the little brother behind him got furious instead. He rushed up, pointing a finger at Lu Zhe with a fierce tone. Who the hell are you, do you know who this is? As he spoke, his tone softened, ending with a hint of fear. Before them, the massive Bai Shuang suddenly appeared behind Lu Zhe. At that moment, she was coldly staring at them with chilling eyes. Bai Shuang was blatantly exuding her middle-tier atmosphere, not hiding her malice at all. The cold killing intent and pressure enveloped Zhao Yu and the others, as if they were a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Bang! 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 With several muffled sounds, including Zhao Yu, several people could no longer hold on and plopped down on the ground. Their faces turned extremely pale, filled with undeniable horror and fear, their bodies uncontrollably shaking fiercely. Lu Zhe slowly walked up in front of the sitting Zhao Yu, then squatted down, speaking in a calm tone. My name is Lu Zhe, and I am a student at Jinghu University. If you have any objections or doubts about what I said today, feel free to come find me at Jinghu University in the future. Saying this, Lu Zhe took out his student ID and showcased it in front of Zhao Yu. Looking at the student ID in front of him, Zhao Yu felt an overwhelming terror inside. He only had money in his family, and his parents didn't have high power. So he could never provoke a student from Jinghu University. Lu Zhe noticed his pale face and continued, still in a calm tone but laced with warning. Remember my words? In the future, keep a distance from Qin Yueshi and don't bother her again. Zhao Yu and his little brothers nodded desperately, not daring to refute a single word. Lu Zhe then stood up and walked out of the alley without looking back. He had already learned all the information about Zhao Yu from Zhang Ruoxue. He only has money in his family. So after this warning to himself, he should be able to behave. Bai Shuang walked with elegant steps, her gaze growing colder as she passed by Zhao Yu and others. She had just clearly heard them insult Lu Zhe. Bang! 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 With a few muffled sounds accompanied by brief cries of pain, Zhao Yu and the others seemed to be struck by an invisible giant hand, flying away without any power to resist, crashing heavily into the wall beside them. Then they rolled down to the ground in disarray, each of them curling up in pain. They pressed on their seemingly shattered chests, unable to emit a complete sound of scream. Only then was Bai Shuang satisfied as she flicked her tail and returned to Lu Zhe's body. Regarding the incident that just happened, Lu Zhe said nothing. Bai Shuang was careful, just simply teaching them a lesson. A few days of pain would be fine. Let's go, it's settled. Lu Zhe walked in front of Qin Yueshi and the others, then smiled as he spoke. Settled, settled? Zhang Ruoxue said with some disbelief. It's settled, they won't come after us again. Lu Zhe nodded. Although Zhang Ruoxue still had doubts in her heart, she didn't say anything. Then let's hurry to eat. That restaurant is really busy, if we go late, we'll have to wait in line. Zhang Ruoxue tried hard to get her tone back to normal, trying to lighten the mood. Okay, let's go. Lu Zhe smiled. The three continued walking towards the restaurant as if the unpleasant little incident had never happened. At this moment, in the alley, Zhao Yu and the others took a while to support each other to stand up. A younger brother pressed on his chest, reluctantly saying, Boss, that guy is so arrogant, after this, we should teach. Before he could finish, Zhao Yu slapped him directly. Teach your head. Are you blind? He is from Jinghu University. You can't mess with him. I can't mess with him. He vented his anger at the younger brothers for quite a while. Finally, as if drained of all his strength, the anger and unwillingness in his eyes gradually replaced by powerlessness. He leaned helplessly against the wall, muttering as if trying to convince himself. Forget it, if I can't chase him, then I can't chase him. There are plenty of women in this world, it's not like it has to be her, Jin Yueshi. After comforting himself, he limped away with his younger brothers, leaving this alley that left them with deep psychological shadows. Chapter 126, Successfully Sign Up, the competition begins. Led by Zhang Ruoxue, Lu Zhe, and the others arrived at the restaurant she said had excellent flavors. It turned out that Zhang Ruoxue was indeed not wrong. The food in this restaurant was not only delicious but also the decoration style suited Lu Zhe's taste. After a satisfying meal, Zhang Ruoxue leaned back in her chair and rubbed her slightly swollen belly. Alas, I ate too much, it's all because the food here tastes so good. But then, when she saw the array of empty plates on the table, she somewhat shyly said, did I order too much and make you spend too much? Lu Zhe smiled and waved his hand, speaking casually. It's fine, I ate quite a bit too, and I still have enough money. Afterward, Lu Zhe got up and went directly to pay the bill. Let's go. After settling the bill, Lu Zhe said to the two. Then, Qin Yueshi and the other became guides, taking Lu Zhe around to wander. I had a lot of fun today, and thank you for keeping me company. At the farewell, Lu Zhe smiled at the two. Not at all, we should be the ones thanking you, Brother Lu, treating us to a meal and giving gifts. Qin Yueshi said somewhat shyly, looking at the exquisite gifts in her arms. These things are nothing. Lu Zhe waved his hand, showing indifference. At present, he really wasn't lacking money. Then, the three talked a little more. They have said goodbye to each other. After Lu Zhe left, Zhang Ruoxue looked at the various gifts in her arms and could not help but nudge Qin Yueshi with her elbow. Wow, Yueshi, your brother Lu is really rich and generous. His spending is just too extravagant. Then, the two excitedly discussed what had happened today while walking toward the school. As for Lu Zhe, after wandering around alone for a while and buying some things, he returned. In the following period of time, Lu Zhe would occasionally take time to go out with Qin Yueshi again, but most of the time he still stayed in the hotel, paying attention to the latest news about the secret realm. Finally, the news about the secret realm selection competition was suddenly announced. Just as Lu Zhe had anticipated, the registration channel opened rapidly just 3 days after the announcement. The registration conditions were limited to college students under 25 years old. Fortunately, Lu Zhe was well prepared. As soon as the registration began, he filled out and submitted his information online. Looking at the message on his computer screen that said he had successfully registered, Lu Zhe finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had rushed here from school. If he couldn't enter the secret realm, it would have been a huge loss. The registration time was not long, it lasted about a day and a half. The first batch of entries into the secret realm was 1,000, while the number of people registered for this competition was limited to 100,000. This meant that only the first 1,000 out of 100,000 people could obtain a spot in the secret realm. At the Yu-Yo Master Association in Yunhai City, President Mu Changfeng was currently in his office, browsing through the information of all registered participants. When he saw that most of the participants were from his own place, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Nice, nice, he said with a smile. However, when his gaze shifted to some other people's information, his expression began to look somewhat helpless. Sai, Jinghu, Mayu, Xinglan, all are talents from top universities. Why are they coming to our small place to take resources? The list showed that there were a total of 13 people from 7 academy, while around 100 others came from other key universities. In his view, these people were like a flood beast coming to plunder resources. But thankfully, there aren't many of them. I still have 900 spots left. Mu Changfeng comforted himself like this. In his perception, students from key universities like Lu Zhe would definitely secure their spots. On Lu Zhe's side, after successfully registering, he called Qin Yueshi. He learned that she had also registered successfully, but Zhang Ruoxue did not register. Because Zhang Ruoxue's monster taming was only at the ordinary level, she felt there was no chance for her, so she simply didn't register. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the competition. Because this competition was on a large scale, it was no longer possible to hold it at the Yu-Yo Master Association. The Yu-Yo Master Association still had many matters to handle daily, and a sudden influx of crowds would definitely cause some impact. Therefore, the venue for the competition was chosen to be a large local arena. This arena was built over 20 years ago for a competition and was now just right for use. In front of Lu Zhe and the two girls, the crowd was incredibly bustling. Qin Yueshi and Zhang Ruoxue looked stunned at the sight of so many people. I have never seen so many people before. Qin Yueshi murmured. Lu Zhe, however, was not very shocked and said to the two of them. Since the competition hasn't started yet, let's go in and choose good seats. Qin Yueshi and Zhang Ruoxue nodded and then followed Lu Zhe toward the arena. Walking behind, Zhang Ruoxue's gaze occasionally fell on Lu Zhe, her eyes filled with curiosity and exploration. Ever since the last time, Zhao Yu really hadn't bothered Qin Yueshi anymore. Every time Zhao Yu and the others encountered the two of them, they would show direct fear on their faces and avoid them from a distance. This made Zhang Ruoxue increasingly curious about Lu Zhe, but every time she asked Qin Yueshi, she was rejected. And she was also embarrassed to ask Lu Zhe herself. Since Lu Zhe and the others arrived relatively early, there were still many empty seats in the audience. After randomly choosing a seat to sit down, Lu Zhe began to observe the competition arena in front of him. In the center of the venue was an exceptionally wide open space, which at this moment had been divided into hundreds of standard rings, looking quite spectacular. Because there were many participants in this competition, it was organized in a ring system. When the competition began, opponents would be randomly assigned to fight on the rings, and then the winner would become the ringmaster. Afterward, the system would continue to assign opponents to the ringmaster until the ringmaster was defeated or voluntarily gave up. Everyone had 100 chances to battle, and after the competition ended, they would be ranked based on the number of victories. Moreover, everyone also had 5 chances to concede, allowing participants to skip directly over a match. However, once the chances were used up, participants who wanted to refuse the match could only forfeit. This method has both advantages and disadvantages. However, for Lu Zhe, he had confidence regardless of which competition system it was. After briefly looking around, Lu Zhe withdrew his gaze and looked at Qin Yueshi and Zhang Ruoxue beside him. He saw Qin Yueshi and Zhang Ruoxue each holding a cup of milk tea, chatting excitedly while sipping, showing no signs of tension at all. Zhang Ruoxue was relaxed because she was not participating in the competition, while Qin Yueshi felt she could never make it into the top 1,000. She just came to experience and accumulate some knowledge, as this was her first time participating in such a formal competition. The three of them waited for a while longer, and the giant circular audience area gradually filled with a crowd of people. Various discussions and cheers echoed endlessly, creating a huge sound wave, enhancing the lively atmosphere of the competition. Finally, the competition began, and a host appeared at the high referee's table, starting to explain the rules of the competition. Listening to the host's words, Lu Zhe couldn't help but yawn, feeling quite bored. Chapter 127, A Relaxing Competition. After a long time, the host finally finished explaining the rules. Then, the host raised his voice and passionately announced. Next, let us welcome Mr. Mu Changfeng, the president of the Great Demon Master Association of Yunhai City, to speak with everyone. Hearing this, Lu Zhe perked up, looking at a figure on the high platform. It was a middle-aged man with a refined appearance, looking not very old. But Lu Zhe knew this was just a facade. Because the presidents of the Great Demon Master Association in every city are all at the level of Great Demon Masters. They have all experienced their first life leap, with a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary people. Mu Changfeng's speech emphasized the spirit of competition and was inspirational, but it was indeed much shorter. After a while, Mu Changfeng finally finished his speech and solemnly announced, I declare the competition officially begins. The entire competition arena was instantly ignited, deafening cheers and shouts sweeping every corner like a tsunami, instantly pushing the atmosphere to a climax. Then, the large screen in the venue began to roll continuously, announcing the first batch of competitors. Lu Zhe's phone also vibrated slightly, and when he picked it up, he found he was among the first batch of competitors. He turned to Qin Yueshi and Zhang Ruoxue beside him and said, I am in the first batch, so I will go compete now. Good luck. Qin Yueshi and Zhang Ruoxue simultaneously gave Lu Zhe a gesture of encouragement. Lu Zhe smiled and nodded. He then stood up and walked towards the battlefield in the center. Behind him, Qin Yueshi and Zhang Ruoxue's eyes were tightly focused on him. By the time Lu Zhe slowly arrived at the battlefield, all the arenas already had people on them. Lu Zhe found his arena number Arena 3, and then jumped directly onto it. On the arena, there was already a boy, who, upon seeing Lu Zhe come up, didn't say a word. Instead, he tried hard to maintain a serious face, looking cold and aloof, like a master. Then, without hesitation, he summoned his beast. It was a low-grade earth-level mystic water turtle. The boy looked at Lu Zhe with full confidence. He was a junior student at a local university, and his strength was ranked among the top in his school. So, he didn't think he would lose. In the audience, Zhang Ruoxue had a clear view of Lu Zhe's opponent and started to look up information about the beast across from them. After checking, her brows began to furrow. From the information she found, the mystic water turtle had extremely impressive defense. A low-grade earth-level mystic water turtle could even withstand an attack from a weaker middle-grade earth-level beast. Worried, she asked Qin Yueshi, Lu Zhe's opponent's beast is a mystic water turtle, do you think he'll run into trouble? Qin Yueshi naturally saw it too, but she felt very at ease. You can relax, just watch carefully later. Don't drop your jaw in shock. Qin Yueshi replied with a hint of pride in her tone. Hearing Qin Yueshi's certainty, Jiang Ruoshua said no more, yet still looked at Lu Zhe in the arena with worry. On the arena, Lu Zhe glanced at the mystic water turtle in front of him and smiled slightly, summoning his own battle beast. Roar! A giant snake covered in jade-like scales, with huge wings sprouting from its back, appeared in midair. It spiraled in the air, releasing a mix of low-grade earth-level and sky-level beast pressure without reservation. It was Fengli. Indeed, considering the strength of his opponent, Lu Zhe decided to let Fengli take the stage. It was just right to train its combat experience. The moment Fengli appeared, everyone paying attention at the venue fell into silence. Following that, a wave of gasps and discussions erupted. Wow! Wow! That's a sky-level beast, the Sky Rift-winged snake. A man looked at the information on his phone in shock, his face filled with disbelief. A low-grade Earth-level sky-level beast? What kind of boss is this? Look at Arena 3. A big shot has appeared over there. In an instant, Lu Zhe's arena became the center of attention. Even competitors on other arenas looked serious and shocked as they gazed over. In the audience, Jiang Ruoshua's mouth was wide open, her eyes round, almost dropping her phone to the ground. Sky. Sky level? Her voice trembled slightly due to overwhelming shock. She finally understood why Qin Yueshi was so confident and also guessed why Zhao Yu suddenly became so obedient. On the high platform, Mu Changfeng, who had been leisurely watching the matches, was also attracted by the sudden commotion and turned his gaze to Arena 3. When he saw Fengli and Lu Zhe standing on the arena, his brows raised, recalling Lu Zhe's information. Lu Zhe, from Mirror Lake University, sure enough, making such a big stir right from the start. At that moment, Lu Zhe's opponent felt stiff all over, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Fengli. He struggled to move his lips, wanting to concede, but found that a barrier of light had already enveloped the arena. This was the protective shield of the arena. This meant that the match had already begun. Seeing the protective shield, the boy felt regret to the core. If only I hadn't acted tough. The boy thought regretfully, but it was too late to say anything now. The outcome of the battle was without suspense. Although both were of low earth rank, the gap between the two was still too great. Under the oppressive aura of Fengli, the Xian Shui turtle could not even unleash half of its strength, trembling all over, unable to defend effectively. In the end, it was directly swept away by Fengli's tail. With a dull thud, the turtle, known for its defensive power, seemed to be hit by a heavy-duty truck. It flew out without any power to resist, then fell heavily to the ground and passed out. Roar! Fengli cheered, rolling joyfully in the air to celebrate the victory. With the battle over, the arena fell into a brief silence once again. Many spectators were stunned, as if they couldn't believe the match was over like this. Did it just end like this? A spectator murmured, voicing the thoughts of many. But soon, the crowd erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers. Although the battle was not spectacular, just seeing a heavenly beast was enough to excite them. After winning this match, Lu Zhe continued to stand on the platform, waiting for the system to assign him the next opponent. In the audience, a boy looked at his phone with an ugly expression. Because the system had just assigned him to be Lu Zhe's opponent. What bad luck! The boy cursed and then decisively chose to give up. In a situation where he was clearly going to be a punching bag, only a fool would waste time and energy to step up. Thus, without even seeing an opponent, Lu Zhe won another match, bringing his record to 2 wins, 0 losses. After that, the system continued to assign opponents, but the next 4 opponents all chose to forfeit directly. Lu Zhe leaned comfortably against Fengli, looking very relaxed. On the high platform, Mu Changfeng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Watching the local talents not daring to step up and directly give up, although he understood their choice, it was truly embarrassing for him as the president. Sigh, the students from the 5 Grade 7 institutes are simply deconstructing the kids from these small places. He sighed helplessly in his heart. However, when Lu Zhe's winning streak reached 5 matches, the 6th opponent assigned by the system made a different choice. He did not choose to admit defeat, but took a deep breath and resolutely walked toward platform 3. All eyes in the arena focused again. When he stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted into applause and cheers of encouragement. Lu Zhe also stood up slightly straighter, looking curiously at his opponent. This was a boy who appeared somewhat naive, now nervously looking at Lu Zhe. The boy stuttered as he started to speak. I am Gao Feng. I'm very happy to be your opponent. I am Lu Zhe, and I am also very happy to be your opponent. Lu Zhe smiled, walked forward, and extended his hand, to which Gao Feng quickly reached out. After they shook hands, the protective shield by the edge of the arena fell again. The match began anew. Chapter 128, Ongoing Match. Gao Feng took a deep breath and then summoned his battle beast. It was a low earth rank cracked earth rock demon. Name, Cracked Earth Rock Demon. Quality, low earth rank. Description: a peculiar elemental beast, with a body of dark golden rock, joints embedded with deep brown cracking patterns, gaps emitting a bright golden magma glow. The moment the cracked earth rock demon appeared, Feng Li's aura pressed down directly on it. Roar! It let out a low growl of fear and instinctively stepped back a few paces. Gao Feng continuously encouraged it in his heart, which finally restored the battle spirit of the cracked earth rock demon. Cracked rock strike. Gao Feng launched the attack first. The earth rift rock demon let out a furious roar and then suddenly swung its fist forward. The thorns on its fist emitted a soil yellow light, and a massive chunk of earth instantly formed. Then, like a cannonball, it hurtled through the air with a whistling sound, smashing fiercely towards Feng Li. Feng Li remained calm and composed, ready to respond. The air around him surged, and then a light blue blade of wind suddenly appeared, flying towards the earth chunk. Shoo! Like a hot knife cutting through butter, the earth chunk was effortlessly sliced in half. The blade of wind showed no signs of slowing down and continued toward the earth rift rock demon. Because the earth rift rock demon was inherently slow, dodging was already impossible. Rock barrier. Gao Feng gritted his teeth and said. He could only hope that the earth rift rock demon's strong defense could withstand this attack. The earth rift rock demon, with arms like stone pillars, suddenly slammed its hands onto the ground. In the next moment, the ground in front of it began to writhe, and finally, a rock barrier emitting a soil yellow luster rose from the ground. Under Gao Feng's anxious intense gaze, the blade of wind still sliced through the rock wall. But after being blocked 2 times in a row, the wind blade's power diminished significantly. Finally, the wind blade struck the earth rift rock demon, leaving behind a shallow cut. Before Gao Feng could feel happy, he saw Feng Li release another blade of air. This time, there was no more obstruction. The wind blade sank deep into the body of the earth rift rock demon, almost severing half of its shoulder and part of its chest. Fortunately, the earth rift rock demon was an elemental creature, so this injury couldn't threaten its life. But the pain it brought was very real. Roar! The earth rift rock demon collapsed to the ground, letting out a terrified and pained roar. Seeing this, Gao Feng was already prepared but was still greatly shaken in his heart. He was among the stronger ones at school. But at this moment, in front of Lu Zhe, he had no power to resist. He quickly withdrew the earth rift rock demon into his body and shouted loudly. I admit defeat. Though he had a second familiar, it was too weak to be of any use. After finishing, he hurriedly left the stage, running toward the waiting doctor nearby. In the audience, although Gao Feng lost, the crowd still cheered and clapped for him. On the high platform, Mu Changfeng also showed an approving expression. This Gao Feng is not bad. Knowing he cannot win, he still dares to step into the ring. Next, the competition continued. The system assigned more opponents to Lu Zhe, most of whom simply gave up. Yet a small number of people, like Gao Feng, bravely took the stage, although the results were all disastrous. At this moment, Lu Zhe's record reached 36 wins and 0 losses. During this time, other arenas also featured some real experts. For example, a boy on arena number 7 had a lower-tier Earth-type rock armor Tyrannosaurus as his familiar. Name: Rock Armor Tyrannosaurus. Quality: Upper Earth tier. And a girl on arena number 43 had a lower-tier Earth-type Nightmare Shadow Spider Mother as her familiar. Name: Nightmare Shadow Spider Mother. Quality: Lower Heaven tier. Most eye-catching, even overshadowing Lu Zhe, was the master of arena number 73, whose familiar was a mid-tier Earth-type Lava Red Dragon. Lava Red Dragon. Quality: Mid-Heaven tier. Description: serpent body, dragon head, overall dark red scale armor, surface covered in flowing magma patterns, red golden lava liquid seeping between the scales, with a raised fiery crystal ridge on the back, no wings. At this moment, most of the arena masters inside were like Lu Zhe, coming from outside. Mu Changfeng leaned back wearily against the chair behind him, rubbing his forehead. Although he had long anticipated the current situation in the arena. But at this moment, he still felt a bit uncomfortable in his heart. After a long while, he finally let out a breath and lifted his spirits. Looking at Lu Zhe and the others in the arena, Mu Changfeng now only hoped they could finish 100 battles soon and leave quickly. Liao Yu, Red Fire Whip. Hearing Lu Zhe's words, Liao Yu let out a low growl, and then a whip made of flame suddenly appeared. Slap! The fire whip struck fiercely at the monster in front of them, the powerful force sending it flying. Roar! The monster before them was a beautiful canine beast, its body covered in flowing cyan fur. However, at this moment, it had completely lost its usual elegance. The terrifying heat contained in the red fire whip left a horrible wound on its beautiful fur, blackened and deep enough to see the bone. It rolled wildly on the ground, trying to relieve the intense pain coming from its injury. But it was utterly useless. Its owner was a somewhat cute girl. The girl hugged it sadly and hurriedly ran towards the nearby doctor. Because the opponent's strength was too weak, Lu Zhe also let Liao Yu come out to practice. At this moment, Luze glanced at the time and realized it was almost noon. In just one morning, Luze had experienced 49 battles. And without exception, he had won them all. It's time to have lunch. Luze was already feeling a bit hungry, and after staying on the arena for a long time, he also felt some mental fatigue. So when the next opponent came up, he simply chose to forfeit. Because it was his first time using this, it wouldn't affect his record. Then he set his status to leave the arena. In this state, the system wouldn't automatically assign him opponents. But don't think you can keep avoiding battles in this state. Because the competition has a time limit, and when time is up, regardless of whether you have completed 100 battles or not, ranking will begin directly. After that, Luze left the arena amidst the confused and ecstatic gazes of his opponents. Chapter 129, Peak Battle. After leaving the battle arena, Luze walked into the hall and sent a message to Qin Yueshi. Soon, Qin Yueshi arrived with Zhang Ruoxue. "Brother Lu, you are amazing," Qin Yueshi excitedly said to Luze. And beside her, Zhang Ruoxue, though silent, looked at Luze with undisguised awe and admiration in her eyes. Luze smiled, accepting their praise, and then took the two of them to lunch. Although it was noon now, the arena still seemed to have plenty of people. The audience seats were still lively, and the matches in the arena were still intense. In the morning matches, Qin Yueshi also participated in a few battles, but her results were not ideal. Her current record was 13 wins and 15 losses. "Sigh, I thought I was strong." At the dining table, Qin Yueshi kept mumbling. Earlier in school, her performance in the tests held in her class was quite good. But now in the competition, facing many peers, she finally understood what her actual strength was. Hearing Qin Yueshi's mumbling, Luze began to comfort her with a smile. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruoxue secretly observed Luze while they talked. Luze's strength truly exceeded her expectations. He possessed 2 earth-ranked beasts, and one of them even had heavenly-level quality. And she finally learned from Qin Yueshi that Luze was a student of Jinghu University. This brought great shock to Zhang Ruoxue. She was so stunned by the news she couldn't speak. Soon, the three finished their meal. Then they continued back to the arena to participate in the competition. Luze returned once again, full of energy. He decided to push on and finish all the remaining battles today. This is also the advantage of this competition system: if you are strong, you can quickly end the matches. In his first match after coming back, as soon as Luze's opponent saw him, they immediately chose to forfeit. Luze became the champion once again, waiting for the system to match him. After going through dozens of matches, finally, Luze welcomed his first somewhat challenging opponent. Of course, it was only slightly challenging. The opponent summoned a demi-earth grade Thunder Griffin. Name: Thunder Griffin. Quality: Upper Demeanor Earth Grade. Caw! The griffin flew in the sky, roaring fiercely. Raging silver arcs of electricity darted between its feathers, making a hair-raising crackle sound, showing its astounding power. The look in the opponent's eyes towards Luze was filled with excitement and some tension. To face such a skilled opponent was itself a precious experience. Luze did not speak but directly summoned the Winli. Roar! After Winli appeared, it directly roared at the Thunder Griffin in the sky. Although the Thunder Griffin responded unwillingly, its momentum was clearly weakened. With the protective barrier falling, the match officially began. Sky Splitter. Winli launched the first attack. A green wind blade swiftly flew towards the Thunder Griffin. But this was just the beginning. Then, one after another, wind blades were launched continuously. Storm Wings. The opponent calmly responded. Caw! The Thunder Griffin shrieked and large amounts of green air currents surged from its massive wings. Swish! In the next moment, it transformed into a silver lightning bolt, narrowly dodging all the incoming wind blades. Thunder Gun. The opponent seized the chance to counterattack, giving a sudden command. The rapidly flying Thunder Griffin halted suddenly, its sharp eagle-like eyes filled with explosive silver lightning in an instant. Crackle! The sound of biting electricity echoed. A massive thunder gun formed in front of it. Then, accompanied by the roaring of thunder, the lightning spear stabbed fiercely towards Winli. Boom! Winli quickly started to dodge, but the lightning spear still grazed its body, shattering several scales. Then, it slammed heavily onto the arena. Boom! The violent explosion made Luze, nearby, frown and cover his ears. On the arena floor, a charred pit was blasted out, with several arcs of electricity still jumping at the edges. Roar! The painful injury completely enraged Winli. It roared once and then transformed into a blue stream, flying furiously towards the Thunder Griffin. The Thunder Griffin did not show fear either, shrieking as it met the charge. The Thunder Griffin's sharp claws dug into Winli's body, producing a metal clashing sound. And Winli's tail was like a steel whip, hitting it hard. Tail Whip! Luze seized this opportunity and commanded loudly. Winley's tail was instantly wrapped in highly compressed air, its speed and power increased dramatically. Bang! An even more dull and terrifying sound of impact resounded, accompanied by the clear, teeth-gritting sound of bones cracking. Caw! The Thunder Griffin let out an extremely painful cry, one wing showing an unnatural bend, and its massive body was violently thrown away by this immense force. But Winley still would not let it go, and the surrounding air currents began to surge violently at its command. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air currents on the arena became wildly chaotic, forming a gigantic blue tornado centered around Winley. Expand the airflow. The Thunder Griffin, enduring the broken wing and excruciating pain, desperately flapped its other good wing trying to escape. But with its speed greatly reduced, how could it outpace the storm? Under the watch of its opponent and other spectators, the battle continued. The Thunder Griffin was desperately caught in the tornado. The storm violently tore at its body, feathers scattered everywhere, and sparks flickered in the wind. Everything happened too quickly, from a stalemate to one side being completely overwhelmed, in just a few seconds. As the storm slowly calmed down, a figure was violently flung out like a rag doll, crashing hard against the edge of the arena. It was the Thunder Griffin, and at this moment, it looked utterly miserable. Both wings were broken at odd angles, and its beautiful silver feathers were almost completely plucked away, exposing wounded skin covered in scars. The opponent quickly rushed over and mournfully pulled the Thunder Griffin into his body. Finally, he pondered for a moment before sighing in despair. I give up. He actually had a low-quality beast under the earth level, but its strength was slightly weaker than the Thunder Griffin's. So he simply gave up, as there was no chance of winning. Until the system displayed Lu Zhe's victory, the audience who had been watching this fierce and brief showdown finally snapped back to reality. They erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. Lu Zhe stood still, waiting for the system to match him with another opponent. After some time of competition, Lu Zhe's record had reached the terrifying mark of 86 wins, 0 losses. He had encountered some strong opponents in between, but in the end, he always won. However, looking at the opponent for the next match, Lu Zhe's expression began to grow serious. Because the next match's opponent's beast was the mid-level Earth beast, the Lava Red Dragon. Undeniably, based on the strength displayed so far, the Lava Red Dragon and its master Wang Jingxing were one of the recognized strongest in this competition. When the big screen displayed the information about this duel, the already noisy arena seemed to have a heavy bomb dropped into it, instantly boiling over to its peak. It's here, it's here. The main event is here. Lu Zhe vs Wang Jingxing. Sky-splitting winged snake vs Lava Red Dragon. Wow! A top-tier duel. This is going to be exciting. Who do you think will win? I think Wang Jingxing has a better chance, right? His Lava Red Dragon is a mid-level Earth beast. Not necessarily. Lu Zhe's sky-splitting winged snake is quite strong, and it's a heavenly beast. The Lava Red Dragon is also a heavenly beast, and its level is even higher, so I'm backing Wang Jingxing. The vast majority of the audience did not have faith in Lu Zhe, including Jiang Ruoxue. She also thought Lu Zhe would lose this time, but beside her, Jin Yueshi did not agree. Because she knew that Lu Zhe's strongest contracted beast was actually the White Frost, not the Wind Glass. Even Mu Changfeng, standing on the platform, was attracted by this battle, leaning slightly forward with a smile of interest on his face. He loved watching this kind of out-of-town genius internal battle. He could admire high-level matches without worrying about local seeds being beaten too badly. However, unlike the view of most audiences, Mu Changfeng had more faith in Lu Zhe. Because he sensed that Lu Zhe's personal strength was actually stronger than Wang Jingxing's. This also meant that Lu Zhe definitely had other stronger contracted beasts that he had not yet released. Chapter 130, The Appearance of White Frost. On the arena, Wang Jingxing looked at Lu Zhe in front of him, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He looked very relaxed, as if victory was already in his grasp. I'm sorry, but your winning streak might come to an end here. Wang Jingxing said to Lu Zhe with a smile. But Lu Zhe showed no expression that he expected, instead, he appeared quite calm. Not necessarily, the outcome will only be known after we compete. After saying this, Lu Zhe directly took Wind Glass back into his body. Wang Jingxing looked at this scene with confusion, and the next second, his pupils suddenly constricted. A whoa! Behind Lu Zhe, a giant wolf with a massive snow-white body proudly appeared. Accompanied by the wolf's howl, a powerful pressure of middle-tier earth level was unmistakably released. The Lava Red Dragon instinctively tensed its body, an obvious fear flashing in its eyes, while a low and anxious growl rumbled from its throat. How is this possible? Wang Jingxing's smile instantly froze, replaced by shock that was hard to believe. How does he still have a middle-tier Earth-level monster? This simply meant that the guy in front of him, who was of similar age, actually possessed 3 Earth-level monsters. But how could this be possible? Countless thoughts exploded in Wang Jingxing's mind, making him momentarily dazed. At the same time, the audience's seats erupted with chaos due to the appearance of Bai Shuang. Oh my. He actually has a third Earth level beast. And it's a middle tier Earth level, the same grade as that lava red dragon. Now this is really something to watch, the outcome is still uncertain. Shouts of surprise and discussions mixed together, instantly pushing the atmosphere to a new high. Almost everyone's gaze was fixated on the stage. On the stage, although at first, Bai Shuang did shock them. But soon, Wang Jingxing recovered, his eyes once again filled with sharpness. So what about the middle tier Earth level? It's just on the same level as my lava red dragon. He encouraged himself in his heart, but his eyes looking at Bai Shuang were already filled with vigilance and seriousness. Buzz. The defensive shield beside the stage suddenly appeared, the match officially began. Extreme cold breath. Crimson flame blast. Both monsters launched their attacks simultaneously. Two completely different breaths collided with each other, producing a tremendous explosion sound. Boom! The deafening explosion sound instantly engulfed the entire venue. Under the intertwining of energies, a visible shockwave spread out in all directions. Both Lu Zhe and Wang Jingxing on the stage had to use their spirit power to stabilize their bodies. Even just tentative attacks created more commotion than most previous matches. In the arena, the confrontation of energy breaths lasted for a while before mutually canceling each other out. The smoke gradually dispersed, and neither side in the battle suffered any harm. In their first encounter, they evenly matched each other. Woohoo! Bai Shuang roared angrily and her body began to flicker, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ice wheel slash. As she moved, ice blades began to coalesce from various places in the arena, then fiercely slashed towards the lava red dragon. Roar! The lava red dragon let out a roar, then lifted its tail high, slamming it heavily down on the ground behind it. Bang! With a muffled sound, the ground that was struck instantly appeared with numerous cracks, red-hot magma light seeping out. In the next moment, the surrounding ground seemed to come alive, beginning to writhe violently. Thick stone walls ablaze with flames rose up from the ground, firmly protecting the lava red dragon inside. Boom boom boom. The ice blades continuously battered against the stone walls, producing an endless sound of explosions. Countless shattered soil chunks mixed with ice shards fell, and the steamy water vapor instantly enveloped this area, obscuring the internal situation. But just then, a burst of firelight suddenly rose in the smoke. Soon, like a volcano erupting, fierce flames began to spread rapidly around the center of that flamelight. Wherever the fire went, the ground of the stage actually began to change color, gradually turning into a dark red from the cooled lava. And at the center of that sea of fire, the figure of the lava red dragon slowly appeared. It had several gaping wounds on its body. At this moment, it began to heal at a visible speed. As if the surrounding flames were the best medicine for wounds. Its pair of crimson eyes fixed fiercely on Bai Shuang, filled with anger. Roar! With yet another roar, its huge tail began to slap the ground heavily, again and again. Bang! 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 Each slap was like a war drum sounding, and the raging flames surged even more fiercely, spreading at a skyrocketing speed again. Wang Jingxing stood at the edge of the sea of fire, a confident and even a bit smug smile on his face. Demon skill, Flame Prison. This is a top-tier Earth-grade demon skill, and it is also a rare regional demon skill. He had put countless efforts into enabling the lava red flood dragon to master this demon skill. The effect of this demon skill is to convert the surrounding environment into a lava domain. In the lava domain, benefiting from the active fire spiritual power, the lava red flood dragon can gain a strong boost. Meanwhile, its opponents continuously suffer from high temperatures and flames. Especially for Bai Shuang, an ice attribute demon beast, the effect is particularly pronounced. Let's see how you deal with this. Wang Jingxing was certain in his heart, and his gaze towards Lu Zhe was once again filled with confident assurance. In the arena, the temperature around Bai Shuang was rising rapidly, flames surrounding her as if they had a life of their own. The air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. However, facing this scene, Bai Shuang remained completely unperturbed, her eyes full of calmness. Then, she opened her mouth again, and another ice-blue breath shot toward the lava-red flood dragon. Yet, when this breath entered the range of the flame prison, the extreme heat and ubiquitous flames rapidly consumed its energy. In the end, this breath even failed to get close to the lava-red flood dragon and was directly evaporated halfway. Useless. Wang Jingxing saw this scene and his smile grew even brighter. Applause erupted from the audience, all shocked by the dominating effect of this regional demon skill. This demon skill is so powerful. How can we fight now? It's impossible to get close. It seems Wang Jingxing has the upper hand. Even some competitors on the nearby stage stopped fighting, gazing in shock at this hellish scene. Just then, Bai Shuang made an unexpected move. She stood in place, raised her head, and let out a long wolf howl. A whoa! As this howl echoed, the temperature on the arena suddenly dropped sharply. Then, snowflakes began to appear out of nowhere, ignoring the sea of fire and high temperatures below, and began to flutter down. What is this? Wang Jingxing reached out, a snowflake landed on his palm, and began to melt rapidly. At that moment, an ominous premonition surged in his heart. No, this is impossible. He forced himself to reassure, but upon seeing the flames still spreading, he relaxed slightly. However, when he turned his gaze toward Bai Shuang, his eyes widened in shock, nearly gasping out loud. He saw the snowflakes around Bai Shuang suddenly begin to gather, finally forming a platform beside her. Even more unbelievable, Bai Shuang lightly tapped her 4 feet and began to run rapidly into the air, stepping on these continuously generating platforms. She looked like a graceful sprite dancing in a blizzard, completely ignoring the lava sea below. Witnessing this scene, Wang Jingxing's smug smile completely vanished, terror reflected in his pupils. Chapter 131, Frost Gun, Crushing the Opponent. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Bai Shuang ran step by step into the sky. Standing on a platform upheld by countless ice crystals and snowflakes, Bai Shuang looked down coldly at the lava-red flood dragon below, as if examining a prey trapped in a cage. At this moment, the entire arena had turned into a burning hell, with terrifying heat rampaging wildly. But for the white frost in the sky, none of this posed a threat at all. Feeling the condescending gaze of the white frost, the lava-red dragon experienced unprecedented humiliation and anger. It let out a deafening roar, flames rising wildly around it. Roar! In its fury, the lava-red dragon controlled the flames in its domain, and thick columns of fire surged forth like angry fire dragons. They charged fiercely towards the white frost high in the sky. However, these fire columns had not even approached the white frost when they were entangled by countless snowflakes and ice crystals in the air. In the end, they dissipated directly into a cloud of steam, still some distance from the platform. The white frost paid no attention to the previous attack but slowly closed its eyes. In an instant, the countless snowflakes and ice crystals drifting above the arena seemed to receive a silent command and began to gather frantically. What is that? Wang Jingxing gazed upwards in a daze, his pupils reflecting the alarming sight above. In the high sky, countless tiny ice crystals rapidly combined, forming sharp ice spears that were small yet incredibly lethal. In just a few breaths, thousands of these ice spears densely covered the sky. Buzz. Accompanied by a faint humming sound, the tens of thousands of ice spears moved. They seemed to receive a unified order, rushing downward with a piercing sound. The area they covered was the entire arena, leaving no place to hide. The lava-red dragon let out an astonished and furious roar, desperately summoning the flames around it to form an incredibly thick firewall above itself. Sizzle. The dense ice spears collided with the firewall, instantly vaporized by the terrifying heat, producing a continuous dissolving sound. However, the ice spears in other areas violently pierced into the already black-red ground. Thud. Thud. Countless ice spears stabbed down simultaneously, causing the raging flames to flicker visibly, and large patches of fire began to extinguish. Seeing this scene, Wang Jingxing had no choice but to urge the lava-red dragon to increase its energy output. The patterns on the lava-red dragon's body suddenly lit up, as even more violent flames surged from the ground, temporarily stabilizing the shaky domain. But Wang Jingxing felt no joy in his heart, for he sensed this was just the beginning. Indeed, his premonition proved to be extremely accurate. High above, the massive ice crystal platform beneath the white frost began to emit a brilliant blue light. Countless cold currents and ice crystals gathered frantically in front of the platform. A giant ice spear, unimaginably large, was rapidly forming at an astonishing speed. The spear was surrounded by tangible icy air currents, and the chill it emitted even made the spectators far away shiver. Compared to it, the earlier reign of ice spears seemed like children's toys. This was the true form of the top-tier Earth-grade demon skill, Frost Spear. Awah! With the white frost's howl, the ice giant spear, seemingly capable of piercing the earth, rushed towards the lava-red dragon below with a chilling wail. The lava-red dragon felt the deadly threat and let out a desperate yet unwilling roar, squeezing out all the power within it. Boom! A terrifying fire column, several times thicker and almost white-hot, viciously collided with the falling ice giant spear. Bang! An unprecedented massive explosion shook the entire arena. The front half of the ice giant spear shattered constantly under the impact of the white-hot fire column, turning into countless ice crystal dust. Seeing that the ice spear had already shattered halfway, a flicker of hope ignited in Wang Jingxing's eyes. Suddenly, his expression froze. Because in the sky, in front of White Frost, another equally massive ice spear was once again forming. Without any hesitation, White Frost drove this ice spear down with a crash. Boom! The second ice spear struck heavily at the end of the first spear. The two forces combined, directly collapsing that blazing white pillar of fire. No! Wang Jingxing let out a desperate scream. Under the gaze of all the spectators, that remaining yet still massive ice spear crashed down upon the molten lava-red dragon like a spear of divine punishment. Boom! The terrifying sound of the impact mixed with the frantic shatter of ice layers. The first spear completely disintegrated in the collision, turning into countless sharp giant ice cones, wildly splattering in all directions. Bang! Bang! Fortunately, there was a protective shield at the edge of the arena, and all the ice crystals were intercepted. On the arena, Luce looked at the giant ice cones flying toward him, just about to take action. But he found that a large white figure had already appeared in front of him. It was White Frost. She simply lifted her head slightly, and all the flying ice cones quietly dissipated. Meanwhile, the second ice spear continued to bombard the molten lava red dragon below. Wang Jingxing's face turned pale as paper, devoid of blood. The audience was in complete silence. Whether it was the lava red dragon's blazing prison or White Frost's earlier icy spear, everything had far exceeded their imagination. By the time the ice spear completely shattered, the arena was already filled with a thick, oppressive icy mist. White Frost, Luce called softly. White Frost immediately understood, elegantly lifting her front paw and gently waving it. Whoosh! The mist surrounding the arena was driven by an invisible force, rapidly spreading to the sides, revealing the scene at the center of the arena. Everyone's gaze instantly focused here, then the sound of gasps arose one after another. They saw the molten lava red dragon collapse amidst the shattered ice, long since lost consciousness. It was covered in countless terrifying wounds, deep enough to see the bone, with many places completely frozen and broken. At the same time, its body was shrouded in a thick layer of frost, its originally majestic scales now dull and lifeless, utterly miserable. Wang Jingxing rushed forward, confirming that the molten lava red dragon was merely heavily injured and unconscious before slowly standing up. Then he dejectedly lowered his head and spoke in a bitter voice. I admit defeat. Afterward, he took the molten lava red dragon back into his body and walked down the arena in a daze. Before leaving, he turned to glance at White Frost. At that moment, White Frost's fur was still fluffy, showing no signs of injury at all. I couldn't even hurt her? Watching Wang Jingxing's departing figure, Luce couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. To be honest, although he won, Wang Jingxing's molten lava red dragon was truly powerful. Don't be fooled by White Frost's current mid-tier Earth stage, she had used the Spirit Spring twice and also received enhancement from evolution power. If it were an ordinary mid-tier Earth stage monster, it would probably have been directly defeated by White Frost. After a brief silence, the entire arena exploded like cold water thrown into hot oil. My god! So powerful! This is the true duel of geniuses. Countless spectators were excited, their faces flushed, crazily shouting Luce's name, the roar almost overturning the arena's roof. On the high platform, Mu Chongfeng's face was also filled with surprise. Though he had a feeling that Luce would win, he didn't expect it to be so decisive. It was simply unbelievable. At this moment, White Frost was holding her head high, her eyes calmly scanning the boiling audience, emanating a cold aura that warned others to stay away. This high and aloof demeanor, combined with her exceptionally beautiful appearance. In an instant, countless hearts of the audience were captured. Flashes lit up the audience area, and many people were madly taking photos and videos. However, beneath her cool exterior, Bai Shuang's huge tail moved subtly. She secretly glanced at Luce, her eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. Luce immediately understood and hurriedly smiled as he walked forward. He buried his entire body into her soft fur, which carried a faint cold fragrance, and then skillfully stroked her. Well done, Bai Shuang, you are the best. Receiving Luce's compliment, Bai Shuang's mouth couldn't help but curl upward, and the swaying of her tail became more pronounced. Following that, the competition continued, and Luce directly had Bai Shuang stay on the stage. With Bai Shuang's strength, the subsequent matches went very smoothly. Before long, Luce successfully completed 100 battles. His record was terrifying, 100 wins and 0 losses. Chapter 132, The First Day Ends. After the competition, Luce ignored the cheers from the audience and directly left the battle arena. Having already completed his matches, he now only needed to wait for the competition to end completely and then see the final rankings. As he left the arena, Luce casually glanced at a platform nearby. He just happened to see Wang Jingxing's figure. At that moment, Wang Jingxing was calmly directing the battle, looking like he had completely recovered from his previous setback. His opponent was an unfamiliar boy, and the summoned creature was a mid-level Earth-ranked Tianxian bird. Although this Tianxian bird was not weak, compared to the Lava Crimson Dragon, it was clearly a bit lacking. At this time, the Lava Crimson Dragon had completely gained the upper hand, and the arena had been turned into a sea of fire. Roar! The Lava Crimson Dragon roared, and several thick fire pillars shot up from beneath the Tianxian bird. Despite the Tianxian bird's desperate attempts to dodge, it was eventually hit by a fire pillar. Clang! A painful cry echoed, and the Tianxian bird fell like a kite with a cut string. Seeing this scene, Wang Jingxing's tense face revealed a look of relief. However, when he caught sight of Luce watching from the side, his expression instantly froze. Noticing Wang Jingxing's gaze, Lu Zhe smiled at him. Wang Jingxing forced a somewhat ugly smile, then quickly turned his head away, no longer looking at Lu Zhe. But Lu Zhe was just simply greeting him, so he didn't linger on it and left. When he arrived at the hall, Qin Yueshi and Zhang Ruoxue were already waiting there. Seeing Lu Zhe, Qin Yueshi's first words were, "Lu Gu, can I see Bai Shuang?" Qin Yueshi looked at Lu Zhe with anticipation. Although she had seen Bai Shuang through a video before, it was nothing compared to seeing her in person. Zhang Ruoxue, who was beside her, didn't speak, but also looked at him with hopeful eyes. Lu Zhe smiled at their eager expressions but shook his head. "It's not convenient right now, let's talk after you finish today's matches." Hearing this, Qin Yueshi responded with a hint of disappointment. But she understood that the timing wasn't quite right, so she continued on to participate in the competition. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, after some simple disguise, followed Zhang Ruoxue back to the audience area. Lu Zhe was still quite popular, so it was better to disguise to avoid unnecessary trouble. Sitting in the audience, Lu Zhe chatted with Zhang Ruoxue while engrossed in watching the matches below. As time passed, the first day of competition finally came to an end. Lu Zhe took out his phone to check the current competition progress and found that more than 10 people had completed their matches. His ranking was first. And Lu Zhe also saw the name Wang Jingxing, whose ranking was fourth, with a record of 97 wins and 3 losses. It seems there are still other skilled players in the competition. Lu Zhe sighed and then stopped paying attention. He had already secured his spot, so he just needed to wait in peace. After leaving the arena, Lu Zhe took Qin Yueshi and Zhang Ruoxue to the hotel where he was staying. Although the high quality of the hotel was evident from the outside, Qin Yueshi and Zhang Ruoxue were still shocked by the luxurious decoration inside. "How much does it cost to stay here for a night?" Zhang Ruoxue whispered in amazement, holding onto Qin Yueshi's arm. Then, Lu Zhe led the two into his room. When the door opened, it revealed an extremely spacious area and a dazzling night view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. The two were once again stunned, even hesitant to step inside. "Come in." Lu Zhe found their cautious behavior a bit amusing. Only then did they walk in, carefully sitting down on the sofa in the living room as if afraid of dirtying something. "There's no need to be so nervous." Lu Zhe set down some fruit on the coffee table and then called out Bai Shuang and Liao Yu. Instantly, Qin Yueshi and Zhang Ruoxue were captivated by Bai Shuang, their eyes almost unable to look away. "You two sit here for a while, I'll go get something for you." After Lu Zhe finished speaking, he walked towards the bedroom, and Liao Yu followed behind him. As for Bai Shuang, she only glanced at Qin Yueshi and Zhang Ruoxue before lying down on the cushion beside the sofa, turning on the television for herself. Seeing Bai Shuang right next to her, Zhang Ruoxue's body tensed up, not daring to move at all. She gently tugged at Qin Yueshi beside her. Qin Yueshi was not as reserved, she directly addressed Bai Shuang. "Bai Shuang, you are getting more and more beautiful." Bai Shuang raised her head slightly in response, then continued watching television. Qin Yueshi continued cautiously asking, "Can we take a few pictures with you?" The two nervously looked at Bai Shuang, who then nodded slightly. The two were instantly overjoyed, quickly taking out their phones and carefully moving closer, finding the right angles to take several pictures together with Bai Shuang. Throughout, Bai Shuang neither cooperated nor resisted. After taking the photos, the two happily returned to the sofa, excitedly scrolling through the pictures they had just taken while quietly chatting. After a while, Lu Zhe came back holding 2 bottles. "Here, a gift for you." He approached the two and handed them the bottles. "This bottle is for Little Bai, and this bottle is for your Shadow Claw Mountain Cat." After receiving the bottle of elixir, Zhang Ruoxue hesitated, but Qin Yueshi had already summoned Little Bai. "Ing." As soon as Little Bai appeared, it saw Lu Zhe, let out a cheerful cry, and hurried over. Then it affectionately rubbed its head against him, showing great closeness. Lu Zhe smiled and patted Little Bai for a while, before it reluctantly returned to Qin Yueshi. Qin Yueshi patted Little Bai, then fed it the elixir. After drinking it, Little Bai immediately lay down, waves of spiritual energy fluctuating, and its breath quickly rose. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ruoxue didn't hesitate either, summoning her Shadow Claw Mountain Cat and feeding it the elixir. "This is specially formulated by me, it has great benefits for beast cultivation." Watching the two beasts close their eyes to cultivate, Lu Zhe explained. Then, amidst the envious gazes of Qin Yueshi and Zhang Ruoxue, Lu Zhe walked over to Bai Shuang and leaned against her. Bai Shuang slightly adjusted her body. "Let Lu Zhe be more comfortable." Liao Yu also lay beside Lu Zhe, allowing his hand to caress her. While stroking Liao Yu, Lu Zhe asked Qin Yueshi, "Yueshi, are you ready for your second demon contract beast?" Because Qin Yueshi's first demon, Xiao Bai, had just broken through to the earth level, she hadn't contracted her second beast yet. "I'm not sure yet." Qin Yueshi shook her head in worry. So, the few of them started discussing what kind of demon beast to contract. Of course, it was mainly Lu Zhe proposing his ideas, while Qin Yueshi and the others listened blankly. Chapter 133, Preparations before entering the secret realm. After a while, the two demon beasts in training slowly opened their eyes. Jiang Ruoshua felt the situation of the Shadow Claw Lynx and was surprised to find that its spiritual power had increased significantly. Brother Lu is a second-level breeder. Qin Yueshi quietly explained beside her. Only then did Jiang Ruoshua suddenly realize, but immediately showed an even more shocked expression. Isn't that even more unbelievable? While the two were chatting softly, Lu Zhe once again took out some bottles and distributed them to Qin Yueshi and the others. Take these as my gifts to you. These are too precious, we can't accept them. Qin Yueshi and the others waved their hands repeatedly, knowing the price of those spiritual medicines from the previous effects. Just take them, these things are nothing to me. These few bottles of spiritual medicines were casually made by Lu Zhe, and the materials were all taken from his own medicinal field. So it really wasn't anything for Lu Zhe. Although Qin Yueshi and the others initially refused, they still accepted them under Lu Zhe's insistence. After that, they chatted for a while longer until it was almost dark when Qin Yueshi and the others left. As for Qin Yueshi's second demon contract, Lu Zhe offered her some suggestions, and the specific choice was up to her. In the following days, the competition continued, and it quickly came to an end. The final ranking list was released. Without a doubt, Lu Zhe topped the chart with a record of 100 wins, 0 losses, being the first to complete 100 matches with absolute dominance. Qin Yueshi's ranking, however, wasn't as good. Her record was 56 wins, 44 losses. Her ranking was directly beyond the 10,000 mark. Fortunately, Qin Yueshi didn't aspire to earn a spot, so she was still quite satisfied with the result. On the day the competition results were announced, the Demon Contracting Master Association immediately sent messages to the top 1,000, asking them to prepare and go to the association the next day. So, Lu Zhe spent the whole day organizing things he needed to bring. Early the next morning, Lu Zhe headed to the Demon Contracting Master Association. Following the guidance of the front desk staff, Lu Zhe arrived at a hall on the 4th floor. Inside the hall were rows of seats, with quite a few people already present. Lu Zhe scanned the hall, wanting to find a place to sit. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure, paused slightly, and walked over to that figure. Wang Jingxing sat in his seat, one hand propping up his chin, the other hand boredly scrolling through his phone screen. In this competition, his final ranking was 26th. To be honest, he was quite dissatisfied with this ranking. He had aimed for the first position from the start, and he was absolutely confident in the strength of the lava-red flood dragon. In the early stages, everything went smoothly. With the powerful strength of the lava-red flood dragon, he charged ahead until he encountered Lu Zhe. That crushing defeat not only made him lose the competition but also almost shattered his mindset. After the two subsequent defeats, they were more or less influenced by that one loss. If it weren't for my mindset being off, how could I possibly lose 2 more matches? Wang Jingxing thought somewhat unwillingly in his heart, while secretly swearing that after the secret realm, he would definitely practice even harder. At that moment, a voice sounded beside him. Excuse me, is anyone sitting here? No. Wang Jingxing replied instinctively without raising his head. But then, he suddenly felt that this voice sounded a bit familiar. He raised his head sharply and froze when he saw the person standing next to the aisle. Because that person was Lu Zhe. After confirming that no one was in the seat, Lu Zhe naturally sat down in the empty spot beside him. Let's introduce ourselves formally. I'm Lu Zhe, a first-year student from Mirror Lake University. Lu Zhe smiled and reached out his hand first. Wang Jingxing was stunned for a few seconds before he responded, quickly reaching out to shake hands with him, his tone carrying some complex emotions. Wang Jingxing, Yuhan University, also a first year. Although he had been defeated by Lu Zhe, Wang Jingxing felt no dislike for him. On the contrary, Lu Zhe's absolute strength made him feel a sense of admiration. Strong people always find it easier to earn respect. Your lava-red horn is quite impressive. Lu Zhe initiated the conversation first. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingxing let out a bitter laugh, then shook his head. What's impressive? I was easily beaten by your white wolf. You shouldn't say that, Lu Zhe chuckled and continued. Bai Shuang is about to break through to high-grade earth level, so your lava-red horn is already quite good. Hearing this, the bitterness on Wang Jingxing's face deepened. With you saying that, I feel even worse. The two then skipped this topic and continued to chat. Since both were geniuses, there were quite a few common topics to discuss. After a while, when the top 1,000 competitors had all arrived, a middle-aged man appeared on the high platform ahead. It was Mu Changfeng, the president of the Demon Tamer Association in Yunhai City. Mu Changfeng looked at the vibrant faces in front of him, nodding contently. I am Mu Changfeng, the president of the Demon Tamer Association in Yunhai City. He began calmly, his voice carrying through the entire hall with spiritual energy. Everyone here has stood out from a fierce competition of 100,000 participants to become the top 1,000. You have earned the precious opportunity to explore this newly discovered secret realm. However, there are some things I must state in advance. At this point, Mu Chongfeng's tone grew serious. Because the secret realm is from ancient times, there are no measures for emergency exits. This means that if you encounter danger inside, you cannot escape the secret realm instantly like you could in the college entrance exam. To leave the secret realm, you can only exit through the spatial rift you entered. Upon hearing this, everyone present understood what it meant. Immediately, some people's faces turned pale. Seeing their expressions, Mu Changfeng frowned and suddenly raised his voice. If anyone wants to withdraw, you can tell me now. I give you one last chance to choose, and of course, I won't hold you responsible. After speaking, he cast a sharp gaze over the crowd in front of him. However, to his surprise, although some looked pale, no one chose to give up. His expression brightened, revealing an appreciative smile. Very good, your performance satisfies me. Talent is certainly important, but without the courage to face danger, you will ultimately find it hard to achieve greatness. After saying this, he waved his large hand. The staff who had been waiting on the side immediately stepped forward, carrying several boxes, and began distributing an item to everyone present. It was a palm-sized dark gray stone. The surface is engraved with extremely complex inscriptions. This is a defensive spirit tool specifically prepared for you by the association. Once activated, it can unleash a shield that can resist attacks from low-grade heavenly beasts. Mu Changfeng explained in a deep voice. But remember. His tone became extremely serious again. This spirit tool can only be activated 3 times at most. After 3 times, it will completely shatter and become ineffective. So after you use it for the second time, you must immediately return and evacuate the secret realm. Courage does not equal recklessness. Living means unlimited future. Do you all understand? Understood. Chapter 134, Monster Plant, Star Pattern Tree. Lu Zhe picked up the defensive spirit tool and started to examine it carefully. Spirit tools are mainly divided into combat and non-combat types, and there are even more detailed classifications. Regardless of the type of spirit tool, they all have a strong enhancement ability for beast tamers. Because of this, a profession called Spirit Tool Master has even emerged. Although their status is not as high as that of nurturers, it is still considered a promising career. Lu Zhe tried to inject spiritual power into the stone in his hand. Buzz. The stone seemed to be activated and instantly melted, turning into flowing gray liquid. Finally, it formed a stone arm guard on Lu Zhe's arm. It's quite convenient. Lu Zhe moved his arm and felt that there was no impact at all. Seeing everyone had put on their spirit tools, Mu Changfeng nodded in satisfaction and then said loudly. Okay, now everyone follow me. Under the arrangement of the staff, Lu Zhe and the others were given special eye masks. These eye masks not only block vision, but also have a good suppressive effect on mental perception. Then, they were guided onto a special transport vehicle and headed towards the secret realm. As this secret realm had not been made public yet, it was currently highly confidential. Moreover, there were more batches of personnel needed to enter, so maintaining confidentiality was crucial. After an unknown period of travel, the vehicle finally came to a slow stop. When the eye masks were removed, Lu Zhe found himself inside a huge building. Follow me. Mu Changfeng's voice rang out again as he led Lu Zhe and the others through several heavy doors that required authorization for verification. Eventually, they arrived at an exceptionally spacious hall. The scene in the center of the hall made Lu Zhe and the others gasp in shock. A gigantic space crack, towering over 100 meters, appeared in the center of the hall. The edges of the crack looked extremely unstable, with black spatial turbulence occasionally bursting forth, emitting chilling energy waves. Just a glance made Lu Zhe's eyes sting, and he quickly averted his gaze. Do not look at the edges of the space crack, you are too weak, and the turbulence will greatly affect you. Mu Changfeng's voice came at the right time. Everyone lowered their heads, feeling scared and afraid to look around carelessly. Then, under the instructions of the staff, Lu Zhe and the others lined up and began to enter the secret realm one by one. Mu Changfeng stood aside, continuing to remind them. Remember, if you encounter danger, run if you can, your life is the priority. In fact, there were some official personnel watching inside the secret realm, but Mu Changfeng did not plan to tell Lu Zhe and the others. He felt that this was the best way to cultivate talent. After handing over his belongings to the staff for inspection, Lu Zhe stepped into the secret realm. The moment he crossed into the secret realm, Lu Zhe felt a pull, followed by a dizzying sensation. When he came to his senses, Lu Zhe found himself in the secret realm. Before him was a dense forest filled with primal energy, and the air was rich with spiritual power far exceeding that of the outside world. Behind Lu Zhe was a huge spatial rift, from which many people were staggering out. Lu Zhe saw Wang Jingxing in the crowd, and at the same time, the other party happened to look at him. They exchanged glances for a moment, nodded at each other, and then turned to walk in different directions. At this point, they had already become rivals. Lu Zhe immediately summoned Feng Li and chose a random direction to set off. However, neither Lu Zhe and his group, who had just entered the secret realm, nor Mu Chanfeng and the others outside had noticed the changes happening in the secret realm at this moment. In the deepest part of the secret realm, a pair of ancient giant eyes slowly opened. The gaze of these eyes seemed to penetrate through space, coldly glancing at Lu Zhe and the others who entered, then sweeping over Mu Chanfeng and the others outside. After a moment, the owner of these eyes seemed to feel a bit weary and closed them once again. At the same time, a sound like a low rumble, as if from ancient times, echoed softly. V-room. In an instant, the sky above the entire secret realm changed dramatically. The originally clear sky rapidly gathered thick clouds at a visible speed, and a restless aura quietly spread forth. What's going on? Why is the weather changing all of a sudden? Lu Zhe warily looked at the transforming sky and asked Feng Li to temporarily stop on a massive tree crown. After waiting for a while, and confirming there was nothing unusual, he then instructed Feng Li to continue moving forward. Feng Li, stay alert and keep moving forward, but slow down a bit. Sometime later, Lu Zhe looked at a giant tree in front of him, his face full of amazement. This is the star pattern tree. Before him stood a tree towering dozens of meters high, with a sturdy trunk and bark of a deep dark blue color. The trunk was covered in silver-white patterns, radiating a hazy aura. Name, star pattern tree. Quality, high-grade earth rank. In an instant, all the information about it flooded into Lu Zhe's mind. The star pattern tree is an extremely rare earth-rank demon plant. Demon plants refer to those that have gained sentience due to spiritual power nourishment. They can also cultivate and evolve. According to what Lu Zhe knew, star pattern trees were nearly extinct in the outside world, with only a few hundred remaining in Blue Sky Kingdom, all of which were under strict protection. And the star fruit was the fruit of the star pattern tree, recognized as a top-grade second-rank spiritual item. Its effect is to slightly enhance the psychic power of beast tamers, which is incredibly powerful for them. This is also the reason why star pattern trees were on the brink of extinction. Lu Zhe never expected that just after entering the secret realm, he would come across such a precious demon plant. Lu Zhe hurriedly dismounted from Feng Li, and immediately summoned Bai Shuang and Liao Yu. After instructing them to stay alert, Lu Zhe quickly approached the star pattern tree. However, just as he got within a certain distance, the star pattern tree seemed to come alive. The green vines wrapped around it moved and appeared to reach out to Lu Zhe as if holding something. Swish swish. Almost simultaneously, several sounds of splitting air came through. When Lu Zhe reacted, he saw the broken vines in front of him, along with some silver-white patterned fruits that had fallen to the ground. Ow! Bai Shuang stood beside Lu Zhe, her eyes coldly staring at the star pattern tree before them. Liao Yu and Feng Li also gathered around at this time, the breath of 3 earth-rank demon beasts directly pressuring the star pattern tree. The massive tree crown of the star pattern tree visibly trembled, as if greatly frightened. Then, it extended several intact vines once more, trembling as it rolled up the fallen star fruits from the ground. It then plucked several star fruits from itself and presented them all before Lu Zhe. After completing all of this, its vines quickly retracted, and the whole tree exuded a weak and helpless scent of pity. Lu Zhe was first stunned, then suddenly enlightened. As a demon plant of the earth level, this star pattern tree evidently already possessed a considerable level of intelligence. It realized from the beginning that Lu Zhe was not to be trifled with, so it immediately took out the most precious star fruit from itself to please Lu Zhe. However, this action was misinterpreted by Bai Shuang as an attack, which transformed the situation into what it was now. Lu Zhe comforted Bai Shuang and the others, and then picked up a star fruit and took a bite. The sweet juice burst in his mouth instantly, followed by the crisp and tender flesh sliding down his throat, and suddenly, a refreshing and pure feeling surged into Lu Zhe's mind. Lu Zhe felt as if his mind had been cleansed, and a trace of fatigue was swept away in an instant. His spirit became exceptionally clear and focused, and even his senses seemed to sharpen a bit. Good stuff. Lu Zhe's eyes sparkled as he swiftly finished the fruit in a few bites, feeling the continuous nourishing sensation for his spiritual power, his face full of satisfaction. Then, he carefully collected all the star fruits on the ground. After doing all this, he did not disturb the star pattern tree again but left with Bai Shuang and the others. He initially only intended to pick some star fruits and had no intention of hurting the star pattern tree at all. Watching Lu Zhe leave, his figure completely disappearing into the depths of the forest, the star pattern tree seemed to truly let out a sigh of relief. Its huge crown swayed gently a few times, the leaves rustling as if it were thankful to have escaped a disaster. Chapter 135, Annihilation of the Wolf Pack. Bai Shuang was walking in the forest with a light and easy pace, not in a hurry at all. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe lay on her wide back, taking 3 star fruits out of his backpack. Come, try this, it tastes pretty good. He smiled and fed the fruits to Bai Shuang, Liao Yu, and Feng Li. Although the main effect of starfruit was to enhance spiritual power, its taste was quite good, so it was also a great choice as a snack. The three demon beasts obviously enjoyed it and swallowed it in a few bites, revealing satisfied expressions. At that moment, a thought suddenly arose in Lu Zhe's mind. Could he possibly cultivate the star pattern tree in the manor? This was not a fanciful idea, the seed of the star fruit was a natural seed. And although the star pattern tree had quite strict requirements for its growing environment, Lu Zhe's manor had the green vine medic and its little brothers. So this idea was completely feasible. The more Lu Zhe thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and he immediately made up his mind to try it after returning. Moreover, there must be other rare demon plants in the secret realm, and he could collect more. After all, this time the exploration of the secret realm had a full 10 days, it was enough for him to search carefully. While Lu Zhe was contemplating, Bai Shuang, who was leisurely strolling below, suddenly stopped. Her expression instantly became sharp, and her huge body lowered slightly, letting out a low growl from her throat. Oh whoa! Liao Yu beside her also sensed something unusual and immediately tensed her body, taking on an attacking posture. Lu Zhe reacted quickly as well, leaping off Bai Shuang's back. Already prepared, Fengli glided and accurately caught him, quickly gaining altitude and hovering in the air. In the next moment, under the watchful gaze of one human and three beasts, a group of unexpected guests slowly emerged from the forest ahead. It was a pack of wolf-like demon beasts, all with dark red fur. They had agile bodies, and the corners of their mouths dripped with thick, dark red saliva that smelled foul. As the saliva dripped to the ground, it instantly emitted a sizzling corrosive sound. It's blood-kiss wild wolves. Lu Zhe immediately recognized the demon beasts. Once again, it is a brutal and ferocious beast that has almost vanished from the outside world. Name, Bloodkiss Mad Wolf. Quality, mid-level Earth stage. There are about 15 or 16 Bloodkiss Mad Wolves in this group, most of which have the strength of low-level Earth stage. Among them, the leader, a clearly larger and more robust Wolf King, possesses the strength of mid-level Earth stage. Oh whoa! Bai Shuang let out a more powerful roar once again, trying to intimidate the wolf pack into retreating. However, her intimidation seemed to have the opposite effect. The Bloodkiss Mad Wolves are extremely bloodthirsty and aggressive beasts, and this only provoked their ferocity even more. Woohoo! The Wolf King let out a short and sharp low howl. The wolf pack instantly scattered, forming a perfect half-arc enclosing circle, trapping Bai Shuang and Liao Yu in the center. Pairs of blood-red wolf eyes flashed with greed and hunger, clearly viewing them as prey. Seeing this scene, the slight softness in Bai Shuang's eyes completely disappeared, leaving only cold killing intent. Just before the wolf pack was about to close in and pounce, Bai Shuang and Liao Yu took the initiative. Bai Shuang suddenly opened her mouth, and a blast of extreme cold breath instantly struck the nearest Bloodkiss Mad Wolf. The Bloodkiss Mad Wolf didn't even have time to react, and was directly blasted off the ground, slamming hard against the trunk of an ancient tree with a horrible cracking sound. Upon landing, dark red blood mixed with bits of internal organs gushed frantically from its mouth and nose, and its limbs twitched a few times before going limp, clearly not surviving. At the same time, Liao Yu's fiery long tail swung violently, engulfing another Bloodkiss Mad Wolf in a large burst of flames. Ah whoa! The Bloodkiss Mad Wolf instantly turned into a wildly struggling torch, its skin and flesh quickly charring under the high temperature. In just 2 or 3 seconds, it fell to the ground in extreme pain, lifeless. The air was filled with an unpleasant smell of burnt flesh and blood. Oh whoa! Seeing this, the Wolf King was utterly furious. It let out a deafening roar, commanding the wolf pack to attack with all their might. However, just as its roar faded, a huge white figure rushed straight toward it like a ghost. It was, indeed, Bai Shuang. Capture the thief by catching the king, especially for an organized wolf pack. As long as the Wolf King is dealt with, the rest would pose no threat. Seeing Bai Shuang daring to charge straight at it, a glimmer of provocation-infused rage flashed in the Wolf King's eyes, and it fearlessly surged forward to meet her. As they got closer, the Wolf King suddenly opened its gaping jaw, releasing a wave of dark red breath that exuded a foul, corrosive stench. This was the signature skill of the Bloodkiss Mad Wolf, a foul breath laced with deadly poison. If hit, the horrible toxins would rapidly erode the opponent's flesh, causing excruciating pain. However, facing this breath, Bai Shuang exhibited nothing but disdain in her eyes. She also opened her mouth and unleashed a blast of extreme cold breath, and the two breaths violently collided in midair. Sizzle! A loud energy annihilation sound erupted. However, the standoff lasted only a moment. The dark red breath rapidly crumbled at a visible speed, unable to withstand Bai Shuang's extreme cold breath. A look of horror flashed in the Wolf King's eyes. Just as it wanted to desperately increase its energy output, Bai Shuang did not give it that chance. Ice Wheel Slash. A massive ice blade formed out of thin air and swiftly slashed toward the Wolf King. The Wolf King's pupils constricted, its instinct for survival forced it to interrupt its breath, awkwardly rolling to the side to dodge. Put. Despite its quick reaction, the ice blade still mercilessly sliced through its lower back, leaving a massive wound that nearly cleaved it in two. Dark red blood spurted out like a fountain. Oh whoa! The Wolf King let out a wail of extreme agony, the intense pain nearly making it faint. However, before it could catch its breath from the heavy blow, a suffocating chill had completely engulfed it. It looked up in fear and saw the massive white wolf had appeared before it without it noticing. The once large Wolf King now seemed extremely small in comparison to the White Frost, appearing as if it hadn't fully grown. White Frost stared at it coldly, then raised its front paw high and heavily struck down toward the Wolf King's neck. Crack! A sharp, crisp cracking sound echoed, enough to make one's scalp tingle. Under the terrified gaze of the remaining wolf pack, their Wolf King couldn't even let out a final whimper. Its head twisted at a bizarre angle and then slammed heavily to the ground. Its neck was completely crushed and deformed, its eyes bulged out, dead beyond any doubt. From the start of the fight to the Wolf King's death, not even a minute had passed. Oh! Oh! The remaining wolves looked at White Frost and let out fearful howls of despair. A few wolves even instinctively crouched down, taking a submissive posture. But White Frost didn't care. She stood on the Wolf King's corpse and once again sprayed her icy breath at the blood-kissed crazy wolves. In an instant, 2 or 3 of the unsuspecting blood-kissed wolves were frozen into ice sculptures, shattering into pieces. Oh! The remaining wolf pack finally collapsed, letting out terrified shrieks as they scattered and fled. Fengli, Liaoyu, clean them up. In the air, Lu Zhe calmly commanded. Fengli let out a long chant, and the air around her surged violently. The expanding air instantly formed a powerful wind pressure domain, and the howling wind roared incessantly. Liaoyu seized the opportunity, swinging her fiery red tail once more. A fiery storm was unleashed, a thick column of flames shooting up towards the wolf pack. The wind fueled the flames. Under Fengli's deliberate control, Liaoyu's fiery storm grew in power. It quickly formed a terrifying fiery tornado, devouring all the desperate blood-kissed wolves. Piercing screams briefly pierced the fiery storm, only to swiftly fade into silence, replaced by a strong smell of charred flesh in the air. When the storm subsided, only charred, carbonized, unrecognizable wolf corpses remained in place. The wolf pack was completely annihilated. Lu Zhe approached the Wolf King's corpse, which was the most intact among all the bodies. He carefully examined it. The fur had lost its value due to being soaked in poisonous blood, and the flesh was also poisonous and inedible. In short, this corpse was of no value at all. More importantly, the Wolf King's corpse was constantly oozing out a strong, foul-smelling blood, truly enough to make one gag. Beside him, White Frost was now disdainfully using her breath to scrub her claws, her eyes filled with regret and disgust. If I had known, I wouldn't have used my claws. Lu Zhe sensed White Frost's deep resentment through their bond. Alright, let's leave this place for now, I'll help you clean up properly later. Lu Zhe smiled reassuringly at White Frost, then he ignored the other corpses and left straight away with her. Chapter 136, The Destiny Organization. By a small creek, Lu Zhe was repeatedly scrubbing White Frost's claws. Although it was just a little tainted, the dirty blood was extraordinarily stubborn. Even after washing several times, there still lingered an odor that was difficult to remove. White Frost lay beside him, looking disgruntled as she stared at her unfortunate paw, filled with distaste and regret. She silently vowed to herself. Next time I encounter something as disgusting as this, I will absolutely avoid it. Lu Zhe cleaned diligently while crushing some fragrant spiritual herbs, applying the juice to White Frost's claws. All right. After a flurry of activity, Lu Zhe finally stood up. Patted by Shuang. Bai Shuang lowered her head and sniffed. The foul smell was gone, replaced by a faint scent of grass and wood. Only then was she satisfied and shook her head, then affectionately rubbed her head against Lu Zhe. After taking a short break, Lu Zhe once again led Bai Shuang and the others to explore the secret realm. His goal was now very clear, to find those precious spiritual items and see if he could transplant them into his medicinal field. While Lu Zhe was exploring, others who entered the secret realm were also exploring different areas of the secret realm. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Mu Changfeng was listening to a subordinate's report beside him. Chairman Mu, according to reports from relevant personnel, the Taming organization plans to launch an attack soon. That group of madmen. Mu Changfeng held his head in pain. He really did not want to encounter those crazy people. The Taming organization is a force designated as a terrorist organization by the vast majority of countries in the world. Its members are mostly radical extremists who believe in human supremacy. Among them, some harbor hatred because loved ones were killed by monstrous beasts, while others simply fear the power of the beasts, believing those not of their kind must have different hearts. But regardless of their original intentions, their ultimate goal is the same. To completely eliminate all existences that may pose a threat to humanity, which means the monstrous beasts. In their extreme mindset, all monstrous beasts should be exterminated, even those that have been fully domesticated. This extreme claim has naturally met with strong opposition and resistance from the vast majority of countries and the Monster Tamers organization. After all, the progress of human civilization to its current height has relied on the indispensable role of monstrous beasts. At first, the Taming organization focused on negotiations, but it was utterly ineffective. After the failure of negotiations, the Taming organization seemed to fully embrace extremism. They viewed all opponents as traitors misled by the beasts or enemies obstructing the pure future of humanity. Thus, they began to carry out various acts of destruction and assassination globally, becoming increasingly brutal. Those madmen, I really can't understand their way of thinking. Mu Changfeng sighed deeply, his tone filled with helplessness and confusion. Clearly, humanity's situation is already quite good, and we are even faintly gaining the upper hand in the fight against the beasts. Yet they are dead set on exterminating all monstrous beasts, even willing to turn against their own kind. Due to the recent stir caused by the appearance of the secret realm, the Tianming organization would naturally not let this opportunity pass. Their purpose was self-evident, to kill as many talented monster tamers as possible. However, the Monster Tamers Association was not defenseless and had long made corresponding deployments. Who is the highest-ranking person sent by the headquarters to oversee this operation? Have they arrived? At this moment, Mu Changfeng's expression became extremely serious. The Tianming organization's forces are intricately woven, having corresponding strongholds almost everywhere in the world, making them nearly ubiquitous. Although Mu Changfeng is a fourth-tier great monster tamer, with the strongest monster tamer at top-tier spiritual level, the Tianming organization's madmen act illogically, and he wouldn't be surprised even if they sent a monster tamer over. The personnel sent by the headquarters has been determined, it is. The nearby person hesitated for a moment, then said in astonishment. It's Principal Yi from Jinghu University. Principal Yi? Yi Hancho? Mu Changfeng's eyes widened in shock, equally astonished. He actually came in person? He originally thought the headquarters would at most send a senior monster tamer. But never did he expect it would be Yi Hancho. Although Yi Hancho is still a monster tamer. But his monster master Xianyuan dragon had already broken through the imperial level. And the strength of a monster master is basically all in their monsters, so Yi Hanjo can already be considered at the level of a monster emperor. So when he learned that Yi Hanjo had personally come, Mu Changfeng felt a weight lift off his heart. He did not believe that the Destiny organization would send a monster emperor for such a secret realm. Meanwhile, in a hidden abandoned warehouse several hours away from Yunhai City, a group of strange individuals was gathering here. They moved silently, communicating mostly with glances and simple gestures, appearing well-trained and extremely alert. These were members of the Destiny organization lurking in this area. A man who looked like a subordinate lowered his head and quickly walked to the outside of the warehouse's partition, respectfully saying to the inside, President Liu from the Yunhai branch has arrived. Let her in. A low, cold male voice came from inside the partition. Yes. The man replied and stepped back. Soon, a young woman with a pleasant appearance and a gentle smile walked in. President Gao, it's been a long time, how have you been? The woman greeted cheerfully, her tone as relaxed as chatting with an old friend. President Gao looked up from behind the desk, revealing a blank expression. Enough small talk, get straight to the point. Despite the other's cold attitude, the woman seemed unfazed, her smile unchanged as she continued. The special envoy sent by the headquarters has arrived and is doing the final preparations. All subsequent actions will be entirely led by the special envoy. President Gao nodded, then continued to ask. What's the status of the intel regarding the secret realm and the Monster Master Association? You're doubting my work, President Gao? The woman chuckled lightly, her tone carrying a hint of pride. This morning, Mu Changfeng took the first group into the secret realm. They plan to stay inside for 10 days, giving us plenty of time. However, her tone suddenly shifted, her brow furrowing deeply. But, it seems the Monster Master Association has already sensed our movements, I'm worried. What's there to be afraid of? President Gao impatiently interrupted her, his voice suddenly rising with a hint of fervor. Our mission this time is to trim the branches and create chaos, not to confront the association head-on. As long as we find the opportunity to take out some so-called geniuses, that's a huge success. For the pure future of humanity, this little risk is nothing. The woman looked at the obsessive light flashing in President Gao's eyes, opened her mouth, but ultimately did not raise any further objections. Chapter 137, The Mysterious Beast. Inside the secret realm, Lu Zhe was completely unaware of what was happening outside and was still happily exploring. This secret realm is truly from the ancient era, there are so many good things. Lu Zhe cheerfully picked a piece of spirit grass in front of him and put it into his bag. After about a day, he had already harvested a lot of precious spiritual items. Many of these items were nearly extinct outside. After packing up, Lu Zhe glanced at the sky and realized it was getting dark. I really don't understand why it gets dark in this secret realm. Lu Zhe felt a bit confused. The previous exam's secret realm was artificially manipulated, with both night and day created by humans. According to the information Luce had gathered, a secret realm like this, without a master to manage it, should not have day and night cycles. Could it be that this secret realm still has a master? The thought just popped into his head, but Luce shook it off. Impossible. If it had a master, how could it appear in the mortal world? Generally speaking, only secret realms lacking maintenance from a master. As a result, it would gradually merge with reality. Because the power maintaining their independent existence had completely vanished, otherwise, the secret realm had always been separate from reality before the power ran out. Moreover, the authorities had previously sent people to investigate, and now that I can enter the secret realm, there must be no problem. However, what Luce did not know was that the people sent by the authorities were also puzzled by the changes day and night. But they searched for a long time, even scouring the entire secret realm, yet still could not find the reason. So in the end, they concluded that this was a phenomenon caused by the unique nature of the secret realm, and not a big deal. The authorities accepted this explanation, and thus opened the secret realm. Finding a relatively spacious area, Luce decided to rest here for the night. Fengli scurried through the forest and quickly returned with a big pile of dry branches. Liaoyu then gently exhaled. The orange-red flames immediately surged up, igniting the pile of firewood. At that moment, Bai Shuang also dragged over a large wild boar-type monster. This was the unfortunate creature that had tried to attack Luce not long ago, only to be smashed to death by Bai Shuang in one swipe. Although this monster met a messy end, its strength was not weak, already at the mid-level of Earth stage. Its body contained abundant spiritual power, making it an excellent ingredient. Thinking of this, Luce couldn't help but swallow, as he began to skillfully process the monster. Under the watchful eyes of Bai Shuang, Liaoyu, and Fengli, Luce quickly finished handling the monster, cutting it into evenly sized steaks. The steaks sizzled over the flames, with golden oil dripping continuously, filling the air with an enticing meaty aroma. With Liaoyu's precise control of the fire, the steaks were quickly grilled to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Luce cut a small piece of meat to taste, and his eyes instantly lit up. So delicious. The meat was tender and juicy, even without any seasoning it was incredibly tasty. He shared the steaks with the three monsters, and soon, the entire wild boar was completely devoured. After eating and drinking his fill, Luce comfortably leaned against Bai Shuang, with Liaoyu gently lying on his lap and Fengli curled up beside them. While petting Liaoyu, he began to contemplate his next plan. Today was just exploring the edge of the secret realm, yet there were such rich rewards. If I delved deeper. This thought instantly made his heart race with excitement. Although the rewards from the edge were already quite considerable, he felt that there must be even better things hidden in the depths of the secret realm. After much contemplation, Luce finally made up his mind. Tomorrow, he would venture deeper into the secret realm. The next morning, after a simple tidy-up, Luce set off towards the depths of the secret realm. Not long after, what he discovered confirmed his suspicions. In front of him stood a tall fruit tree, its branches laden with fiery red fruits. This was another Earth-stage monster plant, the fire essence fruit tree. Luce approached excitedly. Fire essence fruits could not only enhance the speed of cultivation but could also slowly improve the bloodline of monsters. In terms of value, it was even higher than the previous starfruit. As an Earth-stage monster plant, the fire essence fruit tree naturally possessed intelligence. So when Luce picked its fruits, it was very cooperative. Luce, not being greedy, picked only about half of the fruits and carefully stored them before continuing on his way. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, Luce had been in the secret realm for 4 days. His harvest during these days was quite substantial, with all kinds of spiritual items filling 3 large bags. It seems I need to buy a spatial spirit tool when I get back. Luce looked at the several bulging bags in front of him and thought with some frustration. The so-called spatial spirit tool is actually something similar to a storage bag. The approach is actually not complicated, because as long as one reaches a certain level of power, whether it is a beast master or a beast, they can create a stable space. However, although the method is easy, the requirements for the creator's level are very high. So every storage-type spirit tool is extremely expensive. Luce had looked it up earlier, and a small storage spirit tool required a full 3,000 credits. After organizing these large bags, Luce continued to advance deeper into the secret realm. But the deeper he went, the more he felt that something was wrong. Because all along the way, he had not encountered a single beast. This was clearly unnatural. At the moment of his doubt, a strange humming sound suddenly rang out. Immediately after, the space in front of him shattered like glass. When Luce regained his senses, he found himself in a strange, pure white space. What shocked him even more was the scene before him. There lay a gigantic, unimaginable snake-like creature coiled in front of him. Its entire body was covered in azure golden scales, shimmering with an alternating glow. A pair of molten gold vertical pupils were like 2 blazing suns, radiating an awe-inspiring divine light. The solar divine pattern on its forehead shone brilliantly, and the feathered whiskers behind its head moved gently without wind, as if stirring the stars. A pair of colossal wings slightly folded, with the edges of each feather slightly twisting the surrounding space. In front of this mysterious giant beast, Luze felt as small as a speck of dust. He instinctively used his true eye to probe, but the information he received left him completely stunned. Name? Power? Quality? Introduction? All the information was actually displayed as question marks, a situation he had never encountered before. Chapter 138, Feathered Serpent God. Luze stared blankly at the existence before him, and then countless pieces of information suddenly flooded into his mind. Once he completely absorbed this information, Luze finally understood the past and present. The being before him was not an ordinary beast, but the legendary sacred tier divine beast. Its title was Feathered Serpent God. This secret realm was an independent small world opened up by K, where K's followers lived. The existence of the Feathered Serpent God can be traced back to ancient times. At that time, K had already ascended to the sacred tier, while humanity was still in a primitive stage, having not yet opened the path of beast masters. One day, while wandering around, K stumbled upon a primitive human tribe. These primitive people were barely clothed, living in crude caves, constantly facing the threat of beasts. When the tribe saw the Feathered Serpent God descend, they all knelt down to pray, treating K as a divine being. They expressed their awe for this towering being with the most primitive offerings and the most devout ceremonies. Whether it was coincidence or whim, this time K did not leave indifferently as usual but instead felt an unprecedented unusual feeling arise. In the end, K chose to stay and protect these weak yet devout humans. As the number of humans protected by K increased, people began to build altars and erect towering temples for K. And K finally received a divine name and title Feathered Serpent God. Throughout the long years, K enjoyed the most devout offerings from its followers. Although faith itself had no practical effect, the heartfelt awe and worship from the followers had already brought K a rare sense of fulfillment. However, the peaceful times were eventually shattered. One day, a divine beast suddenly intruded into K's territory. Such conflicts between divine beasts were rare. Even if they accidentally entered the territory of other divine beasts, they would simply leave. It was almost impossible for fights to occur between them. But this divine beast was different. K seemed to have fallen into a kind of madness, recklessly destroying everything in K's territory. In order to protect the believers and maintain its own dignity, the Feathered Serpent God erupted into a fierce battle with the mad divine beast. In the end, although K successfully repelled the opponent, it suffered extremely serious injuries itself. Even more frightening was that the wounds caused by the mad divine beast contained strange powers, which could not be healed no matter what. These wounds continued to worsen, eroding K's divine body. To protect itself and its believers, the Feathered Serpent God created this small world, transferring all the believers inside while it fell into a long sleep. However, as time passed, K's injuries not only failed to improve but became even more severe. When K awoke, it faced its weakest moment. But at that moment, the mad divine beast actually came knocking once again. Unlike the weakened K, the opponent's injuries had completely healed and its power had risen to a new level. But what remained unchanged was the opponent's still crazed state. This battle nearly destroyed the heavens and the earth. The clash between two divine beings made the entire small world tremble. Though they repelled the opponent once again, the small world was already shattered, and K had fallen into a near-death state. K didn't even have the time to repair the small world before falling back into sleep. When K awakened again, its divine body was already riddled with holes, and the strange power from its wounds continued to erode K. In the end, K had to accept a cruel fact, that K was about to fall. As a divine beast of the holy rank, a being that existed with the heavens and earth, K had never imagined that death would come to itself. And after accepting this fact, another question surfaced: what would happen to K's believers in the future? Even when seriously injured and near death, K could still sense the changes in the outside world. So K understood very well that if the believers were to leave the small world and enter the unknown outside world, the consequences would be unimaginable. After careful consideration, the Feathered Serpent God decided to merge the small world with reality. On one hand, it was to allow the believers to safely connect with the outside world while it was still present. On the other hand, K was trying to find an heir who could succeed it. This was also why Luze appeared here. Because the person chosen by the Feathered Serpent God was him, to be precise, it was Luze's spirit beast, Fonli. When the last piece of information was digested, Luze slowly came back to his senses from the shock. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the storm in his heart, and asked the first question. Why me? Why Fonli? A voice that seemed to come from the ancient times echoed in the space. Because of your ability. As the voice fell, a clear image appeared before Luze. It was the scene of him using the power of evolution for Bai Shuang and the others in the secret realm. Is it because of the power of evolution? Luze looked at the power of evolution flowing in his palm, lost in thought. This power allows living beings to break limits and continually evolve to higher levels. The feathered serpent god's voice carried a hint of surprise, clearly shocked by the powerful effect of the evolution power. And I can see through your heart, I know what kind of person you are. Just then, Feng was suddenly pulled into this space. At first, it was excited to see Lu Zhe, but after noticing the feathered serpent god beside him, it was instantly terrified and trembling. It hurriedly flew to Lu Zhe's side, huddling closely against him, with eyes full of fear and unease. Even though the feathered serpent god had restrained its imposing presence, the suppression of life rank still existed. Lu Zhe reached out to comfort Feng while raising his head to ask. So, what do we need to do? The feathered serpent god's gaze was calm and profound. I need you to grow strong enough, powerful enough to protect all my believers. As soon as the words fell, Feng suddenly flew uncontrollably towards the feathered serpent god. Feng's eyes were filled with terror, but its body couldn't resist at all. Lu Zhe did not stop it, for he understood this was Feng's rare opportunity. Feng flew right in front of the feathered serpent god, appearing as tiny as an ant in comparison. The feathered serpent god's eyes, as bright as the scorching sun, stared intently at Feng, then a dazzling golden beam of light shot forth from those eyes, directly entering Feng's body. In that instant, as the golden light entered, Feng's body began to change astonishingly. An indescribable powerful force surged within, and every cell was celebrating joyfully. The strength in its bloodline kept purifying and sublimating, driving it towards a higher evolution. Its blue scales began to shimmer with golden light, and its size was increasing at a visible rate. Use your power. The feathered serpent god's voice rang in Lu Zhe's ear. At the same time, an invisible but gentle force lifted Lu Zhe, bringing him next to Feng. Lu Zhe did not dare to hesitate and immediately channeled all his energy to inject this miraculous power into Feng. The two forces intertwined within Feng, causing even more intense changes to occur. Chapter 139, The Promise with the Divine Beast. Before long, Lu Zhe felt his mental and spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Sweat beads trickled down his forehead, his breath quickened, and his face began to pale. Just as he felt he was about to exhaust himself, a surge of power suddenly flowed into his body. This power instantly replenished Lu Zhe's mental and spiritual energy, even richer than before. Continue. The feathered serpent god's voice was calm yet authoritative. Without worries behind him, Lu Zhe took a deep breath and began to maintain the output of evolutionary power with all his might. The two forces intertwined, triggering an astonishing transformation within Feng, as if reshaping every cell. Feng's body was undergoing earth-shattering changes at a visible pace. Its length rapidly grew, soon breaking the 100-meter mark. The originally blue scales gradually gained golden patterns, and a magnificent golden crown grew from behind its head, radiating divine light. Gorgeous long feathers began to grow on its wings, while the tail end extended colorful feather ribbons. At the same time, Feng's aura was rising steadily. Earth level middle quality, earth level upper quality, heaven level lower quality. Feng's strength was rapidly increasing, and through the connection of the contract, a large amount of pure spiritual energy surged back into Lu Zhe, driving his realm to breakthrough. But suddenly, the spiritual energy flowing from the contract was inexplicably cut off. However, Lu Zhe did not pay it much attention and continued to focus on using the evolutionary power. After a while, the feathered serpent god withdrew the power bestowed upon Lu Zhe, and Lu Zhe also stopped the output of evolutionary energy. At that moment, the Feng that appeared before him had completely undergone a rebirth. The 100-meter-long elegant body was covered with azure golden scales, each infused with tremendous defensive power. The serpentine head appeared especially imposing, with a pair of golden vertical pupils and a resplendent crown like that of an emperor growing from behind. A pair of wide wings unfurled, with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters, creating gusts of wind with gentle flaps. The long tail swayed gracefully behind, with the colorful feather ribbons trailing beautifully in the air. At this moment, Feng's strength had evidently reached heaven-level middle quality. Lu Zhe hurriedly activated his true eye to check Feng's information. Name, Feng. Race, Divine Feathered Serpent. Quality, Inferior Tier. Strength, Heaven-level mid-quality. In the presence of two mysterious powers, an existence was born, flowing with thin yet pure divine blood, possessing growth potential that surpassed ordinary monsters. At that moment, the feathered serpent god released the restrictions on Lu Zhe's contract. In the next instant, a vast ocean of spiritual power surged through the contract connection, causing Lu Zhe's body to stiffen suddenly. His realm began to break through rapidly, but due to the overwhelming amount of spiritual power, Lu Zhe felt an unusual pain. It was as though his body was about to burst from the pressure of the spiritual energy. Roar! Winli looked at Lu Zhe anxiously, her golden vertical pupils filled with worry. No need to worry. The feathered serpent god spoke calmly, and a gentle force surged into Lu Zhe's body, easily taming the violent spiritual energy. With the help of this power, Lu Zhe's realm steadily improved. Peak Beast Tamer, minor achievement in Beast Mastery. Eventually, Lu Zhe's realm stabilized at great achievement in Beast Mastery. What shocked Lu Zhe even more was that the feathered serpent god's power perfectly fused into his body. This made Lu Zhe's spiritual power, both in quality and quantity, far surpass that of other beast tamers at the same level. Lu Zhe felt as if he had undergone a leap in life, every cell shining with unprecedented vitality. At the same time, he sensed that his lifespan had at least extended to 300 years. Is this the power of a divine beast? Lu Zhe silently wondered. Roar! Seeing that Lu Zhe was safe, Winli joyfully flew over. At the same time, her form quickly shrank, ultimately becoming slender and small, winding around Lu Zhe's arm just as when they first made the contract. Upon reaching the heavenly tier, beasts could freely control their size. At this moment, Lu Zhe felt a warmth on his arm, and when he rolled up his sleeve to look, he discovered a faint golden feathered snake pattern had appeared, looking vividly alive as if it would spring to life at any moment. Through this, you can contact me. The feathered serpent god explained, a hint of imperceptible fatigue in his voice. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment before solemnly asking. So, what exactly do you need me to do? I need you to become strong as soon as possible. The feathered serpent god's gaze was profound. My time is limited, and I must find a suitable successor within the limited time. If you can cultivate it to the perfect stage within 50 years, I will continue to baptize it. If you cannot, I will take back everything I have granted you and seek another. Lu Zhe had no doubt about the truth of these words, and then he cautiously continued to ask. Can you tell me how much time you have left? A few thousand years remain. The answer was delivered in a calm tone, with a hint of relief. Hearing this, the corners of Lu Zhe's eyes twitched sharply. After hearing the previous words, he truly believed that the feathered serpent god had only a few years left to live. But the result told him there were still a few thousand years left? However, for a divine beast, a few thousand years indeed felt like being on the brink of death. You should leave now. The feathered serpent god prepared to dismiss them as the surrounding space began to ripple slightly. Please wait. Lu Zhe hurriedly spoke, expressing the concerns in his heart. He was almost certain that there were many official personnel inside the secret realm. If he were to go out like this, Winli's astonishing transformation would be impossible to explain, and he certainly could not leak the feathered serpent god's information. After all, a dying holy tier divine beast would attract too much attention from the entire world. Even if the officials might not have malicious intent, once this news leaked, the consequences would surely be unimaginable. The feathered serpent god pondered for a moment before finally providing a solution. In that case, I will create a false image, showing that you found the fruit of destiny in the secret realm. This explanation will be sufficient. As the feathered serpent god's words fell, a golden light merged into Lu Zhe's forehead. Detailed information about the fruit of destiny and corresponding images instantly formed in his mind. These memories were vivid, as if they had really happened, even the smallest details were perfect. Go, remember our promise. The feathered serpent god said at last, with a hint of expectation in its voice. I hope you won't disappoint me. In the next moment, the pure white space began to shatter, and the scenery of the secret realm appeared before Lu Zhe's eyes. Chapter 140, The Strange Medicine Field. Lu Zhe blinked, and in the next moment, he realized he had left that pure white space and returned to the secret realm. The scene around him caused a momentary daze, as if everything he had just experienced was merely a dream. Roar! Winli excitedly roared behind Lu Zhe, flying wildly in the air. It felt the powerful energy surging within it and felt an immense thrill in its heart. Beside them, Bai Shuang and Liaoyu stared wide-eyed, incredulously observing the scene before them. In their perception, Lu Zhe and Winli were perfectly fine 1 second, but the next moment, a great change occurred. Not only had Winli's appearance drastically changed, but even Lu Zhe's aura inexplicably became much stronger. At that moment, a massive amount of spiritual power suddenly surged through the contract, interrupting them. The contract between a beast master and their beast was bidirectional, with the stronger party providing support to the weaker one. However, due to the gap between humans and demon beasts, most of the time, humans were the ones receiving support. But this moment was different. Lu Zhe's realm had skyrocketed to the peak of beast master. If converted to the level of demon beasts, it was equivalent to middle-tier celestial rank. Not to mention that after the transformation by the feathered serpent god's divine power, the spiritual power within Lu Zhe was no less than that of demon beasts of the same rank, both in quality and quantity. At this moment, under the impact of the enormous spiritual power, Bai Shuang and Liaoyu began to break through. Winli! Seeing Bai Shuang and Liaoyu breaking through before him, Lu Zhe immediately instructed Winli to provide protection. As Bai Shuang and Liaoyu's breakthrough unfolded, waves of spiritual power surged into Lu Zhe's body through the contract. In the past, such a scale of spiritual power would have been enough to make Lu Zhe feel uncomfortable. But now it was different. This spiritual power posed no impact on him at all. Seizing this gap, Lu Zhe began to carefully experience his own changes. Humans inherently had a low efficiency in absorbing spiritual power, even after becoming beast masters. So for the vast majority of beast masters, they were basically containers for spiritual power. The spiritual power of the beasts poured into their bodies through the contract, but they could only shallowly use a small amount of it. This situation continued until they broke through to the Great Beast Master. Only after breaking through to Great Beast Master and experiencing the first leap in life could humans undergo fundamental changes. At that time, transformed, they would truly be able to absorb and utilize spiritual power. However, Lu Zhe's situation was different. The power that the feathered serpent god had infused into him had brought an essential transformation to his body. He could clearly feel that every cell in his body was continuously absorbing spiritual power. While Lu Zhe was immersed in his own changes, two figures in the distance were completely stuck in a daze. These two were officials sent to ensure the safety of this area. Just now, they had suddenly sensed a breathtakingly powerful aura erupt, and immediately rushed over to follow the source of the aura. However, the scene before them left them astonished. They saw the space in front of Lu Zhe suddenly twist. A mysterious fruit radiating with colorful light suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The fruit emitted an astonishing allure, making the two nearly lose control and rush to grab it. However, they suddenly realized that their bodies were completely unable to move. In the end, they could only watch as Lu Zhe took the fruit and fed it to Fengli beside him. What happened next was even beyond their understanding. After consuming the fruit, Fengli's body swelled dramatically, and her aura soared, eventually transforming into her current sacred and majestic form. What on earth is that thing?" one person asked hoarsely, his eyes fixed on Fengli's figure. The other shook his head, his face filled with shock. "Never seen it before, but it's definitely an extraordinary treasure." Then the two exchanged glances, a moment of silence passing between them. After recording this scene before them, they immediately reported it to their superiors. All of this was naturally the work of the feathered serpent god. For a holy ranked divine beast capable of manipulating the rules of heaven and earth, creating such a false image was incredibly easy. On Lu Zhe's side, Baishuang and Liaoyue's breakthroughs lasted for a long time and only completed the next day. When the final wave of spiritual fluctuations calmed down, Baishuang had already broken through to the high earth tier, and Liaoyue reached the mid-earth tier. Looking at Baishuang and Liaoyue before him, Lu Zhe felt an immense satisfaction in his heart. The gains from this secret realm journey far exceeded his expectations, and the greatest surprise was undoubtedly the feathered serpent god's gift. Although Baishuang and Liaoyue's breakthroughs also pleased him, in comparison, they seemed trivial. After that, Lu Zhe briefly informed Baishuang and Liaoyue about the matter concerning the feathered serpent god. There was no need to hide this, and it was impossible to keep it a secret. Upon learning the truth, both Baishuang and Liaoyue looked at Fengli with complex expressions. They never imagined that Fengli had actually gained such an astonishing chance. Fengli, excited, spun around in the air a few times before transforming back into her small snake form and coiling around Lu Zhe's arm. Afterward, Lu Zhe continued to explore the secret realm. It was only the 5th day since he entered the secret realm, and time had just passed the halfway mark. Moreover, he learned that this secret realm was actually a fragment of the feathered serpent god's small world. A small world opened by a holy ranked divine beast absolutely contained many treasures. Lu Zhe's heart burned with excitement. With his now greatly increased strength, he could obtain even more precious resources. He did not forget his agreement with the feathered serpent god, which was to cultivate Fengli to the next rank within 50 years. Honestly, Lu Zhe was quite confident about this. A few days later, deep in a forest in the secret realm, a graceful feathered snake was flying freely in the air, its azure and gold scales shining with a sacred radiance under the sun. Though it was not very large, the aura it exuded made all surrounding beasts instinctively retreat. Fengli, although now just a heavenly ranked beast, possessed a thin trace of divine bloodline within her. For ordinary beasts, this was a complete dimensional strike. Under the absolute pressure of the bloodline, they could not even muster a thought of resistance. Even Baishuang and Liaoyue felt an inexplicable sense of oppression in front of Fengli. At this moment, Lu Zhe was comfortably lying on Fengli's back, feeling immensely content. It must be said that since Fengli's evolution, the experience of riding had improved several levels. With Fengli's help over these past few days, Lu Zhe gained an extremely rich harvest. No matter how dangerous the place was, Lu Zhe could now come and go freely. While Lu Zhe admired the scenery below, a shocking sight suddenly appeared before him. A large farmland burst into view within the forest, unexpectedly appearing before him. Inside the medicine field, all kinds of medicinal herbs were planted. These herbs were arranged neatly, clearly showing signs of being artificially planted. Seeing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but frown, a trace of doubt rising in his heart. How could there be such a well-organized medicine field in this secret realm? Fengli, go down and take a look. He gently patted Fengli's back. Fengli flicked its tail and then descended toward the medicine field. Note, a lot happened today, I'm too tired, so I'll write one chapter for now. The other chapter will be written later. Chapter 141, Forest Sprout Spirits. In the medicine field, 3 peculiar demon beasts were constantly busy. Their bodies were especially small, looking no more than half a meter, round, and strangely adorable. Their short, fat limbs moved nimbly, and their bean-sized eyes focused intently on each medicinal herb. At the same time, their small mouths occasionally made chirp-chirp sounds, as if they were whispering to the plants. The most peculiar thing was that a green plant grew on top of their heads. The plant bore a plump fruit at its tip, which swayed gently with their movements, releasing a faint fruity fragrance. At this moment, they were happily tidying up the medicine field, moving with the skill of experienced farmers. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure suddenly came from the air. The 3 demon beasts immediately looked up, their bean-sized eyes widening in shock. They saw Feng charging towards them. Chirp, 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 chirp. Panicked, they cried out, their short limbs flailing in distress, before they unhesitatingly buried themselves in the soil. Whoosh! Feng landed on the ground, creating a whirlwind in the medicine field that caused the herbs to sway wildly. Lu Zhe jumped off its back, and then Feng shrank in size, skillfully wrapping itself around his arm. Lu Zhe surveyed the medicine field and found that although the medicinal herbs weren't of high quality, every plant grew unusually lush, clearly well cared for. These herbs were divided into neat sections, with carefully laid out paths in between, showing that the planter had put in considerable effort. Feng rubbed its head against Lu Zhe's arm, signaling him to look at a certain spot in the medicine field. Lu Zhe followed its guidance and immediately locked eyes with a pair of small eyes peeking out from the soil. The eyes were full of curiosity and fear, and as soon as they realized Lu Zhe was looking at them, they quickly flashed with panic, retreating back into the earth. Seeing this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile. In fact, even when approaching the medicine field earlier, he had already noticed the 3 peculiar demon beasts. Lu Zhe slowly approached that spot, where the soil was gently trembling. Yeah. Feng gave a soft hum, its small tail casually flicking. In the next moment, an invisible force gently shook the ground, inviting the 3 trembling little creatures out from the soil. Chirp! The 3 demon beasts, forced out of the ground, huddled together in fear, their bean-sized eyes full of terror, and their short limbs trembling uncontrollably. Lu Zhe studied them carefully, quickly searching his mind for relevant information. However, to his surprise, he couldn't recall anything about them. Then, Lu Zhe directly activated the Eye of Truth. Race, Forest Sprout Spirit. Quality, Earth Tier Middle Grade. Description: a peculiar demon beast naturally born in the forest, they have a strong love for gardening, often collecting various seeds in the forest, searching for suitable places to cultivate medicine fields and carefully nurturing them. They emit a unique growth field that accelerates the growth of surrounding plants and slowly improves their quality. The fruit that grows on their heads is delicious and juicy, and can be eaten directly. The seed core, when buried in the soil, gradually grows and continuously provides nutrients to the nearby plants. Mild-mannered and timid, skilled in earth escape techniques. Just as Lu Zhe was digesting this information, one of the Senya spirits seemed to gather its courage and cautiously stepped forward. It nervously picked the fruit from the top of its head, cradling it in its short, chubby hands and offering it to Lu Zhe. Tweet. Tweet tweet. Its voice trembled obviously, but its eyes revealed a glimmer of expectation. Lu Zhe was taken aback for a moment before accepting the fruit and taking a bite while the Senya spirit watched eagerly. The flesh was crisp and juicy, and the sweet flavor spread in his mouth, accompanied by a refreshing spiritual energy that lifted his spirits. This tastes great! Lu Zhe exclaimed sincerely, taking another bite of the fruit. Seeing that Lu Zhe enjoyed the fruit they offered, the 3 Senya spirits clearly sighed in relief. As Lu Zhe slowly savored the delicious fruit, he began to think. After learning about the Senya spirits, he realized these little guys were like a gift from heaven for his medicinal field. They could accelerate plant growth, improve their quality, and actively tend to the medicinal field. Wasn't this exactly what he needed right now? During this adventure in the secret realm, he had collected a large amount of cultivable spiritual plants. If he could bring these Senya spirits back, it would undoubtedly speed up their growth significantly. Having made up his mind, Lu Zhe smiled gently at the Senya spirits. With his talent for beast affinity, the fear in the eyes of the Senya spirits gradually faded, replaced by a hint of curiosity. Then he asked Feng to help convey his meaning. Feng immediately began to explain to the Senya spirits in a cheerful, chattering manner. At first, the Senya spirits were a bit nervous in front of Feng, but when they heard that Lu Zhe had a large medicinal field that needed care, excitement lit up their little eyes. Upon learning that Lu Zhe wanted to take them away, they exchanged brief glances and eagerly nodded in agreement. It was not surprising, although the Senya spirits had a unique talent for cultivating plants, their combat abilities were extremely limited. The 3 Senya spirits before him were all of low earth stage, but their actual fighting abilities were even inferior to most superior ordinary beasts. Despite being good at escaping into the earth, their carefully cultivated medicinal fields were always destroyed by other beasts. So every escape caused them great pain, as they loved gardening. Now, with a powerful human willing to provide protection and a vast medicinal field for them to tend, they naturally could not ask for more. Looking at the excited little creatures nodding, Luze wore a satisfied smile. Then, the Senya spirits took the initiative to show him around the medicinal field and began helping him collect the herbs inside. However, most of the herbs in the medicinal field were first stage, with only a small amount of second stage. So Luze only picked the most valuable ones to take, leaving the rest behind. Currently, he had already gathered a lot of spiritual items and simply couldn't carry more. Besides, first-stage spiritual plants didn't quite interest him anymore. Yet, the Senya spirits revealed a look of reluctance, for these were the precious herbs they had worked hard to collect. Don't worry, when you come back with me, there will be an even larger medicinal field waiting for you to tend. Luze reassured them, gently stroking the plants on the heads of the Senya spirits. The little creatures seemed to understand his words and quickly perked up, their eyes shining with renewed anticipation. At this moment, Luze's desire for storage-type spiritual tools reached its peak. Indeed, without a storage-type spiritual tool, it's still too inconvenient. When I get back, I must find a storage-type spiritual tool as soon as possible. Luze thought to himself quietly. After collecting all the valuable herbs, Luze left with the 3 forest sprites. Chapter 142, The Beginning of Action. In the sky, the 3 chubby forest sprites were joyfully chirping on Fonli's body. Their stout bodies swayed gently with the rhythm of Fonli's flight, and their short little limbs were desperately trying to keep balance, looking both cute and funny. Chirp! Chirp! The forest sprites pointed at the rapidly passing scenery below with their short, chubby fingers, their bean-like eyes wide open, filled with wonder and excitement. They had never felt such a thing before. Seeing them so lively, Luze couldn't help but smile. At first, these forest sprites didn't dare to approach Fonli because the pressure she exuded instinctively made them feel fear. However, when Fonli officially took flight, their fear was instantly replaced by novelty and joy. After retracting his gaze, Luze began to think about the next plan. It was already the 10th day since entering the secret realm, and according to the rules, today was the day to leave the secret realm. He naturally wouldn't intentionally delay, as the gains from this trip had far exceeded his expectations. And the greatest gain this time was undoubtedly the gift from the feathered serpent. Not only had it transformed Fonli into a divine feathered serpent with strength soaring to mid-heaven tier, but his own strength had also broken through to the peak of a 3rd-tier beast master. Next were the breakthroughs of Bai Shuang and Liaoyu, and all the rare spirit materials collected along the way. Among all the gains, the most precious was a 4th-tier spiritual item, the Crimson Flame Heartflower. This rare spiritual item, entirely red, with petals like burning flames, was a true treasure for fire-type beasts. Luze still remembered the scene when he discovered it. At that time, beside the Crimson Flame Heartflower was a low-grade spiritual realm red cloud-scaled dragon, which logically should have led to a fierce battle. But unexpectedly, as soon as that red cloud-scaled dragon sensed the pressure radiating from Fonli, it turned and ran without hesitation. Clearly, in its view, battling Fonli for a 4th-tier spiritual item was not worth the cost. Thus, this precious Crimson Flame Heartflower easily fell into Luze's hands. As for the use of this spiritual item, Luze already had plans in mind. Currently, Liaoyu's strength had reached the mid-ground tier and could begin preparing the materials needed for its evolution. The conditions for it to evolve into the Crimson Sun Spirit Fox were actually quite strict. The most difficult requirement was a 4th-tier fire-type spiritual item to serve as the core. Now that this difficult condition was met, the remaining materials, with Luze's current strength, would not be hard to collect. Luze estimated that once he returned to school, he could start preparing for Liaoyu's evolution. In comparison, Bai Shuang's evolution path was slightly slower. She needed to reach the low heaven tier first before undergoing the next evolution. However, this goal didn't seem far away, as Luze's strength now far surpassed Bai Shuang's. So in just a few days, Bai Shuang, who had just broken through, had shown significant growth and strength. Apart from the Crimson Flame Heartflower, Luze also obtained many other precious spiritual items, including some rare 3rd-tier spiritual items from outside. However, he felt a little regret that he only found 2 types of transplantable demon plants. Those were the Star Pattern Tree and the Fire Essence Fruit Tree. Demon plants and spiritual plants have some differences. Demon plants refer to special plants that have gained spiritual intelligence, their value and rarity surpassing that of spiritual plants. Ling plants refer to plants that possess spiritual power. Just like the herbs in Luze's medicinal field, they are all considered Ling plants. After briefly summarizing the gains of this trip, Luze guided Fonli towards the exit of the secret realm. Meanwhile, the atmosphere outside the secret realm was far from relaxed. Several miles away from the entrance of the secret realm, on a hidden hill, a group of people was quietly lying in ambush. Every one of these people had a solemn expression, their eyes gleaming with a fanatic flame. Standing at the forefront were 2 familiar figures, the High President and the woman known as President Liu. At this moment, they both gazed ahead with profound awe at a proud figure standing there. It was a tall man, with snow-white long hair flying wildly in the air but appearing perfectly arranged. He stood with his hands behind his back, facing away from the crowd, as if admiring the distant scenery. Today is the day those so-called geniuses come out. The man suddenly spoke, his voice cold and emotionless, yet it jolted the spirits of those behind him. He slowly turned around, revealing an exceptionally youthful and handsome face. But that face held no expression, as if he were merely wearing a meticulously crafted mask. "Prepare yourself, attack right away." Without any unnecessary words, the man directly issued the order, his tone filled with undeniable authority. "Yes." The crowd answered in unison, their voices filled with fervent devotion, as if they were about to accomplish a sacred mission. At that moment, from a distance, a convoy appeared, heading toward the location of the secret realm. The High President hurried a few steps forward, his voice trembling with excitement. "Special Envoy, the time has come." The man said nothing, only silently watched the passing convoy. Though the High President was burning with anxiety, he did not dare to urge further. Not until the convoy completely drove into the building did the man slowly raise his hand, his voice extremely cold. "Action." In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot, and the people behind him immediately followed. Although they were few in number, around 100, every one of them emanated a powerful aura. The weakest among them was already a third-tier beast tamer, so they could be considered all elite. Inside the building, Mu Changfeng was standing in the hall where the entrance to the secret realm was located, respectfully reporting the situation to the young man before him. "Principal Yi, the time limit for this secret realm exploration is 10 days, and today is the last day." Before this, over 100 people had exited early for various reasons. The young man in front of him smiled and nodded. He was Yi Hanzhou, the principal of Jinghu University. He appeared calm and composed, as if he had merely come to visit. At that moment, a sudden urgent alarm rang out. Mu Chongfeng's face changed dramatically, and he said gravely, "Principal Yi, the people of the Destiny Organization have launched an attack." However, Yi Hanzhou remained smiling, looking extraordinarily calm. "Since they are here, then I will go meet them." Immediately, he stepped toward the exit, and just as Mu Changfeng was about to follow, Yi Hanzhou raised his hand to stop him. "President Mu, you should stay here to guard the secret realm in case the enemy's goal is to destroy the entrance." Mu Changfeng found this reasonable, so he stayed in the hall. Although the alarm continued to blare, his mood gradually calmed down. With Yi Hanzhou personally taking action, the safety here should not be a problem. Chapter 143, The 9 Infants of Heavenly Poison. At this time, outside the building, all kinds of demon beasts were surging like a tide, launching a frenzied attack on the building. These demon beasts were entirely different from the usual ones seen. They were shrouded in a thick aura of malevolence, their eyes red as blood, as if they had completely lost their sanity. Their attacks were chaotic, but with a kind of reckless madness that sends chills down one's spine. Inside the building, the station officials have fully launched their counterattack. They summoned their respective demon spirits while controlling various high-tech weapons deployed around the building. In an instant, a variety of attacks poured out like a torrential rain. However, what was shocking was that most of the attacks were blocked or avoided by these frenzied demon beasts in various ways. Those attacks that couldn't be dodged crashed heavily into them, leaving only shallow scars. Moreover, these demon beasts seemed to feel no pain at all, still recklessly charging forward. "Damn it, we can barely hold on," an official shouted angrily with a pale face. After only a brief battle, his 3 summoned demons had been seriously injured and had to be withdrawn into his body. The gap between the two sides was too large. The opponents were all heaven tier or even spirit tier demon beasts. On their side, most were only earth tier or heaven tier, with very few spirit tier. For this operation, the Destiny Organization directly mobilized elites from several surrounding cities. So, it was normal for such one-sided circumstances to occur. However, just as the demon beasts were about to break through the defense line, a thunderous dragon roar suddenly echoed through the sky. At the same time, a suffocating and terrifying pressure swept across the battlefield like a tangible force. In the astonished gazes of everyone, a terrifying giant dragon that blotted out the sun appeared high in the sky. Its body was so massive that it was beyond imagination, its deep blue scales refracting a mesmerizing sheen like the deep sea under the sunlight, each scale containing heart-stopping power. The shadow it cast directly enveloped the entire battlefield, giving an oppressive feeling as if the sky were collapsing. This was Yi Hanzhou's demon spirit, the Abyssal Sea Xianlong. Yi Hanzhou stood steadily on top of the Abyssal Sea Xianlong, looking down at the battlefield with a calm expression. And the moment the Abyssal Sea Xianlong appeared, all the attacking demon beasts seemed to be crushed under an invisible mountain. They all collapsed to the ground, unable to advance even a step. "Damn it, it's Yi Hanzhou." In the distance, President Gao looked at the figure in the sky with a face full of anger, then turned to the woman beside him in fury. "What's going on? Why didn't we get any news that Yi Hanzhou would come?" Hearing this, the woman was also unhappy and retorted without hesitation. "President Gao, I'm not a god. How could I easily track the movements of someone like Yi Hanzhou? I guess only Mu Changfeng and a few of his close confidants know this information. President Gao was about to speak again when he was interrupted by a white-haired envoy in front. Enough. President Gao suppressed his anger and unwillingly said. Envoy, now that Yi Hanzhou is here, should we retreat? The white-haired man did not answer immediately but silently observed the terrifying giant dragon high in the distance. Yi Hanzhou had not even made a move, just the pressure of the abyssal sea Xianlong had subdued all the attacking demon beasts. Although these demon beasts were frenzied, the strongest among them was only Spirit Tier, utterly incapable of resisting under the pressure of the Imperial Tier demon beasts. After easily resolving the crisis, Yi Hanzhou suddenly turned his head, his gaze precisely directed at the location of the white-haired man. Feeling that gaze, President Gao and the woman instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. President Gao tried hard to maintain his composure, while the woman beside him was already trembling all over, her face as pale as a sheet. Envoy! Envoy, let's escape! The woman's voice trembled, her tone filled with fear. The white-haired man still ignored her, directly raising his head to meet Yi Hanzhou's gaze. The two were separated by several miles, yet their eyes clashed fiercely in the air. Yi Hanzhou! The white-haired man silently whispered this name. A glimmer of madness flashed in his eyes. Just broke through to the Imperial level? Perfect, let me test your true strength. Immediately, he raised his hand violently, veins bulging all over his body, and exclaimed word by word. Come out. In the next moment, under the shocked gazes of everyone, a terrifying nine-headed serpent demon suddenly appeared before him. This beast was entirely an ominous shade of dark green, with 9 hideous heads emitting a thunderous roar simultaneously, radiating a power that was not inferior to Yi Hanzhou's Abyss Sea Xian Dragon. This was indeed an Imperial-level beast. If Lu Zhe were here, he could use his true eye to obtain the following information. Race, Sky Poison 9 infants. Strength, low Imperial level. Quality, mid-Imperial level. Description, 9-headed serpent body covered in dark green poisonous scales, a veritable overlord-level beast. 3 heads of red flames, eyes ablaze with scarlet fire, breathing out plague fire, 3 heads of cold abyss, ice blue poisonous frost, freezing souls, 3 heads of corrupt poison, dark green pus mist, eroding bones and souls. The tail splits into 9 prongs, swinging through toxic fire, toxic frost, and toxic mist intertwined, dimming the heavens. In anger, the 9 heads howl together, water, fire, and poison merge into one, turning into the realm of sky poison, instant annihilating 1,000 miles of life. However, after the 9 infants appeared, it suddenly turned to face the white-haired man, with 9 pairs of eyes burning with flames of fury. Its 9 massive mouths gathered terrifying energy, ready to launch an attack on the white-haired man. Yet the white-haired man remained calm. After all, this was an Imperial-level beast, he had no way to fully control it now, but he could manipulate it for a short time. Then he suddenly clenched his right hand tightly. Put! The white-haired man directly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body shaking continuously as if enduring immense pain. Roar! And the 9 infants also let out a painful roar, its original attack halted abruptly. Everyone present instinctively covered their ears, shocked as they watched this horrifying scene. When the 9 infants stopped howling, its eyes had completely turned crimson, identical to those attacking beasts before, utterly devoid of reason. But the cost of this was that the white-haired man's face had paled like paper, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Finally, with the help of President Gao, he barely stood firm. Despite feeling excruciating pain, he looked up at the sky with anticipation. In the high sky, Yi Hanzhou noticed this, his brow slightly furrowing. He could clearly tell that this Imperial-level beast was being forcibly controlled, and such a state could not be maintained for long. However, Yi Hanzhou glanced at the buildings below and the many officials, feeling somewhat troubled. The battle between Imperial-level beasts would be enough to flatten this place with just the residual waves. At this moment, the 9 infants' 9 huge mouths suddenly opened wide, a devastating force bursting forth. Dark green poisonous mist, scarlet plague fire, and ice blue frost gathered in its mouth, radiating a heart-stopping energy wave. Seeing this, Yi Hanzhou no longer hesitated, and his thoughts moved. The Abyss Sea Xian Dragon let out a thunderous dragon roar, its massive body suddenly charging forward like a blue lightning bolt, crashing into the 9 infants. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded as the Abyss Sea Xian Dragon accurately struck the 9 infants, directly carrying this terrifying beast into the sky. Their figures quickly shrank, flying towards the cloud layers above. At this time, the white-haired envoy pushed away the President Cao who was supporting him, his voice hoarse as he said. Quick, go to the entrance of the secret realm, I can't hold on for long. Chapter 144, The Battle Intensifies. But President Gao's brow was tightly knit, worry filled his tone as he looked at the white-haired envoy with sincere urgency. Envoy sir, your current state. The woman next to him also showed concern, but her eyes flickered uncertainly. She was not afraid for the other's safety, but rather feared what would happen to herself if she went inside. What if the other side couldn't hold on and ran away alone? Wouldn't I be directly abandoned? Thinking of this possibility, cold sweat began to seep from her back. Stop wasting time, go quickly. The white-haired man shouted sharply, his icy gaze fixed on the two. The two dared not say more and immediately turned to rush towards the entrance of the secret realm, but the woman's face was pale and unwilling. Of course, her expression didn't escape the white-haired man's eyes. A coward who fears death, yet can sit in the position of the branch president. He sneered coldly in his heart, a hint of fierceness flashing in his eyes. Once this operation is over, I must clean up the organization well. When his gaze passed over the High President, his expression softened slightly. From the High President's performance, it was clear that this person was certainly not a coward. And this was exactly the kind of talent the organization truly needed, willing to give everything for their ideals. At that moment, the white-haired envoy suddenly trembled violently, and another mouthful of blood sprayed out. In the sky, the battle between the 9 infants and the abyssal dragon had reached a fever pitch. The intense pain from the battle constantly attacked the 9 infants' mind, making it begin to break free from control. Thus, the white-haired man had to increase his control, which brought him tremendous burden. Damn it, at this rate I won't last much longer. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at the calm Yi Hanzhou in the air, estimating that he could only hold on for a few more minutes at most. Suppressing the pain in his body, the white-haired man waved his hand again, summoning 3 beast-level monsters. These monsters had blood-red eyes, radiating a fierce aura, clearly under complete control. Go! The white-haired man gritted his teeth and commanded. The 3 monsters let out chilling roars, then rushed towards Yi Hanzhou. As long as they could interfere with Yi Hanzhou, it would buy him more time. He never thought of defeating Yi Hanzhou, as that was simply impossible. Just holding on for a few minutes against him was already his limit. Now he only hoped to stall the opponent as much as possible, allowing his subordinates to cause enough damage. In the sky, Yi Hanzhou looked at the 3 beasts charging at him, still unhurried. He gently raised his hand and also summoned 3 beast-level monsters. In an instant, 6 beast-level monsters clashed fiercely in midair. Deafening roars and explosive sounds of energy echoed in the sky, with the aftermath of the battle lifting sand and stones from the ground into the air. Meanwhile, terrifying booms occasionally came from above the clouds, as 2 emperor-level monsters battled. Each collision made the heavens and earth tremble, as if the apocalypse was upon them. And on the ground battlefield, under their master's control, the group of monsters regrouped and charged again. However, this time Yi Hanzhou simply waved his hand, and countless sharp spiritual forces descended like divine punishment, accurately hitting the monsters below. By now, he had reached the peak of beast control, making it incredibly easy to deal with these monsters. But he did not choose to directly attack the white-haired man. Who knows how many backhanded tricks such a fanatical organization has hidden? What if something happened to him? It's important to know that the connection between a beast master and their beasts is incredibly close. If one side dies, it greatly harms the other. So Yi Hanzhou would not take that risk. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, Yi Hanzhou caught sight of the High President and his companion about to rush into the building. Then with one hand, he grasped the air, and the spiritual power surged, forming 2 long spears glowing with azure light, shooting towards the two with the force to tear through space. The High President reacted extremely quickly. His summoned monster instantly shifted sideways, the spear brushed against the edge of his clothes, creating an explosion not far away. But that woman was not so lucky. In a critical moment, she could only order her summoned monster to push her away fiercely. However, her summoned monster was directly hit by the spear, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Put! At the moment of her summoned monster's death, the woman felt as if she had been hit hard, and a mouthful of fresh blood gushed out. Her face turned pale instantly, feeling as if her mind had exploded, the severe pain nearly making her faint. But she endured the pain and summoned a flying eagle-type beast, leading her to continue charging towards the building. Just as Yi Hanzhou was about to strike again, the white-haired man summoned another monster to rush towards him. He had to split his focus to deal with it and summoned a beast to defend. However, just this moment's delay allowed President Gao and the woman to successfully rush into the interior of the building. Seeing this, Yi Hanzhou decided to ignore the two and dedicated all his focus to the battle at hand. As long as he defeated the Imperial-level beast, the rest would be no trouble at all. Thus, Yi Hanzhou swept through the attacking beasts below while keeping a close eye on the white-haired man, always prepared for possible changes. Inside the building, President Gao and the woman had already broken past the outer defenses. With Yi Hanzhou being held back by the white-haired man, the two faced almost no significant resistance. As the leaders of the Destiny organization in various city branches, they possessed the strength of high-level summoners, so ordinary guards could not stop them at all. Hurry! A little faster. President Gao's expression was urgent, rushing deep into the building without caring for anything else. And the woman, although her face was as pale as paper, was gritting her teeth through the severe pain, leading the way with a fierce light in her eyes. Since they had already paid such a huge price, they had to complete the task. Otherwise, what would happen to their losses? Thinking of her deceased summon monster, the woman felt her heart bleed. That was her strongest summon monster, whose strength had reached high-tier spiritual level. Soon, the two broke through the last line of defense and entered the hall where the entrance to the secret realm was stored. In the hall, because today was the last day, students were continuously coming out from the secret realm. Mu Changfeng was directing from the side, explaining the current situation to those coming out. Surprisingly, the young students who emerged from the secret realm, upon hearing the news, not only did not panic, but rather each of them rolled up their sleeves, eager to try. Some even proactively suggested to Mu Changfeng that they go out to help. Nonsense! Mu Changfeng shouted sternly, as he didn't think these people could be of any help. It would be good if they didn't complicate matters. Your only task is to ensure your own safety. Let the professionals handle the fighting. Immediately go to the designated safe area. Chapter 145, Win Li's Instant Kill. The moment President Gao and the woman burst into the hall, Mu Changfeng's pupils suddenly constricted. Although he was puzzled about how the two managed to get in, his reaction was swift, directly summoning his own monster. Everyone, stand guard. Enemy attack. Mu Changfeng's thunderous roar echoed throughout the hall. Almost as his words fell, three summoned monsters appeared beside him. They were a high-tier spiritual level Qingyan Griffin, a mid-tier spiritual level Ice Spirit Giant Bear, and a high-tier celestial level Thunder Light Tiger Leopard. And those young students who had just come out from the secret realm also quickly summoned their monsters at this scene. In an instant, the hall was filled with various types of beasts. President Gao and the woman also summoned all their powerful beasts without hesitation. President Gao has summoned a total of 4 spirit beasts, 2 of which are spirit rank and 2 are heaven rank. The woman, having already lost 1 spirit beast earlier, summoned only 2 spirit beasts. One is spirit rank, and the other is heaven rank. At this moment, Mu Changfeng's expression was somewhat grave, as he knew his side was at an absolute disadvantage. Despite the large number of beasts on his side, the students' spirit beasts played almost no role in this level of combat. However, even so, Mu Changfeng was not too panicked because he believed Yi Hanzhou would arrive soon. Immediately, he shouted loudly to the frightened students. Stay close to each other and protect yourselves, just hold on a little longer. After saying this, he ordered his spirit beasts to block the enemy's spirit beasts. Under his command, 3 spirit beasts bravely charged to meet the enemy. However, the gap in strength was still too great, so despite their best efforts, they could only stop 3 spirit rank and 2 heaven rank beasts. The remaining heaven rank beast directly broke through his line of defense and lunged towards the clustered students. The frightened crowd began to panic, directing their spirit beasts to launch attacks, with various strikes pouring down like rain on the charging beast. However, the gap in strength was still too vast, and most of the attacks were blocked, while the few that got through barely caused any damage. Soon, that beast crashed into the cluster of spirit beasts, instantly wreaking havoc just like a tiger among sheep, slaughtering the surrounding spirit beasts with abandon. At the same time, President Gao and the woman directly intervened, charging into the crowd themselves. Immediately, several students were killed in extreme fear. Seeing this scene, Mu Changfeng tightly clenched his fists but did not rush forward. Because now, everything relied on him, and if he had any accident, the situation here would only get worse. So, he could only anxiously think in his heart, hoping Yi Hanzhou would arrive soon. Outside, as the fierce battle raged, Lu Zhe had already arrived at the exit of the secret realm. And it just so happened that when Lu Zhe reached here, he was alone. So, he deliberately summoned Feng Li back inside before heading toward the exit of the secret realm. Meanwhile, the 3 Senya spirits bounced happily behind him, looking extremely pleased. However, when Lu Zhe passed through the exit and returned outside, he was instantly stunned by the scene before him. What happened? What entered Lu Zhe's eyes was a scene of intense battle. At the center, 5 imposing spirit beasts were fiercely battling in the hall's center, the shockwaves from their energy collisions constantly shaking the entire hall. Lu Zhe looked with his true eye and found that these were all spirit rank beasts. In addition, there were 2 heaven rank beasts surrounding and attacking a wounded Thunder Light Tiger Leopard. At the same time, he also noticed a large group of people being slaughtered by a heaven rank beast and 2 strange individuals. That group of people was obviously the students who had entered the secret realm just like himself. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe still didn't fully understand the specific situation, but he already had a preliminary understanding of the battle's dynamics. Clearly, those 2 individuals were the intruders, and judging by the current situation, they held the upper hand. After a brief analysis of the situation, Lu Zhe immediately made a decision. He summoned Feng Li and instructed her to rush toward the heaven rank beast that was slaughtering the crowd. In the chaotic scene, Wang Jingxing looked at the beast before him with a face full of terror. The beast resembled a tiger. With crimson eyes and an aura of brutality, this beast was unlike any demon beast Wang Jingxing had ever seen. At that moment, his proud magma red dragon was being trampled underfoot, emitting painful and powerless cries. The beast brutally stepped down, and the magma red dragon let out a painful roar before fainting completely. But at that moment, Wang Jingxing couldn't feel sadness over this, because the beast had already set its sights on him. In extreme fear, Wang Jingxing closed his eyes tightly, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. Just as he despairingly shut his eyes, he heard a tremendous roar. He couldn't help but open his eyes again, and saw an exceptionally handsome giant feathered serpent diving down, directly knocking the terrifying beast away. After easily knocking the opponent away, Feng Li elegantly circled in the air, her golden eyes fixed fiercely on the beast, while the feathered crown behind her radiated an increasingly dazzling light. Then, a spear completely formed from golden light quickly materialized, exuding a heart-stirring energy wave. Sizzle! The spear tore through the air with an agonizing shriek, shooting towards the monstrous beast. As it passed, space seemed to twist and ripple, and the blinding light forced everyone to squint their eyes. Boom! The spear hit its target with precision, causing a fierce explosion. The dazzling golden light instantly swallowed the beast's figure, as the violent energy shockwave spread outward, making everyone's clothes whistle loudly. Amidst the brilliant light, the beast didn't even have time to let out a scream before being completely obliterated by the terrifying energy. The explosion's shockwave swept through the entire hall, leaving everyone stunned by this sudden scene. The once noisy battlefield fell into a momentary silence, and every action froze. Put! Suddenly, a painful cry shattered the silence. It was the woman's voice. The demon beast slain by Feng Li was her familiar. At that moment, the woman's face turned even paler, her body swaying as if she would collapse at any moment. Losing two of her familiars in such a short time had taken a great toll on her. Chapter 146, Thunder Roar Swan and I, A Battle of Equal Strength. What is that? Among the crowd, one person looked up at the figure in the sky, his voice trembling with shock. His gaze closely followed Feng Li's elegant spiraling form, his face full of disbelief. Feng Li hovered in the air, her body stretching effortlessly, with each azure gold scale shimmering with a mysterious glow. The magnificent feathered crown behind her gently swayed, radiating a sacred and majestic aura that evoked an involuntary sense of awe, making people barely dare to look directly. A pressure stemming from the depths of her bloodline enveloped the entire hall, and nearly all the demon beasts present gazed at Feng Li with reverence. Due to the chaos of the battlefield, most people had not noticed that Feng Li was summoned by Lu Zhe. Moreover, Feng Li's appearance had undergone an earth-shaking transformation, leaving no one able to connect her to the previous Feng Li. However, standing aside, Mu Changfeng immediately turned his gaze towards Lu Zhe. Although surprise lingered in his eyes, there was mostly understanding. Because a few days earlier, someone had already reported the changes in Feng Li to him. And he had been observing the entire hall situation, so Lu Zhe caught his attention as soon as he appeared. Yet, even so, witnessing Feng Li obliterate a heavenly ranked demon beast with his own eyes still deeply shocked Mu Changfeng. In the center of the hall, after the woman let out a heart-wrenching wail. Having completely lost the ability to act, she half knelt on the ground. One person in front of her seized the opportunity to roll and crawl backwards, his face filled with the terror of having survived a disaster. Surprisingly, despite the woman's severe injuries, the remaining demon she controlled continued to attack the enemy fiercely. Because only the death of one party in the contract would cause the other party to suffer extremely severe harm. At this moment, although the woman's appearance was very tragic, it did not affect her demon at all. However, if it were a normal demon relationship, her remaining demon would surely be affected to some extent due to concern. But the woman's demon had been trained by her to become a machine that only knew how to fight, so it felt nothing at all. The woman weakly knelt on the ground, sweat dripping from her forehead, her eyes filled with a mix of pain and hatred. Lu Zhe keenly seized this opportunity and immediately commanded Feng Li to attack her. Feng Li let out a long scream, transforming into a streak of blue golden light, rushing towards the woman. A terrifying pressure descended like a tangible force, and the woman widened her eyes in fear, the shadow of death instantly swallowing her. Without any hesitation, the woman hurriedly summoned her remaining demon to protect herself. Feng Li's golden vertical pupils locked onto the target, and a dazzling light erupted from the feather crown behind him. A spear completely formed by golden light materialized in an instant, shooting towards the woman with the might to tear through space. Just as the spear was about to hit, a massive figure suddenly appeared, forcefully blocking in front of the woman. This beast was gigantic, with muscles that bulged and coiled like thunder patterns. Its entire body was covered in dark golden scales, which were adorned with thunder patterns, with countless arcs of electricity flowing across its surface. At the same time, it had a single horn growing on its head, wrapped in scarlet lightning, with scarlet eyes swirling with thunderclouds, emanating a frightening pressure. The beast raised its front paw, gathering a swirling thundercloud between its claws, precisely meeting Feng Li's spear. Boom! The spear and the thundercloud collided violently, producing a deafening explosion. The shockwave from the explosion knocked the beast back several steps, leaving deep wounds on its front paw, dark golden blood slowly seeping out. This was a low-grade spirit-level Lei Zhe Xuanli. According to the information Lu Zhe learned, these beasts were often peaceful in nature. Moreover, because of their strong strength and majestic appearance, they were even revered as auspicious beasts in many places. But the laissez Swanlee before him was showing an aggressive face, its eyes burning with violent flames, completely unlike the legendary image. Roar! The laissez Swanlee let out a thunderous roar, the sound waves expanding around like a solid force, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. Kill it! Kill it for me! The woman half kneeling on the ground screamed, her eyes bloodshot from madness, her expression twisted like a demon. The laissez Swanlee's body surged with lightning, and shadows of thunderclouds appeared beneath its feet, with countless electric snakes slithering around it. In the next moment, thousands of bolts of lightning erupted like frenzied thunder dragons, charging towards Swanlee from all directions. Faced with this attack, Swanlee appeared unhurried. It suddenly spread its massive wings, which were instantly covered with a layer of sacred golden glow. Radiant ashes, heavenly fall. In an instant, countless burning golden flames manifested around Swanlee, these flames dancing and swirling as if they were alive, emitting a heart-palpitating wave of energy. Under Swanlee's control, these flames accurately charged towards the oncoming lightning. Bang! 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 The flames and lightning collided violently in the air, producing continuous explosive sounds. Countless sparks and arcs of lightning exploded in the sky, like fireworks blooming in the hall. The violent energy shockwave spread outwards, shaking the entire hall, and the cracks on the walls kept widening. Fortunately, when it was built, considerations were made for possible attacks, and since no one actively attacked the building, it remained strong at this moment. Seeing that laissez's attack was completely blocked, the woman widened her eyes, her face filled with disbelief. She could clearly feel that the beast opposite had only the strength of the heaven rank, but how could it block laissez's full power strike? Beside them, the observing President Gao and Mu Changfeng showed completely different expressions. Mu Changfeng was first shocked, then turned to ecstasy. Earlier, Swanlee's instant kill of a heaven rank beast had already stunned him, but who would have thought that Swanlee could actually fight evenly with a spirit rank beast? Meanwhile, President Gao's face was as dark as water. At this moment, apart from the shock in his heart, there was more fear. With such strength at the heaven rank, able to compete with spirit rank beasts, what would happen if it grew stronger? Such a threat must be extinguished as soon as possible. Just as President Gao was preparing to withdraw a spirit rank beast to assist laissez in besieging Swanlee, a voice filled with pain and urgency suddenly echoed throughout the hall. Come out quickly! Upon hearing this, the woman decisively ordered laissez to take her out, completely disregarding Swanlee across from them. President Gao hesitated for a moment, his gaze darting between Swanlee and the fleeing woman. He actually wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate Swanlee, but the woman was now directly fleeing. Having witnessed Swanlee's strength, he felt he had no confidence in quickly killing Swanlee with his own power. So in the end, gritting his teeth, he also led his beasts to retreat. Chapter 147, Battle Ends, Escape. In the hall, as Mu Changfeng watched the hurried backs of President Gao and the woman fleeing, his fists clenched unconsciously. He actually wanted to keep these two, but reality forced him to suppress this impulse. His three beasts had all suffered heavy injuries in the fierce battle just now. The wings of the Qingyan griffin were torn, and it could no longer fly. The frost bear's icy armor was shattered, revealing the scarred flesh underneath. And the thunder tiger's front leg was broken, its flickering lightning dimmed. With such a state, Mu Changfeng was completely powerless to pursue. As for Swanlee in the air, although it could contend with the spirit rank laissez, there were still three spirit rank beasts on the opposite side after all. More importantly, Lu Zhe was completely unaware of the current situation, and Mu Changfeng did not intervene. So to be safe, he only let Swanlee launch a few long-range attacks to intimidate them, without much obstruction. President Gao and the others' speed was incredibly fast. In a moment, they had escaped outside. At that time outside, the state of the white-haired man had fallen to the extreme, so when he saw the two escape, he immediately gave the order to retreat. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the thick clouds in the sky were suddenly torn apart, and the enormous body of Jiuying swept down. Yi Hanzhou's abyssal dragon relentlessly followed, its dragon claws tearing through the space, continuously adding new scars on Jiuying's body. At this moment, both emperor rank beasts were covered in wounds, but none had serious injuries. In fact, entities at this level possess extraordinary vitality, so it is very difficult to determine a winner in a short time. In fact, the power of Jiuying is not weaker than that of the abyssal dragon. Today's retreat is purely because the white-haired man can no longer hold on. After Jiuying momentarily forced back the abyssal dragon with another strike, it dove directly to the side of the white-haired man. Come here quickly! The white-haired envoy shouted loudly, his voice now twisted with pain. The remaining members of the Destiny organization dragged their injured bodies to gather around, and compared to when they set off, their numbers had already been halved. Moreover, each of their faces bore expressions of lingering terror. Yi Hanzhou quietly watched the scene, not stepping in to intervene. Most of these people's summoned beasts had already died here, and the death of their beasts caused tremendous damage to the beast masters. Their spirit would suffer permanent harm, so these people could be considered half incapacitated. Additionally, Yi Hanzhou did not plan to directly capture or kill the white-haired man here. What if the other side felt it was impossible to escape and chose to commit suicide? He dared not gamble with the crazy thought processes of the Destiny organization. And once the other party died, Jiaoying would directly break free from control. At that time, the out-of-control Jiaoying would definitely go into a frenzy, venting its anger indiscriminately around. The losses caused by that would absolutely be far greater than what had already occurred. But Yi Hanzhou's gaze shifted to the several commanding tier demon beasts still battling in the sky, and his eyes suddenly turned icy. Though he could not kill you directly, your summoned beasts cannot escape. With a thought, the abyssal dragon immediately understood the command. Its huge dragon head turned towards those commanding tier demon beasts that were still fighting, and its fierce mouth suddenly opened wide. Boom! A terrifying deep blue dragon breath erupted forth, accurately bypassing Yi Hanzhou's summoned beast, directly hitting the summoned beasts of the white-haired man. Under the dreadful power of the dragon breath, these strong commanding tier demon beasts did not even have time to scream before instantly turning to ashes. Put! The white-haired man was struck hard, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood, his pupils even beginning to fade, and his body slumped down weakly. Fortunately, President Cao arrived just in time. He took out a glowing potion from his pocket and quickly fed it to the white-haired man. The potion took effect extremely quickly. Just after drinking it, the white-haired man had already recovered from the brink of death. He laboriously raised his hand, and in the next moment, Jiaoying, along with the remaining members, vanished directly. The originally fierce battlefield suddenly fell silent, and then deafening cheers erupted from the official personnel. The joy of surviving filled every person's face, and they looked up at Yi Hanzhou in awe. They understood in their hearts that the reason they could win so easily this time was entirely due to Yi Hanzhou. After confirming that the other party had truly left, Yi Hanzhou turned into a streak of light and shot into the building. The abyssal dragon that blocked the sky also vanished, and then the official personnel present began to methodically clear the battlefield and treat the injured. At this time, in the hall where the entrance to the secret realm was stored. Although they were no longer in danger, most of the people present still felt a lingering fear. After all, they were still just young students, and this was the first time they had seen such a scene. Especially after witnessing their companions die in front of them, this intense shock still needed time to calm down. However, aside from a few who remained deeply trapped in fear, most people's gazes unconsciously focused on Feng Li. Just now, Feng Li's show of power was truly impressive. At this moment, it remains clear in memory. Especially the battle between Feng Li and that spirit-level monster, Feng Li's performance completely exceeded everyone's imagination. At this time, Lu Zhe was still standing near the exit of the secret realm, while 3 forest spirit sprouts were trembling and huddling at his feet. The fierce battle just now had obviously frightened them. With Lu Zhe's constant soothing, they gradually began to calm down. After flying around in the air a few times, Feng Li began to shrink in size. Then, in the astonished gaze of everyone, it flew back to Lu Zhe's side, skillfully wrapping itself around his hand. At that moment, Mu Changfeng appeared in front of Lu Zhe with a flash. Upon seeing Mu Changfeng, Lu Zhe quickly bowed. President Mu. Mu Changfeng first instructed others to check injuries and account for casualties, then turned to look at Lu Zhe, his tone filled with undeniable surprise. Lu Zhe, right? What exactly is going on with your spirit beast? Although he had already heard his subordinate's report, he still wanted to hear Lu Zhe's explanation in person for safety. Lu Zhe maintained a calm expression and began to explain according to the prepared words. I accidentally discovered a peculiar fruit in the secret realm. After Feng Li ate it, it became what it is now. Can you describe what that fruit looks like in detail? Mu Changfeng asked curiously. He had never even heard of such a surprisingly effective fruit. Although Lu Zhe's description was vague, it did mention some characteristics of the fate fruit. However, Mu Changfeng became increasingly puzzled because he had no idea what it was. At that moment, Yi Hanzhou suddenly appeared in the hall. Seeing this, Mu Changfeng immediately went to greet him. Chapter 148, The Conversation After the Battle. After Yi Hanzhou appeared, he first scanned the entire hall with his eyes. Mu Changfeng had already quickly walked to his side, whispering to report everything that had just happened. There were vague fluctuations of spiritual power around the two, so Lu Zhe and the others could only see their lips moving but couldn't hear what they were specifically saying. However, Lu Zhe keenly noticed that while listening to the report, Yi Hanzhou had looked towards him several times, his gaze lingering on him and the Feng Li wrapped around his arm for quite a while. He guessed that Mu Changfeng must have reported his gains in the secret realm. During this time, Lu Zhe began to carefully observe the surroundings. He saw that the hall was in disarray, with the ground littered, and the walls covered with numerous cracks and scorched battle marks. Then, after asking a few relatively calm people nearby, he learned the current situation. After listening to the explanation, Lu Zhe finally understood that the attackers were from the Destiny organization. So it was them. Lu Zhe was not unfamiliar with this organization, as he had received related education since elementary school, focusing on introducing this extreme organization. At that moment, Lu Zhe caught sight of a familiar figure. At this time, Wang Jingxing was kneeling on the ground, anxiously looking at the lava-red dragon lying before him. The lava-red dragon looked to be in very bad condition, its bones seemed to be crushed, and its scales largely fell off, dark red blood continuously oozing from its wounds. It had tried several times to raise its head but could only drop it weakly, emitting a faint whimper. Wang Jingxing gently stroked the head of the lava-red dragon, his eyes reddening while he looked around the hall, searching for medical personnel. However, there were too many injured at the scene, and medical staff were prioritizing those in critical condition. Those like the lava-red dragon, severely injured but not in immediate danger, could only wait temporarily. Use this, here. The healing effect is quite good. At that moment, a voice came, and a green potion was handed over. Wang Jingxing grabbed the potion without thinking and carefully fed it to the lava-red dragon. To his surprise, shortly after taking the potion, the lava-red dragon's breathing stabilized significantly, and the bleeding from its wounds slowed down noticeably. Although its injuries were still serious, at least they were no longer worsening. Thank you so much. Wang Jingxing turned around excitedly, just about to express his gratitude, but he froze when he saw who had helped him. Lu Zhe? Is it you? Before entering the secret realm, Lu Zhe had prepared a large number of potions, mostly for recovering spiritual energy and healing wounds, initially to be used in case of emergencies. However, due to the feathered serpent god, he never encountered a situation where he needed to use the potions. So at present, he still had a whole bunch of potions in his bag. And now, these potions were just what he needed. At this moment, the spirit buds could also help. They used their chubby little hands to hug a bunch of potions and distributed them to the seriously injured soldiers. Since these potions were all made by Lu Zhe himself, their effectiveness was absolutely at the top tier among second-grade spiritual medicines. Wang Jingxing gazed at Lu Zhe, his expression especially complex. Though there was gratitude, there was still more shock and surprise. Seeing the scene, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile and speak. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Hearing Lu Zhe's words, Wang Jingxing opened and closed his mouth a few times but finally spoke. No, it's just that your change is too great, and it surprised me. Wang Jingxing was right. Due to Lu Zhe's experience with the feathered serpent god's power, he now appeared to have changed quite a bit from before. Although his overall facial features hadn't changed much, there was an inexplicable feeling of comfort. What was most captivating was Lu Zhe's pair of eyes. At this moment, Lu Zhe's eyes were exceptionally bright, making it hard for anyone to look away. Really? Lu Zhe responded noncommittally, knowing full well the reason behind it. Then, the two began to chat. When they discussed the events that just occurred, Wang Jingxing still felt lingering fear. If it hadn't been for Fengli striking that heavenly beast, he might have lost his life here. At this point, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, what's up with your beast? Is it the same as the rift-winged serpent you had before? Lu Zhe recounted the prepared explanation once more. Really? What kind of fruit is that powerful? After hearing Lu Zhe's explanation, Wang Jingxing's face filled with shock, and his astonishment turned into envy when he saw Fengli peeking out from Lu Zhe's sleeve. I really envy you, you gained so much in the secret realm. I, on the other hand, didn't gain anything good in the secret realm and even got beaten up badly after coming out, almost losing my life. Just as Wang Jingxing was complaining about his own experience, he noticed three strange, short beasts walking over. Wang Jingxing curiously sized up these round little creatures and asked, puzzled. What kind of beasts are these? I've never seen them before. Lu Zhe reached out and laughed, petting the three spirit buds, then took out 3 spiritual fruits to feed them. The little ones immediately hugged the spiritual fruits happily and began nibbling at them, their bean-like eyes squinting into tiny slits, looking incredibly cute. At this time, Lu Zhe began to answer Wang Jingxing's question. They are the ones I encountered in the secret realm. I thought they looked quite cute. So I just brought them out. Wang Jingxing nodded in agreement as he watched the Senya spirits devouring the spirit fruits in front of him. These short and chubby monster beasts truly had an inexplicable cuteness about them. You seem quite relaxed? Wang Jingxing couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Zhe had not only gained so much in the secret realm, but he was also so at ease, which made him feel envious. Chapter 149, Shocked Mu Changfeng. After chatting for a while, they heard Mu Changfeng's voice, drawing all attention to him. Lu Zhe glanced around and found that Yi Hanzhou had disappeared at some point, leaving Mu Changfeng alone. Actually, when Lu Zhe first saw Yi Hanzhou, he was quite surprised. Because with Yi Hanzhou's current strength, he was already among the top elite in the Blue Sky Kingdom. So under normal circumstances, even if Lu Zhe was a student of Mirror Lake University, it would be impossible for him to see him in person. At this moment, Mu Changfeng spoke loudly to everyone. Alright, students, the current crisis has been resolved, But for your safety, you will need to stay here for the next few days. As he said this, Mu Changfeng paused for a moment, wanting to see everyone's reaction. As expected, no one present voiced any opposition. Having just witnessed that terrifying scene, everyone present wished they could stay here a few more days. How could there possibly be any dissent? After confirming that no one opposed, Mu Changfeng continued to speak. Rest assured, the organization that attacked has already fled, so you are very safe here. Now, please wait here for a while, and shortly, staff will guide you to your accommodations for the next few days. And if anyone is injured, don't worry, just wait here a bit longer, and more medical personnel will arrive soon. Soon, Lu Zhe waited for a while and saw a large group of staff come in. Those who are not injured can leave with the staff now. At this moment, Mu Changfeng pointed to the group of workers. After hearing this, Lu Zhe said to Wang Jingxing beside him. Then I'll leave first. If there's anything, we can chat on the phone. Wang Jingxing nodded, as he had suffered serious injuries from the lava-red dragon and needed to wait for medical personnel. Thus, Lu Zhe walked towards the group of staff, while the three Senya spirits closely followed him. Then, under the guidance of one of the staff members, Lu Zhe followed him to the place where he would be staying for the next few days. This is your room for the next few days. Please check it later, and let us know if anything is missing. We will have staff available downstairs, so feel free to ask them if you need anything. At the door, the staff member opened the door and said to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe thanked him and walked into the room. After surveying the room, Lu Zhe found that although it wasn't very spacious, it had everything he needed. Not bad. Lu Zhe nodded and began tidying up the room. After all, he might have to stay here for a few days, so it was necessary to organize it a little. While Lu Zhe was tidying up, the three Senya spirits also began to help. As for Baishuang and the others, there wasn't enough space, so Lu Zhe did not summon them out. However, Lu Zhe hadn't been in the room for long when someone suddenly knocked on the door. When Lu Zhe opened the door, he found it was a staff member, not the one from earlier. Hello, may I ask if you are Lu Zhe? The staff member asked Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe nodded and then asked suspiciously. I am Lu Zhe, what is the matter? It's like this, President Mu sent me to call you over, saying there is something to find you. Something to find me? Without thinking too much, Lu Zhe felt this was likely because of Feng Li. Then, he comforted Senya Ling, telling them to be good and stay put, and followed the staff member. Lu Zhe followed the staff member to the door of a room, and the staff indicated for him to go in. Pushing open the door, Lu Zhe found an office, and inside, two people were talking. It was Mu Changfeng and Yi Hanzhou. When they saw Lu Zhe come in, the two who were originally talking immediately stopped and turned their gazes to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, you are from Jinghu University? Yi Hanzhou was the first to speak, his tone calm, and his face wore a gentle smile. Yes, Principal Yi, I am a freshman this year. Lu Zhe hurriedly said. Yi Hanzhou nodded with a smile, then sat down in the chair behind the desk. President Mu said that your spirit beast has undergone a big change, can I see it? Here it comes. Lu Zhe thought to himself, and without hesitation, he extended his hand. Feng Li poked its head out from the sleeve of his hand. Seeing this, Yi Hanzhou waved his hand lightly, and then Feng Li flew directly towards him. Eee. Realizing its uncontrolled behavior, Feng Li couldn't help but voice its confusion. There was a flash of panic in its eyes, but it quickly calmed down. As Feng Li flew in front of him, Yi Hanzhou began to examine it carefully. At the same time, a small blue dragon, about the same size as Feng Li, appeared on Yi Hanzhou's shoulder. It was also looking at Feng Li with curious eyes. After examining for a while, Yi Hanzhou waved his hand and sent Feng Li back. Returning to Lu Zhe's side, Feng Li remained calm, skillfully wrapping around Lu Zhe's arm. How to say, it had witnessed the feather serpent god, so it appeared particularly calm facing Yi Hanzhou and the abyssal dragon's gaze. Your spirit beast has a high quality and a strong bloodline. After the inspection, Yi Hanzhou said seriously. In fact, there was something he didn't say, which was that there was a power within Feng Li that even he could not perceive. Can you specifically describe the fruit you obtained? Yi Hanzhou was very curious about the fruit that Lu Zhe got. Then, Lu Zhe repeated what he had previously said to Mu Changfeng. After hearing it, Yi Hanzhou did not speak immediately but closed his eyes to think seriously. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, the fruit you encountered should be the legendary fruit of destiny. Fruit of destiny? What is that? Lu Zhe and Mu Changfeng's curious voices sounded simultaneously. Mu Changfeng was genuinely curious, as he had never heard of the fruit of destiny, while Lu Zhe was purely playing dumb. Because the feather serpent god had passed all information about the fruit of destiny to Lu Zhe, he understood that this was not something he could grasp right now. So he had to pretend not to know anything at this moment. Facing the curious gazes of the two, Yi Hanzhou began to explain slowly. Actually, I don't know much about this either, I only know it is a very powerful spiritual object. In terms of rarity, it is basically considered one of the most precious spiritual objects today. Hearing this, Mu Chongfeng's eyes suddenly widened. Ignoring the shocked expressions of the two, Yi Hanzhou continued speaking. And the function of the fruit of destiny, just like its name, can completely change the fate of a person or a demon. If a beast master consumes it, that beast master will undergo an extremely strong transformation. His mental strength will greatly increase, even allowing him to jump several major levels directly. And if a demon beast consumes it, its bloodline will undergo a crazy sublimation, as if it is taking a step to the sky. Just like your beast master here, if I'm not mistaken, it should now be at the level of the upper tier. What? Mu Chongfeng exclaimed in shock again. Upper tier quality? If he remembered correctly, Lu Zhe's beast master was previously just a heavenly tier quality sky-cleaving winged snake. And now, it had directly crossed 2 major levels to reach the upper tier? Chapter 150, The Choice of Reward. After hearing Mu Chongfeng's words, Lu Zhe also put on a shocked expression on the surface. You have really struck a great fortune. The recorded occurrences of the fruit of destiny appearing are extremely rare, and there have been no more than 10 times. And every person who has obtained it has, without exception, become a legendary beast master. Yi Hanzhou continued to explain, his tone filled with undeniable amazement and a trace of envy that he himself was unaware of. If he could obtain the fruit of destiny, he would surely break through to the beast emperor he had always dreamed of in one go. This wave of envy came suddenly and left just as suddenly. Yi Hanzhou quickly adjusted himself, silently thinking. This is a predestined opportunity, one cannot force it. If I gain it, I am fortunate. If I lose it, it is my fate. After quickly regaining his composure, Yi Hanzhou's face reappeared with a gentle and appreciative smile as he said to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, leaving aside the opportunity, your performance in this attack was outstanding, greatly easing the pressure on President Mu, and reducing personnel casualties. For this, you deserve great credit. Lu Zhe quickly shook his head. Principal Yi, you are overpraising me. I just did what any beast master present would have done. Yi Hanzhou raised his hand to interrupt him and smiled as he said. Alright, young man, excessive modesty is not good, your achievements are yours. Once everything is dealt with, I will discuss in detail with President Mu about the rewards for you. At the same time, you can think about what specific things you need, as long as they are within reasonable limits, feel free to bring them up. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe knew that if he continued to decline, it would come off as insincere. He showed a thoughtful expression, and after a moment of contemplation, he said. Principal Yi, can I think about the rewards and get back to you? Yi Hanzhou nodded in understanding. Of course, if you come up with anything later, you can find me or President Mu at any time. After that, Yi Hanzhou asked Lu Zhe a few more questions about the secret realm before letting him go back to rest. After Lu Zhe left, Mu Chongfeng's gaze lingered at the door for a long time, his face a mix of shock and envy. Clearly, he was still processing this shocking news. President Mu. Yi Hanzhou called softly, pulling Mu Chongfeng back from his daze. Mu Chongfeng came back to his senses, realizing his lapse in composure, and awkwardly cleared his throat, then said seriously. Principal Yi, what should we do about the follow-up handling of the recent Destiny Organization attack? Once the main topic was brought up, Yi Hanzhou's expression also became serious. This operation? They suffered a great loss. The reports of all casualties had already been compiled. Thanks to his timely intervention, all that was harmed were some beast masters, with no casualties among the personnel. On the side of the secret realm entrance, casualties are bound to be numerous. Not only have over 100 demon beasts perished, but dozens of people have also lost their lives because of this. However, overall, this time's losses are still acceptable, especially compared to the Destiny Organization on the opposite side. In this operation, the elite squad of the Destiny Organization had most of their demon beasts killed by Yi Hanzhou. This also means that this 100 people are basically half crippled. And this is not even the biggest loss is the few commander-level demon beasts belonging to the white-haired man. Commander-level demon beasts are extremely precious, and the resources and time spent to nurture one are astronomical. Even for a major country like the Azure Blue Kingdom, which ranks among the world's top, the death of a commander-level demon beast is no small matter. Not to mention that this time, there were more than one commander-level demon beast that have fallen. I will personally write the report for this operation and report it to the higher-ups. And if nothing unexpected happens, I will stay here for a while longer. His gaze turned to Mu Chongfeng and became particularly serious. Although the Destiny Organization's attack has failed this time, we must not let our guard down. Mu Chongfeng's expression stiffened, and he immediately said seriously. Yes, President Yi. I will make the necessary arrangements at once. On the other side, Lu Zhe returned to the temporary room assigned to him. As soon as he pushed open the door, a short and plump figure suddenly jumped into his arms, and he instinctively reached out to catch it. Looking down, he saw that it was a Senya spirit. The other two immediately rushed out from the corner, one on the left and one on the right, hugging his pant legs, their bean-like eyes filled with dependence and a hint of unease. Senya spirits are naturally timid, so it's very hard for them to accept this unfamiliar environment. During Lu Zei's absence, they had been hiding in the corners of the room, too scared to move. Now that they saw Lu Zei, they immediately rushed out to seek a sense of safety. Knowing the reason, Lu Zei quickly squatted down and began to comfort them. Soon, under Lu Zei's soothing, these Senya spirits started to calm down. After calming the Senya spirits, Lu Zei sat on the chair in the room and began to seriously think about the rewards that Yi Hanzhou mentioned. First, about himself. Thanks to the baptism of the feather serpent god's power, his physical quality and mental strength have taken a qualitative leap. Moreover, what demon trainers focus on is actually the training of demon beasts, so he can definitely exclude himself. Next is Fengli. As the strongest combat force currently in his hands, Fengli's quality has reached commander level, and her strength has arrived at mid-tier heaven level. So she temporarily does not need additional rare resources. Then there is Liao Yu. Because Liao Yu's quality is only mid-tier earth level, his strength has now reached a bottleneck. Next, he just needs to let it evolve, and Lu Zei can easily obtain the materials needed for Liao Yu's evolution now. So Liao Yu can also be excluded. Finally, the one Lu Zei believes needs the most attention now is Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang's current strength is upper-tier earth level, and if she wants to evolve again, she needs to break through to lower-tier heaven level first. More importantly, Lu Zei keenly sensed Bai Shuang's recent emotional abnormalities. Frost wolves are naturally proud creatures, and after evolving, Bai Shuang naturally retained this character. Therefore, since Fengli's strength has made a leap and become the main force of the team, Bai Shuang's mood has dropped significantly. After all, she was Lu Zei's first demon beast, so in theory, she should be Lu Zei's strongest demon beast and the absolute main force. But now she was easily surpassed by Fengli, so this psychological gap made Bai Shuang feel very tormented. Lu Zei felt it was necessary to solve this problem early. And the only way to solve this problem was to make Bai Shuang's strength surpass Fengli. Suppressing Fengli's growth intentionally was certainly not something Lu Zei would do, so he could only help Bai Shuang quickly improve her power. After all, Bai Shuang was Lu Zei's first beast tamer, so he naturally had more affection for her. Chapter 151, Handling After Failure. At the same time, in the secret base of the Destiny organization located in the suburbs of Yunhai City, the atmosphere was almost suffocating. This was a luxurious-looking villa, but the atmosphere inside was extremely oppressive. Sir Envoy, be careful. President Cao carefully assisted the silver-haired man to sit on the sofa in the center of the living room. The silver-haired man did not respond, seeming to have completely lost consciousness. Seeing this, President Gao hurriedly took out a delicate metal vial from his pocket and carefully fed the liquid inside into the mouth of the silver-haired man. However, after drinking, the silver-haired man still showed no reaction, only the weak rise and fall of his chest indicating that he was still alive. Seeing this, President Gao furrowed his brow tightly and, after a moment of thought, assisted the silver-haired man again and took him to the second-floor bedroom. Once he settled him on the bed, he quietly left the room and closed the door. However, when he returned to the living room on the first floor, it was a scene of devastation. The woman was smashing and destroying everything in sight as if she had gone mad. Expensive porcelain shards, torn oil paintings, and toppled decorative shelves were scattered everywhere. Die. All of you, die. The woman's eyes were bloodshot, and her originally beautiful face was twisted with rage as she grabbed a crystal ashtray and smashed it against the wall, producing a piercing shattering sound. In the corner of the hall, there were many members of the Destiny organization, but they all looked listless and did not dare to stop the woman. Enough! President Gao finally couldn't help it and shouted sharply. However, this reprimand did not stop the woman, instead, it ignited even greater fury within her. She spun around fiercely, her blood-red eyes staring fixedly at President Gao, grabbing a nearby half-person tall blue and white porcelain vase and throwing it with all her might at him. Crack! The vase seemed to hit an invisible wall 1 meter away from President Gao and shattered instantly. President Gao's face darkened, his voice rising in anger. What the hell are you going crazy about? I'm going crazy? The woman pointed at her own nose, letting out a sharp, cold laugh, and her emotions became even more unhinged. Am I going crazy? For this damn mission, I lost 2 beast tamers. 1 spirit level. 1 heavenly level. Are you going to compensate me? She screamed, her voice tinged with a desperate cry. It was important to understand that although the Destiny organization was generous to its members, high-level beasts were still limited. This loss was almost devastating for her. Not only was her strength greatly reduced, but she might not even be able to maintain her current position. Thinking of this, her rationality was completely submerged by madness. Just as she was about to continue her outburst, a weak but undeniably authoritative voice came from the top of the stairs. What are you doing? Both President Gao and the woman turned their heads at the same time and saw that the silver-haired man had unknowingly woken up and was slowly walking down the stairs, holding onto the handrail. His face was still as pale as paper, and the aura he emitted was extremely weak. At the moment they saw the silver-haired man, their expressions were entirely different. The woman's eyes not only lacked concern but were filled with resentment. Because in her view, if it weren't for this envoy forcibly ordering them to attack, I would never end up in such a situation. Chairman Gao immediately stepped forward, his tone filled with concern. Your Excellency, why did you come down? You need to rest. The white-haired man gently pushed away Gao's supporting hand, his gaze slowly sweeping over the chaotic living room and the shocked members. His gaze finally fixed on a woman who seemed mad. We have failed in this operation. He spoke calmly, his words chillingly detached, as if stating a trivial matter unrelated to himself. But this failure is understandable, no one could have predicted that Yi Hanzhou would come. This is not your fault. His eyes scanned the weak-breathed members. I know many of you have paid a heavy price, but the organization will not forget your sacrifices. I will personally apply to headquarters for you to have the opportunity to select demon beasts again. Hearing this, almost everyone present raised their heads, their eyes filled with hope. They had thought they might be abandoned by the organization because of this operation. The white-haired man ignored their grateful gazes and turned to Chairman Gao, his tone carrying a hint of unnoticed approval. Chairman Gao. I am here. Chairman Gao immediately bowed deeply, his attitude extremely respectful. You did quite well in this operation, the white-haired man said slowly. I will report your merits in detail to headquarters and apply for the rewards you deserve. Serving the organization is my duty. Chairman Gao did not refuse, but he also did not act arrogantly, responding just right. Then what about me? Your Excellency. The woman impatiently asked in a sharp voice, her eyes filled with a final hope. I have also given everything for this operation. Moreover, my loss is the greatest. The white-haired man's gaze turned coldly towards her, his eyes carrying no warmth, as if looking at a lifeless object. The woman felt a chill in her heart under his gaze, involuntarily taking a half-step back. You? The white-haired man's voice remained flat, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. I will also report to headquarters that you no longer need to hold the position of president of the Yunhai City branch. The organization will arrange a more suitable position for you based on the situation. This sentence struck like a bolt from the blue, instantly shattering the woman's final mental defense. She stood there, her face devoid of color, and after a few seconds, her twisted anger erupted again. Why? Why? I paid such a painful price. How can you treat me like this? Who gave you permission to speak to me like that? The white-haired man didn't even raise his voice, his calm statement instantly suppressed the woman's furious spirit. He said no more, stepping forward, walking towards the woman. In the empty living room, only his slow and clear footsteps remained, each step felt like a stomp on the woman's heart. As he approached, the woman's face grew paler, her body trembling uncontrollably. When the white-haired man was only 3 steps away from her, the woman finally couldn't hold on any longer, collapsing to the ground with a thud, weeping and pleading. I am sorry, Your Excellency. I have lost my composure. I won't do it again. Please, give me another chance. The white-haired man looked down at her from a height, his eyes filled only with cold indifference. Losing control of emotions, fearing for your life, shrinking back at a critical moment, people like you are lucky to even enter the organization. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some past contributions, today wouldn't just be about being dismissed. After speaking, he no longer glanced at the trembling woman on the ground, turning directly and walking towards the second floor. Chairman Gao immediately followed, not looking back at the woman even once. Other members in the living room silently supported each other and left, no one daring to approach to comfort her. The large living room quickly became empty, leaving only the woman slumped amid the chaos, her face ashen, her eyes filled with complete despair and confusion. Chapter 152, The Return of Everyone. Lu Zhe stayed in the temporary accommodation arranged by the officials for nearly a week. During this time, the association sent people to carry out several rounds of thorough searches in the surrounding areas. Only after confirming that the people from the Destiny organization had indeed withdrawn were the lockdown measures lifted, allowing Lu Zhe and the others to leave. However, before they left, Mu Changfeng specifically gathered everyone and sternly reminded them several times. He urged Lu Zhe and the others to remain vigilant and to report any unusual situations immediately. This caution from Mu Changfeng and the others was not unfounded, the threat from the Destiny organization was too great. When facing such a group of unpredictable madmen, no amount of caution was too much. However, this time, Mu Changfeng and the others were indeed overthinking it. The Destiny organization had suffered immense losses this time, especially from the several high-ranking beast generals killed by Yi Hanzhou. Their fall had dealt a severe soul wound to the white-haired man, making recovery impossible for at least another year and a half. Such a massive loss had enraged the upper levels of the Destiny organization. Moreover, for this operation, the Destiny organization had drawn on elite forces from several surrounding cities. In this operation, those forces had been left severely crippled. As a result, the Destiny organization had no choice but to temporarily enter a dormant phase, as they were unable to organize large-scale attacks in the short term. Sitting in the returning vehicle, Lu Zhe, like the other students, still wore the special eye mask that blocked mental perception. In the darkness, Lu Zhe felt particularly happy, because his rewards had already been distributed. First, he received the third-tier spiritual item he requested, which could help Bai Shuang quickly cultivate 12 ice core lotus seeds. This spiritual item was born from the Millennium Ice Core Lotus in the extremely cold region, containing extremely pure ice elemental energy. So, for Bai Shuang, an ice-type beast, it was a precious treasure. However, although it was already in hand, due to the inconvenience of their living situation, Lu Zhe had not yet given it to Bai Shuang. In addition to that, Lu Zhe also received 1,000 official points and 3,000 academic credits. The official points were issued by the Beast Tamer Association and could be exchanged for various rare resources within the association. The academic credits were specially approved by Yi Hanzhou, and as the principal of Jinghu University, this level of authority was naturally not a problem. Although overall, these rewards were not very substantial, Lu Zhe was quite satisfied. After all, his role in this battle was not that significant. After a while, the convoy finally came to a halt. When Lu Zhe's eye mask was removed, he found himself back inside the Beast Tamer Association. Since they had been informed in advance, and Mu Changfeng was still dealing with matters in the secret realm, Lu Zhe and the others could complete simple registrations and leave on their own. Lu Zhe. Just as Lu Zhe was about to turn and leave, Wang Jingxing's voice came from behind. He quickly walked up, a smile on his face as he said, "Let's exchange contact information, we can keep in touch." Hearing this, Lu Zhe remembered that he did not have Wang Jingxing's contact information. After they exchanged contact details, Wang Jingxing handed over a box. Lu Zhe opened it and found a fiery red flower lying inside, which was a second-tier spiritual item, Fire Spirit Flower. "What is this?" Lu Zhe looked at Wang Jingxing with slight confusion. Wang Jingxing replied honestly, "Thanks to your potion before, my lava red dragon was able to stabilize its injuries. This Fire Spirit Flower is a small token of my appreciation. You must accept this." After a brief moment of thought, Lu Zhe ultimately accepted it. "Then I won't be polite. We should communicate more in the future, maybe we will meet again in next year's 7 Academy League." Seeing Lu Zhe accept, Wang Jingxing said with a smile. 7 Academy League. Relevant information immediately surfaced in Lu Zhe's mind. The 7 Academy League is a competition jointly held by the 7 academies, divided into 5 groups. 4 of these correspond to the freshman to senior years, and besides these, there is one that is the most exciting, featuring the strongest participants. Unlike the first 4 competitions, this one only has one restriction: participants must be under 30 years old. This means that as long as you are a student at one of the 7 academies and under 30, you can join this competition. Whether you are a freshman just starting or a graduate who has already finished school. Because it is co-hosted by the 7 academies, the competition is highly renowned. At the same time, the rewards that can be obtained in the competition are extremely generous. After quickly recalling the relevant information, Lu Zhe smiled and nodded. "I look forward to seeing you on the competition field." Wang Jingxing waved goodbye, and Lu Zhe was about to leave. However, at that moment, a large crowd of people gathered around, causing Lu Zhe's footsteps to pause. These were all the people who entered the secret realm with him. "Lu Zhe, let's add each other as friends." Yes, let's take care of each other in the future." Because Feng Li's earlier performance was astonishing, when it was learned that Feng Li was Lu Zhe's spirit beast, many people came to try to get close to Lu Zhe. They simply believed that Lu Zhe would definitely become a powerful being in the future. No, to be precise, Lu Zhe already was a powerful being now. Having a heavenly tier spirit beast already qualifies someone as strong. You must know that most people can only raise their spirit beasts to the earth tier in their lifetime. Only a very small number of geniuses can cultivate their spirit beasts to the heavenly tier. Take Mirror Lake University as an example, nearly half of the students graduate with spirit beasts at most at the heavenly tier. As strength becomes harder to increase later on, the most likely scenario is that a spirit master can quickly raise their spirit beast to the earth tier or heavenly tier. However, after that, the strength of the spirit beasts begins to stagnate, unable to improve even a bit. Not to mention that Feng Li's combat power could temporarily compete against spirit-ranked beast. Returning to the present, Lu Zhe looked at the crowd surrounding him and felt somewhat troubled. He did not intend to add contacts with strangers. So in the end, he maintained a polite smile, saying it was inconvenient, while cleverly squeezing through the crowd with his own strength, quickly escaping the encirclement. Once outside, Lu Zhe quickly hailed a taxi and headed towards the hotel he had booked. Although half a month had passed, Lu Zhe had considered this situation when originally booking the room, so he had the hotel keep the room reserved for him. Until he decided to leave. After all, Lu Zhe was not short on money now. Chapter 153, Waking White Frost. After returning to the hotel room, Lu Zhe immediately summoned Bai Shuang and Liao Yu. Woo! After Bai Shuang appeared, she did not lean affectionately towards Lu Zhe as before. Instead, she just glanced at Lu Zhe before finding a quiet spot to lie down. She rested her head on her front paws, her tail drooping weakly onto the carpet, exuding an indescribable feeling of melancholy. Meanwhile, Liao Yu continued as usual, pouncing directly into Lu Zhe's arms upon appearance, then affectionately nuzzling against him. Only when it was satisfied and looked back at Bai Shuang did its eyes reveal clear worry. It was obvious that it also sensed something was off with Bai Shuang. Ing. Liao Yu raised its head, its eyes filled with concern as it looked at Lu Zhe. Don't worry, Bai Shuang is fine. I will handle it later. Lu Zhe smiled as he stroked Liao Yu's fluffy head, his tone exceptionally assured. Hearing this, Liao Yu finally relaxed, starting to squint its eyes and comfortably enjoy Lu Zhe's gentle touch. After calming down Liao Yu, Lu Zhe reached for a nearby canvas bag that was gently wriggling. Untying the strings, 3 round and plump Senya spirits immediately rushed out eagerly. They blinked their little bean-like eyes curiously, surveying this strange and luxurious new environment. Joe. Since he hadn't formed a contract with them, Lu Zhe could only carry them in this primitive way. At this moment, Lu Zhe gently patted Liao Yu. Take them to the bedroom to play for a while, keep an eye on them, and don't let them touch dangerous things. Ing. Liao Yu obediently responded, then called out a few times to the 3 Senya spirits. Surprisingly, these timid Senya spirits seemed to trust Liao Yu especially, instantly forming a line and wobbling along behind it toward the bedroom. Watching this scene, Lu Zhe couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Liao Yu really knows how to take care of children, managing to make the Senya spirits so obedient. Next, Lu Zhe rolled up his sleeves, revealing the Winli wrapped around his forearm. Winli seemed to just wake up from a dream, lifting its little head with golden vertical pupils that appeared a bit hazy and cute, calling out in confusion. You go play with Liao Yu for a while too. Hearing this, although feeling a bit reluctant, Winli still obediently released its tail that was wrapped around Lu Zhe. Such a good one. Lu Zhe patted Winli, then watched as it flew toward the bedroom. Ing. Listening to the sounds coming from the bedroom, Lu Zhe gently waved his hand. Immediately, a spirit power barrier appeared, blocking all those sounds outside. The living room suddenly fell silent, leaving only Bai Shuang slightly heavy breathing in the corner. Bai Shuang remained quietly crouched in the corner of the living room, its tail hanging down on the ground. Just earlier, it lay like this, only moving when Winli appeared. Lu Zhe quietly walked to Bai Shuang's side and sat down, leaning against her fluffy head. Without speaking, Lu Zhe simply rested against Bai Shuang. Time seemed to flow backward in this moment, and Lu Zhe couldn't help but recall the time when he first formed a contract with Bai Shuang. Back then, he often held her in his arms, doing nothing but daydreaming. During that time, Bai Shuang, who usually was lively, would calm down and obediently lie in his embrace. Seemingly affected by Lu Zhe's thoughts, Bai Shuang's tail, which was hanging on the ground, gently swayed imperceptibly. Bai Shuang, don't you think we are just like when you were little? Back then, it was just like this, except I was the one holding you, and now you can hold me. Suddenly, Lu Zhe sighed, breaking the silence. Bai Shuang did not respond but slightly moved her head to get closer to Lu Zhe. In fact, compared to now, Bai Shuang preferred the times when she was younger. At that time, she was Lu Zhe's only spirit, able to fully enjoy all his love. Each day, apart from enjoying delicious food, she would nestle in Lu Zhe's arms watching her favorite cartoons. She was carefree then, as if the world were this beautiful. Later, Lu Zhe formed contracts with Liao Yu and Winli one after another. Initially, she didn't mind, because at that time she was the strongest. So she confidently enjoyed her status as the big sister, along with Lu Zhe's obvious favoritism. But now, it was different. Feng Li's strength had greatly surpassed hers. For the first time, Bai Shuang truly felt the crisis of being surpassed and an indescribable fear. She was afraid that Lu Zhe's gaze would be completely drawn to Feng Li, afraid of losing that unique attention. This complex and unfamiliar emotion left her at a loss, ultimately transforming into silence and distance, expressing her unease in this way. Not receiving a response from Bai Shuang, Lu Zhe was not surprised. He understood naturally why this was happening. After all, Bai Shuang had been raised by him since childhood. In Lu Zhe's heart, Bai Shuang held a special place because she was his first familiar. So even though Bai Shuang was still just an ordinary little wolf, Lu Zhe would still have more favoritism and extra concern for her. Thinking of this, Lu Zhe suddenly reached out his hand, with a hint of mischief. He vigorously rubbed her head, messing up her smooth fur. Awu. Bai Shuang let out a whiny sound of complaint, but the corners of her mouth involuntarily curved into a slight smile. Come on, let's watch TV. There are plenty of new episodes recently. Lu Zhe chuckled as he got up, then turned on the TV in the living room. He pulled Bai Shuang, who seemed a bit reluctant yet somewhat expectant, to the sofa, and leaned back against her. One person and one wolf began to quietly watch the animated series together. This scene gradually made Bai Shuang's eyes somewhat dazed, as if she had returned to that simple and happy time. Back then, she was a tiny thing, able to curl up entirely in Lu Zhe's arms, enjoying his comfortable strokes while watching TV with relish. Seeing Bai Shuang's dazed expression, Lu Zhe took out 2 ice blue lotus seeds from a bag nearby. Here, eat this. Lu Zhe patted Bai Shuang, then placed the 2 lotus seeds by her mouth. Looking at the intensely cold lotus seeds in front of her, Bai Shuang clearly hesitated for a moment. However, under Lu Zhe's watchful gaze, she ultimately obediently ate them. The moment she swallowed, a powerful cold wave erupted from within Bai Shuang, causing the air around her to condense into tiny ice crystals. But Lu Zhe was right next to her, so he immediately sealed off the cold air with his spirit power, not affecting the surroundings. After a while, Bai Shuang no longer emitted cold air, and her aura had obviously increased significantly. Awu. At that moment, Bai Shuang affectionately rubbed against Lu Zhe, letting out a satisfied purr from her throat. Then she settled back down, her gaze focused on the TV screen, her tail tip happily wagging gently. Next, Lu Zhe stayed by Bai Shuang's side, watching TV for the whole day. The next day, Bai Shuang seemed to have completely returned to her usual self. However, upon closer inspection, one could notice that she had clearly become more diligent and even more attached to Lu Zhe. Chapter 154, Returning to School. In a cafe, Jiang Ruoxue unconsciously bit the straw, her eyes almost glued to the small golden blue snake wrapped around Lu Zhe's wrist. Her gaze was filled with uncontrollable curiosity and affection. Feng Li seemed to feel this burning gaze, lifting her little head, her molten gold vertical pupils meeting Jiang Ruoxue's gaze. In an instant, Jiang Ruoxue felt as if the petite Feng Li in front of her had suddenly transformed into a gigantic feathered serpent that blocked out the sky. The infinite might emanating from it caused her body to freeze in place. Looking at the strange Jiang Ruoxue, Feng Li called out curiously. "Ya!" This call made Jiang Ruoxue instantly wake up. As she gained consciousness, Jiang Ruoxue immediately realized what had just happened, but she did not feel fear at all. Instead, her gaze toward Feng Li became even hotter, and her hands itched to move. Feng Li glanced at the strange woman before her and quickly withdrew her gaze, pulling back into Lu Zhe's sleeve. Lu Zhe, sitting across from them, took a sip of coffee and looked up at Qin Yueshi and Jiang Ruoxue. "I've basically handled everything here, I'll probably leave for school in 2 or 3 days." Lu Zhe's main purpose for coming to Yunhai City was for the secret realm. Now that the secret realm is over, it is time for him to go back. "Ah? Are you leaving so soon? Can't you stay a few more days?" Qin Yueshi put down her cup, her eyes showing obvious reluctance. Lu Zhe shook his head and said, "Not really, I still have many things to take care of at school." Hearing this, although Qin Yueshi felt a bit disappointed, she didn't say anything more. At this moment, Lu Zhe picked up a backpack placed on the chair beside him and handed it to Qin Yueshi. "This is for you." After Qin Yueshi accepted it, she curiously opened it. Then she discovered that the backpack was full of a large pile of colorful potions, alongside many spiritual objects radiating rich spiritual energy. "These potions are all made by me, the effects are quite good. And those spiritual objects are what I brought out from the secret realm, they should help with your training." Lu Zhe explained. "These are too valuable, we can't." Qin Yueshi was about to decline when Lu Zhe interrupted her. "Just accept it, I gained a lot from the secret realm this time, so it's nothing to me. Besides, if you hadn't told me about the secret realm, I might not have even known." Hearing this, Qin Yueshi stopped refusing and carefully hugged the backpack. "Then thank you so much, Lu Gu." After the 3 chatted for a while longer, Lu Zhe looked at the time and noticed it was getting late, so he stood up to leave. Before leaving, he smiled and said to the 2. "If you have time in the future, you can come to visit me. I can show you around our school and my manor, the environment is quite nice." Before Qin Yueshi could respond, Jiang Ruoxue's eyes widened with excitement. "Really? Can we go inside Mirror Lake University to have a look?" "Of course, as long as there is someone from the school to guide you." Lu Zhe nodded. Jiang Ruoxue didn't say anything more, but her expression was exceptionally excited. "It's getting late, so I'll head back first." Lu Zhe waved goodbye to the 2 and turned to leave the cafe. Watching Lu Zhe's departing figure, Qin Yueshi suddenly fell into a daze. At that moment, Jiang Ruoxue poked her with her elbow and laughed, saying, "Alright, it's not like we won't see him again, he even invited us to play." Saying this, she curiously leaned over to look into the backpack in Qin Yueshi's arms. When she saw what was inside, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. "Wow! So many good things." Inside the backpack was a big pile of potions, most of which were the same ones Lu Zhe had previously given to the 2 of them. Besides that, there were also several spiritual objects that looked quite valuable. "No wonder he's such a top student at Mirror Lake University, he's really wealthy." Jiang Ruoshu sighed, then began to chat eagerly with Qin Yueshi. And the originally low-spirited Qin Yueshi also perked up quite a bit now. That's right, it's not like they wouldn't see each other again in the future. In the following days, Lu Zhe just casually wandered around, quickly arriving at the day he was going back. Outside the train station, Lu Zhe waved goodbye to Qin Yueshi behind him while dragging his luggage and walked into the train station. Inside the carriage, 3 Senya spirits squeezed in front of the large train window. Their bean-like eyes were wide open, excitedly looking at the rapidly retreating scenery outside, occasionally making tweet sounds of amazement. Lu Zhe was half lying on the bed, holding a tablet, focused on watching the course videos inside. It had been a month since leaving school, so Lu Zhe had many classes to catch up on. Fengli was still wrapped around his wrist, like a delicate lapis lazuli bracelet. Since Fengli broke through to the heavenly stage and could control its size, it particularly liked to wrap around Lu Zhe's hand. Lu Zhe did not stop it, as Fengli felt quite nice to the touch. Moreover, he could casually stroke it whenever he wanted. Time flowed quietly. After a while, the Senya spirits by the window seemed to get tired as well, huddling together and quickly falling asleep. The next day, Lu Zhe finally returned to Jinghu City. As usual, after taking a taxi back to the edge of the city, Fengli's form suddenly expanded, turning back into a majestic 100-meter giant beast. Then it carried Lu Zhe and the Senya spirits, transforming into a streak of lapis lazuli light, rushing towards Jinghu University. Due to Fengli's increased power, its speed had also dramatically changed. Before long, Lu Zhe saw the magnificent buildings of Jinghu University and the shimmering Jinghu. During the flight, Lu Zhe also encountered many other people. These people were all captivated by Fengli's extraordinary appearance. Fengli's current form was indeed outstanding, with its body covered in lapis lazuli scales and flowing feathered crown at the back of its head, looking both beautiful and sacred. Soon, Fengli flew near the manor. Fengli let out a cheerful long cry and accelerated a bit more. Then, as it approached the manor gate, it suddenly hovered, moving smoothly, and Lu Zhe and the Senya spirits on its back didn't feel a bump at all. Once Lu Zhe and the Senya spirits got down, Fengli gradually shrank, finally curling back around Lu Zhe's hand. At the same time, many large and small packages floated behind Lu Zhe. These were all the gains Lu Zhe collected in the secret realm. Looking at the familiar house in front of him, Lu Zhe couldn't help but feel sentimental. Even though he had only been away for about a month, Lu Zhe felt as if a long time had passed. This was mainly because the changes that had taken place during this period were truly enormous. This time in the secret realm, not only did his strength progress from a master beast tamer to a senior beast tamer. Fengli's strength also rose from low-tier earth stage to mid-tier heavenly stage, and its quality reached the terrifying low-tier king stage. Such a terrifying speed of improvement, if revealed, would shock everyone. In addition, Liaoyu had also reached mid-tier earth stage, and once Lu Zhe helped it evolve, it would definitely break through to high-tier earth stage. Bai Shuang's strength also broke through to high-tier earth stage, but she was still quite some distance from the heavenly stage. Although Bai Shuang's strength had grown rapidly during this time because of Lu Zhe's power, breaking through to the heavenly stage was still the first hurdle. So breaking through to the heavenly stage was indeed very difficult. Chapter 155, Excited Vine Medicine Master. Pushing open the door with some excitement, the familiar scene came into Lu Zhe's eyes. Everything in the room was exactly the same as when he left. But all the places had already been covered with a thin layer of dust. After all, Lu Zhe had left for about a month, and usually, no one came to clean here, so it's normal to have dust. In the past, it would have been a hassle for Lu Zhe to clean the house thoroughly, but now it was different. Lu Zhe touched the wind lilies on his wrist, and wind lilies immediately understood. Then, gusts of gentle wind suddenly appeared in various places within the house. The breeze swept through every corner of the house, lifting all the dust and guiding it out through the windows. The whole process took only a few minutes, and when the breeze calmed down, the house was completely cleaned. It was even cleaner than when Lu Zhe had left. Not bad. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe nodded with satisfaction. Then, he summoned Bai Shuang and Liaoyu. The moment Bai Shuang and Liaoyu appeared, they looked at the familiar surroundings, their eyes flashing with a hint of relief and joy. Bai Shuang, Liaoyu, you first tidy up the house, and I will take them to settle down at the medicinal field. Lu Zhe instructed the two spirit beasts, then called the curious Senya spirits to follow. Upon arriving beside the medicinal field, even though Lu Zhe was prepared, he was still shocked by the scene before him. The scale of the medicinal field was more than twice as large as when he had left. Wherever Lu Zhe looked, all kinds of medicinal herbs were growing vigorously, stretching into a vibrant sea of spirit plants. The rich medicinal fragrance mixed with pure spiritual energy rushed toward him, and just inhaling it made Lu Zhe feel completely refreshed. The three Senya spirits beside Lu Zhe stood frozen in place at this sight. They were motionless, their small eyes wide open, filled with extreme shock and disbelief. As if they were witnessing the most incredible paradise in the world. For them, who naturally loved gardening, this medicinal field was undoubtedly the dream paradise. At that moment, a series of sounds echoed from the depths of the medicinal field. The dense medicinal herbs parted to the sides, and a huge serpent-like creature with green scales swam out. It was the green vine medicinal guardian. At this moment, the green vine medicinal guardian had also undergone a significant change. It was much larger than before. Hiss. Upon seeing Luze, the green vine medicinal guardian immediately raised its head, letting out a joyful and excited hiss, its massive body swaying slightly with excitement. It glanced at the well-tended medicinal field behind it, then turned to Luze, its eyes showing human-like expectation. Seeing this scene, Luze chuckled softly and then extended his hand to gently stroke it. You did very well. As he spoke, he took out a completely green fruit that emanated a rich life energy and held it to the green vine medicinal guardian's mouth. This is your reward, eat it. This was also something Luze obtained from the secret realm, a second-tier spirit item, spirit Xian fruit. The green vine medicinal guardian's gaze was instantly drawn to the spirit Xian fruit, its eyes bursting with strong desire. Carefully, it lowered its head and swallowed the fruit in one bite. After consuming it, the pure life energy quickly spread throughout its body, causing the green vine medicinal guardian to comfortably squint its eyes and emit a satisfying deep rumble. Luze smiled, turning his gaze toward the three Senya spirits that were still in a daze. The spectacular sight of the medicinal field had overwhelmed them so much that even the appearance of the green vine medicinal guardian did not attract their attention. So, what do you think? I didn't lie to you, right? Isn't it great here? Luze squatted down and gently poked one of the Senya spirit's soft cheeks with his finger, which felt amazing. Chirp! Chirp! At last, the three Senya spirits finally snapped back to reality from their extreme shock. They all turned to Luze, their bean-like eyes filled with immense desire and urgency. At the same time, their short, chubby little hands pointed at the medicinal field, making rapid calls. Go ahead, I promised you. Luze patted their little heads, smiling as he spoke. Chirp! The forest spirits cheered, immediately scampering into the medicinal field with eager little legs. Their intrusion instantly shattered the tranquility of the medicinal field, startling many green leaf worms and spirit leaf beings that were resting or working among the leaves. But the forest spirits were completely immersed in the excitement of their new environment, completely unaffected. They touched the leaves of this medicinal plant one moment and sniffed the flower's stamen the next, happily weaving through the medicinal field. Although the combat abilities of the forest spirits were weak, wasn't that also true for the green leaf worms and spirit leaf beings? In terms of strength alone, the low-grade earth-level green vine medicine being was probably just slightly stronger than a forest spirit. So the forest spirits felt no threat here, and naturally, they were not affected. At this moment, the green vine medicine being had completely absorbed the Lingxian fruit. However, when it saw the forest spirits in the medicinal field, its recent joy instantly vanished, replaced by high alertness. It straightened its upper body, its emerald eyes fixed intensely on the forest spirits. Seeing this scene, Luze explained to it. Don't be nervous, they are brought by me and can also accelerate the growth of spirit plants, which is very beneficial for the medicinal field. So from now on, you and they will manage the medicinal field together. However, after Luze finished speaking, the green vine medicine being looked at him with a blank expression. Seeing this, Luze quickly laughed and patted his forehead. Without a contract, the green vine medicine being couldn't understand his words. It could only make simple judgments based on his actions. However, Luze's complex words were clearly beyond its understanding. So, Luze had Winli convey the message on his behalf. Winli peeked out from Luze's sleeve, looking at the green vine medicine being in front of it. But the moment Winli appeared, the green vine medicine being suddenly stiffened all over. It immediately crouched low, fear rising in its heart, and its massive body even began to tremble slightly. Winli ignored it and started to explain with a soft iya. With each sentence it spoke, the green vine medicine being eagerly nodded, fearing it would respond too slowly. So a scene unfolded, with a petite and peculiar feathered serpent continuously making the sweet iya sound. And before it, a giant blue python was incessantly nodding, creating an oddly amusing spectacle. As Winli explained, the green vine medicine being finally understood what these forest spirits were for. From now on, you will take care of this place with them, make sure to take good care of them. After Luze said this, he looked at the three forest spirits happily playing in the medicinal field, smiled, and turned to leave. Once Luze left, the green vine medicine being immediately straightened up, looking at the forest spirits in the medicinal field. It could sense that these strange creatures were constantly radiating a life energy. A strange sense of crisis and urgency rose in its heart. It seemed that it must work harder to ensure its position in this medicinal field. With that thought, the green vine medicine being's gaze suddenly became resolute, and it swam back into the medicinal field. Chapter 156, Storage-Type Spiritual Tools. After returning to the house, Luze began to sort out the large number of spiritual items brought back from this secret realm journey. Once sorted, various spiritual items filled an empty room, creating quite a spectacular sight. At the same time, having rewarded 3,000 points of credits earlier. So Lu Zhe was already able to buy a small storage spirit tool. That night, Lu Zhe selected a storage spirit tool on the school's official website. The next day, the storage spirit tool Lu Zhe ordered was delivered. After closing the door, Lu Zhe began to examine the small box in his hands, then opened it directly. Inside the box was a very exquisite silver ring, its surface adorned with some mysterious patterns. This was the storage spirit tool Lu Zhe had chosen. Storage spirit tools come in various shapes, and Lu Zhe ultimately chose a ring because it was convenient to carry and did not look out of place. Lu Zhe took out the ring and put it on the middle finger of his right hand. The ring, which was initially a bit large, shrank when Lu Zhe wore it, fitting perfectly on his finger. It's quite magical. Lu Zhe sighed, then began to try using this spirit tool. He already knew how to use it. All spirit tools require spiritual power to activate, and this type of storage spirit tool has an additional authentication process for safety and privacy. Only the first person to inject spiritual power can use it freely. In fact, most spirit tools today have this kind of authentication process. Especially combat spirit tools, after all, no one wants others to use their belongings directly. Then Lu Zhe slightly focused his mind and infused a bit of spiritual power into the ring. The ring flashed momentarily, as if it had been activated. In the next moment, Lu Zhe felt an inexplicable connection with the ring. He clearly sensed a stable cubic space within the ring. This space was not very large, with a length, width, and height of 100 meters. Satisfied, Lu Zhe nodded, a sense of novelty surging in his heart. Then he eagerly wanted to try it out. He looked around and finally his gaze landed on a fruit bowl on the coffee table in front of the sofa. He quickly walked to the coffee table, looked at the fruit bowl, and with a thought, made his wish. The fruit bowl on the coffee table instantly disappeared. At the same time, Lu Zhe felt the fruit bowl had appeared intact in the space of the ring. This is so convenient. Lu Zhe raised his hand with the ring and examined it repeatedly, liking it more and more. Then Lu Zhe thought again, and the fruit bowl reappeared on the coffee table. However, unlike before, the fruits in this bowl had become shriveled. This was quite normal, as the ring-shaped storage spirit tool was merely the most basic type. The space inside was not only small, but also lacked spiritual power or air, so it could only store dead objects. But if it were a high-level storage spirit tool, the space could store living beings. Because a storage spirit tool essentially just creates a space through human intervention, then makes corresponding containers for connection. As long as the creator's strength is sufficient, the created space can even become a small world beyond just spiritual power. Like the small world of the feathered serpent god, although now shattered into countless pieces, it still manages to maintain a relatively stable ecological environment. While Lu Zhe curiously experimented with the spirit tool, Bai Shuang and the others were also attracted by this magical scene. Iya. Feng Li's body coiled around a winged snake-shaped toy, lying on the sofa and making curious sounds. This toy was made by Lu Zhe before, so its shape was based on the previous Feng Li as a template. And Bai Shuang and Liao Yu, lying on the soft cushions beside the sofa, did not speak, but they all curiously looked at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe smiled and stretched out his hand, showing the ring on his middle finger, then explained. This is a storage spirit tool, it has an independent small space inside and can hold many things. After understanding the purpose of the ring, the three demon spirits appeared very excited. Especially Feng Li, who kept making iya sounds, wanting Lu Zhe to demonstrate a few more times. Lu Zhe also satisfied them, performing many more times afterwards. Then, seeing the amazed expressions on Bai Shuang and the others, Lu Zhe continued to smile and said, "If you become stronger in the future, you can also open up a space of your own." Hearing this, Bai Shuang and Liao Yu both revealed longing expressions in their eyes. Meanwhile, Feng Li instantly became energetic, it flew up from the sofa, and a brilliant golden light instantly covered its gorgeous wings. With a serious and determined expression on its small face, it suddenly flapped its wings at the nearby air. Shilla! A very slight tearing sound arose, and a tiny black crack, as thin as a hair, appeared out of nowhere. Though it lasted for only a moment and quickly disappeared, the spatial fluctuation released in that instant still made Lu Zhe's heart skip a beat. Yeah. Is it like this? Feng Li clearly looked a bit tired after doing all this, but its eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation as it looked at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe was startled for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. Yes, that's right. According to general principles, only spirit-level demon beasts can have the ability to tier space. Only tiered demon beasts can open up stable spaces or passages. This is also the reason why storage-type spirit tools are so precious. However, Feng Li is not an ordinary demon beast, so it is reasonable for it to tier space with its heavenly level strength. Well done. Lu Zhe smiled and ruffled Feng Li's head, then patted Bai Shuang and Liao Yu before turning to leave. Feng Li, who received the praise, happily spun in the air before landing back on the sofa and curling back up with its toy, resuming its TV watching. Ing. Meanwhile, Liaoyu leaned over, speaking with a hint of admiration. Fengli raised its head proudly, responding with a touch of arrogance. Bai Shuang quietly watched Fengli for a while, then suddenly stood up and left the living room. Only the sounds of Liaoyu and Fengli's conversation remained in the living room, along with the sounds from the television. Lu Zhe first went to his room where he stored spirit objects, then took out some seeds. These seeds were the demon plant seeds Lu Zhe had previously harvested in the secret realm. They were the seeds of the star pattern tree and the fire essence fruit tree. He planned to choose a suitable place in the manor today and plant them. After all, the sooner they were planted, the faster they would grow. Then he could enjoy the fruits they bore even earlier. Although they were earth-tier demon plants, the fruits they bore still had very good effects. Moreover, he could sell them, as these two types of demon plants were extremely precious in the outside world, so their fruits would certainly fetch a high price. When Lu Zhe left the room with the seeds, he saw Bai Shuang squatting outside. Chapter 157, Starting to Plant Trees. Bai Shuang, why are you here? Aren't you going to continue watching TV? Lu Zhe asked Bai Shuang in confusion, then reached out to ruffle her fluffy fur. But you're just in time, come on, let's go to the backyard and plant some trees. Then, Lu Zhe led Bai Shuang to the backyard. The backyard referred to all the areas behind Lu Zhe's house, including the training ground and herb field. In addition to the already established training ground and herb field, there were also vast expanses of empty space here. The manor provided by the school was built larger than usual, considering the strength and needs of students after graduation. Even now, combined, the medicinal fields and training grounds did not even take up 1/10 of the manor's area. Approaching the medicinal fields, the rich scent of herbs and pure spiritual energy rushed to meet him. Lu Zhe took a deep breath, and immediately felt a wave of comfort throughout his body. Beside him, Bai Shuang also took a sniff, revealing a look of bliss on her face. Lu Zhe did not immediately search for a spot to plant trees, instead, he first observed the scene in the medicinal fields. The 3 spirit buds were already working hard at it. Although they were very satisfied with the growth of all the herbs in the fields, in their eyes, these herbs were all crowded together. This was not only unappealing but also insufficient for them to absorb nutrients and grow properly. So now they were transforming the medicinal fields, trying to make the fields more beautiful while allowing the herbs to grow better. Some overly dense plants were carefully moved aside by them, and the medicinal fields became more orderly. They even started to use collected small stones to pave winding paths. At first, the Qingtang medicine keeper was quite unwilling about the spirit bud's actions. In its view, it had already managed the medicinal fields very well, there was no need for any changes. However, after the spirit buds explained, it reluctantly accepted. But while the spirit buds were transforming the medicinal fields, it did not remain idle. It brought its little brothers to observe the spirit buds' actions and try to imitate and learn. After watching for a while, Lu Zhe finally withdrew his gaze and began searching for a suitable open space near the medicinal fields. Soon, Lu Zhe found a suitable spot. This spot was close to the medicinal fields, making it convenient for the Qingtang medicine keeper and spirit buds to take care of it together in the future. This is the place. Looking at the area before him, Lu Zhe nodded in satisfaction and then said to Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang, help me call them over. Bai Shuang nodded, then raised her head and issued a long wolf howl towards the medicinal fields. Awu. The next moment, the herbs in the medicinal fields shook violently, and then a greenish-black giant python rushed directly to Lu Zhe's side. Hiss. The Qingtang medicine keeper looked excitedly at Lu Zhe, but just as it was about to get closer, it saw Bai Shuang nearby. Seeing Bai Shuang, its massive body suddenly froze, and fear was clearly visible in its eyes. It hastily lowered its head, trembling uncontrollably. This appearance was even more frightened than when facing Fengli. Seeing the scene, Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile at Bai Shuang. He did not expect that so much time had passed, yet the Qingtang medicine keeper was still so afraid of Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang looked at the trembling Qingtang medicine keeper and a hint of discontent flashed in her eyes. Isn't it just a few playful nudges when we were young? Noticing Bai Shuang's displeased gaze, the Qingtang medicine keeper buried its head even lower. If Lu Zhe weren't there, it might have even thought of fleeing underground. Soon, the 3 spirit buds bounced over happily. Chirp! As soon as they appeared, they rushed to hug Lu Zhe's legs, with their round little faces rubbing against his pants. They were simply more satisfied than ever with the medicinal fields before them. Once they released him, Lu Zhe took out the seeds and said, I want to cultivate this piece of land and plant these seeds. Through Bai Shuang's translation, the spirit buds and Qingtang medicine keeper immediately understood the task. The spirit buds eagerly stretched out their small, chubby hands, unable to wait to take the seeds. The vine medicine user was not to be outdone, quickly letting out a few sharp cries to show its presence and abilities. Lu Zhe handed out the seeds to them, and soon, they began to act individually. After receiving the seeds, the vine medicine user let out a unique roar towards the medicine field. In the next moment, a large number of green leaf worms and spirit leaf users surged from every corner of the medicine field. For a moment, the scene appeared somewhat spectacular. Quickly, under the direction of the vine medicine user, they began to transform the land. The soil in this place became fertile at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was full of spirit energy. Then, one by one, the seeds were neatly planted by them. In comparison to them, the spirit buds beside them were moving noticeably slower. The 3 spirit buds each held a large pile of seeds and slowly found a place to start planting. They carefully dug holes and then placed the seeds. Every action was exceptionally meticulous. While planting, they hummed cheerfully off-tune, clearly enjoying themselves. Luce leaned leisurely against white frost, comfortably watching the bustling scene before him. The warm sunlight poured over him, and seeing the busy spectacle, Luce felt an inexplicable sense of ease in his heart. At this moment, White Frost seemed relaxed as well. After lying for a while, she suddenly looked towards the medicine field. In the next moment, several plump ice blue fruits were plucked out of thin air and floated in front of Luce. After receiving them, Luce took a bite directly, and the sweet, refreshing juice instantly filled his mouth. Then, while eating, he also fed White Frost beside him. With the hard work of the vine medicine user and the spirit buds, the sowing task was quickly completed. Well done. Luce stood up and distributed the remaining few spirit fruits in his hand to the vine medicine user and the spirit buds. From now on, this place will be up to you to take care of. If you take good care of it, I will reward you. SSS. The vine medicine user immediately raised its head in response, its tone full of determination. The spirit buds also cheered happily, excitedly nodding their heads. Luce carefully checked the sowing situation and, confirming there were no mistakes, he finally returned contentedly with White Frost. Chapter 158, Spirit Tools and Spirit Techniques. A few days later. In the training ground of the backyard, Luce stood in the center of the field, tightly gripping a longbow in his hands. He took a deep breath and slowly drew the bowstring, his movements very smooth. Luce focused intently on the ice crystal target in the distance, then suddenly released his hand. Whoosh! A blue ice light shot out instantly, producing a piercing whistle. As soon as Luce released his hand, the arrow had already struck the target. Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound, the ice crystal target was blown to pieces, and the arrow turned into dust. Luce watched the scene before him, nodding in satisfaction. Thanks to being transformed by the divine power of the feather snake god, in terms of power alone, Luce definitely surpassed everyone at the same level. He was even not weaker than beasts of the same level. Afterwards, Luce continued to try several more times, each arrow accurately hitting the target and blowing it and itself to pieces. However, when Luce wanted to try again, he had to reluctantly put down the longbow, which was nearly breaking. Since the bows and arrows Luce used were not spirit tools, they were now difficult to withstand his usage. Even though Luce had tried hard to restrain the output of his spirit power, they still couldn't last for long. Should I go buy some combat spirit tools? After putting down the bow and arrow, Luce began to ponder. Having not experienced the first leap of life, a beast tamer's combat power is very limited, so in battle they only need to protect themselves. All fighting relies on their summoned beasts. But beast tamers who have broken through to become grand beast tamers and have undergone their first leap of life are different. Although still not comparable to a beast of the same level, they already possess quite good combat power. Moreover, if equipped with spirit tools and using suitable spirit techniques, beast tamers can even play a crucial role in battle. I've decided, I will work hard to save credits to exchange for some combat spirit tools. After much thought, Luce finally made his determination. Unlike the ring in Luce's hand, combat spirit tools are often not that precious. Combat spirit tools are also classified by strength, with first-tier spirit tools corresponding to mortal tier, second tier to earth tier. From there, each tier corresponds with the level of beasts. However, due to the weak combat power of early beast tamers, the effectiveness of the first 3 tiers of spirit tools is not particularly great. Only 4th tier and above spirit tools truly possess strong effects. If a beast tamer uses an appropriate spirit tool, they can even barely match a beast of the same level. Considering his own strength and situation, Luce ultimately decided to purchase a 3rd-tier spirit tool. After all, even though his current strength far exceeds that of a beast tamer of the same level, there is still a significant gap to a grand beast tamer. Moreover, 4th-tier spirit tools are not cheap, and Luce definitely cannot afford them now. After deciding to purchase a spirit tool, Luce began to think about spirit techniques again. Beasts use beast techniques, while beast tamers use spirit techniques. Both actually refer to the use of spiritual power, but due to the significant differences between beasts and humans, their names naturally differ. After a brief thought, Luce decided to check a website first before making a decision. Then, Luce looked up at the spot next to the training ground where he had planted trees. In just a few days, those seeds had already sprouted green buds. That's really fast. Luce couldn't help but sigh. It seems that bringing back the forest bud spirit was truly the right decision. After watching for a while, Lu Zhe took Bai Shuang and the others back. The herb field had the green vine spirit to watch over it, so he didn't need to worry at all. After returning to the house, Lu Zhe went straight to the study and began looking for suitable spirit tools and spirit techniques on his computer. Opening the corresponding exchange interface, various spirit tools came into Lu Zhe's view. There were spirit tools of all shapes and sizes, including swords and spears. He even saw a large rock-shaped spirit tool. Who would use such a spirit tool? Just for smashing people? Lu Zhe imagined the scene of himself lifting a large rock to smash someone, then quickly shook his head. However, since spirit tools are also man-made, Lu Zhe thought it was understandable that someone occasionally lets their creativity run wild. Then, Lu Zhe started to focus on searching for the spirit tool that suited him best. After selecting for half a day, Lu Zhe ultimately chose a light blue longbow. After careful consideration, Lu Zhe still went with a ranged spirit tool. While using a sword or long knife looks cool, it's still too dangerous. So using a bow and arrow fits his combat style best. After making his selection, Lu Zhe noted it down. Since Lu Zhe currently had very few credits left, the 3,000 credits he earned from before had all been spent. So Lu Zhe was left with less than 100 credits. But although the current credits are insufficient, Lu Zhe believes that with his current strength, he will soon be able to obtain enough credits. Lu Zhe leaned back in the comfortable chair and stretched a big lazy stretch, gently stroking the Fengli on his wrist with his hand. Fengli, originally staring blankly at the screen, was startled by Lu Zhe's sudden touch and let out a sound. But once it realized what happened, it did not shy away. Instead, it squinted its eyes and began to enjoy Lu Zhe's touch. Fengli, go bring me a drink, Lu Zhe said to Fengli with a smile. Fengli opened its eyes and obediently nodded, then got up and flew out of the study. Sitting in the chair, Lu Zhe did not continue searching for information on spiritual techniques. He began to think about the evolution of Liao Yu. Chapter 159, Wu Chen. Speaking of this, we must mention Lu Zhe's current breeding level. Lu Zhe focused his thoughts and opened his personal panel. Name, Lu Zhe. Strength, Great Master of Beast Control. Breeder level, level 9, 24 out of 100. Talent, Beast Affinity, Eye of Truth, Power of Evolution. For some unknown reason, despite such a significant evolution of Fengli earlier, Lu Zhe's breeding level had hardly improved at all. Lu Zhe guessed this might be because Fengli's evolution mainly relied on the divine power of the feather serpent god, and he was merely assisting on the side. Therefore, the breeding panel might not recognize this method, thus his breeding level did not rise. Returning to Liao Yu. Liao Yu's strength has now reached a point where it can evolve. It only needs Lu Zhe to gather all the materials needed for the evolution. However, although Lu Zhe had already obtained the 4th level spiritual object, Crimson Flame Burning Heart Sunflower, there were still quite a few spiritual objects he had not fully collected. Of course, these missing spiritual objects can be exchanged with credits. While these spiritual objects are not as valuable as the Crimson Flame Burning Heart Sunflower, they are still precious. So, this will also require Lu Zhe to spend a considerable amount of credits. At the same time, Lu Zhe also needs to buy spiritual tools and spiritual techniques, which will also cost a large number of credits. If it were an ordinary person facing this situation, they would definitely be anxious and overwhelmed. But for Lu Zhe now, it is not difficult at all to gather these credits. The reason is Lu Zhe's current strength. With his current strength, Lu Zhe believes that if he goes to the battlefield again now, he can definitely obtain enough credits in a short time. After all, although Fengli is at the heavenly level, its actual strength can already compete with spiritual level beasts. So Lu Zhe is quite confident in obtaining credits. While Lu Zhe was thinking, Fengli flew back with a cup of drink. Here you go. After receiving the drink handed over by Fengli, Lu Zhe took a big sip. The cold and stimulating sensation made him feel refreshed. After casually placing the cup on the table, Lu Zhe focused his attention back on choosing spiritual techniques. While Lu Zhe was searching for spiritual techniques, Fengli wrapped itself around his wrist again. It leaned closer to the computer, curiously staring at the constantly scrolling screen before it. Considering his current strength, and after repeated comparisons, Lu Zhe ultimately chose only one attack-type spiritual technique. Heavenly level spiritual technique, Frost Cold Arrow. This technique can compress spiritual power onto the arrow tip, possessing strong destructive power. Alright, that will do for now. After saving the Frost Cold Arrow technique, Lu Zhe stood up and took the empty cup with him and Fengli as he walked out. Back in the living room, Lu Zhe found Bai Shuang lying beside the sofa, watching the television in front of her. And Liao Yu had disappeared without a trace. Where is Liao Yu? Where did it go? Lu Zhe pulled out a bag of snacks from the cabinet and walked towards the sofa. As he walked, he asked Bai Shuang. Ao Wu. It went to the medicinal field. Really? After knowing that Liao Yu had gone to the medicinal field, Lu Zhe didn't ask anymore. After all, Liao Yu would often go to the medicinal field these days for no particular reason. Lu Zhe sat down on the sofa and tore open the snack bag in front of him. Sizzle. Then, Lu Zhe began to eat the snacks while watching TV. At the same time, he occasionally fed some to Bai Shuang and Fengli. Before long, Liao Yu came bouncing back from the backyard. Ing ing. Seeing that Lu Zhe was eating, Liao Yu's eyes lit up and hurriedly ran over. When Liao Yu reached in front of him, Lu Zhe smiled and tossed it a snack. Liao Yu happily ate it and licked the corner of its mouth, its big fluffy tail wagging behind satisfyingly. The next day, Lu Zhe was ready to go to the battlefield to earn credits. Whether it was Liao Yu's evolution or his own purchase of spirit tools and skills, it all required a lot of credits. So it was better to earn them early. Although Lu Zhe had been back for several days, he hadn't attended a single class. Because Lu Zhe felt that earning credits was the most important thing right now. As for the courses, he could just watch them online. Although credits could be earned in class, they obviously couldn't compare to the credits earned on the battlefield. Let's go, Fengli. Lu Zhe touched Fengli on his wrist and said to it. With a flash of azure gold light, Fengli's figure instantly disappeared from Lu Zhe's wrist. The next moment, a large and extraordinary feathered serpent appeared before Lu Zhe. It had a magnificent feather crown growing from its head, and its scales shimmered with a radiant azure gold sheen. At the same time, it was surrounded by a gentle flow of wind, exuding a sacred and majestic aura. Roar! The restored real form of Fengli stretched its body and let out an excited low roar. For the past few days, it had kept its size small, and this was the first time it returned to its original form since coming back. In the backyard, the herbalist of the medicinal fields was startled by the sudden roar. It nervously looked up and saw Fengli's huge figure soaring into the sky like an azure gold shooting star streaking through the air. Staring at Fengli's receding figure, the herbalist stood frozen, its eyes filled with shock and indescribable envy. After a while, it slowly regained its composure, and a strong desire took root in its heart. When will it be able to become so powerful too? In the sky, Wu Chen was riding his spirit beast, Windy Roding Kite, with an exceptionally happy expression on his face. The reason he was so happy was because of the Windy Roding Kite beneath him. The current appearance of Windy Roding Kite was significantly different from what Lu Zhe had seen before. Its body not only hadn't gotten bigger, but it had actually shrunk quite a bit. At the same time, its feathers were shinier, and its aura was even more terrifying. Clearly, it had broken through to the heavenly stage. Wu Chen's face was filled with uncontrollable joy. This time, Windy Roding Kite's breakthrough to the heavenly stage had greatly increased his strength. Thus, he planned to take advantage of Windy Roding Kite's breakthrough to earn a lot of credits on the battlefield. However, just as he was in high spirits, he suddenly felt the Windy Roding Kite beneath him stiffen suddenly. Then its body began to tremble slightly. What's wrong? He hurriedly leaned down to ask nervously. As soon as his voice fell, a tearing sound suddenly came to his ear. Suddenly, he turned his head sharply, only to see a blue and gold shadow flying past him at an incredible speed. Upon closer inspection, there was a peculiar beast within that light. In the blink of an eye, the strange beast vanished before him. The speed of that beast was astonishing. Wu Chen barely caught a glimpse of a blurry outline. A long snake body, wide wings, a streamlined figure, and an aura of awe-inspiring majesty. What kind of beast is this? Wu Chen's heart raced, and after a while, he murmured to himself. At that moment, he understood why his wind-eroded kite was so terrified. It was clearly because of that strange beast. After the peculiar beast left, the wind-eroded kite began to stop trembling. Then it continued to soar with Wu Chen toward the battlefield. However, at this moment, Wu Chen no longer felt that excitement. His face was filled with shock. It was obvious that he was still immersed in the scene he had just witnessed. Though it was only a brief encounter, the divine and majestic aura of that beast left a deep impression on him. Chapter 160, Like a God, the Windley. Lu Zhe sat atop Windley, and though Windley was fast, he felt no discomfort at all. At this moment, Windley seemed to be particularly enjoying itself, its long body weaving freely among the clouds. From afar, one could only see a blue and gold streak flashing across the sky. Before long, Lu Zhe arrived at the battlefield again. Next, Lu Zhe skillfully passed the tests and was assigned to his first match by the system. Since the main goal was to earn credits, Lu Zhe planned to let Windley take the stage continuously. After all, it was at the heavenly stage, and a single match at that level could directly earn 100 credits. Arriving at the battle room, Lu Zhe found that he was the first one there, so he waited for his opponent. The battlefield simulation site remained an open grassy plain. Of course, this site could be changed as long as both opponents agreed. Lu Zhe did not wait long before the door of the battle room was pushed open, and his opponent entered. This was a woman with a cool demeanor. She was beautiful, but her face seemed to have a layer of frost frozen upon it. Her eyes were distant, and she radiated an aura that warned others to keep their distance. When she saw Lu Zhe, she coldly nodded at him. Then, without any further conversation, they directly began to battle. As the system's electronic voice fell, the woman was the first to summon her fighting beast. This was a deer-like beast about 3 meters tall. It had a slender body, covered in translucent silver-blue fur that shimmered with faint starlight. On its head, it wore a pair of huge and intricately structured antlers, as clear as pure crystal. At that moment, countless glowing lights swirled around the antlers. This beast merely stood there, exuding a tranquil and peaceful aura. It was a low-grade heavenly stage starlight divine deer. Species, starlight divine deer. Strength, low-grade heavenly stage. Quality, mid-grade heavenly stage. Yo. The starlight divine deer raised its head and let out an ethereal, distant call, its front hooves lightly tapping the ground. At the moment its hooves touched the ground, a circle of starlight rippled out, appearing incredibly pure. After the starlight divine deer appeared, the woman's cold face instantly bloomed with a faint joy. She reached out to stroke its smooth fur, the love and pride in her eyes almost overflowing. Though the starlight divine deer was not a particularly powerful fighting beast, its appearance was remarkable. Moreover, due to its pure nature, the requirements for its master were also extremely high. If one did not share the same purity, there was no way to succeed in forming a contract with the starlight divine deer, no matter what they did. Having a starlight spirit deer as a mount is definitely something to be proud of. At this moment, the woman looks up at Lu Zhe, wanting to see what his spirit beast is. After a moment of amazement, Lu Zhe regains his focus and summons the wind spirit under the woman's gaze. However, calling it a summon, wind spirit has always been coiled around Lu Zhe's wrist. In the next moment, under the woman's watchful eyes, a golden light shoots out from Lu Zhe's wrist and rushes into the sky. Buzz. An invisible pressure sweeps over the entire area like a tidal wave. The simulated sky is instantly replaced by dark clouds, light is suddenly swallowed, and the surroundings plunge into a heart-pounding darkness. At the same time, an endless fierce wind suddenly appears, swirling wildly in the space. Yet, amidst the darkness, a golden light suddenly brightens. The wind spirit in the air has completely stretched its body, and its huge wings spread wide behind it. The wind spirit radiates a sacred golden light, resembling a sun in the dark space. In that moment, it is the only focus in the world. Roar! The wind spirit lets out a dignified low growl, its golden vertical pupils coldly watching the starlight spirit deer and the woman below. What is this? The woman's face is now filled with shock and fear, her body trembling slightly under this immense pressure. Next to her, the starlight spirit deer can hardly bear it. Under this terrifying aura, it directly crawls on the ground. It buries its head into the grass, making a whimpering sound of submission. As a beast, it can feel the wind spirit's terrifying pressure more deeply. In its eyes, the wind spirit is like a deity, silently looking down on it. Under that natural suppression, the starlight spirit deer has no thought of resistance at all. In order to quickly earn enough credits, Lu Zhe directly commands the wind spirit to unleash its full power, leaving nothing behind. Both the realm and quality of the wind spirit surpass that of the starlight spirit deer before him. This guarantees that this battle will definitely be a crushing victory. The woman barely regains her senses from the shock. When she sees the starlight spirit deer in such a state, a flash of unwillingness and pain crosses her face. She grits her teeth and shouts in her heart. Get up, we haven't lost yet. Then, under the woman's urging and encouragement, the starlight spirit deer finally stands up again, albeit weakly. Its dim starry light flickers, and a silver beam of light immediately rushes towards the wind spirit in the sky. After releasing this attack, the starlight spirit deer panics and retreats beside the woman, seeking safety. Facing this attack, the wind spirit makes no move, only its golden eyes suddenly gleam with golden light. The dark clouds in the sky begin to churn. Crack! With a thunderous roar, a thick lightning bolt strikes with precision like a thunder dragon, hitting the silver beam of light. The silver beam bursts apart like paper before the violent lightning. After shattering the beam, the lightning continues its path, accompanied by a terrifying boom, and strikes hard near the starlight spirit deer. Boom! Under the terrifying power of the lightning, the ground is directly blasted into a huge deep pit. Then, the land's self-repair function activates, and the soil around the pit begins to wriggle, trying to fill it. The woman looks at the charred deep pit, her mind going blank. How is this possible? Why would the system assign me such an opponent? She mutters to herself, all fighting spirit utterly crushed. With a trembling voice, she finally says, I concede. The battle ended with astonishing speed, and the total time was even less than 2 minutes. After the battle, the dark clouds and fierce winds that enveloped the entire space instantly dissipated, returning to the original scene of sunshine and grassy fields. It seemed as if the apocalyptic sight from just moments ago was nothing more than an illusion. And the wind spirit, like a deity in the sky, shrank in size and flew back to Lu Zhe's wrist. Upon returning, the wind spirit lifted its little head, looking at Lu Zhe with hopeful eyes. Faced with the wind spirit's gaze, Lu Zhe smiled and reached out to gently rub it. Great job, wind spirit. Yay. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's praise, the wind spirit happily shook its head and affectionately rubbed against Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe's first battle after returning ended like this, and within a few short minutes, he directly gained 100 credits. After declining a girl's request to add him as a friend, Lu Zhe immediately applied for the next match. After submitting his application to the battle room system, Lu Zhe began to wait for the arrival of his next opponent. Chapter 161, An Unforgettable Scene. In the certification room, Wu Chen had just completed the matching. Floor 7, Room 13. Wu Chen silently recited his battle location, then left the certification room, heading towards his battle room. As soon as he stepped onto the 7th floor corridor, Wu Chen brushed past a girl walking towards him. This girl was beautiful, and under normal circumstances, she would definitely be the center of attention in the crowd. But at that moment, her eyes were vacant, as if she had just experienced a significant setback, making her appear lost and soul-crushed. TSK, poor child, what could have beaten her down like this? Seeing the girl's condition, Wu Chen thought with schadenfreude in his heart. He was no stranger to such a state in the battle arena. Occasionally, due to bad luck or some reason, getting matched with an opponent far stronger than oneself and being crushed to the point of being unrecognizable was common. In fact, Wu Chen had encountered this situation many times before. But this still did not prevent his current sense of glee. Until the girl's figure completely disappeared around the corner, Wu Chen couldn't help but show a mixed expression of sympathy and mockery. Then he shook his head and continued on with a light step towards room 13. Arriving at the battle room door, Wu Chen pushed the door open and immediately noticed a figure with their head down inside. Already here? Wu Chen muttered a few words, then took a step inside. He was about to remind the other party, when the person with their head down seemed to hear the noise and looked up at him. Their eyes met, and the next moment, the other party suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Senior Wu. Originally, Lu Zhe was sitting on the ground playing with the wind spirit, and when he heard someone come in, he immediately looked up and saw Wu Chen. Since Wu Chen was the one who brought him to school, Lu Zhe had a deep impression of him. You are Junior Lu. Wu Chen recognized Lu Zhe at that moment, his face filled with surprise. He never expected to meet Lu Zhe, this freshman, here. Senior Wu, I didn't expect to run into you here. Lu Zhe smiled and stepped forward. I also didn't expect to see you here. Wu Chen said instinctively, but as he said this, he suddenly realized something. Wait, how could he run into Lu Zhe here? It's important to note that the matching rules of the battle arena system are quite complex, with one of the most important rules being based on the participants' identities for matching. For example, since Lu Zhe is a freshman, the system would generally only match him against other freshmen. But this is not absolute. If someone is strong enough to exceed the capabilities of students in the same year, it could differ. Then the system would match him with opponents from higher grades. At this moment, his opponent was Lu Zhe, which meant that Lu Zhe already possessed strength far beyond that of a first-year student. Thinking of this, Wu Chen was instantly filled with immense surprise, and then he tentatively asked Lu Zhe. Junior Lu, do you already have a heavenly-level demon at this point? Seeing Lu Zhe nod, Wu Chen felt a strong sense of shock sweep through his entire body. It must be known that it is incredibly difficult for a demon beast to break through to the heavenly level. Countless people have fallen at the threshold of the heavenly level. Even he himself, after spending a huge amount of effort and resources, had only recently managed to cultivate the wind-eroding kite into a heavenly level. It was only then that he had his first heavenly-level demon. And even that was enough to make him very happy and proud. But who would have thought that Lu Zhe, a first-year student who had just entered the school for a few months, would also have a heavenly-level demon? Suppressing the shock and confusion in his heart, Wu Chen couldn't help but ask. Junior Lu, how did you do it? Lu Zhe smiled and vaguely explained. It's just luck, I stumbled upon an incredible opportunity. After hearing this, although Wu Chen was still very puzzled, he did not continue to ask. Because it was someone else's secret, and asking further would be impolite. Wu Chen forcibly suppressed his churning emotions, and the little interest in small talk that had arisen from encountering Lu Zhe instantly faded. At this moment, he was filled instead with a mix of disbelief and a strong desire for verification. So he directly said to Lu Zhe. Then Junior Lu, let's hurry up and have a battle. This will also let the seniors see your current strength. After hearing this, Lu Zhe nodded directly. Alright, please guide me, senior. Wu Chen quickly moved to a distance from Lu Zhe and directly summoned his demon. The wind-eroding kite suddenly appeared next to him. Wu Chen looked at the wind-eroding kite beside him with satisfaction, then confidently shouted to Lu Zhe. Junior Lu, you better be careful, my wind-eroding kite is quite strong. As if sensing its master's thoughts, the wind-eroding kite opened its wings and let out a loud, intimidating cry, its sharp gaze fixated on Lu Zhe. Despite being shocked that Lu Zhe had a heavenly-level demon, Wu Chen was still extremely confident at this moment. Because in his opinion, Lu Zhe was merely a first-year student. Even if he had a heavenly-level demon by luck, in terms of battle experience and depth, he couldn't possibly compare to his carefully cultivated wind-eroding kite. Moreover, he was in urgent need of a clean and decisive victory to prove himself and calm his emotions. However, just as Wu Chen looked at Lu Zhe with confidence, he suddenly saw a golden light shoot up from Lu Zhe's wrist. Whoosh! Immediately afterward, an unforgettable scene unfolded before Wu Chen's eyes. Buzz! The light in the entire simulation space suddenly dimmed, and the originally clear sky was instantly swallowed by churning dark clouds. A fierce wind appeared out of nowhere, howling with a chilling sound, rampaging wildly throughout the battle space. And in this dark and ominous atmosphere, the golden light shot upward and suddenly expanded high in the sky. A massive, elongated feathered serpent, radiating endless majesty and a sacred aura, appeared in the high sky. It hovered in the air, its indifferent golden slit pupils looking down, like a god scrutinizing insignificant mortals. This is impossible. Wu Chen's confident smile on his face froze instantly, replaced by boundless shock and disbelief. His pupils constricted violently, staring fixedly at the figure in the sky that filled him with both fear and a sense of familiarity. It was it. The same one he had caught a glimpse of in the sky before. The mysterious beast that left an extremely deep impression on him. It turned out to be Lu Zhe's beast. This realization exploded in Wu Chen's mind, leaving him blank and almost unable to think. At such a close distance, Wu Chen could observe Feng Li more clearly. That long and perfect figure, its body covered in golden blue scales that emitted a terrifying glow. The crown of feathers on its head paired with the wings behind it radiated a sacred and awe-inspiring aura. All of these aspects highlighted its noble bloodline and immense power. But the more mysterious and powerful Feng Li appeared, the more uncomfortable Wu Chen felt. At this moment, Feng Li in the air also noticed Wu Chen's fiery gaze, and a hint of clear displeasure flashed in its golden vertical pupils. A golden light flickered in Feng Li's eyes and then vanished. Boom! In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky surged wildly, and the deafening thunder seemed to tear the entire space apart. Countless blue-white lightning bolts darted around like thunder dragons, swirling around the clouds and Feng Li. Each bolt of lightning contained a devastating aura, intertwining to form a deadly net that covered the entire sky. The atmosphere in the entire space suddenly became incredibly oppressive, and Wu Chen, along with his beast, wind erosion kite, felt a surge of threatening death in their hearts. Wu Chen's face turned extremely pale, and wind erosion kite was even more unbearable. Under this terrifying pressure, wind erosion kite was actually scared into unconsciousness. However, Wu Chen had no time to care for the fainted wind erosion kite, as he was also enduring endless fear and pressure. Just when Wu Chen felt he was about to collapse, he suddenly felt the pressure around him vanish. Along with the pressure, the dark clouds, lightning, raging winds, and the massive Feng Li also disappeared. It turned out that just now, Lu Zhe had seen that Wu Chen's wind erosion kite had fainted, so he quickly called Feng Li back. Chapter 162, The Genius Su Cheng. Wu Senior, are you okay? Lu Zhe quickly walked up to Wu Chen and asked with concern. Wu Chen took a deep breath and forced himself to steady his stance. I'm fine. He waved his hand at Lu Zhe, but his voice was extremely hoarse, and his face remained pale as ever. Not looking at Lu Zhe anymore, he turned his gaze to where wind erosion kite was slumped on the ground, already fainted. Wu Chen gritted his teeth and finally absorbed it back into his body. After doing all this, he finally raised his head to look at Lu Zhe, his eyes full of complexity. His eyes were filled with shock, unwillingness, confusion, and a hint of unspeakable bitterness. As a student of Mirror Lake University, Wu Chen prided himself on being a genius, especially after wind erosion kite broke through to the heavenly stage. However, at this moment, Lu Zhe, a new student who had just entered the school, effortlessly defeated him. Moreover, Wu Chen's eyes unintentionally drifted toward Lu Zhe's sleeve. He saw a golden blue shrunk feather snake wrapped around Lu Zhe's hand at the cuff. At this moment, it was quietly looking at him, its golden vertical pupils seemingly containing endless majesty. Noticing Wu Chen's gaze, Feng Li directly raised its head to meet his eyes. In an instant, Wu Chen felt an extremely terrifying sense of oppression spread throughout his body. He quickly averted his gaze, and the pressure finally vanished. However, countless beads of cold sweat had already formed on his forehead. After slowly calming down, he looked at Lu Zhe again. Lu Jr., this time, you won. Wu Chen said this sentence almost through clenched teeth. I'll leave first. Then, without waiting for Lu Zhe to respond, he turned and fled, his back appearing exceptionally hasty and flustered. Watching Wu Chen's departing figure, Lu Zhe did not do much, simply watching him leave in silence. Lu Zhe clearly understood why. It was simply that this time, the blow to Wu Chen was too great. After all, for him, during their first meeting, Lu Zhe was still far away from him. But what a short time had passed, and Lu Zhe had directly surpassed him, crushingly so. So it was completely normal for Wu Chen to feel unable to accept it for a moment. Lu Zhe shook his head, not dwelling on it, and continued to start matching for the next battle. The following battles went very smoothly, each match ended in just a few minutes. However, as Lu Zei's number of victories increased, the time required to match opponents grew longer. This is because the system also had to match opponents based on Feng Li's specific strength. As a result, throughout the whole day, Lu Zei managed to match more than 70 battles. Moreover, the credits Lu Zei possessed surged directly to over 7,000. After taking stock, Lu Zei realized that he needed over 20,000 credits to buy all the materials needed for the Qiyue evolution. This was mainly because many materials for the Qiyue evolution were extremely rare. Additionally, if Lu Zei wanted to exchange for the spiritual tools and spiritual skills he needed, he would require around 6,000 credits. Lu Zei's plan was to gather the materials needed for the Qiyue evolution first and help it evolve before anything else. In the following days, Lu Zei was tirelessly earning credits in the battle arena. However, the matching time for Lu Zei was growing longer, and the strength of the opponents assigned by the system was also increasing. In these days, he matched against opponents who were not even first-year students, most were second-year students. There were even some third-year students among them. These opponents not only had decent strength and controlling spirits, but also had rich battle experience. However, since Feng Li's strength was still too exceptional, Lu Zei was still able to earn a large number of credits from battles every day. In the certification room, Su Qinghe glanced indifferently at the arena assigned to him, then turned and left. 7th floor, Battle Room 13. Upon arriving at the assigned battle room, he pushed the door open and entered. Upon entering, Su Qinghe's gaze immediately locked onto the figure in the center of the arena. This was a boy who looked quite young, likely a second-year student like him. However, it was also possible that he was a third-year student. Due to his own strength, he often encountered opponents from higher grades, so he was already accustomed to it. Su Qinghe continued to observe the figure in front of him. The face was not very handsome, but it was quite pleasing to the eye, especially with a certain inexplicable aura about him. After a brief assessment, Su Qinghe concluded that the strength of the person before him was definitely not low. This was based on his long accumulated experience, he generally wouldn't be wrong. "Hello, I am Su Qinghe." Su Qinghe took the initiative to step forward, politely greeting and extending his hand. The person opposite hesitated for a moment, then also reached out his hand. "My name is Lu Zei." After a simple self-introduction, the other person fell silent. Seeing this scene, Su Qinghe couldn't help but feel a bit surprised and asked in confusion. "You don't know me?" Lu Zei showed a look of confusion and then curiously replied. "Should I know you?" This answer stunned Su Qinghe. It should be known that he had a very loud reputation at Mirror Lake University. During his first year, he had won first place in the end-of-semester competitions twice. Moreover, he had also secured second place in the freshman group of the annual 7 Academy League. These achievements gave Su Qinghe a very high reputation, most people in the school recognized him to some extent. But this person in front of him actually said he didn't know him? He carefully studied the other person's expression, confirming that Lu Zei indeed knew nothing about him. "It's nothing, not knowing is normal." Su Qinghe smiled and stopped dwelling on the issue, then turned to walk into the distance. At this moment, Lu Zei looked at Su Qinghe in the distance with a puzzled expression. What did that person mean by suddenly asking if he knew him? Is he narcissistic? Lu Zei shook his head and did not think too much about it, fully concentrating on the upcoming battle. He could also feel that the opponent's strength was absolutely impressive. As the electronic voice announcing the start of the match fell, Lu Zei took the first action. A dazzling golden light shot out from his wrist, soaring into the sky. Buzz. The light in the entire battle space suddenly dimmed, and dark clouds rolled in with howling winds. Feng Li spread her body and spiraled in the air, with a pair of golden vertical pupils overlooking below. Faced with this sudden change in the world, Su Qinghe finally showed a look of surprise on his face. He stared tightly at the unprecedented mysterious beast in the air, murmuring to himself. What kind of beast is this? Why have I never seen it before? But soon, his expression of surprise began to turn into excitement. Su Qinghe's mouth lifted into a smile, and a fierce fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. This is perfect. I haven't encountered an opponent that can make me go all out for a long time. Chapter 163, Equally Matched Opponent. Su Qinghe's tone was filled with excitement, showing not a trace of fear for the apocalyptic scene before him. Then he gently waved his hand, and a massive figure like a mountain suddenly appeared behind him. This beast was a giant ape, covered in dark iron-like fur, with a layer of gray mist surrounding it. Its muscles were bulging, as if each muscle contained explosive strength. At the same time, it was extremely large, looking like a mountain from a distance, exuding a suffocating violent aura. This was a heavenly grade superior Tiangang Iron Ape. Name, Tiangang Iron Ape. Quality, spiritual stage superior. Strength, heavenly stage superior. Roar. The Tiangang Iron Ape suddenly pounded its chest with its giant fists, producing a thunderous sound like war drums. The sound was deafening, making the air tremble along with it. It glared fiercely at Feng Li in the air while emitting a wild and provocative roar. Faced with the Tiangang Iron Ape's challenge, Feng Li also refused to back down, letting out a dignified low growl. Roar! The two powerful auras violently clashed in the air, causing the surrounding air to visibly distort. Looking at the giant ape that resembled a mountain in the distance, Lu Zhe was also a bit surprised. This was the first beast he had encountered in days that could match Feng Li's aura. But soon, the surprise in Lu Zhe's eyes was gradually replaced by intense battle intent. This was good, he had mostly faced weak opponents these days and had not experienced a decent battle. Now, this Tiangang Iron Ape provided a great opportunity for battle. Under Lu Zhe's command, Feng Li launched the first attack. Roar! With an angry roar, the feather crown behind Feng Li emitted dazzling golden light, and an enormous spear of light quickly condensed. Whoosh! The spear of light swiftly shot down at the Tiangang Iron Ape below. Booming! The spear of light gradually carried a booming sound that echoed across the heavens and earth, exuding a devastating aura. Facing this terrifying attack, the Tiangang Iron Ape let out a low growl as its right fist was instantly wrapped in a thick layer of grey aura. Roar! It suddenly swung its fist forward, its giant fist violently colliding with the spear of light, producing a deafening sound. A powerful shockwave spread outwards, stirring up a terrifying whirlwind on the ground. The spear of light shattered directly in this collision, exploding into a shower of light. However, the Tiangang Iron Ape was not unscathed. A deep, visible bone scar appeared on its retracted fist. Dark red blood continuously seeped from the wound, dripping onto the charred ground. At that moment, a loud sound echoed again in the sky, and dark clouds began to surge wildly. Countless thunder dragons roamed and roared within the clouds, turning the entire sky a blue-white color. Thunder's energy surged wildly, emitting a chilling buzzing sound. Su Qing looked at this scene with a solemn expression. He could feel the destructive energy contained within. Tiangang Purgatory, he said to Tiangang Purgatory. Upon hearing this, the Tiangang Iron Ape stomped hard on the ground, causing the earth to tremble fiercely. Then, the ground instantly cracked open with huge fissures like a spider's web. The gang energy surrounding it flowed like a living thing, quickly covering the surrounding land, spreading out at an astonishing speed. Wherever this gang energy passed, even the air turned heavy. In the blink of an eye, all that Lu Zhe could see was shrouded in a layer of grey gang energy field. V-Room. At that moment, the countless thunder dragons in the sky had also finished brewing. Thousands of bolts of thunder poured down like a rainstorm, carrying a momentum to destroy everything, crashing toward the Tiangang Iron Ape. Each bolt of thunder was incredibly thick, weaving into a net of death in the air. However, the Tiangang Iron Ape glared with fury, and then suddenly pulled its arms back. In an instant, all the surrounding gang energy gathered towards it, ultimately forming a grey armor on its body. Bang bang bang! The thunder dragons continuously struck the gang energy armor, making an endless series of explosion sounds. Although each bolt of thunder shook the armor violently, it could never completely shatter it. When the last bolt of thunder dissipated, the dark clouds in the sky had clearly thinned significantly, as if the previous attack had exhausted all its energy. Meanwhile, the armor on the Tiangang Iron Ape had been shattered, and its body was covered in charred wounds. It panted heavily, white mist spewing from its nostrils. Roar! It roared in anger, slamming its palms into the ground. With a ripping sound, it forcefully tore a gigantic rock from the earth, then hurled it violently toward the wind. The surface of the rock was still covered with a thin layer of gang energy. Facing this attack, Winley did not dodge, its tail swung out fiercely behind it. Bang! The giant rock shattered with a response, turning into a rain of stones falling from the sky. Su Qing saw this scene, his brows slightly furrowing. He had originally thought that Win Li's spiritual power attack was so strong that its physical strength would surely not be too strong. But to his surprise, its physical strength was not weak at all. The Tiangang Iron Ape saw its attack easily blocked and roared in anger. Then it stomped the ground again, gathering countless gang energy once more that enveloped it. Then it began to swing its fists wildly toward the sky, each punch leaving a solid gang energy punch shadow. These punch shadows shot toward the sky like shooting stars, drawing countless grey trails in the air. Winley spread its wings wide, transforming into a golden light as it nimbly darted through the air, directly dodging all the punch shadows. However, even so, the Tiangang Iron Ape did not stop attacking, constantly swinging its fists towards the sky. And those punch shadows that had been dodged did not dissipate, instead, they broke through the dark clouds high above and disappeared from sight. Lu Zhe watched this scene, frowning. This clearly has no use. Why is the Tiangang Iron Ape still attacking so frantically? Lu Zhe does not believe this is because the Tiangang Iron Ape has lost its reason. After a moment, the Tiangang Iron Ape seemed tired, stopping its punching motion. It once again shoved its hands into the ground, the land which had just healed was torn apart again, and another large rock was thrown at Feng Li. Roar! Feng Li looked at the flying boulder, and with another flick of its tail, shattered the rock. However, at that moment, Su Qinghe below suddenly revealed a smile. Now is the time. Tiangang cage. The Tiangang iron ape suddenly clenched its fists tightly. In the sky, the vanished energy fist shadows suddenly reappeared. They connected with each other, forming a gigantic gray net that blocked the sky and sun, descending toward Fengli. Chapter 164, Fierce Battle. Roar! Seeing the gray net rapidly descending from above, Fengli roared, and its 100-meter-long body burst forth with brilliant golden light. It quickly flew to the side, trying to escape the coverage of this huge net. But the net seemed alive, constantly changing shape with Fengli's movement. At the same time, this giant net made of energy was very large, so Fengli couldn't escape for a moment. Seeing this scene, Su Qinghe below curled the corners of his mouth, as if he could already see the image of Fengli being pulled down. As long as this beast was trapped on the ground, then the Tiangang iron ape would be able to unleash all its power. By then, relying on the Tiangang iron ape's strong physical strength, Su Qinghe did not believe they couldn't take down the opponent. Then Su Qinghe shifted his gaze to Lu Zhe, originally thinking Lu Zhe would show a worried expression. But he was surprised to find Lu Zhe's face was still calm, as if nothing had happened. In fact, Lu Zhe did not feel any worry about this. Because the opponent just wanted to pull Fengli down to the ground and defeat Fengli through close combat. But the question is, who said Fengli was weak in close combat? In fact, Fengli's hand-to-hand combat ability is very strong. It is definitely not a fragile spellcasting type of beast. The reason Fengli had not engaged in close combat before was because there was no need. In the sky, after several unsuccessful attempts to dodge, Fengli stopped moving. It quietly floated in mid-air, its golden vertical pupil looking down at the mountain-like giant ape below. Roar! Perceiving Fengli's gaze, the Tiangang iron ape let out a deafening roar. At the same time, it pounded its fists against its chest, creating a sound like thunder. Clearly, in its view, Fengli's performance was a complete surrender. And in response to the opponent's provocation, Fengli ignored it. In the next moment, it suddenly gathered its gigantic wings, and a gold light brighter than the sun erupted around its body. Then its entire body transformed into a falling meteor, charging down toward the Tiangang iron ape with a force that seemed to tear the sky apart. Boom! The air exploded with a deafening sonic boom as it plummeted at high speed. The golden streak cut through the sky as if wanting to split the world in two. Seeing this scene, the Tiangang iron ape's pupils suddenly contracted, quickly crossing its arms to protect its chest, while instantly gathering an energy shield around itself. Its mountain-like feet sank deep into the ground, trying to stabilize its form. Bang! The sound of a earth-shattering collision erupted. The shockwaves from the collision of the 200-meter giants instantly swept across the entire battlefield. The Tiangang iron ape's mountain-like body was actually pushed back by this hit, carving deep grooves into the ground. Wherever it passed, dirt and stones flew everywhere. Smoke and dust soared into the sky. Seeing this, Su Qinghe's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly wanted to give orders. But Fengli's attack had already launched like a raging storm. Its 100-meter-long body moved agilely in the air, its tail behind it slicing through the air with a sharp scream. Bang! This tail whip landed solidly on the side of the Tiangang iron ape, sending it flying out. The massive body of the Tiangang iron ape rolled on the ground, shaking the entire battlefield. The next battle showed a one-sided situation. Fengli transformed into a golden lightning, quickly appearing beside the Tiangang iron ape, followed by a heavy tail whip. The Tiangang iron ape was like a ball, being slapped back and forth in the air, completely unable to fight back. This is impossible. Seeing this scene, Su Qinghe couldn't help but exclaim. He had never encountered a beast that could suppress the Tiangang iron ape so much in close combat. Damn it, it can't go on like this. Su Qinghe's face looked incredibly ugly. He understood it couldn't continue like this. Although the Tiangang iron ape had tough skin and flesh, if it went on like this, defeat would be inevitable. Bang! Once again, the Tiangang iron ape was sent flying, and a hint of joy flashed in Fengli's golden vertical eyes. It seemed to enjoy this game of kicking a ball. However, just as it appeared beside the Tiangang iron ape again, preparing to continue the attack. Boom! A mighty gray energy surged explosively from within the Tiangang iron ape, instantly forming an indestructible energy barrier. Fengli's tail whipped heavily against the barrier, producing a deafening sound of metal clanging. Roar! Fengli let out a painful low growl and quickly withdrew its tail. It was seen that some scales on its tail had shattered, and the golden blood seeping out shimmered with a mysterious glow in the sunlight. It angrily looked up at its opponent, only to meet a pair of scarlet eyes. At this moment, the Tiangang iron ape looked tragic, its body covered in wounds of various depths, with its left arm dangling at an unnatural angle. However, the fighting spirit in its eyes was incredibly fierce. Seeing this scene, Fengli immediately retreated quickly, flying once again into the air. The giant net in the sky had already dissipated when Fengli attacked the Tiangang iron ape. The Tiangang iron ape below did not attack Fengli at the first moment. Instead, the Tiangang iron ape gripped its dangling left arm with its right hand and forcefully pushed it upward. Crack! A painful sound of bones resetting echoed, and a fleeting look of pain crossed its face, but soon its left arm regained its ability to move. Roar! A growl filled with rage resounded again, as the Tiangang Iron Ape plunged its palms into the ground. With a rumbling sound, it pulled out a giant stone pillar over 20 meters in diameter from the ground. The surface of the stone pillar was covered with solid gray energy, emitting a heart-pounding wave of energy. At the same time, the gray giant net in the air reformed and pressed toward Fengli at a faster speed. The Tiangang Iron Ape also swung the stone pillar, roaring through the air like a mountain, smashing down toward Fengli. Whoosh! The sound of the stone pillar piercing the air was heavy and terrifying. Despite its massive size, it moved with astonishing speed. Fengli barely dodged the sweeping stone pillar but was caught right under the descending giant net. The giant net suddenly tightened, and an irresistible force pulled Fengli downward. Seeing this scene, the Tiangang Iron Ape let out a triumphant roar, fully controlling the giant energy net. Bang! Fengli's 100-meter-long body crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire battlefield trembled violently because of this. Seizing this opportunity, the Tiangang Iron Ape condensed fierce energy on its right fist and pounced fiercely toward the trapped Fengli. Bang! This strike slammed hard into Fengli, producing a sound like a mighty chime. The shockwave spread outwards, cracking the ground within 100 meters. The Heavenly Gang Iron Ape felt pain and retracted its fist, only to be shocked to discover it had only shattered a large area of scales. How is this possible? Su Qinghe looked at this scene with disbelief on his face. He initially thought this blow would directly render the opponent powerless, but who would have expected such a result? Roar! Though the injury was not severe, the excruciating pain from this punch completely enraged Fengli. It let out a deafening roar, and its massive body suddenly ignited in blazing golden flames. The powerful energy net rapidly dissolved in the flames. Chapter 165, The Incredible Great One. Freed from its restraints, Fengli let out a ground-shaking roar and its enormous body suddenly soared into the sky. After hovering in the air, its golden-flamed vertical pupils locked onto the Heavenly Gang Iron Ape below, exuding a suffocating pressure. Roar! Then, Fengli suddenly spread its gigantic wings that could block out the sun. In an instant, countless golden fireballs formed out of thin air, each radiating extreme heat. The temperature in the entire battle space surged dramatically, the air twisted and deformed under high heat, as if space itself was burning. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fengli flapped its wings fiercely, sending waves of fireballs raining down onto the Heavenly Gang Iron Ape like a meteor shower. At the same time, its 100-meter-long body transformed into a beam of golden light, diving down alongside the fiery rain. Facing this world-destroying attack, the Heavenly Gang Iron Ape howled to the sky, pounding its chest with heavy fists, creating a thunderous battle drum sound. A vast gray energy surged from within, condensing on its body into a heavy armor as strong as a mountain. Boom! Boom! The first wave of fire rain smashed into the Heavenly Gang Iron Ape, erupting in a continuous series of explosions. The extreme heat fiercely eroded its surface energy armor. In that instant, the golden flowing light transformed from Fengli was already rushing forward. Bang! The collision between these 200-meter beasts created an earth-shattering shockwave. The towering body of the Heavenly Gang Iron Ape was sent flying, but at the critical moment, it seized Fengli's tail tightly. Rumbling! The two colossal creatures tumbled into the ground, sending dust soaring into the sky like a tsunami, instantly obscuring the entire heavens. Countless golden fireballs continued to crash to the ground, triggering a series of violent explosions, turning the originally flat battlefield into a landscape of craters. At the center of the battlefield, the silhouettes of the two beasts engaged in fierce combat amidst the swirling dust. Each collision caused the earth to shake, with deafening roars reverberating endlessly. The ground cracked beneath them, and violent energy shocks repeatedly lifted the surrounding dust. Su Qinghe and Lu Zhe stared tightly at the dust. However, Su Qinghe appeared to be more tense and worried. After a while, the sounds of fighting in the dust gradually ceased. Finally, under the intense gaze of the two, a gigantic figure was blasted out and crashed heavily to the ground. It was the Heavenly Gang Iron Ape. At this moment, its body was covered in hideous wounds, the deepest one stretching from its shoulder down to its abdomen, even revealing its white bones. Blood flowed like a stream from its wounds, pooling into a puddle on the charred earth. Yet despite this, it still struggled to stand, glaring fiercely ahead. Whoosh! A sudden gust swept across the battlefield, blowing away the lingering dust and revealing the figure of Fengli. Fengli was also covered with many wounds, many azure-scaled pieces on its body were shattered, and golden blood slowly oozed out. However, compared to the tragic state of the Tiangang Iron Ape, its injuries were clearly much lighter. Fengli hovered in the air, its aura, although weakened significantly, still exuded a heart-pounding pressure. Roar! Fengli let out a roar towards the Tiangang Iron Ape in front, as if proclaiming its victory. However, the Tiangang Iron Ape endured the excruciating pain and released an unwilling howl towards the sky. It struggled to take a fighting stance, preparing for one last desperate effort. Enough. We admit defeat. Su Qinghe's voice suddenly rang out, stopping its movements. Hearing this, the Tiangang iron ape suddenly froze, turning to look at Su Qinghe, a flicker of struggle passing through its crimson eyes. But in the end, it still stopped. At this moment, Su Qinghe's heart was also filled with reluctance. Yet he understood that with the current strength of the Tiangang iron ape, it was impossible to defeat that beast. Even if it fought desperately, it would surely inflict heavy damage, but what was the point of that? It was just a match after all. We admit defeat. Su Qinghe repeated, and then directly withdrew the Tiangang iron ape into his body. Seeing the opponent concede, Lu Zhe also waved at Feng Li. Come back, Feng Li. In the next moment, Feng Li's massive 100-meter-long body quickly shrank and returned to Lu Zhe's side. Eat. After returning, Feng Li looked aggrieved, raising its head and nuzzling against Lu Zhe. Although it won, the wounds left by the Tiangang iron ape still caused sharp pain. Strictly speaking, this should be Feng Li's first battle against an evenly matched opponent. Previously, due to its strength, Feng Li had not experienced much combat. It was only when heading to the secret realm for the selection match that Feng Li engaged in a formal fight. But since all were easy targets earlier, and the truly powerful opponents were all dealt with by Shuang, Feng Li may be Lu Zhe's first combat power now, but it had almost no battle experience. Looking at the aggrieved Feng Li before him, Lu Zhe smiled and reached out to pat it. Alright, it doesn't hurt anymore. While massaging, Lu Zhe slowly transferred evolution power into Feng Li's body. After a long time of exploration, Lu Zhe discovered another effect of evolution power. It could quickly heal injuries. But because evolution power was very precious, Lu Zhe generally would not use it this way. Eat. Feng Li closed its eyes comfortably, its wounds healing at a visible speed, and damaged scales began to regrow. Suddenly, Lu Zhe stopped the transfer of evolution power and looked up ahead. He saw Su Qinghe walking towards him. You. Su Qinghe was about to say something but froze in place upon seeing Feng Li. How is it possible? How can it heal so quickly? He looked at Feng Li, shocked to find that the wounds on its body had actually healed considerably. Swallowing hard to calm his emotions, Su Qinghe looked up again at Lu Zhe. Hello, let me formally introduce myself. I am Su Qinghe, a sophomore. I am Lu Zhe, a freshman. Su Qinghe, who was about to continue speaking, was stunned again upon hearing this. Freshman? You are a freshman? Lu Zhe nodded. Su Qinghe felt an extreme absurdity in his heart. He originally thought Lu Zhe was a junior or even a senior. Because Feng Li's strength was too strong. But now he is telling him that he is just a freshman? Freshman. Su Qinghe repeated this sentence, momentarily at a loss for words about what to say next. In the end, it was still Lu Zhe who took the initiative to speak. Do you want to exchange contact information? Because Su Qinghe was very strong, especially his Tiangang iron ape, whose strength was only slightly weaker than Feng Li's. So in the future, they could continue to spar each other. Su Qinghe finally came back to his senses and nodded with a bitter smile. Of course, to be honest, I've never seen such a strong freshman like you. After exchanging contact information, Su Qinghe left the battle room with a heart full of shock. Then, Lu Zhe looked at Feng Li. At this moment, Feng Li's injuries had nearly healed. Next, Lu Zhe used a bit of evolutionary power to completely heal Feng Li's injuries. After resting for a while, Lu Zhe continued with the next battle. The opponent assigned to Lu Zhe by the system was relatively average, the strongest was still quite far from Su Qinghe. In just a few days, Lu Zhe had accumulated enough credits to exchange for all the evolution materials needed for Liao Yu. Chapter 166, All Set. Hello, this is what you ordered. Outside the door, a staff member said to Lu Zhe, handing over a large box. Behind him was a not-so-small thick-backed goose. It carried various goods on its broad back. Lu Zhe took the box, then watched the staff member ride the thick-backed goose away. After that, Lu Zhe closed the door and walked inside the room. With this newly delivered box, all the materials needed for Liao Yu's evolution were now gathered. Back in the room, Lu Zhe looked around the living room. There was no one in the living room now. Shuang and the others should be playing in the backyard. Because of the medicinal field, they clearly preferred to stay there. Even Lu Zhe preferred it there, as the abundant spiritual energy and the fragrance of herbs were incredibly attractive. After organizing all the materials needed for Liao Yu's evolution, Lu Zhe directly stored them in his spatial ring. Then he walked towards the backyard. Upon entering the backyard, Lu Zhe first turned his gaze towards the demon plant forest that had only grown for a few days. After a period of nurturing, those seedlings had now grown into small trees about a person's height. Under the trees, the 3 forest bud spirits were busy taking care of these demon plants. They squatted under the trees, using their little chubby hands to carefully loosen the soil and water each small tree. Meanwhile, many green leaf insects and spiritual leaf spirits were swirling in the soil at the roots of these demon plants. Fengli had shrunk down to the thickness of an arm, coiling around a star-pattern tree, curiously observing the actions of the forest bud spirits below. Liao Yu was also watching from the side, occasionally lending a hand. As for Bai Shuang, she was currently lying by the medicinal field, absorbing the dense spiritual energy emanating from it. Due to Lu Zhe bringing back some other precious medicinal materials from the secret realm earlier, the spiritual energy emitted by the medicinal field had noticeably increased. However, it was worth mentioning that in the large medicinal field nearby Shuang, all the green leaf insects and spiritual leaf spirits had fled in fear. Most of them had been purchased by Lu Zhe later, and had never been disturbed by Bai Shuang when she was small. So Lu Zhe could only guess that the earliest batch of spiritual leaf spirits informed them, causing such fear of Bai Shuang. As for this behavior, Bai Shuang seemed indifferent. The reason she chose to stay beside the medicinal field was mainly to harness the rich spiritual energy for her cultivation. After watching for a while, Lu Zhe walked directly towards the woods. Liao Yu was standing in front of a Senya spirit, attentively listening to its explanation. Chirp! The Senya spirit waved its little chubby hand, seriously explaining the small tree in front of it. Liao Yu listened earnestly, occasionally nodding in agreement. What are you talking about? Lu Zhe walked over with a smile, interrupting their conversation. He first pinched the soft, round face of the Senya spirit, then looked at Liao Yu. Let's go, Liao Yu. Een. Liao Yu immediately stood up, nodding, its eyes filled with eagerness and excitement. Clearly, it understood why Lu Zhe called it. Then, Lu Zhe took Liao Yu, whose face was full of impatience, and left. Chirp! The Senya spirit at the spot rubbed its round face and continued happily with its work. The wind spirit on the tree, seeing this, curiously followed along. As for Bai Shuang by the medicine field, she just glanced and then closed her eyes to continue absorbing the spiritual energy nearby. Note, I sat on the bus all day today, exhausted, so I'll take a short leave and write just this little. Chapter 167, Liao Yu's Evolution. Lu Zhe didn't take Liao Yu into the house, but brought it to the training ground. Because the commotion from Liao Yu's evolution would surely be large, he chose the training ground to avoid unnecessary trouble. Liao Yu looked up, its eyes filled with anticipation as it gazed at Lu Zhe. Without delay, Lu Zhe directly took out all the relevant materials from his spatial ring. In an instant, a huge pile of spiritual objects appeared in front of Lu Zhe. With the appearance of these spiritual objects, a scorching aura rushed towards him. Liao Yu excitedly approached these spiritual objects and took a deep breath. The pure fire spiritual power overwhelmed it, making Liao Yu tremble, as if every cell in its body was cheering and rejoicing. Alright, don't rush, these are all prepared for you. Lu Zhe patted Liao Yu's back and said with a smile. Een. Liao Yu obediently rubbed against Lu Zhe, then calmed its excitement and sat quietly. Then, Lu Zhe began to sort through these spiritual objects. Because there were simply too many spiritual objects, Lu Zhe needed to process them with care. Looking at the pile of spiritual objects, Lu Zhe gently raised his hand. Then, all the spiritual objects except for the crimson flame heart blossom flew up into the air. With a slight grip of his hand, all the objects instantly shattered. Under Lu Zhe's control, they began to merge together, ultimately forming a red liquid that looked like lava, mixed with water that appeared out of thin air. The liquid flowed slowly in midair, with hot bubbles occasionally rising on the surface, emitting enough heat to distort the surrounding air. Liao Yu, don't move. After solemnly advising Liao Yu, Lu Zhe continued with the next step. Under Lu Zhe's control, the red liquid flowed like a living thing, slowly covering Liao Yu's entire body. Eventually, Liao Yu was adorned with intricate flame patterns all over its body. Een. Liao Yu let out a comfortable low moan, feeling pure fire spiritual power rushing from the liquid into its body. In just a blink, a fierce flame ignited on Liao Yu, and scorching waves spread in all directions. Facing the terrifying high temperature, Lu Zhe didn't even blink but looked at the remaining crimson flame heart blossom. With a slight flick of his finger, the crimson flame heart blossom floated in front of Liao Yu. When it touched the terrifyingly hot flames radiating from Liao Yu, the flower became even more vibrant. Eat it, Lu Zhe said with a smile. Without hesitation, Liao Yu directly swallowed the red flame burning heart sunflower in one bite. In an instant, an unprecedented surge of intense energy erupted within it, resonating with the fiery patterns on its surface. The soaring flames burst forth, eventually forming a massive flame vortex, completely enveloping Liao Yu. Whoosh, whoosh. The vortex spun wildly, and Lu Zhe could sense a large amount of spiritual power rushing into the vortex. This vortex was rapidly expanding with the passage of time. Watching the vortex grow larger before him, Lu Zhe took a step back, moving away from it. The vortex gradually expanded, eventually occupying most of the training field. Eee. At this moment, Fengli suddenly flew over, landing on Lu Zhe's hand and skillfully wrapping around it. It felt the scorching heat rushing toward it and curiously stared at the flame vortex ahead. Lu Zhe reached out to stroke Fengli and watched for a moment before leaving. Liao Yu's evolution would definitely take a long time. After all, it was jumping from earth level directly to spirit level. Of course, Lu Zhe did not walk far, he went to the medicinal herb field instead. In the herb field, almost all the green leaf bugs and spirit leaf guardians were drawn to the commotion caused by Liao Yu's evolution. The green vine medicine guardian looked toward the flame vortex with eyes full of envy and awe beneath the fire essence fruit tree. The 3 forest bud spirits watched curiously for a while before returning to their work. After all, for them, nothing was more important than their work. Lu Zhe walked over to Bai Shuang, sitting down beside her and leaning against her. Fengli looked curiously at the flame vortex for a moment before withdrawing its gaze. It curiously asked Lu Zhe what was happening. Lu Zhe smiled and patted it, then said, "Your sister Liao Yu is doing something very important, don't disturb her." Fengli nodded as if it understood, then after being teased by Lu Zhe for a moment, flew back to the trees. Lu Zhe found a comfortable angle and lay down on Bai Shuang's body. The rich spiritual power and medicinal fragrance wafting from the herb field made Lu Zhe feel immensely comfortable. He stretched out his hands to knead Bai Shuang and then closed his eyes to rest. The time needed for Liao Yu's evolution was quite long, and he would be able to sense any changes through the contract. Soon, a relaxed Lu Zhe slowly drifted off to sleep. Once Bai Shuang noticed Lu Zhe had fallen asleep, she immediately draped her large tail over him. Bai Shuang's tail was extremely large. At this moment, it resembled a giant white blanket covering Lu Zhe. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, but the commotion from Liao Yu in the training field grew louder and louder. The flame vortex in the training field shone like a huge torch in the dark, illuminating the entire backyard as bright as day. At this moment, Lu Zhe woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the large white tail covering him. And upon sensing Lu Zhe waking up, the white tail swiftly lifted and retreated. Lu Zhe stood up and smiled, rubbing Bai Shuang behind him. Bai Shuang squinted her eyes in enjoyment, and her tail, just retracted, began to sway gently. Then, Lu Zhe turned to look towards the training field. "I wonder how much longer." Lu Zhe sensed Liao Yu's condition through the contract and finally concluded that it was still quite far from completing its evolution. After a quick thought, Lu Zhe called Fengli and Bai Shuang to return to the house. As it was getting late, he needed to prepare dinner now. After dinner and giving Bai Shuang and Winli a bath, Lu Zhe picked up a small stool and returned to the backyard. To be honest, the scenery in the backyard at night was quite unexpectedly beautiful. In the medicinal field, many herbs constantly emitted a faint glow. At this moment, there was a special sense of tranquility and beauty. On the other side, the training ground had a fiery vortex that kept spinning, radiating light and high temperature. Fortunately, Lu Zhe had used his spiritual power to seal the high temperature inside the training ground, otherwise, the heat alone would have been enough to seriously affect the medicinal field. Just as Lu Zhe was admiring the scene in the backyard, Bai Shuang quietly approached him. She affectionately rubbed against Lu Zhe and then sat in front of him. Not long after, Winli flew over and landed on Lu Zhe's shoulder. And so, one person and 2 spirits quietly stayed in the backyard together. Chapter 168, Evolution Completed, Two-Tailed Spirit Fox. Liao Yu's evolution this time took a long time, lasting a full 2.5 days. Lu Zhe stood near the training ground, with Bai Shuang and Winli beside him. At this moment, Liao Yu's evolution had reached its final stage, and to show this, the fiery vortex had completely enveloped the entire battle arena. The rapidly spinning flames unleashed terrifying heat waves freely. If Lu Zhe hadn't sealed the training ground with his spiritual power, this terrifying heat could have burned most herbs to ashes. As time passed, the fiery vortex that had stabilized began to change again. "It's going to succeed," Lu Zhe said, his eyes filled with anticipation. Suddenly, the fiery vortex before him changed. It first violently expanded, like a balloon being blown to its limits. Then, at a critical point, it rapidly shrank inward, all the fiery energy converging towards the center. Finally, all the flames were completely absorbed by Liao Yue in the center. The flames in the arena vanished completely, leaving only the transformed Liao Yue behind. Looking at Liao Yue, Lu Zhe's eyes instantly revealed a look of surprise. At this time, Liao Yue's shoulder height had reached 2 meters and 5 centimeters, much larger than before. Its entire body was covered in a blazing red fur, like a burning flame. On each ear, 2 golden rings of patterns shimmered with a mysterious luster in the sunlight. On its back, a dazzling fire spirit pattern seemed to flow like a living creature among the fur. Meanwhile, beneath its 4 limbs, 4 solid flames were stepping, leaving faint sparks in the air with each step. The most astonishing thing was that a second tail had suddenly appeared behind it. Both fluffy tails had a small golden flame dancing at their tips, swaying gently with its breath. Liao Yue's pair of eyes resembled golden whirlpools, just one glance could pull a person in completely. At this moment, Liao Yue's strength had already reached the high level of the earth stage. After all, the amount of spiritual power absorbed during evolution was enormous, so breaking through to the high Earth stage was quite normal. Staring at Liaoyue, Lu Zhe, along with Bai Shuang and Winli, all displayed looks of astonishment. After the surprise, Winli felt the familiar aura on Liaoyue and immediately showed a happy expression. As for Bai Shuang, she had little expression on her face. Ying Liaoyue, after completing its evolution, first sensed its own body condition. It curiously turned its head to look at its second tail, trying to move both tails in different ways. At first, it was a bit awkward, but soon I could control it flexibly. Excited after feeling the change in myself, Liaoyu immediately looked at Lu Zhe, her eyes filled with joy and gratitude. Ying. She directly pounced towards Lu Zhe, stopping just a few steps in front of him. Looking down at Lu Zhe, Liaoyu directly lowered her body and affectionately nuzzled against Lu Zhe. Ee-ya. Fengli then flew up, excitedly saying something to Liaoyu. But Liaoyu ignored her, still continuing to rub against Lu Zhe. The two tails behind her were happily wagging at this time. Okay. Lu Zhe patted Liaoyu's big head and smiled as he spoke. After nuzzling for a while, Liaoyu reluctantly lifted her head. Then, because her quality had suddenly jumped dramatically, Liaoyu's strength received a huge boost as well. So Lu Zhe let Liaoyu familiarize herself with her current strength and asked Fengli to be her sparring partner. Soon, the two began to battle in the training ground. However, neither of them used their full strength, especially Fengli. At this moment, Fengli's face was full of joy, clearly treating this like a game. What a big change, in such a short time, both Fengli and Liaoyu have changed so much. Looking at the scene on the training ground, Lu Zhe couldn't help but exclaim. Then, he looked at Bai Shuang beside him. Bai Shuang still appeared very calm, as if nothing had happened. Lu Zhe didn't speak but extended his hands and rubbed her heavily. Due to the high difficulty of breaking through the heavenly stage, Bai Shuang was still some distance away from it. But Lu Zhe believed that with his current strength, he could definitely greatly shorten the time needed. In the following days, Lu Zhe did not relax, continuing to invest time in the battle arena. Soon, he successfully accumulated enough credits to exchange for that ice blue longbow. And today, Lu Zhe successfully received the longbow delivered by the courier. Icelan Bao, this is the name of this spirit weapon. In the training ground, Lu Zhe looked at the Icelan Bao in his hand with a face full of excitement. The lines of the bow were smooth and beautiful, and it felt ice-cold yet extremely comfortable to the touch. The surface of the bow was engraved with intricate snowflake patterns, radiating a faint chill. Lu Zhe cautiously pulled back the bowstring and attempted to inject a portion of spirit power into it. As the spirit power flowed in, an arrow completely made of ice crystals appeared in Lu Zhe's hand. The arrow was as transparent as crystal, exuding a chilling aura. A glimmer of novelty flashed across Lu Zhe's face, and he directly aimed at the target in front of him. Whoosh! Accompanied by an almost imperceptible sound, the arrow directly hit the distant target. Bang! At the moment of impact, a huge ice lotus burst open with a bang. That target was instantly turned to dust, and the nearby air crystallized into tiny ice crystals due to the extremely low temperature. What powerful strength! Looking at such incredible destructive power, Lu Zhe couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Soon, the surprise in Lu Zhe's heart gradually turned into excitement. Previously, Lu Zhe had never been able to unleash his full power due to limitations in strength and weapons. Now, Lu Zhe not only had enough strength but also had a suitable weapon in hand. So if a battle happened again, Lu Zhe could also play a significant role in the fight. In the following time, Lu Zhe eagerly tested various abilities of the Iceland Bao. He discovered that injecting different intensities of spirit power would change the shape and power of the arrow. If enough spirit power was injected, even able to unleash 1,000 arrows at once. Thus, after trying repeatedly until the training ground was covered in ice crystals, Lu Zhe finally stopped, still feeling unsatisfied. At last, Lu Zhe was pleased to put the ice wave bow into his space ring, then began to tidy up the training ground. Chapter 169, Delicious Meat Steak. Then, Lu Zhe stayed in the battlefield for another 2 or 3 days. Now my credits should be enough for me to use, I can temporarily stop battling. Lu Zhe glanced at the credits in his account, murmuring to himself. Since the credits he had earned were already sufficient, Lu Zhe decided not to spend a lot of time in the battlefield anymore. Given the current situation, Lu Zhe wanted to improve his cultivation level more. Because Bai Shuang and Laoyue were already at the high level of the Earth stage, while Fengli was even at the Celestial stage. So relatively speaking, Lu Zhe's cultivation level was a bit behind now. After recently helping Laoyue evolve, Lu Zhe's personal panel looked like this. Name, Lu Zhe. Strength, Great Master Beast Tamer. Cultivator level, level 9, 84/100. Talent, Beast Affinity, True Eye, Evolution Power. Lu Zhe's cultivation level was still level 9. Thus, Lu Zhe decided to spend a lot of time afterwards to quickly raise his cultivation level. Of course, Lu Zhe believed it would not take him too long. Because with his current strength, whether it was reading or understanding knowledge, he was many times faster than before. Lu Zhe shook his head, no longer thinking about these matters, and began to focus on what he was doing. At this moment, Lu Zhe was busy in the kitchen, preparing a snack. In front of Lu Zhe were many large pieces of meat steak, taken from the tenderest parts of the earth stage beast, the golden patterned cow. Each piece of meat had distinct marbling and exuded a rich spiritual power. Currently, just one piece of this meat was quite expensive. However, for Lu Zhe, this was nothing at all. Lu Zhe skillfully flipped the steaks, perfectly controlling the heat. With the addition of various rare spices, a rich and thick meat aroma quickly spread from the kitchen to the living room. In the living room, Baishuang was lying next to the sofa, intently watching the television in front of her. After Lu Zhe's comfort, Baishuang had improved a lot. At least she no longer felt anxious or fearful about her slow increase in strength. Of course, this did not mean she no longer desired to improve her strength. In reality, Baishuang had been working very hard during this time, but due to the difficulty of crossing the celestial stage, her strength had not improved much. Beside her, Laowe, which was several sizes smaller than Baishuang, lay down. At this moment, it was playing and frolicking with Fengli while occasionally glancing at the television. Suddenly, an extremely rich meat aroma wafted into the noses of the three. Baishuang immediately lifted her head to look towards the kitchen, swallowing instinctively a few times. Laowe and Fengli also looked in the direction of the kitchen. Fengli was the first to be unable to resist. It immediately got up and flapped its little wings, flying towards the kitchen. As for Baishuang and Laowe, due to their current size, it was not very convenient for them to move around the house, so they did not go over. Inside the kitchen, Lu Zhe looked at the plump steaks with satisfaction, nodding. At that moment, Fengli's voice came from behind him. "Ya!" Fengli flew onto Lu Zhe's shoulder, looking at the large steaks in front of him. Unconsciously stretched its own tongue. "Eek? Can I eat?" Fengli turned her head to look at Lu Zhe, her eyes filled with eagerness and desire. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe smiled, then gently moved his fingers. Suddenly, a large piece of meat in front of them was sliced into a small chunk and flew towards Fengli. "Eat it, be careful, it's hot." Looking at the fragrant piece of meat in front of her, Fengli blinked excitedly, then eagerly swallowed it in one bite. The moment the meat entered her mouth, rich juice burst open instantly. The extreme deliciousness made Fengli immediately squint her eyes while continuing to look at Lu Zhe, clearly wanting another piece. "You can't eat anymore, wait until I finish, then we can eat together with Sister Baishuang and Sister Liaoyu." Hearing this, although Fengli really wanted to keep eating, she obediently nodded. In the end, she coiled around Lu Zhe's neck, widening her eyes to stare at the large meat piece in the pot below. At the same time, sparkling saliva unknowingly dripped from the corner of her slightly open mouth. Slurp. Until the saliva almost dripped down, Fengli finally reacted, hurriedly sucking it back. Seeing this, Lu Zhe smiled helplessly, then quickened his pace in handling the meat. Soon, all the meat was prepared by Lu Zhe. After sprinkling a handful of seasoning, he leaned down to gently sniff. So fragrant. Then, using spiritual power, Lu Zhe placed all the meat into 3 huge plates. The 3 plates were of 3 different colors. One was pink, which was for Baishuang. One was fiery red, for Liaoyu. And the last one was a green plate, for Fengli. The things used by Baishuang and their friends were almost all differentiated by color. For example, the towels they used for bathing, and the utensils they ate with, all applied this color code. In fact, Fengli initially wanted to use the same pink as Baishuang, but Baishuang was very unwilling. So in the end, it was Lu Zhe who chose the green for Fengli. After each plate was filled with meat, there were still quite a few pieces left in the pot. Since these were just snacks and Lu Zhe bought a lot, there were still plenty left after distributing to Baishuang and the others. Eek eek. After obediently waiting for Lu Zhe to finish dividing the meat, Fengli could not wait to use her spiritual power to lift her plate. She immediately wanted to swallow the meat in front of her in one bite, but just as her mouth was about to touch the meat, she suddenly stopped. Fengli had now shrunk her body to her most comfortable form, that is, the size of Lu Zhe's arm. She looked at the meat piece in front of her that was several times larger than her mouth, her eyes clearly exhibiting a pondering expression. Finally, her eyes brightened. Then, she directly shrunk her body again, until it stopped at a size not much thicker than Lu Zhe's finger. Only then could she happily enjoy the deliciousness in front of her. Fengli suddenly opened her mouth wide, leaving only a very shallow bite mark on a piece of meat. However, Fengli puffed out her cheeks, clearly already filled with something inside. Lu Zhe couldn't help but shake his head and smile when he saw this, but he did not interfere too much. He directly carried the remaining 2 large plates and walked towards the living room. After Lu Zhe left, Fengli quickly swallowed the meat chunk in her mouth, then followed behind Lu Zhe. Chapter 170, Goodbye, Gao Wenxuan. Returning to the living room holding 2 large plates, Lu Zhe met the eager gazes of Baishuang and Liaoyu. Looking at the two who were obviously a bit impatient, Lu Zhe smiled, walked to the sofa, and placed the two large plates in front of them. As soon as the big plate was set down, Bai Shuang and Liao Yu could not wait to use their spiritual power to lift a whole piece of meat and send it into their mouths. Because both of them were too large, they could only fully experience the flavor of the meat by eating a whole piece. The perfect cooking made the meat crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, while abundant spiritual power melted in their mouths. This made Bai Shuang and Liao Yu narrow their eyes at the same time, their faces showing an expression of ecstasy. At that moment, Feng Li also flew over, placing her plate next to them before happily starting to eat as well. Seeing Bai Shuang and the others' satisfied looks, Lu Zhe's face was full of pride and happiness. Just after finishing a piece of meat, Bai Shuang suddenly looked at Lu Zhe beside her. Then, with a thought, a piece of meat from her plate was directly divided in two, and one half flew toward Lu Zhe. Ow woo! Lu Zhe took the meat that was in front of him, but only cut a small piece before sending the rest back to Bai Shuang's plate. I'll just have this much. Lu Zhe smiled as he patted Bai Shuang before putting the piece of meat into his mouth. The delicious flavor of the meat made Lu Zhe involuntarily narrow his eyes. After a while, he finally opened his eyes. The taste is really good, my cooking skills are getting better and better. After praising himself, Lu Zhe glanced at Bai Shuang and the others who were immersed in the delicious food. Then, Lu Zhe turned and walked toward the kitchen, where he still needed to handle the remaining meat. Upon arriving in the kitchen, Lu Zhe filled another plate with meat. Then, he walked toward the backyard. In the backyard, Lu Zhe headed straight for the medicinal herb field. Soon, sensing Bai Shuang's presence, the green vine herbal spirit immediately crawled out from the herb field. Hiss hiss. The green vine herbal spirit let out an excited cry, then focused its gaze on the plate in Lu Zhe's hand. This is for you. Lu Zhe reached out to pat its smooth scales, then placed the plate in front of it. Hiss hiss. Although it could not understand Lu Zhe's words, the green vine herbal spirit still easily figured out Lu Zhe's intention from his actions. It let out a puzzled cry while looking at Lu Zhe, its face revealing a look of surprise and joy. Eat, it's for you. Lu Zhe continued to speak with a smile, while nodding. Once it confirmed Lu Zhe's meaning, the green vine herbal spirit happily sent a piece of meat into its mouth. The delicious flavor of the meat instantly conquered it, and it began to gorge itself ravenously. Lu Zhe patted it while setting his gaze on the three round figures in another grove of trees. When they noticed him, Lu Zhe waved directly at the three forest sprites. Soon, the three forest sprites bounced over excitedly. Chirp chirp. The leading forest sprite was the first to rush over and hug Lu Zhe's leg, then turned its gaze to the green vine herbal spirit. Realizing it was being looked at, the green vine herbal spirit proudly raised its head, displaying the large plate filled with meat in front of it. However, the three forest sprites showed no interest, as they did not eat meat at all. They didn't even need to eat, they simply needed to bask in the sun every day to get enough energy to sustain their activity. Chirp chirp. Lu Zhe stretched out both hands and rubbed one forest sprite's round face. That forest sprite immediately wiggled its little chubby hands, looking like it was struggling but not making any real effort. This pretend struggle almost made Lu Zhe laugh out loud. After teasing the forest sprites for a while, Lu Zhe finally stood up and walked back into the house. When he returned to the living room, he found that the large plates in front of Bai Shuang and Liao Yu were already empty. At this moment, both of them had a satisfied look, licking their lips as if still craving more. As for Feng Li, due to its small size, it had not even finished one piece of meat. Noticing that Lu Zhe was back, Feng Li glanced at its still full plate, revealing a hint of pride on its face. Yeah. It lifted its little head and issued a boastful call toward Lu Zhe. Then, it shared most of the meat in its plate with Bai Shuang and Liao Yu. Looking at the meat that Feng Li had brought over, Liao Yu let out a grateful sound, then continued to eat heartily. Bai Shuang also took a silent glance before starting to eat as well. Don't rush, I prepared a lot, and there's plenty more in the kitchen. After patting each of them, Lu Zhe went back to the kitchen to bring out all the remaining meat. In the end, he also sat down and began to eat together. A few days later, Lu Zhe closed the door and rode Feng Li toward his class location. Today, Lu Zhe was attending a practical course, specifically, a practical class for beast tamers. He had actually chosen this course a long time ago, but due to various reasons, he had not been able to attend even once. So this time was actually Lu Zhe's first time attending this practical course. With Feng Li's incredible speed, Lu Zhe quickly arrived at his class location. To Lu Zhe's surprise, the class location turned out to be exactly the same as his previous beast combat course. It was still that same training ground. Speaking of this, Lu Zhe realized that he truly hadn't attended the beast combat class since he returned. Feng Li landed quickly in an open area of the training ground, but made very little noise. Lu Zhe jumped down from Feng Li, and it quickly shrank down and wrapped around his wrist. At this moment, almost everyone in the training ground had seen Feng Li's previous appearance and was now looking at Lu Zhe with amazed eyes. Lu Zhe ignored the gazes directed at him and walked straight to a corner to stay there. His behavior quickly discouraged others from coming over to chat. Not long after, the teacher of the course flew over on his beast. However, when Luce looked at the familiar beast flying towards him, his expression began to change. This beast seems familiar, isn't this the Crimson Flame Fox Dragon? With a heavy thud, the Crimson Flame Fox Dragon landed heavily on the ground. And a figure jumped down from its back. Luce focused his gaze. It turned out he was right, the figure was Gao Wenchuan. Chapter 171, Surprised Crowd. After Gao Wenchuan jumped down, he quickly scanned the surroundings. However, when he saw someone nearby, he suddenly froze in place. Because he saw a familiar figure, it was Luce. For Gao Wenchuan, Luce had left a certain impression on him. After all, in his beast combat class, Luce's strength was among the top. Moreover, Luce was quite eager to learn, often coming to ask him questions during class. For these reasons, Gao Wenchuan had a relatively deep impression of Luce. However, one day, Luce suddenly stopped coming to class, and he was gone for more than a month. So seeing Luce suddenly here, he was still a bit surprised. Gao Wenchuan suddenly glanced at Luce several times, but did not do much else. He quickly walked towards the center of the training ground, while behind him, the smaller red flame cunning dragon still followed with a somewhat arrogant stride. However, at this moment, the red flame cunning dragon suddenly turned its head to look at Luce. Its nose twitched slightly, then its eyes fixed directly on the inside of Luce's sleeve. As a demonic beast, its attention was clearly much sharper than Gao Wenchuan, who had not yet undergone the leap of life. So it keenly sensed a threatening aura coming from inside Luce's sleeve. This aura even made it feel a little palpitation. "What are you doing? Hurry up and come over." At that moment, Gao Wenchuan, who was originally walking in front, showed clear displeasure upon seeing the suddenly stopped red flame cunning dragon. He walked directly in front of the red flame cunning dragon and then fiercely knocked on its head with a fist the size of a sandbag. "Keep up," Gao Wenchuan said sternly. Then he didn't give the other party a chance to speak and directly pulled the red flame cunning dragon forward. Seeing this scene, all the students on the training ground felt no surprise. Their expressions were very calm, as if nothing had happened in front of them. "Woo!" The red flame cunning dragon whimpered, wanting to explain, but Gao Wenchuan ignored it, forcibly shutting it up. Thus, it was dragged by Gao Wenchuan to the center of the training ground. Once they reached the center, Gao Wenchuan glared fiercely at the red flame cunning dragon, signaling it to behave and not go crazy. Seeing this, the red flame cunning dragon had no choice but to lower its head helplessly. However, it still sneakily eyed Luce. After seeing the obedient red flame cunning dragon, Gao Wenchuan nodded in satisfaction and then looked at the other students around. He cleared his throat and then spoke. "Today there are some new faces in class, so according to tradition, the newcomers will each come up to spar with me. Since the courses at Mirror Lake University are very relaxed, almost every class has some differences in attendees. Other theoretical courses are fine, and the teacher can just continue with their planned lessons. But in combat classes like this, it was clearly not the same. Gao Wenchuan, as a practical combat instructor, needed to assess each newcomer's strength to provide them with suitable advice. So before each class starts, he needs to re-evaluate the new arrival's abilities. Without delay, he quickly scanned the surroundings and pointed directly at one person. "You come up first." Everyone looked in the direction of his finger and found it was a boy. That person was Luce. Some tried to gauge Luce's strength by the aura he exuded, but found it utterly useless. Luce's aura was very profound, making it impossible for them to determine his actual strength. Hearing this, Luce did not hesitate and quickly walked up. The other students around automatically moved aside, leaving a small space for the two to battle. Looking at Luce in front of him, Gao Wenchuan smiled and spoke. "Luce, right? Do you need to prepare anything? If you need any weapons, you can go over there to get some." As Gao Wenchuan spoke, he pointed to the side of the training ground. There, various weapons were piled up. "No need, I have my own." Luce said this, then extended his right hand. An ice blue longbow instantly appeared in his hand. The bow glimmered with a chilling light while exuding a bone-chilling aura. Seeing Luce materialize a longbow out of thin air, everyone, including Gao Wenchuan, looked on in surprise. Because all the students participating in this combat course are freshmen. So they are all still at the stage of monster tamer. Let alone having a powerful attacking spiritual weapon like Luce, even those with storage-type spiritual weapons are few. Gao Wenchuan looked at the longbow in Luce's hands, which radiated a chilling aura and clearly had impressive power, and his expression was noticeably blank. Then he quickly sensed Luce's current aura, and his face once again revealed a look of shock. Previously, because he knew Luce, he had not really felt Luce's current strength. But at this moment, when he sensed Luce's aura, he found that Luce's aura actually emanated from the realm of a fully developed monster tamer. It should be noted that Gao Wenchuan's own strength was only at the peak of a monster tamer. At this time, Gao Wenchuan felt that his mind was somewhat confused. Because he clearly remembered that not long ago, Lu Zei's strength was still at the stage of a monster tamer. And now, how had he jumped so much in such a short time? Gao Wenchuan's mouth moved, but after considering it for a long time, he still did not ask the question in his heart. One reason was that there were too many people here, and asking such a private question in public was definitely inappropriate. The second reason was that he was not very familiar with Lu Zei, they were just a simple teacher-student relationship. Suppressing the shock and confusion in his heart, Gao Wenchuan's expression immediately became serious. He knew that for the upcoming battle, he had to give it his all. Although his current strength was higher than Lu Zei's, the difference between monster tamers who hadn't transformed wasn't that great. Not to mention that he and Lu Zei were only separated by a small realm. So Gao Wenchuan had no confidence in winning the upcoming battle at all. The thought of possibly losing to a student as a teacher made Gao Wenchuan's expression turn extremely ugly. At this moment, the nearby Crimson Flame Cunning Dragon looked at Gao Wenchuan's somewhat ugly face. Its mouth opened wide, revealing a gloating smile. "Serves you right for how you treated me just now. Now look, just wait and see how embarrassed you will be when you lose." The Crimson Flame Cunning Dragon thought to itself, and its smile grew harder to control. Although Gao Wenchuan noticed the expression of the Crimson Flame Cunning Dragon, he had no time to deal with it. He stared solemnly at Lu Zei in front of him, then stretched out his arm. A blue long knife appeared out of thin air in his hand. The moment the long knife appeared, the speed of the airflow around Gao Wenchuan increased significantly. As a third-tier monster tamer and a teacher for combat courses, he certainly had combat-type spiritual weapons. Chapter 172, Gao Wenchuan falls into a disadvantage. "Are you ready, Teacher Gao?" Lu Zei asked Gao Wenchuan. Hearing this reverse countdown, Gao Wenchuan was momentarily at a loss for words. In the end, he tightened his grip on the long knife in his hands and nodded, saying, "I'll count to 3. We'll start after 3 seconds. 1. As the countdown began, the surrounding students took several steps back in unison. Initially, they thought this battle would be another crushing defeat, so they hadn't paid much attention. But now it seemed completely different. Did you not see the teacher even taking out a weapon? When Gao Wenchuan fought them earlier, he easily overwhelmed them using only his hands and feet. So for their own safety, they tried to keep their distance from Lu Zei and the 2, 3. As Gao Wenchuan's voice fell, the two people almost moved at the same time. Gao Wenchuan gripped the long knife in his hand and charged towards Lu Zei swiftly. Meanwhile, Lu Zei stepped back, pulled back his bowstring, and aimed at the rushing Gao Wenchuan. 3 crystal-clear ice arrows instantly took shape. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air echoed as the 3 arrows shot towards Gao Wenchuan in a triangular formation. Where the arrows passed, the moisture in the air condensed into tiny ice crystals. Watching the ice arrows rush towards him, Gao Wenchuan's face, however, became calm. He raised his long knife and blocked it in front of him. Clang! But just as the ice arrows touched his long knife, Gao Wenchuan's previously calm expression changed dramatically. Because he sensed a shocking immense force coming from the ice arrows. Even more terrifying was that the ice arrow exploded upon contact with the long knife. Cold air swiftly spread, and within a blink, a thick layer of solid ice covered the blade. At the same time, some shattered ice crystals shot towards the retreating Gao Wenchuan. Gao Wenchuan gritted his teeth and dodged to the side, with the shattered ice crystals grazing his cheek and leaving a few small blood streaks. Finally, he looked at the long knife in his hand, now covered in solid ice, while feeling his slightly trembling hand. At this moment, Gao Wenchuan's heart was extremely shocked and confused. The other party's realm was clearly lower than his, but why was the attack so powerful? But Gao Wenchuan had no time to think now because Lu Zei's attack came again. Seeing a few more ice arrows flying towards him, Gao Wenchuan gently trembled his right hand. With a massive influx of spiritual energy, the solid ice on the long knife was completely shattered. Then he quickly dodged to the side, using his peculiar movement technique to evade the ice arrows. After avoiding, he still moved with this peculiar technique and charged violently towards Lu Zei. Watching Gao Wenchuan quickly darting sideways, Lu Zei guessed this should also be a kind of spiritual skill. Lu Zei fixated on Gao Wenchuan and drew back his bowstring again, madly pouring spiritual energy into it. Since you could dodge a few arrows, what about a rain of arrows? As the massive spiritual energy surged in, the ice wave bow emitted a pleasant hum. In an instant, dozens of ice arrows rapidly condensed in the air, ultimately shooting towards Gao Wenchuan. At this moment, Gao Wenchuan's face looked exceedingly grim, for he knew he definitely couldn't dodge this one. He had to stop, holding the knife with both hands and swirling it in front of him to create a blue barrier. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows smashed against the swirling blade, creating an endless sound of clashing. At the same time, Lu Zei did not stop, continuing to draw the bow madly. In an instant, ice arrows rained down like bullets shot by Lu Zei, wildly pouring forward. The onlookers surrounding the scene displayed expressions of astonishment. Although the intensity of this battle was far from the beasts they had seen before. This was, after all, a battle between spirit masters, and having such a spectacle was already quite rare. The ice arrows gradually shattered, and waves of ice mist spread, completely enveloping Gao Wenxuan's body. As time passed, the sounds of clashing within the ice mist grew weaker, eventually disappearing entirely. But Lu Zhe still did not let up, continuing his high-intensity assault. After a while, he finally stopped. At this moment, the area was thoroughly shrouded in thick ice mist. Everyone's eyes widened, watching the ice mist, trying to find Gao Wenxuan's figure. Just then, not far in front of Lu Zhe, the ice mist suddenly stirred. Finally, Gao Wenxuan's figure appeared, charging towards Lu Zhe. At this moment, Gao Wenxuan's body was covered everywhere with a thin layer of ice, his face also a bit pale. But his gaze was exceptionally sharp, staring intensely at Lu Zhe in front of him. As soon as Gao Wenxuan appeared, he suddenly swung his sword fiercely at Lu Zhe. A blue blade shadow was instantaneously slashed out, rushing towards Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe's expression tightened, and he quickly pulled the bowstring. In the next moment, a blue light shot from the arrow, forming a thick ice wall in front of Lu Zhe. Bang! The blade shadow collided violently with the ice wall, and ice shards flew everywhere in an instant. Although the ice wall was not completely shattered, it was already covered with spider web-like cracks. Taking advantage of this gap, Gao Wenxuan rushed to Lu Zhe's front. A flash of excitement crossed his eyes as he brought down the long knife with a whoosh. Close combat was his strong suit. Seeing the long knife approaching him, Lu Zhe quickly raised his longbow to block. Clang! Just as the knife was about to strike, a layer of ice-blue hard ice suddenly formed on the ice wave bow. The long knife struck heavily against the hard ice, sending a massive recoil through Gao Wenxuan's hands, causing a tingling sensation. Despite this, Gao Wenxuan gritted his teeth and pressed the long knife down with one hand. His other free hand fiercely swung towards Lu Zhe. But just as it was about to hit, Lu Zhe's hand suddenly appeared and steadily caught his fist. In Gao Wenxuan's incredulous gaze, Lu Zhe slowly pushed his fist back. How is this possible? At this moment, Gao Wenxuan felt nothing but shock inside. Because he sensed that Lu Zhe's strength was actually greater than his own. But how could this be possible? Clearly, his level was a step higher than Lu Zhe's. And the spiritual power in his body was definitely more abundant, so how could Lu Zhe block his attack? Unwilling to believe it, Gao Wenxuan frantically urged the spiritual power in his body, causing a green light to shine brightly on his fist. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to win this struggle. But the result left him extremely disappointed. His fist was still being steadily pushed back by Lu Zhe. Chapter 173, The Contest Ends. After several attempts to withdraw, Gao Wenxuan, out of options, had to give up. He cleverly turned the hand holding the long knife, using the force of Lu Zhe's push to draw an arc, striking towards Lu Zhe. Seeing the long knife cutting toward him, Lu Zhe was suddenly taken aback. He hurriedly released his grip on Gao Wenxuan's hand, then raised his arm to block. At the same time, ice-type spiritual power quickly gathered to form a thick ice crystal gauntlet on his arm. Clang! The long knife hit hard against the gauntlet, producing a piercing sound. Gao Wenxuan endured the soreness in his arm and quickly began to swing his long knife. The long knife transformed into a series of blue blade shadows, completely enveloping Lu Zhe. Each slash aimed precisely at Lu Zhe's weak points in defense, displaying exquisite combat skills. Lu Zhe was forced to retreat continuously, hurriedly conjuring a shield beside him. The sound of intense slashing echoed, and ice shards scattered everywhere. Gao Wenxuan's movements didn't stop, but when he saw the shield before him still solid as a mountain, a look of helplessness appeared on his face. How can I fight this? I can't break his defense at all? Just then, Lu Zhe suddenly raised his longbow and furiously transmitted spiritual power inside. The ice wave bow shone brightly, and a strong chill spread out. The ground was instantly covered with a thick layer of frost. Seeing this scene, Gao Wenxuan quickly realized it was bad. He hurriedly stopped his actions and quickly distanced himself from Lu Zhe. But it seems it's already too late. Lu Zhe has already raised the long bow in his hand, aiming at Gao Wenxuan. Whoosh! In an instant, a beam of icy blue light shot out from the long bow, fiercely striking towards Gao Wenxuan. Seeing the icy blue beam in front of him, Gao Wenxuan gritted his teeth and infused all his spiritual power into the long knife in his hand. Buzz! The long knife in his hand trembled and emitted a buzzing sound. At the same time, the airflow around Gao Wenxuan began to swirl violently. Then, Gao Wenxuan suddenly swung the long knife forward. A massive green knife shadow immediately broke through the air, swiftly advancing ahead. At the moment the beam and the knife shadow collided, a powerful shockwave erupted. The icy mist quickly spread out again, rapidly enveloping Lu Zhe and the others under the force of the airflow. Gao Wenxuan vigilantly stared ahead. Suddenly, a figure moving at high speed rushed towards him. In the blink of an eye, the figure appeared by his side. Gao Wenchuan looked at Lu Zhe in horror, unable to react due to the incredible speed. At this moment, Lu Zhe lifted the long bow high in his hand. At the same time, ice crystals quickly gathered onto the bow, transforming the entire bow into a giant ice hammer. Lu Zhe swung the ice hammer fiercely towards Gao Wenchuan. Bang! A heavy collision sound echoed, and Gao Wenchuan felt an unstoppable massive force hit him. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away with a dull thud. At the same time, upon seeing Gao Wenchuan being knocked away, the flame fox dragon rushed over immediately. It crouched next to Gao Wenchuan, pawing at him with its claws. It appeared extremely concerned for Gao Wenchuan. However, on its face, a hint of gloating smile could still be seen. At that moment, Gao Wenchuan suddenly reached out a hand and firmly pressed it on the flame fox dragon's head. Whimper! The flame fox dragon let out a whimper. Gao Wenchuan held down the flame fox dragon's head and slowly stood up. He shook his slightly dizzy head and looked at Lu Zhe, who was quickly approaching. Teacher Gao, are you okay? Lu Zhe ran to Gao Wenchuan's side, looking concerned. No, I'm fine. Gao Wenchuan shook his head, but the look in his eyes towards Lu Zhe was very complicated. From the previous battle, he could clearly feel that Lu Zhe seemed to lack any fighting skills. But his spiritual power was exceptionally strong, even far surpassing his own. This meant that his attacks were completely useless against Lu Zhe, yet Lu Zhe's attacks, if they touched him, would be devastating. It was like boxing, he was a slender fighter rich in experience. But the opponent was a massive heavyweight. No matter how advanced his techniques were, he could never defeat the opponent. Because they simply weren't on the same level. And this was also what puzzled Gao Wenchuan. Clearly, Lu Zhe's realm was below his, yet the quality and quantity of the spiritual power within him were astonishingly higher. Gao Wenchuan stared at Lu Zhe for a moment, then finally waved his hand at him. Alright, you can go back now. Lu Zhe obediently walked back into the crowd. Although he had just defeated Gao Wenchuan, he understood that it was entirely due to his experience of the first life leap. So he overwhelmed the opponent with sheer spiritual power. But in terms of fighting skills, Gao Wenchuan was undoubtedly far superior. Then, Gao Wenchuan continued to fight against other newly arrived students, without exception, ending each battle in a crushing manner. This made the other students look at Lu Zhe with even more curiosity. After understanding everyone's situation, Gao Wenchuan began the formal teaching. Since basic skills can be learned through online videos, his teaching method was the same as before. He assigned each person an opponent and gave guidance based on their performance. Once Gao Wenchuan finished assigning roles, only Lu Zhe remained standing there all alone. During the previous Beast Battle class, he had always teamed up with Zhao Xingye. Now that Zhao Xingye was absent, even if he came, Gao Wenchuan probably wouldn't let them team up again. Because the gap in their strength was too large now. At this moment, Gao Wenchuan walked over to Lu Zhe and said to him. Next, I will be your training partner. Considering Lu Zhe's current strength, Gao Wenchuan decided to personally act as a sparring partner. Then I look forward to your guidance, Teacher Gao. Lu Zhe said excitedly. Looking at the excited Lu Zhe, Gao Wenchuan's mouth twitched slightly as he said. First, let's make it clear, you need to control your spiritual power and not unleash it all. Otherwise, it won't help you improve your combat skills at all. Seeing Lu Zhe nod, Gao Wenchuan felt a twinge of concern in his heart. Who knows why the other party has such strong spiritual power? After a simple preparation, Lu Zhe and he began their formal battle. Chapter 174, The Library. Inside the mansion. Lu Zhe sat on the sofa, flipping through a book he had borrowed from the library. After a while, feeling some strain in his eyes, he put the book down. Lu Zhe rubbed his brow and then pulled up his personal panel. Name, Lu Zhe. Strength, Master Beast Tamer. Breeder level, level 10, 25/100. Talent, Beast Affinity, Eye of Truth, Evolution Power. After a period of intense study, Lu Zhe's breeding level finally increased by 1 level. It seems I need to go to the library again. Lu Zhe murmured to himself. Now the books he borrowed from the library had little effect on improving his breeding level. So if he wanted to quickly increase again, he had to read more valuable books in the library. Although the library at Mirror Lake University had many books, it had strict limits on which books could be borrowed. First, precious books could not leave the library. If students wanted to borrow them, they could only read them inside the library and could not take them out. At the same time, students were strictly prohibited from recording or copying things. Once discovered, the consequences would be extremely severe. This was mainly to prevent the leakage of precious books. Now, the books Lu Zhe could borrow had minimal effect on improving his breeding level. So Lu Zhe had to choose to go to the library to read those more precious books. Speaking of which, since I entered Mirror Lake University, I don't think I've been to the library even once. Lu Zhe thought to himself. Just then, Lu Zhe felt something brush against his foot. He looked up and saw Bai Shuang standing in front of him, not knowing when she had arrived. Ah woo. Bai Shuang reached out a front paw and rubbed Lu Zhe. Then, Lu Zhe saw a cup filled with a light blue liquid flying towards him. At a glance, he recognized it as a spiritual potion he had made himself. Its main function was to quickly restore mental power. Lu Zhe made this potion to quickly recover the mental power that Bai Shuang and the others had exhausted from overtraining. The cultivation of demon beasts is to absorb the spiritual power from the surroundings into their own bodies through mental strength, and then refine it for their own use. However, because the mental strength of demon beasts is generally not very high, if the cultivation time is too long, it can lead to some negative effects due to mental exhaustion. Earlier, Bai Shuang and Liao Yu had experienced this situation several times. Therefore, Lu Zhe specifically made this restorative spiritual medicine for them to use. Ow woo. At this moment, Bai Shuang let out another cry, signaling Lu Zhe to drink this cup of medicine. Clearly, Bai Shuang saw that Lu Zhe had been reading for a long time, so she specially brought this bottle of spiritual medicine for Lu Zhe to use. Lu Zhe took the bottle of spiritual medicine in front of him and drank it all at once. A refreshing feeling immediately surged into Lu Zhe's brain, lifting his spirit that had been tired from reading for a long time. Seeing Lu Zhe finish the bottle of spiritual medicine, Bai Shuang nodded with satisfaction. After drinking, Lu Zhe smiled and patted Bai Shuang, then looked around. At this moment, he discovered that Feng Li and Liao Yu, who had been in the living room earlier, were nowhere to be seen. However, he was not worried, as he guessed Feng Li had taken Liao Yu to play in the backyard. After thinking this, Lu Zhe stood up from the sofa and walked towards the backyard with Bai Shuang. Upon arriving in the backyard, Lu Zhe indeed saw Feng Li happily flying in the air. Liao Yu was chasing after Feng Li below, its two fluffy tails swaying joyfully behind it, the golden flames at the ends tracing a magnificent arc with each leap. Clearly, they were having a great time. At this moment, Lu Zhe suddenly turned his head to look at Bai Shuang and said with a smile. So, Bai Shuang, do you want to join in and play with them? Hearing this, Bai Shuang immediately shook her head, then gently bumped her body against Lu Zhe to show her dissatisfaction. Alright, it's my fault. Lu Zhe quickly admitted his mistake, and only then did Bai Shuang stop her actions. At this time, Feng Li and Liao Yu also noticed Lu Zhe over there. Yeah. Feng Li excitedly flapped her little wings at Lu Zhe. And Liao Yu beside her also looked at Lu Zhe, its tail swaying joyfully behind it. You all continue to play, don't mind us. After Lu Zhe said this, he continued to stay in place watching Liao Yu and Feng Li play. Bai Shuang, after standing for a while, lay down behind Lu Zhe. Soon after, Lu Zhe also sat down, leaning against Bai Shuang. In this way, time quickly passed. The next day, Lu Zhe rode Feng Li to the nearest library. After putting Feng Li into his sleeve, Lu Zhe walked into the library. As soon as he stepped into the library, Lu Zhe felt as if his whole body was being scanned. Yeah. Feng Li, who was wrapped around Lu Zhe's wrist, let out a curious sound, clearly sensing it as well. After calming Feng Li, Lu Zhe continued to walk into the library. This must be used to detect if someone is taking books out without permission, nothing to worry about. Arriving at a computer for inquiries, Lu Zhe began browsing books about nurturers. Lu Zhe casually picked a few books and then walked to the location displayed on the screen. Arriving at the location of one of the books, Lu Zhe quickly found the book he was looking for. Then, just as he pulled out the book and was ready to browse it casually, he felt the book in his hand suddenly shake violently. Then, the book automatically opened. Under Lu Zhe's gaze, a bug the size of a fingernail slowly crawled out from between the pages of the book. It was entirely in black and white, its body semi-transparent, as if it was made of ink and paper. This was a bookworm. Due to the magical spirit power, many seemingly ordinary things have the potential to give birth to their own spirits. Just like the bookworm in front of Lu Zhe, this magical beast was born from the spirits within books. The bookworm was just the initial form of spirit, so it had no special abilities. Its only love was reading various different books. The more profound the knowledge, the more it adored it. And if it accumulated enough knowledge, it had the chance to break through to a higher stage. Only at that time would it play an extremely important role. After crawling out, the bookworm lifted its head, glanced at Lu Zhe, then slowly crawled towards a book beside it, and vanished between the pages. Chapter 175, Boring Waiting Time. How peculiar. Lu Zhe looked at the bookworm that disappeared into the book and sighed in admiration in his heart. The conditions for the birth of such a peculiar spirit as the bookworm were quite harsh. Firstly, it required many books, and they must be precious books rich in knowledge. Secondly, the time needed for them to be born was very long. At least several hundred, or even nearly 1,000 years, was needed to possibly nurture the corresponding spirit. Because of this, each bookworm was considered a priceless treasure. The library had strict rules prohibiting anyone from harming the bookworms in any form. Once discovered, those who harmed them would face severe punishment. Lu Zhe took one last look at the book containing the bookworm before leaving with the book he needed. Next, Lu Zhe gathered all the books he had chosen and randomly found an empty room. It is worth mentioning that the space in this library was very large. Although it looked like an ordinary building with just a dozen floors from the outside, the interior space was far beyond what was visible from the outside. This clearly also used spatial technology. Because of this, there were many rooms available for students to use. As long as students authenticated their identities, they could use these rooms alone. This was mainly to protect students' privacy. Of course, if you had no privacy to protect, you could also read at the desks outside. Lu Zhe chose to go into a room because he found it more convenient. Once inside the room, Lu Zhe looked around for a moment. The room wasn't very large, but it had everything needed. In the center was a huge table, behind which was a wide chair. At the far end of the room, there was also a bed covered with soft cushions. Since there were many rooms available, there was no time limit. Because of this, many people would stay for a long time. Considering these students, the library had specially provided these things to make their stay comfortable. Meanwhile, there was a computer in the corner of the room. In summary, the room was equipped with everything necessary to meet a person's short-term living needs. Lu Zhe placed a large pile of books on the table and began to read seriously. As time passed, Lu Zhe became more and more engrossed, fully immersed in his reading. But at that moment, Lu Zhe's sleeve suddenly moved. Then, Feng Li slowly crawled out from inside. It looked at Lu Zhe, who was seriously reading, and a hint of boredom flashed in its eyes. So, it began to shift its gaze around the room. It began to fly around the room, touching this and that. However, to avoid disturbing Lu Zhe, it kept completely silent throughout the whole process. After a while, Feng Li returned to Lu Zhe's side after exploring everywhere. It looked at Lu Zhe, who was still seriously reading, and leaned its head over to see the content of the book. Dense and incomprehensible words immediately filled its eyes. With just a glance, Feng Li felt dizzy and quickly pulled back its head. Ee-ya. After withdrawing its gaze, Feng Li fell back into a state of boredom. But it couldn't disturb Lu Zhe, so it could only lay listlessly on the table, staring eagerly at Lu Zhe. Unknowingly, a long time passed before Lu Zhe finally put down the thick book in his hands. Phew, finally finished reading. Lu Zhe stretched his somewhat stiff body and then opened his personal panel. Name, Lu Zhe. Strength, Master Beast Tamer. Breeder level, level 10, 30 out of 100. Talent, Beast Affinity, True Eye, Evolution Power. This book is indeed precious, just one has increased my progress by 5 points. Lu Zhe sighed. Just these free books have such strong effects, I wonder how precious those that need to be exchanged are. Not all the books in the library are open, a considerable number of them need credits or other means to exchange. Just as Lu Zhe was about to continue reading another book, he noticed Feng Li, who was sprawled on the table. Feng Li was now lying on its back with its wings spread out weakly, exposing its unguarded belly. At the same time, its eyes were empty, as if pondering some huge matter in the life of a monster. Seeing Feng Li like this, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. Then, he reached out his finger and gently poked Feng Li's soft belly. Ee-ya. Feng Li was startled by the sudden touch. Its body jolted, curling up immediately, and then it flew up as if bouncing. At the same time, it hurriedly looked around to see who had done it. When it saw Lu Zhe's finger, which hadn't been retracted, and the smile on his face, its somewhat angry expression instantly disappeared. Ee-ya. It directly charged towards Lu Zhe's shoulder and wrapped its body around Lu Zhe's neck. At the same time, it rubbed against Lu Zhe happily. Ee-ya. I want to play. Having been bored waiting, as soon as Feng Li saw Lu Zhe not reading, it immediately wanted Lu Zhe to play with it. Hearing this, Lu Zhe felt a bit troubled. Because he still needed to continue reading. But letting Feng Li stay bored was not a solution either. Then, Lu Zhe asked Feng Li if it wanted to go back to the Beast Tamer space. Feng Li shook its head vigorously. If it went back to the Beast Tamer space, it would just end up sleeping, which was not much different from staying here. Seeing Feng Li refuse, Lu Zhe started to think again. By Shuang and Liao, you definitely couldn't be let out to play with Feng Li because they were too big. And large beasts are prohibited in the library. So that idea was definitely not going to work. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhe's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of a good idea. Feng Li, do you want to go play outside? Lu Zhe expressed his idea to Feng Li. Yes, Lu Zhe's idea was to let Feng Li go out and play by itself. Because the library has a vast space, Feng Li could freely explore inside. Don't worry about being bored at all. Moreover, most people are reading books in their rooms, so they won't be disturbed. For those who are reading outside, just remind Feng Li not to bother them, and there won't be any problems. Besides, the library is very safe, and Feng Li cannot be harmed at all. Hearing Lu Zhe's words, Feng Li immediately brightened up. Thinking about the vast space outside, it was greatly excited, feeling how boring it had been. Iya iya. Fengli could not wait to express agreement, flapping its little wings happily, clearly very satisfied with the idea. Don't rush. Lu Zhe smiled while stroking fondly, then got up and opened the door. Fengli immediately wanted to fly out, but before leaving, Lu Zhe reminded it. Remember, you cannot disturb others who are reading. Fengli nodded seriously, its golden vertical pupils full of earnestness. Seeing this, Lu Zhe let Fengli go out. After Fengli left, Lu Zhe sat back down in his chair and picked up another book to read. After leaving the room, Fengli first spun around excitedly in the air. Then, it randomly flew to a nearby place. Leaving the corridor of the room, Fengli arrived in the hall. Before its eyes were densely packed bookshelves. At the same time, there were quite a number of people here searching for the books they needed. Seeing this scene, Fengli immediately showed an excited expression. It casually found a bookshelf to stay on and started observing these people. At that moment, a girl was standing in front of a bookshelf. She was searching the shelves in front of her and quickly found the book she was looking for. Found it! The girl exclaimed happily, then stretched out her hand. In the next moment, the book flew into her hand out of thin air. Looking at the book in her hand, she nodded in satisfaction and was about to turn and leave. However, when she turned around, she suddenly discovered a peculiar demon beast on a nearby shelf. This demon beast was small in size, looking like a winged snake, but many parts of its body were covered in feathers. Especially the feather crown behind its head, which looked like a crown from a distance. The demon beast was calmly watching her with its golden eyes, radiating an inexplicable aura. What is this demon beast? The girl muttered to herself. Then, she curiously walked forward. The demon beast didn't hide, just sat quietly on the shelf, silently watching her approach. So beautiful. When she got closer, the girl couldn't help but exclaim in admiration looking at Fengli before her. With azure and gold scales combined with the crown-like feathers behind its head, it radiated a mysterious pressure. But paired with its small appearance, it gave off a strange cuteness. Especially when Fengli gently flapped its small wings behind it, it looked even cuter. So adorable. The girl immediately couldn't resist wanting to reach out to touch it, but upon seeing this, Fengli instantly stood up. Then it flapped its wings and quickly flew away from the girl. Finally, under the girl's gaze, it disappeared among the bookshelves. Ah! The girl looked at the empty shelf in disappointment, her face filled with regret. At that moment, Fengli had quietly landed back on a nearby bookshelf, watching the girl's dejected expression with some pride. It was clear that what had just happened was intentional. To deliberately attract others over, and then fly away the moment the other person reached out to touch it. And then secretly enjoy the regretful expression on the person's face. Seeing the girl's face filled with deep regret, Fengli was immensely joyful, unable to resist gently swaying her tail a few times. Suddenly, Fengli felt a slight tremble from the book beneath her. She curiously looked down and saw a small black and white worm crawling out from the book. Aya? What is this? Fengli muttered in confusion. The worm that crawled out looked up at Fengli with a hint of displeasure. It had been comfortably sitting in the book, but now Fengli had suddenly landed on it. Even worse, she had started to wiggle her body. With no choice, it had to crawl out of the book. After casting an annoyed glance at Fengli, the bookworm prepared to find another book to dive into. But at that moment, Fengli curiously nudged it with her tail. Gee! Instantly, the bookworm was irritated. It turned around and made an angry yet very tiny sound at Fengli. Although the bookworm was angry, its small size gave it no intimidation power. Despite this, Fengli immediately expressed her apology. She quickly withdrew her tail. The bookworm angrily muttered several sentences before huffily turning back to crawl into the book again. This time, Fengli did not stop it, she just watched with curiosity. After the bookworm completely disappeared, Fengli observed the spot for a while before flying away. While flying in the air, Fengli kept turning her little head to look around, wanting to find her next playmate. At that moment, she suddenly spotted a strange sight on a table below. A cat, entirely black and white, was sitting gracefully on the table, its front paws on an open book, completely focused on reading. Aya? Fengli called out in confusion, finally pausing in the air. She wanted to get closer, but immediately remembered Lu Zhe's advice. Do not disturb those who are reading books. But this wasn't a person, it was a cat. So after a brief thought, Fengli flew towards the cat. Fengli landed lightly beside the black and white cat, making a very soft sound. The focused black and white cat raised its head and gave Fengli a brief glance. Then, it lowered its head and continued reading, completely ignoring her. Aya. Hello there. Fengli greeted enthusiastically, but received an even colder reaction from the black cat. It merely shifted its position slightly and turned its back on Fengli. This indifference piqued Fong Li's curiosity, and she immediately leaned closer, examining this strange creature before her. The black and white cat looked like a traditional ink painting, only in black and white. Its eyes were also unique, one pupil was white, while the other was black. After a while, the black and white cat seemed to grow impatient with being stared at. It directly lifted its head and locked eyes with Fong Li. The two creatures stared at each other for a long time. In the end, the black and white cat conceded first. It picked up the book and jumped off the table, stepping gracefully to another nearby table. Aya! Fong Li immediately chased after, following closely behind the black and white cat. Chapter 177, Another Fong Li. The black and white cat jumped onto another table, and Fong Li quickly followed and landed on the table. Noticing that Fong Li was following her, the black and white cat immediately turned to look at her. At this moment, its eyes showed some dissatisfaction, but they met Fong Li's wide, innocent gaze. Meow. The black and white cat spoke harshly, indicating that Fong Li should not disturb her reading. Fong Li immediately nodded her little head vigorously, expressing that she understood. Seeing the obedient Fong Li, the black and white cat finally spread open the thick book in front of it, ready to dive back into the ocean of knowledge. However, it hadn't read for long before it couldn't help but look up at Fong Li again. Because while it was reading, Fong Li's gaze had been fixed firmly on it. That stare made it feel very uneasy, and it simply couldn't focus on the book. Meow. What are you doing? Unable to bear it any longer, the black and white cat could only widen its eyes and glare at Fong Li. Seeing this, Fong Li quickly spoke with anticipation. Yeah. I want you to play with me. For Fong Li, this black and white cat in front of her had a very special feeling all over. This feeling made Fong Li extremely curious, and for children, the best way to respond to such curiosity is to play together. Hearing this response, the black and white cat immediately shook its head and said firmly. Meow. Impossible. Yeah. All right then. Fong Li, a bit disappointed, lowered her little head and then laid back down on the table. Yet her gaze still remained fixed on the black and white cat in front of her. The black and white cat shook its head, preparing to ignore Fong Li and continue reading. But Fong Li's gaze remained locked onto it, making it feel extremely uncomfortable. Meow. The black and white cat sighed helplessly, then its whole body instantly transformed into a cloud of black and white mist. Then this mist disappeared before Fong Li in the blink of an eye. Yeah. Seeing this scene, Fong Li immediately propped herself up, her expression a bit surprised. But she quickly realized what had happened. Soon, the golden vertical pupils in her eyes sparkled with golden light. Quickly, Fong Li discovered some traces. Swish! Fong Li also transformed into a streak of golden light, rapidly vanishing from her original spot. In a quiet, unoccupied corner of the library, a cloud of black and white mist suddenly appeared on the table. Then the mist surged and finally formed into a black and white cat. After appearing, it first looked around, ensuring it didn't see Fong Li before letting out a sigh of relief. Then a book from the nearby bookshelf flew right in front of it. But just as it sat down properly, preparing to flip through the book in front of it, a familiar voice rang in its ear again. Yeah. The black and white cat was instantly stunned, then it turned around and saw Fong Li on the table, who had appeared without it realizing. At this moment, Fong Li was quietly staring at it with her golden eyes, just like before. Seeing Fong Li, the black and white cat's eyes first filled with helplessness, but then confusion replaced it. That was because it wondered how the other party had found it. You see, as a spirit born from books, it had received extraordinary favor. Especially in a place like a library. If one were to compare the library to an independent world, then it would be the favored child of fate. If it wanted to do something, the entire library would assist it. Therefore, logically speaking, it was impossible for Fong Li to find it in such circumstances. Thinking of this, the black and white cat began to carefully examine Fong Li in front of it. And the more it examined, the more surprised and confused it felt. Because in its mind, it had no impression of what Fong Li looked like now. And in its memory, there was no beast similar to Fong Li. You see, as a unique beast born from books, the knowledge possessed by the black and white cat was massive. So in its mind, it had the basic information about most existing beasts. But it didn't have any information about the beast in front of it, Fong Li. Seeing that the black and white cat kept staring at it without any movement, Fong Li invited it once again. She asked if it wanted to play with her. This time, the black and white cat did not refuse, but slowly nodded its head. Hearing the black and white cat agree, Fong Li was momentarily stunned, then immediately became excited. She hurried over to the side of the black and white cat, her pair of small wings fluttering behind her nonstop. The black and white cat, upon seeing this, did not move, but suddenly released a thick black and white mist from its body. The mist slowly gathered, and eventually formed a mythical beast that was entirely black and white. This created mythical beast looked exactly like Fong Li, with the only difference being the color of its body. In Fengli's shocked gaze, the black and white Fengli slowly opened its eyes. Aya! After opening its eyes, the black and white Fengli immediately let out a call identical to Fengli's, then joyfully flew to her side. After a brief moment of shock, Fengli finally came to her senses. She looked at this mythical beast that looked exactly like herself and was soon overwhelmed by curiosity. Then, the two similarly shaped little creatures immediately started chasing and playing in the air. The black and white and azure golden figures darted between the bookshelves, forming a wonderful scene. Below, the black and white cat calmly observed Fengli in the air, as if trying to see through her completely. The black and white Fengli in the air was created by it, and it was lifeless. Now, it was completely controlled by it from behind. As a special mythical beast, it did not have a fixed form. So as long as it wanted to, it could change into any shape. The reason it maintained the black and white cat shape was that the first creature it saw after evolving was a cat. As time passed, Fengli had completely immersed herself in the fun. At this moment, the black and white cat's eyes flashed. Suddenly, the black and white Fengli in the air trembled all over, and then it began to gradually grow larger. Fengli looked at this scene with joy, then also began to grow larger. After that, the black and white cat constantly controlled the black and white Fengli to perform various actions. And Fengli followed along and did the same. Below, the black and white cat carefully observed the changes in Fengli's body during this process. Chapter 178, The Spirit of the Book. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Lu Zhe in the room finally put down the book in his hand. He stood up, stretched, and relaxed his somewhat stiff body. Then he looked at the time, realizing he had been reading for a full 12 hours. Does this count as forgetting to eat and sleep? Lu Zhe joked with himself. Actually, at his current stage, it didn't really matter even if he didn't eat. Due to going through his first life leap, Lu Zhe could now be considered a spiritual energy being. He could completely maintain all his consumption by absorbing spiritual energy. But just like Bai Shuang and the others slept, Lu Zhe would still maintain his normal routine unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, Lu Zhe scanned the room and noticed Fengli had not yet returned. Is Fengli still not back? Then, Lu Zhe decided to leave the room to look for Fengli. Because he was preparing to go home. Lu Zhe did not plan to stay in the library all the time, spending about half his day there was already enough. After leaving the room, Lu Zhe sensed the contract with Fengli in his mind. Then, he followed the sensing of the contract to find her. Passing through layers of bookshelves, Lu Zhe stopped in a quiet corner of the library. Looking at the scene before him, he suddenly froze. In front of him, a large swirl of black and white mist was slowly rotating in the air. And inside the mist, Lu Zhe faintly saw the familiar figure of Fengli. Wait, what's wrong? Why has Fengli's color changed? Wasn't it azure and gold scales before? Why has it all turned black and white now? Just as Lu Zhe was puzzled, the mist in front of him suddenly surged. Then, a figure with azure and gold color flew out from it and landed on Lu Zhe's shoulder. Eee. Fengli affectionately rubbed against Lu Zhe. It turned out that Fengli sensed Lu Zhe's presence, so it came out by itself. Looking at Fengli in front of him, Lu Zhe then glanced at the black and white Fengli inside the mist, his eyes clearly filled with confusion. What is this thing? Seeing Lu Zhe's puzzled expression, Fengli took the initiative to start explaining. After listening to Fengli's explanation, Lu Zhe finally understood everything. At the same time, Lu Zhe noticed that the mist in front of him began to gradually dissipate. The black and white Fengli also transformed back into a swirl of mist. Ultimately, the mist in front of him completely vanished. Then a cat, entirely in black and white, appeared in front of Lu Zhe. Upon seeing this cat, Fengli immediately greeted it with enthusiasm. The black and white cat simply nodded slightly. Is it your friend? Lu Zhe gently stroked Fengli and asked it. Fengli immediately nodded happily. So Lu Zhe began to observe the black and white cat in front of him. This black and white cat was just like the bookworm he had seen before, with its body covered in ink like black and white shades. Then, Lu Zhe directly used the Eye of Truth on it. Race, Spirit of Books. Quality, Mid-level Celestial. Strength, Mid-level Earth. Description, a magical beast born within books, the evolved form of the bookworm, possessing extremely mysterious powers. It also has vast knowledge, akin to a walking encyclopedia. This is actually the spirit of books, the evolved form of the bookworm. Upon learning the information about the black and white cat in front of him, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Zhe's eyes. The birth of a bookworm is already very difficult, and if a bookworm is to evolve into a spirit of books, the difficulty is even greater. Consequently, the abilities of the spirit of books are also extremely powerful. As a unique magical beast, they can almost proficiently control all properties of spiritual power. Among magical beasts of the same level, their strength is definitely at the forefront. Moreover, fighting is not their primary role, their greatest ability lies in the mastery of nearly vast amounts of knowledge. At the same time, they also learn extremely quickly. They can be regarded as a moving encyclopedia, just ask them anything you don't understand. At this moment, the black and white cat looked at Lu Zhe and then directly turned to walk away. Seeing this, Feng Li immediately prepared to follow, but was directly pulled back by Lu Zhe. Alright, Feng Li, we should go back. Hearing Lu Zhe's words, although Feng Li felt a bit reluctant, it still obediently nodded. However, before leaving, it specially ran in front of the black and white cat to say goodbye. Watching Feng Li return after saying goodbye, Lu Zhe couldn't help but tease. I didn't expect that you made a friend so quickly, not bad. After hearing this, Feng Li raised its head proudly. Then Lu Zhe took Feng Li and left. The black and white cat watched Feng Li's departing figure, a hint of contemplation flashing in its eyes. Through the observation during this time, it discovered that Feng Li was very special. Clearly possessing only celestial level strength, its quality was still extremely high. After making a preliminary estimation, it was shocked to find that Feng Li's quality was at least solid level. Thus, for various reasons, it became increasingly curious about Feng Li. After being carried back to the manor by Feng Li, Lu Zhe immediately summoned Bai Shuang and Liao Yu. Having stayed in the spirit space for over 10 hours, they were obviously feeling restless. So, as soon as they appeared, they eagerly breathed in the fresh air outside. At this moment, the shrunk Feng Li suddenly flew quietly to Lu Zhe's ear and spoke softly. Feng Li asked Lu Zhe if he would continue going to the library tomorrow. After receiving a positive answer, it immediately cheered and excitedly flew around in the air. Alright, let's go inside first. Looking at the 3 spirit beasts in front of him, Lu Zhe smiled and said to them, then pushed open the big door and walked in. Bai Shuang and the others followed him inside. The next day, Lu Zhe went to the library early again. After arriving at the library, he picked up the books he hadn't finished reading yesterday. Then he returned to the same room as yesterday, planning to continue reading. As for Feng Li, after getting Lu Zhe's permission, it couldn't wait to go find its friend again. Lu Zhe was very happy about this. Because befriending a spirit of books would undoubtedly bring him great convenience. Moreover, Feng Li seemed to be having a lot of fun, so Lu Zhe had no reason to stop it. After flying for a while, Feng Li quickly found the black and white cat. The black and white cat was sitting upright at a table, still seriously flipping through a thick book in front of it. Yeah! Feng Li joyfully landed beside it. At this moment, the black and white cat also paused its reading, turning its head to look at Feng Li. Then, seeing Feng Li's expectant gaze, it raised a paw and gently pointed. Chapter 179, Evolution begins. As the black and white cat's paw descended, the environment around them suddenly changed. The nearby bookshelves began to move, gradually forming a small amusement park made entirely of books. At the same time, thick black and white mist erupted around the black and white cat. The mist swirled and condensed in the air, transforming into various lifelike small animals. Jumping rabbits, running fawns, fluttering butterflies. These created creatures danced around Feng Li, making soft, joyful sounds. Feng Li watched the scene in front of it, unable to contain its happiness. Then, it directly dove into the black and white mist, starting to play freely inside. Meanwhile, the black and white cat sat quietly beside it, silently observing every movement of Feng Li. In the room, Lu Zhe finally closed the book in his hands. He neatly organized all the books on the table and walked out toward the room's exit with them. After returning all the books, Lu Zhe quickly found Feng Li through their bond. When Lu Zhe found Feng Li, he saw it chattering with the black and white cat. As for the small animals made of black and white mist, they were scattered around them. Feng Li, it's time to go. Lu Zhe said to Feng Li. Seeing Lu Zhe coming, Feng Li reluctantly said goodbye to the black and white cat. The black and white cat gracefully stood up, then nodded lightly in response. After Lu Zhe took Feng Li away, the black and white cat gently waved a paw. All the bookshelves and books nearby immediately returned to their original state, and the small animals created also turned back into mist, returning to its body. Meow. The black and white cat lightly jumped onto the table and picked up a thick book to read. In the time that followed, Lu Zhe spent a lot of time every day in the library while attending classes. It was precisely because of Lu Zhe's behavior that his cultivation level was rising at an astonishing speed. Time flew by quickly. In the backyard of the mansion, Lu Zhe was holding a bowl of greenish medicine. In front of him was the vine medicine practitioner, surrounded by many spiritual creatures. While Lu Zhe was working hard to raise his cultivation level, he did not relax in nurturing Bai Shuang and the others. Especially Bai Shuang. Lu Zhe spent a lot of time and energy trying to help Bai Shuang quickly break through to the heavenly stage. But unexpectedly, Bai Shuang did not break through. Instead, the vine medicine practitioner had already broken through to the earth stage's mid-tier and met the conditions for evolution. Are you ready? Lu Zhe said to the vine medicine practitioner in front of him. Hearing this, the vine medicine practitioner immediately nodded excitedly, its eyes fixed intently on the bowl of medicine in Lu Zhe's hand. Glancing at the vine medicine practitioner, Lu Zhe lifted his other hand and gently clenched it. The spiritual creatures around the vine medicine practitioner instantly turned into pure spiritual energy and surged into its body. Hiss. Feeling the spiritual energy entering its body, the vine medicine practitioner couldn't help but squint its eyes in comfort. Lu Zhe then passed the bowl of medicine over and fed it all the liquid inside. Watching the visible green spiritual energy surround him, Lu Zhe set the bowl down. Now, the vine medicine practitioner was only a step away from evolution. The essence of the vine medicine practitioner evolving into the emerald-scaled medicine snake was a leap in species, where the most crucial step was merging with the blood of high-quality snake-type monsters. This blood would deeply merge with its bloodline during the evolution process, fundamentally changing its life form. Only in this way could it successfully evolve into the emerald-scaled medicine snake. Originally, Lu Zhe planned to buy the corresponding snake blood online from the school's network. But then he suddenly thought of a great choice: Fengli. Wasn't Fengli a snake-type monster? Moreover, Fengli had received the divine power of the feathered serpent god, so all conditions matched perfectly. It was even a bit too perfect. At that moment, Lu Zhe looked at Fengli. Once Fengli sensed Lu Zhe's gaze, it immediately made the corresponding action. Lu Zhe had already discussed this with Fengli and received its consent. Otherwise, if Fengli had disagreed, Lu Zhe would never have done this. Fengli's eyes flashed with golden light, and a very subtle wound quietly appeared on its surface. Then, a drop of azure golden blood slowly seeped out, floating in the air. This drop of essence blood emitted a heart-pounding wave of energy. Just its aura made all beings present feel a thirst stemming from their primal instincts. Monsters were treasures all over, especially high-level monsters. And Fengli's quality had already reached the refined tier, so its blood undoubtedly had a strong attraction for Lu Zhe and others. Looking at the drop of blood in front of him, not only Lu Zhe but even the nearby vegetarian forest sprouts drooled. Chirp! A forest sprout suddenly realized the drool in its mouth. It quickly swallowed in a panic and wiped its mouth with its little chubby hand. Then, under Fengli's control, the drop of blood flew toward the vine medicine practitioner. Seeing the drop of blood in front of it, the vine medicine practitioner showed no hesitation and directly swallowed it whole. The moment it swallowed, the blood seemed to turn into a raging flame, quickly melting into its body. The intense pain throughout its body made the vine medicine practitioner cry out in agony. It quickly rolled its body, trying to ease the pain coursing through it. At the same time, white steam constantly rose from its surface, as if its entire body was being reshaped. Woo woo! Liao Yu let out a worried cry at that moment. Don't worry, this is a normal phenomenon. Lu Zhe comforted Liao Yu. Although the current performance of the Qingtang Yaoshi was painful, Lu Zhe knew this was normal. The pain now indicated that it was continuously merging with Fengli's blood. This was a necessary step. As time passed, the blood within Qingtang Yaoshi began to gradually merge with that drop of Fengli's blood. Crack! Suddenly, a faint cracking sound was heard. Countless fine cracks instantly appeared on Qingtang Yaoshi's body. Through these cracks, countless drops of blood were seeping out. Among these scarlet drops, one could vaguely see a hint of gold. Chapter 180, The Jade-Scaled Medicine Snake. Seeing those blood droplets seeping out, a look of surprise appeared on Lu Zhe's face. However, at that moment, feeling the intense pain coming from all over its body, Qingtang Yaoshi could no longer hold back. It suddenly lifted its head and let out an agonizing howl. Roar! As this howl fell, the cracks on Qingtang Yaoshi's body widened again. The blood beads seeping from within formed lines of blood, horrific like shattered porcelain. At the same time, the aura from Qingtang Yaoshi began to decline rapidly. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe furrowed his brows, a worried expression appearing on his face. Not good. Lu Zhe silently cursed under his breath. The situation of Qingtang Yaoshi indicated only one thing. That was, Fengli's life level was too high. Even just a drop of ordinary blood was unbearable for Qingtang Yaoshi. It simply couldn't merge Fengli's blood with its own bloodline. Instead, Fengli's blood was continuously eroding its body. This was also because Lu Zhe hadn't thought things through properly. After all, Fengli had undergone the baptism of the feathered serpent god, and the blood flowing within was thin divine blood. So it was completely unconceivable for an ordinary low-level monster like Qingtang Yaoshi to bear it. Roar! At this moment, Qingtang Yaoshi howled in pain again and directly spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood spewing out was already clearly visible, shimmering with golden rays. Chirp! Seeing this scene, the three Sinyaling nearby immediately let out terrified cries. They hurriedly covered their small chubby eyes with their hands, but peered through their fingers at Qingtang Yaoshi with worry. Whoa! Even the nearby Bai Shuang became worried upon seeing Qingtang Yaoshi's appearance. At this moment, Qingtang Yaoshi felt as if hot magma was flowing throughout its body. The magma was wildly eroding its body, bringing extreme pain. Woo woo! The extreme pain left it with no strength to roar, only able to emit a desperate whimper from its throat. Yet it still used its last bit of strength to cast a pleading gaze towards Lu Zhe. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Zhe finally came up with a possible solution. The current state of Qing Tangyasher was simply because its life level was too low to withstand Feng Li's blood. But what if he could raise its life level? The evolution power he possessed just happened to be able to elevate a monster's life level. Upon thinking of this method, looking at the incredibly miserable and painful Qing Tangyasher, Lu Zhe did not hesitate at all. Although he didn't know if this method would work, it seemed there were no other options left now. He stepped forward directly, ignoring the blood on the Qing Tangyasher, and placed his hand on its head. Then, dazzling golden light burst from his palm, flowing into the body of the Qing Tangyasher like a warm tide. Lu Zhe was now using his full power to apply evolution energy to the Qing Tangyasher. As the evolution energy was injected, the condition of the Qing Tangyasher miraculously began to improve immediately. The blood flowing from the cracks on its body decreased, while the decaying aura it emitted gradually began to rise. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he began to concentrate on using evolution energy on the Qing Tangyasher. With Lu Zhe's current strength, maintaining the output of evolution energy for a certain period was not a problem at all. And as the Qing Tangyasher's condition improved, the surrounding demons also relaxed. As time passed, the cracks on the Qing Tangyasher's body were visibly healing. New scales were growing from the wounds. These scales had a warm emerald color, but faint golden patterns could be seen, as if it was a finely crafted work of art. Under the influence of the evolution energy, the terrifying destructive power of the Feng Li blood was clearly suppressed. At this moment, the Qing Tangyasher, with the aid of the evolution energy, was slowly fusing with that drop of Feng Li blood. In the end, this evolution process surprisingly lasted for a very short time. In just a few hours, it had already entered the final stage. Is it about to end? Lu Zhe thought as he sensed the current condition of the Qing Tangyasher. As time passed, the Qing Tangyasher in front of him underwent significant changes. The first change was a huge transformation in its appearance. Its once somewhat bloated body gradually became long and strong, ultimately stabilizing at an astonishing length of over 20 meters. At the same time, its head completely transformed into a majestic snake head, exuding a powerful aura. Moreover, its entire body was covered with a thick layer of green scales, and if looked closely, faint golden patterns could still be seen on the scales. It had completely turned into an incredibly large and extraordinary giant snake. However, looking at the smooth back of the Qing Tangyasher, Lu Zhe still felt a bit surprised. He had originally thought that the Qing Tangyasher would grow a pair of wings due to the Feng Li blood. But now it seemed he was overthinking. At this moment, the golden light on Lu Zhe's hand suddenly flickered. Then, he exerted all his power, and in an instant, an overwhelming evolution energy surged into the Qing Tangyasher's body. Boom! Under the impact of this evolution energy, the Qing Tangyasher completely fused with the drop of Feng Li blood. Its evolution was completely completed. Roar! Accompanied by an awe-inspiring roar, the newly born green-scaled medicine snake slowly raised its magnificent body, and its emerald-like scales shimmered with mysterious luster in the sunlight. It opened its eyes, revealing a pair of dazzling golden vertical pupils, emitting an oppressive aura that made one's heart race. Looking at the green-scaled medicine snake before him, Lu Zhe directly used his true eye. Race: green-scaled medicine snake. Quality: mid-grade heavenly tier. Strength: mid-grade earth tier. Description: a magical medicine snake, with eyes like green emeralds, covered in green scales, with faint golden medicinal patterns along the edges. The forked tongue lightly releases emerald mist. When the mist falls to the ground, it greatly enhances the growth speed of medicinal materials and increases their potency by 50%. When its tail sweeps, it scatters star-like medicinal powder, which revives withered plants and gilds the veins of leaves, amplifying the medicinal effect. This is a mutated beast that evolved due to some strange anomaly, possessing quality and strength far superior to similar beasts. Upon realizing the information about the blue-scaled medicine snake in front of him, Lu Zhe was stunned. He clearly remembered that the quality of the blue-scaled medicine snake he had seen before was low-grade in the heaven level. But now, simply because of a drop of Feng Li's blood, its quality had directly elevated by one level. However, its strength had still not changed, it remained middle-grade in the earth level. But feeling the overwhelming aura radiating from the blue-scaled medicine snake in front of him, Lu Zhe had no doubt that it could easily kill his pre-evolved self. It would be as simple as crushing an ant. Hiss. At that moment, the blue-scaled medicine snake lowered its head towards Lu Zhe, letting out a sound of gratitude and reverence. It lowered its body and affectionately rubbed against Lu Zhe. Chapter 181, Interacting with the Forest Bud Spirits. Looking at the blue-scaled medicine snake in front of him, Lu Zhe also reached out to stroke its lowered head. Its touch was cold and smooth. Then, Lu Zhe used his spiritual power and flicked the scales on the blue-scaled medicine snake's body. Dang! A crisp clashing sound came, indicating the scale's high defense. Not bad. Feeling the defensive ability of the scales, Luze spoke with some satisfaction. According to the information he originally acquired, the main ability of the blue-scaled medicine snake was still nurturing spiritual plants. Thus, its own combat ability was still not very high. But at this moment, because of Fengli's blood, Luze's blue-scaled medicine snake had obviously undergone a huge change. It not only retained its ability to nurture spiritual plants but also possessed decent combat ability. Although Luze did not plan to let it fight, having it was better than not having it at all. After observing for a while, Luze then stood up and walked towards the house. Bai Shuang immediately stood up, glanced at the blue-scaled medicine snake, and then followed Luze. As for Liaoyu and Fengli, they were quite curious about the blue-scaled medicine snake, so they stayed here to observe it. Especially Fengli. Because it used Fengli's blood, the appearance of the blue-scaled medicine snake had also changed somewhat. It roughly looked a bit like Fengli without wings and feathers. Fengli flew to the side of the blue-scaled medicine snake and curiously tapped its scales lightly with her tail. Dang! Another sound of metal clashing rang out. At the same time, facing the curious gazes of Liaoyu and Fengli, the blue-scaled medicine snake did not dare to move at all. It could sense the terrifying pressure transmitted from Fengli. This pressure was even stronger than before its evolution, making it struggle to breathe. This pressure originated from the bloodline, and absolute suppression from a higher position to a lower one. Since it evolved by absorbing Fengli's blood, she held this absolute suppression over it. While Liaoyu and Fengli were carefully observing, they occasionally mumbled and exchanged words. The blue-scaled medicine snake could only remain stiffly in its original position, daring not to move as they observed it. As for the three forest bud spirits, they were not very afraid of Liaoyu and Fengli. They also ran to the side of the blue-scaled medicine snake, curiously examining it as well. One of them even directly reached out its hand to touch the body of the blue-scaled medicine snake. Feeling the hard scales, it widened its eyes in surprise and couldn't help but gently pat it a few times. Since Fengli was also nearby, the blue-scaled medicine snake could only endure this behavior. Finally, after a long observation, Liaoyu and the others satisfied their curiosity. Then, Fengli and Liaoyu directly returned to the house. For a moment, only the blue-scaled medicine snake and the three forest bud spirits were left in the backyard. Meanwhile, because Fengli and the others had left, the green leaf insects and spirit leaf spirits in the medicinal field finally dared to crawl out. Looking at the giant beast-like azure-scaled medicinal snake before them, these green leaf insects and spirit leaf spirits all showed shocked expressions. They all lay down on the ground, expressing their submission. The azure-scaled medicinal snake looked at them, its gaze unexpectedly calm. Roar! It let out a low roar, directly making these green leaf insects and spirit leaf spirits retreat. Then, it shifted its gaze toward the nearby spirit bud. At this moment, its eyes looking at spirit bud gradually filled with pride. An uncontrollable sense of pride surged in its heart, and it deliberately flaunted its massive body, making its scales reflect dazzling light under the sunset. Feeling the surging power within, the azure-scaled medicinal snake's heart was filled with joy. But what satisfied it the most was not the improvement in combat ability. On the contrary, it didn't care much about the improvement in combat ability. What made it feel so satisfied and excited was the enhancement of its ability to cultivate spiritual plants after evolution. Now, even the aura it unconsciously emitted had a strong effect on cultivating spiritual plants. Let's see how you can compete with me now. It thought proudly, looking forward to seeing shock or envy on Spirit Bud's face. It even prepared to enjoy the look of disbelief mixed with reluctance from the other party. But the final result disappointed it, no matter how it carefully observed. The three Spirit Buds expressed nothing but curiosity and happiness. It was as if they had evolved instead. In fact, for these Spirit Buds, the azure-scaled medicinal snake's evolution was definitely a good thing. They simply loved gardening and did not feel the panic that the azure-scaled medicinal snake had about being overshadowed. On the contrary, they thought the stronger the azure-scaled medicinal snake, the better. Only then could the many spiritual plants in the backyard be better taken care of. Isn't that a good thing? Not seeing the expressions it had expected, the azure-scaled medicinal snake's previously proud expression instantly froze. At this moment, the leading Spirit Bud made an unexpected move. It walked up to the azure-scaled medicinal snake, then picked the plump fruit from its head and presented it with both hands. Looking at the fruit being offered, the azure-scaled medicinal snake clearly froze. Seeing the azure-scaled medicinal snake do nothing, the Spirit Bud raised its hands again. At this time, the other two Spirit Buds also came over, picking the fruits from their heads and offering them. In an instant, 3 fragrant golden fruits were displayed before the azure-scaled medicinal snake. Clearly, these were the gifts they had prepared for the azure-scaled medicinal snake. Seeing this scene, the azure-scaled medicinal snake hesitated for quite a while. Finally, it slowly leaned forward and opened its mouth slightly. The 3 plump fruits immediately flew into its mouth. In that instant, the rich juice burst open in its mouth. The sweet juice contained pure plant essence, making it feel completely comfortable. Seeing the azure-scaled medicinal snake accept their gift, the three spirit buds immediately beamed with happy smiles. Then, they held hands and formed a little circle, hopping and singing a blessing song. The tender singing echoed in the courtyard, with the sunset casting a golden glow around them. Looking at the happy spirit buds before it, the azure-scaled medicinal snake momentarily didn't know what to do. Thus, the tender singing in the backyard continued for quite a while before finally coming to an end. Chapter 182, Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix. On the battlefield. Lu Zhe observed the situation in the arena and calmly judged how to act next. In the center, Liaoyu was crouching low, its fiery red fur moving without wind, and the golden flames at the ends of its two fluffy tails were constantly flickering. Facing it in the air was a large bird made entirely of crystal clear ice, gracefully circling. Each feather sparkled like the purest blue crystal, refracting dazzling light under the shine. Race, Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix. Quality, middle grade of heaven stage. Strength, upper grade of earth stage. Since Lu Zhe no longer had a high demand for credits, he mostly chose to let Bai Shuang and Liaoyu participate in battles. The purpose was to let them hone their fighting skills. Liaoyu, Yao Yan. After a quick assessment of the situation, Lu Zhe commanded Liaoyu. Upon hearing, Liaoyu erupted with dazzling golden flames all around. The flames were extremely hot, causing even the air to quiver slightly from the intense heat. Then, the flames quickly coalesced into a lifelike fire dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it pounced towards the Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix in the sky. The Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix, seeing the formidable fire dragon flying toward it, immediately countered. It let out a clear cry, and with a sudden flap of its wings, countless small ice crystals erupted from its wings, rapidly converging into a stream of icy blue coldness, colliding fiercely with the incoming fire dragon. Bang! The fire dragon and the ice torrents collided wildly in the air, sparks and ice fragments scattering in all directions. After a brief stalemate, it was clear that the Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix was struggling. The icy torrent began to be suppressed, retreating continuously. Realizing that the situation was turning against it, the Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix quickly adapted. It let out another low cry. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, it transformed into a stream of icy blue light soaring into the sky. As it ascended, countless ice crystals rapidly condensed in the air, loyally following behind like guardians. Finally, the Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix hovered in the high skies, coldly gazing down at Liaoyu. Then, all the ice crystals crazily gathered towards it, forming a giant icy crystal meteor. Accompanied by a sharp cry, the meteor suddenly slammed down toward Liaoyu below. The meteor fell with incredible speed, creating a sharp sound of air breaking. Seeing the meteor in the sky, Liaoyu did not hesitate to shift the fire pillar towards the meteor. Bang! Another loud impact resounded. The fire pillar struck fiercely against the meteor, causing cracks to gradually appear on its surface, and its descent slowed down. However, the multitude of ice crystals furiously rushed towards the meteor, quickly repairing the cracks on its surface. In the end, the meteor maintained its perfect form, hurtling down toward Liaoyu. Seeing that his attack had little effect, Lu Zhe decisively instructed Liaoyu to change tactics. Previously, due to its insufficient strength, Liaoyu couldn't keep up with the intense battle. So, Lu Zhe had always allowed Liaoyu and the others to act freely during the fight, while he only observed from the sidelines. But now it was different. In terms of strength, Lu Zhe was even stronger than Liaoyu. So, he clearly saw everything happening in the arena. Liaoyu stopped gathering the fire pillar, but the flames burning around it became even more intense. As the meteor plummeted, just when it was about to hit Liaoyu, it suddenly moved. Its flames quivered tremendously, finally condensing all power into its two tails. In an instant, two enormous fiery tails danced wildly behind Liaoyu. Then, Liaoyu looked at the ice crystal meteor above, and without hesitation, swung its tail. Whoosh! The fiery long tail swept through the air with a ripping sound, striking fiercely at the surface of the meteor. Bang! With this blow, the meteor shattered, revealing the Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix wrapped inside. Then, under the terrified gaze of the Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix, it was directly sent flying by the terrifying force of the fiery long tail. Screech! The Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix let out a painful wail. Golden flames raged wildly on its crystal-like feathers, melting the ice wherever it passed, leaving behind trails of charred marks. The Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix was forcefully knocked away, but it managed to stretch out its wings just in time to stabilize its body. The first thing it did after stopping was to think of ways to extinguish the golden flames on its body. Eventually, the flames on its body were completely extinguished by the cold current. However, its originally magnificent ice feathers were now tattered, with many parts showing burnt marks. Looking at its miserable appearance, a trace of anger flashed in the eyes of the Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix. As a creature of noble blood, how could it end up in such a disgraceful state? This was simply unforgivable. Then, it directly charged angrily towards Liao Yu. At the same time, the ice crystals around it began to condense again, radiating limitless momentum. As it approached Liao Yu, these ice crystals suddenly formed sharp ice spikes, thrusting towards Liao Yu fiercely. However, just then, it suddenly locked eyes with Liao Yu. Liao Yu's eyes were like a golden whirlpool, making its spirit momentarily dazed. At the same time, the ice spikes that were about to hit Liao Yu shattered due to its distraction. In this moment, the whole body of the Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix was completely exposed defenselessly in front of Liao Yu. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe smiled and said, "Liao Yu, give it the final blow." Solar Flame Claw Strike. Liao Yu's front paw suddenly lunged out, the tips gathering highly compressed golden flames, striking fiercely at the Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix's chest with the power to tear everything apart. Hiss. The flames clashed violently with the cold ice, producing a sound that was painful to the ears. The Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix let out a wretched cry and was knocked away once more. This time it failed to stabilize its body and crashed heavily to the ground. At this moment, there were several deep claw marks on its chest, visible to the bone. As the blue blood began to flow from the wound, it was burned clean by the terrifying heat, turning into a pile of white mist. The Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix lay on the ground, weakly flapping its wings but unable to take off, only able to emit a painful wail. Its owner, a girl with an ordinary appearance, rushed over with a pale face upon seeing this. The girl's power was completely inferior to Lu Zhe's, so she was not clear about everything that had just happened. In her eyes, everything happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, her Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix was knocked away. Then it turned into the miserable sight of now. In contrast, Lu Zhe was smiling, looking at Liao Yu, who returned. "You did really well." Lu Zhe smiled and rubbed Liao Yu's head heavily. Liao Yu comfortably squinted its eyes. Chapter 183, Mature Demonic Plants. At this moment, opposite Lu Zhe, the girl looked at the Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix lying on the ground with heartache and directly took it into her body. Then she ran straight towards the departing exit. After resting for a moment, Lu Zhe continued to match for the next battle. Of course, he still chose to let Liao Yu take the stage. Thus, a day soon passed. When Lu Zhe rode on Feng Li back to his manor, the sky had completely darkened. But the manor was brightly lit at this moment. At the door of the house, Lu Zhe had just approached when the large door suddenly swung open. Then, a giant white wolf's head poked out from inside the door. It was Bai Shuang. Lu Zhe walked into the house and casually reached out to pat Bai Shuang's drooping head. Today was mainly to let Liao Yu participate in the battle, so Bai Shuang did not go alone. Instead, it stayed in the garden. Lu Zhe walked over to the sofa and sat down directly. So comfortable. Lying back on the sofa, Lu Zhe said contentedly. Then, Lu Zhe also reached out to let Liao Yu come out. After a whole day of fighting, Liao Yu felt a bit tired now. But its expression was full of excitement. For Liao Yu, every victory in battle made it feel extremely thrilled. Ing. Thinking of today's achievements, Liao Yu proudly straightened up. It gently wagged its tail behind it and looked at Lu Zhe with an expectant expression. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe smiled and reached out his hand toward it. Liao Yu obediently lowered its head, allowing Lu Zhe's hand to easily rest on its head. "You did really great today, keep it up in the future." Hearing Lu Zhe's praise, Liao Yu's tail wagged even more excitedly. At this time, Feng Li also flew over, making chirping sounds at Liao Yu, continuously praising how well Liao Yu performed today. Watching Liao Yu and Feng Li start to play around, Lu Zhe lay back down on the sofa. He planned to sit for a while first, then go give Bai Shuang and the others a bath. Although Bai Shuang and the others didn't really need a bath now, as they could maintain their cleanliness with spiritual power. But whether it was Bai Shuang, Liao Yu, or Feng Li, they all needed Lu Zhe to bathe them almost every day. Even missing one day would not work. Because when Lu Zhe bathed them, he would specifically use evolutionary power to give them massages. Lu Zhe looked at the remote control on the coffee table and reached out. The remote control immediately flew into his hand. Then, Lu Zhe turned on the TV in front of him. In fact, Lu Zhe didn't really want to watch TV, he just simply wanted to hear some noise. Lu Zhe closed his eyes and played with Bai Shuang's fur, occasionally opening his eyes to look at the TV. Liao Yu and Feng Li played gently in the living room. Bai Shuang lay by the sofa, watching TV while letting Lu Zhe play with its fur. Bang bang! Suddenly, Lu Zhe heard a knocking sound. Listening carefully, he realized the sound came from the door in the backyard. "Liao Yu, go open the door," Lu Zhe said to Liao Yu, already guessing who was knocking. "Ing." Liao Yu replied and then walked toward the door, with Feng Li following beside it. When the door was opened, Liao Yu saw Xinye Ling, who was raising one hand to knock. "Ing? What's the matter?" Liao Yu asked Xinye Ling. Seeing Liao Yu in front of it, Xinye Ling immediately put down its hand. Then it happily waved its hand behind it. Liao Yu and Feng Li looked in that direction and saw two more Sinyaling approaching, each holding a handful of fruits in their little hands. Although they said it was a handful, because their hands were too short, it was only 2 or 3. These fruits had some silver-white patterns on them, emitting a faint glow in the darkness. At the same time, a Bailinyao snake was also following behind these two Sinyaling. It was twisting several vines around a large pile of fruits with the same silver-white patterns. What's going on? Lu Zhe then approached with Bai Shuang. When the spirit of the forest saw Lu Zhe, it became even happier. It quickly picked up a fruit and ran towards Lu Zhe. It held the fruit with both hands and offered it to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe looked down at the fruit handed to him and recognized it as a star fruit. This is a star fruit. Have the star pattern trees already grown? Lu Zhe took the star fruit and walked a few steps outside the door. Then, he turned to look in the direction of the fruit trees he had planted. Over there, many tall trees stood upright. These trees were of 2 kinds. One kind had fruits covered in silver patterns growing on their branches. These were the star fruits. The other type of tree had branches bearing some fiery red fruits. Noticing Lu Zhe's movement, the spirit of the forest immediately pointed to the trees and began to excitedly explain. Through Liao Yu's translation, Lu Zhe understood what it meant. The gist was that those star pattern trees had now grown well and could bear star fruits. As for the fire essence trees, they still needed some time. So fast? According to Lu Zhe's information, both the star pattern trees and fire essence trees generally took years to mature. Just recently, these fruit trees had not been in a ripe state. He never expected that in such a short time, they would change so much. It seemed that after Bai Lin Yao's breakthrough, its ability to cultivate spiritual plants had indeed improved greatly. Then, Lu Zhe brought the star fruit to his mouth and took a bite. Lu Zhe closed his eyes, starting to feel the fruit's flesh in his mouth. In the end, he drew his own conclusion. The effect of this star fruit was good, but it was still weaker than the ones he had eaten in the secret realm. But this was normal, after all, the star pattern trees in the secret realm were earth-tier spirit plants. And the star pattern trees in Lu Zhe's backyard, although they could now bear fruit, were just planted not long ago, making them mere mortal-tier spirit plants. The fruits they bore were definitely not as effective. Seeing Lu Zhe finish the fruit, the 3 spirits beside him immediately cheered. Well done. Lu Zhe pinched the little face of the forest spirit and said to them. Then, he also looked at Bai Lin Yaoshi nearby. Because Feng Li was standing close, Bai Lin Yaoshi's body was a bit stiff at the moment. Next, Lu Zhe put away the star fruits that Bai Lin Yaoshi and the forest spirits brought and took them into the house. Chapter 184, Transformation of the Residence. Lu Zhe used spiritual power to lift the star fruits into a room on the 1st floor. This room was specially modified by him to store those spiritual items. The moment he pushed open the door, rich spiritual power surged like warm tides, invigorating him. Inside the room, all kinds of spiritual items were neatly stacked. Among them were many extremely precious spiritual items. These were mainly brought by Lu Zhe from the previous secret realm. Lu Zhe manipulated the star fruits with his spiritual power and organized them into a corner of the room. After sorting, Lu Zhe took some out, preparing to share with Bai Shuang and the others. When he came out, Lu Zhe directly handed a star fruit to Bai Shuang, who was guarding the door. As for Feng Li and Liao Yu, they were still at the gate in the backyard. Lu Zhe looked up and saw they were excitedly chatting with the forest spirits. As for the azure-scaled medicine snake, it remained rigidly by the side, looking as if it wanted to leave but dared not to. Lu Zhe walked over and gently patted the azure-scaled medicine snake. You can go back now. The azure-scaled medicine snake seemed to receive a pardon, nodding heavily before swiftly crawling back into the medicinal field. Then, Lu Zhe looked at Liao Yu and Feng Li. Alright, it's already late. Let's head back and prepare for a bath. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's words, Liao Yu and Feng Li's eyes brightened at the same time. Bai Shuang, who had been accompanying Lu Zhe all along, immediately turned and walked gracefully toward the bathroom. Liao Yu and Feng Li quickly followed, completely ignoring Xinye Ling, who was still engaged in conversation. Ha! Watching Liao Yu and the others leave suddenly, the 3 Xinye Ling scratched their heads in confusion. However, they soon tossed their confusion aside. They turned their expectant gazes toward Lu Zhe, as if waiting for praise. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe squatted down and placed his hand on one of the Xinye Ling's heads. Then, golden light began to emanate from his palm. The power of evolution was infused into the body of the Xinye Ling. Chirp! The Xinye Ling that received the power of evolution made a comfortable sound, relaxing its entire body. When Lu Zhe removed his hand, it even slumped down, sitting on the ground. This fall quickly brought it back to reality. It hurriedly patted its head shyly and then stood up. Next, Lu Zhe continued to use the power of evolution on the other 2 Xinye Ling as well. With Lu Zhe's current strength, he could now use the power of evolution for a longer duration at once. And through such extensive exploration, he had also discovered a problem with the power of evolution. That is, the same beast could only bear a certain amount of evolution power within a short period. Once it reached a certain threshold, if he continued to apply it, there would be no other effect apart from healing. Lu Zhe felt puzzled and confused about this. Because clearly, Fonli, with the help of the winged serpent god, could have been infused with a massive amount of evolution power directly before. However, Lu Zhe didn't delve deeper into this. And because of this, aside from his own supernatural beasts, Lu Zhe would occasionally use the power of evolution on the Senya Ling and the azure-scaled medicine snake as well. Of course, the number of times was definitely not as frequent as with Bai Shuang and the others. Chirp! The last Senya Ling, after Lu Zhe's hand moved away, also sat down on the ground with a plop. Alright, it's already late. You should go back and rest. Lu Zhe smiled and patted their little heads. Then, the three Senya Ling, after rubbing against Lu Zhe, held hands and hopped toward the medicinal field. With Lu Zhe's help, these three Senya Ling had long since built a dwelling next to the medicinal field. This dwelling was a delicate little house made of wood. The three Senya Ling reached the front of their little house hand in hand. That exquisite wooden house stood on the edge of the medicinal field, surrounded by various flowers and plants they had planted themselves. Just as they reached the side of the house, the azure-scaled medicine snake suddenly appeared before them. Under the light of the moon, the large body of the azure-scaled medicine snake cast a huge shadow. The shadow directly enveloped the three Senya Ling. However, the Senya Ling showed no signs of fear. On the contrary, they smiled and greeted the azure-scaled medicine snake. Roar! The azure-scaled medicine snake in front of them let out a low growl, inquiring when the house would be renovated. Because the little house of the Senya Ling had been built when they first arrived. After experiencing such a long time, the three forest sprouts have significantly improved their strength. Correspondingly, their size has also grown considerably. At first, their height wasn't even half a meter, so the house wasn't very big. But for them now, this small house seems a bit cramped. Therefore, they plan to renovate the house and expand its area. Considering their own inconvenience, they decisively invited their friend to help. Yes, for the forest sprouts, the azure-scaled medicinal snake has already become a friend. After hearing this request from the forest sprouts, the azure-scaled medicinal snake hesitated for a moment and gladly agreed. Initially, the actions of the forest sprouts after its evolution had made it abandon the idea of competing. Once it gave up this competitive thought, it grew fonder of being with the forest sprouts. For the azure-scaled medicinal snake, Lu Zhe is its master, while Bai Shuang and the others are Lu Zhe's beasts. Naturally, they cannot be treated as equals. As for the green leaf bugs and spirit leafers, their attitude toward the azure-scaled medicinal snake is the same as how the azure-scaled medicinal snake treats Lu Zhe. So for a long time, it has had no friends. But the forest sprouts are different, they can treat each other equally. Upon hearing the azure-scaled medicinal snake's words, the leading forest sprout hesitated for a moment and expressed with a lively call that work can start tomorrow. After hearing this, the azure-scaled medicinal snake nodded and then returned to the medicinal field. The three forest sprouts then pushed open their small wooden door and returned to their little house. Inside the deepest part of the house, three hammocks woven from vines and tender leaves are gently swaying. As for the other parts of the room, they are decorated with various flowers and leaves they collected. Due to their change in size, they need to exert a bit of effort to climb onto their hammocks. When the last forest sprout finally settled into its hammock, they exchanged good nights with each other. Then, they contentedly closed their eyes and drifted into dreams with the fresh scent of the medicinal field. Chapter 185, The New House. The next day. Lu Zhe opened his somewhat sleepy eyes and slowly sat up, stretching his body. A familiar cool touch at his neck made him look down and find Fonli coiled around him. Its small head rested on his shoulder, clearly in a deep sleep. Seeing this, Lu Zhe smiled and gently removed the little creature. After placing Fonli on the bed and covering it with a specially made small blanket, Lu Zhe left the bedroom. Once out of the bedroom, Lu Zhe saw two giant beasts of different colors curled up at the door. It was Bai Shuang and Liao Yu. Now that they are so large, the bedroom can no longer accommodate them. However, since they are unwilling to return to Lu Zhe's body, they simply lay at the bedroom door. Noticing Lu Zhe coming out, Bai Shuang and Liao Yu opened their eyes almost at the same time. They no longer need to sleep to regain energy, so most of the time, they just rest with their eyes closed. Seeing Bai Shuang and the others open their eyes, Lu Zhe reached out and gently patted their fluffy heads. Then, he walked around them and continued forward. Soon, Lu Zhe arrived in the living room on the first floor. After pouring himself a cup of warm water, Lu Zhe carried the cup towards the backyard. Upon entering the backyard, a rich medicinal fragrance mixed with strong spiritual energy enveloped him, causing his spirit to lift. The slight fatigue from just waking up completely faded away. Lu Zhe picked up the cup in his hand and drank the warm water in one go. This kind of life is truly comfortable. After drinking, Lu Zhe sighed, feeling an immense sense of ease and comfort in his heart. Lu Zhe was quite satisfied with his current life. There was nothing to worry about. Every day, he just followed his heart to do whatever he wanted. Moreover, he did not feel lonely. One could say that his current life fully met his expectations. As for power, Lu Zhe did not have too much desire for it. Because he believed that the purpose of pursuing power was to make one's life better. Or to maintain the good life he had now. Lu Zhe was already very satisfied with his life, and his power was also quite strong, growing at a high speed. If he had to say there was something that worried him a bit, it was only the agreement with the feathered serpent god. 50 years for Feng to break through to the next level. Lu Zhe was quite confident about this matter, so he was not very worried. After his sigh, Lu Zhe turned his gaze towards the medicinal field. Now, besides the Bailin medicine snake, there were many green leaf bugs and spirit leaf spirits. There were even a few spirit leaf spirits that had evolved into green vine medicine spirits. With the addition of the forest bud spirits, the area of the medicinal field had expanded quite a bit. The medicinal herbs planted in the field were also abundant, ranging from the first level to the third level. Of course, the third level had just been bought by Lu Zhe not long ago. Suddenly, Lu Zhe saw the large Bailin medicine snake doing something beside the medicinal field. He saw that 3 forest bud spirits were standing in front of their little house. One of the forest bud spirits pointed at the house and said something seriously to the Bailin medicine snake. It was expressing its plans for the house. The Bailin medicine snake listened carefully, nodding continuously to show that it understood. At the same time, the other 2 forest bud spirits joined in. They all expressed their respective thoughts, and as time passed, their excitement grew. Eventually, they began to dance with joy, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. As if they could already see their dream house. However, the Bailin medicine snake showed a troubled expression at this moment, for the 3 forest bud spirits had different requests, some even conflicting. Watching the forest bud spirits argue among themselves, the Bailin medicine snake directly suggested, "Why don't you all live separately?" However, upon hearing this, the arguing forest bud spirits suddenly stopped, then spoke in unison to express their refusal. But although they expressed their rejection, they eventually unified their opinions and gave their final thoughts. Once they determined their ideas, the Bailin medicine snake began to prepare to take action. It first selected a piece of empty land beside the original little house, then lightly slapped the ground with its tail. In the next moment, tiny tender sprouts suddenly emerged from the originally flat land. These sprouts grew and intertwined at a visible speed, quickly constructing an intricate wooden house frame under the Bailin medicine snake's control. Seeing this magical scene, the forest bud spirits watching nearby happily clapped their chubby little hands. Hearing the excited and shocked voices of the forest bud spirits, a proud expression appeared on the Bailin medicine snake's face. Then, it continued to manipulate the wooden house in front of it and made specific decorations. Not long after, a brand new little house filled with childlike wonder was built. Roar! Let's go in and see what else needs improvement. The green-scaled medicine snake said to Sin Yeling beside it. But the 3 Sin Yelings seemed not to hear its words, their eyes shone brightly as they looked at the house in front of them. Then, they couldn't wait to rush into their new home, and cheerful cheers immediately burst forth from inside the house. The green-scaled medicine snake watched this scene, its eyes showing rare gentleness. In the distance, Lu Zhe witnessed everything that had just happened. He knew that due to the Sen Yeling's increased size, their house was becoming a bit unsuitable. In fact, he had already prepared to remodel their house in a few days. But now it seemed unnecessary. However, what satisfied Lu Zhe was that the green-scaled medicine snake and the Sen Yeling seemed to be getting along very well now. After looking for a bit, Lu Zhe withdrew his gaze and returned to the house. When he got back to the living room, Bai Shuang and Liao Yu were already squatting there. At this moment, they looked at him with eager eyes. Lu Zhe understood their meaning and walked over to them, smiling as he patted them. "All right, I'll make dinner right away." Then, Lu Zhe quickly finished washing up and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Soon, with Lu Zhe's movements, the sizzling sound of frying meat and rich aroma wafted through the air. Bai Shuang and Liao Yu squatted at the kitchen door, watching intently inside. Droplets of sparkling saliva even dripped from the corners of their mouths. Because of their size, they couldn't fit inside the kitchen and could only silently watch from outside. Chapter 186, The End of Term Competition. With the improvement of strength and cultivation level, Lu Zhe's cooking skills had greatly improved. At this moment, in Lu Zhe's bedroom, Feng Li was still lying in bed, fast asleep, but its appearance had changed greatly from when Lu Zhe left. The small blue blanket that was originally covering it had somehow fallen to the floor. It sprawled across the bed, with its little wings fully spread. A droplet of sparkling saliva hung from the corner of its mouth, clearly indicating that it was in a deep, sweet sleep. Suddenly, Feng Li's head moved slightly, its nostrils twitching as if it had caught a whiff of some tempting scent. Then, it groggily opened its eyes, once it confirmed that the scent wafting through the air was indeed the aroma of food. The sleepiness in Feng Li's eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a spark of excitement. It sprang up from the bed with astonishing speed and flew straight out of the bedroom. In the blink of an eye, it had dashed from the bedroom to the kitchen on the first floor. Its speed was so fast that Bai Shuang and Liaoyu, guarding the kitchen door, only saw a fleeting green shadow. Once Fengli reached the kitchen, it wrapped itself around Lu Zei's neck. Looking at the delicious food being prepared below, Fengli's mouth opened slightly, as if saliva was about to drip down. Seeing this scene, Lu Zei smiled and reached out to lift its chin. Eee. Only then did Fengli respond, hurriedly making a slurping sound. Then, it buried its little head into Lu Zei's collar, trying to avoid seeing the delicious food below. At the door, Bai Shuang and Liaoyu saw Fengli go in and both showed expressions of envy. They envied Fengli for its current size, which allowed it to move freely everywhere. In Bai Shuang's eyes, besides envy, there was a hint of nostalgia. Thinking back to the past. When he was still young, Lu Zei was in the kitchen cooking, wanting to do the same as Fengli today, squatting beside and watching. Sometimes, he even took the chance to sneak a bite when Lu Zei wasn't paying attention. How good those times were. Under the gaze of three beast spirits, Lu Zei quickly finished preparing breakfast. There weren't many types of breakfast, but the quantity was large. After all, whether it was the largest Bai Shuang or the smallest Fengli, they all had huge appetites. Although their main purpose wasn't to eat to their fill, too little food would definitely not be satisfying. After distributing the breakfast, Bai Shuang and the others looked eagerly at the food on their plates. But even so, they didn't start eating right away and instead waited for Lu Zei. Eat up. Lu Zei smiled and said to them. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuang and the others immediately couldn't wait to start eating, and Lu Zei began to eat the noodles in front of him. These noodles were specially made for Lu Zei because Bai Shuang and the others didn't like to eat them. But don't underestimate this bowl of noodles. To make it, Lu Zei had specially transplanted some spirit wheat from his medicinal field. Soon, this breakfast was finished. After breakfast, Lu Zei walked contentedly towards the sofa. As for washing the dishes, he left that to Bai Shuang and the others. Once he sat on the sofa, Lu Zei began to ponder about future matters. Now, Lu Zei had been at Mirror Lake University for several months, and the first semester was nearing its end. Currently, what interested Lu Zei the most was the upcoming final competition. Lu Zei remembered one of his academic tasks. 5. Achieve a ranking in the top 100 in at least one semester-end competition, not mandatory. Note, completing this task can earn lots of credits, and the higher the ranking, the more credits obtained. This task was optional, not obligatory to complete. At the beginning of the semester, considering his own strength, Lu Zei had truly planned not to complete this task. But now, it was different. Now Lu Zei believed that even without letting Fengli take the stage, he could still achieve a top 100 result in the competition just with Bai Shuang and Liaoyu. Although he didn't lack credits now, who doesn't want more credits? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, there was only about half a month left until the semester-end competition. During this time, many courses had gradually held their final exams. For example, today, Lu Zei had just completed the final exam for the Beast Battle course. This is ridiculous, how did your strength improve so quickly? In the training ground, Zhao Xingye couldn't help but say to Lu Zei. His tone was filled with shock and disbelief. The final exam for this course was simple, each person had to battle the teacher, Gao Wenxuan, to showcase how much they had progressed over the semester. Of course, as a practical course, there were restrictions on participating in the final exam. One had to attend at least more than half of the classes, that is, maintain more than half attendance. Lu Zei just happened to meet this requirement. Because since he returned from the secret realm, he had basically not attended classes. Furthermore, he had also missed several classes due to other matters, and thus barely met this requirement. In response to Zhao Xingye's words, Lu Zei simply smiled and didn't speak. He had always let Bai Shuang participate in this course, so Zhao Xingye and the others only understood Bai Shuang's strength. If they knew about Feng Li's current strength, it will definitely be more shocking than now. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Zhao Xingye skipped the topic and turned to other matters. By the way, are you planning to participate in the final competition? The final competition is not mandatory, but generally no one gives it up. Of course I will participate. Lu Zei smiled and said confidently. Hearing this answer, Zhao Xingye felt a bit emotional. I really hope I don't run into you in the competition, I'm aiming for the top 100. Actually, getting into the top 100 in the competition is very difficult, but Lu Zei believes Zhao Xingye has that ability. After all, Lu Zei feels that Zhao Xingye's current strength definitely places him among the top among freshmen. So if I do run into you, should I let you win a bit? Lu Zei joked. Hearing this, Zhao Xingye decisively shook his head. Forget it, I'm not at that level yet. After that, Lu Zei and Zhao Xingye chatted for a few more minutes before parting ways. When he returned to the mansion, a call suddenly came in. Lu Zei took out his phone and saw it was a call from Lin Qingyu. Chapter 187, Greedy Fengli. Seeing Lin Xingyu's call, Lu Zhe quickly answered. During his time at Mirror Lake University, Lu Zhe had always kept in touch with Lin Xingyu. So this time, when Lin Xingyu called, Lu Zhe wasn't surprised. "Hello, Sister Lin, what's the matter?" On the other end of the line, Lin Xingyu's voice came through. "It's nothing big, but she just called me to say she would be on break soon. So I came to ask if you should be about the same, right?" Hearing Lin Xingyu say this, Lu Zhe smiled and replied. "Yeah, I will also be on break in about half a month. Will you come back then?" Lin Xingyu was sitting behind the front desk of Qingyu Pavilion, asking Lu Zhe. "Of course." Lu Zhe answered without hesitation. Although Mirror Lake University has very loose management over students and he could stay at school indefinitely. But Lu Zhe didn't intend to stay at school and not return home during the break. If it were the old Lu Zhe, he might have stayed at school the whole time. After all, back then he was all alone and had no reason to go back. But now it's different. On the other end of the line, hearing Lu Zhe's response, Lin Xingyu's tone became much lighter. Then, after chatting with Lin Xingyu for a few more minutes, Lu Zhe hung up the phone. In the following days, Lu Zhe participated in various final exams for courses. Not all courses require certain conditions to participate in the final exams, like combat classes against monster beasts. Those theoretical courses do not have too many requirements for students to participate in the exams. As long as you want to participate, you can. Because of this, even though Lu Zhe didn't select many courses, he still directly participated in a lot of final exams. His purpose was not just to earn credits. In fact, for him now, passing the exams just for a few credits didn't mean much. His main goal was to complete his academic tasks. Among Lu Zhe's academic tasks, there is one item. 4. Pass the final assessment of any 5 courses necessary. As his cultivation level increased, even though Lu Zhe didn't attend classes, he already had the ability to pass these exams. So, Lu Zhe easily completed this part of his academic tasks. Soon, the time came for the semester-end competition. The semester-end competition only takes place between freshmen to seniors and is independent of each other. So, the competitions for each grade are held in different places. All information about the competition, including the specific location, participating times, and ranking rewards, is available. Students can check this information on their student accounts. Lu Zhe sat in front of the computer and logged into his account to check the relevant information. The exact start time of the competition is in 3 days, but the information has already been released early. Lu Zhe's first match is also in 3 days, on the same day as the competition. As a top university, the venue for the competition at Mirror Lake University cannot be ordinary. The competition area is equipped with spatial expansion technology, perfectly accommodating all participants for battle. At the same time, the school will broadcast all battle scenes. This is just like when Lu Zhe entered the secret realm during his college entrance exam. 3 days later, Lu Zhe played with the Winli wrapped around his hand, secretly pondering the competition. If he wanted to, he could definitely win the championship of this competition. This is without a doubt. Lu Zhe does not believe there is anyone among the first-year students whose demon could be stronger than Winli. But the question is, should Lu Zhe let Winli participate in the battle? Because Winli's current strength is astonishing, once exposed, it would definitely cause a big stir. After all, most graduates of Mirror Lake University only have a heavenly class demon. Yet here is Lu Zhe, a first-year student, already possessing a heavenly class demon. Not to mention, Winli's current strength can barely match spirit class beasts. After much thought, Lu Zhe finally decided to let Winli take the stage. There are 2 reasons. First, having some fame is not a bad thing. On the contrary, if he gains some recognition, everything will surely become easier. The second reason is that he already has a reasonable explanation for Winli's situation. Besides, President Yi Hanzhou is also aware of this. So Lu Zhe feels completely at ease, letting Winli take the stage should be no problem. Thinking of this, Lu Zhe had already made up his mind. Just as Lu Zhe was deep in thought, Winli, who had been wrapped around Lu Zhe's hand, suddenly moved. Its small head turned slightly before shifting its gaze to a bowl on the desk filled with candy. It slightly opened its mouth and discreetly sucked several candies into its mouth while Lu Zhe wasn't looking. Then it quickly buried its little head to chew rapidly where Lu Zhe couldn't see. When Lu Zhe came back to his senses, he naturally noticed the nearly empty bowl. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe showed a somewhat helpless expression. For some reason, Winli was extraordinarily greedy, hardly stopping eating all day long. And all of Lu Zhe's snacks were basically made by himself. Because of this, all the snacks not only had a good effect on cultivation but also tasted great. Bai Shuang and Liao Yu also loved to eat them, but they certainly didn't eat non-stop like Winli. However, Lu Zhe didn't blame Winli for this. He just gently patted Winli and then took out a jar of candy from the cabinet. "Eat up," Lu Zhe said with affection to Winli. Seeing the bowl full of candy, Win Li's eyes brightened, and then it opened up without hesitation to eat. At the same time, it didn't forget Lu Zhe and directly handed a piece of candy to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe opened his mouth and ate it, then continued to look for information about the competition. Since it was a competition held by the school, the rewards for this contest were, of course, very generous. The champion's reward was 30,000 credits and 10 selected third-tier spirit objects. In addition, there was one most precious reward. That was the opportunity to enter any Blessed Land-type secret realm. The Blessed Land-type secret realm means that the environment inside this secret realm greatly aids the cultivation of demon beasts. Common demon beasts that stay inside for a day can gain more than several months of cultivation outside. Because of this, Blessed Land-type secret realms are extremely precious. From what Lu Zhe understood, if one wanted to stay in such a secret realm for a day, it would cost a full 10,000 credits. And the champion's reward allowed for a full month of time inside this secret realm. This reward could not be considered anything but lavish. Chapter 188, The Sea-Encased Mysterious Turtle. Soon, the day of the competition had officially arrived. There was no opening ceremony for the competition, and it just started directly. All participating students had to arrive at the competition venue ahead of time. If they did not arrive within the specified time, the system would automatically declare a loss in the competition. At this moment, Lu Zhe had already arrived at the competition venue. It was a magnificent circular building specifically designed for holding such large-scale competitions. At the entrance of the building, many people were already walking inside. These were all students participating in the competition. Following the crowd inside, Lu Zhe checked his account and saw his room number. It was room 16 on the 7th floor. The rules for the duels were simple: as long as they reached the specified time, they could go to the duel venue through the corresponding device in their room. If they wanted to observe, they could either choose specific duels to watch from within the room, or they could log into their student account from anywhere to watch. Due to the large number of students, not every fight was worth the school specifically broadcasting it. Only fights competing for the top 100 could qualify to be held in the center arena of the building. At that time, all students could watch the competition from the spectator seats. Unlike now, where they could only watch through video. Quickly, Lu Zhe arrived at room 16 on the 7th floor. The room was not large, only having a simple seat and a table. On the table, there was a wristband. This wristband was what helped Lu Zhe enter the arena, and it was a type of spirit object. Lu Zhe sat down in his seat and began quietly waiting for the competition to start. Suddenly, Lu Zhe's phone received a message. It was from Zhao Xingye. Lu Zhe, what is your duel number? By entering the corresponding duel number on the student account, one could watch the live broadcast of the corresponding match. Since Zhao Xingye did not have a match today, he did not come but stayed at his residence instead. Lu Zhe glanced at his duel number and then sent it to Zhao Xingye. The other side quickly replied with an OK emoji. Then, Lu Zhe set down his phone and began waiting once more. Soon, it was time for the competition to begin. With a sudden alert sound in the room, Lu Zhe's phone vibrated. The competition has officially begun. Please all participants wear your wristbands within 3 minutes and enter the duel arena. The competition has officially begun. Please all participants wear your wristbands within 3 minutes and enter the duel arena. Lu Zhe had already put on the wristband. He found the button on the wristband and decisively pressed it. The next moment, Lu Zhe only felt darkness enveloping him. When the light returned, he discovered he had arrived in another space. This space was an empty arena, surrounded by endless dark void. On the other side of the arena stood a boy, his opponent. Please both sides prepare, the match will officially start in 10 seconds. At the same time, the voice of the electronic referee echoed out of nowhere. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Zhe and the boy opposite summoned their own mythical beasts. Lu Zhe summoned a creature called Bai Shuang, while the boy summoned a huge blue turtle. Its shell was covered in deep blue mysterious patterns, and its limbs were extremely thick. Race, Songhai Xian Gui. Strength, mid-earth rank. Quality, upper earth rank. As soon as the boy saw Bai Shuang, his originally calm expression instantly turned ugly. Could I be this unlucky? The boy silently complained, his gaze showing intense seriousness. From the aura emanating unconsciously from Bai Shuang, it was definitely much stronger than his Songhai Xian Gui. It seemed his chances were slim. Now, he could only hope for his mythical beast's strong defense. As the 10-second countdown ended, both sides immediately sprang into action. First was Songhai Xian Gui, retracting its head and limbs quickly into its shell. At the same time, the surface of the shell began to ripple with layers of water-blue waves, each ripple containing pure water elemental energy. Keep going, don't stop. The boy said nervously to himself. These defensive ripples were Songhai Xian Gui's life-saving skill, each added layer increased its defense. Soon, nearly 100 layers of ripples had already built up on the shell. The number of ripples was still rapidly increasing. Seeing this scene, Bai Shuang instead chose not to attack immediately, but watched with keen interest. Song Haishian Gui continued to stack ripples until reaching about 300 layers, stopping only when it reached its limit. Ha! Song Haishian Gui, tucked inside the shell, could not help but gasp for air. Maintaining hundreds of layers of ripples was not easy. Now, it had exhausted all its energy here. Seeing that Song Haishian Gui had stopped stacking defenses, Bai Shuang finally moved. She made no extra movements, simply slightly opening her mouth. Then, an astonishing chill with an extremely low temperature continuously emanated from her mouth. Boom! The next moment, a concentrated ice blue breath surged violently toward Song Haishian Gui. In the blink of an eye, the breath struck Song Haishian Gui. The hundreds of layers of water blue ripples shattered instantly upon contact with the breath. They did not offer even a bit of resistance. Bang! Song Haishian Gui was sent flying by the force of the breath. The power of the breath was tremendous, even propelling it toward the dark void at the edge of the arena. Gee! Seeing this, the boy immediately shouted in panic. Outside the arena was the dark void. If his Song Haishian Gui fell in, it would definitely be doomed. Fortunately, just when Song Haishian Gui was about to fly off the arena, the edge of the arena suddenly extended outwards. In the end, Song Haishian Gui landed heavily on the arena, and its shell was now covered with numerous cracks. It looked as if it would shatter at any moment. Song Haishian Gui now had its eyes tightly shut, clearly having lost consciousness. However, seeing this scene, the boy let out a sigh of relief. After all, he had just thought his Song Haishian Gui was about to fall into the void. As for losing this match, he didn't care much. After all, it's not just one match, he could win back in the next one. Chapter 189, The Healing Ability of the Aomori Phoenix. Meanwhile, just as the Song Haishian Gui fainted, the silent electronic voice sounded again. Is there any Yukai that still needs to fight? Hearing this question, the boy shook his head without hesitation. No. Song Haishian Gui was already his strongest Yukai, and it hadn't even resisted a single attack from the opponent. So there was no need to continue. As soon as the boy's refusal echoed, Lu Zhe noticed the entire arena space starting to shatter like a mirror. Seeing this, Lu Zhe hurriedly stored Bai Shuang inside himself, and then the scene before his eyes twisted. When he regained his senses, Lu Zhe found himself back in the previous room. Pretty amazing. Lu Zhe glanced at the bracelet on his wrist, curious about how it worked. Buzz buzz. At that moment, Lu Zhe's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Zhao Xingye. Lu Zhe, impressive. You ended the battle so easily. It's okay. After a simple recovery, Lu Zhe logged into his account to check the subsequent match information. Name, Lu Zhe. Student ID, 658496577. Number of matches, 1 wins 0 losses. Next match time, 3 hours later. The school system would arrange the next match based on the state of the Yukai after the battle. If, like Lu Zhe, there was no injury, the system would immediately schedule the next match. But if there were serious injuries, the system would arrange a longer recovery time. However, recovery time usually wouldn't exceed 2 days. During the match period, the school would specifically provide free treatment for injured Yukai. Even for severely injured Yukai, basically, they could fully recover in a day's time. Then, while waiting for the next match, Lu Zhe watched the other people's battles. Time quickly passed to the next match. Hearing the electronic prompt sound in the room, Lu Zhe put down his phone and pressed the button on the bracelet. In the next moment, another space shift occurred, and Lu Zhe returned to the arena space again. He saw his opponent was a girl. Please both sides prepare, the match will officially begin in 10 seconds. With the electronic voice sounding again, both summoned their Yukai. Lu Zhe still chose Bai Shuang, while the girl summoned a large bird that was entirely green. Species, Aomori Phoenix. Strength, middle tier of Earth stage. Quality, upper tier of Earth stage. Seeing Bai Shuang at that moment, the girl was slightly stunned, but quickly regained her composure. She commanded the Aomori Phoenix to attack Bai Shuang. Wind Blade Combo. Chirp. The Aomori Phoenix let out a short call, then flapped its wings fiercely, summoning dozens of green wind blades that instantly condensed, pouring down like a rainstorm towards Bai Shuang. Facing the aerial attack, Bai Shuang remained calm and did not dodge. She suddenly burst with overwhelming cold air, which condensed into ice blades. With the cold air wrapped around them, the ice blades flew towards the wind blades overhead. At the moment of contact, the wind blades were easily shattered. Then, these ice blades continued towards the Aomori Phoenix in the sky without losing momentum. Seeing this, the Aomori Phoenix hurriedly dodged, but still received several cuts from the ice blades on its body. Chirp! Though the wounds were small, the pain inside made the Aomori Phoenix let out a cry of agony. And just as the ice blades struck the Aomori Phoenix, Bai Shuang did not stay in place. She quickly ran forward, and then ice crystals began to form in the air. She stepped onto a staircase made of ice crystals, racing towards the Qingmu Yuan. In just a moment, Baishuang had already reached Qingmu Yuan's side. In the terrified gaze of Qingmu Yuan, Baishuang fiercely swung her claws. In an instant, a giant ice claw formed from the ice crystals and viciously gripped Qingmu Yuan's body. Chirp! Accompanied by a heartbreaking wail, Qingmu Yuan fell heavily downwards. Bang! It crashed down onto the arena, and the sound of bones fracturing was clear and distinct. Deep claw marks suddenly appeared on Qingmu Yuan's body, through which one could vaguely see bones and organs. Feeling the extreme pain coursing through its body, Qingmu Yuan let out a mournful cry. However, seeing this scene, the girl only showed a hint of worry, without much expression. In the sky, Baishuang stood on a platform supported by ice crystals, coldly watching the wailing Qingmu Yuan below. At that moment, the Qingmu Yuan stopped crying and began to move with a pained expression. A faint green glow started surging around its body, which grew more and more until it surrounded the creature. Lu Zhe could feel that this green glow emanated a strong life force. Then, the green glow began to flow into Qingmu Yuan's body. Under the effect of the green glow, Qingmu Yuan's injuries started to heal at a visible speed. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe was not too surprised. Because the Qingmu Yuan was one of the rare beasts that possessed both combat and healing abilities, so this situation was expected. The effect of the green glow was very powerful. In just a moment, all the visible wounds on Qingmu Yuan had completely healed. Chirp! Qingmu Yuan flapped its wings and took off again. Although it still felt intense pain inside, it was able to continue moving. Looking at Qingmu Yuan, which seemed to have completely recovered, Baishuang still maintained her indifferent expression. She pressed down hard with her front legs, and at the same time, the ice crystal patterns on her forehead began to glow with an ice blue light. Whoo! The next moment, countless tiny ice crystals suddenly surged into the arena space. These ice crystals moved wildly, releasing a furious howling sound. The entire arena space was immediately enveloped by a blizzard. Under the influence of the swirling ice crystals, Qingmu Yuan's movements were affected. A thin layer of ice crystals began to cover its wings, making its wing beats noticeably slower. Qingmu Yuan suddenly flapped its wings, and a rush of blue airflow blew away the frost on its wings. But the ice crystals danced madly as if they had a life of their own. Despite its continuous flapping to escape, the newly formed ice crystals always covered it faster. Before Qingmu Yuan could come up with a solution, Baishuang in the sky moved again. Woo! Baishuang raised her head and let out a loud roar. Then, the countless ice crystals under her control took shape as sharp little ice spears. In just the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with these sharp little ice spears. Baishuang watched as Qingmu Yuan flapped its wings desperately to fend off the blizzard below, and then gently pressed down with her claws. Buzz! An invisible wave radiated from beneath Baishuang's claws. The sky full of ice spears seemed to have received an order and all shifted their direction towards Qingmu Yuan. In the next moment, the sky full of ice spears flew rapidly towards Qingmu Yuan. Qingmu Yuan hurriedly began to defend itself. It suddenly flapped its wings, and a stream of cyan air swirled around it, forming a cyan shield. But that's not all. Countless tender sprouts suddenly appeared out of thin air next to Qingmu Yuan. These sprouts quickly grew, ultimately forming a heavy wooden shield that firmly protected Qingmu Yuan inside. However, all of this defense seemed so fragile in the face of absolute power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ice spears rained down like a storm. The outer layer of cyan air shattered like paper in an instant, having no effect whatsoever. As for the wooden shield inside, it only held off for a moment before becoming riddled with holes under the dense ice spears. And Qingmu Yuan, pierced by countless ice spears, let out an even more heartbreaking wail at this moment. Whoosh! Under the barrage of ice spears, Qingmu Yuan could only hold on for a moment. Chirp! Accompanied by a mournful cry, the wooden shield instantly shattered, revealing Qingmu Yuan within. At this moment, Qingmu Yuan was covered in dense, tiny ice spears all over its body. From a distance, it looked like a hedgehog covered in blue spikes. The aura emitted by Qingmu Yuan was extremely weak, and its whole body fell weakly towards the ground. Bang! It fell heavily onto the arena, half of the ice spears completely embedding into its body. As the ice spears entered its body, they instantly turned into streams of cold air, rampaging everywhere inside, causing destruction. Qingmu Yuan's body twitched weakly, and this time it did not stand up. Stop! We give up this round. Seeing the tragic state of Qingmu Yuan, the girl spoke in a somewhat flustered tone. Upon hearing this, Baishuang stopped its attack. The countless ice spears froze in midair and then shattered into tiny ice crystals. The ice spears on Qingmu Yuan's body also began to break apart, eventually completely disappearing. The girl hurriedly ran to Qingmu Yuan's side, quickly sensing its condition. Then, she quickly pulled out a green potion from her pocket and fed it to Qingmu Yuan. After drinking it, Qingmu Yuan's aura quickly stabilized. Seeing this, the girl breathed a sigh of relief and then took Qingmu Yuan into her body. At this moment, an electronic voice sounded again. Are there any other beasts that need to fight? The girl silently stood up and then nodded. Yes. The electronic voice fell silent again, and the competition continued. The girl directly summoned her other beast. In the next moment, an incredibly large and strange creature appeared before Luze. This was a uniquely shaped creature, with a mushroom-like head sitting atop a stout trunk-like body, and its limbs were as thick as gnarled tree roots. As for its face, it was completely occupied by a pair of incredibly huge mouths. Luze focused his mind and directly used the Eye of Truth. Race, Symbiotic Fungus King. Strength, High Earth Tier. Quality, Medium Heaven Tier. Description: a unique beast formed by the fusion of mushrooms and giant trees, with extremely strong vitality, most damage cannot effectively harm it. Also known as the All-Spirit Symbiote, Mother of Fungi and Trees. After learning the information about the beast in front of him, Luze frowned, then instructed Baishuang to attack and test it out. Baishuang in the sky nodded, then flicked its tail. In the next moment, 3 massive ice wheels whirled down towards the Symbiotic Fungus King. Faced with Baishuang's attack, the Symbiotic Fungus King made no move, allowing the attack to hit it. Poochie! The rotating ice wheels easily pierced through the Symbiotic Fungus King's body and directly went through. Green mist spread out from the wounds and dispersed around. However, as the ice wheel departed, the vast wound that had been torn instantly healed, as if nothing had happened. Luze watched the scene and continued to let Baishuang unleash even more powerful attacks. Baishuang coldly nodded and pressed her claws down heavily once again. The vanished blizzard reappeared, quickly enveloping the massive Symbiotic Mushroom King. Then, countless ice crystals in the air swiftly gathered into tiny sharp ice spears. Under Baishuang's command, numerous ice spears shot toward the Symbiotic Mushroom King at lightning speed. Faced with the storm of ice spears, the Symbiotic Mushroom King still did not move. On the contrary, it directly opened its hands, and the large mouth on its face stretched into an ugly grin. Hiss hiss. Countless ice spears pierced through its body. But just like before, the moment the ice spears left, the wounds caused immediately healed, causing no effective damage at all. Seeing this scene, the girl finally revealed a smile. The vitality of the Symbiotic Mushroom King was incredibly terrifying. Although its combat ability was not very high, it could directly wear down its opponent with its strong vitality. If one had to point out a flaw, it would be that it was very afraid of fire. After all, plant-type monsters generally had strong vitality, but correspondingly, fire had a strong restraining effect on them. Despite this, the girl remained very confident. Because the Symbiotic Mushroom King was not an ordinary plant-type monster, even if it encountered a fire-type monster, it still wouldn't be harmed if the latter's strength was insufficient. She did not believe that the opponent just happened to possess a fire-type monster of equal strength. Raising monsters was difficult, even for a genius like her. She only had 1 high-grade earthly tier monster and 1 mid-grade earthly tier monster. At this moment, Baishuang in the air saw the unharmed Symbiotic Mushroom King, and thinking of the provocation-like grin on its face, she instantly felt fury burn inside her. She growled in anger, then began to unleash her power without reservation. Mighty ice mist spread out from her body, and the ice crystals in the air began to gather again. Crack crack. Accompanied by the sound of ice cracking, countless ice crystals converged in front of Baishuang into an incredibly large ice spear. However, despite this, Baishuang was still not satisfied. She angrily struck the ice crystal platform beneath her. A vast amount of ice-type spiritual power crazily gathered, finally condensing into a colossal ice crystal spear that spanned the horizon. Baishuang stood by the edge of the spear, looking like a tiny black dot. And the originally massive Symbiotic Mushroom King seemed, in comparison, just like a slightly larger bug. Seeing this scene, the girl's confident smile suddenly froze a bit. Although she had great confidence in her own Symbiotic Mushroom King, the might of this attack was far too terrifying. It made her involuntarily begin to waver. Chapter 191, Powerless Attack. Baishuang stood on the ice crystal platform in the high sky, angrily staring down at the Symbiotic Mushroom King. Then, she raised a front paw and waved it downward. Buzz. The enormous ice spear spanning the horizon suddenly moved. The heavy spear, with an unstoppable momentum, plummeted downward. A dull wind sound echoed throughout the space along with the motion of the ice spear. Below, the Symbiotic Mushroom King looked up at the massive ice spear descending from the sky, and the provocative grin on its face also faded away. After a simple assessment, it understood that it could not escape this attack at all. Then, it quickly squatted down to the ground, drawing its 4 limbs close. Its whole body resembled an ancient tree with a mushroom crown, firmly rooted on the arena's surface. A vibrant green light erupted from within it. A solid shield formed around its entire body, protecting it within. Immediately, large amounts of green mist burst forth from the folds of its mushroom umbrella, filled with countless tiny spores. These spores began to grow wildly the moment they touched the air. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the arena was covered with dense plants. These plants intertwined, building a thick green barrier around the symbiotic fungus king. After completing all this, the ice spear came crashing down with tremendous force. The massive size of the ice spear completely overshadowed the entire arena. The girl looked at the approaching ice spear in panic, unconsciously stepping back. But just then, the arena suddenly expanded outward, moving both Luce and the girl away from the ice spear's attack range. Bang! The moment the ice spear made contact with the plant barrier, the wildly growing plants were instantly covered in frost, and then shattered like fragile glass. Yet, the ice spear continued its unstoppable descent, still carrying the momentum to destroy everything. Boom! The deafening crash sounded, and the entire ice spear shattered completely upon impact, turning into countless ice spikes mixed with thick ice mist that shot out in all directions. The ice spikes aimed at Luce quietly shattered several meters away from him, dissolving into a gentle ice mist. The ice spikes heading toward the girl, however, were all blocked by a suddenly appearing transparent barrier. This was the arena's built-in defense mechanism, designed to protect the students from the aftermath of the battles with monsters. Both the girl and Luce looked towards the area completely shrouded in thick ice mist. Thanks to his own strength, Luce was able to see through the ice mist to what was happening inside. However, this sight made Luce frown involuntarily. As the ice mist gradually dissipated, a rich green fog began to spread from the center of the impact. Surprisingly, the plants on the arena floor, which should have been completely destroyed, began to grow again under the nourishment of the green mist. Moreover, the growth rate was even faster than before. At the center of the green mist was the severely injured symbiotic fungus king. The appearance of the symbiotic fungus king was far from optimistic. Its entire body was nearly torn in half, with the two sides only connected by some thread-like green material. At the same time, other parts of its body had varying degrees of wounds. Its right hand was completely torn apart, and its left leg was blasted to the point of being incomplete, leaving only some floating strands. On its head, the huge mushroom umbrella had vanished, with half of its head also blown to pieces. Yet, despite all this, the symbiotic fungus king was still alive, and the life force emanating from it was rapidly increasing. A grim and somewhat terrifying smile appeared on its damaged face. With its other uninjured hand, it suddenly swung, and the previously wounded arm completely restored to its original state. Then it pressed this hand against its other half, the shattered body, and astonishingly pressed the two halves back together. Subsequently, at the junction of the two halves, countless green mycelium started to wriggle and intertwine madly. In the blink of an eye, the severed body had completely restored itself. Other broken parts of its body were also fully healed at this point. The price the symbiotic fungus king paid for this was a noticeable decline in its life force. Seeing this scene, the girl in the distance finally let out a breath of relief, her face once again displaying a confident smile. Though she already understood the terrifying vitality of the symbiotic fungus king. But just now, that attack was truly terrifying. On the opposite side, Luce, seeing the fully recovered symbiotic mushroom king, furrowed his brow for a moment and then relaxed it. After calming Bai Shuang, who was somewhat angry for not being able to cause effective damage through their contract, Luce began to analyze the situation before him. The symbiotic mushroom king is not an ordinary monster, it is a magical plant, just like the star pattern trees and fire spirit fruit trees in Luce's manner. Magical plants differ from monsters in that their life force is particularly terrifying and far surpasses that of monsters. No matter how powerful the attack, as long as it is not an attack capable of directly destroying them, magical plants can quickly recover due to their tenacious life force. Attacks like decapitation, which are theoretically lethal, have no effect on them at all. It is evident that the symbiotic mushroom king before him excels in both strength and life force compared to the star pattern trees and fire spirit fruit trees. Currently, with Bai Shuang's strength, it is clear she does not have the ability to defeat the opponent in a single blow. So the only way she can defeat the opponent is by continuously attacking to weaken its life force. After all, in a stage without nutrients, even the most colossal life force has its limits. Luce, judging from the aura emitted by the symbiotic mushroom king, believes that Bai Shuang can indeed exhaust it to death. However, the time required would be too long, a rough estimate would be at least several hours. Clearly, Luce is not willing to spend so much time for this battle. So, Luce ultimately gave up on the idea of having Bai Shuang continue attacking. He decided to let Liaoyu take the stage. Liaoyu currently also has high-level Earth stage strength, and her quality is higher than Bai Shuang's. Although Bai Shuang has broken through to high-level Earth stage for a longer time, Liaoyu's current strength is actually not weaker than Bai Shuang's. Moreover, Liaoyu is a fire-type monster, and flames happen to counter the symbiotic mushroom king very well. Flames inflict destructive damage on magical plants. Not only are they highly lethal, but they can also effectively suppress their recovery ability. Chapter 192, Terrifying Flames. While Luce was pondering, the girl on the opposite side looked at Luce, her confident smile becoming even more pronounced. She had a clear understanding of her magical beast. Although the attack power of the symbiotic mushroom king is weak, it probably can't cause any effective damage to the white wolf monster in front of her. However, she believes that with its terrifying life force, she can completely exhaust the opponent. In fact, this method of combat is the one she is most familiar with and frequently employs. Through the terrifying life force of the symbiotic Mushroom King, she can drag all her opponents into the quagmire of a war of attrition. Among monsters of the same level, there is hardly anyone who possesses the ability to defeat the symbiotic Mushroom King. Thus, relying on this stubborn strategy, she often achieves victory. Moreover, unlike monsters, magical plants have another advantage. If a monster fights for an extended period, even to the limit, the recovery time needed afterward is very long. But magical plants are different. As long as they have sufficient nutrients, they can quickly recover from all injuries. So after each long battle, the symbiotic Mushroom King basically only needs a few hours to completely recover before entering the next battle. Because of this, many of her opponents won't persist in fighting her to the bitter end, considering it simply not worth it. However, just as the girl confidently thought of these things, suddenly, Lu Zhe's voice came from across the arena. "We surrender in this battle." Lu Zhe's calm voice interrupted the girl's thoughts. She was stunned for a moment and then revealed a look of as expected. "Giving up?" The girl murmured softly, a proud smile curving her lips. To her, this was completely normal. Anyone facing an opponent that couldn't be defeated would choose to conserve their strength. Sure enough, her symbiotic bacteria king was still too overpowered. The girl thought narcissistically, then raised her head to look at the white frost in the sky. She saw White Frost standing on a platform made entirely of ice crystals, gazing coldly and loftily down below. So beautiful. The girl couldn't help but exclaim. She wondered if she could get to know the other. On Lu Zhe's side, he was soothing White Frost and explaining the current situation to her. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's words, despite her reluctance, White Frost still obediently accepted the decision. In the end, she cast an angry glance at the symbiotic bacteria king below, flaunting its strength toward her. As she often faced such battles and lacked combat ability, the symbiotic bacteria king developed a very effective taunting move that provoked opponents into attacking it. At this moment, looking at the opponent below making various provocative moves, White Frost's heart was full of anger. In addition to her anger at the symbiotic bacteria king, there was also anger at her own lack of strength. Ultimately, she leaped directly off the platform and returned into Lu Zhe's body. Feeling the faint emotions transmitted through the contract, Lu Zhe sighed, then directly summoned Liao Yu. In an instant, a large, bright red two-tailed fox demon appeared in front of Lu Zhe. Its entire body was enveloped in red fur like flowing flames, and the golden flames dancing from the tips of its tails emitted a heart-pounding heat wave. Realizing the current situation, an electronic voice sounded again. Detecting the summoning of a new demon beast, the match continues. Across the arena, the girl looked at the suddenly appeared Liao Yu, her confident smile instantly froze. Feeling the scorching aura radiating from Liao Yu, the girl's complexion changed. Not good. Over here, Liao Yu had long seen everything that had just happened through their contract. So it naturally also witnessed the provocation of the symbiotic bacteria king towards White Frost. At this moment, its golden swirling eyes were fixed intensely on the symbiotic bacteria king in front of it, filled with fury. Noticing Liao Yu's gaze, the symbiotic bacteria king quickly wiped the provocative smile from its face. It could feel an extremely scorching aura from Liao Yu that filled it with immense fear. Liao Yu made no extra moves and directly launched an attack as soon as it appeared. It slightly opened its mouth, and then a breath of fire shot forth like a fire dragon towards the symbiotic bacteria king across the arena. The fiery breath carried an unbearable scorching aura, causing the nearby air to slightly distort from the high temperature. Quick! Block it! Faced with this breath of fire, the girl urgently commanded in a panic. The symbiotic bacteria king hurriedly sprung into action, anxiously waving its hands as it released large clouds of spores. Then, in front of it, these spores rapidly grew, forming a barrier completely made of plants. At the same time, green mist quickly spread out, rushing towards the oncoming fire dragon. And this wasn't the end. The symbiotic bacteria king clapped its hands together, instantly summoning a shield made entirely of spiritual energy around itself. However, all this defense appeared so fragile before the absolute firepower. As the fire dragon crashed into the green mist, a series of sizzling sounds erupted. Was directly burned to ashes by the high temperature. And the plant barrier, made of vegetation, fared even worse. Under the scorching flames, it couldn't block even a bit, turning completely into flying ash. Among the three defenses, only the spiritual power shield had some effect. However, after a moment of stalemate, the shield was shattered. Ultimately, the fire dragon crashed into the symbiotic fungus king without any hindrance, its fiery flames instantly swallowing it whole. Ah! The symbiotic fungus king let out a heart-wrenching wail, struggling endlessly in the sea of fire. It frantically stretched out its hands, trying to extinguish the flames, but its efforts were minimal. How is this possible? Seeing the fiery breath easily shatter the defenses, the girl was filled with disbelief. Although fire had a strong restraining effect on her symbiotic fungus king, without enough strength, there was no chance of victory. But now, the opponent's mere breath had directly brought her symbiotic fungus king to such a state. Watching the still flailing symbiotic fungus king, the girl quickly reminded it to use spiritual power to extinguish the fire. Upon hearing the reminder, the symbiotic fungus king finally regained its senses from the panic. It hurriedly unleashed spiritual power without holding back, which finally extinguished the flames on its body. After the flames were put out, the symbiotic fungus king now appeared extremely miserable. Its whole body was charred black, and at the damaged wounds, the black mycelium was weakly writhing. Under the restraint of the flames, the recovery ability of the symbiotic fungus king was greatly weakened, and it wouldn't recover in a short while.
This can't go on.
Seeing the symbiotic fungus king's breath significantly declining, the girl knew it couldn't continue like this. If she wanted to win, she had to change her tactics.
Chapter 193, The Crushing Match.
Although the symbiotic fungus king's attack ability was very weak, there were no better options at the moment. If she continued to let the opponent attack, it wouldn't be long before the symbiotic fungus king would directly be defeated. Previously, the girl had encountered other fire-type monsters, but most of them were not as strong as the symbiotic fungus king. Their flames also had certain restraining abilities, but they only consumed significantly more energy than usual. Relying on its tenacious vitality and recovery ability, the symbiotic fungus king often barely managed to win after tough battles.
If the opponent's strength was truly powerful, then losing would just mean losing.
After all, she had won many more times than lost. However, she had never encountered such a powerful fire monster in front of her. Just a single breath of flame had put her symbiotic fungus king in such a dire state. If more hits came, her symbiotic fungus king would likely lose all combat abilities. Thinking of this, the girl had made up her mind.
Now I can only take a gamble, maybe there's a chance to win?
Even though the situation in front of her was basically clear, there was still a glimmer of hope in the girl's heart.
What if?
Then, she ordered the still charged symbiotic fungus king directly.
Take the initiative.
The symbiotic fungus king, upon receiving the command, showed obvious reluctance. After enduring the scorching flames moments ago, it had no desire to continue fighting.
It would rather give up right now and just go heal.
However, under the girl's strong demand, it reluctantly moved. Its body swayed, and then countless spores poured down from its large cap. Most of the spores fell onto its body and were completely absorbed. In the blink of an eye, its originally charred body began to recover at a visibly rapid pace.
The remaining spores seemed to vanish into thin air as they disappeared into the arena floor. However, just as the symbiotic fungus king was building up power,
At the moment of preparing to launch an attack, Liao Yu took the lead and struck first. It opened its mouth and a scorching breath of flame burst forth. Then, Liao Yu suddenly swung its tail. Countless sparks ignited around it, then these sparks quickly expanded and rotated. Finally, a tornado completely made of flames was formed, sweeping towards the symbiotic fungal king with a devastating momentum. At the same time, Liao Yu looked at the ground of the arena, showing a hint of disdain in its eyes.
Just now, it saw very clearly that some spores had quietly entered the arena. At this moment, those spores were rapidly growing beneath the arena, spreading towards its direction.
They must be planning to sneak attack while Liao Yu was unprepared. But unfortunately, all of this could not escape Liao Yu's eyes. The scorching fire tornado swept through, instantly steaming and carbonizing the mycelial network that attempted to ambush from beneath, completely losing vitality. However, the symbiotic fungal king had no time to care about this, as the flaming breath was already approaching it. The symbiotic fungal king recalled the pain it felt earlier, filled with immense fear, desperately wanting to dodge. But its body was too heavy, and in the end, it was hit by the flame breath without any obstruction.
Ah!
A wailing sound echoed, as the symbiotic fungal king struggled again in the sea of flames. It tried once more to use its spiritual power to extinguish the flames, but the fire tornado had already swept over. Without any resistance, the fire tornado completely engulfed its massive body. More desperate screams came from the fire tornado, as the symbiotic fungal king lost all ability to move in excruciating pain. It fell heavily onto the arena, only able to twitch weakly. Seeing this scene, and feeling the immense pain and despair coming from the contract, the girl's face suddenly turned pale. She hurriedly shouted loudly, "We surrender!
Stop it now!"
Hearing this, Liao Yu did not act immediately but turned to look at Lu Zhe.
After seeing Lu Zhe nod in agreement, Liao Yu finally took action.
As the sustaining spiritual power withdrew, the large fire tornado rapidly disappeared, leaving countless sparks swirling in the air. As for the flames on the symbiotic fungal king, they were directly dispelled by Liao Yu.
At this moment, the symbiotic fungal king looked incredibly miserable, its entire body covered in charred black. Its black limbs twitched instinctively, and its presence was so weak that it seemed about to disappear at any moment.
The girl hurriedly rushed to its side, seeing its life-threatening state, regret and panic surged in her heart, leaving her at a loss. Looking at her master who was flailing yet had no effective actions before her, the symbiotic fungal king felt utterly powerless. In the end, it used all its strength and finally transmitted a message through the contract.
Nutrients. Substances.
Hearing this, the girl snapped back to her senses and quickly took out a potion from her pocket, then poured it all over the symbiotic fungal king. After absorbing the potions, although the symbiotic fungal king's presence remained extremely weak, it stabilized in the end.
Only then did the symbiotic fungal king satisfactorily faint.
Shortly after, the arena's space began to shatter like a mirror, and Lu Zhe returned to the room. Lu Zhe looked at the information of the match again. The next match was in 3 hours.
It seems this should be the last match.
After waiting for 3 hours, Lu Zhe entered the battle space again, and easily won the victory. In one day, Lu Zhe had a total of 3 matches, and he won each one. In the following period, Lu Zhe continued to participate in competitions. Due to Lu Zhe's improvement in strength, Bai Shuang and Liao Yu also followed suit, allowing Lu Zhe to achieve victory with just them. As for Feng Li, Lu Zhe still planned to have it enter the field during the competition for the top 100.
Now, with just Bai Shuang and Liao Yu, it was already sufficient.
On this day, Lu Zhe finished his last match of the day and then left the competition venue. After returning to the manor, Lu Zhe first took a hot bath to relieve his tired body and mind. As the competitions progressed, the opponents Lu Zhe faced became increasingly strong, so just relying on Bai Shuang and Liao Yu, Lu Zhe felt considerable pressure. However, despite the pressure, the results were still quite good. Lu Zhe had not lost a single match so far. The rankings for the competitions had started to emerge, and only the rankings for the top 500 had yet to be determined. This means that after a few more matches, Lu Zhe could successfully enter the top 100. However, it is worth mentioning that Zhao Xingye's final ranking stopped at 627.
Although Zhao Xingye was very unwilling, he still accepted it.
In Lu Zhe's view, this ranking was already quite good. After all, there were thousands of first-year freshmen at Jinghu University, and each one was a genius. So to achieve around 600th place among these thousands was already very impressive.
Chapter 194, The Sudden Appearance of Yi Hanzhou.
After a few more battles, Lu Zhe successfully entered the top 100. From now on, the competitions would no longer take place in the ring space.
Instead, they would be held in the immense arena at the center of the building.
Each match would be conducted independently, ensuring all spectators could fully appreciate each match.
After a thorough check by the staff, Lu Zhe walked into the arena. As Lu Zhe entered, what greeted his eyes was an incredibly massive arena. Around the edges of the arena was an equally enormous audience area. At this moment, the audience area was already packed tightly with people. So many people in one space created a deafening roar that echoed throughout the arena. Then, Lu Zhe shifted his gaze to the very bottom of the audience area, where there were exactly 100 seats. These seats were reserved for Lu Zhe and the other contestants. Above each seat, the names of each contestant were clearly written.
Thus, under the watchful gaze of countless people, Lu Zhe calmly found his seat and sat down. Although this was just a first-year competition, since the final competitions from first to fourth years were separated from each other, many students from other grades had come to watch. The school did not obstruct this, on the contrary, it encouraged such actions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have specifically staggered the 4 competitions. Moreover, although there were higher grades, in reality, many people's strengths could not compare to Lu Zhe, a standout in his own grade. After all, the gap between people was very large. It was far beyond what age differences could bridge. At this moment, in the audience, Wen Jixia was seated above and quickly found Lu Zhe's figure. Since the last time, Wen Jixia had been looking for opportunities to chat with Lu Zhe. Although Lu Zhe was somewhat indifferent, they had at least reached the status of friends. Naturally, when Wen Jixia learned that Lu Zhe had entered the top 100, she specifically came to watch this match. Apart from her, if Lu Zhe looked closely, he could also spot 2 familiar figures. One was Wu Chen, and the other was Su Qinghe. Wu Chen did not come because of Lu Zhe, he was simply here to watch the match. When he saw Lu Zhe, he was clearly stunned for a moment. But when he thought of Lu Zhe's strength, he felt it was only natural. As for Su Qinghe, he came purely for Lu Zhe. Ever since the last time he lost to Lu Zhe, Su Qinghe had kept in touch with him. They occasionally arranged battles with each other. Although the results were always losses for himself, Su Qinghe was becoming more and more excited about it. Because it wasn't easy to find a suitable opponent. Don't be fooled by the fact that he was just a sophomore, most graduates weren't as strong as he was. On Lu Zhe's side, when he just took his seat and glanced at the others nearby, he was surprised to find that sitting next to him was actually a familiar face. It was the girl who had the symbiotic bacteria king as her familiar. At that moment, the girl also recognized Lu Zhe and her face filled with surprise. Just as she was about to say something, Lu Zhe spoke first. What Lu Zhe said first almost made the girl break down.
How did you get in here?
Lu Zhe asked with great confusion in his heart. You must know that although the other side's symbiotic bacteria king was unique, her strength shouldn't qualify her to be here. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's words, the girl immediately pressed her lips together, glaring at him with a mix of resentment and anger.
What do you mean by that? Am I not worthy?
Lu Zhe then realized he had misspoken and hurriedly shut his mouth. At that moment, the girl lost interest in continuing the conversation and angrily turned her head away. In response, Lu Zhe could only helplessly shift his gaze and look at others. Among the others, there were a few he had encountered in previous battles. Although he had defeated them, their strength was also very impressive. At least, he believed they were stronger than the girl. As for why this girl could enter the top 100, Lu Zhe could only temporarily assume her symbiotic bacteria king was too overpowered. After a brief glance, Lu Zhe began to quietly wait for the start of the match. He didn't have to wait long, as with the sudden appearance of several figures, the atmosphere in the arena was instantly pushed to its peak. Lu Zhe looked up at a figure in the sky, revealing an expression of surprise. Because the person in the center was none other than the principal of Jinghu University, Yi Hanzhou. Upon seeing Yi Hanzhou's appearance, everyone present showed a look of shock. After all, this was just a competition held every semester and wasn't considered a big deal. So, logically speaking, there was no way it would attract the principal's attention. But at this moment, no one cared to delve deeper. They all looked up at Yi Hanzhou with excited and fervent eyes. You must know that as the principal of Jinghu University, Yi Hanzhou was not someone most people could see. Especially after his Yuanhai Xianlong breakthrough, his status had risen incredibly. Now, Yi Hanzhou could be considered a legendary figure in Kanglin country. Therefore, when the students present saw Yi Hanzhou appear before them, their hearts were filled with immense excitement. Feeling the intense atmosphere in the arena, Yi Hanzhou smiled and raised his hand to gesture.
In an instant, the noisy din seemed to be smoothed down by an invisible force, and the entire venue fell silent.
Everyone seemed to have their mouths covered by an invisible force, unable to speak.
Hello, students.
Yi Hanzhou's voice was not loud, but it clearly spread to every corner. I believe everyone is eagerly ready to watch the exciting competition.
In that case, I won't elaborate any further.
I declare that the competition officially begins. After Yi Hanzhou simply finished speaking, the competition officially started. Then, he and a few people beside him went up to the high referee's seat. Next to the referee's seat, there was a huge screen. At this moment, the screen began to scroll gradually, eventually stopping on two faces and names. One was a boy, and the other was a girl. The boy, Lu Zhe, did not know, while the girl was the one sitting next to him.
Your name is Su Jiejia?
The girl still shot Lu Zhe a glare, and then stood up silently, walking proudly toward the center of the arena.
Chapter 195, is it over?
Lu Zhe didn't know what else to say. After all, he had been the one to say the wrong thing first. Meanwhile, in the high referee's seat, Yi Hanzhou was chatting with a few people beside him.
Principal Yi, what brings you here today?
A middle-aged man asked with a puzzled tone. It should be noted that he was originally responsible for hosting today, and Yi Hanzhou's sudden visit was indeed unexpected.
Hearing this, Yi Hanzhou revealed a faint smile and then spoke lightly.
I happen to have some free time today, so I came to see how our students at Jinghu University are doing.
After hearing Yi Hanzhou's words, the middle-aged man did not continue to ask.
After all, although Yi Hanzhou appeared approachable, it was better not to ask too many questions.
It's important to know how to keep a balance.
After Yi Hanzhou finished speaking, he showed no intention of continuing the conversation. His gaze swept across the entire arena and then landed on Lu Zhe. In fact, the reason he came here today was specifically for Lu Zhe.
Because earlier in the secret realm, Lu Zhe left a deep impression on Yi Hanzhou.
So, Yi Hanzhou came specifically to watch Lu Zhe's match today.
The fruit of destiny.
Yi Hanzhou silently said in his heart, then shifted his gaze away from Lu Zhe. As for Lu Zhe, he felt nothing and was focused on watching the match before him. In the center of the arena, Su Jiejia and a boy stood on either side of the platform.
Then, they each summoned their combat beasts.
Su Jiejia summoned her symbiotic fungus king again. The peculiar appearance of the symbiotic fungus king instantly drew curious gazes from many people. After all, compared to beasts, plant monsters were undoubtedly rarer and more precious. On the opposite side, the boy summoned a large deer-shaped beast.
This monster had a pair of huge, spiral antlers on its head and exuded an incredibly heavy aura.
It seemed to merge with the earth.
Species, rockhorn deer. Strength, earth stage high quality. Quality, heaven stage low quality.
As soon as the rockhorn deer appeared, the entire venue erupted with cheers again. In terms of appearance, the rockhorn deer was far superior to the symbiotic fungus king.
Its tall yet graceful posture and the stable, dignified aura it radiated gave people an inexplicable sense of security. For various reasons, the vast majority of people evidently preferred it. Compared to that, the symbiotic fungus king seemed a bit rough around the edges. The distorted shape of the symbiotic fungus king and the enormous mouth that nearly filled its entire face made it hard to feel any closeness. Regarding the current situation, Su Jiejia could only sigh helplessly. As a girl, she naturally preferred those beautiful beasts. In fact, when its strength was still weak, the symbiotic fungus king was also quite attractive. But as its power grew, its appearance became wilder, and it remained that way until now. The only thing that brought Su Jiejia some comfort was the strength of the symbiotic fungus king. After a brief communication at the high referee's platform, the middle-aged man took on the task of hosting the match. He stood up and then said, "The first match officially begins." As his words fell, the cheering in the venue surged once more. The two beasts in the arena almost moved at the same time. The rockhorn deer raised its head and let out a clear, piercing neigh, lifting its upper body high. Finally, it stomped its hooves down heavily. Boom! The ground around shattered in response, and the soil and stones began to surge like liquid, rushing towards the symbiotic fungus king. In that moment of nearing, countless sharp giant soil spikes burst from the ground, stabbing fiercely at the symbiotic fungus king. The symbiotic fungus king, at the very beginning, had folded its limbs, standing in place like a great tree. Puff! The sharp soil spikes easily pierced its body, yet it seemed to have no effect at all. The symbiotic fungus king raised its head, showing a mocking smile to the rockhorn deer. Then, with a sudden swing of its hands, the spikes embedded in its body were directly smashed to pieces. And the wounds caused by the soil spikes healed rapidly. Almost the moment the spikes left, the wounds were completely restored. Such strong recovery ability. The boy across the arena watched this scene, his expression gradually becoming serious. The rockhorn deer remained exceptionally calm, just staring at the symbiotic fungus king in front of it. Seeing that the other side did not move, the symbiotic fungus king began to provoke again with its unique actions. But unfortunately, the rockhorn deer still showed a very calm demeanor, making no moves. Seeing this, the symbiotic fungus king had no choice but to initiate an attack itself. Its body swayed slightly, and countless spores scattered on the ground, quickly disappearing into it. These spores grew rapidly underground, spreading towards the rockhorn deer. The rockhorn deer, of course, easily noticed everything happening. It merely lifted one front hoof slightly and tapped the ground. In the next moment, an invisible wave emanated from beneath its feet, turning the underground plants to dust. Though this attack had no effect, it finally prompted the rockhorn deer to move. It scraped the ground slightly with its hooves, and a dark yellow glow radiated from its body. Then it let out an excited neigh, its entire being seemed like a waking mountain, charging towards the symbiotic fungus king with earth-shattering steps. Watching this scene, all the spectators couldn't help but get excited. Despite its massive size, the rockhorn deer showed no signs of slowing. Each step made the entire venue tremble slightly. And the symbiotic fungus king, facing this attack, also took defensive measures accordingly. A barrier made of plants blocked in front of it. However, in the face of the terrifying impact of the rockhorn deer, none of this mattered at all. These barriers crumbled like paper, turning to countless fragments upon contact. Finally, the rockhorn deer lowered its head, its heavy horns striking violently against the symbiotic fungus king. Bang! The symbiotic fungus king was directly knocked away by this intense force. It crashed heavily to the distant ground, emitting a thunderous boom that reverberated heavily. "Is that it?" From the audience, someone said incredulously. Clearly, in the eyes of most people, after enduring such a fierce blow, the symbiotic fungus king would probably never stand up again. At this moment, all eyes in the arena were focused on the spot engulfed in dust. Chapter 196. The Shameless Tactic. At this moment, the symbiotic mushroom king looked beyond simple description. Its body had nearly been completely shattered, with broken green mycelium hanging from the remaining torso, like a torn rag doll. Thick green juice constantly oozed from its wounds, forming a hazy green mist around it. The aura it emitted was so weak, it seemed like a candle flickering in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. Yet, to everyone's disbelief, it slowly began to rise from the ground, inch by inch. A strange smile twisted across its broken face again, and combined with its shattered form, the smile seemed especially terrifying and grotesque. Several timid girls in the audience had already screamed in shock. "Stop smiling." Beside her, Su Jiejia could no longer bear the scene and shouted directly through the contract at the symbiotic mushroom king. Even she felt that this scene was simply too horrifying. Hearing this, the symbiotic mushroom king immediately wiped the smile from its face. Then, its broken body began to heal at a visible speed. The mycelium squirmed and intertwined like living things, rapidly regenerating at the wounds. In just a few breaths, it surprisingly returned to its original form. "Continue the attack." The boy continued to command.
Then, the rockhorn deer began attacking the symbiotic mushroom king fiercely. And indeed, its strength was formidable. Each attack sent tremors through the arena. All the spectators watched in shock at this scene. Yet, each time, the symbiotic mushroom king was brutally struck. Its body was shattered countless times, but it quickly healed again at an astonishing speed. Huff, huff, huff. In the center of the arena, the rockhorn deer panted heavily, its eyes fixed firmly on the symbiotic mushroom king before it. When it saw the severe wounds healing once again, even it could no longer stay calm. It glared at the other side, an endless fury boiling within. Clearly, every attack struck true, yet the opponent always managed to recover in such a shameless manner. What was even more infuriating was that whenever its assault slowed down even a little, the other side would immediately retaliate with annoying strikes. Though weak, these attacks were as irritating as flies. Meanwhile, among the onlookers, someone spoke in stunned disbelief. Isn't this shameless? How do you even fight this? And down below, Luze, having witnessed everything, finally understood how Sujuja had ended up here. The reason was that the symbiotic mushroom king's vitality was far too fierce, and its level was not low either. Thus, the beasts it encountered rarely had the power to crush it. If it wasn't defeated in a single blow, then the symbiotic mushroom king could quickly recover due to its overwhelming vitality. One must admit, in such a tournament-style competition, the symbiotic mushroom king's shameless tactic was simply overpowered. But this could only be effective in a tournament-style competition. After all, a beast without much attack ability but high vitality truly posed little threat in real combat. Only in this kind of competition could the symbiotic mushroom king employ such shameless tactics. In the arena, the rockhorn deer launched several more attacks, but the outcome remained the same. No matter how severe the injuries, the symbiotic mushroom king could quickly recover. The boy's expression was particularly grim at this moment. He truly did not expect that his first match in the top 100 would be against such an opponent. If the opponent's strength were indeed greater than his own, it would be one thing, but clearly, that wasn't the case. In this current situation, is truly frustrating. But no matter what, the boy is not going to give up. He has decided to try one last time. Then, he conveyed the final tactic to the rockhorn deer through a contract. Gasping for breath, the rockhorn deer nodded heavily after hearing this. It took a few deep breaths and raised its head again. Upon seeing this, the fully recovered symbiotic fungal king showed a mocking expression again. At this moment, the rockhorn deer wanted nothing more than to stomp its opponent to death, but it ultimately held back. It held its head high and let out a deep roar. Aang! This roar reverberated throughout the entire space, as if it came from ancient times. And as this roar fell, a meteor was quickly forming high in the sky. In the astonished gaze of everyone, this meteor was expanding rapidly. Seeing this, Yi Hanzhou and others at the judges' table also showed intrigued expressions. It seems this year's newcomers are quite impressive, Yi Hanzhou said with a smile. The others immediately echoed in agreement. After the meteor in the high sky reached a certain size, it stopped growing. At this moment, the meteor was incredibly huge. Compared to it, both the symbiotic fungal king and the rockhorn deer looked like ants. The rockhorn deer stomped heavily on the ground, and the meteor above responded by crashing down. After delivering this blow, it finally could not hold on anymore. Its legs trembled slightly, and its whole body almost collapsed to the ground. Having already expended so much energy, it found it very difficult to execute such an attack. Now, its spiritual power was almost completely depleted. If, after this attack, its opponent was still able to recover, then it would truly be helpless. The meteor descended with a momentum that could destroy everything, and the sharp sound of it cutting through the air pierced the eardrums of everyone present. Bang! Boom! The meteor crashed heavily to the ground, making a deafening sound. Countless fragments flew out. Fortunately, there were protective measures around the battlefield to block all the debris. The arena was suddenly covered in thick dust, obscuring the situation inside. Many spectators could not help but stand up, straining their necks to try to see what was happening inside. Finally, as the dust gradually settled, the symbiotic fungal king in the center was revealed. At this moment, the symbiotic fungal king was in a terrible state, with not a single intact body part left. Just when everyone thought the match was over, they were surprised to see that broken body twitching suddenly. Then, the symbiotic fungal king's body rapidly inflated like it was being filled with air, and other parts of it began to recover quickly. In the furious and desperate gaze of the rockhorn deer, the symbiotic fungal king once again recovered thanks to its formidable life force. But at this moment, its aura had become incredibly weak. It might fall down completely if it received another attack. Yet, regrettably, the rockhorn deer no longer had the ability to continue attacking. Aang! The rockhorn deer let out a long cry mixed with unwillingness and despair, its voice echoing in the vast arena for a long time. Chapter 197, Helpless Defeat. The rockhorn deer stared fixedly at the distant symbiotic fungal king, its chest heaving violently, and its eyes nearly spitting fire. It had never experienced such a frustrating battle. Clearly not weaker than the opponent, even slightly stronger, yet it had been worn out to exhaustion by such a shameless strategy. But the response from the symbiotic fungal king was. It performed those provocative actions again, with a smile on its face just like before. Clearly, this fighting method had been used for a long time, and it has already gotten used to this behavior. Seeing this smile, the rocky horned deer, whose emotions had just eased, erupted again. It trembled all over, every muscle tightly wound, wishing it could rush over and crush its opponent right away. Unfortunately, at this moment, it could barely stand still, only able to watch its opponent's arrogant display with red, furious eyes. Seeing this, even Luze below couldn't help but worry. Would it faint from holding its breath? The boy, seeing this, hurriedly ran over and kept reaching out to soothe it. Under Su Jeje's scolding, the symbiotic fungus king finally stopped its actions. With its owner's comfort, the rocky-horned deer finally calmed down. In the end, it fiercely glared at the symbiotic fungus king before returning to the boy's body to rest. At this moment, the middle-aged man acting as the referee said, "Is there any other beast master ready to take the stage?" After hearing this, the boy thought for a moment and gritted his teeth, saying, "Continue." Having finally made it into the top 100, the boy was naturally unwilling to lose just like that. Then, the boy summoned another beast, a low-grade Earth-level Icycloud crane. Race, Icycloud crane. Strength, low-grade Earth-level. Quality, mid-grade Earth-level. As soon as the Icycloud crane appeared, it launched a fierce attack on the symbiotic fungus king. Clearly, the boy wanted to defeat it while the symbiotic fungus king was at its weakest. But unfortunately, the gap in their levels was too vast, so the Icycloud crane's attacks had no effect at all. And the symbiotic fungus king was not in a hurry, it maintained that infuriating smile while enduring the attacks. There was even a hint of pride and satisfaction in its smile. Until the end, the Icycloud crane was panting heavily, but the aura from the symbiotic fungus king grew stronger. Seeing this, the boy finally gave up in despair. In the end, the middle-aged man announced the end of the match. The winner of this match is Su Jeje. After the match ended, the entire venue fell into a brief silence for a few seconds, then erupted into loud cheers. Although Su Jeje's tactics were somewhat underhanded, winning is still a skill. And the boy opposite, though a bit unwilling in his heart, eventually calmed down. After giving Su Jeje a deep glance, he walked directly off the battlefield. As for Su Jeje, her mood was obviously very good at this moment. After putting the symbiotic fungus king back into her body, she walked down with a light step. When she reached her seat, she even triumphantly glanced at Luze before smiling as she sat back down. In response, Luze could only smile helplessly without saying a word. After that, several more matches were held, and finally, it was Luze's turn. Seeing his name and avatar pop up on the large screen in front of him, Luze promptly stood up and entered the arena. Upon seeing Luze take the stage, Yahanjo, who had been relaxing in the referee's seat, suddenly sat up straight. And hearing Luze's name, Suchingha, who had been sitting in the audience with her eyes closed, opened her eyes. She looked toward Luze, who was already standing on the battlefield. Luze's opponent was a boy wearing glasses, looking quite scholarly. Then, both of them summoned their beast companions at the same time. Luze's first summon was still the White Frost, while his opponent summoned a large crocodile covered in lightning patterns. Race, lightning pattern giant crocodile. Strength, high-grade Earth level. Quality, mid-grade Heaven level. Once both participants were ready, the referee announced the start of the match. Although the lightning pattern giant crocodile was at the same level as White Frost, its quality was even one level higher. However, because White Frost's strength was already on the verge of a breakthrough. The breakthrough to the celestial level is just around the corner. At the same time, she has also undergone a long period of baptism in evolutionary power. For various reasons, Bai Shuang's strength definitely surpasses that of most demonic beasts of the same level. So after a brief battle, Bai Shuang easily won this fight, leaving the thunder pattern giant crocodile sprawled on the ground. The thunder pattern giant crocodile lay weakly on the ground, helplessly wagging its tail behind it, with countless wounds all over its body. Nevertheless, it still tried hard to open its mouth and let out a roar towards Bai Shuang in the distance, unwilling to concede. Seeing this, Bai Shuang, who was elegantly using spiritual power to clean her fur, suddenly had a cold look in her eyes. In the blink of an eye, she appeared right next to the thunder pattern giant crocodile and reached out her claw. However, just before she was about to strike down, Bai Shuang suddenly hesitated. Looking at the blood-soaked and disheveled appearance of her opponent, she withdrew her claw with a hint of disdain. Then, a massive ice crystal claw quickly condensed and heavily struck down on the opponent's head. Bang! With a resounding crash, the ice crystal claw shattered on impact. The thunder pattern giant crocodile felt a haze in its mind and fell unconscious instantly. After witnessing this, Bai Shuang returned to Luze's side with satisfaction. On the opposite side, the bespectacled boy looked somewhat unsightly. because throughout the battle, all of the thunder pattern giant crocodile's attacks missed their target. Meanwhile, every one of the opponent's strikes landed solidly on the thunder pattern giant crocodile.
Before long, the thunder pattern giant crocodile was gravely injured and lay limp on the ground. Obviously, the thunder pattern giant crocodile felt very dissatisfied with this, so it roared towards Bai Shuang.
And thus, it transformed into the state it was in now.
After considering for a moment, the boy finally chose to give up.
After all, the opponent looked like they had hardly broken a sweat, so there was no chance of victory in sight. In the referee's stand on the high platform, Yi Hanzhou was watching Bai Shuang with great interest. Ever since returning from the secret realm, he had specially retrieved all the information on Lu Zhe.
Then he naturally discovered the extraordinary beast, Bai Shuang.
As an experienced individual, he immediately judged that Bai Shuang was a brand new species. And after learning that Lu Zhe had submitted a new evolution route for a demonic beast, Yi Hanzhou deduced that this was also a form that Lu Zhe had discovered on his own. Initially, Yi Hanzhou thought Lu Zhe was merely someone who had stumbled upon good luck, but after understanding the information, he found that Lu Zhe was indeed a highly talented breeder. In just a few months, he had transformed from someone who knew nothing into a second-tier breeder. Such a pace of growth is extremely rare, even in the talented crowd of Mirror Lake University.
Chapter 198, Celestial Level Demonic Beast, Windwave Cloud Dragon. After the match ended, Lu Zhe returned to his seat.
At the same time, he mimicked Su Jiejia's earlier actions and showed her a proud smile. Seeing this, Su Jiejia initially wanted to open her mouth but closed it again, glaring at Lu Zhe with puffed cheeks.
That was quite fun,
Lu Zhe thought to himself as he sat back down. In the following time, the competition continued.
After experiencing a few more matches, a contestant finally caught Lu Zhe's attention.
He saw a boy walk to the center of the battlefield, flashing a confident and unabashedly proud smile at his opponent. Seeing this, the opponent felt a bit strange but said nothing more, directly summoning out his own summoned beast. It was a high-quality Earth-level cold river snow demon. Upon seeing this, the boy's expression of pride became even harder to contain. He slowly raised his right arm. Under the curious gazes of everyone, a small beast of a demon emerged from his sleeve. It was entirely blue-green, with a majestic head topped by a pair of exquisite dragon horns, for tiny claws tightly gripping the boy's sleeve, and a dragon tail gently swaying behind. This was actually a true dragon species. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, the little dragon soared into the air, its body growing larger in the wind. In the blink of an eye, a massive, sky-blocking blue-green dragon circled in the sky, emitting a terrifying pressure that made one's heart race.
Race, Wind Cloud Dragon. Strength, Low Heaven Tier. Quality, High Heaven Tier.
Description: a true dragon born in the depths of the cloud sea, possessing the great power to control storms and celestial phenomena. Not only was this a true dragon, but its strength also reached the terrifying heaven tier. The wind cloud dragon stretched its form in the sky, its aura shaking the entire arena.
Heaven tier?
One audience member murmured, his tone filled with disbelief. Although he could not determine the specific level of the wind cloud dragon's aura, it was clear from its change in size that it was undoubtedly a heaven tier beast. After all, only heaven tier beasts could freely control their own size changes. With the sudden appearance of the wind cloud dragon, the arena instantly fell into silence.
After a brief silence, a more fervent discussion erupted. The vast majority of the audience looked up at the blue-green dragon shape in excitement and thrill.
But beyond that, a small number of people remained calm. These calm individuals were mostly senior students. After all, for them, having a heaven tier beast was not such a shocking matter. Among these people was Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe was currently watching the wind cloud dragon in the sky with a calm expression, his face showing no change. To him, this was simply not worth mentioning. In the final competition of his first semester in university, he had already possessed a heaven tier beast.
And not just one, but two.
So the sight before him was truly nothing. After a brief glance at the wind cloud dragon, he shifted his gaze to Lu Zhe in the contestant seats below.
Moreover, wasn't there someone here with an even more powerful beast?
Recalling the shock when he first met Fengli, the wind cloud dragon before him indeed did not impress Su Qinghe. Returning his gaze to Lu Zhe's side, Lu Zhe looked at the wind cloud dragon in the sky without much surprise. After all, in Jinghu University, it was all about geniuses, and it was not unexpected to have a heaven tier beast after just one semester. Then, he turned his gaze to Su Jiejia beside him. At this moment, Su Jiejia was looking at the wind cloud dragon high in the sky with a similarly shocked and excited expression. At the same time, she seemed to be mumbling something. Lu Zhe didn't say much more, turning his head to look at the boy in the arena.
Through the information on the big screen, Lu Zhe knew that this boy's name was Qin Tianyuan.
In the arena, Qin Tianyuan was slightly squinting his eyes, enjoying the envious and shocked gazes from the crowd. He had been gifted since childhood, excelling in both theoretical courses and practical training, and had long been accustomed to growing amid praise and astonishment. This experience had shaped his extremely confident personality, making him particularly concerned about others' evaluations. Of course, with his strength and talent, he indeed had the capital to be confident. After briefly enjoying being the center of attention, Qin Tianyuan began to command the wind cloud dragon in the air to attack. In the sky, the wind cloud dragon let out a majestic dragon roar. Suddenly, the air next to him surged violently. In the end, a storm of furious air quickly formed and swept toward the Han Chuan Shueba below. The speed of the air was so fast that, in the blink of an eye, it had already rushed to the front of Han Chuan Shueba. Han Chuan Shueba had no time to take any defensive measures and could only hurriedly raise its arms to protect its head. The air completely enveloped its body, and the raging winds furiously licked at its form. Countless wounds appeared out of nowhere, and bright red blood gushed forth from these injuries. Under the influence of the swirling air, the blood was quickly shattered, turning into fragments of blood mist, which then merged into the airflow. In an instant, the originally colorless air became a deep crimson, exuding a strong smell of blood. The painful howl of Han Chuan Shueba echoed from the blood-colored air, but was soon drowned out by the intense sound of the wind. Before long, the anguished roar completely vanished. As the blood-colored air dissipated, the tragically mutilated Han Chuan Shueba was revealed within. At this moment, Han Chuan Shueba had lost all its snowy white fur, exposing its flesh and blood beneath, all mangled up. Bang! It crashed heavily to the ground with a muffled sound. With just one strike, Han Chuan Shueba fell unconscious. And its master, another boy, stood pale-faced, watching this scene unfold. Then, he decisively chose to concede. The match ended swiftly in this way. Roar! The air surged with the roar of the windstorm cloud dragon, followed by even more passionate cheers. Almost all the spectators were shouting the name of Qin Tianyuan. On the judge's stand, Yi Hanzhou also glanced at Qin Tianyuan a few more times. But it was merely a few more glances. Had it been earlier, Yi Hanzhou might have had a more profound impression of Qin Tianyuan. However, having witnessed Lu Zhe now, Qin Tianyuan's performance seemed less dazzling. In the arena, after Qin Tianyuan took the windstorm cloud dragon into his body, he confidently walked down. It seemed that the championship of this match belonged to me alone. Qin Tianyuan thought to himself, a determined smile rising at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 199, 93 Names. Thus, the cheering in the arena gradually quieted only when the next match began. However, countless faces in the venue still maintained expressions of shock and excitement. This could not be blamed on them, as true dragon-type beasts had always been highly regarded by the Kanglan kingdom. So seeing a powerful true dragon appear was indeed thrilling. True dragons possessed combat strength and potential far beyond ordinary beasts, and they usually had a majestic and striking appearance. Thus, countless beastmasters yearned to have a true dragon-type beast. But contracting a true dragon was not easy. The difficulty of contracting true dragon-type beasts has always been the highest among beasts of the same level. However, it was precisely because of this unattainable distance that people's longing and admiration for true dragons deepened. After all, people often hold extreme fantasies about things they cannot obtain. So cool! I wonder when I can also have a dragon-type beast. Beside her, Su Juzhou murmured, her tone filled with envy. Then, she directly turned to look at Lu Zhe and said, "So, that dragon is really cool, right?" Lu Zhe nodded his head. The dragon's appearance was undoubtedly perfect, not to mention the windstorm cloud dragon was one of the more handsome types among dragon species. "Let me formally introduce myself, I am Su Juzhou." Seeing Lu Zhe nod, Su Juzhou said with satisfaction, "My name is Lu Zhe, the previous sentence was my mistake, I apologize to you." "It's okay." At this moment, Su Juzhou was in a particularly good mood, so she waved her hand to show that she didn't mind. Then, the two of them started to talk while watching the competition in front of them. As time passed, today's competition quickly approached its end. Since there were 100 participants, and to ensure accurate rankings, even those who lost had to participate in several rounds. So it would take several days to completely finish the competition and provide the corresponding rankings. Throughout the day, Lu Zhe participated in 2 matches, and both matches he won without exception. In today's competition, all 100 participants took the stage. Among these contestants, there were 2 people that particularly caught Lu Zhe's attention based on their current performance. One was Qin Tianyuan, whose wind gale cloud dragon was currently the strongest beast showing itself. The other was a girl named Zhang Yuanyan. The reason Lu Zhe paid attention to her was that she also had a true dragon-type beast. It was the abyss-scaled dragon he had seen when he first entered university. Race, abyss-scaled dragon. Quality, superior heaven tier. However, this abyss-scaled dragon didn't have a very high level, it was just mid-earth tier. Lu Zhe guessed that she must have contracted it when she entered university. But being able to fight her way to the top 100 with a mid-earth tier strength shows how powerful dragon-type beasts are. See you tomorrow. After the match ended, Su Jejia waved goodbye to Lu Zhe, but her expression was clearly a bit downcast. Throughout the day, she also fought in 2 battles, and in the second battle, she lost. And she lost very badly. Actually, defeating the symbiotic fungus king isn't too difficult. As long as the level is sufficient and a very powerful attack is used, it can be easily defeated. Unfortunately, Su Jejia's opponent in the second match had such a beast. An upper earth tier wind scythe mantis. The wind scythe mantis is an assassin-type beast, with high attack and speed, but its defense is lacking. So the wind scythe mantis completely countered the symbiotic fungus king, and with just a few attacks, it defeated the symbiotic fungus king. After comforting Su Jejia for a few words, Lu Zhe left the battle arena and returned to his manor. In today's competition, Lu Zhe let Bai Shuang take the lead, and his opponents were all relatively weak. So Bai Shuang didn't suffer serious injuries, but there were still minor ones. In the backyard, Lu Zhe was carefully cleaning Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang lazily lay on the grass, squinting her eyes and enjoying the moment. Lu Zhe reached out to part Bai Shuang's thick fur and saw the small wounds on her body from the battle. At this moment, these small wounds had already healed and formed scabs. Lu Zhe summoned a stream of clear water with his spiritual power and started to clean Bai Shuang's fur. After cleaning, he took out an ointment and applied it to Bai Shuang's scabbed wounds. After applying the ointment, it didn't take long for those wounds to completely heal, and it was impossible to tell that she had ever been injured. Only then did Lu Zhe nod in satisfaction. This ointment was specially concocted by him, meant to eliminate scars on the body. Lu Zhe did not want Bai Shuang to be left with any unsightly scars. After finishing the treatment, Lu Zhe rubbed Bai Shuang's fluffy fur and stood up, preparing to return to the house. Don't play for too long, dinner is coming soon. Before entering the house, Lu Zhe specially reminded Liao Yu and Feng Li, who were playing in the backyard. Ya! Ying. Liao Yu and Feng Li nodded heavily, indicating they understood. Then, Lu Zhe went back inside to prepare dinner, and Bai Shuang also got up to follow him in. The next day, the competition continued. After arriving at her seat, it wasn't long before Su Jejia arrived. At this moment, she obviously had pulled herself out of yesterday's low spirits and returned to her optimistic self. She greeted Lu Zhe with a smile and confidently prepared to participate in the competition. However, the results of the following matches caused her happy mood to drop once again. She participated in 3 more matches, but lost 2 of them. Actually, this was normal, as Su Jejia's strength was not very strong. Although she was indeed stronger than most people, those who could enter the top 100 were all among the best of the best. The main reason she made it to the top 100 was largely due to her luck. In the previous matches, she had mostly faced opponents with a focus on defense. And her symbiotic Mushroom King was most effective against this type. But she could only stop here, because everyone who made it to the top 100 was a genius among geniuses, with no obvious weaknesses. The boy she faced yesterday was considered the weakest in that category. So today, her final ranking was revealed. It was 93rd. Su Jejia felt a bit disappointed in her heart over this result. But she also understood her situation, so she could only accept it. 93rd place, let me see the reward, 3,000 credits and the option of 1 3-star spiritual item. Not bad at all. Lu Zhe comforted from the side. Hearing the reward she could receive, Su Jejia's disappointment was gradually replaced by excitement. She hurriedly pulled out her phone to check the rewards she could receive. Finally, she looked at the phone screen and showed a chuckle. Lu Zhe smiled and didn't say much since it was now his turn to go on stage. He got up from his seat and walked onto the battlefield. Su Jejia saw this, put down her phone, and made a cheering gesture at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe walked onto the battlefield and looked at his opponent. His opponent was none other than the girl who had left a deep impression on him before, Zhang Yuema. Her summoned monster was that Earth-rank middle-tier abyssal-scaled dragon. However, when the opponent summoned the abyssal-scaled dragon, Lu Zhe was surprised to find that its strength had already reached the Earth-rank upper tier. A breakthrough? Lu Zhe murmured. Seeing the suddenly stronger abyssal-scaled dragon, the audience gasped in amazement. Wait a minute, how did this abyssal-scaled dragon's aura become so much stronger? Did it break through? Since the abyssal-scaled dragon showed no intention of hiding its true strength, others quickly sensed its real level. After the shock, the audience began to discuss intensely. Gee, who do you think will win this time, Lu Zhe or Zhang Yuema? Hard to say? But I think Zhang Yuema has a better chance. For the outcome of this duel, most people clearly believed Zhang Yuema would win. Sitting in the audience, Wen Jixia looked at the breakthrough abyssal-scaled dragon and listened to the discussions around her, and couldn't help but start to worry for Lu Zhe. And Su Qinghe, hearing the people's discussions around him. Boredom filled his heart. Then he directly closed his ears with spiritual power, focusing intently on the situation in the arena. In the arena, the massive body of the abyss-scaled dragon coiled in the air, casting a huge shadow. Although the abyss scale dragon lived in water, it was completely capable of moving on land. Moreover, true dragon-type monsters are born with the ability to fly, it is their inherent right. Across from him, Jiang Yumian smiled at Lu Zhe, clearly believing that she had the upper hand. After all, she had a true dragon. Among monsters of the same level, very few could surpass it. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Zhe summoned Liao Yu. The moment Liao Yu appeared, its unique appearance astonished the surrounding audience immensely. A two-tailed fox demon? The judge in the high seat, Yi Hanzhou, also looked at Liao Yu with surprise. Previously, through checking Lu Zhe's information, he had learned that Lu Zhe possessed a fox spirit. But this fox demon's appearance was clearly very different from what was in the data. And he had no information about this fox demon in his mind at all. Another new evolution path? Since Liao Yu had only recently completed its evolution, and Lu Zhe had not yet updated his information at the Spirit Master Association. So Yi Hanzhou's records did not include Liao Yu's latest situation. Watching from below, Su Jiejia's eyes immediately lit up upon seeing Liao Yu. Although she also really liked Bai Shuang's appearance earlier, she liked Liao Yu even more. Besides, it was her first time seeing a two-tailed fox. In the arena, Jiang Yumian paused upon seeing Liao Yu, but quickly calmed down. Although a two-tailed fox demon was quite rare, how could it be stranger than her abyss scale dragon? The match begins. The match officially started. Roar! The abyss scale dragon roared at Liao Yu, and the ground suddenly surged with towering waves, crashing fiercely toward Liao Yu. Liao Yu calmly watched this scene, and beside it, countless flames suddenly appeared. These flames emitted terrifying high temperatures and quickly formed into a sea of fire to meet the crashing waves. Sizzle! Under the burning of the flames and the effect of high temperatures, the massive waves quickly evaporated, turning into thick water vapor floating in the air. The abyss scale dragon let out an angry roar, then opened its mouth to spit out a high-pressure water jet. Liao Yu swiftly and skillfully dodged, the water jet crashing into the ground with a loud bang. Even the exceptionally strong special ground now showed some shallow indentations from the impact of the high-pressure water jet. This was enough to prove the power of the high-pressure water jet. Seeing that its attack had missed, the abyss scale dragon roared again and then shot up into the sky. Roar! Its massive body stretched in the air, and countless pale blue light dots floated around it. The blue light emitted by these dots transformed the entire arena into something exceptionally dreamy and beautiful. Liao Yu curiously looked at the light dots next to it, reaching out its paw to touch a blue dot. At the moment of contact, the blue dot instantly shattered and turned into a small water droplet left on Liao Yu's paw. Liao Yu shook its paw, and the horrifying high temperature immediately evaporated the water droplet. Liao Yu, stop it! Lu Zhe said to Liao Yu at that moment. Upon hearing this, Liao Yu immediately opened its mouth, and a fiery breath erupted like a fire dragon. Just as the flame breath was about to touch the abyss scale dragon, countless blue light dots quickly gathered, extinguishing the breath directly. At this moment, the abyss scale dragon had completed its charge. It looked down at Liao Yu, letting out a dragon's roar. The next moment, countless blue light dots rapidly merged into the ground. Countless whirlpools formed on the ground. Immediately after, these whirlpools spun wildly, spraying countless high-pressure water jets. The entire arena was instantly filled with countless water jets, sealing off all possible escape routes for Liao Yu. Liao Yu transformed into a streak of flowing fire, quickly darting around the arena to evade the water jet attacks. Each time, the water jets brushed past its body. Although it looked dangerous, not a single water jet managed to hit Liao Yu. Even its fur remained untangled because of this. At that moment, the azure-scaled dragon in the sky was completely covered by a thick layer of water, then dove down towards Liao Yu. True dragons have another advantage, which is that while they have a strong ability to control spiritual power, their physical strength is equally terrifying. Now, Liao Yu, already exhausted from dodging the water attacks, seemed powerless against the dive of the azure-scaled dragon. Jiang Yumian's smile became even brighter, as if she could already see her victory. But at that moment, the golden flames at the tip of Liao Yu's tail danced rapidly, soon engulfing its entire body. Liao Yu let out a long howl to the sky, its eyes transformed into two swirls of dancing golden flames, and its aura suddenly surged. Chapter 201, The Struggle of the Fire Dragon. Then, the two tails behind Liao Yu stood high, countless flames gathering to form two enormous fiery tails. Roar! Liao Yu raised its head, flames bursting forth from its body like a tide, instantly turning the entire battlefield into a turbulent sea of fire. The whirlpools on the ground screamed and vaporized under the extreme heat. The towering flames emitted scorching heat, making even the diving azure-scaled dragon feel extremely uncomfortable. However, the thick water surrounding it somewhat isolated the high temperature nearby. The azure-scaled dragon's eyes were filled with pain, but its charge towards Liao Yu did not stop. Whoosh! As it rushed to Liao Yu's side, it suddenly swung its tail towards Liao Yu, producing a heavy sound of breaking air. The tail whipped quickly, thundering against Liao Yu.
But surprisingly, the struck Liao Yu suddenly shattered into a mass of flames. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the flames not far from the azure-scaled dragon surged suddenly. Liao Yu's form recoalesced from the blazing fire. Once appearing, Liao Yu controlled the flames beside it, and countless flames, as if alive, climbed towards the nearby azure-scaled dragon. These flames had strong destructive power, and as soon as they touched the azure-scaled dragon's body, several scales instantly turned pitch black. On! The azure-scaled dragon cried out in pain, releasing countless streams of water to block the approaching flames. After temporarily blocking the flames, it looked down at the area that had just been burned. There, on the charred scales, cracks had already begun to appear. But it had no time to think further because, under the flames scorching, those blocking water streams were nearly evaporated. The azure-scaled dragon let out a furious roar, then soared into the sky away from the sea of fire below. Just then, the blocking water streams were completely evaporated, and flames surged towards the azure-scaled dragon. But it was still a step too late, the azure-scaled dragon had already ascended into the sky. Liao Yu in the sea of fire saw this, and its two massive fiery tails swung violently. Then, the entire sea of fire bubbled up, and countless flames started to gather frantically. In the end, a fire dragon completely made of flames appeared out of thin air. This fire dragon is vividly alive, and at this moment, it lets out a silent roar at the soaring abyssal scale dragon. Under the command of Liao Yu, this fire dragon soars into the sky, chasing after the abyssal scale dragon. Sensing the movement below, the abyssal scale dragon turns around and sees a giant fire dragon rushing towards itself. Seeing this, it hurriedly speeds up its flight, trying to escape from this fire dragon. However, the fire dragon is also very fast, and in no time, it reaches the side of the abyssal scale dragon. As it gets close, the fire dragon extends its fiery claws and fiercely grabs onto the abyssal scale dragon's body. The scales on the abyssal scale dragon turn black and quickly soften upon contact with the dragon claws. Finally, the fiery claws stab deeply into the abyssal scale dragon's body. The flames recklessly burn the flesh and blood of the abyssal scale dragon, causing immense pain, which makes it let out a heartbreaking roar. It stops its escape, turning to exhale a water-blue dragon breath from its mouth. The fire dragon does not back down either, opening its mouth to unleash a fiery breath. The two breaths collide violently, two completely different energies crazily intertwine and explode, creating a deafening blast. After exhaling the dragon breath, the abyssal scale dragon stretches out its claws and fiercely grabs at the fire dragon's claw that is embedded in its body. With the attack from its claw, which is wrapped in heavy water flow, the fire dragon's front paw, lodged in its body, is ripped off. The severed paw turns into a spark and directly disappears. But before the abyssal scale dragon can rejoice, a brand new fiery claw has already reformed. Seeing this, the abyssal scale dragon becomes even angrier. It continues to maintain its dragon breath output while using all its attack parts. Its foreclaws and tail wildly wave as the fire dragon also starts to move. Thus, the two dragons begin a fierce melee in the sky. Water flows and flames continuously clash, and the steam gradually fills the entire sky. All the spectators focus on the two battling dragons in the sky, their faces showing unprecedented excitement. Even though many matches have already taken place, this fighting scene is definitely the most spectacular moment. Although the fire dragon is not real, its lifelike appearance has greatly added to the excitement of the battle. However, because the fire dragon is created by Liao Yu after all, it cannot compete with the abyssal scale dragon. In no time, the fire dragon falls into a complete disadvantage. As the abyssal scale dragon tears at it, the fire dragon's body becomes more and more tattered. Its recovery speed can no longer keep up with the damage done by the abyssal scale dragon. Seeing the broken fire dragon in front of it, the corners of the abyssal scale dragon's mouth curl up, and its movements become even fiercer. Even Jiang Yuemian, who had been nervously watching below, finally relaxes. However, she seems to forget that the abyssal scale dragon's opponent is not the fire dragon, but Liao Yu in the sea of fire below. Liao Yu looks at the battered fire dragon in the sky, and two golden flames suddenly leap in her eyes. Under Liao Yu's control, the fire dragon in the sky suddenly roars silently. Then, it swiftly coils around the abyssal scale dragon like a python, and then, it explodes violently. Bang! In the earth-shattering explosion, the fire dragon completely disintegrates, turning into a huge fireball that completely engulfs the abyssal scale dragon. On! Wrapped in flames, the abyssal scale dragon lets out a heart-wrenching wail, struggling madly within the fireball. Seeing the abyssal scale dragon engulfed in flames, Jiang Yuemian's face turns pale, and she hurriedly tries to command it to escape from the flames. But just at that moment, in the sea of fire, the blazing moonlet let out a thunderous roar. The entire sea of fire began to surge violently, countless flames converging towards the center like rivers flowing into the sea. In an instant, a massive, mountain-like two-tailed fox demon appeared in the center of the arena. This fox demon was entirely composed of flames, with two huge tails swaying gently behind it, scattering countless sparks. Even the enormous abyss scale dragon appeared like a small snake when compared to this fiery fox demon.
Then, to everyone's astonished gaze, the flame fox demon leaped up. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed the abyss scale dragon, which was struggling in the flames, in one bite.
Chapter 202, Victory.
After swallowing, everyone could clearly see the situation within the flame fox demon.
A water-blue dragon shadow was desperately struggling inside the body of the flame fox demon.
The abyss scale dragon burst out its spirit power at all costs, trying to escape from the body of the flame fox demon. But the blazing moon didn't give it the chance. Countless chains made of flames wrapped around it like spirit snakes. While scorching it fiercely, these chains also firmly held it in place, leaving it no way to escape.
And it wasn't over yet. After leaping, the flame fox demon didn't stay in the air for long.
It paused slightly in mid-air, then turned its body towards the ground and dove downward. The abyss scale dragon remained trapped inside its body, painfully enduring the scorching flames. It watched as the ground drew closer and closer. Then, the flame fox demon crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a tremendous roaring sound.
Boom!
The deafening crash echoed throughout the entire arena, and the flame fox demon exploded upon touching the ground. Torrential waves of flames surged out like a flood breaking its dam, rushing towards the surroundings, then violently crashing against the invisible barrier at the edge of the arena, dyeing the entire competition arena a bright red. At the same time, a terrifying heat wave directly permeated through the barrier, making those closest feel a scorching sensation. The entire arena was enveloped by the churning sea of fire, making it impossible to see inside. Initially, anguished roars from the abyss scale dragon could still be heard from within the sea of fire.
But after a while, the dragon's cries were completely overshadowed by the roar of the flames.
Through the contract, sensing the current situation of the abyss scale dragon, Jiang Yumian dared not hesitate and loudly declared defeat. Under Lu Zhe's instructions, the blazing moon retracted the flames from the arena.
In an instant, the previously raging flames rolled back towards the blazing moon.
Then, the blazing moon absorbed all those flames into its body. After doing all this, the flames on the blazing moon began to fade, and the pair of pulsating golden flames in its eyes transformed back into swirling golden orbs. However, after returning to its original appearance, the aura on the blazing moon visibly declined at a rapid pace. After all, the spirit power consumed in those attacks was immensely large. If it weren't for the baptism of evolutionary power the blazing moon had undergone, and its sufficiently high quality, it likely wouldn't have been able to unleash that series of attacks, even struggling to maintain the fire dragon form for long.
Yet, even so, the blazing moon only swayed slightly, appearing somewhat drained.
The situation was far better than the current abyss scale dragon. At this moment, the abyss scale dragon lay quietly on the ground, its whole body blackened, making it impossible to see its specific condition. Additionally, a lot of heat was emanating from its body, making it look as though it had been cooked.
Under the influence of the extreme heat,
its body twitched involuntarily, while it had clearly fainted. Seeing the tragic state of the abyssal-scaled dragon, everyone widened their eyes, looking utterly incredulous. The true dragon, symbolizing power and status, actually lost like this, and in such a miserable state. Ignoring the high temperature in the arena, Jiang Yuemian ran to the side of the abyssal-scaled dragon. Looking at the abyssal-scaled dragon in such a pitiful condition, she instinctively reached out her hand to touch it.
However, as soon as her hand approached, she was burnt by the terrifying heat radiating from the abyssal-scaled dragon.
Ah! She screamed and quickly pulled back her outstretched hand like lightning. She looked down at her hand, her pupils shrinking suddenly.
Her outstretched hand was now incredibly red, clearly suffering from a severe burn.
As she realized this, a sharp pain shot through her hand.
Ah!
She cried out again, her whole body collapsing directly onto the ground. At this moment, her body trembled slightly from intense pain. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe immediately prepared to summon Baishuang for help, but someone was faster than him.
On the referee's stand, Yi Hanzhou simply waved his hand, and a blue spirit power was instantly released.
Then, this spirit power split into two, one part entered Jiang Yuemian's body, and the other entered the abyssal-scaled dragon's body. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yuemian's red hand regained its original state, and that piercing pain vanished instantly. She stood up directly under the influence of the spirit power. As for the abyssal-scaled dragon, under the influence of the spirit power, its body seemed to be reborn. The black shell gradually shed, revealing newly formed aqua-blue scales underneath. It quickly opened its eyes and awoke once more. Seeing the fully restored abyssal-scaled dragon, Jiang Yuemian quickly reacted. She turned to Yi Hanzhou on the referee's stand and gratefully and excitedly said, "Thank you, Principal Yi, for your help." Yi Hanzhou nodded and then asked, "Do you have other beast companions to participate?" Without any hesitation, Jiang Yuemian shook her head to indicate none. Then, Yi Hanzhou directly announced the results of the match. "I declare that the winner of this match is Lu Zhe." As soon as Yi Hanzhou's voice fell, countless excited cheers erupted instantly. Everyone looked fervently at Lu Zhe and the blazing moon beside him. Especially the blazing moon. To defeat a true dragon of the same level is certainly not a typical beast. Many began to search online for the specific beast species of the blazing moon. But to their surprise, they found no corresponding species information for the blazing moon.
Is this an unknown beast? This question lingered in everyone's minds.
After feeding the blazing moon some restorative spiritual medicine, Luze put it back into his body and walked toward the seating area below. What greeted him was the curious stares of everyone. Especially Su Jiaojiao, who looked at Luze with immense envy and excitement. Before Luze could sit down, she eagerly said, "Luze, what kind of fox spirit is your beast? Can I see it again?" Luze directly shook his head to refuse.
"Not right now.
The blazing moon needs to rest."
Finally, Luze added,
"Once the blazing moon has recovered, if it is willing, I can let you take a good look at it." Upon hearing this, Su Jiaojiao felt a bit disappointed, but she also understood the current situation. She then didn't ask much more, instead starting to excitedly discuss the recent battle with Luze. The other competitors beside them were still carefully observing Luze. Those who had already secured their rankings no longer needed to compete. So, their gazes toward Luze were filled mainly with curiosity. As for those still participating, in addition to curiosity, their eyes also carried a sense of heaviness and vigilance.
Chapter 203, Heavenly Stage Monster Burden Mountain Giant Elephant.
At this moment, Qin Tianyuan was also curiously observing Luze. Unlike others, his eyes were full of curiosity and not a hint of vigilance. In his view, no matter how strong Luze was now, he could not surpass his own wind cloud dragon. So, he felt no need to be cautious, as Luze posed no threat to his championship position. When Luze looked over, he even friendly nodded toward him. Then, the competition continued. Although the subsequent matches were also exciting, they clearly paled in comparison to Luze's earlier battle. And today was the second day of the competition, where almost all contestants' strengths had been fully revealed. If nothing unexpected happened, the matches would continue in this manner. Moreover, many people already had a rough estimate of the rankings in their minds. However, just as the day's matches were nearing their end, a contestant summoned a monster that once again shook the audience. It turned out to be a heavenly stage monster Burden Mountain Giant Elephant. Race, Burden Mountain Giant Elephant. Strength, Lower Heavenly Stage. Quality, Upper Heavenly Stage.
Description: an incredibly terrifying giant beast, it is a moving mountain, possessing immense power to destroy peaks and the ability to manipulate the earth.
Its character is gentle and kind, not fond of fighting with other monsters, often protecting weaker creatures, and frequently revered as the mountain god. The appearance of this heavenly stage monster instantly shocked everyone present. Originally lounging in his seat to watch the match, Qin Tianyuan sat up straight upon seeing the Burden Mountain Giant Elephant. His expression was extremely serious, and his eyes were fixed on the colossal elephant that resembled a mountain. From the name Burden Mountain Giant Elephant, one could discern this beast's characteristics. That is to say, it was very, very big. Just as its name implied, the Burden Mountain Giant Elephant's massive size truly could carry an entire mountain.
It resembled an incredibly tall mountain, and its gigantic form brought a terrifying sense of intimidation.
The shadow it cast covered almost half the arena. The monster facing it was a higher Earth stage creature, the Frostfire two-headed serpent, which itself was also a massive beast. However, at this moment, compared to the Burden Mountain Giant Elephant, it couldn't even reach the other's belly. Under the pressure of the Burden Mountain Giant Elephant's enormous body, the Frostfire two-headed serpent was trembling uncontrollably.
With its owner's constant soothing, it barely managed to suppress its fear.
Finally, it mustered the courage to issue a threatening hiss toward the Burden Mountain Giant Elephant. Yet, rather than a threat, it was more like bolstering its own courage. Then, both of its heads raised simultaneously, and two distinctly different breaths surged toward the Burden Mountain Giant Elephant with force. The Frostfire two-headed serpent was quite a rare monster, with one head able to breathe forth searing flames and the other capable of unleashing chilling cold. The combination of these two breaths generated immense destructive power. However, facing these two torrents, the Burden Mountain Giant Elephant remained utterly unmoved. It simply stood there silently, as if truly transformed into an ancient, unchanging mountain range.
Boom! Just like that, the two breaths slammed into its body without any hindrance. The deafening explosion echoed throughout the arena.
The thick smoke gradually spread out. However, under the massive body of the mountain elephant, this smoke only covered a small part of its body.
And in the face of these two breath attacks, it didn't even sway an inch.
When the smoke cleared, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. After enduring such a fierce blow, this mountain-like giant beast had not even a single mark left on it. Sitting in his seat, Qin Tianyuan could no longer maintain his composure. He stood up directly, his face filled with disbelief.
In the arena, the two-headed frostbite serpent opposite the mountain elephant showed even greater despair.
It knew very well the power of the two breaths it had just unleashed. If it had taken those hits itself, though it wouldn't die immediately, it would surely be severely injured. Yet, the opponent hadn't even moved, as if just brushed by a gentle breeze. How could this not astonish it? At this moment, the frostbite serpent completely lost the courage to fight. It desperately conveyed thoughts of retreat to its owner, its body shrinking backward. But its owner, a long-haired man, was unwilling to accept this. As the two were arguing frantically, the mountain elephant in the arena had already started to move. It did not make any flashy moves, simply stepping forward slowly. Boom, boom, boom. But with those few steps, the entire venue shook violently, like an earthquake. In the center of the arena, the frostbite serpent was directly lifted off the ground by the shock and fell heavily back down. This knocked the frostbite serpent silly, and it completely lost the little courage it had gained with its owner's reassurance. Then, disregarding her owner's stern shouts to stop, it panicked and fled, running out of that terrifying battlefield without looking back. Seeing this, the long-haired man felt utterly helpless. Although he understood he would lose this match, he wished to lose with a bit of dignity. At least he ought to fight a few rounds, right? However, his frostbite serpent was already terrified, so any struggle was pointless. He decisively chose to give up, hurriedly stepping down from the stage to calm the frostbite serpent. The winner is Gao Shan. The middle-aged man loudly declared the match's result. Originally silent after the earlier tremors, the entire venue erupted again after the announcement. Countless people cheered excitedly, their eyes burning as they looked at the mountain elephant in the arena. As the owner of the mountain elephant, Gao Shan waved at it. That terrifying mountain-like beast quickly shrank down, finally turning into a cute little elephant. It jumped onto Gao Shan's shoulder and affectionately rubbed against him. Gao Shan was tall and robust, just like the mountain elephant. But his demeanor was steady, even a little wooden. He reached out to pat the little elephant on his shoulder and then walked down from the stage. Just like that, after two incredible matches, the competitions of the second day came to an end. And the second day's matches were undoubtedly much more exciting than the first day. After 2 days of fighting, the specific ranking had reached 63. If nothing unexpected happened, in another 2 or 3 days, the champion would be decided completely. After the match, Lu Zhe returned to his manor. After completing everything he needed to do, he lazily nestled on the sofa. Started watching TV with Bai Shuang and the others. In today's match, Liao Yu didn't get hurt, but its spiritual power was slightly overused. After taking some spiritual medicine made by Lu Zhe, it quickly recovered. Chapter 204, Lu Zhe vs. Gao Shan. At this moment, Fengli was tightly wrapped around Lu Zhe's hand, staring at the TV screen in front of it without blinking. The TV was showing a popular horror movie recently, and Lu Zhe thought it was quite interesting. In fact, in reality, there are real ghosts and monsters. Ghosts and monsters are a special kind of demon beast, but unlike other demon beasts, they are completely made of spiritual energy. Therefore, they are very rare, and their combat power is much stronger than most other demon beasts. At this moment, a terrifying, snarling ghost face suddenly appeared on the TV. Lu Zhe, Bai Shuang, and Liao Yu didn't have much of a reaction to this, and instead, Bai Shuang looked on with interest. However, Fengli had a particularly strong reaction. Upon seeing the ghost face, it screamed directly. Then, it quickly turned its head and buried itself into Lu Zhe's arms, its body starting to tremble slightly. Clearly, it had been greatly frightened by this. Seeing this, Lu Zhe smiled and reached out to gently pat Fengli. Before long, Fengli couldn't hold back its curiosity and lifted its head to look at the TV screen again. But it was still very scared, so its small wings started to grow rapidly behind it. As a heavenly stage demon beast, it can control the size of any part of its body. Soon, these wings grew large enough to cover its whole body. Fengli carefully placed its wings on its head, then continued watching the TV through the gaps in its feathers. Watching Fengli's combination of fear and curiosity, Lu Zhe found it incredibly cute, while also feeling amused. Then, he smiled, reached out to pat Fengli, and picked up an orange from the fruit plate next to him. After peeling it, he fed it to Bai Shuang and the others, then lazily lay back on the sofa. Thus, he ate snacks while enjoying the TV show with great interest. However, compared to the relaxed atmosphere on Lu Zhe's side, the atmosphere on Qin Tianyuan's side was somewhat heavy. At this moment, Qin Tianyuan was sitting behind his computer, constantly searching for all of Gao Shan's competition information. Because of the terrifying strength displayed by the Fushan giant elephant earlier, Qin Tianyuan now felt unprecedented pressure. Watching the battle video of the Fushan giant elephant that he had managed to find, Qin Tianyuan leaned back in his chair, his face serious as he watched. Meanwhile, his Fenglong cloud dragon was curled up in his hand, sleeping soundly. Gao Shan. Qin Tianyuan muttered to himself, his mind starting to calculate ways to deal with the Fushan giant elephant. Clearly, in his eyes, Gao Shan was now his only and strongest opponent on the road to the championship. Thus, Qin Tianyuan spent the entire night analyzing the battle scenes of the Fushan giant elephant. Anyway, for a beast master at his level, not sleeping for a whole night was not a big deal. The next day, Lu Zhe arrived early at the competition venue. Meanwhile, Su Jia had arrived even earlier and was sitting in a seat, nibbling on some bread. When she saw Lu Zhe arrive, she handed him a piece of bread. "Take one, it tastes pretty good." Lu Zhe took it, ate it, and curiously asked, "How come you're here so early? You came without even having breakfast." Although the rankings had already been set, Su Jia and the others could still sit in the player seats to watch. "I was so excited," Su Jia said, then excitedly pointed to a figure sitting in the distance. "Look, that's Gao Shan, he arrived even earlier than I did." Lu Zhe followed her gaze and saw Gao Shan sitting on a chair with his eyes closed, resting. Beside him, the giant elephant was curled up at his feet, casually swaying its long trunk for fun. As if sensing the gaze from Lu Zhe and the others, Gao Shan suddenly opened his eyes and looked over. When he saw that Lu Zhe and the others were looking at him, he grinned and nodded at them. Lu Zhe and Su Jia smiled back and continued their light conversation. Time went by, and more people gathered in the area. Today, there were even more people than in the last 2 days. Clearly, due to the events of yesterday, more and more people were interested in this competition. And so, today's match officially began. To everyone's surprise, the first match was between Lu Zhe and Gao Shan. When the screen displayed the information of the competitors, the audience erupted in astonished gasps. The early encounter of the two rising stars left everyone breathless. Lu Zhe's performance from the past 2 days had left a deep impression on everyone. Especially yesterday's attack from Liao Yu, which was truly spectacular. However, Gao Shan, Lu Zhe's opponent, while his fight may not have been as entertaining as Lu Zhe's, left an even greater shock. The overwhelming power of a celestial-level beast was a shock that hit much harder. For this reason, almost everyone believed the outcome of the match was a foregone conclusion. The winner would definitely be Gao Shan. Because celestial-level beasts and earthly-level beasts were on completely different tiers. Even an earthly-level beast of the true dragon type would hardly stand a chance against a celestial-level beast. Everyone in the venue sighed about Lu Zhe's bad luck in facing Gao Shan. Otherwise, with his strength, he would definitely be able to make it into the top 10. While everyone lamented for Lu Zhe, there were two people who held completely different views. These two were Su Qinghe and Wu Chen. Because they had witnessed Lu Zhe's true strength, the terrifying giant beast that was almost mythical had left a strong impression on them. Wu Chen looked down at Lu Zhe and listened to the surrounding people's regretful words, and a sense of pride and subtle superiority rose within him. This feeling of being the only one awake while everyone else was drunk was truly wonderful. Wu Chen thought to himself, secretly reveling in it. Su Qinghe remained much calmer, fixated on Lu Zhe, simply wanting to know what changes had occurred with Fengli during this time. And so, under Su Jia's worried gaze, Lu Zhe walked toward the battle arena. Gao Shan followed closely behind, standing on the opposite side of the arena. He first smiled and nodded at Lu Zhe, and then the giant elephant on his shoulder instantly grew larger, transforming into a towering mountain in front of him. Looking at the mountain-like giant elephant in the arena, even though they had seen it yesterday, the crowd still looked somewhat dazed. Especially Qin Tianyuan, who was now intently staring at the giant elephant, hoping to take this opportunity to closely observe his competitor. I hope Lu Zhe can hold on for a while longer, Qin Tianyuan thought to himself, secretly wishing that Lu Zhe's strength could be a bit stronger. Thus, under everyone's varied gazes, Lu Zhe slowly raised his right hand. 205th chapter, The Appearance of Fengli. The people in the audience saw Lu Zhe's strange yet somewhat familiar gesture and suddenly had an astonishing guess in their hearts. No way. An unbelievable suspicion rose in everyone's minds. Sitting in his seat, focused on the invincible mountain giant, Qin Tianyuan's body suddenly stiffened at the sight of Lu Zhe's familiar movements. Just like that, amidst the incredulous gazes of everyone, a petite head poked out from Lu Zhe's sleeve. This appeared to be the head of a serpent, but it emanated an indescribable aura of authority and holiness. Winli extended its body, rapidly soaring into the air, expanding quickly until it transformed into a massive being that obscured the sky. Finally, an incredibly huge and unique monstrous beast appeared before everyone's eyes. With a serpentine body, it flaunted enormous wings that spread wide, blocking out the sun. Its scales shimmered in a mysterious blue-gold hue, and vibrant feathers decorated its massive form. A crown made entirely of feathers grew from the back of its head, and paired with its golden vertical pupils, the entire beast radiated a divine pressure that made one want to kneel and worship. What is this? As he watched Winli soaring in the air, one person in the crowd muttered to himself. His tone was devoid of excitement or shock, it was completely lost and confused. If anyone was the most shocked, it was undoubtedly Wen Jixia. She was staring wide-eyed at Winli in the sky, utterly dumbfounded. Though Winli had changed greatly in appearance, she still recognized it right away. And because of this, her shock and amazement intensified. She had only seen Winli 3 times, the first was when Lu Zhe had just formed the contract. At that time, Winli was just an ordinary rift-winged snake cub. The second time was when Lu Zhe brought Winli back before heading to the secret realm. At that time, Winli had changed significantly.
Although impressive, it was still understandable. But this time was her third time seeing Winley. The transformation this time was the greatest, having completely evolved into another species. When Jixia glanced at Winley in the sky, then through the contract, looked inside herself at the rift-winged snake. At this moment, the rift-winged snake was comfortably sleeping inside the beast control space. Seeing this, endless ripples surged in Jixia's heart. Just a few short months had passed, and Winley had changed so immensely. Winley spread its massive body freely within the arena, its colossal size even slightly surpassing that of the invincible mountain giant. It then fixed its cold gaze on the invincible mountain giant below, its golden vertical pupils filled with indifference. Noticing Winley's gaze, the invincible mountain giant uneasily paced back and forth, kicking up clouds of dust. Its owner, Gao Shan, initially had a dazed expression, but it suddenly turned fervent upon seeing Winley. He looked at Winley with excitement, his face full of battle intent. This current appearance seemed like two completely different people compared to before. After a brief moment of shock, the middle-aged man on the referee's bench regained his composure. Just as he was about to announce the start of the match, Yi Hanzhou spoke first. "I declare the match to begin." Yi Hanzhou's voice rang out, his gaze towards Winley filled with curiosity. And just like that, the match commenced. In contrast to the previous battles, Gao Shan actually took the initiative to command the invincible mountain giant to attack. His gaze was fervent, even excitedly shouting out loud. "Earth Vein Piercer! Moo!" The invincible mountain giant lifted its front half, letting out a heavy roar that seemed to echo from ancient times. Then, its two front legs stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! A violent tremor accompanied by a huge crashing noise erupted. Following this, cracks instantly spread across the entire arena, as a massive earthen spike suddenly shot up towards Winley. Everyone in the arena held their breath, eager to see how Fengli would respond. Fengli looked down at the spiky earth piercing up, her eyes remaining cold and indifferent. She slightly flapped her wings. In the next moment, an incredibly violent gust of wind was forcefully released, crashing down on the spikes. Boom! The massive earth spike shattered instantly, and the gust of wind continued unabated, rushing downward. The entire spike collapsed under this strike, countless fragments flying in all directions. Finally, after crushing the spike, the swirling wind, under Fengli's control, charged fiercely toward the burdened mountain giant. Bang! The burdened mountain giant, originally stable as a mountain, was unexpectedly blasted away by this gust of wind. It crashed heavily against the invisible barrier at the edge, then collapsed to the ground. Moo! It let out a painful cry, then struggled to stand up. Seeing this scene, almost everyone present had faces full of disbelief. They knew how the burdened mountain giant had performed before, other attacks had barely left a scratch on it. But now, it was actually blown away by someone's casual strike. Seeing this, Gao Shan felt a brief shock, but his eyes soon filled again with fighting spirit. All things suppressed. The burdened mountain giant let out a roar, and suddenly a heavy yellow light surged up all over its body. Buzz! A force connected it with the earth. Then, an invisible wave spread out, quickly enveloping Fengli in its grasp. This skill was naturally mastered by the burdened mountain giant. It could communicate with the earth vein and release a field of gravity. Within this field, it could impose terrifying gravitational pressure on any life form. Boom! Under the effect of the field, even the entire battlefield sounded with a muffled rumbling. However, Fengli, in the air, only swayed slightly before quickly regaining her balance. Seeing that Fengli was not affected, the burdened mountain giant prepared to attack again, but Fengli did not give it that chance. Fengli looked down at the burdened mountain giant, then let out a long roar. Roar! In an instant, countless dark clouds suddenly appeared out of thin air, rapidly gathering and soon occupying almost the entire sky above the arena. The ground below became shrouded in darkness. Fengli dove into the clouds, then poked her head out from the shadows. Her body was faintly visible in the thick clouds, the azure scales shimmering brilliantly against the dark backdrop. Looking down with her golden vertical pupils, she remained calm and indifferent, as if the beings below were no more than ants. Then, Fengli extended her tail, giving it a gentle flick. Buzz! The clouds in the sky instantly surged, with countless bolts of lightning flickering wildly within. The thunderous roars echoed throughout the arena, combined with the now dark scene, giving the feeling of an impending apocalypse. Seeing this doomsday-like spectacle, Gao Shan decisively ordered the burdened mountain giant to begin its defense. Earth barrier! The ground began to writhe as if alive, then directly heaved upwards. Finally, countless hard rocks covered the burdened mountain giant, instantly transforming into a towering mountain barrier, securely protecting it within. Chapter 206, Overwhelming Victory. Just as the rock barrier was completed, the clouds above had also finished gathering their power. Crack! A thick bolt of lightning, like a thunder dragon descending to earth, tore through the sky with a deafening explosion, striking down. Meanwhile, the clouds above seemed to have all their essence drained, clearly dimming significantly.
the lightning struck heavily onto the burdened mountain giant. At the moment of contact, the heavy rocky barriers completely shattered and turned into a sky full of powder.
Moo! With a cry of extreme pain, the mountain-burdened giant elephant fell straight down.
Its enormous body crashed heavily to the ground, making an incredibly loud sound while stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust slightly settled, the audience, seeing the scene clearly, all gasped in shock. On the wide back of the mountain-burdened giant elephant, a shocking black wound suddenly appeared. Large chunks of flesh were completely vaporized, and one could even see the skeleton inside, which had also turned pitch black. The mountain-burdened giant elephant lay on the ground, twitching in pain, but it still tried to stand up. Yet, every attempt to rise only caused more blood to burst from the wound. Even for something as strong as it, after such a severe injury, standing up was impossible. In the end, after several failed attempts to rise, it gave up. However, it stubbornly shook its trunk, enduring the pain in its body, and tried to attack Feng Li once more.
But Gao Shan stopped it.
Gao Shan walked beside the mountain-burdened giant elephant and gently patted it with his hand. Seeing the enormous, nearly piercing wound on its body, Gao Shan's face was filled with heartache. Then, he looked up at the sky. In the high sky, there were countless dense dark clouds. And within those clouds, thick lightning flashed through, with thunder rolling and crashing. The most eye-catching was the strange beast deep within the swirling clouds. That beast had buried its entire body in the clouds, only its head sticking out. Its golden vertical pupils coldly stared at this side. Faintly, one could make out its enormous body through the clouds. Strands of golden light emanated from gaps in its form, making it appear exceedingly divine.
What exactly is this beast? Gao Shan muttered to himself, then took a deep breath and unhesitatingly gave up. I give up.
After saying this, Gao Shan withdrew the mountain-burdened giant elephant back into his body and walked down from the battlefield. From the moment the mountain-burdened giant elephant was injured and fell until Gao Shan left the battlefield, the entire arena fell into an eerie silence.
Everyone was so shocked by this overwhelming victory that they couldn't speak. Yi Hanzhou glanced around the arena, then stood up with a smile and said, I announce that the winner of this match is Lu Zhe. Once Yi Hanzhou finished speaking, the audience finally regained their senses. They looked at the Feng Li in the clouds above, their expressions gradually turning incredibly excited. Deafening cheers shot up to the sky, everyone went wild for this unbelievable sight. Lu Zhe waved at Feng Li in the air. Feng Li immediately understood, and the thick dark clouds in the sky completely dispersed like a tide, restoring brightness to the battlefield. Then Feng Li quickly shrank down and transformed into a blue-gold flow of light, flying back to Lu Zhe's hand. Lu Zhe smiled and patted Feng Li, then walked down from the battlefield and returned to his seat. At this moment, all eyes in the contestants' area were firmly locked on Lu Zhe. Especially Qin Tianyuan. Qin Tianyuan looked at Lu Zhe with an extremely complicated expression.
His eyes had immense confusion and doubt, along with shock and surprise.
In Qin Tianyuan's view, the champion position should have been his based on his own strength.
And then suddenly, a Gao Shan appeared yesterday, which was acceptable as his strength wasn't beyond his expectations.
After analyzing the opponent's videos all night,
having a certain confidence to defeat the opponent. But who would have thought, today suddenly came a Lu Zhe. And his demonic beast was much stronger than his own, it directly killed Gao Shan in an instant. Qin Tianyuan looked at Lu Zhe's wrist, where a small snake was coiled around his hand. A mid-level heavenly beast. From the aura emitted by Feng Li just now, Qin Tianyuan easily sensed Feng Li's current realm. Mid-level heavenly, this was a level higher than his own Wen Lan Yun dragon. Although it only seemed like a small level, the gap between realms became greater as one progressed. If it were at the mortal or earthly levels, perhaps one could defeat an opponent by crossing one or even two small realms. But once above the heavenly level, it was not so easy. If the quality difference isn't too great, crossing a level to defeat an opponent is still very difficult. And from how easily it killed the burdened mountain giant elephant just now, this demonic beast's quality was definitely not low. Just as Qin Tianyuan was thinking this, Feng Li noticed his gaze and looked up at him.
Qin Tianyuan's eyes met Feng Li's gaze.
The moment he touched those golden vertical pupils, Qin Tianyuan felt a shock run through his body. He felt as if he was being completely seen through, a strong sense of pressure filling him entirely, freezing him in place. However, Feng Li only glanced at him and then shrank back again. After a while of being stiff, Qin Tianyuan finally came back to his senses. He gasped for air, beads of cold sweat pouring down from his body. At that moment, the Wen Lan Yun dragon also peeked out from his collar, trembling all over in fear.
What, are you feeling an absolute suppression in bloodline when facing that demonic beast? How is that possible?
After understanding the Wen Lan Yun dragon's current thoughts through their bond, Qin Tianyuan felt utterly incredulous. It's important to know that the Wen Lan Yun dragon is a true dragon. In terms of bloodline, it is definitely top tier. But now it actually said that Lu Zhe's peculiar demonic beast had an absolute suppression over its bloodline? At this moment, Lu Zhe also returned to his seat.
He had just sat down when Su Jejia abruptly exclaimed in excitement.
Wow, Lu Zhe, you're so deep and mysterious. You actually have such a demonic beast, let me see. Faced with Su Jejia's excited gaze, Lu Zhe didn't say much but rolled up his sleeve to reveal Fengli inside. The moment she saw Fengli, the extremely excited Su Jejia froze in shock. Although Fengli was very small in size now, the awe-inspiring and sacred aura emanating from it hadn't diminished at all.
Chapter 207, Yi Hanzhou's Concealment. The aura emanating from Fengli was something Su Jejia had never felt from any other demonic beast before.
It was an innate sense of holiness that surpassed all beings. Su Jejia instinctively reached out her hand to touch Fengli. Slap! Just as Su Jejia reached out, an invisible force struck her hand. Ah! Although the force wasn't strong and didn't even leave a red mark on her hand. This sudden obstruction still startled Su Jejia.
Fengli extended its head, its golden vertical pupils glancing at Su Jejia with a hint of dissatisfaction.
Although Fengli was only a few months old in terms of age, obviously still a child. It had indeed experienced a baptism by the feathered serpent god. A little change has occurred in its personality. So now, Fengli especially hates others touching its body. Even when it plays with the 3 Senya spirits in the backyard, it will deliberately avoid them, not allowing the Senya spirits to touch its body. Of course, this does not apply to Bai Shuang and Liaoyu. After all, they have been together for a long time before Fengli evolved, and their bond is deep, unmatched by anyone else. As for Lu Zhe, it goes without saying, Fengli's favorite thing is to cling to Lu Zhe's hand. Are you okay? Seeing Su Jejia being driven away by Fengli, Lu Zhe asked with a concerned tone.
I'm fine.
Su Jejia shook her head, still showing a hint of surprise on her face. That's good, Fengli doesn't like others to touch it. While explaining, Lu Zhe reached out his hand to rub Fengli's head.
Fengli comfortably squinted its eyes, enjoying Lu Zhe's massage. On the opposite side, Su Jejia could only nod regretfully upon seeing this.
She looked at Fengli, who was happily squinting its eyes under Lu Zhe's touch, feeling an immense sense of envy and desire in her heart.
At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was still incredibly eager.
Everyone's gaze was focused on Lu Zhe sitting there, especially on Fengli on his wrist.
Just now, Fengli's performance clearly exceeded everyone's understanding.
You have to know, previously, whether it was Qin Tianyuan or Gao Shan, they caused quite a stir just by having a low-grade heavenly beast.
Yet Fengli's strength was of a higher level, reaching the mid-grade heavenly tier.
Not to mention, it had just effortlessly defeated Gao Shan's giant mountain elephant. Many people had already taken out their phones, trying to look up what kind of beast Fengli really was.
But they would inevitably be disappointed. What's going on? Why can't I find any information on Lu Zhe's 3 summoned beasts?
After searching for a long time and finding no matching information, someone put down their phone in confusion. Then, the discussions in the crowd grew more and more intense. Meanwhile, Yi Hanzhou at the referee's seat looked at Fengli with a thoughtful expression.
What do you think? Yi Hanzhou asked the abyssal dragon inside him through their contract.
The abyssal dragon of the summoning space opened its eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then said.
Very impressive.
After saying this, the abyssal dragon closed its eyes again.
Oh really? Upon hearing the abyssal dragon's words, Yi Hanzhou began to ponder again. Is the effect of the fruit of destiny really this powerful? Because the mysterious fruit is extremely rare, Yi Hanzhou only knew that such a fruit existed. As for its specific effects and the changes in the beasts after consuming it, he knew nothing at all. Let me see just how far you can go with the fruit of destiny. Yi Hanzhou's gaze shifted to Lu Zhe, who was teasing Fengli, thinking this in his heart. In fact, back in the secret realm, when Yi Hanzhou had just learned that Lu Zhe had obtained the fruit of destiny, he had indeed considered reporting this matter. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately gave up. Because from Yi Hanzhou's perspective, if he reported this matter, it would definitely not bring any good to Lu Zhe. The rarity of the fruit of destiny could be seen from the fact that Yi Hanzhou only knew its name. Moreover, judging by Fengli's performance so far, the actual effect of the fruit of destiny was indeed astonishing, fully deserving of its incredible rarity. So if he reported it, this information would undoubtedly cause a huge stir. You have to know, humans are unlike beasts, lifespan has always been the most pressing issue for humans. Even the top combat power of humanity, the summoning emperor. Life has barely just crossed 1,000 years. And not everyone has let go of their lifespan issues like Yi Hanzhou. For most people, if there's a chance to extend their life, they would definitely stop at nothing. Although this supposition may be a bit extreme, Yi Hanzhou feels it is necessary. Because the human race is like this, they can exhibit incredible unity in dire situations, yet can also fight fiercely over trivial things. This has been the case since ancient times. So Yi Hanzhou must have the worst assumptions. And even if he reports it, what good does it do for Lu Zhe? It's nothing more than allocating some resources. And he can give these things himself, why bother reporting it? After all, he is now among the elite in the Azure Blue Nation, which comes with some power. Thinking of this, Yi Hanzhou gently shook his head, pulling his thoughts back to reality. The competition continued. However, after witnessing Feng Li's performance, all subsequent matches felt dull to everyone present, without any of the previous shock. The match continued sluggishly until Qin Tianyuan took the stage, when it slightly improved. After all, before Feng Li appeared, Qin Tianyuan had always been a favorite to win. Of course, everyone already had the answer in their hearts regarding who would win the championship. It would definitely be Lu Zhe. Qin Tianyuan looked at the big screen and secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his opponent wasn't Lu Zhe. Then he stood up and hurriedly glanced at Lu Zhe before rushing to the battlefield. His opponent only had a lower-grade monster controlling realm, so he quickly ended the fight. After the match ended, sparse applause echoed through the venue. But this was much better than the previous heavy atmosphere. Ignoring the applause, Qin Tianyuan quickly returned to his seat and stole another look at Lu Zhe. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe seemed completely unaware, still teasing Feng Li. "Here, Feng Li, sister has a treat for you." Su Jia carefully pulled out a light blue crystal block, then handed it to Feng Li. Lu Zhe immediately recognized it as a second-grade spiritual item, Sangfeng Crystal. Although this Sangfeng Crystal didn't mean much to Lu Zhe now, it was still considered quite valuable among second-grade spiritual items. So for Su Jia today, this was already a precious item. Chapter 208, Suching His Challenge. Hearing Su Jia's words, Feng Li lazily lifted its head. It looked at the Sangfeng Crystal in front of it but didn't make any move. "Go ahead, eat it, it's okay." Lu Zhe rubbed Feng Li and said to it. Only then did Feng Li extend its head and, under Su Jia's eager gaze, eat the Sangfeng Crystal. At the moment of entry, the Sangfeng Crystal instantly transformed into a rich and pure wind spiritual energy, which melded into Feng Li's body. However, Feng Li didn't seem to feel much about it, it just smacked its lips and used the contract to say to Lu Zhe. "Not delicious." Lu Zhe smiled without saying a word, finding it not surprising. After all, the food he fed Feng Li every day was specially tailored by him. In terms of effect, it was definitely much better than the Sangfeng Crystal. And the taste had become incredibly delicious under Lu Zhe's careful planning. So naturally, Feng Li didn't look highly upon this Sangfeng Crystal. If it weren't for Lu Zhe's previous words, it wouldn't even have wanted to eat it. Seeing Feng Li eat the Sangfeng Crystal, Su Jia felt a sense of joy. Suddenly, she broke into merry laughter. Then, her hand began to twitch again, longing to reach out and touch Feng Li. However, the moment her hand lifted, Feng Li noticed it. Feng Li raised her head and looked at her calmly. Under Feng Li's calm gaze, Su Jia had no choice but to awkwardly lower her hand, her face full of regret. The competition continued, and as the day's match was nearing its end, Lu Zhe's name appeared on the screen again. The venue, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly erupted with excitement. And so, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lu Zhe stepped onto the battlefield. His opponent was a slightly shorter but delicate-looking boy. Lu Zhe recognized him, his name was Su Mu, and he had two summoned beasts. One was a low-grade Earth-class Cloud-Blade White Eagle, and the other was a high-grade Earth-class Thunderfire Rhino. Overall, Su Mu's strength was among the top of all participants. But unfortunately, he encountered Lu Zhe. At this moment, Su Mu stood opposite Lu Zhe, his face looking extremely awful. What bad luck today. Su Mu understood that even if Lu Zhe did not summon his peculiar beast, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat either the White Wolf or the Fox Demon. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, the match officially began. Since Feng Li had already appeared, Lu Zhe saw no need to hide anymore and summoned Feng Li again. The sky was again filled with dense dark clouds, creating an apocalyptic scene once more. Feng Li's massive body emerged and faded within the clouds, exuding a terrifying sense of pressure. Su Mu's Thunderfire Rhino trembled violently under such an overwhelming aura. It was clear that it had completely lost its will to fight. Su Mu understood this too but simply did not want to give up. After all, giving up without even fighting was a totally cowardly act. Under Su Mu's constant encouragement, the Thunderfire Rhino gradually regained its fighting spirit. However, this clearly could not change anything. A thick bolt of lightning struck down, and the Thunderfire Rhino fell to the ground, completely losing consciousness. I declare that the winner of the match is Lu Zhe. Today's competition was completely over. By the end of the day, the rankings had been finalized at 36th place. After bidding farewell to Su Jia, Lu Zhe used his own strength to bypass the crowd that had surrounded him and arrived at the exit. Lu Zhe. Just as Lu Zhe was about to leave, a voice suddenly called out to him. Lu Zhe turned around and saw it was Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe walked up to Lu Zhe and glanced at Feng Li on Lu Zhe's wrist before calmly saying, "I watched your match, it was wonderful." "Thank you, Senior Su." Lu Zhe responded with a smile. Since their last match, they often met to battle together.
So although they were not exactly friends, they had built a good rapport.
Do you have time after the match ends?
As he said this, a glint of competitive spirit gradually emerged in Su Qinghe's eyes. Evidently, he wanted to have a few more sparring matches with Lu Zhe after the competition.
Without any hesitation, Lu Zhe shook his head to refuse.
Sorry, Senior Su, I might not have time, I should go home after the match.
Home?
Su Qinghe frowned slightly but did not say much more.
After chatting a few more sentences, Su Qinghe left.
Just as Lu Zhe was about to leave, he heard another voice call out to him.
Junior Lu. Sister One?
Lu Zhe looked at the girl in front of him with surprise. It was Wen Jixia. Wen Jixia ran up to Lu Zhe, her breath still not completely steady, urgently asking.
Junior Lu, do you know him? Wen Jixia pointed at Su Qinghe, who had walked far away. Senior Su? Of course I know him.
Hearing Lu Zhe's answer, Wen Jixia felt a bit surprised in her heart. Actually, at first, she also planned to go directly to find Lu Zhe, but seeing so many people rushing over, she decisively gave up. Anyway, she had Lu Zhe's contact information, so there was no need to rush. So she just got up and left directly. When she reached the exit, she suddenly saw Lu Zhe talking to someone. Seeing Lu Zhe made Wen Jixia feel very happy, and she quickly walked forward. But when she clearly saw who Lu Zhe was talking to, her footsteps immediately stopped.
Isn't that Su Qinghe? Su Qinghe himself was quite famous in Mirror Lake University due to his past deeds.
Although freshmen like Lu Zhe might not have much impression, students like Wen Jixia in her second year absolutely recognized him. And because she understood Su Qinghe's abilities, she felt so shocked. However, considering Lu Zhe's current strength, Wen Jixia felt that everything made sense.
Senior Wen, is there something on your mind?
At that moment, Lu Zhe asked Wen Jixia. Hearing this, Wen Jixia suddenly felt a bit shy. She pursed her lips and then spoke up. It's nothing really, I just wanted to ask you for advice on cultivating the void-winged snake. Wen Jixia felt quite embarrassed at this moment. You see, at first, she told Lu Zhe that if there was anything they didn't understand, they could come to ask her. But now, she was the one asking him for advice. Thinking of this, her cheeks couldn't help but feel a bit hot.
Is that okay?
After listening to Wen Jixia's words, Lu Zhe directly agreed straightforwardly.
No problem, Senior One. I'll organize the data when I get back and send it to you.
After all, this was nothing for Lu Zhe at all.
Then thank you very much, Junior Lu.
Wen Jixia thanked him happily.
After chatting a bit more, Lu Zhe turned and left. Chapter 209, The End of the Competition.
In the following days, the competition continued. At this moment, Lu Zhe stood on the battlefield, facing Qin Tianyuan. This match was the last match and also determined the champion. Earlier in the competition, Qin Tianyuan had already faced off against Yao Shan. After a tough battle, Qin Tianyuan finally achieved victory. However, his windstorm cloud dragon was seriously injured because of it. Fortunately, Yi Hanzhou helped to treat it in time, otherwise, Qin Tianyuan might not even be able to step onto the field now.
Qin Tianyuan's face was extremely serious at this moment.
Although he understood he was destined to lose, he still hoped to give it his all. Roar! Under his command, the windstorm cloud dragon let out a dragon's roar. Then, gusts of wind began to stir up, even scattering the thick clouds in the sky a little. Seeing this, both Qin Tianyuan and the windstorm cloud dragon had smiles on their faces. However, in the next moment, the situation in the arena suddenly changed. The wild winds in the air suddenly began to go out of control. The windstorm cloud dragon tried its best to regain control, but the fierce winds finally broke free from its grasp. In the end, countless wild winds transformed into sharp gales, constantly crashing against the body of the windstorm cloud dragon. In an instant, the windstorm cloud dragon was covered in dense wounds. When the storm finally ceased, the windstorm cloud dragon had become a bloody silhouette. It plummeted from the high sky without any resistance. After checking, Qin Tianyuan found that although the windstorm cloud dragon looked heavily injured, it was only surface wounds. It did not incur any fundamental damage, it would fully recover after a period of rest. After absorbing the wind, scud, and cloud dragon into his body, Qin Tianyuan couldn't help but sigh deeply. He had high hopes for this competition and was determined to win the championship. But, thinking of this, Qin Tianyuan sighed heavily once again. I give up. He shouted loudly. Almost at the moment Qin Tianyuan conceded, the entire venue erupted in deafening cheers. I declare that the winner of this match is Lu Zhe. Yi Hanzhou stood up from his seat, smiling softly at those below. Thus, this semester's first-year finals are completely over. The champion of this competition is Lu Zhe. At the same time, the huge electronic screen in the arena began to scroll, showing all competitors' final rankings. Following this, the crowd erupted again, roaring with excitement.
And so, the first semester finals came to an end. In the arena, once Fengli returned to his hands, Lu Zhe prepared to leave. However, as he just took a step, he heard a voice in his mind. Lu Zhe. Was that the voice of Principal Yi? Since he had personally met Yi Hanzhou earlier, Lu Zhe immediately recognized this was Yi Hanzhou's voice. He looked up and saw Yi Hanzhou smiling at him. Come with me. In the next moment, Lu Zhe felt a flash before his eyes, and he disappeared from that spot. At the same time, the judge Yi Hanzhou also vanished. Seeing Lu Zhe suddenly disappear, many people who were about to rush forward were momentarily stunned. However, before leaving, Yi Hanzhou had instructed a middle-aged man to maintain order at the scene. So soon, with the middle-aged man's efforts, the venue returned to being orderly. On Lu Zhe's side, when he regained clarity of his surroundings, he found himself in a very spacious office. At the center of the office was an equally vast desk. Behind the desk sat a figure. It was Yi Hanzhou. Principal Yi. Seeing Yi Hanzhou, Lu Zhe hurriedly greeted him. This isn't our first meeting, make yourself comfortable. Yi Hanzhou said with a smile, then waved his hand, and a chair promptly slid into place behind Lu Zhe. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Zhe sat down. Principal Yi, what do you need me for? Isn't the competition over? Why don't you want the champion's prize? Yi Hanzhou spoke, then casually flicked his fingers. In the next moment, Lu Zhe's phone buzzed faintly. Lu Zhe took it out and saw that the 30,000 points for the championship had already been credited. At this moment, Yi Hanzhou's voice came again. At the same time, you also earned the chance to exchange for 10 random tier 3 spiritual items. You can choose freely from all the school's websites. Once you select, the school will reimburse you. As for the opportunity to enter the secret realm of fortune, you can choose that as well. This opportunity is permanently reserved, you can use it whenever you want. After finishing, Yi Hanzhou curiously asked Lu Zhe. Did you raise that white wolf and fox demon yourself? Lu Zhe nodded. That's right. Upon hearing this, Yi Hanzhou's smile seemed to grow even brighter. It seems your nurturing talent is quite high. Then he waved his hand, and a silver white ring suddenly appeared on the desk. Take this, it's a personal reward from me. The ring flew straight to Lu Zhe's front. Curiously, Lu Zhe took it and projected his mental energy into it, encountering no resistance at all. When he saw the situation inside the ring, Lu Zhe's face was filled with shock. Inside the ring was an incredibly vast space. At a glance, he couldn't see the end at all. And within that space, there is also a small mountain completely made up of various spiritual objects. After being dumbfounded, Lu Zhe quickly reacted. He hurriedly looked at Yi Hanzhou and said, Principal Yi, this is too precious, I can't accept it. Saying this, he put the ring back on the table. Take it, consider it a reward for your good performance, and these things are nothing to me anyway. Then, under Yi Hanzhou's control, the ring firmly fitted onto Lu Zhe's finger. Although the number of spiritual objects was vast, the highest was only of 3rd rank. After all, Yi Hanzhou was very clear. No matter how talented a person is, if they haven't gone through enough training, their ultimate achievement will definitely not be high. So, the things Yi Hanzhou was giving now would only bring Lu Zhe a temporary boost. If he wants to become a real expert, he still needs to put in effort himself. Even that mountain of spiritual objects was not worth as much as that one space ring. After hearing Yi Hanzhou's words, Lu Zhe hesitated for a moment but ultimately accepted the ring. Thank you, Principal Yi, for your regard. In the future, I will work harder and not let you down. Chapter 210, Inventory of Rewards. Hearing Lu Zhe's determined response, a deeper smile appeared in Yi Hanzhou's eyes. In that case, keep working hard. He said gently. And if you have any problems in the future, you can come to me anytime. Lu Zhe nodded heavily, indicating that he would definitely not disappoint Yi Hanzhou. After confirming that Lu Zhe had no other questions, Yi Hanzhou directly sent him back. When Lu Zhe recognized the scene in front of him, he found that he had actually returned to his own manor. After being slightly surprised by Yi Hanzhou's power, Lu Zhe quickly began to tally his gains. First was 30,000 credits. Although Lu Zhe could steadily earn credits through the battlefield right now. As he won more matches, the credits he could earn from them decreased. During this period, the credits Lu Zhe earned had basically remained at a fixed level. And if he wanted to earn 30,000 credits, it would definitely take a lot of time. It can be anticipated that for a long time to come, Lu Zhe would not lack credits and wouldn't need to go to the battlefield every day. The second gain was the ability to choose 10 third-rank spiritual objects. This reward was also decent, after all, the credits needed to exchange for third-rank spiritual objects were a considerable expense. Not to mention that he could choose them himself, he could select the most precious ones. Then there was the opportunity to enter a blessed land-type secret realm. This could be counted as the most precious reward among the champions. As for the specific choice of Blessed Land Secret Realm, Lu Zhe already had a rough idea. Because the Blessed Land type Secret Realm is specifically classified, only the same attribute monsters can stay inside to gain maximum benefits. So, if nothing goes wrong, this quota should belong to Bai Shuang. After all, Bai Shuang's current realm was about to break through to the celestial level, she was just one step away. If she could go to a Blessed Land Secret Realm, she might directly break through to the celestial level. Although Bai Shuang didn't show any unusual signs right now, Lu Zhe could still sense that her mood wasn't very good. After all, her strength was only slightly stronger than Liu Yu now. This was only because Liao Yu had just broken through. If more time passed, perhaps she wouldn't even be able to defeat Liao Yu anymore. Suddenly falling from the strongest level to the weakest level, Bai Shuang certainly found it hard to accept. However, this still had to wait until she returned to school from home. The final unexpected joy was the space ring and the resources inside it given by Yi Hanzhou. Whether it's the ring itself or the mountain of resources inside, they were a great help to Lu Zhe. After taking stock of all the gains, Lu Zhe felt quite good, even humming a little tune. That night, in the backyard of the manor, a huge bonfire blazed in the middle of the grass, with dozens of sizzling meat ribs grilling above. The tempting aroma filled the air, and the area next to the fire was already piled high with cooked meat ribs and various spiritual fruits. The blue-scaled medicine snake was currently lying beside the fire, carefully handling the meat ribs. Seeing the meat ribs were ready, it used its vines to place the roasted ribs onto a plate. Bai Shuang, Liao Yu, and Feng Li were all waiting by the fire, even the 3 forest bud spirits were there. Each of them held a spiritual fruit, happily bouncing around holding hands while taking big bites from their fruits. To celebrate winning the championship today, Lu Zhe specifically held a gathering in his own backyard. The guests were just him, Bai Shuang, and the others, along with the blue-scaled medicine snake and the forest bud spirits. Actually, Zhao Xingye and the others, whom Lu Zhe knew, also wanted to throw a gathering for him. But Lu Zhe did not know many people, only about 2 or 3. Moreover, Lu Zhe himself was not the type who liked noise. Rather than being with others, he preferred to be with his own spirits. This way, he felt much freer and more comfortable. Lu Zhe picked up a piece of meat rib that was already grilled and took a bite. Not bad, the grilling is really good. Glancing at the blue-scaled medicine snake, which was focused on grilling the meat, Lu Zhe praised it. These meat ribs were not ordinary meat, they were the best quality cuts taken from demon beasts. So even without any seasoning, they tasted delicious. Hearing Lu Zhe's praise, the blue-scaled medicine snake nodded excitedly, then became even more serious. Actually, at first, Lu Zhe planned to handle everything by himself. But since there were too many things to deal with, after all, Bai Shuang and the others had huge appetites, if he didn't prepare more, they wouldn't be satisfied. So Lu Zhe directly let Bai Shuang and the others help, and the blue-scaled medicine snake and forest bud spirits naturally came over too. However, as time went on, the forest bud spirits and Feng Li were the first to lose patience. The forest bud spirits directly started dancing around the bonfire, while Feng Li, taking advantage of the others not paying attention, secretly buried herself in a large meat rib. And then Lu Zhe and Bai Shuang followed suit. After Lu Zhe handled things for a while, he thought about taking a break, so he stopped his movements. Seeing Lu Zhe stop, Bai Shuang also quickly followed suit and secretly went to lie down beside Lu Zhe, feeling comfortable. At this point, only Liao Yu and the blue-scaled medicine snake were left doing the work. But Liao Yu was only maintaining the fire's temperature and helping to arrange some things. The main worker was still the blue-scaled medicine snake. Of course, mainly because it was also happy to do so. Lu Zhe turned his head and saw Feng Li buried in a meat rib much larger than herself, munching away with greasy lips. He laughed and reached out to pull Feng Li out of the meat rib. Feng Li, don't rush, eat slowly. There's plenty, learn from your sister Bai Shuang and sister Liao Yu. Lu Zhe used spiritual power to wipe away the grease on Feng Li, then advised. Hearing this, Feng Li kept chewing but nodded her head like a garlic press. Seeing this, Lu Zhe could only smile, then let go of Feng Li. After Lu Zhe's reminder, Feng Li had restrained herself a little, but only a little. Then, Lu Zhe shifted his gaze to Bai Shuang. At this moment, Bai Shuang was sitting beside Lu Zhe, looking incredibly relaxed. She slightly opened her mouth, and a piece of grilled meat flew into it. Then she started to chew elegantly. Lu Zhe reached out to touch Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang continued to eat while enjoying Lu Zhe's caress, then comfortably squinted her eyes. After that, Lu Zhe looked at Liao Yu. Liao Yu was currently organizing a huge pile of plates in front of her. Noticing Lu Zhe's gaze, Liao Yu lifted her head and smiled at him. Her tail behind her also happily wagged a little. Ing. Chapter 211, The Eve of Returning. Seeing Liao Yu's obedient appearance, Lu Zhe smiled and handed her the grilled meat in his hand. Liao Yu immediately opened her mouth excitedly and gobbled up the large piece of grilled meat. Ing. As she chewed the grilled meat in her mouth, Liao Yu squinted her eyes happily. Lu Zhe reached out to stroke Liao Yu's smooth fur.
Of course, he had already cleaned the grease off his hands with spiritual power beforehand. Then, Lu Zhe relaxedly leaned against Bai Shuang, closing his eyes to enjoy this moment. A gentle breeze lightly brushed against Lu Zhe, and Bai Shuang's smooth fur floated in the wind. It felt like soft little hands continuously massaging his whole body. The soft singing voices of the Mori spirit girls by his ear sounded like the most comforting lullaby. Unconsciously, Lu Zhe lay there on Bai Shuang and fell asleep. Once Bai Shuang noticed Lu Zhe had fallen asleep, she stopped chewing. Then she carefully covered Lu Zhe with her fluffy large tail. The big tail completely wrapped around Lu Zhe. Thus, time flowed slowly. Before long, almost all the food Lu Zhe had prepared was consumed. The vast majority was eaten by Feng Li alone. At this moment, Feng Li was floating upside down in the air, looking very satisfied. And even after eating so much, her stomach still looked unchanged. Suddenly, Feng Li flipped over and searched around the campfire. In fact, whether it was Feng Li or Liao Yu, ordinary food was already hard for them to fill up. Of course, they usually wouldn't feel hungry. They could completely satisfy all their needs by absorbing spiritual power. So the food Lu Zhe prepared was just for them to enjoy the deliciousness. However, at this moment, Feng Li clearly wasn't satisfied and wanted to eat more. But now, the food Lu Zhe had prepared was almost all gone, leaving only a small portion specially set aside. This small portion was saved for Lu Zhe, so Feng Li naturally wouldn't think of that. After realizing all the food was gone, a trace of disappointment flashed in Feng Li's eyes. She patted her belly with her little wings behind her, then floated back in the air. After some time, as it was already late and Lu Zhe looked deeply asleep. So Bai Shuang and the others decided to end this gathering. Bai Shuang carefully got up, then used spiritual power to gently lift Lu Zhe onto her back. Then, she took Lu Zhe and walked into the house. Everything here was left to the care of Liao Yue and others. After quickly tidying up the scene, Liao Yue and Feng Li returned to the house carrying a big pile of empty plates. The firewood and ashes on the ground were thoroughly cleaned up. In the backyard, the Bai Lin medicine snake scanned the area and, seeing everything in order, nodded in satisfaction. Although it spent most of the night working and ate very little, it still felt an immense sense of fulfillment. Then, it turned to the three Senya spirits nearby. It saw them each stroking their round little bellies, contentedly lying on the ground. It should be known that there were many spirit fruits here, so even though Feng Li ate a lot, the three Senya spirits were already stuffed. Seeing the Senya spirits that had almost transformed from oval to round, the Bai Lin medicine snake felt a hint of helplessness. Then, it gently wrapped the three Senya spirits with vines and sent them back to their little wooden house. Inside the house, Bai Shuang placed Lu Zhe on the bed in the bedroom, then covered him with a quilt before quickly running to the bathroom to wash. When Liao Yue and Feng Li returned after finishing everything, Bai Shuang had already cleaned herself and was lying in the nest at the bedroom door. After washing all the plates, Liao Yue quickly rinsed herself too. Then, Liao Yue returned to her nest at the bedroom door to rest. As for Feng Li, she flew directly into Lu Zhe's bedroom and curled up next to his pillow. Click. Bai Shuang used her spiritual power to turn off all the lights in the room, and the next moment, the whole house was engulfed in a peaceful darkness. In the next few days, Lu Zhe was busy handling matters in his estate. Because he was about to leave school, and it was estimated he would be gone for about 2 months. Although the school placed no restrictions on holiday time, Lu Zhe didn't plan to rest for too long. Fortunately, with Bai Lin medicine snake and the Senya spirits here, Lu Zhe didn't have to worry too much. Moreover, the petite forms of the Senya spirits allowed them to enter the house to do various cleaning tasks. After finishing everything, Lu Zhe prepared to leave school and go home. At this moment, Lu Zhe stood at the gate of the estate with empty hands. All the things he needed to take had been placed into his storage ring. This indeed made it much more convenient. After all, carrying a bunch of heavy bags every time was too troublesome. Not to mention, Lu Zhe had prepared many gifts this time for Lin Xingyu and Qin Yueshi. Now, Lu Zhe already had 2 storage rings. Although the one given by Yi Hanzhou was much better than the one Lu Zhe bought himself. He didn't throw away or sell the one he had purchased, as it was his first. Instead, he still wore it on his hand. Time to go. Lu Zhe glanced at the 3 Senya spirits in front of him, then squatted down to gently pat their heads. Remember to watch the house well. The 3 Senya spirits nodded heavily, their faces showing a very serious expression. Chirp. We will guarantee to complete the task. Lu Zhe smiled and flicked one of the Senya spirits' foreheads before standing up and summoning Feng Li. Then, Lu Zhe rode on Feng Li and disappeared from the eyes of the 3 Senya spirits. After standing at the door for a while, the 3 forest spirit elves returned inside the house and then closed the door. Chapter 212, Beast Control Riot. It did not take long for Lu Zhe to leave Mirror Lake University and arrive in the city. Then, as usual, he took a taxi to the bus station. During the security check, the station staff specifically took out a device to scan the 2 spatial rings on Lu Zhe's hands. After confirming that the device did not sound an alarm, the staff allowed Luce to pass.
Once on the train, Luce prepared to head directly to his compartment.
But just as he was walking, Luce suddenly noticed a middle-aged man not far ahead behaving strangely. The middle-aged man suddenly trembled all over and uncontrollably collapsed onto the nearby seat. This sudden scene startled a girl who had been sitting there, causing her to stand up and quickly move away from the middle-aged man.
What's happening? Do we need to call the staff?
Seeing the middle-aged man's condition, the crowd around began to retreat and murmured among themselves. Their tone was filled with worry and unease. Luce frowned as he watched the scene, keenly sensing that something was off with the man's aura.
A strong beastly aura was uncontrollably leaking out from him.
This made the man's face turn even paler, and his body trembled more violently. Just as countless guesses surged in Luce's mind, the man suddenly let out a piercing scream.
Ah!
The middle-aged man painfully arched his body, the veins on his forehead bulging.
Then, in front of the shocked gaze of the crowd, a beast suddenly broke free from his body. Was this a beast control riot?
Luce immediately determined the situation of the middle-aged man. A beast control riot, simply put, is when the beast breaks free from the control of the beast master. The contract between the beast master and the beast is not a permanent arrangement. In fact, in the earliest contracts, the beast held the primary power. Now, after a long time with countless modifications to the contract, it is currently human-centered.
At least, that is the case in the Azure Blue Kingdom. Within the borders of the Azure Blue Kingdom, all newborns undergo automatic soul transformation upon birth.
Only those who have undergone soul transformation can perform the beast contract.
Only then is it possible to successfully contract a beast. Of course, this is only a possibility, it ultimately depends on oneself.
However, those who have not undergone soul transformation have absolutely no means to sign a contract with a beast. As for the true nature of the beast contract, how newborns undergo soul transformation at birth, and the specific content of soul transformation, all these are top secrets. It is likely that only a few in the highest echelons of the Azure Blue Kingdom are aware of them. Because of this secrecy, beast contracts are considered very precious. In many parts of the world, ordinary people cannot even sign a contract with a beast. Because they don't even have that qualification and can only live their lives as ordinary people. Back to the present, although the current beast contracts greatly protect human interests, there are still certain limitations. That is, the beast master's mental strength must be strong enough, at least able to suppress their own beast. If one's mental strength is insufficient and the beast develops other thoughts, then the beast can completely break free from the beast master's control. This is what is referred to as a beast control riot. Of course, this kind of situation is actually very rare. After all, to successfully complete a contract with a demon beast, either both parties must agree, or the beast master must rely entirely on their powerful mental strength to forcibly contract with the demon beast. And no matter which way it is, the probability of the demon beast resisting the beast master is very small. Luce used the Eye of Truth to check all the information about the demon beast that had just run out from the man's body. This is a frost-thorn giant lizard of common rank, superior grade. Race, frost-thorn giant lizard. Strength, common rank, superior. Quality, earth rank, medium. And Luce sensed that the middle-aged man's current strength was only that of a fully-fledged beast master. If we only consider strength, the man certainly does not have the ability to subdue the frost-thorn giant lizard. From the man's earlier performance, he definitely did not have a friendly interaction with the frost-thorn giant lizard. At least it was not to the extent that the demon beast would agree to contract with him. And this leads us to another special situation. Although there are very comprehensive laws regarding demon beasts in the Kanglin Kingdom, and no one is allowed to abuse them, there are still large areas of wilderness within the Kanglin Kingdom. In these wild areas, of course, there are no laws to constrain anything. So in these areas, hunting demon beasts to seize resources is a common occurrence. From this, a certain kind of business naturally emerged. That is illegal trafficking of demon beasts. Many people, for various reasons, find that they cannot contract strong demon beasts through normal means. So some of them take risks and spend a lot of money to buy demon beasts through this method. And what if the strength of the demon beast exceeds theirs, and it is unwilling to contract? This is not a big problem. Those who sell demon beasts will use various methods to force the demon beast to agree to the contract. Or they might use drugs to harm the demon beast, rendering it unable to resist the contract. Although contracting demon beasts through this method has many disadvantages, for those who cannot contract at all, it is still better than nothing. Demon beasts contracted in this way have a high probability of revolt, because the various shortcomings of this method seriously endanger the demon beast's life safety. Thus, this behavior is expressly prohibited within the Kanglin Kingdom. Once discovered, both the buyer and seller will face severe punishment. The current middle-aged man, if nothing goes wrong, is someone who forcibly contracted the frost-thorn giant lizard through illegal means. Although it is unknown what specific method he used, the current situation clearly proves this. The method he used is very unsafe, and the effect is also extremely poor. As soon as the frost-thorn giant lizard appeared, it immediately let out a threatening roar towards the crowd. After scaring off the surrounding people, it turned around and stared at the middle-aged man with a gaze filled with hatred. The anger and resentment in its eyes almost solidified into substance. Seeing this scene, the already pale middle-aged man became even weaker, collapsing onto the ground. He looked in terror at the frost-thorn giant lizard, his mouth trembling as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately could not say a word. The frost-thorn giant lizard lunged directly at the terrified middle-aged man. However, just as it leaped, a hand firmly gripped its neck, rendering it completely unable to move. It was Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe immediately stepped in to stop it. This was not because he cared about the safety of the middle-aged man. The main reason was that if the frost-thorn giant lizard really killed the middle-aged man, then regardless of the reason, its fate was certain. That fate would only end in one way: execution. After all, although the Blue Country stressed the protection of beast rights, it ultimately prioritized humans. Moreover, the frost-thorn giant lizard was not a rare beast, so to be safe, its end would definitely be extermination. Of course, if it were found out that the middle-aged man had indeed illegally contracted the frost-thorn giant lizard, he would also face severe punishment. The frost-thorn giant lizard, being choked by its neck, thrashed its body wildly, its sharp claws cutting through the air with a cold gleam. However, Lu Zhe's hand was as steady as iron, gripping it tightly, preventing it from moving even an inch. Then, after sensing a comforting aura coming from Lu Zhe, the frost-thorn giant lizard's struggles gradually slowed down. But it was clear that this comforting aura was not enough to make it completely abandon its resentment towards the middle-aged man. What truly made it obedient was a heavy pressure that suddenly enveloped it. This terrifying sense of oppression made the frost-thorn giant lizard freeze instantly, unable to move at all. The others around, seeing Lu Zhe grasp the frost-thorn giant lizard, also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there were quite a few ordinary people in the crowd, and the frost-thorn giant lizard was indeed a highly aggressive beast. If it were a lower-level beast tamer, they might not even be able to subdue it. The middle-aged man, slumped in his chair, watched this scene and felt relieved. He swallowed hard and struggled to stand up. But soon, he seemed to think of something and his face turned anxious again. Quickly kill it. The middle-aged man pointed at the frost-thorn giant lizard in Lu Zhe's hand, shouting sharply. Clearly, he had realized that if the illegal contract came to light, a harsh punishment awaited him. So, the only solution he could think of was to kill the frost-thorn giant lizard directly. Make it disappear completely, leaving no witnesses behind. Then, he could just invent a few reasons to explain the sudden rampage of the frost-thorn giant lizard. With this, he might be able to get away with it. Thinking this, the middle-aged man eagerly took a few steps forward, wanting to reach out and touch the frost-thorn giant lizard. What are you doing? Lu Zhe frowned and dodged the middle-aged man's reaching hand. Seeing this, the middle-aged man was taken aback, then quickly reacted. Looking at Lu Zhe before him, he quickly displayed a fawning smile. Little brother, it's like this. This frost-thorn giant lizard was recently contracted by me, and its temperament is quite volatile. I was planning to tame it over time. Who would have thought it would repay my kindness with malice and directly try to attack me? As he spoke, the middle-aged man shook his head visibly, showing immense regret. Since it is so stubborn, I have no choice but to part with it. To prevent it from harming others afterward, I hope, little brother, you can directly kill it. At that moment, the frost-thorn giant lizard, which had been calmed down, became agitated again upon seeing the middle-aged man point at it. It thrashed wildly in Lu Zhe's grip, its mouth opening continuously toward the middle-aged man. Its fierce fangs were bared. The entire monster showed a very fierce appearance. The middle-aged man was directly startled by this sudden outburst, stepping back several times. However, he looked at the frost-spiked giant lizard, who was wildly thrashing but unable to escape Lu Zhe's grasp, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, his eyes brightened even more as he pointed again at the frost-spiked giant lizard. Look, this beast still looks like this. Little brother, for everyone's safety, hurry up and kill it. As he said this, the middle-aged man turned his head to the crowd around him, seeming to seek some sort of agreement. But wherever he looked, everyone was staring at him with a look of disbelief. Who do you think is stupid? Isn't it obvious that this is an act of destroying evidence? The Azure Blue Kingdom takes illegal trading of monsters very seriously, having conducted extensive science education and publicity nationwide. So everyone present had their own guesses upon witnessing all that had just happened. Seeing that no one believed him, the middle-aged man became even more anxious. Just as he was about to say something else, several train guards hurried over. Everyone, quickly disperse. As soon as the train guards arrived, they began to clear the crowd, having already seen the specific situation through the train's surveillance. Behind the train guards, several nearly man-sized, fiery red-furred dogs followed them closely. These were the standard monsters used by train staff, the Scarlet Flame Hound.
Species, Scarlet Flame Hound. Quality, low Earth grade. Strength, upper mortal stage. If everyone summoned different kinds of monsters, it would certainly appear incredibly chaotic and disordered. So for aesthetics, nearly all organized agencies have their staff summon uniform monsters. Of course, depending on local specifics, the types of unified monsters vary. In this train station, the unified monster type summoned by the staff was the Scarlet Flame Hound. The Scarlet Flame Hound is a great choice, as its combat ability is also strong among monsters of the same level. Moreover, its appearance is exceptionally striking, making it very suitable as a uniform monster. Once the crowd was dispersed, several Scarlet Flame Hounds surrounded Luce and the middle-aged man in the middle. Watching this scene, the middle-aged man was even more nervous. He trembled all over and had to hold onto a nearby seat to barely stand firm. Luce remained extremely calm, as he was doing a good deed. He might even be awarded something for it. "Hello, please show me your valid identification." Two train guards walked in front of Luce and the middle-aged man, asking for their identification. Luce did not hesitate, giving a slight shake of his hand, and a student ID appeared out of nowhere in his hand. Seeing this magical scene, the crowd in the distance, including the train guards, all showed looks of surprise. Chapter 214, After returning home. Fortunately, the train guards had seen the world and quickly realized this was some sort of spatial storage artifact. So young and already has a storage artifact, where's this rich second generation from? Do rich kids even take trains? Is it for the experience? The train guards thought to themselves as they accepted the identification Luce handed over. But when they saw the information on the ID, they immediately understood everything. The clearly visible four large characters Mirror Lake University on the ID had already explained it all. Confirming that the person on the ID was Luce, the train guards immediately showed eager smiles. After returning the student ID to Luce, they... Without saying a word, he turned around and began to communicate with the other train police. As they talked, they occasionally turned their heads to look at Luce, their eyes filled with surprise and envy. The next events were simple because no one was a fool, and the middle-aged man's behavior was too obvious. So, after a quick inquiry, the train police understood everything that had happened. The middle-aged man was taken away by the train police and would be handed over to the police station for a more detailed investigation. After all, the illegal selling of monster beasts is a severe crime and must undergo strict examination. Luce was taken to his room by the train police, and when they left, they kindly closed the door for him. Luce sat on the bed in the room, recalling the looks the train police had given him, feeling an unusual sense of comfort all over. The reason he took out his student ID instead of his identity card was because of this. If he had only taken out his identity card, it would have led to a series of troublesome processes. It might even require him to go to the police station afterward to verify some information, which would undoubtedly waste a lot of his time. But using his student ID was different. Being a student of Jinghu University had a very loud reputation in the outside world and was extremely useful. After all, the 5 great and 7 houses were an unattainable existence in the hearts of most people. Especially just recently, the head of Jinghu University, Yi Hanzhou's demonic beast broke through to the emperor level. So when the train police learned of his identity as a Jinghu University student, all unnecessary troubles were directly omitted. This is the benefit of having a status. Luce didn't stay in the room for long when a group of train staff came to find him. They said they wanted to reward Luce for his act of bravery. The reward wasn't much, just a banner and 10,000 source coins. Besides this, one of the staff members added a contact number for Luce. They said it was to facilitate further communication regarding the middle-aged man's incident, to notify Luce of any updates or needs later. Before leaving, the staff took several photos of Luce. Luce was not resistant to this and cooperatively posed for several photos. Once the staff left, Luce couldn't wait to look through his rewards. For that 10,000 source coins, Luce felt no waves in his heart. This amount of money was nothing he minded at all now. However, he was very interested in that banner. He flipped the banner over and over, almost beaming with happiness. This feeling of doing a good deed was quite nice. He must keep this banner safe and find a place to hang it after returning to school. This was his first proof of doing a good deed. The wind spirit in his sleeve also peeked out to examine the banner. But soon it lost interest and shrank back into Luce's sleeve. After merrily admiring the banner for a while, Luce finally put it into his storage ring. In the time that followed, nothing special happened. Thus, the train safely arrived at its destination. Once he exited the train station, Luce immediately spotted a familiar luxury car parked by the roadside. It was Lin Xingyu's car. Next to the car, Lin Xingyu was leaning against it, her eyes constantly searching the crowd of people exiting. Luce walked directly towards Lin Xingyu. When Lin Xingyu saw Luce, a smile appeared on her face. Then she walked toward Luce. "You've grown taller and even more handsome.
As soon as she reached Lu Zhe, Lin Qingyu looked him up and down and smiled. "Sister Lin, you've also become even more beautiful." Lu Zhe replied with a smile. "Enough with the sweet talk, by the way, where's your luggage?" Lin Qingyu glanced around Lu Zhe's surroundings and, seeing no luggage, asked him with a puzzled expression. Lu Zhe extended his right hand, showing 2 rings on his fingers. "It's in here." Upon seeing the 2 rings, Lin Qingyu immediately recognized what they were. "Space-type spiritual tool, you got it so quickly?" Lin Qingyu was not naive, she understood how valuable space-type spiritual tools were. "You really live up to your name as a student of Mirror Lake University." Lin Qingyu sighed. Space-type spiritual tools are extremely precious, their high cost is one thing, but being able to buy them is another. Other than a few special channels, there are no places selling space-type spiritual tools. Thus, for an ordinary demon master, even having a chance to touch them is impossible. "If that's the case, let's get in the car. After such a long trip, you must be tired." Lin Qingyu said with a smile, then opened the driver's door and got in. Lu Zhe also opened the car door and sat in the back seat. With the sound of the car starting, the sedan quickly drove away from the train station. Screech. With a screech of brakes, the car stopped in front of Lu Zhe's villa. Lu Zhe opened the car door and stepped out, looking at the villa before him with a thoughtful expression. At first, he thought this villa was very big. But after seeing the estates at Mirror Lake University, Lu Zhe suddenly realized how small this villa was. "Alright, enough with the size, you know this place isn't as nice as your school's estate." Lin Qingyu also got out of the car and smiled as she handed Lu Zhe the key to the villa. "Hurry inside and rest well, I've already tidied everything up for you." After receiving the key, Lu Zhe invited Lin Qingyu. "Sister Lin, do you want to come in and sit?" "No, I won't disturb you today. Just rest well. We'll talk about anything tomorrow." After speaking, Lin Qingyu smiled and got back into the driver's seat. Another round of the car starting sound echoed, and Lin Qingyu drove away. Chapter 215, The Thoughts of a New Demon Master. Lu Zhe stood there, watching until the car completely disappeared before he shifted his gaze. Then, Lu Zhe walked to the villa's entrance and unlocked the door with the key. Once inside, a tidy scene appeared before Lu Zhe, looking as if it had just been carefully cleaned. Lu Zhe took a quick look around and found that the inside of the villa was exactly the same as when he left. At this point, Lu Zhe also released Baishuang and Liao Yue. However, the space in the villa was clearly much smaller than in the estates at Mirror Lake University. Baishuang and Liao Yue couldn't freely stretch their bodies inside the villa, they could only cautiously move in the small space. Lu Zhe also didn't have a good solution for that. After all, he couldn't just make major renovations to the villa. Lu Zhe wanted to make Baishuang and Liao Yue return to his body, but it was clear that they were unwilling. After a quick look inside the villa, Lu Zhe walked toward the backyard. Arriving at the backyard, looking at the sparse herbs growing in the medicinal field he once painstakingly cared for, Lu Zhe felt a wave of emotion. Then, Lu Zhe shifted his gaze to a small pond in the backyard. It was the very pond where he trained Baishuang earlier. The pond used for fishing to pass the time. After arriving by the pond, Lu Zhe was surprised to find that there were still some fish living inside. These fish were swimming leisurely in the pond, looking as if they were living quite well. "Sister Lin even takes care of these fish?" Lu Zhe felt very surprised, he thought that Lin Qingyu would have immediately gotten rid of the fish after he left. As he looked at this small pond, Lu Zhe began to ponder whether he should also create a pond in his backyard. At this thought, Lu Zhe suddenly realized that he did not yet have any water-based beast companions. Lu Zhe currently owned 3 spirit beasts, but the number of spirit beasts clearly did not match his current strength. After all, Lu Zhe's current level was that of a 3rd-tier beast master, and logically, he should have 4 to 6 spirit beasts. However, since Lu Zhe had a sudden breakthrough, he currently only had Baishuang and the other 2 spirit beasts. Moreover, he had not really decided on which spirit beasts to contract next. Now that he saw this pond, Lu Zhe suddenly realized that he seemed to lack fighting power in the water. Even though Baishuang and the other 2 could fight in the water, they were not originally aquatic creatures. So if they fought in the water, their combat power would definitely be greatly reduced. Thinking of this, Lu Zhe felt that it was necessary to contract another water spirit beast in the future. Just as Lu Zhe was lost in thought, Baishuang and Liao Yue also came to the backyard. Winli was still inside the villa, after all, this was its first time here, and it was very curious about everything in the villa. Baishuang and Liao Yue had lived here for a long time, so they were very familiar with everything. Upon arriving in the backyard, Baishuang stretched comfortably. In the small space of the villa, although it could stay inside, it still felt quite uncomfortable. After stretching, Baishuang began to take in the sights of the backyard. When she saw the big tree and the pond, familiar sights, a hint of nostalgia appeared in Baishuang's eyes. In Baishuang's eyes, it was as if the previous scene appeared. She used to practice seriously in the backyard while Lu Zhe would sometimes sit by the pond, leisurely fishing. Sometimes he would bring a stool, sit beside her, eat something while supervising her. Thinking of those images, Baishuang felt a wave of emotions in her heart.
In contrast to Baishuang's nostalgia, Liao Yue did not feel much about it. It just glanced a few times at the backyard and then ran over to Lu Zhe's side. For it, wherever Lu Zhe was, that was home. Ing.
Liao Yue ran to Lu Zhe's side, then lowered its body and gently rubbed its head against him. Then it turned its gaze to the small pond in front. Originally, this pond was used by Lu Zhe for leisure, and at that time, Lu Zhe had little money. So the fish in the pond were just common fish.
At this moment, when Liao Yue appeared by the pond, the fish inside immediately became agitated.
They hurriedly darted around in the pond, trying to escape from Liao Yue. But the pond was just that big, where could they run to? In the end, the fish could only squeeze into the corner farthest from Liao Yue, trembling slightly, showing that they were very scared.
Seeing this scene, Liao Yue lowered its head and gave Lu Zhe an extremely innocent look.
The evolved Liao Yue looked remarkably beautiful. If it did not show any expression, it truly appeared like a legendary beautiful fox spirit.
Graceful and mysterious. But in front of Lu Zhe, Liao Yue often made a silly and cute expression.
Especially when it showed such an innocent look to Lu Zhe, the whole fox seemed even cuter. However, this cute display combined with its current large size created a wonderful contrast. Seeing this, Lu Zhe smiled, then reached out to embrace Liao Yue's body, burying himself completely in its fur.
The feeling of Liao Yue was very different from that of Baishuang.
Baishuang, being an ice attribute beast, gave a cool but very comfortable sensation when Lu Zhe hugged her. Additionally, Lu Zhe paid great attention to his demon beast's appearance and hygiene, so Baishuang always emitted a pleasant cold fragrance. On the other hand, Liao Yue was a fire attribute beast, so its touch gave a very warm feeling. The scent it gave off was also completely different from Baishuang, being stronger but not overpowering.
Lu Zhe held Liao Yue for quite a while before letting go.
During this time, Liao Yue squinted its eyes and gently placed its head on top of Lu Zhe's. It completely enveloped Lu Zhe within its body.
Let's go.
After releasing Liao Yue, Lu Zhe called for Baishuang and Liao Yue to enter the villa. Once inside, Lu Zhe saw Fengli flying over with a bag in its mouth.
Aya.
Arriving in front of Lu Zhe, Fengli shook its head, revealing the bag it was holding. Lu Zhe looked and was surprised to find it was a large bag of biscuits.
Where did you get this?
Lu Zhe was amazed because the food he brought back was still stored in his space ring. Hearing Lu Zhe's question, Fengli proudly pointed its little tail at the coffee table in front of the sofa,
indicating that it took it from there. Chapter 216, Raising a Discerning Appetite.
After realizing Fengli took it from the coffee table, Lu Zhe guessed it must have been left by Lin Qingyu.
Aya? Can we eat it?
Fengli blinked its eyes and eagerly asked Lu Zhe. After hearing this, Lu Zhe raised his hand to take the bag of biscuits and began to examine it closely. Though it was highly likely left by Lin Qingyu, it still needed to be checked. After all, what if it was expired? After carefully checking and confirming it wasn't expired, Lu Zhe returned the biscuits to Fengli, signaling it could eat. Even if it were expired food, it wouldn't matter if Fengli ate it, but Lu Zhe wouldn't allow that. Receiving the biscuits, Fengli cheered, then eagerly tore open the packaging.
After eating a few pieces, Fengli's originally eager action suddenly slowed down.
Its mouth moved a few times, then it stopped chewing, looking at the biscuits in the bag with confusion.
This series of actions showed that the taste of these biscuits clearly did not match its preference.
Lu Zhe was not surprised by this, as Fengli usually ate the food he carefully prepared. Not only was it delicious, but the spiritual power contained within was also very rich.
Rich spiritual power is something incredibly delicious for demon beasts.
Thus, this had spoiled Fengli's appetite.
Lu Zhe guessed Fengli would likely not like the biscuits the moment he saw them.
But seeing Fengli's eager expression, he did not stop it. At this moment, watching Fengli's performance, Lu Zhe found it quite amusing. After struggling to swallow the biscuit in its mouth, it raised its head, looking at Lu Zhe with a sense of grievance. But before it could speak, Lu Zhe spoke first.
No wasting, you must eat it all. Lu Zhe's tone was filled with obvious amusement.
After saying this, he turned and quickly walked away. Watching Lu Zhe's departing figure, Fengli eagerly flicked its tail, wanting to follow him. But Lu Zhe waved his hand without looking back, signaling that it was impossible. In the end, Fengli could only let out a heavy sigh and resignedly stuffed a few pieces of biscuit into its mouth. Then, it quickly chewed with a pained expression and lifted its head to swallow the biscuit down. After laboriously finishing a few more pieces of biscuit, Fengli glanced at the bag. Inside the bag, there were heaps and heaps of biscuits. If it were before, Fengli might have felt particularly happy about this, but at this moment, it only felt an immense bitterness in its heart. Its small face had crumpled up as a result. However, when Fengli's gaze swept over to Baishuang and Liao Yu beside it, a plan suddenly formed in its heart. It first looked at Bai Shuang, but upon meeting Bai Shuang's eyes, it instantly wilted. Although now in terms of strength and other aspects, Feng Li was far superior to Bai Shuang. It still held a sense of fear towards Bai Shuang. This fear did not come from the gap in strength, but from experiences in childhood. Although Feng Li was not considered grown up in terms of age now. Even so, despite feeling fear towards Bai Shuang, Feng Li did not dislike her. On the contrary, it often tried to find ways to get close to Bai Shuang, wanting to improve their relationship. For instance, it frequently brought delicious food to find Bai Shuang and share with her. But Bai Shuang was not interested as she was not greedy for food. Noticing Feng Li's gaze, and combining it with previous behavior, Bai Shuang instantly understood Feng Li's thoughts. Watching Feng Li, who was dodging her gaze, Bai Shuang said nothing but took a few steps forward. Then, she used her spiritual power to lift a pile of biscuits from the bag and walk straight towards Lu Zhe. Seeing this sudden scene, Feng Li was momentarily stunned, then a joyful expression spread across its face. After glancing at Bai Shuang's departing figure, Feng Li still planned to finish off these biscuits first. Then, Feng Li turned its gaze to Liao Yu. Compared to Bai Shuang, Liao Yu was much easier to talk to, and Feng Li had a good relationship with him. Feng Li flew directly onto Liao Yu's head, rolling over him in a spoiled manner. The biscuit bag flew straight in front of Liao Yu. Looking at the biscuit bag in front of him, Liao Yu also sighed. He used his spiritual power to lift a few pieces of biscuit and stuffed them into his mouth. The moment the biscuit entered his mouth, Liao Yu also frowned. But he didn't say much and swallowed it directly. Although Lu Zhe had spoiled his appetite, Liao Yu had suffered hardships before, so this was nothing to him. Noticing that Liao Yu had eaten the biscuits, Feng Li immediately stopped rolling and quickly poked its head out to look at the remaining biscuits in the bag. When it discovered there were still many inside, Feng Li rolled over again. But from the smile on its face, it was clear that it also enjoyed this rolling game. Noticing Feng Li's small movements, Liao Yu sighed again, then ate a few more biscuits. And so, Liao Yu directly finished off more than half. However, in the end, he still left some biscuits and remained indifferent no matter how Feng Li spoiled him. With no other choice, Feng Li had to roll up all the cookies in one go. Then she stuffed them all into her mouth, raised her head suddenly, and swallowed, just like that, eating all the cookies into her belly. After doing all this, Feng Li heavily collapsed onto Liao Yu's body, as if everything she just did had exhausted all her strength. The soft fur on Liao Yu completely covered Feng Li's whole body. Once covered by the fur, Feng Li playfully twisted her body until she became obedient after being taught a lesson by Liao Yu. Lu Zhe came to the side of the sofa, discovering that there were still some snacks and fruits on the coffee table. Clearly, this was specially prepared by Lin Qingyu. He casually picked up an apple and sat down on the sofa. Crunch! As he bit down, a crisp sound echoed. However, in terms of taste, this apple could not compare to the spirit fruits Lu Zhe had. But Lu Zhe remained unfazed, eating vigorously. Soon, Bai Shuang also walked over and handed him a few pieces of cookies. Lu Zhe raised his eyebrows at this but didn't say much, directly reaching out to take them and putting them in his mouth. The taste is pretty good. Eating the cookies and the apple, Lu Zhe silently thought in his heart.